Auntie, and I are truly in love and we swear to die. In the spacious living room of a luxury villa, Linley sat on the sofa, without shame, and even reached out and began to rub the slender fingers of the girl next to him. Let me go. Fu Tai, who was standing opposite, scolded sharply, which shocked Linley and the girl beside him, and quickly withdrew his hand. Toad wants to eat swan meat, come here. Linley hesitated slightly, but seeing Fu Tai's sharp gaze and domineering attitude, she could only slowly stand up and walk towards the other party. Let me tell you, Lin or something, my family is a genius who has awakened to the A-level ice element, and it won't be long before she goes to Shengchang Academy for further study. And you? Fu Tai pointed at Linley and continued with disdain, just an ordinary person, or a poor boy. Why is he worthy of my daughter? Mom, you say a few words. Linley is very good. He's just an ordinary person. Fu Tai interrupted Linley's words, and his face gradually became serious, realizing that his tone was indeed a little heavier. Mom is thinking about you. You still have a long way to go. The future is infinitely bright. With your talent, which good boy can't find it? This kid is passable except for his appearance. He has no money, no background, and no ability. He will only hold you back. These words made Linley unhappy, and he secretly swore in his heart, and interjected, Auntie, I have a heart that loves thee. Ha! Fu Tai sneered, turned around and looked Linley up and down. Heart? It is said that a man's mouth is a deceptive ghost. You say that I will believe it? These days, there are more scumbags who say they love you, and I think you are one of them. Mom! Okay, don't say more. Fu Tai picked up the LV bag beside him, pulled open the bag, took out a blue bank card from it, threw it on the coffee table, and looked unhappy. 200,000 blue coins. Leave my daughter. Linley saw the bank card. His eyes flashed with excitement, but he quickly regained his composure. Auntie, and I really love each other. Although I am poor, I am ambitious. Although money is important, love is more precious. This sentence was so touching that stars appeared in Linley's eyes as she sat next to Fu Tai. At this moment, Linley is full of aura and masculinity. It's a pity that Fu Tai is an old man and doesn't eat this set at all. She rummaged through her bag, pulled out another blue card, and stacked the two cards on top of each other. 400,000. Don't be ignorant. If you dare to be a monster, I will really kick you out. Okay. Linley stood up suddenly, quickly stuffed two cards, and put them smoothly into his pocket. This action was so sudden that both mother and daughter did not react for a while. The country is easy to change, but the nature is difficult to change. Thank you both for your kindness, and see you soon. Linley was stunned and watched Linley leave the villa in shock. What about the good old man who said it? Has the times changed? Oh, I really made money this time, and I got 400,000 blue coins. Linley left the villa and walked on the lively streets of Linping City, with a smile on his lips, but mixed feelings in his heart. Just because you are not a superpower, are you not worthy of love? What irony! 50 years ago, Blue Star suddenly changed, and an unprecedented cataclysm swept through all regions except the Shenzhou continent. The plates moved violently, reducing the area of the ocean and expanding the land area. After the mutation, the 10 elemental abilities descended on the world, and the first to awaken was the low-level strange beast. Their size skyrocketed, their physique became stronger, and their aggression was hundreds of times stronger than before. The most terrifying thing is that these strange beasts have mastered elemental powers, and the higher the level, the more skillful they are in control, and the more terrifying their strength is. In just 3 years, strange beasts ruled all the land except Shenzhou, and the number of humans plummeted to 3 billion. Fortunately, the mainland of China was not affected, and its strong military strength and scientific and technological defense kept the beasts out, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Since then, mankind has opened a new era, named after the Chinese calendar, and this year is the 050th year of the Chinese calendar. After the awakening of the strange beast, humans also began to awaken their abilities, but the probability was extremely low. Only 5 in 1,000, or about 15 million out of 3 billion people, can awaken. This ratio is too little. The number of strange beasts is 100 times that of humans. Fortunately, in the past 50 years, there has been no large-scale invasion of alien beasts. Brothers, are you all ready for the ability awakening test of Tsinghua University tomorrow? An exciting call pulled Linley's thoughts back to reality. Several young people had a lively discussion on the bench. What's the use of preparation? With a probability of 5 in 1,000, who among us can have that life? I felt a force in my body last night, like a dream, and I saw myself glowing red. Is it really fake? It wouldn't be sleepwalking, would it? Go to your sleepwalking. I must be the 1 in 10,000 magic wizard. Linley stopped and looked at the confident boy, his eyes full of envy. He had checked on the internet that the signs before the awakening of the supernatural were none of them in line with him. Tomorrow is my 18th birthday and my last hope. If you haven't awakened your abilities by the age of 18, it means that you will always be just an ordinary person and cannot counterattack. Linley longed in his heart, eager to awaken his abilities. Not for anything else, just to make some money. As long as it is enough, he can live like a normal person, carefree. As the sun set, Linley returned to his residence. The dilapidated wooden door made a screeching sound, and as soon as the door was pushed open, bursts of vegetable irresistible aroma came to the face. Lin Li is back. A gentle voice came from the kitchen. It was Lin Li's aunt, Wang Linying. Since his parents died in a car accident when he was 7 years old, Wang Linying single-handedly raised him and his sister Zhao Tianya to adulthood. My uncle died 5 years ago, and my sister was seriously ill. Her legs were paralyzed, and she was in a wheelchair all day long. Despite this, Wang Linying has always persevered and worked hard just to let Lin Li and her sister live a better life. Well, Auntie, I'm back. Brother Lin Li, you're back. Wash your hands and eat. I made your favorite braised chicken nuggets today. Zhao Tianya pushed the wheelchair with a white smile on her face. Lin Li took off his coat, gently draped it over his sister, and advised, wear more and be careful of colds. Don't worry, Brother Lin Li, I'll take care of it. The more well-behaved and sensible her sister was, the more Lin Li felt incompetent in her heart. As long as he can awaken his ability, he can use 3 million blue coins to help his sister cure her illness. Unfortunately, for a long time, he only saved a mere million yuan, which was exchanged for sweat and dignity. Tomorrow is your birthday. What do you want? Auntie will give you an advance in advance. Wang Linying smiled and brought a plate of hot braised chicken nuggets. Auntie, you know I never celebrate birthdays, and there is nothing to celebrate either. Lin Li took the plate and placed it on the table, his tone flat. I know you're still worried about not awakening your abilities, but you have to understand that some things just go with the flow. It doesn't matter whether you have an ability or not, what matters is the path you take. Lin Li nodded and helped his sister and aunt serve the meal. Eat first, the food won't taste good when it's cold. The next day, Lin Li came to the supernatural ability testing site of Tsinghua University on time. The crowd in line stretched like a tide, but fortunately, he was in the front line and would not delay eating. Zhao Kai, white, D-level earth element. Li Lu, green, sea-level wind element. Manhwa, colorless, no supernatural ability. Good. On the high platform, 2 inspectors stood on the left and right, with a transparent crystal ball suspended in the middle. As soon as students place their hands on the crystal ball, it will be displayed according to the color and elemental properties. The color represents the talent level, white represents the D level, the worst, green, blue, yellow, gold, in that order, C, B, A, S. The legendary super god level, SS level and SSS level, represents genius and legend, and there are up to a few of them every year. The most desirable thing is the legendary SSS level talent, only a few people can achieve it. 2 years ago, a legendary genius Lu Qingyan appeared, awakening SSS level ice elemental abilities, attracting the 6th super seminary to compete, and finally joined the Holy Imperial Academy. If you get a legend, you will win the world. This sentence spread widely in the supernatural world. Lin Li, I heard that you soaked in the first school. Hua Linyi? Yes, you little white face, eating soft rice is a must. Lin Li, who was queuing up for the exam, was suddenly patted on the shoulder. He turned his head and saw that it was an old acquaintance. Yuan Guanyuan, a classmate, likes to pass the time with sarcasm on weekdays, and of course, it is inevitable to be scolded back. Yo, who do I think it is? Yuan Daxiang. How? After solving the problem in the toilet, turn around and go here to find food? When the people around him heard this, they immediately became interested and cast curious eyes. After all, the name of this Yuan Daxiang is too loud. More than a month ago, this guy annoyed people he shouldn't have messed with because of his broken mouth, and was dragged into the toilet and taught him a hard lesson. In the end, someone felt unrelieved and pressed his head directly into the toilet that had not been flushed. As a result, the nickname Yuan Daxiang became popular and became a representative of the legendary story. The word is 8th, the name is Daxiang, and the story depends on everyone. When Yuan Guanyuan heard this title, his face turned red, pointing at Lin Li's nose, but he was speechless. Yo, you stuttered. It's really pitiful. Why don't we set up a rescue foundation? I will definitely support it. Saying that, Lin Li took out a blue coin from his trouser pocket. 1 piece. It's interesting enough. Don't thank me. If you want to thank me, thank you for the miracle of love in this world. Talent, ha ha ha. The people around finally couldn't help but laugh. You, Lin Li, you wait for me. When I awaken my elemental ability, I will definitely let you taste the powerful. Before he finished speaking, Yuan Guanyuan suddenly realized, if you continue to scold, won't you hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose yourself by 800? Anyway, wait for me. He looked at the mocking eyes around him, and the little self-esteem in his heart was about to collapse, and he ran away with his feet splashed in despair. Garbage, scolding the air, do you think you are Tai Ritian? Lin Li sneered, secretly sighing in his heart. Yuan Daxiang's toss, the originally tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Xin Yuan Ming, yellow, A-level holy light elemental ability. As soon as the words fell, the scene immediately boiled. Oh my god, the holy light system? And it's still A-level? Xin Yuan Ming's talent is too heaven-defying. The holy light system is an extremely rare element, and the probability of appearing is less than 1 in 10,000, or is it A grade? In the past few years, there have been only 3 people who can awaken this talent. Rarest? In fact, the Diablo system is even more rare. It's just that the dark system has a bad reputation. So what about rarity? The danger is even greater. Li Yu of the God Lord Guild last year, S-level dark talent, terrifying strength, but in the end didn't he go berserk? Killed a lot of people, do you know? I also heard that it affected too much people's topics gradually deviated from the holy light system to the dark system. For Linley, it doesn't matter what department it is, as long as you can awaken your abilities and join the guild, it is a godsend opportunity. There are 10 types of elemental abilities: light, ice, fire, metal, earth, thunder, wind, wood, dark, and super. Among them, holy light and darkness are the rarest, with a probability of appearing less than 1 in 10,000. However, there is a huge gap between the two, with light representing light and hope, while darkness is often regarded as a villain symbol, representing disaster and ominousness. In fact, the power of the dark system is also the easiest to bite back. The stronger the power, the more unstable it is. Many people who are thirsty for strength lose their minds, fall into the abyss of darkness, and finally go crazy. Therefore, the Dark Realm has established 3 major organizations: the Demonic Legion, the Evil Spirit Temple, and the Dark Kingdom. Just by hearing the name, you know that these places are not good places. These organizations mainly take in people with dark abilities, as well as those who are greedy for power, take shortcuts, and are unwilling to practice steadily. In particular, the Demon Legion is called the Sin Paradise by the underworld, and everyone is accepted, regardless of good or evil. The 6 universities have jointly attacked many times, but with little effect. Yuan Guan Yuan. Yellow, A-level Earth Elemental ability. Lin Li's eyes widened, staring at the high platform. It's really Yuan Daxiang. At this time, Yuan Guan Yuan was so excited that his whole body trembled, and he kept shouting, "Me! I'm a genius! I have A-level Earth-type abilities, I'm a genius, ha ha ha." Oh no! Lin Li's heart tightened, thinking of Yuan Guan Yuan's words that threatened him just now. He didn't think it was just angry words, and he didn't believe that Yuan Guan Yuan wouldn't do it. This guy is famous for his small-bellied chicken intestines, especially now. His strength has soared, and he is so arrogant that I am really afraid that he will do nonsense. Classmates, please hurry up and don't affect other people's tests. An inspector urged impatiently. A-tier talents are good, but not special enough, and only S-tier or rarer attributes attract attention. Oh, Lin Li was in a daze when he suddenly heard a scream. It turned out that the inspector was kicked down by Yuan Guan Yuan. However, this man had a lot of flesh, and it was not a big deal. He just fell a dog and ate, and was picked up by the school staff and taken away. Yuan Guan was only a dozen meters away from Lin Li, and after the test, it was Lin Li's turn immediately. Next, Dong Qian. Bang! Put your hand on the awakening crystal and start testing. 10 seconds later, the crystal ball did not respond. Dong Qian. Colorless, no special ability. Next, Li Guowei. Blue, B-level ice. Name, Xingqing. Golden, S-class wind elemental ability. The previous girl awakened to the S-level wind system, which immediately caused a commotion. The examiner stepped forward and exchanged a few words with Xingqing, obviously trying to win her over. 5 minutes later, Xingqing stepped down satisfied. Finally, it was Lin Li's turn. I was so nervous. This is his last chance. If he can't awaken his abilities, he can only be ordinary for a lifetime. Name, Lin Li. Put your hand on the awakening crystal and start testing. Lin Li took a deep breath, slowly stretched out his hands, and touched the crystal ball. It felt cool, as if a force poured into the body from the palm of the hand, and then swam around. We must awaken. Must. Auntie and Xiaoya are waiting for me. His heart was about to pop out, and he kept praying in his mind, hoping that the gods would have mercy. 1 second. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay, put it down. Lin Li opened his eyes and felt depressed. Sure enough, you still haven't woken up? It turns out that this is fate. Suddenly, a dull voice exploded in his head. You want power? Lin Li was shocked, looked around, and no one spoke. Just as he was about to let go, the voice sounded again. You want power? Want. Lin Li blurted out without hesitation. I want to. This scene stunned the 2 inspectors. What? Want? What do you want? Is he stimulated and crazy? Classmate? Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Lin Li ignored it, but the voice in his head sounded again. That, I'll give you. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a force suddenly gushing out from his body, more and more, stronger and stronger. He didn't know where this power came from, he only knew that if it continued like this, he was afraid it would explode. At the same time, the 2 inspectors also noticed the abnormality, because they felt a violent surge of ability from Lin Li. At the moment when they retreated, the crystal ball suddenly turned black, deep, and terrifying. Lin Li finally couldn't bear it, and the violent force burst into blue veins and roared. The crystal ball shattered, and a pillar of black energy light rose into the sky, piercing the sky. The 2 inspectors were dumbfounded, and the students in the audience were stunned. This, run away? But that's not the end. The black pillar of light exploded in the air, and there was a dead silence between heaven and earth, and the originally dazzling light was instantly engulfed by darkness. Ah! The shockwave swept down, and the students fell to the ground, and some were even blown out. The worst thing was the 2 inspectors, who stood in the center of the explosion and couldn't dodge, like a kite with a broken thread, following Yuan Guan Yuan's tragedy repeated. Fortunately, the black pillar of light lasted less than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. Lin Li sat on the ground, his his head blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The world. What's wrong? The darkness still shrouded the sky, refusing to dissipate. The two inspectors stood up and looked at each other, their faces full of confusion, as if they had never encountered such a strange situation. They don't know how to respond to this sudden vision. At this moment, a calm and majestic voice came from the sky. Who awakened the SSS-level Dark Elemental ability? Linley looked up, still dazed, and his heart was full of confusion. I saw that it was a middle-aged man in a golden retro robe, with a cold face and a mustache at the corner of his mouth, standing in the void. He is imposing and exudes a coercion that is hard to ignore. Domineering side leak. Linley couldn't help but mutter, and before he finished speaking, he waved his hand awkwardly. Okay, it seems to be me. The two inspectors looked at each other and bowed respectfully. Hello, Dean Zhao. Is this little guy who has awakened SSS-level abilities? The words fell, and the scene suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later, everyone reacted and looked at Linley with disbelief. Did you hear it right? SSS-level elemental ability? There is a legend in our Tsinghua University? It's actually right next to us? It's shocking. Wait, just now I seem to have heard that Linley's ability is a dark type? The two inspectors truthfully described the situation just now. Before Dean Zhao could speak, several more figures flew from the sky. Hello Dean Wang. Hello Dean Sun. Hello Dean Zhou. Hello Dean Yu. They saluted the 5 presidents of the super seminary. Oh my god, there are 5 deans from the 6 super seminaries? My god, son, I finally met 5 super level powerhouses. As expected of an SSS-level Dark Elemental ability, the major deans have begun to compete. A legendary talent of the dark system, alas. What a pity. Dean Wang, an old man with a fluttering white beard, shook his head inside. The dark system is too difficult to control, especially if it is still a legendary talent. It can't be collected. It can't be collected. Dean Zhou, who was dressed in a red robe and had a black beard at his sideburns, had solemn eyes. Since the restart of the era, there has never been a legendary talent in the dark and holy light systems, and it is really rare to be here today. Dean Sun, who was short but full of momentum, sighed. You old guys, it's not his fault for awakening the dark system. Moreover, the power of the dark system does not have to be demonized. In the past 50 years, there have been only a handful of people who have awakened the Diablo system, just a few. Finally, Dean Yu, who has a graceful figure and extraordinary charm, is the only woman among the 6 super seminaries and has a straightforward personality. Yuing, don't be loyal. Have you forgotten about the Lord Council? Yes, Dean Yu, the dark department is too unstable. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the college and students, right? Besides, what can you teach him? Do you have a dark course at your college? The persuasion of several deans made Yuing hesitate. She knew in her heart that accepting Linley meant danger and unpredictable risks in the future. Thank you for your kindness. I don't want to cause trouble for all the colleges. I will look for the path that suits me best. She finally decided to let go, because she understood that the power of the dark system was too unstable for ordinary people to bear. Child, it's not your fault to awaken the dark ability, but you must be careful. The dark forces will consume your mind and corrupt your will. If one day you lose yourself, we old guys will never let you fall. Dean Wang's tone was calm, but full of concern and majesty. I follow the teachings of Dean Wang. Linley looked resolute and nodded in agreement. Dean Wang nodded in satisfaction, turned to leave. Okay, it's time to end it here. Dean Sun was about to leave, but was stopped by Dean Zhou. Dean Sun, it's not over yet. He pointed above his head. The dark power had not yet dissipated, and the sky was still gloomy. You are the only one here. How to solve it? Do you have to deal with it alone? Dean Sun smiled awkwardly and suddenly remembered something. I'm old and have a bad memory. Just leave it to me. With Dean Sun's promise, Dean Zhao and Dean Zhou also left. TSK, this dark power is really powerful. It takes some effort to solve it. Principal Sun glanced at Linley with complicated eyes, and then his figure floated upwards. Everyone line up and continue to awaken and test. The two inspectors found another detection crystal from somewhere, repositioned it, and announced the test results. Linley, black, SSS-level Dark Elemental ability. All the teachers and students at the scene immediately gasped. Oh my god, it's actually an SSS-level dark system. If this grows up, it is simply a heaven-defying existence. Who said it wasn't? The dark system is too powerful and has poor stability. Once it gets out of control, I'm afraid it will cause a disaster. I'm afraid he will join the Dark Kingdom or the Evil Spirit Temple. Perhaps he will join the Demon Legion in the future, and we will all have to hide from it. Linley stepped down from the stage, and was greeted with mixed emotions. Fear, hostility, and even worship. Senior Linley, really? Have you really awakened SSS-level dark abilities? The voice of excitement, admiration, and envy almost made him at a loss. I thought to myself, brother, you can't have a problem with your head, right? Darkness is your envy. He turned his head to look at it. It was a white and fat boy. His facial features were quite exquisite, but his figure was slightly bloated. If it weren't for this, he would definitely be able to compete with him. Yes. Out of politeness, Linley nodded. Senior Linley, you will be my idol from now on. Can you sign my name? I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. Saying that, the little fat man took out a black carbon pen, pulled up his white t-shirt, and looked forward to Lin Li's autograph on it. The people around were stunned and disgusted. Is this little fat man crazy? Recognize the Dark as an idol? Are you kidding? This kid can't be an undercover agent of the Dark Legion, right? I think he's quite strange, maybe a pervert. They are all madmen. Let's stay away. The little fat man didn't care about everyone's discussions, and was looking forward to Lin Li's signature. Lin Li smiled, with a hint of warmth in his heart, no ridicule, just feeling. Someone understands him. Took the carbon pen and signed 2 words on the little fat man's t-shirt. Lin Li. My name is Mahoney. Okay, brother. If you have trouble in the future, just look for me. Friend? Of course. Brothers, if you have anything, remember to tell me. Ma gang. Dad, I will definitely help you. Ma gang? Lin Li was stunned, and the people around him were also shocked. Ma gang, isn't he the president of the Titan Guild? That is a top powerhouse of the first level of the super level. This little fat man turned out to be his son? It's a big secret. Ha, brother Lin Li, you came back so early? Xiaoya, who was sitting in a wheelchair and focused on reading, looked at Lin Li with some doubts. Lin Li carefully closed the door, and walked up to Xiaoya with a smile on his face. Xiaoya, brother, awakened ability. When this sentence was said, he himself felt so excited that it was difficult to calm down, let alone Xiaoya present. Really, brother? That's great. Ahem. Xiaoya hadn't reacted yet. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she coughed to try to calm down. Don't get too excited. Drink some water and go smoothly. Lin Li handed over the water glass, looked at Xiaoya's appearance, and secretly made up his mind to make money quickly and cure Xiaoya's illness. It's okay, brother Lin Li, I just choked a little. Xiaoya took the water glass, took the breath, and had a warm smile on her face. Brother, you have finally realized your dream. What kind of ability have you awakened? Xiaoya's eyes were full of curiosity. Dark. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can awaken the ability, it doesn't matter which attribute it is for me. In this way, I can go to the major guilds, take on tasks, make a lot of money, and treat Xiaoya. Lin Li's eyes were full of firmness and hope. Hearing that Lin Li's attributes were dark types, Xiaoya inevitably felt a little worried in her heart. Brother, I heard that the dark system is easy to demonize. How about you should give up entering the supernatural world? I'm fine. Look, my face is much better. She tried to ease the atmosphere with a smile. Xiaoya, don't worry, Lin Li secretly vowed in her heart to use her strength to protect her, even if the road ahead was full of dangers, but also to let her live a peaceful life. The dilapidated door was knocked, and Lin Li walked to the door suspiciously and reached out to unscrew the doorknob. I saw a middle-aged man with black glasses and a gentle face standing outside the door, and when he saw someone open the door, he politely asked, "Hello, is it Lin Li from Tsinghua University?" "Well, it's me. Do you have something to look for me?" Lin Li replied, a hint of alertness in his heart. The man smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I am the admissions teacher of Huali College, Qianlihua." Behind him is Zhang Xiao from Huali College. His words were professional, plain, but not rude. Lin Li's eyes crossed Qianlihua and looked at the young man behind him, and sure enough, he was still standing behind the door. But the young man looked disdainful, his expression was slang, and he looked at people with his peripheral vision, and seemed to be a little disgusted. "Oh, hello teacher Qian." Lin Li nodded politely. "Please come in." Qianlihua signaled. "Come on, my new clothes are quite expensive. Who will compensate if they get dirty?" Zhang Xiao interjected at the wrong time. His face was full of disgust, and he seemed to be full of contempt for Lin Li. Before Qianlihua could respond, Zhang Xiao said unceremoniously, "Lin Li, I am here to tell you one thing. Your SSS-level Dark talent has been favored by our dean, and I specially invite you to join Huali Academy. Treatment and resources are not a problem. Think about it." Hearing invitation to join Huali College, Lin Li's heart moved slightly. Among the 6 super seminaries, Huali College ranked 4th. The dean's surname was Huang. His name was Huang Fian. He was a super level 6th level gold powerhouse, and he was also the only dean who did not show up today. It is said that this Huang Fian is mysterious and rarely appears in public, but she is treated very well within the college, and the annual grant to students is as high as 1 million blue dollars. This temptation made Lin Li's heart move, and he secretly pondered in his heart. What are you hesitating about? You are a dark system. No matter how talented you are, what can you do? Do you know how much risk our college has to bear if we accept you? Don't know what to do. Zhang Xiao said strangely. What's your name? Oh, yes, then what kind of talent are you? Lin Li sneered, thinking to himself, do these two people really think of me as a fool? One sings red face, the other sings white face, and the routine is clear at a glance. They said that I need to take risks in the dark department, and there is no higher benefit than this? Huang Fian sent someone to invite me. Could it be that it was really to threaten me? Thinking of this, Lin Li frowned. I've seen through your set. He asked unceremoniously. You said that my dark department has to take risks, so what talent do you use to recruit me? As soon as these words were spoken, Qianlihua and Zhang Xiao were stunned for a moment. Lin Li smiled secretly in his heart. Do you really think I'm stupid? It's ridiculous to pretend to be high and want me to bow my head to join. You garbage S-level flame talent dare to shout in front of me? Lin Li sneered provocatively. What do you mean? Zhang Zhao's eyes changed, and his face was full of anger. You are a waste S-level talent. How dare you laugh at me? Is your father Ma Gang? Lin Li unceremoniously sarcastically scolded. Xian Lihua and Zhang Xiao were stunned, obviously not expecting Lin Li to be so arrogant. Zhang Zhao's face became gloomy and he was furious. You dare to scold me? Who do you think you are? The dark system also deserves to scold me? Poof. Lin Li smiled disdainfully. These days, any idiot can awaken his abilities, and any stinky fish and rotten shrimp can stand outside the door and bark. I thought to myself, I really can't do it. Lin Li, you are looking for death. Zhang Zhao's hands condensed flame energy, and the fireball burned in his palms, as if he was about to attack at the next moment. Zhang Xiao, don't go too far. Xian Lihua shouted sharply. If you hurt someone, how can you go back and explain it? That's a legendary genius with SSS-level talent. Although the dark system has a bad reputation, its power is extremely pure, and it does not hesitate to leapfrog challenges. He secretly decided in his heart, this child must not be let go. He must be admitted to the academy. Lin Li, Zhang Xiao has a bad temper and behaves rudely, but you don't have to take it to heart. Your talent does require us to take risks, but at present, only our Dean Huang has a fancy to you. You have to think about it carefully. Xian Lihua's tone was earnest. I thank you for your kindness, but I can't hold the big tree of Huali College, and I'm not interested. Lin Li responded coldly, and glanced at Zhang Xiao deliberately, with obvious meaning. Your style, you still want me to enter your academy? Dream and go. You don't know what to do. Dean Huang can invite you in person. It is a blessing that you have cultivated in several lifetimes. How dare you refuse? Xian Lihua's voice became stern. Zhang Xiao laughed angrily. The flames of his hands converged again, and the fireball became bigger, as if it was about to bombard Lin Li in one fell swoop. Lin Li was shocked. This time I really have to fight hard. I just awakened my ability, and I don't even know how to use it. The other party is a level 4 master. Can I handle it? I thought to myself, as long as I can perceive the other party's ability level, I can't see anything beyond my own 2 levels. Is it really going to fight to the death? Lin Li, I'll give you one last chance. Zhang Xiao had a gloomy face. Kneel down and apologize. Obediently accept Principal Huang's invitation, otherwise I will let you taste the taste of burning your body. You deserve to let me bow my head? Lin Li sneered. Why don't you just try? Flame impact. The fireball came at him again. Lin Li quickly dodged sideways. The fireball grazed his sleeves, leaving scorch marks, and cursed in his heart. It's really a bitch, but he greeted me in the face. Damn. Lin Li held his breath and focused on sensing the energy in his body. He tried to establish a connection with the dark energy, and it was easy to succeed. Try calling again, and sure enough, black energy surrounded his arms, scattering at will. The 2 people on the opposite side saw Lin Li releasing dark energy, and there was a look of surprise in their eyes. It's really worthy of being an SSS-level legendary genius, and he can control energy so easily after waking up for a few hours. Xian Lihua was secretly happy in his heart. He decided, Lin Li must be tied back to the academy no matter what. It's my turn this time. Dark impact. Lin Li's heart moved, imitating Zhang Xiao, and condensed a black energy ball. The size was the same. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened, incredulous. How could he, bastard, dare to imitate me? Zhang Xiao roared. Flame impact. He also casts fireballs with all his might. The 2 energies collided, stirring up a strong wind and blowing the hems of the 3 people's clothes bulging. Zhang Xiao proudly thought that he would win. After all, he was 3 levels higher than the opponent, and he fought hard. But the dark energy ball gradually expanded, gradually devouring the fireball, completely devouring it. How is that possible? Zhang Zhao's eyes widened. The dark system can devour other elements? Lin Li's heart was shocked. At this time, the dark energy ball became bigger and bigger, completely devouring the fireball, and then blasted into Zhang Zhao's chest. Ah! Zhang Xiao was hit, flew out backwards, and fell a dog to eat. Hey! Xian Lihua sighed secretly in his heart. He deserves it. He usually doesn't listen to lectures, but now he suffers a loss. He thought to himself, this child is talented. He must not be let go. He must be tied back abruptly. Zhang Xiao supported his body and stood up with difficulty, just about to speak, but suddenly felt a burning pain in his chest, which made him cough. Yo, this is not good. You were able to breathe just now, didn't you? Lin Li sneered, his eyes full of mockery. In the face of the enemy, Lin Li never soft-hearted. Although defeating the other party is not enough to be regarded as a deep hatred, it doesn't hurt to have a mouthful of addiction. Ahem. Lin Li, don't be too proud. Ahem. You still have a sister, right? Zhang Xiao raised his head, his vicious gaze cast into the wooden house, and the threat was obvious. Lin Li's smile gradually faded, his killing intent surged rushed in his heart like a tide, and the dark elements in his body surged wildly, like a dark flame burning. Zhang Xiao, are you looking for death? His voice almost squeezed out of his teeth with a strong murderous intent. He took back the relaxed idea just now, and he must not be merciful to the enemy. Lin Li stretched out a palm, and the dark energy gathered wildly in the palm, like a blazing black flame, hot and dangerous. Xiaoya is Lin Li's reverse scale, but also his relative. If anyone dares to hit her idea, he will make the other party pay. Classmate Lin, calm down. Now that you have hurt him, is it possible that you still want his life? Qian Lihua beside him finally couldn't help but stand up, pushed his glasses, and stood in front of Zhang Xiao. Lin Li sneered and glanced at him. Oh, you too, you really think I'm a fool, right? What? If you can't beat it, you want to find someone to help? His tone was cold. Classmate Lin, I apologize to you on behalf of Zhang Xiao. His behavior is indeed excessive. You have already taught him a lesson. Let's stop here and continue to discuss Huali College. Qian Lihua's tone was earnest. Lin Li's heart moved, and he was surprised to agree so readily. Ha ha, Lin, let's. Before Zhang Xiao finished speaking, Lin Li interrupted. Leave Zhang Zhao's life here. I will go to Huali with you. Qian Lihua was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Li to hold such a grudge. As for Zhang Xiao behind him, he completely broke out, and he roared, Lin Li, what are you? Do you dare to take my life? Let me tell you, your whole family is going to die. Before the words fell, Zhang Xiao turned around and ran away. Can you run away? Lin Li sneered, threw out the dark flame in his hand, and chased after Zhang Xiao. Bang! Just when Lin Li's attack was about to catch up with him, Qian Lihua made a move. I saw a gust of wind blade thrown out at will, completely cancelling out the dark flames. Not to be outdone, Lin Li gathered energy again with his palms and continuously attacked Zhang Zhao's escape route. Bang! Boom! 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 Bang! The dark flames and wind blades continued to clash, stirring up gusts of wind and bulging the clothes of the three people. Damn! Lin Li stabilized his figure and looked from a distance, but Zhang Xiao could no longer be found. Lin, as long as you join us Huali, Dean Huan will definitely come forward to ensure the safety of your family. As for Zhang Xiao, you will take his life yourself in the future. Qian Lihua's momentum was in full swing, obviously not planning to let go. Lin Li was extremely unwilling in his heart, and he never wanted to be threatened like this and live a life under the fence, especially worried about the safety of Xiaoya and Auntie. Do you really believe that Huang Feihuan can protect them? What the hell is Xiao doing behind his back? How should ordinary people deal with supernatural people? Brotherly, I have awakened to the S-class thunder ability, brotherly. Just when Lin Li was hesitant and Qian Lihua was about to take him away, a familiar and joyful voice came from not far away. The two turned their heads to look and saw Ma Hongyi's chubby little boy, his face full of excitement, waving frantically to Lin Li. He was followed by two black-clad bodyguards, apparently sent by his father to protect him. TSK. It's nice to have a father. Lin Li secretly envied. Born at the peak, awakened to S-level talent, and didn't have to worry about it in this life. Brotherly, I have awakened to the S-level thunder ability. Before he finished speaking, Ma Hongyi suddenly realized that the two were using elemental abilities to fight fiercely, and they were clearly going to fight. Brotherly, who is this guy with glasses? Middle level, third level ability. How dare you be so shamelessly bullied? Ma Hongyi looked indignant. Lin Li couldn't help but smile, thinking, this little fat man is really straightforward, and he started scolding without asking who it was, which was too touching. That's what your family taught you? Lin Li chuckled and turned around. The mouth is dirty and uneducated. At this time, Qian Lihua saw this and sighed in his heart. This child is straightforward, but he is too ignorant of the rules. The two bodyguards burst out at the same time and confronted Ma Hongyi, which was impressive. Qian Lihua thought to himself, what kind of god is this kid? Two intermediate fourth level masters as bodyguards are too extravagant. Hongyi, congratulations on awakening your S-class ability, and you will definitely become a strong person like your father in the future. Lin Li patted him on the shoulder and sincerely wished him. Oh, brotherly, you're joking. It's not easy to become a master like my father. There are many S-class ability masters in the Titan Guild, but you, with your SSS-level legendary talent, will definitely stand at the top of the Shenzhou continent in the future. Ma Hongyi's face was full of admiration, desperately flattering. Titan Guild? Are you President Ma's son? Lin Li was a little surprised. Rumor has it that Titan President Ma Gang has a white fat eldest son who acts unscrupulously, but he didn't expect it to be him. Exactly. I am the young master. Do you have any advice? Ma Hongyi's face was full of pride. Qian Lihua's heart sank, suppressed his anger, and said, Young Master Ma, I am the admissions teacher of Huali College. My name is Qian Lihua. This time I came to invite Lin Li to join our college. Please don't interfere. We have a good relationship with President Ma, and if there is a stalemate over this matter, it will be difficult for everyone to explain. He knew in his heart that his strength was insufficient and he could not compete with the two level 4 powerhouses, so he could only rely on the backstage to support him. Huali? So what's it? Ma Hongyi pointed at Qian Lihua disdainfully. Can you Dean Huang break with our Titan Guild for the sake of you little people? Are you still worthy of talking? Qian Lihua thought to himself, even if I die here, Huang Huang Feiwan will not turn against the Titan Guild. With my position in Huali, there are many talents that are higher than mine, so there is no need to be afraid at all. In that case, Linley, I hope you will seriously consider our invitation. After Qian Lihua finished speaking, he turned around and left. Linley had mixed feelings in his heart. Qian Lihua's meaning is very clear. If he does not join Huali, he and his family will be in danger. He also had to consider, does the safety of Xiaoya and Ant depend on Huang Fian's promise? What if Shang Xiao is behind the conspiracy? How do ordinary people deal with the threat of superpowers? Brotherly, I have awakened to the S-class thunder ability. Brotherly. Just as Linley was hesitating, a familiar and slightly joyful voice came. The two turned their heads and saw Ma Hongyi running quickly, his face full of excitement, followed by two menacing bodyguards. It's awesome. Linley secretly envied. Born at the peak, awakened to S-level talent, and had no pressure in the future. Brotherly, I have awakened to the S-level thunder ability. Before he finished speaking, Ma Hongyi suddenly realized that the two were using elemental abilities to fight fiercely, clearly to fight. Brotherly, who is this guy with glasses? Middle level, third level ability. How dare you bully you? Ma Hongyi was indignant. Linley couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little fat man is really straight-tempered, and he starts scolding people without asking. It's really touching. Is this how your family educated you? The export is dirty and uneducated. Linley smiled and turned around. Seeing this, Qian Lihua sighed in his heart. This kid is straightforward, but he is too ignorant of the rules. The two bodyguards burst out at the same time and confronted Ma Hongyi, which was impressive. Linley thought to himself, what kind of god is this kid? It is really a luxury to have two level 4 masters as bodyguards. Hongyi, congratulations on awakening your S-class ability, and you will definitely become a strong person like your father in the future. Linley patted him on the shoulder, admiring in his heart. Oh, brotherly, you're joking. It's not easy to become a master like my father. There are many S-class masters in the Titan Guild, but I believe that with your SSS-level legendary talent, you will definitely stand at the top of the Shenzhou continent in the future. Ma Hongyi's face was full of admiration. Titan Guild? Are you President Ma's son? Linley was surprised. Rumor has it that Ma Gang's son is fat and wild, but he didn't expect it to be him. Exactly. I am the young master. Do you have any advice? Ma Hongyi was triumphant. Qian Lihua's heart sank, suppressed his anger, and said, Young Master Ma, I am the admissions teacher of Huali College. My name is Qian Lihua. This time I came to invite Linley to join our college. Please don't interfere. We have a good relationship with President Ma, and if there is a stalemate over this matter, it will be difficult for everyone to explain. He knew in his heart that his strength was limited, and he could not fight hard with two level 4 powerhouses, so he could only rely on the backstage to support him. Huali? So what's it? Ma Hongyi pointed at Qian Lihua disdainfully. Will your Dean Huang break with our Titan Guild for the sake of you, a little person? Are you still worthy of talking? Qian Lihua's heart sank, and he sighed secretly. Even if I die here, Huang Feiwan will not turn against the Titan Guild. With my position in Huali, there are many talents that are higher than mine, so there is no need to be afraid at all. In that case, Linley, I hope you will seriously consider our invitation. After Qian Lihua finished speaking, he turned around and left. Linley had mixed feelings in his heart. Qian Lihua's meaning was very clear, and if he didn't join, he would have to face greater danger. He also had to consider, does the safety of Xiaoya and Ant depend on Huang Fian's promise? What if Xiao is playing a conspiracy behind his back? How do ordinary people deal with the threat of superpowers? Brotherly, don't worry, I'm here. Ma Hongyi said as he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and asked Linley to write down the phone number. If that guy dares to come to trouble you again, call me directly. Ma Hongyi, will never let him succeed easily. If you don't give my father Ma Gang face, am I worthy of my face? Linley nodded, secretly sighing in his heart that this little fat man was too enthusiastic, so he could only change the topic and invite with a smile. Hongyi, let's talk about it another day. You can come in first and sit for a while. I'm sorry, brotherly, I have to leave first. I haven't told my father that I have awakened my abilities. Ma Hongyi looked solemn. I have to hurry back to the Titan Guild. Linley thought to himself, ranked ahead of my father? How much does this kid admire me? It's really amazing. Okay, then be careful on the road. Linley smiled and said, let's meet again another day. After saying that, Ma Hongyi left quickly with two bodyguards. Linley looked around, and after confirming that there was no one else, he also turned around and returned to the house. As soon as she pushed the door, Xiaoya couldn't wait to ask, brother, how are you? Are there any injuries? Of course not. Your brother and I are talented. Not everyone can bully me. Linley smiled and patted her head. Xiaoya grinned, hee, that's good. Is that fat classmate a friend of my brother just now? Linley thought for a while and nodded. Yes, he is my good friend, and the relationship is very good. He walked up to Xiaoya again and said softly, Xiaoya, our family is moving out tonight. After saying that, he helped her cover the blanket on her body. Xiaoya didn't show any confusion, but smiled and nodded. Okay, brother. It's because of those bad guys just now, right? She asked softly. Well, yes. I'm afraid they will come back to make trouble and hurt you and your aunt. My brother has has saved a lot of money in recent years, enough for us to change to a new house and a new environment. As for the cost of your treatment, I will definitely make up for it as soon as possible. It won't be long before you can return to normal life," Linli said gently. Xiaoya stretched out her hand and gently helped him tidy up his hair. Okay, Xiaoya listens to her brother. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Lanying returned home and saw that Linli had sorted out everything and put it in the duffel bag, and she was very puzzled. "This is suddenly moving, is something wrong?" Linli walked up to her and briefly told her the matter. When Wang Lanying heard this, she immediately became overjoyed and said with a smile, "You have finally awakened your abilities. Great, I'm so happy that you finally realized your dream." Linli smiled slightly, secretly vowing in his heart to use his strength to protect his family and never let them be threatened in any way. "Shaoli, then where are we going to go?" "Tianwu City. I have already found a house. The train at 9 o'clock tonight. We will set off after dinner." "Tianwu City?" Wang Lanying was a little surprised and a little anxious when she heard this. That is a well-known second-tier city on mainland China, and the prices and housing prices are ridiculously expensive, and it is not a place that families like them can afford at all. "Shaoli, where did you get so much money to find a house in Tianwu City?" Linli's footsteps paused slightly, and then he smiled. "This is lent to me by a friend with a very good relationship. Auntie, you don't have to worry about money. I have the ability now, and it won't take long to earn a lot of blue coins." "Oh, that's right." Wang Lanying was skeptical. For so long, she had never heard Linli mention any friends, let alone such rich friends. "Shaoli, Auntie still has to tell you a few words. You must be down to earth. We can't ask for unclean money, borrow other people's money. Also pay it back as soon as possible." "Don't worry, Auntie, I understand." Linli nodded in agreement. There was another knock outside the door, which startled Linli. Could it be that Zhang Zhao's bastard came to take revenge so soon? "Auntie, Xiaoya, you go to the house first, I'll deal with it." Linli quickly walked to the door, mobilized the abilities in his body, and was ready to fight at any time. "Shaoli, you must be careful. If you really can't do it, just agree to their request." "Okay mom, let's go in quickly. Don't cause trouble to brother Linli." Xiaoya sensibly pulled Wang Lanying back to the room. There was another knock outside the door. Linli asked tentatively, "Who are you looking for? Can I help you?" "Linli, we are not from Huali, so we don't need to be so nervous." "Not Huali's people?" How on earth did he know that he was afraid of Huali's people? "Don't." If it was really Huali's person, a large group of people would have broken in, beat him violently, and forcibly took him away, right? The door was pushed open gently, and Linli saw the people outside the door clearly. All four of them were wearing black robes and masks, and the scene was very cosplay-like, but it really had a bit of a dark flavor. "We are from the Dark Kingdom." Linli's heart was shocked. He didn't expect to be targeted by the Dark Kingdom, but it's normal to think about it. The Dark Kingdom values the dark talent the most, not to mention that Linli is still the only SSS-level Dark Legend #1. But the other two, Evil Spirit Temple and Demonic Legion, aren't they also dominated by the Dark family? "You guys, are you also here to win me over?" The black-robed man led by the four of them nodded respectfully and politely, and officially invited. "Linli, your dark talent is unprecedented, and the high-ranking officials and leaders of the Dark Kingdom are looking forward to your joining. You can mention the conditions and treatment at will, and we can devote all our resources to cultivate you into the first person in the supernatural world. Look, this is a sincere invitation." How sincere and stylish. The two idiots of Huali College are simply insulting the word legend. This one. Linli wanted to agree, but the problem of moving in front of him had not been solved, and at the same time, he was also hesitating. If he joined the Dark Kingdom, it would mean, will you become a villain? "Linli, I know what you are worried about. As a gesture of sincerity, we at the Dark Kingdom have also prepared a gift for you. I believe you will be satisfied after reading it." "Oh, it's really intimate." Linli couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "You guys, it's too polite. Just come. What gifts are you going to prepare?" He looked around curiously. "Where is it?" The black-robed people took a few steps back in unison to make room for a clearing. Then, the man in black who took the lead stretched out his palm, and the familiar dark aura came to his face. It turns out that they are also dark powerhouses. In Linli's puzzled gaze, a black energy ball gathered in the hands of the man in black robes, accompanied by several streamers, and several figures suddenly appeared on the ground. Linli was so frightened that he took a few steps back, but after seeing the faces of those people clearly, the fear dissipated instantly. "Did you kill them?" The black-robed man nodded, as if killing those people didn't matter to them. "Who are those people?" "Of course, Zhang Xiao, Jianliwa, and others." There are also three unfamiliar faces, but Linli knows in his heart that it must be the helper Zhang Xiao found. Unexpectedly, the people of the Dark Kingdom brought them in one pot. "Okay, since the Dark Kingdom is so sincere, I, Linli, have no reason to refuse. Let me make a phone call first and settle my family." "No problem." Linli returned to the house, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Mahongi's number. "Brotherly, are those guys here to trouble you again?" "Don't worry, I'll be there right away." As soon as the phone was connected, Mahongi seemed to be rushing over. "Hongi, wait, I haven't finished yet." "Oh, then brotherly, tell me, what's the matter? Actually, I want to ask you for a favor. Linley told Mahani about his plans to move and leave. Mahani agreed without hesitation and promised to send Xiaoya and her aunts safely to Tianwu City and make proper arrangements. Linley liked this loyal and sensible brother more and more. Okay, then please, just open your mouth if you have something. Brothers don't need to be polite. Ha ha, brotherly, if you say so, I will be relieved. Everything is with me, just go. After hanging up the phone, Linley called Auntie and Xiaoya and told them about what he was leaving. Brother, when will you come back? Don't worry, as long as I am free, I will definitely go to Tianwu City to see you. Linley, you can embark on a new path. Auntie is very happy. Come on, this family will always have your share. Linley's eyes were moist, and he hugged and cried with his aunt and Xiaoya. Auntie, Xiaoya, I'm leaving. Hongi will arrive soon, and he will arrange everything. Don't worry, brother, I'm waiting for you to come back. In this way, Linley said goodbye to his family. Walking out of the door, he looked back reluctantly. I don't know when I will say goodbye to this farewell, and joining the Dark Kingdom means officially stepping into the realm of supernatural abilities. The supernatural world is not a place for children to play house, especially in a region like the Dark Kingdom, where there are constant strife and wars. Just by testing, practicing, taking exams, and performing tasks, countless people with special abilities will fall every year. Especially for a newcomer like Linley, there are too many temperings that need to be experienced. As far as the current top abilities are concerned, which one has not climbed out of the mountain of strange beast corpses? Which didn't hover back and forth on the brink of death? If you want to achieve certain achievements, you must put in 10 or 100 times the effort. Linley, are you ready? Ready. Then let's go. Two men in black stepped forward, and one grabbed one of Linley's arms, as if escorting a prisoner, which made Linley very puzzled. This is, slow down, slow down. Before Linley could ask, his vision suddenly became blurred, and when he came back to his senses, he found that he was already above the clouds. Linley is not afraid of anything else, he is afraid of heights. Born with a fear of heights, Linley screamed in fright. These four goods didn't say they were going to fly back? Linley, if you are afraid, close your eyes, or hold on for a while and get used to it. Flying is something you have to experience sooner or later, especially like our dark system. After the 6th level of the intermediate level, you can rely on your own powerful dark energy to maintain low altitude flight. God, low altitude? All ran to the clouds. This is also called low altitude? It's a pity that Linley can't speak now. As long as he opens his mouth, a strong airflow will pour into his mouth. And then it would be, it's reckless, it's reckless. Lin, don't talk, you'll have a stomach ache if you go on like this. It's not reckless. Already, it's reckless, it's reckless. My stomach hurts. The surrounding people sighed in unison. There was no choice but to lower the altitude and slow down the flight speed. Otherwise, if this continues, when it comes to the Dark Kingdom, Linley will almost lose half his life. Bastard, let go of that child. The four men in black carried Linley Gong to stabilize their figures, and a roar came from directly below. Immediately followed by a powerful elemental ability aura, the faces of the four men in black changed drastically. Of course, Linley couldn't see their faces. By feeling, Your Excellency misunderstood. Misunderstanding fart. Your Dark Kingdom is acting more and more arrogantly, in broad daylight, in bright light. How dare you capture innocent youths? Several people looked up at the sky in confusion. Where did the daylight come from? You have nothing to say, right? At this time, Linley also saw clearly the figure flying towards him, a green military coat, a sloppy middle-aged man. That hair said that a bird's nest was built in it. Linley Duchesne. But such an inconspicuous second uncle is quite terrifying. The main reason is that Linley can't perceive the other party's realm, which shows that they are at least high-level supernatural powerhouses. The most awesome on his side is only the 9th level of the middle level, relatively speaking. Of course, this second uncle is strong. Vice President Luo, please get out of the way. We didn't arrest anyone. This is the Dark Kingdom's own business. I hope the Holy Imperial Academy will not interfere. You don't want Leader Yi to come to the door in person, do you? These four people cooperated seamlessly. Statements, explanations, declarations of authority, threats, and actions in one go, without any superfluous nonsense. Alas, Vice President Luo? Is it Luo Hongtian from Xingyu Academy? Don't threaten me with Yi Chang. We have fought and have long wanted to avenge our shame. As soon as these words were spoken, it was surprising. Luo Hongtian was actually beaten by Yi Chang? That, Vice President Luo, child, don't be afraid. I know you are innocent. I will save you. I'm innocent? Is there something wrong with this old man? Thundered Dragon. I saw a purple electric light flashing around Luo Hongtian's body, and both palms came out. A dragon condensed by thunder and lightning roared, more than 10 meters long, and the momentum was compelling. This scene frightened Linley. He was indeed a super-level powerhouse, and the skills he released were really handsome. Seeing this, the two men in black did not hesitate to throw Linley at Luo Hongtian. Oh, damn it. Why are you throwing me? Linley screamed, closed his eyes, and shouted randomly. These four men in black were really dogs, and after throwing Linley, they dispersed and ran away without hesitation. How important do I think I am? Critical moments are like throwing garbage, leaving me aside? When Luo Hongtian Hongtian saw Lin Li flying, he quickly took back the Thunder Dragon and grabbed Lin Li's neck with a big hand. What a group of black-hearted guys, treating innocent people like this. That, Uncle Luo, can we let me go first? It's hard for me to carry me like this. Lin Li is like a weak chick who is only being grabbed by the neck at this moment, and his fate is all in the hands of others. Luo Hongtian nodded, gradually lowered his height, and put Lin Li on the ground. Oh, my mother, I'm choking enough to toss this time. Those scum are doing this to me. Lin Li leaned against the wall, dissatisfied in his heart, and complained. However, his complaint and Luo Hongtian's understanding are very different. The people of the Dark Kingdom don't have a single good thing. Fortunately, you met me, otherwise you would have been taken to the Dark Kingdom by them and turned into Diablo. The corners of Lin Li's mouth twitched, and he thought, glad I met you? Meeting you is my greatest misfortune. The Dark Kingdom couldn't go, but became a wild child. Vice President Luo, I thank you. Hey, you're welcome. I'm a person. It's my duty to be righteous and brave, and when I see the injustice on the road, I will take action at the critical time. No wonder you are crazy about breaking into Kyushu? That's right. Luo Hongtian suddenly remembered something, and looked at Lin Li with interest. People who can be targeted by the Dark Kingdom will not have a talent level lower than S level. You kid, is your talent also more than S level? Yes, it's because I'm talented that they take a fancy to me. Luo Hongtian shouted violently, frightening Lin Li. This is just right. I didn't gain much from this trip, so why don't you just send it to the door? Follow me back to the Holy Imperial Academy. A talented talent like you, without the Academy's containment, it is simply a violent thing. Come back with me. I guarantee you a bright future. Lin Li hesitated for a moment, feeling that this was the only way to do it now. Anyway, the Dark Kingdom can't go, and the Holy Imperial Academy is not bad. The big deal is to seek the path of cultivation by yourself in the future. Okay, I'll go back with you. That's right. Welcome to join the family of Xingyu Academy. Lin Li scratched his head, embarrassed. By the way, what's your name? My name is Lin Li. Lin Li? It seems that I have heard it somewhere. It is estimated that it is a student with a heavy name. It doesn't matter. Let's go back to the academy. This place is quite far from Shangjing. Wait, Vice President Luo. What's wrong? Luo Hongtian thought that Lin Li had repented and hurriedly asked, have you repented? No, I want to discuss. Can we take the car back? Don't worry, I'll pay for the travel expenses, and I'll prepare some small barbecues for you throughout the process. Flying is too tossed, and I will practice more in the future. Luo Hongtian was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Okay, listen to you, but barbecue alone isn't enough. I also want beer. Okay, arrange. The city where the two landed was called Liha County, and it was getting late, so Lin Li found a hotel to stay for one night and boarded the train early the next morning. This time, the long journey lasted 9 hours, and Lin Li kept his promise and ordered a table full of barbecue beer. The two of them eat and drink happily in a private room. Don't look at Lin Li's weight of only more than 110 pounds, but he grew up in the Northeast, never lost in drinking, never poured 1,000 cups, and never got drunk in 10,000 cups. As long as he didn't leave, he could live and die. Today, Lin Li's opponent, Luo Hongtian, is simply a legend in the drinking world, and his drinking capacity is amazing. Beer bottles were thrown one after another, and Lin Li had a hard time following. Fortunately, Luo Hongtian loves to brag. As long as Lin Li guides him a little, he can't stop. Hiccup. Lin boy, let me tell you, it's not me who blows. 20 years ago, I, Luo Hongtian, was at the school grass level, and my girlfriends were one after another. And I didn't have to repeat them for a year, because I'm handsome and talented. SS-level lightning elemental ability, how is it? Isn't it powerful? Fortunately, the sound insulation between the bags is good, otherwise Lin Li really wants to go underground and avoid the old man's boasting. The two drank for 6 hours, and finally fell drunk on the bed and fell asleep. I don't know when I will arrive in Beijing at all, thanks to the flight attendant's reminder, otherwise Lin Li would really be tortured by flying. Hiccup. Luo Hongtian hiccuped a dinosaur and patted Lin Li on the shoulder. Lin boy, since I saw you for the first time, I knew that we would definitely get along. Usually in the academy, almost no one can drink me. Now that you have joined, I am not alone. Drinking with Vice President Luo, I also had a lot of fun. You shouldn't talk casually in the future, so as not to get into trouble. Hey, don't call me Vice President Luo, it sounds awkward. You can call me Uncle Luo. If the academy encounters any trouble, just look for me. Anyway, I want to see who dares to mess with me if he doesn't have long eyes. Lin Li secretly regretted it in his heart. This old man gives people the feeling that he is not a wine monk, but like a hooligan. Is this Holy Imperial Academy also a place where gangsters gather? Vice President Luo, here. As soon as the two left the station, they saw a young and energetic young man greeting them, and there was a luxury reception car parked next to them. Let's go. Xiao Lu from the academy is here to pick us up. Lin Li's mood calmed down a little, and he felt that Luo Hongtian still had some face in the academy. After getting into the car, Xiao Lu greeted warmly. You are the genius rescued by Vice Dean Luo from the Dark Kingdom. My name is Louis, and I am the Vice President of the third-year Student Council. Hello, Senior Lu. Vice President Luo, you've worked hard all the way. I'll take you back to your residence to rest. Luo Hongtian waved his hand. No, it's comfortable, go back to the academy directly, and I will also help Linli go through the admission procedures. Louis started the car and drove smoothly. Linli kept complaining in his heart. Why is this surnamed Luo still tired? I almost found a few beautiful women to serve. Silent all the way, the two looked out the window, and the towering luxurious building was shocking. It's too atmospheric, too luxurious, too extravagant. Shangjing is indeed the largest metropolis in China, with 6 famous schools gathering at the core. It is far stronger than Baiqing City and Tianwu City. At this moment, Linli secretly vowed that when he became developed and had strength and status, he would take Xiaoya and his aunt to his side, so that they could also enjoy this wealth. Vice Dean Luo, Lin, we're here. Linli almost fell asleep, suddenly woke up, and looked out the window. Wow, that building is so magnificent, it looks like a palace. He didn't care about Luo Hongtian, who was still sleeping next to him, and got out of the car by himself. The first thing that catches your eye is the courtyard door, which is much larger than the ordinary door. It's better to say it's a courtyard gate. It's better to say it's a dragon gate. On the nearly 30-meter-high fan-shaped door, 2 giant dragons are carved standing opposite each other, and a dragon ball in the middle is shining, as if it is alive. A plaque is erected next to the door, with 4 big characters on it, dragons flying and phoenix dancing, which is a masterpiece at first glance. Holy Imperial Academy. Linli looked sideways. The splendid building complex, modern and classical, embellished with European style and extraordinary momentum. Luo Hongtian looked like he hadn't woken up yet, stretched his waist and yawned. He saw Linli's eyes full of joy, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "How is it? The Holy Imperial Academy is impressive enough, right? This is just the entrance. There is more style inside. Let's go, I'll take you in for a walk." Linli was excited and nodded like pounding garlic. "It's great, this place is so beautiful. You have to go in and take a good look." "Hey, the door is open." "Are you?" Luo Hongtian walked to the dragon gate and roared loudly. Linli thought to himself, this dragon gate doesn't even have a face recognition system, it's really a price drop. The heavy dragon gate slowly opened, and Luo Hongtian strode in. "Classmate Lin, welcome to join Xingyu Academy." Louis parked the car, came to Linli with a smile, and said gently, "Thank you, Senior Lu. Let's go, this will be your home in the future." "My home?" Linli's heart was shocked and slightly startled. If all the teachers and students here can treat people like Lu Yi and Luo Hongtian, then this place is simply heaven. But there is a faint question in my heart, can such a paradise really tolerate its own darkness? For the next 2 hours, Louis drove the reception Ferris bus on campus, carrying Luo Hongtian and Linli, shuttling around the corners of the campus. That's right, just a small part. There are also large areas that are not involved, for the simple reason, because Luo Hongtian was hungry, he shouted to eat barbecue and drink with Linli again. Linli didn't care at all his attention was focused on the scenery in the school. The Holy Imperial Academy is indeed worthy of being one of the top forces in China. Not only is the size of the site shocking, but the green plants on the roadside alone are far better than the major scenic spots. The air is so fresh that every time you take a deep breath, it seems that the fragrance of flowers can penetrate into your nose, which makes you feel comfortable. What made Linli even more strange was that since he stepped into the Holy Imperial Academy, the dark energy in his body had been slowly increasing. Although this change was minimal, he could clearly perceive that there must be a magic circle with elemental buffs here. The magic circle, a secret thing that only high-level superpowers can touch, actually appeared here. And a large-scale buff magic circle like this now, without a strong person above the super level, it is impossible to create it. Not to mention the continuous investment of resources. According to market prices, billions of blue coins are also needed every year. Obviously, the Holy Imperial Academy has a lot of money, and this investment is like a piece of cake for them. Vice President Luo, we are here. Okay, Lin boy, come with me. Linli came back to his senses, looked around, and his curiosity was overwhelming. Huh? Didn't you say go drinking? Here? Don't be in a hurry to drink. I'll talk about it later. Go through the admission procedures for you first, so that they can help you allocate a place to live. I see, I didn't expect Luo Hongtian, an old guy, to care about Linli. So, Linli followed him into a luxurious office building. The three of them took the elevator to the 6th floor and came to the door of a spacious office. Luo Hongtian did not hesitate, kicked the door open with a bang, and his movements were crisp and unrestrained. In an instant, several school leaders in the office were shocked. Seeing that it was Luo Hongtian, everyone just lowered their heads to deal with it and continued to be busy. Linli thought to himself, this old thing is still a gangster, and it is the same everywhere. Teacher Zhang, help this child go through the admission procedures, within 10 minutes, don't delay me from drinking. Luo Hongtian buckled his nostrils and put on a bossy look. The bald school leader smiled and waved to Linli to sit down. A few simple questions. Young man, what's your name? Linli. How old? Just turned 18. Where do you live? Baiqing City, a family of 3. Auntie, me, and a cousin. The bald teacher looked up and sighed slightly, feeling that this child was ill-fated. Snap. A document was stamped, and he said, your exclusive room is in building 076, room 303, and fill in the other blanks blanks yourself. Linley took the form, nodded, and secretly thanked him in his heart. He used a black pen to fill in the remaining spaces. Elemental attributes, Dark System, Talent Level, SSS Level, Strength Level, Beginner Level 1. Everything was ready. He nodded in satisfaction and handed the document back. Okay, Vice President Luo, can you wait a minute? Suddenly, his scream interrupted everyone's thoughts. With an exclamation accompanied by a twist in his waist, Linley was almost so frightened that he couldn't stand still. Several school leaders were also stunned. Zhang Lei, what happened to you? Someone hurriedly stepped forward to be concerned. When did I offend you? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Lei's face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost, and he kept wailing. Luo, Vice President Luo, I really don't know where I offended you. Why are you doing this to me? He even began to shed tears, like a wronged child. Luo Hongtian finally reacted, quickly stepped forward, and took the document from the desktop. Teacher Li, look, this is? The document read, Name, Lin Li, Talent Level, SSS-level Legendary Talent, Elemental Attribute, Dark. He looked at the information, and suddenly froze. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Luo Hongtian slapped his head violently, and his heart was shocked. The name is too familiar to him. As the old grandson mentioned, Linley from Baicheng City has awakened the SSS-level Dark Elemental ability, and the deans of the 5 colleges are all moved. But because the instability and destructive power of the Dark System were too strong, no one dared to accept him as an apprentice easily. He muttered to himself, it's over, it's over. Everyone was speechless, only to hear a depressing heaviness in the air. This is the legendary genius? Wait, did we get a big guy? Linley has officially become a member of our Xingyu Academy. Do you know? Several school leaders looked at each other, their hearts filled with fear. Luo Hongtian's face was full of complications, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he secretly swore in his heart, in the future, when encountering people with dark abilities, they should be more careful, otherwise they will be provoked, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Vice President Luo, leaders, Linley, voluntarily dropped out of school, so I won't cause you trouble. Linley, who had been silent, finally spoke. In fact, he had expected this situation in front of him for a long time, but he didn't expect the situation to be so intense. In this case, it is better to get to know each other and leave as soon as possible to avoid causing trouble to others. People don't like themselves, and they are awkward, so why don't you go to the Dark Kingdom to try again? Maybe they can still want yourself. Enough! After Luo Hongtian calmed down, he shouted to stop everyone. Lin boy, Luo Hongtian, spit and nail, since I said that I want to accept you, no matter what ability attributes you have, what talent level, what monsters I have. To accept it, isn't it the instability of the Dark System? I'll find a way to solve it for you. Speaking of this, Luo Hongtian pointed to several school leaders and said proudly, you guys are chewing your tongues behind your backs. From now on, I personally guarantee for Linley, all the impacts and risks he has caused will be borne by me. I will explain to the old grandson how to continue to arrange Linley's affairs. If anyone dares to wear small shoes for me, I won't break his chrysanthemums, even his iron. Several school leaders were bluffed by Luo Hongtian's domineering energy, and they all shut up and did not dare to comment again. Lin boy, let's go. Linley followed Luo Hongtian out of the office door, standing at the door and listening to the whole story clearly, and the way he looked at Linley changed at this moment. Not hostility, but curious. It seemed that there was something in his heart, and he was eager to ask it, but when he saw Luo Hongtian's menacing appearance, he didn't dare to open his mouth. After leaving the office building, several people returned to the Ferris car. Luo Hongtian's expression collapsed instantly. Sad, really sad. Lin boy, Luo Hongtian, have been planted in your hands. Why don't you say you are Linley when you meet? Linley looked at Luo Hongtian with a confused face. This old man was mouthful, right? Luo Hongtian reacted, straightened his thoughts and said, I mean, why don't you tell me that you are the Linley who awakened the SSS-level Dark Talent? You didn't ask either? You didn't ask me about attributes and abilities along the way, so I'm embarrassed to mention it. Luo Hongtian figured it out. The 4 guys in the Dark Kingdom didn't lie. Linley was really not taken away by them. He completely took a fancy to Linley's SSS-level Dark System talent, invited him to join the Dark Kingdom, and focused on cultivating. As a result, he cut off the debt, and finally inexplicably took a big black pot. Who can I talk to about this? That, Vice President Luo, where are we going next? Where else can I go? Of course, I went to discuss it with Dean's son. Luo Hongtian leaned helplessly on the chair, his brows furrowed, his eyes empty, as if he was contemplating something. Uncle Luo, in fact, you don't have to be so embarrassed. Linley tried to ease the atmosphere. The Holy Imperial Academy is not the only choice for me. The Dark Kingdom. What? Are you me against me? Luo Hongtian sat up suddenly, glaring angrily. Are you saying that our Holy Emperor is not as good as the Dark Kingdom? Or do you think our college can't teach talents? Is the treatment not good enough? No, Uncle Luo, I didn't mean that. Linley quickly shook his head, for fear of annoying the other party. Okay, I still use you to teach a lesson? In a word, bubbles in your mouth, nails can't nail you. Since you have joined the Holy Emperor, you will be our person from now on, and Dean's son cannot change this fact. Seeing Luo Hongtian's attitude, Lin Li didn't say more, so as not to cause misunderstandings again. But I thought to myself, at this time, it would be the wisest choice for me to join the Dark Kingdom. You say you can't teach me anything, and you make yourself stinky, it's not worth it. However, it seems inevitable that there will be an argument, after all. 10 minutes later. In a magnificent and luxurious palace-like building, Lin Li and Louis stood outside the door, quietly listening to Luo Hongtian's reprimand. Did you get in your head? Who dares to bring anyone into the academy? SSS-level Dark ability. Do you know how much risk this will bring to the academy? What will the outside world say? Don't be fucking dumb, talk quickly. Sun Wukong, the dean of the Holy Imperial Academy, was the old man who used the Holy Light System ability to dispel the dark clouds of Bai City. Lin Li remembered that he looked kind, but at this moment his temper was even more irritable than Luo Hongtian's. Dean son, calm your anger. Don't come to this set. This is the academy, not the wine bureau. Call me Dean son. Ouch, Dean son, I don't think this matter is necessarily all bad, but there are also benefits. Our college is ranked third, not without reason. The reason we're so high in the line is because we have an SSS-level genius, and of course, you, the light genius town field. Now the situation is different. With Lin Li, the academy has suddenly become two SSS-level legends. There are only two people in Shanghui. You all know what the dark system represents, and you all know it in your heart. It means disaster, it means destruction, and it can explode at any time. Oh, Kong, Dean son, you are depressed. The dark and holy light systems are theoretically equal. If it weren't for the elemental ability being too unstable, maybe it could surpass the holy light system. Sun Wukong nodded and his brows relaxed. You're right, everyone understands this big truth. As long as Lin Li is cultivated into a holy rank ability, the God King realm is not a dream when the time comes. It's the heyday of our Shenzhou human race. Those miscellaneous pieces outside want to mess with us? Easy. But, he pondered for a moment, frowning slightly. How can you guarantee that he won't go astray? Even if he doesn't go astray, what do you use to teach him? Dark abilities, you and I both understand. This, Luo Hongtian scratched his head, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. We won't, but it doesn't mean that Lin Li won't discover it himself. The simplest is to improve yourself by fighting. We just need to guide him by the side to make sure he is not corrupted by the dark origin, right? What do you think? That's a lot. Although Sun Wukong was scolding, he also knew that since Lin Li had joined the Holy Emperor, the hidden dangers behind the dark system had to be solved. As for the comments from the outside world, love it. After all, Xingyu College is the third best school in China, so why be afraid of rumors? Lin Li, come in. Hearing Sun Wukong call himself, Lin Li hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in, standing respectfully at the desk, standing side by side with Luo Hongtian. Now that you've joined, there's no way out. I won't fire you or embarrass you. As long as you control your heart, I and a few old-timers will always pay attention to your mentality, and once we find any deviations, we will help you correct them immediately. You cultivate by yourself, and you still rely on yourself. If you are not motivated, we can't help you. Therefore, from now on, Vice President Luo will be responsible for guiding you, which can be regarded as your responsibility and supervision. If something goes wrong, the first thing is to trouble him. Luo Hongtian shrugged helplessly. It doesn't matter. As long as Lin Li is willing to stay, he will be satisfied. Dean son, please rest assured. I, Lin Li, will join the Holy Emperor, and I will definitely abide by the rules, keep my heart, and not bow to the darkness. Lin Li's eyes were resolute, his tone was sincere, and there was no falsehood at all. Alas, Sun Wukong sighed and muttered, you are a good boy, but unfortunately you have awakened the dark system. However, I believe in you. Go back and rest. Thank you, Dean son. Lin Li bowed 90 degrees, turned around and walked out of the room. Lin, congratulations on being recognized by Dean Sunday. Hey, I didn't expect to be accepted by Dean Sun, and I asked Senior Lu to give me more advice in the future. You're welcome. I have a few questions for you. I don't know. Okay, Senior Lu, even if you ask, I will definitely know everything. Okay, let's go out and talk. Ha, Hongtian, when Lin Li grows up, let him and Lu Qingyan meet and have a discussion. I want to see how strong the dark talent is. This, Brother Kong, Lu Qingyan is already at the third level of the intermediate level. Lin Li has not practiced yet. How long will it take to fight? You idiot, isn't the Dark Leapfrog Challenge just talking? Sun Wukong turned the computer screen to Luo Hongtian, showing the picture of Lin Li and Zhang Xiao fighting. Luo Hongtian had a smile on his face, and after reading it, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the person I like. The first level can suppress the fourth level, although that kid is stupid, but the strength is real. Interesting. Humph. If it weren't for this kid's amazing talent, I wouldn't have accepted him. Ha, Huang Fian, that old thing also set his sights on Lin Li? That old guy doesn't care whether it's the dark department or other departments at all. There are a lot of resources in the dark department at Huali Academy. What is the difference between his actions and the Dark Kingdom and the Evil Spirit Temple? Sun Wukong waved his hand and interrupted. It's good that you know some things in your heart, but a decent mind may not be pure. Classmate Lin, how strong strong is the power of the dark system? This, Linley thought for a while, and could only say, I have just awakened and don't understand it very well. 2 days ago, I had a fight with a beginner level 4 flame superpower. How long have you been holding out? After hearing this, Luyi's eyes lit up. You won? Still stopped by the 3rd level of the middle class? Yes, I won. I originally wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped. Is it really fake? This is unlikely, right? What I said is true. Vice President Luo saw it with his own eyes, and he knew it. Are you sure? Lewis looked shocked. Of course. When I was fighting, Vice President Luo was next to me. That is to say, can Linley really fight by leapfrog? That's right, although the other party's IQ is not high, but the strength is there. If someone hadn't intervened, Linley would have killed him long ago. The audience was silent. Lewis swallowed. You want to kill someone? Yes, because that man moved my family. Linley's tone was cold, and his eyes were sharp, like ice. He must die. These words made Louis secretly shocked. It turned out that Linley also had such a decisive side. Ha ha ha. Good. Man, that's it. Luo Hongtian patted Linley on the shoulder and smiled boldly, ruthless and willing to work hard. You are a real man. I want to be like you. Kill that Huali. Huali? Lewis was puzzled. It's okay, don't ask too much. Luo Hongtian hurriedly stopped, with a smug smile on his face. Drop. Fingerprint verification is successful. Welcome home. Linley drunkenly pushed open the apartment door, touched the wall at the door, and sure enough found the switch. With a pop, the lights came on. Linley was not in the mood to watch the configuration in the luxury apartment, closed the door, went straight to the bed, took off his shoes, shirt, and pants indiscriminately, and then fell headlong. Luo Hongtian, you old deflated calf, you can drink you too much. That's right, Linley had a big battle with Luo Hongtian before returning to the apartment. DD. Today's Luo Hongtian is particularly combative. It may really be psychological pressure to be resolved. Beer, white, red or mixed. Linley was defeated for the first time. Defeated. All the cafeterias of CU Academy are free, of course. You can choose not to do it for free and hire a celebrity chef to do it. This is how Luo Hongtian's old thing was chosen, and in the end, Linley paid for it. 99 blue coins. Linley really hurts. Originally, he saved more than 1 million blue coins, 500,000 yuan, bought a house, 600,000 left for Xiaoya and his aunt to live, and less than 300,000 yuan. According to the current speed of expenses, 300,000 yuan can't last a few days. Dong. It was detected that the owner was in a state of alcoholism. The air conditioning temperature had been adjusted to 26 degrees, and decanting tea was being prepared. What the hell? Who speaks? Linley sat up in a daze, looked around, and found nothing unusual. Okay. Dong. Hello master, I am your intelligent housekeeper Xiaoyan. If you need anything, just tell me. Only then did Linley notice that there was a smart voice speaker in the corner, and a kawaii maid was waving to him on the screen. Linley smirked, raised his hand and shook it. Hello, little cancer. Hello master. Hiccup. Linley hiccuped, feeling his head getting heavier and heavier, and fell back with a bang. As soon as I closed my eyes and was about to snore, the ringtone of my phone surrounded my ears. I love you walking alone in a dark alley. I love the way you don't kneel. Hello? Who is it? Brother Linley, I'm Xiaoya. Xiaoya? Linley's brain couldn't keep up with his ears, and it took a moment to recover. Xiaoya, how are you and your aunt? Have you arrived in Tianwu City? My aunt and I, and Brother Hongi just arrived. Brother Linley, the house you bought is really too big. Great. And Brother Hongi arranged a lot of daily necessities for us and installed a lot of smart homes that I haven't seen before. Smart home? Linley glanced at the little cancer in the corner and then said with satisfaction, it's good if you live comfortably. Thank you Hongi for my brother. Don't worry, brother. Oh yes, how are you there? Everything is going well. I have arrived at my destination. I will take care of myself. But Xiaoya, you must take care of yourself and listen to your aunt's words. Don't worry, brother. When will I not be good? Linley smiled dotingly. Immediately, she chatted with Wang Linying for a few more words, thinking about herself wherever she went, and gave her a good instruction. Finally, when I saw that it was getting late, I hung up the phone. Linley stared at the ceiling half drunk, his mood very complicated. It was too tortuous, and I finally settled here. But what can this place teach itself? Tomorrow I will go to the first basic course. I hope everything goes well and can be of some use to myself. The next morning at 7 o'clock sharp, Xiao Yan asked Linley to get up on time. The beautiful singing woke Linley from his sleep, and today's lessons were sent to his mobile phone. I have to say that it is really good to have a smart housekeeper. Linley Shu took a comfortable bath after getting up and simply tidied up his appearance. Finally, he changed into the academy uniform prepared in advance in the closet and went out with a small bag. The morning sun is very warm, it is early autumn, and the leaves are slightly yellow. Birds surround the forest, and flowers and plants dance in the wind. The fresh and comfortable air made Linley very intoxicated, and people came and went on the asphalt road. All kinds of handsome men and beautiful women dressed in college uniforms rushed to the teaching place. As he walked, Linley heard a sound of things scattering. Looking back, it was a stack of documents scattered on the ground in the arms of a female classmate. At this moment, he was squatting on the ground and hurriedly picked it up. Linley is in spirit it to pick up girls. It was the principle of warmth and friendship that helped the girl pick up most of the documents. This classmate, thank you so much. When the girl saw that someone was helping her, she was very polite and grateful. Immediately, the two got up at the same time, their eyes intertwined. Linley said in his heart, "It's so beautiful." And the girl's eyes also crossed a trace of envy, obviously touched by Linley's handsome appearance. "Hello classmates, my name is Lu Qingyu. Thank you for your help this time," Lu whispered. Linley always felt that the name was a little familiar. Remembered, there is a senior sister named Lu Qingyan, the legendary talent of SSS-level Ice Elemental abilities. It is also known as the treasure of the town courtyard of the Holy Imperial Academy. "Oh, hello, my name is Lin Li." "Oh, Lin Li? Are you Lin Li?" When Lu Qingyu heard Lin Li's name, he was shocked, and then horror turned into curiosity, and curiosity turned into excitement. Are you the Lin Li who awakened the SSS-level Dark ability and joined our Holy Imperial Academy yesterday? When did Buddy become so famous? The Holy Emperor, who only joined yesterday, is known to everyone today? I am. How do you know? My sister told me. She is very interested in you, and she is clamoring all day to find an opportunity to compete with you. But don't worry, my sister will not bully the small with the big. If it really is a competition, she will also suppress her own strength to the level of yours. Your sister is Lu Qingyan, Senior Lu? Yes, it's really a sister. Then please help me tell Senior Lu. I am also looking forward to sparring with him. No problem. By the way, Lin, which class are you assigned to now? Linley was stunned. He didn't know either. Then he took out his mobile phone and glanced at the course schedule sent by Xiaoyan. Basic classroom area, 1st grade class 1001 building 001. Wow, you are actually in the same class as me? Ha, are you sure? Linley thought to himself, could there be such a coincidence? Of course, I am also in the 1st grade, but the ranking is a little lower. Ranking? What ranking? Linley knew less than 1% about the Holy Imperial Academy, so he didn't know 80% of what Lu Qingyu said. Classmate Lin, let's talk as we go. In order to thank you for your help, I will tell you about the system of Xingyu Academy. Okay, then trouble whispering classmates. In this way, the two walked side by side, laughing and laughing, very harmonious. According to Lu's whispered narration, the system of the Holy Imperial Academy is also quite simple. There are 5 grades, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At present, Lin Li and Lu Qingyu are both in the 1st grade. Like Lu Yi and Lu Qingyan, they are both in the 3rd grade. There are 100 classes in each grade. Each class has 30 people. The higher the class ranking, the higher the talent level of the students in the class. For example, in the 1st grade class, there are 8 SS-level elemental abilities and 21 S-level elemental abilities. And these 21 S-level elemental superpowers either have special elemental attributes, or they perform exceptionally well among their peers, otherwise they will not enter the strongest talent class of the Holy Emperor. Lu Qingyu's talent level is currently ranked 10th in the class, and his S-level Holy Light elemental ability is extremely valuable for training. Looking at the entire mainland of China, it is a rare existence. Because the SSS-level Holy Light department has never appeared, only one SS-level Holy Light genius has appeared, that is, the current president of the Holy Imperial Academy, Sun Wukong. Secondly, it is Lu Qingyu's S-level Holy Light type superpower. It can be seen how rare this genius is. With Lin's joining, my ranking is going to be low again. Lin Li scratched his head awkwardly. This was also an unintentional move. Lu Qingyu saw Lin Li's appearance, and smiled and said, "Oh, I'm joking. The ranking is not that important to me, but it is very likely that you will snatch the title of the 1st Holy Emperor with my sister." The Holy Emperor is the 1st? I'm not interested. This is the truth. As the so-called tree big wind, originally Lin Li's SSS-level Dark ability was enough to attract bees and butterflies, and then fill in the name of the 1st Holy Emperor. It might cause a lot of trouble. 99 out of 100 people are scrupulous about the existence of the Dark system. If Lin Li is allowed to reach the top, that group of people must not overturn the Holy Emperor. You're not interested. My sister is. It is rumored that the Dark system is the most powerful and rare elemental ability among all genera, even rarer than the Holy Light system, and some people have said that the Dark system can achieve leapfrog challenges because the energy of the Dark system is too pure and huge, so it is easy to go crazy and lose your mind. Lin Li was silent on the sidelines, and the rumors that Lu Qingyu knew were all true. Needless to say, the leapfrog challenge is pure and powerful. This is the madness. Maybe it's because Lin Li's realm is too low, so I haven't touched it yet. Lin, we're here. After Lu Qingyu's reminder, Lin Li calmed down and looked ahead. It's a classroom? This is clearly a gladiatorial arena, right? It's not a European-style gladiatorial arena, but a modern-style, large-scale martial arts training ground. Rows of towering buildings surround a high platform the size of nearly 3 football fields, and on the high platform, there are a lot of sports equipment and teaching tools. The painting style is particularly strange. Lin, this venue is where we practice. Usually when taking physical training courses or skill development classes, there is a physical fitness class this afternoon. Very fun. Lu Qingyu glanced at Lin Li very mysteriously, making the latter latter feel uncomfortable. I always feel that the 4 words very fun are very meaningful. Well, that's quite exciting. Let's go. That building is the classroom of our class. The whole building is there. The two climbed onto the high platform and walked towards the golden building in the middle. Whisper, who is this kid? Linley secretly said that it was not good, and the bloody plot was about to be staged. Is this the sadness of being the protagonist? Wu Xiao, am I that familiar with you? Please call me Lu Qingyu. Thank you for your cooperation. Lu Qingyu's footsteps kept stopping, and he still walked to the classroom in parallel with Linley. Whisper, whisper. A taller boy with a tall figure appeared in Linley's field of vision. Wu Xiao trotted in front of the two of them, first glanced at Linley, and then whispered hard to Lu Qingyu, be coquettish. Whispering, why are you always avoiding me? Is it because of this kid? Have you made a new boyfriend? Wu Xiao, what is a new boyfriend? Have I had a boyfriend before? Please don't be amorous, okay? You really admit that this kid is your boyfriend. Me? When did I admit it? This is a new classmate in our class. I happened to meet him on the road, so I brought him here. The more Lu Qingyu spoke, the more he felt wrong. Explain to him a fart? Did I explain it to you? What is the relationship between the two of us and what do you do? Please disappear in front of my eyes, otherwise I'm welcome. Lu Qingyu became more and more angry as he spoke and directly stretched out his palm. A cloud of golden light converged, and the strength of the 6th level of the First Order was clearly visible. Whisper, don't get excited. I just care about you. Since I am a new classmate, then I also have the responsibility to care about it. Seeing that Lu Qingyu wanted to play for real, Wu Xiao hurriedly leaned next to Linley and made it into a shield. New classmate, what do you call me? I was too impulsive just now. Don't you mind borrowing your body? Borrow my body for a while? Why does this sound so awkward? No, don't mind. My name is Linley. What's your name? Wu Xiao was directly startled and hurriedly took 2 steps back, keeping a certain distance from Linley. Cut, you are still worthy of pesting me? When I heard Lin's name, I was frightened by this virtue, which really embarrassed our class. Lu whispered and played on the topic and laughed at Wu Xiao fiercely. No, Whisper, listen to me. This kid is a legendary talent of the dark system. Do you know how dangerous it is? How can you stay with such a person? Linley's face collapsed instantly. What is this kind of person? What's wrong with people like me? Eat your rice or drink your water? Wu Xiao, take care of your mouth. What's wrong with the dark system? Are you worthy of being compared to the dark system? Just your little talent is not a fart in the eyes of Lin. Are you embarrassed to laugh at others? Linley silently gave Lu Qingyu a thumbs up. This girl said beautifully, Anyway, this kid is still very dangerous. What if he plots against you? Linley raised his eyes. He didn't wear this hat himself. Even if you have this idea, you can't admit it. Wu Xiao, how many years can you be sentenced to framing for stolen goods? What did you say? Ha! Wu Xiao sneered, although there was still a little fear in his eyes, but the goddess had to pick it up when he was present. What? Speaking of your heart? Don't think that you can seduce my goddess with a little beauty. So what about the dark system? Just because you are a dark type, you are not worthy of being tainted by the willow goddess. She is a pure holy light type. What the hell? Am I a bit of a seducer? This is a bit insulting. Which man can stand it? What about you? What kind of poor genius are you? That's definitely not as good as your Linley Great Demon King. I'm just a poor SS-level wood type. Linley and Lu whispered quite tacitly and laughed out loud at the same time. I thought you were being humble, but it turns out that you are really garbage. Ha ha ha. Wu Xiao, you finally recognize your strength and status. I'm so happy. The actions of the two successfully attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, and many people who were not afraid of big things followed suit. I don't know what I'm having fun with. Anyway, I can watch a good show with the music. Wu Xiao is now angry and crying. Shooting yourself in the foot is also a skill. Originally, I wanted to insinuate a wave of Linley, but I didn't expect to be taken by the other party, and by the way, I gave myself a slap in the face. That's called a loud one. Linley, I'm going to go head to head with you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Qingyu frowned and put away his smile, realizing that something was wrong. This Wu Xiao and himself are both beginner level 6 superpowers. No matter what elemental genius he is, it is not something Linley can deal with. Wu Xiao, do you want to have a face? Linley has just awakened for 2 days, and you have been awakening for half a year, and you have been practicing for so long. How did you cheekily challenge Lin? Now the surrounding melon-eating masses understood. It turned out that Linley, who had SSS-level Dark Elemental abilities, was facing Wu Xiao, who had SS-level Wood-type Elemental abilities. Hey, SSS-level Dark System? Everyone suddenly reacted and took 2 big steps back. What's more, they were so frightened that they left the masses and went to class. This person is the legendary talent of the SSS-level Dark System? How did he appear in our academy? I just heard that it seemed to be brought back by Vice President Luo, and Dean Sun also agreed. No one knows what is going on. Oh my god, bringing the Dark Department to the academy, isn't our safety issue important? If Linley is demonized, then won't we suffer? No, you can't let Linley make a move. I heard that the Dark System is demonized in battle. Damn Wu Xiao, do you want to kill us? Wu Xiao, Linley, ******, well said. Lu Qingyu, I don't have to worry about it now. Sure enough, the eyes of the masses were bright, and the blame instantly covered Wu Xiu. A group of people blamed him for it. They didn't say that it was because they were afraid of Lin Li's demonization. They said that Wu Xiu was shameless, and the 6th level old man beat a 1st level newcomer, and his skin was simply thicker than the city wall. Stop, stop, stop. Wu Xiu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly to stop the people around him. Okay, don't I fight? Am I wrong? How can there be someone like you? He is the dark system, not to mention the goddess who robbed me and mocked me. The most infuriating thing is that you still criticize me. I don't play anymore. It's too bullying. In the end, Wu Xiu snot and burst into tears and fled directly from the teaching area. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a look for Lin Li. Lin Li said in his heart, okay, another hatred. Being the protagonist is tiring. Okay, Lin, it's getting late. It's time for us to go to class. Lin Li nodded and followed Lu Qingyu into the golden building. Today is very honored. We welcomed a new classmate. I believe everyone has heard of it. Lin Li, let's introduce ourselves to everyone. The beautiful teacher on the stage is named Cui Yayun, about 30 years old, a 9th level powerhouse, and the head teacher of the 1st grade class of Xingyu Academy. Just like Lin Li, an SSS-level dark superpower, other teachers have long been numb. Welcome to a fart. It's purely a time bomb for his class. No, it should be a nuclear bomb. If something happens to this, the first unlucky person will be yourself. But there is no way for the top management of the college to solve it. What can he do as a teacher? Take one step at a time. If something really happens, it will be your own bad luck. Besides, there is Luo Hongtian as the guarantor, so there should be no big problem. Let's do it. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Li, 18 years old, biting people. My ability is SSS-level Dark. I know people are very resistant to this genus, but for me, any genus has its value. I, Lin Li, can assure you here that as long as you don't provoke me, I won't provoke or threaten you. I will solve the negative impact of the dark system myself, and the demonization will never happen to me. Therefore, please believe me, I also want to coexist peacefully with my classmates, make progress together, and contribute to the mainland of China together. Papa! A burst of applause came that was not too loud, and the leader was definitely Lu Qingyu, followed by the head teacher Cui Yayun. Lin Li's speech penetrated her heart. She also understood that Lin Li was a good boy, and awakening the dark ability was not something he wanted to do. Blindly resisting and excluding would only make him fall into the mud, resulting in resentment and easier demonization. It is better to touch him with warmth and take care of him. Maybe Lin Li's mentality will improve as a result? Lin said very well, my point of view is the same. The dark department does not mean that it will be 100% demonized. There are many people in other departments who are demonized. Let's not look at Lin Li with strange eyes. Since he can join the Holy Emperor, it means that the dean trusts him, and the school leaders trust him, so we should also trust him. Teacher Cui is right. From now on, Lin Li is my good friend. Whoever can't get along with him is not getting along with me, Lu Qingyu, and whoever can't get along with me, Lu Qingyu. Speaking of this, Lu Qingyu looked around at all the students present, especially the group of people who were ranked low and whose strength and status were not as good as Lu Qingyu's. They all had a thrill. Can't get along with her? If you can't get along with her, you can't get along with Lu Qingyan. Just kidding. Looking at the entire Holy Imperial Academy, who dares to provoke Lu Qingyan? Lin Li, go find a seat. Cui Yayun didn't know what to say. Since Lu Qingyu came forward, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Lin Li walked down from the ridiculously large podium, and it happened that the seat next to Lu Qingyu was empty, so he simply sat there. Lin Li swore that this so-called first-grade classroom was definitely the most luxurious and outrageous classroom he had ever seen in his life. The entire building is 30 stories high, and the first floor is where their basic courses are taught. Well, it's a hall-style education. The podium more than 1 meter high covers an area of more than 100 square meters. There are 30 luxury leather chairs below, slightly lower than the podium, but just right. There was an attendant standing next to each chair, yes, a squire who specialized in serving students. However, not every classroom will have an attendant. It is limited to the first 3 classes of each grade, and in the 4th and 5th grades, there is no need for attendance, because the 4th and 5th grade students will not study in the academy at all, but will go to the border area of China, participate in practical teaching. Although this is very dangerous and will face the most vicious beasts, it is also something that every person with special abilities must go through. As the saying goes, if you don't experience wind and rain, how can you see a rainbow? Without experiencing the trials of life and death, how can you ascend to the position of a strong man? Lin, Senior Lin, what do you want to drink? The male attendant standing next to Lin Li looked particularly nervous, because he himself was also a superpower, although it was only a B-level talent, but he knew very well what the dark system meant. Lin Li shook his head and motioned for himself not to drink anything. Okay, then let's start today's basic cultivation class. Last time we talked about the power of the origin of the elements. Let's review this lesson, and by the way, bring a new classmate. As we all know, the 10 major elements are holy light, dark, ice, flame, thunder, wind, gold, earth, wood, and super. And the cultivation level division of all elements is the same, namely the beginner, intermediate, high, super, holy and legendary God King realm. At present, no one in the supernatural realm has yet come into contact with the holy ladder and the God King realm. Dean Wang of Shanghui Academy is currently in the super level 10, only one step away from the holy order. But this step is far from as simple as we imagined. As long as Dean Wang can take the lead in taking this step, the supernatural realm will usher in a new era of change. So, let's talk about the cultivation method of elemental abilities. The first and most direct method, combat. Combat can stimulate the potential power of the superpower, strengthen and break through the limit of one's own endurance, so as to achieve the effect of promotion. The second is to obtain designated elemental abilities by absorbing elemental crystals or exotic beast crystals, so as to achieve the effect of promotion. But this cultivation method is not recommended for you to use. At least don't use it before the middle level. First of all, whether it is elemental crystallization or exotic beast crystallization, it is an extremely rare and precious existence, which not only requires a lot of financial resources, but also faces huge risks. Snatching crystals happens almost every day, because this kind of thing is simply a supreme treasure for those with lower talents. With the help of crystallization, they will save a lot of cultivation time, so as to achieve the purpose of rapid promotion. But this promotion method is far from being solid by one's own cultivation. External force is an external force after all. You need a certain amount of time to integrate, refine. During this period, if you are a little careless, you will be backlashed by external forces, thus hurting yourself. So the teacher advocates that you rely on the third method of cultivation. The third method is also the most common and solid cultivation method, gathering energy. By absorbing and gathering the natural elemental energy between heaven and earth, we can strengthen our own elemental abilities and break through the shackles of each layer of the realm. Everyone here, all of you are geniuses among geniuses. This cultivation method is very simple for you, and the cultivation speed will be 10 times faster than that of low-level talent superpowers, 100 times. The higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed. Speaking of this, Cui Yayan unconsciously shifted his gaze to Linli, and several classmates around him also shifted their gaze to Linli. Linli complained wildly in his heart. What are you looking at? Ahem. Linli should not have been exposed to these three cultivation methods. The teacher really doesn't know much about the dark system, and I can't guarantee whether this third cultivation method is suitable for the dark department teacher. Why don't Linli try it? It just happened to let other students see the special features of SSS-level talented people. Cui Yayun's move instantly aroused the interest of all the students present, and they also wanted to see what was so special about the legendary dark system, the energy it held. Linli always felt awkward. Did this cultivation method really apply to him? Where does the dark element come from in broad daylight? However, since the teacher said it, it is not easy to refuse. What if it works? So, Linli got up and came to the center of the podium. Cui Yayun instructed Linli on the side, found a cushion to spread on the ground, and sat cross-legged. Adjust the rhythm of breathing, stabilize the mind, establish a connection with the abilities in the body, try to perceive the dark elements between heaven and earth from the inside out, and then gather, attract, and pour them into the body. At this moment, Cui Yayun was somewhat nervous, and the more than 20 students in the audience were even more nervous. Don't go wrong, the dark rampage is notoriously terrifying, and everyone here is very sorry for their lives. As time passed, sweat droplets gradually oozed from Lin Li's forehead. He followed Cui Yayun's method and used the dark elements in his body to sense the dark elements around him, but he sensed them for a long time, and there was no hair. The dark system didn't feel the slightest trace, but it was other genus elements, overwhelming, everywhere. Lin Li was very puzzled. Shouldn't the dark elements be filled with heaven and earth like other elements? Night and day do not affect elemental changes, because there are dark places during the day, and there are places of light in the night. But what is outrageous is that no matter how Lin Li guides and perceives, there is no dark element between heaven and earth. How else to play this? Lin Li suddenly remembered something. The last time he fought Zhang Xiao, his dark energy could devour his flame energy, and the dark impact after devouring it was even more powerful. Does that mean that you can use the dark energy in your body to absorb all the genus energy between heaven and earth? A dead horse is a living horse, doctor. How do you know if you don't try? This time, Lin Li no longer picked and chose, deliberately looking for the dark element, but did not refuse to come, frantically absorbing elemental energy within a radius of 100 meters. Cui Yayun clearly sensed that the surrounding elemental abilities were surging wildly, and the target points were all Lin Li. Lin, what is Lin Li doing? Absorbing elemental abilities of all attributes? Oh my god, is he crazy? Absorbing elemental abilities that do not belong to oneself will cause energy backlash. How do I feel that the ability emitted by Lin Li is getting stronger and stronger? The students in the audience talked a lot, and Lu Qingyu was not to mention how excited he was to see this scene. Lin Li's performance was really extraordinary, far beyond the scope of common sense. But Cui Yayun on the stage had the opposite attitude of Lu Qingyu. Although he had never been in contact with the dark department, he could see Lin Li's appearance and was extremely worried. The dark system can devour enemy skills in battle, but can it also be done in training? That's still the case. Lin Lin Li's absorption speed was getting faster and faster, and the elements of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 meters were looted. Lin Li gathered the mixed elements he absorbed together and sank to the position of the Dantian. It was quickly absorbed by the original dark power, and Lin Li himself clearly sensed that the energy in his body was growing rapidly and was about to break through to a bottleneck. And that bottleneck doesn't need to be guessed to know. It is the bottleneck of the second level of the first level. Click. With a burst of cracking sound in Lin Li's consciousness, finally, the momentum of the second level of the first order came out. I was stunned by all the old irons present. O'Connell is not right, it is teachers and students. Ha! After breaking through, Lin Li felt that his whole body was full of strength and exhaled a deep turbid breath. Thank you, Teacher Chui, for your guidance, although the cultivation process has changed slightly, but this method is also quite suitable for me. Some changes? Chui Yayun held a bunch of words in his stomach, but in the end he didn't say anything. The dark system can absorb the abilities of all the genera and use it for itself. The most incredible thing is that there are no side effects at all, and it can easily break through. How many days has Lin Li awakened? Less than 3 days, right? It's just the second level of the beginner? Lin Li, you are really talented. Now my sister has a challenge to her opponent. Lu Qingyu's words were another big breaking point. Lu Qingyan set his sights on Lin Li. Also, the two are both SSS level. Who will serve whom? And looking at it like this, Lin Li's cultivation speed is much faster than Lu Qingyan's. The other party has awakened the ability for almost a year and a half, and he is already a middle-level third-level powerhouse. Lu Qingyu, who woke up 10 days later than him, was only able to reach the 6th level of the initial level. This gap is clear at a glance. Lin, you really gave me a big surprise. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Get back to your seat first. Chui Yayun didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The unknowability brought by the dark system was too high. This was still the third, most common, and slowest benchmark cultivation method, so if the second one was also useful. Oh my god. Chui Yayun looked at himself in amazement. If Lin Li will not be lost by the darkness in the future, then in a maximum of 15 years, or even shorter, he will surpass the 6 deans and become the first person in China. Lin Li's first lesson ended like this. In the second half of the class, Chui Yayun talked about some basic knowledge, and Lin Li listened quite carefully, because he found that a lot of knowledge can be instilled in the dark system. Of course, there are many undesirable points. The specific ones need to be practiced and discovered by Lin Li himself. After class, Lu Qingyu took the initiative to invite Lin Li to lunch, mainly because someone wanted to see him. Who else can there be? Lu Qingjianbi. But before the two walked out of the classroom, 3 figures stopped in front of Lin Li. Wu Xiu, you're not done, are you? Lu Qingyu's face gradually became cold, and Wu Xiu's dead face really touched his bottom line. Goddess Lu, don't get me wrong, we are interested in Lin Li, not you. A boy with blue hair and a delicate face spoke. Interested in me? Why? Do you want to challenge me? In terms of appearance and momentum, Lin Li has never convinced anyone. I like to deal with smart people. Let me introduce myself. My name is Si Yufeng, SS-level Gold Elemental ability, currently ranked 4th in the class, affected by you, 5th for the time being. My name is Yao Tong. I am currently ranked 6th, and I have an SS-level Wind Elemental ability. Lin Li looked at Yao Tong beside Si Yufeng. This guy is not bad looking, he is tall, and he has 1/3 of Lin Li's momentum. Lin Li, for the sake of fairness, give you a month. We have also seen your cultivation speed. In a month, the 4th or even the 5th level of the first level may be reached, and my Sifeng, currently the 8th level of the first level. He Yao Tong is the 7th level of the first level, and Wu Xiu is the 6th level of the first level. If you can defeat us all, from now on, the first grade class, you have the final say, and we will also escort you. The dark department is very dangerous in the eyes of other students, but for us, it is an opportunity to chase the strong. You, if you lose, stay away from my goddess. If we lose, I let you get closer to my goddess. Wu Xiu, if you fart again, my mother will tear your mouth. Lin Li, Wu Xiu, Si Yufeng, and Yao Tong were all shocked by Lu Qingyu's move. Is this still the goddess Lu? Immediately Lu Qingyu also realized that he was out of phase, and walked out of the classroom angrily. I accept your challenge, and in a month, I won't see you again. After saying that, Lin Li also followed. Classmate Lu, calm down, I'll treat you to this meal at noon today. Seeing Lu Qing's bulging tone, Lin Li was really at a loss. Coax, the relationship is not in place, and it is embarrassing. Don't coax, I am also a boy anyway, and I always feel awkward if I don't make any action. No need, Lin, I made an appointment with you this time, and you will treat me next time. Ask me? Lin Li didn't hear anything else, and his attention was focused on these 2 words. Could it be that Lu Qingyu is really interested in himself? Hey, my charm has nowhere to be placed. Lu Qingyu also thought about it, and explained with a red face, don't get me wrong, I mean, we are also friends. It is not normal to treat guests to dinner in the future. There is a back and forth relationship. It is the way to get along with friends. That's right, that's it. Lu Qingyu felt that his explanation was quite perfect, but Lin Li didn't think so. How can ordinary friends eat every day? As the saying goes, 1 rebirth, 2 cooking, and 3 times on the Kong somersault. woman, duplicity. The two of them marched quickly and soon arrived at the academy cafeteria. Lu Qingyu is definitely a rich woman. Without saying a word, she directly booked the largest and best private room and invited a top ice cream chef. The appearance price is 39.9 W. Linley can't wait to buckle the pot on the chef's head and eat the golden body of your ancestors. 399,000 don't have a bellion. However, Lu Qingyu was willing to act as that big injustice. People didn't care, and he couldn't mix blindly. Linley, did you take on the challenge of Si Yufeng and the others? Well, take it. Are you confident? Si Yufeng is a beginner level 8 ability. Even if you have a month, you can. Lu Qingyu was embarrassed to say it. He saw Linley's amazing cultivation speed. But in a month, it was only level 4 or 5 to die, and level 6 to the sky. Can this beat the 8th level superpower? Put. Don't worry, I'm confident. The legendary level of the dark system, with those few rotten garlic, how can it be Linley's opponent? A beautiful and calm voice came from outside the door, and Linley and Lu Qingyu got up at the same time. The former is out of respect for the strong, and the latter is out of respect for the sister. Sister, you're here. Sister Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. A more perfect figure than Lu Whisper, fresh and refined, appeared in the private room. The two are not much different in appearance, and they are both big beauties. But Linley can feel a sense of maturity, confidence, and courage from Lu Qingyan. He is worthy of being a legendary ice talent. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Qingyan stretched out his hand and shook Linley politely. Lu Qingyu on the side was like seeing a ghost, pointing at the two of them, and couldn't hold back a word for a long time. Whisper, you are. Don't worry about this girl, please sit down. Linley sat down obediently, and Lu Qingyu finally held back a sentence. Sister, don't you have a cleanliness fetish for boys? When have you been in contact with boys after so many years? Linley said in his heart. Does this woman have mental ringworm? Hey, no, this situation is more like Lala. Linley looked at Lu Qingyu, and then at Lu Qingyan. Hey, bloody plot, I like it. Whisper, isn't your pocket money too abundant recently? Do you want me to talk to your family and help you reduce the burden? Lu Qingyan picked up the teacup, took a sip gently, and said lukewarmly, don't, I can't shut up. Lu Qingyu sat down aggrievedly, and looked at the two of them dryly. Lin, your talent is very interesting to me. Since the reboot of the era, there have been 8 SSS-level legendary talents in the top 10 elements. Counting you, it is 9. The Dark and the Holy Light are called the strongest genera, but I don't think so, because I have fought against the people of the dark system. Linley, woman, you successfully caught my attention. Sister, why don't I know? Lu Qingyu couldn't hold back and interjected. More than a month ago, on my trip back to the family, I met people from the Demon Legion. Then, I fought with him, the opponent's middle level 2nd level strength. I am also a middle level 2nd level strength, and in the end, I lost. What? Lu Qingyu was so frightened that he hurriedly got up, came to Lu Qingyan's side, flipped through this, flipped through that. Don't come back, I'm not hurt. Then how do you say you are defeated? Because the other party ran away. Run away? Sister Lu, do you mean that you feel defeated because you didn't catch the other party? No. Lu Qingyan put down the teacup in his hand and paused, because he didn't want to kill me. Hiss. The two gasped. Didn't the other party want to kill her? In other words, can the other party kill her? After that battle, I had a new perspective on the dark department. Leapfrog challenge, you can really do it. Linley nodded. He knew this best. When I was in the first order, I could defeat the 4th order, but now that I am in the 2nd order, I dare not say that I can beat the 6th order, and it shouldn't be a problem to confront the 5th order. After all, the higher the level, the higher the purity of the elemental ability held. After the level is promoted, the strength is not the effect of 1 + 1, but the effect of n*n. So leapfrog challenges such things, and also score specific situations. So, senior sister Lu noticed me? That's right, I want to wait for you to grow up for a period of time and compete with the dark system openly, which can be regarded as a way to make me recognize the gap between the elements. Linley was silent for a while, and then figured out something and said with a smile, Senior Lu really took great pains, in order to help me grow. She sent someone to challenge me. As soon as Lu Qingyu stuffed a shrimp into his mouth, he heard Linley's inexplicable words. What's sending people? Who did you send? Lin is not only talented, but also has amazing logical thinking ability. Lu Qingyan peeled off a shrimp, sent it to Lu Qingyu's plate and continued, I can't say it's a pie, it's just fueling the way behind the scenes. You won't care anyway, right? Linley smiled. He really didn't care. Not only that, it's good for someone to challenge themselves. Even if you occasionally test your strength standards, you can recognize your own strength positioning. The next few people had much less words, because Linley's attention was focused on the food. More than 300,000 delicacies, it hurts not to eat them, and it's really delicious. The chef cooks while the three of them eat. Halfway through eating, Lu Qingyan said that he had something to do, so he left first. I wish Linley a victory in a month. Then there are 2 foodies left. Linley has always adhered to the CD action. The chef does not stop. He does not stop. Then the chef was confused. A meal was cooked for more than 3 hours, and Linley was still eating. My job is that the guests are not full, and I will never stop. Lu Qingyu had already been defeated and was full. Good teacher. But Linli refused to admit defeat and got on the bar with the water ice cream chef. More than 50 empty plates were stacked together, and Lu Qingyu was stunned. I thought this person hadn't eaten for hundreds of years? Fortunately, there was a class in the afternoon, and there was not enough time for Lin Ligong to go down. Near the edge of vomiting, the two left the academy cafeteria and rushed back to the teaching area. I'm very happy, a new classmate came today. I don't bother to talk about superfluous nonsense, old rules, warm-up exercises, 500 push-ups per person. What the hell? Lin Li's whole body was numb. 500 push-ups, and fucking warm-up exercises? Is this physical training or life training? Get moving. Move it. 500 push-ups for boys, 500 sit-ups for girls. Li Feiyue, a physical fitness teacher with a height of 1.9 meters and a strong body and a round face, shouted loudly to everyone. Except for Lin Li and Lu Qingyu, all the students have already begun to act. The attendants wiped their sports equipment spotlessly in advance, holding clean towels in their left hands and high-quality mineral water in their right hands, ready to serve. Classmate Lin, classmate Lu, why don't you two move? Li Feiyue saw that the two people were motionless and walked forward curiously and was shocked when he saw Lin Li's belly like an October pregnancy. Classmate Lin, how many months have you been here? Lin Li scratched his head embarrassedly and replied with the urge to vomit. I'm sorry, teacher Li, I just got pregnant today. Li Feiyue's head was full of black lines, and he looked at Lu Qingyu again, and he was embarrassed to continue speaking. You two, you know that there is a physical class in the afternoon and you still eat like this, especially your classmate Lin. Don't hold back, hurry up and vomit. Seeing Lin Li's purple face, Li Feiyue really couldn't stand it anymore. If you hold it again, you will have a problem. As soon as Lin Li heard that he could vomit, he ran towards the toilet. The attendant who was responsible for taking care of Lin Li hurriedly followed. 10 minutes later, Lin Li walked back to the training ground comfortably. It's a pity that those precious ingredients, when I vomited, hundreds of thousands of them were wasted. Are you better now? Lin Li nodded, then shook his head, and then he had 500 push-ups. The sky is above, and there are at most 200 of them, and 500 are too outrageous. Look at the other students, they have basically completed the warm-up exercise and are being served by the attendants. Don't pretend to be garlic here. I can see at a glance if there is anything wrong with your body. 800 push-ups, ready to. 800? Why did it rise again? Lin Li had a heart to cry. Are you a? Grind, hurry up and do it. Grind 1,000 more. Li Feiyue is worthy of being a physical education teacher, and his temper is explosive. Lin Li gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't get through, then do it. As long as you don't get tired, you will be tired to death. Senior Lin, the equipment has been wiped clean. Okay, 800 is 800. Get the ambulance ready. Lin Li lay directly on the mat, his arms up, his toes on the ground, and his back 360 degrees flat. Standard push-ups begin. 1, 2, 300, 101, 102, 200, 201, 202, 300, 301, 302. Hey, this is all 300. Why don't you get tired? Lin Li was surprised to find that he could still do it. Although the limbs are a little sore, this only represents the start of the movement, and if this momentum continues, 500 or 600 should not be a problem. The attendant wiped Lin Li's sweat very intimately and cheered him on. 500, 501, 502, 600, 601, 602. Finally, Lin Li couldn't hold on any longer. It seems that breaking through to the second level of the beginner level, the enhanced physique can only be maintained to this limit. From then on, every time I got up, it was a torment. What? Can't do it anymore? This is only more than 600. Are you not even as good as a girl? Li Feiyue's voice sounded from behind, and it turned out that this guy had been paying attention to his movements. But if you can't do it, you can't do it, and mocking incentives are useless? Lin Li, if you give up now, how should you go in the future? The dark ability has been spurned by the world, and the road ahead will definitely be full of thorns. If you are unstable and persevering, what will you take to go on? Are you so willing to be despised and looked down upon? Li Feiyue's words made Lin Li move. If you can't even overcome this difficulty, you can't break through this limit. What else can I do after that? Although Lin Li's original goal was to make money and treat his sister's illness, but when he really has a legendary talent, all of this will change. What happened to the Diablo system? Does the dark department deserve to be despised and spurned? Buddha competes for a stick of incense, and people compete for a breath. If you can't even grasp your dignity, why let others leave you your dignity? 651, 652. Lin Li gritted his teeth, relying on willpower to do it downwards. What Lin Li didn't notice was that Li Feiyue behind him had already shown a satisfied look. SSS-level legendary talents, the potential is truly extraordinary. In other words, on the first day of physical fitness class, I survived 300 and 400 push-ups fell down. Not to mention how do sports students come from? Since the restart of the new era, human beings have become more and more dependent on technology and supernatural abilities, and ordinary colleges and universities have long abandoned the enhancement of physical physical fitness. Moreover, these days, the food conditions of the guys are good, the nutrition can keep up, and the physique can't keep up, so how can a newcomer who has just arrived at the academy do 500 push-ups? The 800 reported by Li Feiyue just now. There was no intention to let Lin Li continue to do it at all. But when he saw that Lin Li had done 300 or 400 and was still out of breath, he knew that this kid was not simple. Instead of letting him stop, it would be better to give it a try and see where Lin Li's limit was. This can also be regarded as a kind of tempering the mind. 701, 702. Lin Li's limbs felt a burning pain, which was a sign of overload. Many classmates had gathered around, and even Yao Tong, who was his opponent, Si Fengyu, showed a little admiration in his eyes. Lin Li, come on, there are less than 80 left. Lu Qingyu was the first to speak, followed by other students. This spirit did infect them, but there were still many people who chose to watch coldly, because in their hearts, the dark system is still a sinful existence. Time passes minute by minute, and the numbers grow in the display. Finally, 800 push-ups were completed. Lin Li couldn't hold on and lay on the ground. It's too empty. Li Feiyue took the lead in applauding and sincerely praised. Lin Li, congratulations on completing the 800 push-ups. I take back what I just said. You very gentleman. Hey, thank you for the compliment. Okay, except for Lin Li, everyone started 30-kilometer long-distance running training. Ha! There was a whining sound. Obviously the 30-kilometer run was very difficult for them. You, send Lin Li to the recovery room, and come back in an hour to continue class. Yes, Teacher Li. The attendant agreed very respectfully, and then helped Lin Li up and walked towards the recovery room. Senior Lin, actually, you can use abilities to complete physical training. With the help of superpowers? How to help? For example, the push-ups you just did just now attached the dark ability in your body to the muscles, and when you exercise, you will greatly reduce the consumption of physical energy, which is all students know. Do you know? Then you tell me now? Lin Li, who was lying in the recovery instrument, was full of black lines on his head, so he had said it earlier. If you had said it, you would have lied in this hellish place? By the way, I haven't known your name after knowing you for most of the time. My name is Gong Guang, and Senior Lin can call me Xiaoguang. Obviously you are also a superpower. Why did you come to the Holy Emperor as a servant? Wouldn't it be better to join another guild? Gong Guang's expression was slightly gloomy, and he replied with a wry smile, because the conditions given by the Holy Imperial Palace are higher. Working as an attendant in the Holy Imperial Academy will earn a considerable amount of income every year, and in addition, our families will also be protected by the college, and safety issues can be guaranteed. If Lin Li awakened to a talent ability below level B, perhaps fate would be almost the same as Gong Guang. Okay, Senior Lin, it's an hour. It's time for us to go back. Lin Li moved his body, and his limbs were not so stiff. For the next 30 kilometers of long-distance running, try the method described by Gong Guang. After Lin Li returned to the training ground, Li Feiyue let him join the long-distance running team. In fact, you don't have to run in circles on the field. After all, sports equipment such as a treadmill is not worth a few dollars. However, Li Feiyue believes that treadmill exercise has no soul. It is too mechanical and rigid, and it cannot mobilize the enthusiasm of the students at all. God's positivity. Is there enthusiasm to run against the big sun? The afternoon sun was particularly hot, and many students were already covered with sweat on their foreheads. At this time, the superiority of the elemental ability can be compared. Several classmates with ice-based elemental abilities directly attached a thin ice film to the surface of their bodies, and they couldn't feel the heat no matter what. Lin Li, who looked at it, was called envy. Half a day is fleeting. The hellish physical training is finally over. Lin Li dragged his tired body back to the apartment and took a comfortable bath. Li Feiyue is really perverted. After the 30-kilometer run, there are 300 frog jumps, 300 pull-ups, and 300. Don't say it. If you say too much, it's tears. Fortunately, there is only one physical class a week. Otherwise, Lin Li would have the heart to die. Little Cancer, what are tomorrow's courses? Didong, there is no relevant course information tomorrow. No class? How can it be? Lin Li picked up his mobile phone and flipped through it. There was really no class. Not only tomorrow, but there will be no classes for the next 3 days. Then Lin Li figured it out. The next 3 days will be exclusive element courses. Among the 6 colleges, which college has dark courses? Little Cancer, is there a place in the college dedicated to students gathering energy? Didong, of course, there is a study room exclusive to students in the academy, and the higher the talent level, the better the study room environment. Wow! As expected of the third largest super seminary in China, it is well thought out. After taking a bath, Lin Li glanced at the time. It was only 7 o'clock. Although I was a little tired, it was not time to go to bed yet. The so-called inch of time and inch of gold must be intensified in cultivation. Si Fengyu is a beginner level 8 powerhouse, and he may go further in a month. If you don't work hard, what if you lose? Anyway, he is a legendary talent, and losing to an SS-level gold system is too cheap. Little Cancer, turn off all the lights. I'm going to practice. Okay, the lights are off. Ha! Isn't the lights off? Why is it still so bright? Lin Li looked around, and the heavy curtains curtains had obviously blocked all the moonlight. There was no light in the room, but my vision was still very bright. There is basically no impact. Hey, it turns out that the dark system still has this benefit? Linley gave a thumbs up to his elemental genus and then sat cross-legged on the ground and practiced seriously. With the guidance of the dark system, the elemental energy within a radius of 200 meters continued to pour into Linley's body. The whole process is convergence, absorption, growth, purification, convergence, absorption, growth. Linley enjoyed the feeling of cultivation so much that he lost his sense of time. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. After a whole night of cultivation, Linley clearly felt that he was not far from the third level of the beginner level. It can be broken through in 2 days at most. Oops. It's so comfortable. Linley got up, moved his body, and felt very happy. Although he didn't sleep all night, he was extremely energetic. Chui Yayan once said in class that deep energy gathering practice is easier to replenish mental strength than sleep. But before reaching the 6th level of the intermediate level, it is best not to practice every day and sleep every now and then. Otherwise, the body will be abnormal and the biological clock will be completely confused. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love the way you don't kneel. The phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, a familiar voice came. Lin boy, is there no class? Uncle Luo? Yes, there are no classes. I am planning to go to the practice room to practice. You kid has found a cultivation method that suits you? That relationship is good. Save me a lot of trouble. Doesn't this have to rely on your Uncle Luo's blessing? Hey, invite me to drink twice more, and you will have all the blessings. Boy, I'm waiting for you in the study room of building 002. Break through to the 2nd level of the beginner, and it's time to develop your own skill moves. Linley's face was happy. Luo Hongtian was going to guide himself personally? This old thing is a bit responsible. And then what? Okay, Uncle Luo, I'll go over now. Wait. On the way here, I brought a few pieces of beer, and there were some broken drinks in the practice room. Old drunkard. After hanging up the phone, Linley changed into casual clothes and hurried out. On the way, at Luo Hongtian's request, beer, liquor and peanuts were fully prepared. Riding an electric car and walking to the north of the college. It took more than 40 minutes to ride and cross half a small college before arriving at the training room. Since it is class time, there are fewer students on the road and not many students in the study room. Linley easily found the 002 study room, but before he could get closer, a cold voice stopped him. Linley's mind was full of question marks. Who was not long-sighted and rushed to find trouble? Presumptuous. Do you know who I am? Dare to find fault with me? Linley straightened his face and replied loudly without looking back. The boy behind him obviously didn't expect Linley to react like this, and was stunned. As the saying goes, take the enemy's path so that the enemy has nowhere to go. Sample, it's far worse than you. Linley directly pushed open the door of the 002 practice room, and as soon as his left foot stepped out, his figure suddenly froze. Then he quickly turned sideways, and a purple current passed by. Linley even felt a burst of numbness. Ha, the other party actually made a move. I don't care who you are, this is my practice room. 3 seconds, disappear from my sight. Now Linley saw who the other party was. I don't know. He looked like a handsome man, his whole body was wrapped in purple current, and the strength of the first 10th level seemed to have faint signs of breakthrough in the middle level. Who are you? Is your name engraved in this training room? Even I don't know you, so you dare to invade the training room at will? The strength of the first level too. It is indeed very good to be able to dodge my blow, but unfortunately it is far from enough. Saying that, Hua Meinan did it again. A thick forearm electric current shot out from the palm of his hand. Linley saw that he could not avoid it, so he simply lay down, and after dodging the attack, a few backward rolls completely entered the practice room. This place is big, and you won't be constrained when you start moving. Hua Meinan was even more angry when he saw Linley breaking in, and he chased after him directly, and there were 2 more currents. Linley turned his ability and released a dark impact. This time the dark impact was obviously much stronger than the last time, but after touching an electric current, it disappeared with a poof. There was no chance to devour the other party's energy, and it was directly washed away. Linley was shocked when he saw this. He still overestimated himself. The difference between the two sides was 8 levels, and he was not a supernatural person of the same level at all. Unsurprisingly, Linley was recruited. An electric current passed through the waist, and an electric current hit the chest directly. Linley immediately came to the old disco. The tingling sensation hit his whole body, and his hands and feet couldn't stop shaking. Not to mention that the thunder type ability comes with penetration. You have to improvise a dance. Enough Lanja, I asked this kid to come to the 002 training room to practice. Seeing that the beautiful man was going to continue to do it, Luo Hongtian finally couldn't sit still and hurriedly appeared to stop it. Vice President Luo? Why give up my study room to him? I don't accept it. Lan Tua turned his head and asked very unhappily, what are you dissatisfied with? The study room has always been assigned according to the talent level. Lu Qingyan occupies 001, then this kid is qualified to occupy 002. Qualified? He is Linley? Lan Tua finally thought about it, and Lu Qingyan went hand in hand. Who else could there be besides Lin Li's SSS-level Dark system? Vice Dean Luo, I don't understand, why should the Dark Department be allowed to join the Holy Emperor? They are not worthy at all. At this time, Lin Li also slowed down, and after listening to Lange's words, he said, Heh, if the Dark system is not worthy, you garbage is even more unworthy. Lantua is the first existence in the second grade. When has he been scolded like this? You two are enough. Why are you arguing? Lantua, if you don't accept it, challenge Lin Li 2 months later. If he loses, it will prove that he is garbage. Give up the 002 training room, and if you lose, it will prove that he is a thunder system. Thunder. The more Luo Hongtian thought about it, the more wrong it became. He was also a thunder type, and he couldn't bury himself too. If you lose, it will prove that you are not good at learning. Apologize to Lin Boy. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Li thought to himself that there is something wrong with Luo Hongtian. Sifengyu, Yao Tong, and Wu Xiu are still waiting in line, and there is another one inexplicably. He was still the first person in the second grade. Looking at this posture, it is bound to be advanced to the middle level in 2 months. Is it good to be under a lot of pressure? Lin Li, 2 months later, see you and don't leave. Lan Tua lightly shook his sleeves and left the 002 training room. Uncle Luo, you are really helpful. The difference is 8 levels. Are you kidding? Lin Boy, are you so unconfident in yourself? Luo Hongtian casually picked up a bottle of beer from the ground, unscrewed it and took a big sip. Of course I have confidence in myself. If you give me half a year, I don't even pay attention to Lu Qingyan, but in 2 months, let me collapse almost a big step to fight. You really think highly of me. Lin Li rolled his eyes. Self-confidence and arrogance are completely different things. Besides, the protagonist of himself didn't even squeak. What kind of coaxing are you, a bystander? Lin Boy, I, Luo Hongtian, have been able to gain a firm foothold in the Holy Emperor for so many years. What do you think you rely on? Luo Hongtian blew off the remaining half can of beer, and the arrogance came up again. Lin Li was embarrassed to say, and muttered in his heart, what else can I rely on? Relying on your Luo Hongtian's mouth, you can drink and blow, and the power of 100 cows is not enough for you to blow alone. It depends on you, Vice President Luo, step by step, frank and talented. That's right, but not all. Damn, kicking your nose on your face and complimenting you is still a low threshold. Lin Li couldn't help but applaud, thinking that this old thing still had a little self-knowledge. What to shoot? I'm done with you. You can shoot. Relying on the Nyobi blown out by my Luo Hongtian, which can be realized. Lin Li didn't expect this. After all, he hadn't been in contact with Luo Hongtian for a long time. Who knew how capable he was? Lin Boy, in a month, it will be your battle out of the mountain. In 2 months, it will be your battle for fame, and in 3 months, it will be your peak battle. I understand the first 2. Who will I fight in 3 months? Who else can there be? Lu Qingyan, I have arranged it for you, and she agreed. What the hell? Lin Li didn't hold back and cursed, you old calf, send someone to spy on me? What? What do you call this? When did I send someone to spy on you? Obviously, that girl Lu Qingyan told me herself. Infernal affairs. How can this be linked one by one? First Wu Xiu, then Sifengyu, Yao Tong, then Lan Tua, and finally the boss is Lu Qingyan. But didn't the 2 of them talk well yesterday at noon? I agreed to wait for myself to grow up and fight fairly and justly. How to pay back? The more Lin Li thought about it, the more wrong it became. The mastermind behind all this could not be Luo Hongtian, right? Wrong. The mastermind behind all this is not me, but Dean's son. Did you speak by yourself? This old calf can read minds? I can't read minds, but I can read your eyes. Lin Li is a little tired. This Liao Jai let you play. The little brother is willing to bow down. Dean's son is far-sighted. Dean's son is clever. I am convinced. Can we start cultivating? Ha ha. Boy, I know you're upset, but it's all for your own good. Don't worry, in 3 months, I am sure that I will train you to the 9th level of the beginner level, or even higher. The specifics are up to you. Lin Li waved his hand and didn't want to say anything. 3 months, and the 9th level of the basic level. If you can't go up to the middle level, you can't be Lu Qingyan's opponent. At least one intermediate level, otherwise everything is in vain. Boy, let me see your cultivation method first. Oh, yes. Lin Li sat cross-legged after hearing this and began to absorb the essence of the elements of heaven and earth. Luo Hongtian didn't shout this time, picked up a can of beer and circled around Lin Li. Every time he took a sip, his expression became more solemn. Until 5 hours later, Lin Li's stomach kept rumbling. Obviously it was time for a meal. Uncle Luo, do you see the doorway? TSK. It can be seen that the cultivation method of the Dark Elemental ability is indeed different. People are absorbing specific elements. You are. Good. Within 200 meters, the elemental essence absorbed is called a clean, and the replenishment speed can't catch up with your absorption speed. After talking a bunch of nonsense, can you give some constructive opinions? Uncle Luo, can you give me some constructive suggestions, such as where do I need to improve? Seeing Lin Li's speechless look, Luo Hongtian was also in trouble for a while. The improvement of the dark system also needs time to figure out. Luo Hongtian threw peanuts into his mouth while continuing to circle around Lin Li. Lin Li, who was watching, was upset. Just as he was about to complain, Luo Hongtian's footsteps suddenly stopped. I didn't expect any improvements, but I thought of a way to get promoted quickly. What method? Luo Hongtian didn't squeak squeak, but walked towards the depths of the practice room. 2 minutes later, the wine bottle in his hand was replaced with a small transparent crystal. This is elemental crystallization? The corners of Lin Li's mouth twitched slightly. This thing can indeed be promoted quickly, but Cui Yayan said that this thing is not easy to absorb, and excessive will be backlashed. This is the worst quality elemental crystal. Your dark system absorption effect is extremely strong, can devour all attribute elemental abilities. Then, this crystal should not be a problem. Give it a try. Anyway, it's just this small piece, and it won't absorb too much. Justified, Lin Li took the small piece of elemental crystallization and placed it in the palm of his hand, trying to absorb its internal energy. The moment the dark energy came into contact with the elemental crystals, Lin Li directly hit the spirit. This shocked Luo Hongtian on the side, and hurriedly asked where he was uncomfortable. No, it's not uncomfortable, but it's very comfortable. This crystal contains a very strong elemental essence. I can feel that the energy in my body is growing rapidly. It seems like it's about to break through. Luo Hongtian hurriedly moved his gaze to the elemental crystals. It didn't matter at this look. It directly shocked Luo Hongtian to hold a large piece of grass. The palm-sized elemental crystals were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in 5 seconds, a corner was missing. This absorption speed is incredible. Luo Hongtian grabbed the already disheveled hair, and at this rate, at most 10 minutes, this piece of elemental crystallization would disappear. If this were someone else, or even himself, it would take at least 3 or 4 hours, and if he was less talented, it would take a whole day. Right now, this kid was eliminated in less than 10 minutes? Uncle Luo, I'm going to break through. Lin Li clenched his fists, and the dark energy overflowed unconsciously, spreading all over his body. Lin boy, don't worry about breaking through, I'm here. Luo Hongtian waved his hand, and a purple thunder barrier with a diameter of more than 30 meters wrapped Lin Li inside. One is to prevent the outside world from disturbing, and the other is to prevent Lin Li from breaking through too much movement and destroying the practice room. Ha! With Lin Li's shout, the energy in his body exploded, causing the thunder barrier to tremble suddenly. Click! Boom! It was the familiar cracking sound again, and the first level 3 successfully broke through. Luo Hongtian, who was watching this scene, secretly smacked his tongue. Such a small piece of the worst quality crystal can make Lin Li break through, so if he gets a top crystal, Lin Li can't soar? Lin boy, how do you feel? Luo Hongtian saw that Lin Li had successfully broken through, so he withdrew the barrier. It's not bad, it's a lot more powerful, and most importantly, I have developed a new move. New move? Aren't you breaking through? Why is there still a kung fu study move? This is thanks to Lan Tua. It was his inspiration for me. Just like my dark impact, it was developed in imitation of Zhang Xiao. It's interesting, let's try it. Luo Hongtian hooked his hand at Lin Li, like that, not to mention how confident he was. But also, how could a super-level powerhouse hurt others with his own ability? I see. Look, you. Lin Li's palms were covered with black energy, and he aimed it at Luo Hongtian. Dark shockwave. Don't get me wrong, this is not a dark shock, but a dark shockwave. One more word is also different. It used to be a ball, now it's a ball. Continuous shock waves. Of course, this move requires a lot of ability, and with Lin Li's current ability reserves, it can last for up to 5 seconds. It's SOSO, it's a new move. Luo Hongtian was still an understatement, and the purple thunder was thrown out, easily shattering Lin Li's blow. Okay, today's practice is over. I still have something to do, you can toss it yourself. Luo Hongtian left here with a complicated expression. Lin Li was the only one left in the huge study room. I glanced at the time, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's efforts have reached the standard. Let's go cook first. As the saying goes, people are iron, rice and steel, and they are hungry without eating. Half an hour later, in the college cafeteria, Lin Li was leisurely with a plate of rice, and found the right position and was just about to sit down. If nothing else, it's time for an accident. Lin Li, I want to challenge you. Another violent. Lin Li put down the rice plate, picked up the chicken leg and took 2 bites. I really don't have the eyesight. Can you stop for a while during mealtime? If you have anything to eat, let's talk about it. Really, after a day of tossing, I don't even have to stop eating a meal. Okay, then let's eat first. Whoever eats first wins. But Lin Li couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of rice. Coincidentally, that figure happened to be sitting opposite Lin Li, and this mouthful of fragrant rice was all absorbed by him. Lin Li. The boy sitting opposite Lin Li was directly angry and started shooting. Oh no, it was a slap on the table. This movement attracted the attention of many students around him. They all cast their eyes as if they were watching a play. Ahem. This classmate, I'm sorry, I didn't hold back. Who made you so strange? Competing with others to eat? Are you the reincarnation of the second senior brother? The boy wiped the rice grains on his face indiscriminately, gritted his teeth and said, Lin Li, you are not only a representative of the evil of the dark system, but also a representative of low-quality turtles. Haven't your family educated you to be a person? Bang! Lin Li slapped his palm on the table, and the movement was even louder than before. What are you? Also worthy of blaming my family? My elemental ability is a powerful force that you can't experience from a distance like garbage. Lin Li's interest in eating is completely gone. Since the other party is not long-sighted, then it is better to educate his parents. The boy on the opposite side was speechless, and he lost a lot to Linley in terms of momentum. Class 3 of the first grade, S-level Earth Elemental ability. Zhao Zhenda, please give me advice. Seeing this, the people around them distanced themselves. This phrase is only said when the two sides are at war. Is this Zhao Zhenda crazy? Dare to make trouble in the college cafeteria? Ha! With your virtue, you are still worthy of blaming others? In public, deliberately making trouble. You don't care about the dining experience of other students. Is this how your family educates you? Treat others in the same way. It is a miracle that this kind of idiot can survive in the world, brainless, means, and mindless. It's also a crazy batch. Isn't this the typical villain cannon fodder? Zhao Zhenda was so angry that his face was red and his neck was thick, and after thinking about it, this is indeed the truth. In a public place like the college cafeteria, the school leaders are not allowed to peel off a layer of his skin? Okay, Linley. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, Xuanwu Gladiatorial Arena, a man will accept my challenge. If not, you are not a man, and you deserve to take on the challenge. The strength of the 4th level of the beginner. Who gave you the courage? Is your father's name Zhao Gang? You. How do you know my father's name? Oh, this world is ridiculous. Where there is a father, there must be a son. Okay, I don't have time to talk nonsense to you, so I, Linley, will be kind and teach you how to be a person. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 002 study room, I will educate you for Zhao Gang. After that, Linley got up and left the restaurant directly. The surrounding melon-eating crowd recorded the picture of Linley and Zhao Zhenda's battle and sent it to the college platform. In just one afternoon, the number of hits exceeded 10,000, and tomorrow's education conference will definitely be very lively. Didong, your classmate Lu Qingyu sent a video invitation. Do you accept it? Linley, who had just come out of the shower, heard a prompt sound coming from Xiaoyan. Video invitation? This smart home is really smart. Connect. Wait a minute. Linley regretted it as soon as he agreed to connect, and he was still shirtless. Unfortunately, it was too late, and Xiaoyan connected the video call as soon as he received the instruction. Lu Qingyu's face appeared on the TV screen, and Linley panicked to look for his shirt, but the more nervous he was, the more he couldn't find the clothes. Lu Qingyu on the other end of the video couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Linley shirtless, and said to himself, this figure, the love man of his dreams, immediately reacted. His little face turned red with a rubbing, and he hurriedly turned his head to hold back his laughter. Damn, where did my clothes go? Linley completely forgot that his clothes had been washed and he was currently enjoying the sun. No way, Linley could only wrap the quilt around his body in the end, covering the perfect line. Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't operate it properly. Lu Qingyu saw Linley's appearance, and finally couldn't help laughing. It made Linley embarrassed and had cancer. After laughing for a while, Lu Qingyu softened a lot, but his face was still slightly red. Lin, I'm really sorry, I couldn't hold back. Stop. It's okay, boy, it's not a loss. It's really like this, what is there to be afraid of as a boy? As long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Lin, I want to ask you if tomorrow's showdown is real? Linley nodded and said, it's true, tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the 002 training room. Then you must be careful. Lu Qingyu reminded very solemnly. Don't worry, classmate Lu, the other party is just a beginner 4th level goods, and if you can't educate him, I don't have to mix in the academy. No, I didn't mean that. Lu Qingyu shook his head and explained, Zhao Zhenda's strength is not very good, so I'm not worried that you will lose. What I'm worried about is this person's small belly and chicken intestines, relying on a 3rd grade brother with good strength, acting very high profile. If you need it, I can ask my sister to mention him. Brother in the 3rd grade? What is the strength? Intermediate level, SS-level Wind Elemental ability. Linley frowned slightly. This was indeed a trouble, but as a manly man, it is so faceless to let a beautiful woman help him. Do you think I, Linley, eat soft rice? What? Have you eaten it before? Now I have hard teeth, and I can't take this bite. Classmate Lu, I appreciate your kindness. It's only the middle level. I'll just be careful. No problem. Lu Qingyu saw Linley's confident expression, so he stopped continuing the topic. Okay, you must be careful. I will go cheer you on tomorrow afternoon. Saying that, Lu Qingyu made a gesture of cheering, and Linley also stretched out his arm and made the same gesture. You are looking for death. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Linley didn't plan to sleep. Cultivation is the most important thing at the moment. If Zhao Zhenda is educated tomorrow, according to Lu Qingyu, his senior brother is likely to stand up for him. If you are a decent gentleman, you can delay for a while and wait for your strength to grow before competing. Bang! If it's a villain, or a hypocrite, it's not fun. Therefore, it is necessary to improve our strength as much as possible and prevent problems before they happen. So, Linley sat cross-legged again and adjusted to a comfortable angle. Tonight's cultivation time began. When I opened my eyes again, it was 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. As soon as I opened my eyes, the phone rang. After connecting, Luo Hontian's irritable voice came from the other end. Boy, what's wrong with you? No training? Aren't you afraid that Zhao Zhenda's brother will retaliate against you? Uncle Luo, are you idle all day and just staring at me to play? Or is Zhao Jingda also the sandbag you arranged for me? Stinky boy, I take care of thousands of chickens all day long. How can I have the kung fu to pay attention to you? Go to the college platform and take a look. With more than 20,000 clicks, you have become an internet celebrity in the academy. College internet celebrity? Linley hurriedly ordered Xiao Yan to open the college communication platform, and sure enough, the headline was, Linley, the great demon king of the chaotic world, challenged Zhao Jingda in public, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. Article 2, Linley and Zhao Jingda of the SSS-level Dark Department had a fierce conflict in the college cafeteria, and the two sides made an appointment to fight in the 002 study room. What did you say? Article 3, Linley, a freshman in the first class of the first grade, was extremely rampant and openly challenged Zhao Jingda. What is the result? Please look forward to it. Article 4, Linley, a first grade class, is suspected of being the illegitimate son of Vice President Luo, and his behavior is becoming more and more rampant, and there are no taboos. Good guy, the gossip headlines about Linley are overwhelming and varied. The further you go, the more outrageous it becomes. What Linley is an undercover agent of the Demon Legion. Linley has lost his humanity. Linley is unscrupulous and destroys public order. Uncle Luo, should you take care of the network security issues of Xingyu Academy? If it continues to develop like this, I will become the world's #1 villain tomorrow. I'm a fart. Your kid's dark system is not popular in the first place, and now people have caught the handle. Who are you if you don't spray? Even if I take care of it and seal their mouths, can I still curb their inner thoughts? Linley thought for a while, this is indeed the truth, and simply replied, forget it, just spray it. Black powder is also powder. Just take this opportunity to play my Linley's name out. I took over the name of this dark villain. Now that things have come to this point, it is the wisest choice to go with the flow. Keyboard warriors are like that. The more you resist them, the more energetic they become. It is better to prove yourself with practical actions and break those unrealistic rumors. After all, only the strong can dominate the absolute right to speak. It's good that you can have this awareness. Hurry up and practice. Today I have specially prepared 2 gifts for you. Gifts? When Linley heard this, he immediately came to his senses. Luo Hongtian, an old guy, has been prostituting himself for so long, and finally found out in his conscience. Has he decided to make up for something? After hanging up the phone, Linley hurriedly packed up and rushed to the practice room in a hurry without even bothering to eat breakfast. Where is the gift, Uncle Luo? When Linley arrived at the training room, the first thing he did was look for gifts. What if it is a high-level elemental crystallization or some kind of rare treasure? He rushed to the 3rd or 4th level in one go, so that the outside world could see how powerful the dark system endorsed by my Linley was. Where's the beer? What about peanuts? Why didn't you bring anything and asked me for a gift with a big face? When Luo Hongtian saw Linley coming empty-handed, he was immediately unhappy and criticized with a beard and glaring. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Visiting the gifts, I forgot to prepare beer, liquor, and peanuts. Wait a moment. Before Linley could make a move, Luo Hongtian took 2 steps forward to stop him. This card is for you. There are more than 2 million in it, which is a subsidy issued to you by the academy. Subsidy? Linley asked inexplicably, shouldn't the college subsidy be distributed at the end of the year? This is only in September. Where does so much nonsense come from? What are you doing with the little money you have on hand? If I were invited to drink twice, I wouldn't even be able to afford to eat, right? Luo Hongtian directly stuffed the card into Linley's pocket, waved his hand impatiently, and signaled that he could go buy wine. Linley smiled and touched his pocket, not knowing what to say. Forget it, it's all in the wine. So, 20 minutes later, in the practice room, the two sat cross-legged, holding up wine bottles and blowing on them. The best Lilianjai is poured into the cup, and the aroma is overflowing. Peanuts were sent to his mouth one by one, and Luo Hongtian's bragging became louder and louder. Lin boy, the first gift has already been given to you, this is the second. Luo Hongtian handed the wooden box behind him to Linley, and said mysteriously, I spent a lot of effort to get this thing. Open it and take a look. Linley, who wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and couldn't wait to take the wooden box and open the lid. Then I was stunned. Uncle Luo, is this your kidney stone? Let your mother fart. That's the crystallization of a dark beast. Luo Hongtian picked up a wine bottle at Linley, who hurriedly got up and dodged. Uncle Luo, what are you in a hurry for? I'll just make a joke. Is this thing really a beast crystal? Linley carefully picked up the small black stone, looked left and right, but he couldn't see any doorway. Don't look down on this small piece of strange beast crystal. This is what I took from a high-level 7th level strange beast 15 years ago. High-level 7th? This shocked Linley. The value of high-level strange beast crystals was at least more than 10 million blue coins. Not to mention the rarest dark beast. Uncle Luo, why are you willing to give me such a precious thing? Luo Hongtian snorted disdainfully. What is precious? Is it precious to sell a lot of money? For me, it is precious when used where it should be used most. Linley didn't speak, and sat back in place with a solemn expression. In less than 5 hours, that kid Zhao Zhenda will come to the door, try to absorb it and see if there are there any side effects? Linley nodded, and then entered a state of cultivation. More than 3 hours later, Linley slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the strange beast crystals in his hand, his expression was very unnatural. How is it? Seeing Linley wake up, Luo Hongtian asked curiously. TSK. It's hard to say, this crystal is indeed very suitable for me. The dark essence contained in it is very pure and powerful. I can feel that the dark energy in my body is transforming, becoming purer and more stable. Isn't this good? Linley shook his head and continued, okay, but not good either. The first is that the speed of absorption is too slow, not even as fast as the basic cultivation. The second is, my absorption level is too saturated, and if I absorb it again, it may get out of control. Only then did Luo Hongtian realize the seriousness of the matter. It turns out that there is a conflict between the dark system and the dark system. Once absorbed in excess or forcibly absorbed, it will cause energy backlash. In other words, it will be occupied by the will remaining in the crystals of the strange beasts so that it can do things it does not want to do. Lin boy, you. Before Luo Hongtian could finish speaking, the door of the practice room was rudely pushed open. Linley, get out of here for a decisive battle. Zhao Zhengde, you are really an uneducated thing. Don't you knock on the door before entering the door? Could it be that your father and mother were exercising in the house in the middle of the night, and you rushed in like this? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Zhengde and the melon-eating masses behind him were stunned. This is too ugly, isn't it? Zhao Zhengde took the lead in reacting, and a wave of anger continued to grow in his heart. Pointing at Linley, he trembled and couldn't say a word. At this time, Linley also suddenly realized that his mood swings were too great. At that moment, he seemed to have the idea of killing. Lin boy, control your emotions, you have begun to be affected. Linley's abnormal Luo Hongtian certainly saw it in his eyes, and this piece of strange beast crystal seemed to be given at the wrong time. Ha! Linley hurriedly took a deep breath and suppressed the manic emotions in his heart. It's too dangerous. This dark beast crystal is really too dangerous. Linley, I want to get rid of you as a scourge for the Holy Imperial Academy. Zhao Zhengde really couldn't tremble, since he couldn't scold it, then hit him. The fist's surface was covered with a layer of pale yellow earth-type ability, and rushed towards Linley's location. Many melon-eating people standing at the door hurriedly took out their mobile phones, wanting to record the picture of the battle between the two. Then let me solve your garbage. Dark impact. Linley had never tried melee combat, so to be on the safe side, it was better to start with a long-range war of attrition. A dark energy ball the size of a watermelon quickly converged and hit Zhao Zhengde, who was attacking. The latter did not dodge, but was confident that he could take the blow. He swung a punch and collided with the dark energy ball. Bang! With an explosion, Zhao Zhende's figure quickly retreated. It was not that he wanted to retreat himself, but that he was forced to retreat. The dark impact pushed Zhao Zhengde backward, more and more powerful, bigger and bigger. Damn, it turns out that the rumors that the dark system can devour abilities are true. Zhao Zhengde gritted his teeth and used all his strength to confront the black energy ball. After holding on like this for more than 10 seconds, the dark energy ball exploded. Zhao Zhengde was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Oh my god, it turns out that the statement that the dark system can devour abilities in battle is true. If you say that, the rumors of the dark system leapfrog battle are also true? The facts are all in front of you. What do you think? It seems that Zhao Zhengde is going to be unlucky. Shut up for me, what are you arguing about? I haven't lost yet. Zhao Zhengde got up again and shouted angrily at the melon-eating crowd outside the door. Otherwise, public opinion is the most hurtful. Maybe it will affect the fighting mentality. Linley, it was just a tentative blow from me just now, and I'm going to make a real move next. Linley rolled his eyes. If you haven't fought, you haven't fought. What excuse are you looking for? Don't you understand the reason why villains die because they talk too much? Give you a chance, just let the horse go. Okay, shake the mountain. Another melee attack. It's just that Zhao Zhende's deterrent power is much greater than before. As he said, the blow just now was just a test. Dark shockwave. Since the other party is real, you can't be careless. A continuous shockwave of dark energy shot out, causing some ripples in the surrounding air. Drink. Zhao Zhengde is really worthy of his father Zhao Gang. Personality is rigid. The so-called shaking mountain fist and dark shockwave collided together. Just like the movie scene, two fan-shaped energy barriers appeared. A strong wind swept through the entire practice room, and the melon-eating crowd standing outside the door took a step back. It can be seen how powerful the collision between these two people is. Linley, come on. Let him see the strength of our first grade class. Lu Qingyu's familiar voice came from outside the door, and the surrounding melon-eating crowd did not understand. Why is Lu Qingyu so partial to Linley? Could these two have some secret affair? Don't worry, I've been playing with this waste for a while. I'm tired of playing now. It's time to end this battle. Seeing Linley's palms pushed forward, the yellow barrier in front of Zhao Zhengde could no longer support it and shattered. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Zhende's figure flew out backwards and smashed to the ground. Ahem cough. Linley used 80% of his strength to strike this blow, and Zhao Zhengde was directly beaten until he vomited blood and his body suffered a lot of trauma. He tried to get up up several times, but the severe pain in his chest, abdomen, and neck really made him unable to use his strength.
Zhao Zhengde, are you convinced? Zhao Zhende's face turned red and he couldn't stop coughing.
But even so, he still refused to admit defeat and shook his head stubbornly.
Oh, not convinced? Then I will beat you to the service.
Saying that, Linli aimed at Zhao Zhende's bare face with 2 feet.
The people eating melons outside the door are called excited. Are you convinced? Not convinced. Clang is 2 feet again. Are you convinced? No. Clang clatter came directly to the 4 feet.
At this time, Zhao Zhende collapsed to the ground, his face blurred with nosebleeds gushing out.
Last time, are you convinced?
Linli directly gathered supernatural abilities in his hands. As long as Zhao Zhende dared to say a word of no, then.
Never mind. What else can I do? Kill him? Let's not talk about it first. Even if you kill him, you can't kill him in this place? Otherwise, how could he still be in the Holy Emperor? Although the supernatural world is not subject to the regular FL restrictions, the 6 major academies and 24 guilds jointly promulgated the supernatural decree. It's not much different from FL. Anyway, you can't kill people at will, otherwise the presidents have the right to send someone to execute you.
Linli, don't bully people too much. Zhao Zhengde was just about to submit when a strong voice came from the crowd outside the door. The same way, no need to guess. It must be Zhao Zhende's brother.
Hey, it's really worthy of being a brother. One is more horizontal than the other. What's wrong with me bullying? If he doesn't mess with me first, I'll beat him. Moreover, everyone has also seen that if he loses a fair and just duel, he has to admit it. Why? Now it's your turn to be the first bird? Brother, avenge me, brother.
Zhao Zhende, who was beaten into a pig's head, heard that his brother was coming, and tears fell down, choked up and begged his brother to avenge him.
Shut up, you waste. You can't even beat a beginner 3rd level goods. What face do you have to let me avenge you?
Zhao Zhende's brother's name is Zhao Zhengli, who is taller and stronger than the former, and his face shape and appearance are not much different. On the contrary, the powerful momentum of the middle-level supernatural was quite bluffing.
Linli, right? Okay, you did a great job. Today, we have concluded this beam, so be careful with me in the future.
Zhao Zhengli's IQ is better than that of his younger brother if he challenges Linli on such an occasion, not to mention whether the other party will refuse. Just by bullying the 1st grade and the 3rd grade, you can make a fuss.
In the end, I will only wipe myself black. I also give you this sentence, so that your unlucky brother will not provoke me, otherwise next time, you won't even have a chance to save him.
Zhao Zhengli's eyes were cold. He took 2 steps forward to pull Zhao Zhengde up from the ground, glared at Linli fiercely, and then left the practice room.
This duel came to an end. Many melon-eating people present posted the picture of Linli fighting Zhao Zhengde on the internet, and the first level 3 crushed the first level 4. As soon as the headlines came out, it once again caused a large-scale sensation. This battle proved that many rumors of the dark system were true. For example, leapfrog challenges, invincibility in the same tier, absorbing opponents' abilities in battle, etc. Even the top management of the academy began to study the special features of the dark department. As the saying goes, there are advantages and disadvantages, and Linli's battle has saved a large part of his image, at least not as fragile and incompetent as the keyboard man said. But this also means that more people on campus will target Linli, especially those genius students who are very confident in their own strength and are not happy with Linli's high-profile work, will definitely launch a challenge at the right time. Linli's life will not stop too much in the future. Uncle Luo, or,
you should take back this strange beast crystal. I'm afraid I'll. Linli was afraid that he would not be able to control it, and if one day he absorbed too much, causing his mind to be affected, it would be too dangerous to behave excessively. Luo Hongtian frowned and thought for a while, but finally shook his head and refused. What is sent out is like water spilled out. The strange beast
crystal will be yours in the future. If you can't even control him, what else can you talk about cultivation? What do you talk about becoming stronger?
Linli could understand what Luo Hongtian meant. If he couldn't even control the absorption scale, it would be a matter of time before he went crazy.
Boy, you can only go your own way. I can't help you too much, and I won't get involved in you too much. Be careful in the days to come. Don't be too strong. Don't worry, Uncle Luo, I will grasp the of proportion,
Linli assured very seriously.
Wait a minute? Why does Luo Hongtian's words sound so strange? Uncle Luo, how do I feel like you are leaving me?
Luo Hongtian laughed boldly twice, and then nodded and said, I do want to leave for a while, at least a year, at most.
I'm not sure either. Not sure? Where are you going?
The southernmost point of the Shenzhou continent, Luochang. Linli's heart tightened. It was not a place to live, but a frontier battlefield where the army of supernatural abilities was stationed to resist the invasion of strange beasts.
You mean?
That's right. The strange beasts in the southern beast domain have recently undergone large-scale changes. In just 3 days, they have attacked Luocheng 4 times, and after consultation with the 6 colleges and the 24 guilds, each academy and guild sent 3 representatives of strength to Luocheng to rescue.
So, you are one of them?
Luo Hongtian was rare and solemn, patted Linli on the shoulder and said, after I left, no one will cover you, so be careful in everything. There are many eyes staring at you you in the academy. Uncle Luo, don't worry, one day Linli, will also go to the frontier area to fight side by side with you and destroy this group of beasts. Luo Hongtian's expression froze. Obviously he didn't expect Linli to have such an idea. Ha 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 ha, good. Luo Hongtian said good 3 times in a row, which shows how touched his heart is. Just say this to you, our grandfather will not be drunk tonight. Okay, even if it's the grand wine I prepared for you. Push the cup and change the cup, and the wine goes through 3 rounds. Linli and Luo Hongtian talked for nearly 10 hours. The wine bottles on the ground made the two dizzy. Linli only remembered that he was finally sent back to the apartment by the restaurant staff and then lay unconscious on the bed. Until noon the next day. Linli, who was pierced by the sun, woke up and vague memories slowly poured in. I glanced at the time, 12 o'clock at noon. Luo Hongtian has already set off. A minimum of 1 year, or even 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Both of them may not see each other. In other words, the next road can only be taken by Linli himself. Didong, your homeroom teacher Cui Yayun launched a video invitation. Do you accept it? Cui Yayun? What is she looking for herself for? Linli hurriedly glanced at the mobile phone course schedule. Is it really empty? He looked at the clothes on his body again, and he was still alive and would not be exposed. Connect. Immediately, on the huge monitor, Cui Yayun's figure appeared on it. Lin, how have you been these past few days? It's good. I've been practicing in the training room, and I've made great progress. Cui Yayun nodded calmly and continued. That's good. There are 2 main things to contact you this time. The first is about you challenging Zhaosan yesterday and winning. Speaking of this, Cui Yayun paused, as if he was hesitating about something. Linli is not stupid. It must be the 2 Zhao brothers who are acting monsters behind their backs, otherwise how could Cui Yayun find himself? Teacher Cui, it's okay to say anything. I already expected that after this battle, it would bring a lot of trouble. Indeed, Zhao's class teacher, Mr. Xing, came to me just now, saying that Zhao Jinda's injury this time was quite serious and would delay the course for at least 2 weeks, so let me remind you not to go too far in the future. Overkill? Linli sneered. This so-called teacher Xing doesn't look like a good thing? He also wants to intervene in the affairs between students. What? Zhao Zhengda is his dog's son? Teacher Cui, it's not too much for me to save his life, and it seems to be very common for students to get injured in a duel, right? I remember there were many rumors about students dying during a duel. I haven't seen anyone say that they have gone too far. Of course, Cui Yayun also understood this truth, but the 2 Zhao brothers were not good at stubble. Coupled with the influence of Linli's dark system, the other party used a little means, and Linli became the unreasonable side. Hey, Lin, I really can't blame you for this, so I don't plan to criticize you, just act cautiously in the future. Let's talk about the second thing. This matter is very important to you. In the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years of the Holy Imperial Academy, there will be a trial quiz every 3 months, and the content of the trial is very simple, that is, to destroy the beasts, capture points, and obtain rewards. And there are still 3 days left until the next trial of our 1st year. As a transfer student, considering the low level of the ability, you have the right to choose to give up this trial and wait until 3 months later to participate. Of course, you can also choose to participate in this trial. The benefits will be very many. If you can achieve certain results in this trial, you will not only get the college reward but also the appreciation of teachers and classmates, which is very beneficial to your current image. Cui Yayun explained very carefully. Linli, who listened, was excited. Try quizzes, get rewards, earn appreciation. This kind of opportunity is rare, and Linli doesn't want to miss it. Teacher Cui, I will participate in this trial on time. Fighting with strange beasts is far more exhilarating than fighting with students. Only when the threat of death is involved can we better stimulate our potential. With this blood, this joy, Linli has no reason not to go. Linli is good. I know you won't back down. The specific time and place I will send you through Xiaoyan. There are still 3 days. You prepare. Try to go further with your own strength as much as possible. Okay, Teacher Cui. As soon as the call ended, Xiaoyan came with a beat. Didong, you have a trial arrangement in 3 days. Please check it. Linli hurriedly picked up his phone and checked it. Trial time, September 14th, that is, 3 days later, at 9 o'clock in the morning. Trial location, Teleportation Square in the east of the Academy, coordinates Sunset Forest. Trial duration, 7 days. Trial content, hunt strange beasts and obtain strange beast crystals. The higher the quality, the more points can be exchanged. For example, the 1st level of the 3rd level of the beast crystal can be exchanged for 5 points, the 4th level can be exchanged for 10 points, the 5th level can be exchanged for 15 points, and so on. Trial rules, 3,000 trialists are randomly teleported to various locations in the Sunset Forest, and within 7 days, they can exchange points for hunting strange beasts and obtaining strange beast crystals, and the higher the points, the more generous the rewards. During this period, the trialists can plunder each other's crystals, without worrying about the problem of overshooting. The Academy will equip each person with a life bracelet. Once it is hit by a fatal attack, it will trigger resistance, and after triggering the life bracelet, the trialist will be eliminated and teleported back to the Academy. At the end of the final trial, the Academy will select the top 10 based on the score rank
ranking and distribute the mystery prize. TSK, don't worry about the problem of shooting too hard, then this trial will be much more interesting.
Linley walked to the window and looked into the distance.
The risk of this trial is not small, and if you want to achieve certain results, you must use some means. After all, in the same grade, there are many people who don't like themselves, especially the group of people in the same class as himself are the strongest and the most proud.
I'm afraid that he won't find Linley as soon as possible and eliminate him.
This is the situation. Linley pondered for a long time and didn't come up with any good way. I simply washed up and went to the training room to practice.
If you can go further in 3 days, the risk will be much lower. At least except for the top few in the same class,
no one can threaten Linley.
In the blink of an eye, Linley broke through.
The breakthrough time was the early morning of the third day, and there were less than 3 hours left before the start of the trial.
In these 3 days, Linley practiced all the time.
Sleep time is saved, and eating time is not wasted, in order to break through as soon as possible. Absorb a part of the essence of strange beasts appropriately every day, and then crystallize the low-level elements equipped in the practice room. Linley finally got what he wanted, broke through the bottleneck of the third level of the primary level, and successfully reached the fourth level of the first level. This also means that Linley has officially entered the ranks of the middle stage of the beginner level. Don't underestimate this improvement, as the saying goes, the first order is stronger than the first order. Linley clearly sensed that the stored value of the dark elements in his body had increased exponentially. There has been a significant change in physique. How the specific strength growth depends on actual combat.
I love you walking alone in the dark alley.
I love you like not a ghost. A familiar bell rang, and it was Lu Qingyu calling.
Classmate Lu, is there something wrong?
Linley, I heard from Teacher Chui that you also participated in this trial. Is it true? Linley always felt a little excited on the other end of the phone. It's true. I've been preparing for the trial these past few days. Great, Linley, let's cooperate, hunt strange beasts together, snatch crystals, and then get rankings and rewards together.
Cooperation? That's right. Why did Linley forget this stubble? The rules don't say that trialists can't team up and cooperate? Lu, my strength level is low. If you choose to cooperate with me, will you?
Oh, you are an SSS-level Dark system. Through your last battle with Zhao Zhengde, I understood. Your Dark system leapfrog challenge is really remarkable. With your current strength of the junior level 3 against the junior level 6, that is, my level of superpowers should not be a problem. Linley's cheeks were slightly red, and he was quite embarrassed to be praised by the girl. Okay, since classmate Lu trusts me so much, then let's work together in this trial of the Sunset Forest. It just so happens that I just broke through to level 4, and I can help you share more pressure.
Great, Linley, then we will. Only, wait, what did you just say? Have you broken through again? Lu Qingyu didn't react at first, buckled his ears, and asked in an almost unbelievable tone.
In the battle 3 days ago, Linley was still at the junior level 3, and Lu Qingyu had already begun to envy Linley's talent at that time. After all, it took him a whole month to break through to the third level of the beginner level, but now Linley said that he had broken through again, which was simply a big score. Linley, just follow your cultivation to improve your speed. Catch up with my sister for a maximum of 1 year.
Oh no, half a year. I don't know how to describe you anymore. Genius? Monster? Or is it a genius in the legend, a demon? Maybe it's really that I have less knowledge.
All in all, congratulations. The stronger your strength, the greater the probability of success in this trial. Hey, whispering classmates have passed the reputation, and the trial is about to begin in less than 3 hours, so I'll go back to wash up first, change my clothes, and then meet up in the teleportation square.
Okay, see you later.
The tri-monthly trial test is a very important opportunity for the students of the Holy Emperor to test themselves.
First of all, if you can achieve a certain ranking, you can become famous on the entire campus and gain the respect and attention of many students, and,
secondly, you can also get high-quality awards issued by the college, such as elemental crystallization, refining materials, capital currency, etc.
Among the rumored top 3 rewards, there is also the existence of elemental magic weapons.
Of course, this is just a rumor, and the rewards for the top 3 have always been secretly distributed. Secondly, participating in trials can accumulate experience in fighting strange beasts, and you don't have to worry about your life being threatened. Because this is not only the case with the Holy Imperial Academy, but also with the other 5 major academies. When you reach the 4th grade, you will be led by designated teachers to major border areas to participate in the resistance and crusade against strange beasts.
This is both practical learning and fulfillment of obligations.
Resisting the invasion of strange beasts and maintaining the safety of the people of the mainland of China is the meaning of the existence of supernatural beings, including the demonic legion, the evil spirit temple and the dark kingdom. Neither could escape this responsibility. Therefore, students will cherish the opportunity to fight against strange beasts during their time in school, so that they can be fully prepared. And when they step on the battlefield, they can use the accumulated experience to fight against more ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts.
There is less than half an hour left before the trial begins.
At this moment, the teleportation square was already
crowded and lively. Linley finally saw Lu Qingyu's figure in the crowd, but before he could find it, the familiar three little ones stopped in front of him. Linley, after thinking about it, your strength is quite passable, so join our team. Wu Xiu didn't want a green lotus to come forward and sent out an invitation very arrogantly. Linley, your dark system is very annoying. Joining us is your best choice, otherwise it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble after you enter the Sunset Forest. Yao Tong's analytical ability was very good, and he clearly explained Lin Li's situation at this moment. To be honest, if Lin Li hadn't reached a consensus with Lu Qingyu, he might have agreed. It's a pity that the power of the beauty is far from comparable to these three dicks. I'm sorry, I already have an organization, and you all know that my dark system can easily cause trouble, so why invite me? Because your value is greater than the trouble you can invite. Si Fingyu's words are very interesting and profound. Couldn't help but let Lin Li Gao glance at him. Whisper, whisper, I'm whispering here. At this moment, Wu Xiu also discovered Lu Qingyu's figure, his arms clasped, almost catching up with the propeller. Insert 2 green onions on top of his head and they can rise into the air on the spot. When Lu Qingyu heard that it was Wu Xiu, his face instantly collapsed. If he hadn't found Lin Li on the side, he would definitely turn his head and leave. What do you guys want to do? Pry people from me? Lu Qingyu went straight to Lin Li's side and questioned several people in a bad tone. Whisper, how can you cooperate with this kid behind my back? I'm the person you should consider the most, aren't I your heart? Wu Xiu can be described as an advanced stage of cheap cancer, and the few people around him are disgusting. It's quite a big old man to add a billion to act coquettishly in public. Lu Qingyu is also a ruthless person, without saying a word. It is a kick. This kick seems ordinary, but when it comes into contact with Wu Xiu, it directly emits a golden light. Good guy, even the holy light ability is used. Then Wu Xiu was tragic and flew out directly with his stomach covered. Tell you to be cheap. If there is a next kick, it won't be your stomach. Not the stomach? Following Lu Qingyu's gaze, several people present unconsciously clamped their crotches. This woman can't be messed with. What about the two of you? Is there anything else? Lu Qingyu clapped his hands and then turned his eyes to Yao Tong and Si Fingyu. No, it's okay. The heads of the two shook like rattles, and they didn't want to follow in Wu Xiu's footsteps. Lin Li, let's wait over there. It's clean over there. Lu Qingyu tugged at Lin Li's sleeve and walked towards the other side of the square. And at this moment, Wu Xiu, who was falling to the ground and rolling back and forth, saw this scene and his heart was about to break. He kept muttering, whispering, whisper, my goddess, don't leave me behind. Si Fingyu and the two of them dodged away with an extremely tacit understanding. They were too cheap, and they really couldn't afford to lose that person with him. Lin Li, although there are only 2 of us in our team, but I have confidence in you and myself. The last trial was because of a small accident, so I failed to achieve the top 10 results. This time I will definitely avenge my shame, otherwise I will be sorry for my name is Goddess Lu. On the bench, Lu Qingyu said that it was an exhilarating. It seems to be encouraging himself, and it seems to be encouraging Lin Li. There was a little accident? What accident? Lu Qingyu scratched his head embarrassedly and said, last time, the team I led accidentally broke into the territory of a middle-level third-level strange beast, and as a result, the whole army is wiped out. No wonder Lu Qingyu only invited Lin Li this time, co-authored because he was afraid that the tragedy would happen again? Oh, I said it was a small accident. The Sunset Forest is so big, there are only 10 middle-level strange beasts in it, and I bumped into it. Who should I talk to about this? Lin Li shrugged helplessly. He was indeed unlucky. However, there were actually 10 intermediate strange beasts in this Sunset Forest, which Lin Li did not expect. First-year students, there is no way that there can be a person with intermediate strength. This is completely who meets whoever is unlucky. Unless it is a group of beginner and high-level students fighting against a middle-level beast, it is barely a good chance of winning. By the way, Lin Li, I have always had a question I want to ask you, but I'm afraid you won't mind. Lu Qingyu didn't know what he was thinking, and he hesitated to speak. If you have any questions, I won't mind. I just want to ask you, there are so many classmates in the academy who speak ill of you behind your back and spread rumors about you. Do you really not care at all? If it were me, I might not have been able to stand it long ago. Lin Li heard this question, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. There is a saying that people say something like this: what people say is like a blade. If used incorrectly, it will become a tricky murder weapon, piercing deep into people's hearts. If I say I don't care, maybe even I won't believe it. But what if you don't care? The human heart is like this. There is no pure goodness, and there is no pure evil. It's like light and darkness. The two poles are opposite, but they are interdependent. I will use the blade that others stab at me for my own use, and one day, I will become invulnerable. Lu Qingyu was very touched by what Lin Li said. His small eyes blinked and blinked, as if some strange emotions began to germinate. Ding dong! A mechanical bell rang throughout the square. Everyone fell silent and quietly stared at the center of the square. Sunset Forest trial testing, now officially start. Please wear your own life bracelet. If you lose it, immediately cancel the trial qualification. Lin Li looked east and west. Where is it? Where is the bracelet? Lu Qingyu touched Lin Li lightly, signaling him not to be impatient. At the same time, a strong elemental elemental fluctuation quickly spread. Linley closed his eyes and sensed that it was a wood-type elemental ability, and this energy is extremely powerful, and it has covered the entire square. If it is done by manpower, then this person must be a super-level powerhouse. Linley, reach out. Lu Qingyu whispered again, and Linley calmed down. At this moment, everyone in the square stretched out a hand, as if waiting for something to come. Linley also stretched out his hand when he saw this, and then a magical scene happened. The dark green elemental energy quickly condensed on the wrist, and when the light gradually dissipated, a delicate jasper bracelet was wrapped around it, exquisite and qualitative, particularly beautiful. Please enter the teleportation circle, and after 3 minutes, start teleporting. All the students began to walk towards the center of the square, followed by Linley and Lu Qingyu. After arriving at the central area, everyone consciously stood in an oval floor tile, neatly arranged and magnificent. Linley looked around and nodded with satisfaction. This is just like words. As the top supernatural academy in China, it should have this vigorous appearance. Look at the training ground of the physical fitness class, the divine horse stuff. Please get ready. In 10 seconds, start teleporting. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes, including Lu Qingyu. Only Linley stared at himself with big eyes, looking at it randomly. Why are you still thinking about why you close your eyes? Is there anything terrifying about to happen? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, bang. Linley was confused, and everyone present was confused. What exploded? Suddenly, Linley seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. I saw a black figure passing rapidly from the air, and the dark ability wrapped around me was very terrifying. Big brother, this person's strength is absolutely superior or above, otherwise there will be so many academy powerhouses in the future. Yi Chang, you have such courage. Sun Wukuan's angry shout frightened everyone present. Yi Chang? Isn't that the leader of the Dark Kingdom? How did this big guy come to the Holy Emperor? Linley was thinking like this, and was suddenly wrapped in a dark force, and then the ground began to shake violently, and the mechanical prompt sound came again. 3, 2, 1, start teleporting. At this critical moment, Lu Qingyu rushed directly to Linley's side and grabbed his arm. And then it's gone. The dazzling white light covered everything, and all the students disappeared at this moment. Linley felt a blur in front of his eyes, followed by a spinning of the world, and he was seriously weakened. Fortunately, I didn't eat breakfast, otherwise I would have to vomit. But even so, the softness on his arms still persisted. Linley didn't care about much, so he directly pulled Lu Qingyu into his arms and went with the flow. Yi Chang, what exactly do you want to do? At this time, the Holy Imperial Academy was completely in chaos. Thousands of figures stood above the void, tightly surrounding a black figure in the center. And directly below, there are thousands of teachers and students, waiting for battle. Sun Wukong pointed at Yi Chang and asked angrily, Dean Sun, don't be so angry. I'm just here to pick up the person who should be mine. Who belongs to him? Sun Wukuan and many school leaders present thought of one person together. Linley. Yi Chang, since Linley has joined our Holy Imperial Academy, he is a member of our Holy Imperial Academy, and you are simply not taking my Holy Imperial Academy's eyes seriously. A member of the Holy Emperor? Ha ha. Yi Chang seemed to have a mocking laugh. What harsh words. When did you accept the dark system from the bottom of your heart? If it weren't for Linley's SSS-level talent, would you disdain to look at him more? Even so, I haven't seen how good Linley is. Accusations, ridicule, abuse, slander, insults, provocations, rumors. My Dark Kingdom thinks that it is shameful, but what about you? A group of hypocritical guys. If Luo Hongtian hadn't intervened indiscriminately a few days ago, Linley would have been a member of my Dark Kingdom. After hearing this, all the leading teachers except Sun Wukuan showed suspicious expressions. Was it Luo Hongtian who snatched Linley from the Dark Kingdom? Yi Chang, where are you going to talk nonsense, confuse people, break into my Holy Emperor, and harm my students? You must pay back this account. Sun Wukong obviously didn't want Yi Chang to continue, so he hurriedly changed the topic and prepared to do it. I don't have time to play with you. If you don't repair the teleportation magic circle, then the 3,000 students will not be able to come back. As soon as the words fell, a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared behind Yi Chang, gradually enveloping his whole person. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Dean, I'll send someone to chase you. Zhang Lei volunteered and was ready to chase Yi Chang. Okay, I don't have time to take care of him at the moment. The teleportation magic circle is destroyed, and it must be repaired as soon as possible, otherwise the 3,000 students will be in danger. Sun Wukuan's concentration is not so bad, and he knows exactly what is most important at the moment. All high-level superpowers, follow me to repair the magic circle and pick up the students back. Ah, it's too high. Who is so immoral and puts the teleportation location in the sky? Linley didn't know what was going on, and after leaving the teleportation space, he came to the high altitude again. That feeling, not to mention how exciting it is. The last flight was carried by people from the Dark Kingdom, and there was no death. What's going on this time? There is a big beauty in her arms, but neither of them can fly? Is this the so-called peony flower dying and being
a ghost is also romantic? In this world, there is inexplicably and ingeniously a pair of miserable mandarin ducks. Linley, it seems to be a quagmire below. Ah, what did you say? I can't hear you. A strong air current surrounded his ears, and Linley couldn't hear anything. Lu Qingyu grabbed Linley's ear and roared loudly. There is a quagmire below. We won't be thrown to death. Only then did Linley hear clearly that there was a small quagmire right below where the two fell, and if they fell into it, they would definitely not be able to fall to their deaths. The problem is that Linley doesn't want to fall in. Heaven and earth conscience, he loves to be clean on weekdays. As long as he returns to the apartment, the first thing he does is to take a shower and wash his clothes. If this falls into the quagmire, roll over a few more times and have a couple of drinks. It's unimaginable. But if you don't fall into this situation now, you will definitely be thrown into the mud. What to do? Pregnant. Linley thought of a way and decided to give it a try. If they fail, the two will still fall into the quagmire. But it's better than falling to death. Whisper, hold on to me. Lu Qingyu didn't know why, but he didn't have time to think, and his hands and feet were tightly wrapped around Linley's waist, making him look like a koala, as the two descended faster and faster. Finally, when he was less than 20 meters high from the quagmire surface, Linley made a move. Dark shockwave. Time flies. A huge amount of supernatural abilities gushed out and fell from the sky, like a dark pillar of light, rushing straight into the quagmire. The originally calm, dirty muddy water was blasted out 6 or 7 meters high and scattered around. Although the two of them were a little stained, fortunately, the descent speed came down abruptly. At the same time, Linley stretched out his other hand and aimed at another dark shockwave directly in front of him. First, the two were forced to kick back to the ground, and finally Linley was really exhausted and fell from a height of more than 2 meters. Because Lu Qingyu was snuggled in Linley's arms, he did not suffer any substantive harm. The tragic thing is Linley, the ability in his body is exhausted, resulting in a decrease in his ability to resist blows. This fall almost didn't knock his brain evenly. Linley! Linley! How are you, Linley? Linley, wake up! Lu Qingyu got up from Linley's arms, and when he saw that Linley's head was covered with blood, he was so frightened that he was at a loss, and kept shaking his body, trying to wake up the other party. Linley, wake up! Don't scare me! Lu Qing's tears rolled in his eyes, and he used his abilities indiscriminately to instill them into Linley's body. Not to mention, this trick really worked. The remaining dark abilities in Linley's body frantically absorbed the holy light abilities infused by Lu Qingyu, and after the physical energy was replenished, Linley woke up from the coma. Whisper, why are you crying? Am I burping? Linley subconsciously stretched out his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of Lu Qingyu's eyes, and then both of them were stunned. When Lu Qingyu reacted, he was not angry because of Linley's actions, but smiled happily. You're scaring me to death. What kind of bullshit method are you? I almost lost my life. Ahem. Cough. As soon as Linley was about to get up, his chest was dull and he couldn't stop coughing. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu hurriedly stepped forward to help, and after the two got up, Linley replied sarcastically, it's because I overestimated myself, releasing 2 skills at the same time, and the strange energy in my body can't support the consumption at all. I really don't want you to fall into the quagmire and be stained by this dirty sludge. Lu Qingyu blushed after hearing this, and his heartbeat accelerated a lot. It turned out that Linley did this for her. Could it be that he likes himself? Will you like him? Oh, it's so annoying. Could that sentence just now be expressing your feelings to yourself? Do you want to accept it? In fact, this answer was revealed as early as the moment Lu Qingyu rushed towards Linley desperately. The problem is that Linley doesn't know. The sentence just said was completely to cover up the fact that he didn't want to fall into the quagmire. The ghost knows that this girl is messing around with her brain. Hiss. Linley suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, touched it with his hand, and he gasped in pain, and he was indeed injured. Sting. Linley, don't move yet. I'll help you bandage it briefly. Lu Qingyu tore off the corner of his skirt without hesitation and bandaged Linley's wound with his own hands. This move can move Linley badly. Lu Qingyu is definitely the best girl for herself except for her aunt and little sister. Linley, where are we? It's pitch black, eerie, there won't be any ghosts, right? Lu Qingyu bandaged Linley's wound and looked around the surrounding environment. Finding this place surprisingly eerie and terrifying, not to mention anything else, the existence of a quagmire alone proves that this place is a wasteland, and the humidity is very heavy. But at this time, Linley's attention was not on the surrounding environment. It was on Lu Qingyu's lap. It is white, thin, long, and tender. Ba ba. Thinking crookedly, Linley paid attention to Lu Qingyu's broken skirt corner. It was originally a short skirt, but when I pulled it like this, my legs were almost exposed. This place is cold and damp, and it is not good for a girl to catch a cold. Immediately, Linley took off his coat and walked forward slowly. Just walked to the back of Lu Qingyu's head. The two sides were less than 10 centimeters, and the former suddenly turned around. The two just stared at each other blankly, and their breathing became more and more intense. You, what are you doing? Lu Qingyu's cheeks were like ripe apples, becoming more and more rosy. Linley didn't speak, but stretched out his hands and wrapped them around the other party's waist. Lu Whisper was surprised and happy in his heart. Is this going going to be a wave of spring in the wild? So nervous. Good. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Qingyu even closed his eyes, ready to welcome the arrival of spring. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. Hey, why didn't Lin Li move? Lu Qingyu quietly opened his eyes and found Lin Li looking at him blankly. The expression seemed to be asking, "Girl, are you okay?" Lu Qingyu was even more dazed. He looked at Lin Li, looked around, and looked at his lower body. Only then did I understand that Lin Li was sheltering himself. Now it's good. Lu Qingyu's face turned even redder. It was so red that it was about to bleed. Seeing this, Lin Li was very worried and asked, "Whisper, what's wrong with your face? It can't be poisoning, right?" "Damn, I know something is wrong with this broken place." Lu whispered to see Lin Li's appearance. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. "A stinky straight man. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life." "You fool, I'm not poisoned. I'm hot." After saying that, he hurriedly turned his head over. Now it's good. The eerie atmosphere around them all resolved the embarrassment of the two. Lin Li still scratched his head in confusion, but he happened to touch the wound. "It hurts him." "Whisper, isn't this place a sunset forest?" Lin Li grinned and observed the surrounding environment, and asked suspiciously, "No, this is not a sunset forest. It seems to be dark forest." "Dark forest? How does it sound a little familiar to me?" "Well, I remember the extreme northern border of the Shenzhou continent, the junction between Sangcheng and the northern beast region, or the buffer zone." "Why did you come here?" "Whisper, run fast." Lin Li didn't hesitate at all, grabbed Lu Qingyu's little hand and rushed towards the woods in front of him. "Why rush?" "Because there are strange beasts." The roar just now was clearly a strange beast that noticed the aura of the two and was rapidly approaching. Both of them clearly sensed that this strange beast was the strength of the first level 9. As soon as it appeared, it came as soon as it appeared. Do you want it to be so exciting? Lin Li's current state is very poor. The abilities in his body have basically not recovered much, and Lu Qingyu is only a beginner level 6. What do the two of them use to fight against the strange beast? "Do you deliver food to others?" "Damn! How did the promised trial become a desperate escape?" Lin Li rushed while observing the surrounding situation, for fear that another strange beast would appear. "Lin Li, our bracelet is still there. It should be able to teleport back." "Okay," Lu Qingyu reminded very unconfidently, and shook the jasper bracelet on his wrist, as if there was no sense. "Whisper, if this bracelet is still useful, it will be teleported back as early as when I was injured." The more Lin Li thought about it, the more angry he became. What did Ji Chang want to do? "Although the Dark Kingdom is stationed in the northern part of China, you teleported me to the dark forest to fart? Hundreds of kilometers apart. Did you walk over?" As the roar got closer and closer, Lin Li knew he couldn't hide. How can 2 legs outrun 4 legs? "Whisper, I need you to fight for me for 3 minutes, and in 3 minutes I will be sure to get rid of this beast." Lu Qingyu agreed without thinking. Although there is a difference of 3 levels, it should not be a problem to hold on for a while. Then the two stopped and turned around together. Just saw the strange beast chasing him, and at this moment he was roaring and slowly slowing down, slowly approaching. This is two-headed wolf? As the name suggests, it is a wolf with 2 heads, but this body size is not small, not to mention 2 meters and 3 or 4. The big toe cover is long, and it is estimated that it can be stewed into a pot when cut out. "Whisper, be careful of this wolf's claws." Lu Qingyu nodded solemnly, and his hands began to gather the holy light ability. As for Lin Li, he took out the crystal of the dark beast type. It was all at this juncture, and it was better to lose his mind than to lose his life. Randomly find a tree and sit cross-legged, frantically absorbing the elemental essence. I don't know if it was because of Lin Li's breakthrough or because of the excessive consumption of abilities in the body. The speed of absorption this time was particularly fast. At the same time, Lu Qingyu's side also began to hand over. The genus of the two-headed wolf is the wind type, so it moves very fast, and every time the 2 large front paws are swung, it can throw out a wind blade. Lu Qingyu gathered a holy light barrier in front of him, dodging as much as possible if he could avoid it, and carrying it down if he couldn't dodge. The energy ball converged with both hands aimed at the head of the two-headed wolf with a precise blow, and the 2 sides went back and forth for several rounds. It seems to be for tat, evenly matched. In fact, Lu Qingyu was very clear in his heart. This beast was testing himself, and the strength of the strange beast often did not lie in his ability, but in his close combat and physical defense. The holy light is coming. Lu Qingyu found the right time and activated his skills. A pillar of light with thick arms pierced through the clouds and fell from the sky. The two-headed wolf realized the danger, and his figure flashed quickly, but the pillar of light in the sky was like a navigation. No matter where it ran, the pillar of light would follow wherever it went. Finally, with a loud noise, the holy light descended and hit the target accurately. But Lu Qingyu did not relax at all, but his eyes were more solemn. Whoa! Ha! Ha! When the smoke and dust cleared, the figure of the two-headed wolf appeared again. Except for the slightly messy hair on his body, there was basically nothing wrong. At this moment, he was staring at Lu Qingyu, panting heavily, and his whole body erupted with palpitating elemental fluctuations. This strange beast is about to move seriously. The next second, the two-headed wolf moved. With a bang under his feet, he rushed over. The
ground where it was originally located actually cracked a little, and thick smoke and dust scattered everywhere. Lu Qingyu gathered all his abilities in front of him, trying to block the other party's impact. Unfortunately, the difference in strength by 3 levels is far from being as simple as it thinks. A big gray claw slapped directly at the barrier. Click, click, click. Lu Qingyu's pupils shrank slightly, and his all-out defense was cracked like this? And this crack is getting bigger and bigger, and it is about to be unsupportable. Lu Qingyu made a quick decision and withdrew directly. The big claw that lost its barrier power slapped directly on the ground, causing the surrounding flowers and trees to tremble violently. Looking at the place where the two-headed wolf fell in claws, the shallow pit with a diameter of about half a meter proved how terrifying the force of this blow was. After missing a blow, the two-headed wolf roared angrily and attacked again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Qingyu directly wrapped his feet around his ability, and with a few whoosh strokes, he climbed a big tree. The two-headed wolf unceremoniously slapped the trunk with one claw, and Lu Whisper jumped to another tree. There is nothing else in this place, but there are trees. One person and one beast played a chase like this. You jump one, I break one, you jump again, I shoot again. After tossing back and forth for more than a minute, Lin Li finally recovered. It's just that this state is a bit abnormal. At this moment, Lin Li's eyes were red, and a strong killing intent couldn't stop surging outward. The strength of the original 4th level of the First Order now exudes an aura that is even more terrifying than that of a two-headed wolf. Lin Li's change was naturally noticed by the two-headed wolf. Glanced at the willow whispering on the tree, and now I don't have time to care about her. Lin Li, what happened to you? Lu Qingyu saw that Lin Li was full of murderous intent and didn't understand it. Didn't he restore his ability? Why do you feel like you're going to be demonized? Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Li's words were very cold, and he couldn't hear any emotion. In fact, only Lin Li himself knew this situation, and there was no problem with his consciousness, but he wanted to kill someone inexplicably. Or a beast. Not manic or impulsive. Just want to kill. A gray-haired beast dares to run wild in front of me? Lin Li didn't move his hands, his mouth moved. The two-headed wolf seemed to understand Lin Li's disdainful look, and his eyes became sharper and sharper. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out with his hind feet, raised his big paw and slapped Lin Li's head. Lin Li didn't know what he was thinking. His arm was covered with a layer of powerful dark ability, and he tried to carry this blow. Then Lin Li was slapped away. Lu Qingyu, who saw it, was called in anger. Lin Li. Lu Qing's tone was so angry that he began to speak in his hometown. How big is the difference in strength between the two sides? When is this, and you don't forget to pretend? Ahem. Damn it, this beast is quite strong. Lin Li stood up with his waist on his back, complaining in his heart. Damn, this is a shameful loss. I thought I could bear the opponent's blow with my existing energy, but the result was nothing. Sick of it. However, this blow also woke up Lin Li, and the sense of killing just now was instantly suppressed. Whisper, I will attack the main attack, and you will assist. Lin Li thought that he could fight against the 8th level supernatural in his current state, but the strange beast in front of him was a 9th level and was struck by lightning. Why? Lu Whisper was not long-winded and directly started to interfere remotely. The magic balls were thrown out one after another, and Lin Li also used the dark shockwave. If you suffer in close combat, then play long-range consumption. The enhanced shockwave hit the two-headed wolf, and the opponent kept retreating. The magic ball smashed on his back with precision, making the beast suffer a lot. Strong defense does not mean you won't get hurt. The two of them attacked, and there were always times when they couldn't take care of themselves. Just like now, the two-headed wolf was annoyed by Lu Qingyu's dogskin plaster behavior, and with both claws, two extremely strong wind blades rushed towards Lin Li. Our Linda protagonist is a thief. Put away the shockwave as two energy balls, regardless of whether it is offset or not, directly dodge out of the range of the wind blade, and then release the shockwave. The two-headed wolf was just about to shift its target, trying to shoot Lu Qingyu down, and the familiar dark energy behind him came again. At the same time, Lu Qingyu was also ruthless and directly used his strongest skills. Boom! Holy light great sword. But Lin Li was so excited by this strange name that he almost let go of his strength in his hand. But it was also Lin Li who wanted to be crooked. This big sword was not that big sword. A large sword as tall as a person and shining golden appeared in Lu Qingyu's hand, aimed at the target, and threw it out directly. The two-headed wolf was ready to dodge, but Lin Li couldn't give it this chance, and the palms exerted force again, and the shockwave suppressed the opponent's ability to act. There was another loud noise, and the big sword was inserted into the back of the two-headed wolf with precision. I don't know if it should have exploded, or because it encountered dark energy, there was a conflict. Anyway, the impact of the explosion staggered Lin Li and Lu Qingyu. The two sensed that the aura of the two-headed wolf was gradually weakening, and they breathed a sigh of relief. After the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Li rushed forward excitedly. What are you doing? Level 9 Strange Beast Crystallization. The market price starts at the lowest 90W. Even if you don't sell it, it's good to keep it and absorb it yourself. It's just that after Lin Li stepped forward and saw the tragic situation of the two-headed wolf clearly, he hesitated a little. No, not sympathy,
not pity. But, it's disgusting. Damn, the entire back half of the body was blown to pieces, the flesh and blood were scattered on the ground, and the bones and internal organs inside were clearly visible. It's all like this. The two-headed wolf is not dead yet, but it's fast, with my head drooping, more air outlet, less air intake, and it's time to return to the west in less than a few minutes. Vomit. As soon as Lu Qingyu approached here, he was made sick of the strong visual impact. This is all normal, after all, both of them are still newcomers, and before joining the Holy Emperor, they haven't even killed a chicken, let alone such a big wolf, and they have been blown up into this miserable situation. Linley, let's go. It's so bloody, it's disgusting. Linley said in his heart, this is not what you did? When I was fighting, I was ruthless, and now I am soft. Hee, woman. You help me sentry first, I'll take the crystal. Although Linley was very resistant in his heart, after all, he was a man, who would he not do this kind of thing? Even if you don't do it now, there will be a time to do it one day in the future. Now, this is for you. Lu Qingyu touched his boots, and then took out a silver-white dagger from it. This made Linley stunned. Whisper, why do you still carry a dagger with you? I don't carry a dagger. Do you dig crystals with your hands? It makes sense. It seems that Lu Qingyu has also accumulated a lot of experience and knows how to prepare knives in advance to facilitate the crystals in the body of strange beasts. Linley took the dagger and walked around the two-headed wolf. Where to start? Abdomen? Or boobs? Or the head? Or the most important part? Linley, most of the crystals of strange beasts are in the head, and a small part is kept in the abdomen. Lu Qingyu saw that Linley had not moved for a long time, and reminded him. Head? Linley squatted next to the hairy head of the two-headed wolf, thinking about which one to start. Forget it, cut them one by one. So, Linley raised his knife and took the lead in cutting off one of the other party's heads. Now the two-headed wolf was completely out of breath, and the elemental fluctuations on his body disappeared. Linley fiddled with the wolf's head left and right, found the right position, and continued to stab. The next picture is too disgusting, so I won't describe it. Anyway, Linley didn't find anything, so he cut off the other head. After rummaging through it, I finally found it. A light blue strange beast crystal appeared in Linley's hand, and the two searched for a long time before finding a small pool of water, and hurriedly washed away the blood mixture in their hands, otherwise it would be easy to be noticed by other strange beasts. Linley, what should we do next? Linley thought for a moment and decided, let's go south. This place is not far from Tsangchen. Let's be careful. As long as we arrive in the territory of Shenzhou, we will be safe. Saying that, Linley took out his mobile phone, although there was no signal in this place, but the compass still worked. So, the two discerned the direction according to the compass and moved cautiously towards the south. 3 hours later. Whisper, our lunch is here. Linley, are you sure we want to eat it? Of course, aren't you hungry? Hungry is hungry. But, it's so cute. Lu Qingyu looked at the position in front of him very reluctantly, and saw a fluffy white rabbit sleeping at the foot of a big tree. Not in the slightest realization that danger was coming. Linley was hungry and had his chest pressed against his back, and he hadn't eaten breakfast in the first place, and if he didn't solve it at lunch, he wouldn't have the strength to go on the next journey. Besides, this big fat rabbit looks delicious. Isn't it easy to take down the first level, third level strange beast? Whisper, cute can't be eaten as food. When we return to Shenzhou, you can raise as many rabbits as you want. Comforting Lu Qingyu, Linley slowly approached with a dagger. The crystal clear haratsi at the corners of his mouth was about to flow down. Little rabbit obediently, split your legs, cut the arteries first, and then wear them up. Linley hummed nursery rhymes while pulling rabbit fur. This big fat rabbit is too big to say 40 or 50 pounds. Use the dagger in your hand to cut off the two legs and the thickest part of the meat, and then string them with branches. Fresh ingredients are ready. Lu whispered and used his abilities to gather light and heat up a fire. The two roasted the game like this. High-end ingredients often only require simple cooking. There is no seasoning in this place, and there is no need for seasoning. Because this rabbit is a strange beast, it contains the power of elements in its body, and the meat is extremely fragrant and tender, but the seasoning will ruin the taste. After baking for half an hour, the aroma of rabbit meat filled the air, and Linley handed a leg to Lu Qingyu. Lu whispered and smelled, not to mention enjoying it more. I just buried my head in hard work. Seeing that this girl was eating so deliciously, Linley couldn't help it, and reached out to get the other leg. Excuse me, can I have a piece? No problem, this leg is for you. 3 seconds later. Linley, Lu whisper, Yi Chang, asterisk caret caret asterisk. 3 of you, look at me, I look at you. Linley was stunned. How did you give him the rabbit legs? Hey, it seems to be weird somewhere. Linley was so frightened that he hurriedly got up, pointed the rabbit meat in his hand at Yi Chang and said, Leader Yi, why are you walking silently? Lu whisper, is it time to ask this? Linley, Lu whispered shouted, and the holy light ability in his hand quickly gathered, ready to attack at any time. Little girl, I'll eat a piece of rabbit leg from the two of you, so I won't beat me, right? At this time, Yi Chang had already taken off his mask, sat opposite the two of them, and struggled to gnaw on the rabbit leg meat in his hand. Whisper, don't be impatient. Linley grabbed Lu Qingyu's little hand and motioned for him to calm down. The
person in front of him is a big guy, and it is rumored that he is the existence of the 9th level of the super level. Just relying on Lin Li and Lu's ability to whisper lightly, it is not worthy of tickling others. Leader Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Li sat back in place and said hello interestingly. Good to meet, good to meet. Yi Chang, from the appearance, looks like he is in his 30s, very handsome and mature, and the most important point is that he has a solitary momentum that cannot be looked down upon and surpasses all living beings. But here Lin Li is much more restrained, but it can give people a sense of affinity. Leader Yi, I'm curious, why did you teleport the two of us here? Lin Li was so hungry that he asked questions while eating. Hiccup. First of all, I didn't want to take this girl, she herself had to catch you and not let go, and I was the only one I had to aim for from beginning to end. Secondly, I didn't want to teleport you here. The original marking point was the Dark Kingdom. The ghost knew what kind of wind the teleportation magic circle was drawing, and teleported you two here, causing it to take a long time to find you. Lu Qingyu heard Yi Chang say this, and his little face turned red again. She didn't know what she thought at the time, so she felt that Lin Li seemed to be in danger, and then rushed forward desperately. Then Lin Li hugged it. Leader Yi, then you did this suddenly, I wasn't mentally prepared. Lin Li, you personally promised to enter our Dark Kingdom a few days ago, although there was a little accident in the middle, but in the end, you still have to join our Dark Kingdom. Otherwise, wouldn't that gift be in vain? Lin Li then recalled that the four goods of the Dark Kingdom had prepared a big gift for himself, and he was also very satisfied, and personally promised them to join the Dark Kingdom. But you can't blame yourself for this? Leader Yi, don't be Leader Yi, I've long been tired of listening. Call Brother Chang. This guy is quite familiar. Roar. Brother Chang, you can't blame me for this. Who let those four guys leave me and run away at a critical moment? And that old bastard Luo Hongtian mistakenly thought that I was a genius who had been kidnapped, and took me back to the Holy Imperial Academy. Nonsense. Anyway, Luo Hongtian is not here. The pot is on his head, and he is what he says. Otherwise, you can't tell the truth and tell Yi Chang that he chose the Holy Emperor out of helplessness, right? You're right, so I don't blame you for this. Those four wastes have been disposed of by me. Yi Chang's words shocked Lin Li. Disposed of? Just because he couldn't bring Lin Li back, he lost his life? Brother Chang, this, you also, too. Lin Li couldn't eat anymore, so he played blood at every turn. The Dark Kingdom has always only considered success or failure. Those four wastes can't even do this little thing well. Why should I keep him? The most indispensable thing in my Dark Kingdom is the dark superpowers. This is also a bragging goods. Then you still have to go to such great lengths to find me? That's because. Speaking of this, Yi Chang noticed something. It turned out that Lu Qingyu was engrossed in eavesdropping. It can't be said that it's eavesdropping. The ears grow on people's bodies. Who are you willing to talk about? Girl, you should sleep for a while. Then Lu Qingyu drooped his eyelids and fell asleep. Yi Chang didn't even move. Lin Li's eyes widened and he hurriedly checked. Fortunately, Lu Qingyu really fell asleep. The strength of this big guy Yi is too terrifying, and he follows the law? Do you know what SSS-level Dark Talent means? Lin Li shook his head, nodded again, and said, does it mean that the dark forces are rising? Or does it mean that there will be a strong man in the Shenzhou continent? Yes, no. Boom. Oh, I still learn to play deep demo. Your appearance means the rise of the human race and the prosperity of the human race. It means that darkness is the strongest, and it means that darkness dominates everything. It means that disaster is coming, and it means that the war is about to begin. It means that the world is changing, and it means that everything will change because of you. There are a lot of wow, and Lin Li is stupid. All in all, you are very powerful, and you are very important? But what the hell is the disaster, the war, and the change? Brother Chang, what you said is too exaggerated. Then there are 8 SSS-level geniuses in other departments, and I haven't seen them that important? They are indeed not very important, but they support the belief of the human race, and at the same time, they also exist for you, for the legendary talents of the Holy Light System in the future. For me, this is a bit confusing. What do people do when they are born? I didn't participate in their process, it's just nonsense. Okay, it's getting late, come back to the Dark Kingdom with me. Yi Chang threw away the baked branches, clapped his hands, stood up and said, Brother Chang, can we discuss something? Lin Li didn't move, but glanced at Lu Qingyu, and then touched the piece of strange beast crystal from outside his pocket, and asked hesitantly, what's the matter? About this girl? No, I want to discuss with you. Can I join the two organizations of the Holy Emperor and the Dark Kingdom at the same time and maintain two identities? Yi Chang's steps stagnated obviously after hearing this, and his gaze gradually became complicated. You can't let go of the Holy Emperor? Or are you unwilling to leave this girl? None of them. Lin Li shook his head, as if he had made up his mind, got up and looked at Yi Chang and said, please give me 3 months to complete all the unfinished challenges and win the title of the first Holy Emperor. This is not only a requirement for myself but also a promise to Luo Hongtian. I want to prove to everyone that the dark class is the most powerful and respectable genus. Yi Chang didn't speak, but looked at Lin Li with that scrutinizing gaze, not knowing what he was thinking about in his heart. The two looked at each other dryly for 3 minutes, and then Yi Chang spoke. I respect your decision and give you 3 months, and in 3 months, I will go to you in person.
Thank you Brother Chang for your understanding.
Roar. This time, Yi Chang shook his head and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he said very expectantly, in these 3 months, you can recognize some facts, examine your heart, and understand some unavoidable truths. Believe me, in 3 months, you will recognize the path that suits you and make a judgment that suits you. Yi Chang's words were in the clouds, making Linley seem to understand, but he didn't seem to understand. Maybe this is the pattern that belongs to the big guys. Wear this ring and turn it when you encounter a problem that you can't solve. Yi Chang threw a quaint black ring to Linley, and then the whole person was wrapped in a black mist and disappeared in place. Linley caught the flying ring and gestured twice to find that there was nothing special.
Thank you, Brother Chang.
Out of politeness, I still have to thank him. As for whether he can hear it or not, then Linley doesn't care. After putting on the ring, Linley looked around and was stunned for a while.
Let's go? He's gone? Brother Chang, Shinga,
don't leave yet, send us back first? Linley panicked. The most important thing about Mom's ink for a long time had not been solved. Ate a rabbit leg of himself, gave himself a ring, and then talked about a bunch of things that were not there.
This is a pat on the butt and leave? Linley, what happened?
At this time, Lu Qingyu also woke up from his sleep, stretched comfortably, and looked at Linley with a blank face.
A good news, a bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Bad news.
The bad news is that we still have to go back to the Shenzhou continent and return to the Shangjing Xingyu Academy on our own. It's okay, after all, we went all the way south with this idea at the beginning. So what about the good news?
The good news is that I stayed. You stayed? You mean you don't go to the Dark Kingdom?
Don't go for the time being.
I know you can't bear me.
Lu Qingyu got up and came to Linley's side and teased with a smile.
Yes, how can I be willing to leave your goddess Willow? So, let's go.
Okay, all the way south. Let's go to Beijing to get the Western scriptures.
Okay.
After a brief rest, the two headed south again. Along the way, it can be described as 99 and 81. All kinds of ferocious beasts, dangerous poisonous insects, and bloodthirsty, violent outlaws. This outlaw is not an outlaw who kills people, commits crimes, and then breaks away from social groups. It is those who have long lost their minds and lost their minds.
The Dark Forest is a border zone, and there are not a few outlaws like this.
After all, the Shenzhou continent can't tolerate them, and the world of strange beasts is still too dangerous, so they can only linger here to survive and barely survive. Fortunately, Linley and Lu Qingyu did not have a conflict with this kind of person along the way, and every time they sensed the existence of each other, they quickly evacuated and took a detour.
The main reason is that the strength of this kind of person is too strong, and there are many people in the middle and high levels.
With the current strength of the two of them, if they don't run away, they will have to wait for death. After a lot of hard work along the way, he finally obtained the Western Classic 6 hours later. At this moment, what was displayed in front of the two was the legendary steel barrier. The 100-meter steel city wall was built by the mainland of China, consuming massive resources, manpower, and sleepless for 7 days and nights. This steel wall stretched for tens of thousands of miles, reaching a height of 100 meters and a thickness of up to 5 meters. Since the restart of the era, no strange beast has broken through this barrier, which can be described as the most sacred building in the Shenzhou continent.
Bell. Boom. Is there anyone? Can we let us in? We are students of the Holy Imperial Academy.
Linley walked to the steel city gate and knocked hard.
Who do you think you are?
A voice came from above the city wall, and the two of them were happy.
Finally saved. We are students of the Holy Imperial Academy.
Linley opened his voice and shouted loudly.
What? What are you students? We are students of the Holy Imperial Academy. This time Linley and Lu Qingyu shouted in unison, their voices much louder than before.
What? What kind of fertility students are you?
Holy Imperial Academy.
What? What are you fertility students?
I am your father.
What?
Whose father are you?
You, are you deaf? Linley finally broke out. Which talent is above the mother, and he dares to garrison the frontier with this hearing? It is estimated that when the strange beast invades, he will have to ask above. What? What are you talking about?
Linley, calm down, let me come. Are you coming? What can you do?
Lu Qingyu smiled slightly, and the Holy Light System ability in his hand began to emerge.
Holy Light Great Sword.
A familiar golden sword was thrown into the air by Lu Qingyu, and Linley was dumbfounded.
The method you call is to bomb with skills?
Just thinking this, the big sword exploded in the sky, making a huge noise. The Holy Light ability volatilized to several kilometers in radius.
Now everyone can understand that there is someone below.
The heavy city gate was slowly pushed open, and Linley praised Lu Qingyu's ingenuity. It seems that many times, it is much easier to do it than to move your mouth.
Who are you? Why does it appear in the border area?
A man dressed in a black robe and holding a silver-gray long sword walked out of the city gate.
This can't help but remind Linley of the ancient General Janwei. Outstanding demeanor and high momentum.
After this general saw Linley and the two, he was very careful and cautious. The long sword in his hand seemed to be unsheathed at any time.
Hello big brother, the two of us are students of Xingyu Academy. My name is Linley, and her name is Lu Qingyu.
Originally, the two of us were going to participate in the the trial activities of the academy and teleport to the Sunset Forest through the teleportation circle, but due to the destruction of the teleportation circle in the school, the teleportation location was changed, and the two of us were forced to teleport to the inside of the dark forest. Lin Li, Willow whispered. Well, are you Lin Li and Lu Qingyu? The general looked happy, and hurriedly took out his mobile phone and compared it with the photos sent by the academy. Sure enough, it's a dime. Ha ha ha. Great, you two actually let me meet you. God will let Kong Zheng make this fortune. Get rich? Lin Li instantly became vigilant. Could it be that someone was spending money to buy his life? But your own life is not worth much? Yes, you two don't know. The Holy Imperial Academy has spent a lot of money to find the two of you. A bounty of 1 billion blue coins. My Kong Zheng's good days are coming soon. 1 billion? Lin Li's eyes almost didn't come out. Is the Holy Imperial Academy crazy? Spend 1 billion yuan to reward yourself and whisper with Lu? What a loser. If you have a lot of money, you can share it for them, so what's the matter with outsiders? It seems that my sister is in a hurry. Lu Qingyu stroked his hair and said very indifferently. Lu Qingyan is anxious? Yes, these two sisters are famous rich women, and the Lu family behind them is a well-known business tycoon in mainland China. Not to mention 1 billion, 10 billion people can easily take it out. The co-author is Lin Li's own affection. How important do you think you are? Then I'll go. 2, it's getting late. Let's settle down in this Sanqing for one night, and I'll personally send you back tomorrow morning. Personally? Aren't you the fucking General Jianwei? Why are you still leaving your post without permission? Well, when did he say that he was General Jianwei? Gone, that's also a money fan, 1 billion blue coins, although I didn't pay for it myself. I feel distressed to think about it. Then I'll trouble Mr. Kong. Lu Qingyu thanked him very politely, and then pulled Lin Li into the city gate. Sangcheng, Luocheng, Wuqing, and Guanqing are known as the 4 guardian cities. They are stationed in 4 locations due north, due south, due west, and due east of the Shenzhou continent. It seems to symbolize the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu. It seems that there is no yarn relationship. In addition to the 4 guardian cities, there are hundreds of small cities in the frontier area, which are connected to each other and complement each other. One side is in trouble, and all parties support it. The main combat force stationed in the 4 major cities is the superpowers, followed by the armed forces. Because in real battles, armed artillery fire does not cause much damage to those strange beasts. Those below the middle level are okay, and above the middle level is useless. The era of firearms is over, and the mainland of China has specially developed a new type of laser weapon for this purpose, and the power is absolutely not to say. The high-end strange beast is coming, and it is just a matter of one shot. However, the cost of this weapon is too high, and the mainland of China has been busy with defense construction and the guarantee of people's living conditions in recent years, and there has been little deposit in the treasury for a long time, which takes time to ease, so the new weapon cannot be popularized in a short period of time. Only the supernatural world can carry the banner of defending the country and defending the country. 2. This is your room, food and drink are ready. If you have anything, just order the service staff downstairs. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you. Kong Zheng took the two to a 3-story building similar to a homestay, went to the 2nd floor to open a room, and handed over the key to Lin Li. Brother Kong, why is there only one room? Lin Li looked at the key, at Lu Qingyu, and then at Kong Zheng, and asked a little confusedly. Because there is only one room left. Anyway, you are also a couple, isn't it normal to live in one room? Don't worry, I have made arrangements for everyone, all kinds of equipment, just to repay you for my kindness to make me rich. Kong Zheng's words became more and more flavorful the further he said. What equipment? What arrangement? Is Lin Li thinking crooked or is he doing crooked? Thank you. Brother Kong, you misunderstood. The two of us are either a couple, or quite a good friend. It's really not suitable to stay in one. Lin Li thinks he is not a gentleman, but he is not a villain either. How can you casually take advantage of other girls? What if one family disagrees? Kong Zheng obviously didn't expect that he was wrong in judgment, but he clearly saw these two people holding hands. Pretty good friend? Can friends of the opposite sex hold hands casually? Are young people nowadays so open that there is really no room left? After all, there are very few guests in this place, and I haven't been able to prepare in advance, so you can just do it. There is something else. You have a good rest. I will pick you up tomorrow morning. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Li and the others to disagree, Kong Zheng patted his butt and left directly. Why don't I sleep on the sofa downstairs? I think it's pretty good there. No, just stay for one night. I'm not so squeamish. Although Lu Qingyu's little face was red, he also took the key from Lin Li's hand and opened the door. The two walked in with shy faces one after another. The room is very large, very spacious, not much different from the usual hotel configuration, and there is also an open-air observation deck, which is very pleasant when viewed from above. It's just that when the two of them saw the items on the bed clearly, they were not calm. White, black, exposed, unrevealed, all kinds of strange items. It made Lin Li and Lu Qingyu feel embarrassed. It turns out that Kong Zheng's so-called complete equipment is this. What a fucking dog. I'll clean up.
up. Linley volunteered to clean up all the dirty things. Really, do we look so much like old color pies? After dinner, Linley sat on the observation deck to watch the scenery. Lu Qingyu leaned against the edge of the bed, lowered his eyes, and didn't know what to think. The night is late, and the evening breeze in early autumn is slightly cooler. The cicadas still resound. The branches and leaves of the willow dance with the wind, making a rustling sound. Looking up, a bright moon hung above the clouds, and the stars around it adorned this pleasant picture. Linley was a little sleepy. After all, after tossing for a day, how can you not be tired? But there is only one bed in the room, and ladies are preferred. Make do with sleeping. I don't know how long it took. Linley's eyelids began to fight, and when he was almost asleep, Lu Qingyu's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Just the right amount of softness, empathetic care. Let this evening breeze no longer be miserable and cold. Linley, go to bed and rest, and continue to travel tomorrow. I don't know when this girl walked up to the observation deck. There were no footsteps at all. Linley instantly woke up and thought for a while. That's all there is to it. Okay, the bed belongs to you, and the floor belongs to me. After that, it doesn't matter how the other party reacts. Walk straight into the room. Spread the spare blankets and quilts in the cabinet neatly on the ground. There is also some distance from that bed. Lu Qingyu originally planned to say, actually, you can squeeze it. But when he saw Linley's serious attitude, he didn't say anything more. Since he cares, he should also keep some distance. That's it. Lin Lishu lay comfortably on the floor, and Lu Qingyu was also lying on the bed. The two were back to back. You can hear each other's breathing. It's strange, Lin Lining was very sleepy on the observation deck just now. But since I entered this room, I was not sleepy again. And where did this inexplicable tension come from? Lin Li, you sleep? Lu Qingyu asked quietly in a very low voice. It felt like she was asking herself. No, what's wrong? Lin Li turned around, and happened to meet the other party who was also turning around. One on the bed, one under the bed. The two looked at each other dryly for a few seconds. It's so embarrassing that, I want to ask you a question. Then ask. Looking at the other party's state, the little face blushed. The environment is weird enough. If the other party says something weird, it will make it difficult for you to do it next. Damn, abrupt. I want to ask you. Wait, you let me slow down first. Lin Li suddenly interrupted the other party's rhythm, which made Lu Qingyu very unhappy. What's slow? No, I had a little bloated stomach just now. You go ahead. Oh, Lu whispered and nodded suspiciously, just ready to continue talking. As a result, God's rescue plan began to be implemented. Boom, bang, bang. The sudden loud roar made the whole building tremble. Lin Li and the two of them woke up instantly. Immediately afterwards, a piercing siren sounded outside. Alert! Alert! There is a large-scale invasion of alien beasts. There is a large-scale invasion of alien beasts. All personnel are requested to be ready for battle. All personnel are requested to be ready for battle. This sudden change overwhelmed the two of them. Why is there a strange beast invading a good end? I have to choose this time to invade. Really, it's so beautiful. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a hurried knock outside the door. Lin Li hurriedly got up and opened the door. I saw a service staff standing outside the door, who was reporting to Lin Li in a panic at the moment. Sir, there is a large-scale invasion of strange beasts, and combat operations have been launched at the front. Please evacuate Sangcheng quickly. Has the battle begun? Lin Li looked back at Lu Qingyu. The latter nodded fearlessly. His attitude was very obvious. Thank you for your kindness. We are also superpowers. Strange beasts invade. We also have the responsibility to protect the safety here. Immediately, the two got dressed and went downstairs. Rushed towards the location of the steel barrier. What about students? Students are also part of the Shenzhou continent, let alone students in the supernatural world, and the meaning of their existence is to defend their homes and country, resist strange beasts, and assist frontier soldiers in fighting. The two arrived at the city gate. Stop, there is a battle ahead. Irrelevant personnel, please leave quickly. A middle-level third-level combatant found Lin Li and the two and hurriedly shouted to stop. Big brother, we are students of Xingyu Academy. We are all superpowers, and we also have the responsibility to protect our homeland in the current enemy. That's right, please let us climb the city wall and fight the enemy together. The combatant struggled for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, you are all brave children. Come with me. The two quickly followed along the stairs. The 100-meter-high city wall was climbed by the two for more than 10 minutes. This is already fast. If it weren't for the ability to bless the physique, who could climb so high in one go? There is not even an elevator. Pull the crotch. The moment the two climbed the city wall, the overwhelming battle scene came into view. It's spectacular. On the city wall, tens of thousands of superpowers released a variety of elemental abilities and bombarded the bottom of the city wall. Most of the realms of this group of superpowers are below the 9th level of the middle level. As for those above the 9th level of the intermediate level, they are all fighting in the sky. Except for the dark system, all genus abilities can fly after reaching the intermediate level 9, while the dark system only needs the intermediate level 6. It may be the difference between the purity and strength of the
the ability. A ferocious roar resounded throughout the sky. All kinds of strange beasts with flying abilities frantically attacked the steel barrier, and all the human powerhouses intercepted them one after another. For a time, majestic elements swept the sky, and the night was dyed day. Linley and Lu whispered to the edge of the city wall and looked down. The scalp was numb. It's outrageous, dense, and pitch black. Preliminary estimates are at least 100,000. This is nothing, because Linley found many strange beasts in the army of strange beasts that were tens of meters tall and could not be perceived by the realm at all. Almost every step such a strange beast takes, the ground will tremble by a point. The skills that fell from the sky bombarded them, just like tickling, and there was no use for farts. Linley, can we really repel this group of strange beasts? Lu Qingyu is a girl after all. When have she seen this kind of scene? Not to mention her, Linley was a little frightened at the moment. There are hundreds of thousands of strange beasts, and there are only 30 to 50,000 people on the human side. Even if there is a steel barrier in place, it is still unknown whether victory may be achieved. Believe in yourself, believe in everyone. We will definitely win. Linley's mouth moved, and his hands also moved. The dark abilities gathered wildly, and 3 energy balls shot out sharply, directly blowing up the heads of the 3 low-level strange beasts. Lu Qingyu was not pretentious when he saw this. Where there were many strange beasts, he would throw the big sword wherever he went. After the surrounding superpowers sensed that Lu Qingyu's elemental attribute was a holy light type, they all showed envy and appreciation. The strength of the 6th level of the First Order can actually kill the strange beasts of the 7th or even 8th level of the First level. It seems that this girl has a good talent. Dark shockwave. Linley saw that the effect of the dark impact was not very large, and his palms directly released 2 dark continuous energy shockwaves. The people around him were stunned. Isn't this kid the 4th level of the First Order? How can this momentum compete with mine? Look, the 8th level of the beginner beast below was killed by this kid. There are so many low-level beasts. My god, is the dark system so powerful? I'm the dark department. Why don't I know I can fight across the 4th level? Linley's strength is completely inconsistent with his own level positioning. The dark shockwave is like 2 death rays, and strange beasts below the 8th level of the 1st level will be injured if touched, and those hit will die. However, the consumption of this skill was too great, and after Linley barely supported it for more than 10 seconds, it was so empty that it was too weak. Lu Qingyu on the side was the same, even throwing out 3 big swords. He didn't know how many strange beasts he had killed. Anyway, there were not many abilities left in his body. The two looked at each other and smiled embarrassedly. The first large-scale operation, lack of experience, just contact a few more times. Boom. Whisper, go rest for a while and recover, I'm here. With you? Lu Qingyu was stunned, always feeling something strange. Are you using a fart? This level of battle is not worthy of even high-level superpowers. You are a beginner level 4 party dish pretending to be like this? Did you burn your brain before you came? Linley, don't be strong, let's go recover together. Whisper, you don't have to worry about me. I recover very quickly. I can recover while attacking. Linley didn't brag about this. He saved a lot of strange beast crystals in his hands. It would be nice to release it while absorbing. Although this method is very burdensome to the body, it is not much at the moment. Once the strange beast attacks, it is not something that can be solved by casually dying people, and at that time, I am afraid that not the entire China will fall into a crisis, and 3 billion lives will be threatened. Okay, then be careful. Seeing that Linley didn't look like he was bragging about B, Lu Qingyu took a step back, took out a holy light elemental crystal and began to restore his ability. Linley's eyes lit up when he saw the holy light elemental crystals, and the middle grade holy light elemental crystals had a market price of more than 50 million, and even had no market. This girl is really rich, this kind of thing can be done. Be careful. Suddenly, a roar similar to a tiger came from above, and the people around him hurriedly shouted a reminder. Linley didn't care much, so he rushed forward and knocked down Lu Qingyu. A black shadow flew directly past the city wall. If it was any lower, Linley felt that he could touch it. After getting up, the two of them saw clearly what it was. It was indeed a tiger, but this tiger was black, and it had wings, and its 4 big claws were extremely sharp, and it was fighting a high-level supernatural at the moment. It should be high-level. Anyway, Linley can't sense the other party's realm. Is this a tiger cheating or an eagle cheating? How was this thing born? Fool, that's a black-winged tiger. What? Pei Qianhu? Black-winged tiger. What Pei Qianhu? Are you playing stupidly? Lu Qingyu gave Linley a big white eye. Why is his ears not good at the critical moment? Another roar came, and the strong man who was fighting the black-winged tiger was accidentally slapped by one of his claws and fell straight to the ground. Linley didn't care much. He rushed directly to the other end of the city wall, instinctively stretched out his hand, and a black mist appeared out of thin air, wrapping the falling powerhouse, and then dragged it over little by little. Lu Qingyu was very surprised, because he had never seen Linley use this trick. It looks pretty powerful. Ahem. Thank you, lad. The high-level supernatural who was dragged to the city wall covered his chest and coughed twice, then turned his head to Linley and said gratefully. In fact, Linley himself was quite confused. Saving him was completely a subconscious action. including the move just now, which was also used inexplicably. It didn't seem inexplicable. Linley suddenly remembered Yi Chang. Wasn't he wrapped in a black fog when he left? It seems that he subconsciously imitated Yi Chang's moves. It turns out that he is really a one-of-a-kind martial arts wizard. Once learned, it will be useless. As soon as you use it. Only, it's amazing. This beast is not simple. The high-level 5th level dark system. You all be careful. Saying that, the high-level supernatural stood up and rushed towards the black-winged tiger again. Dark beast, high-level 5th level strange beast crystals. Linley Harazi is about to come down, which is similar to the one Luo Hongtian gave himself. The market price starts at 300 million. Whisper, find a place to hide. I want to help this big brother kill this beast. What? Are you crazy? Lu Qingyu hurriedly grabbed Linley. The 4th level of the 1st level was against the 5th level of the higher level, and the mental hospital should really accommodate him. Don't worry, I'm just on the side to assist and share some pressure for him, and it will be fine. Linley comforted him briefly and then ran away. The battle between one person and one beast in the sky was very fierce, and his eldest brother was a flame superpower, and a large fireball as high as one person was thrown at the black-winged tiger, causing a violent explosion. The rolling heatwave hit, and many people with special abilities on the city wall were affected. Big brother, I'll distract him. Linley's figure shuttled on the city wall, and several dark energy balls hit the black-winged tiger impartially. Feeling the same attributes as his own original power, the black-winged tiger's attention instantly shifted to Linley. The easiest way for strange beasts to become stronger is to devour creatures of the same attribute, including humans. Good young man, delay for 20 seconds, I'll kill him with one blow. I didn't ask. After the black-winged tiger set his sights on Linley, the big claws all waved the sound of breaking the wind. Seeing this, Linley jumped directly on the edge of the wall and ran desperately without affecting his comrades. Seeing that Linley was running around impatiently, the black-winged tiger roared directly, and the black energy ripples spread out in a ring, aiming at the diagonal position and blasting over. Linley didn't have time to react when he was shrouded in this dark ripple. For a while, the headache was about to crack, and I stumbled under my feet, and I almost fell over. This is a 100-meter-high city wall, and it is strange that it does not fall out of the when planted. Damn, black mist. Linley felt that his head was about to explode, and he desperately burst out all his abilities, and at this critical moment, his whole body was shrouded in a cloud of black mist and then disappeared in place. A second later, it appeared 5 meters away in front of him. The little life was saved, but Linley was also almost collapsed, slumped on the ground and gasping for breath. The black-winged tiger was shocked that Linley could escape his blow, but when he saw the other party's appearance of dying but not alive, he was excited again. The human being in front of him is now equivalent to a lamb to be slaughtered, powerless to resist. Although there were many people with superpowers around him who noticed him and chose to step forward and try to stop the black-winged tiger's footsteps. But after all, it was a group of mid-level superpowers. How could it be possible to stop the attack of high-level strange beasts? In just 10 seconds, they were all defeated. However, this group of people stepped forward and bought enough time for Linley and the high-level superpower. Beast, go die. Flame explosion. The dark red flames eroded the entire sky, and a pillar of flame fell from the sky, instantly enveloping the black-winged tiger. A shrill scream echoed above the city wall. The smell of burning was everywhere, and in just a moment, the black-winged tiger was burned into slag and dissipated into fly ash between heaven and earth. Linley finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at this time, Lu Qingyu also rushed over. Linley, are you okay? Lu Qingyu came to Linley's side and asked very worriedly. It's okay, it's just a little weak, just slow down for a few minutes. With the help of Lu Qingyu, Linley sat against the wall, holding a strange beast crystal in his hand, and quickly restored the strange energy in his body. Young man, thanks to your help this time, the strange beast crystal belongs to you. In addition, Li Xiujie, owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Li Xiujie threw the crystal in his hand to Linley, and then turned around and rushed towards the other battlefields. Yes, not in vain. I almost lost my life, but in exchange for a high-level 5th level dark beast crystal, although it is not worth it, but the result is good. Linley, you are really a fool. You don't even want your life for a strange beast crystal. Seeing Linley's expression, Lu Qingyu understood everything instantly. He punched Linley angrily. Oh, my little ancestor, are you treating the sick number like this? Pretend to be pitiful, just like you. Sooner or later you will play yourself to death. Linley didn't dare to talk back, smiled scornfully, and continued to recover his abilities. The current battle situation has entered a white-hot stage. Although the supernatural has an advantage, it can't stand the constant release of skills. The current frequency of attacks has gradually decreased. Looking at the army of strange beasts, it is still inexhaustible, and it is inexhaustible. The black is oppressive, and there is no end in sight. At present, there are already many strange beasts attacking under their feet, but fortunately, the steel barrier is hard enough. No matter how this group of strange beasts attacks, it is still unmoved. However, this is also likely because all the super large strange beasts are held back by the strong people, otherwise the big guys, who are tens of meters tall, will attack with all their might. fight, and no one dares to guarantee that the steel barrier can hold on. Hey, this is not a way. If the support cannot arrive as soon as possible, the interior of the Shenzhou continent will be in danger. Linley got up while recovering, and the current situation was very unfavorable to him. The northern frontier belongs to the main combat zone of the Dark Kingdom and the Temple of the Evil Spirits, and in 50 years, there has never been an anomaly. Why did you have a problem as soon as you came? It's really... Linley suddenly remembered something in the middle of his complaint, and stretched out his right hand to take a look. Yi Chang said that if you encounter a trouble that cannot be solved, turn it. Isn't it just a trouble that can't be solved now? Thinking of this, Linley hurriedly turned the quaint black ring. A circle. 2 laps. 3 laps. Okay, boy, don't turn. Wait a moment, that guy hasn't come yet. Linley turned the ring intently, completely unaware of an extra figure beside him. Linley, you really don't need to turn. The people who should come have already come. Linley hurriedly turned his head to look. Good guys, thousands of people in black, neatly arranged on the city wall. Linley didn't know when he came. Is this ring really that powerful? So many people shook at once. Brother Chang, you are here. Wait a little longer for this group of beasts to attack. Humph. Attack? This amount is far from enough. Then he waved his hand. All the 1,000 men in black were dispatched and flew directly into the sky to join the battle. Stay here honestly, and I'll take care of the next things. Yi Chang's eyes were a little cold, and like the other men in black, he flew out. However, he did not join the battlefield, but rushed towards the position directly behind the strange beast legion. The ghost knows what he's doing. However, since Yi Chang is here, there is no need for Linley to worry. The strength of the 9th level of the super level, he can't solve it. Is it useful to worry about it? I love you walking alone in a dark alley, and I love you like a ghost. Linley was watching a play when his mobile phone rang suddenly. When is there a signal? After connecting the call, a familiar voice came. Brotherly, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to listen to first? Good news? Bad news? Mahoney? How did this kid remember to call himself? Good news. The good news is that I joined the Holy Imperial Academy, and I also know that you are in the first grade class of the Holy Imperial Academy, and I am in the second class of the first year of the Holy Imperial Academy. Really? That's great. Congratulations. What about the bad news? The bad news is that you're going to be fired. What? I'm going to be fired? Why? Linley was stunned. Why was he fired from his good deeds? That group of bullshit school leaders said that you took refuge in the Dark Kingdom, and the reason why Leader Yi attacked the teleportation square this time and caused great losses to the hospital is you. This is fine? The reason is really. There's nothing wrong with it. Indeed, the reason why Yi Chang broke into the Holy Palace and destroyed the teleportation magic circle was not all for Linley alone. Now that the school is holding accountable, Linley has disappeared, and there is a great possibility that he has joined the Dark Kingdom. But don't worry, brotherly, I have asked my father to come forward to discuss with the Holy Imperial School. As long as they dare to expel you, then I won't go up. Anyway, the Titan Guild is quite good. The little fat man's words can be said to have deeply touched Linley. What is a good brother? This is called a good brother. Blessings are shared, difficulties are shared, fathers are used together, and money is spent together. Honey, listen to my brother. If they insist on firing me, don't interfere, don't be arrogant, you can't commit it. I Linley joined the Holy Emperor in the first place, and I am to blame for the destruction of the teleportation magic circle by Leader Yi this time, so I admit the school's punishment of me. But brotherly, I came to the Holy Emperor for you. You are gone. What's the point of me staying here? Yesterday, as soon as I entered the school, I scolded those bullshit school leaders, and there were a few students who didn't have long eyes, and they dared to speak ill of you behind their backs, so I asked my bodyguards to teach them a hard lesson. Did you scold the school leader on the first day of school? Did you beat your classmates? The most incredible thing is that Sun Wukong allowed this little fat man to come to school with bodyguards? Linley gave a thumbs up from the air. This little fat man is too divine. This also proves that his father Ma Gang is really powerful, and he spoils his son to the sky. Hey, Hongi, your heart brother has received it. So let's discuss this matter when my brother goes back. I am currently in Sunqing. There are a large number of strange beasts attacking. The war is urgent. I don't have time to talk anymore. Linley's words were not an excuse, but really like that. The number of strange beasts is increasing, and the thousands of men in black who have just joined the battlefield have played a role, but they can't consume each other at all. This is a lot of work, and there are mountain-like strange beasts piled up under the city. Soon, Linley must make a move. What? Brotherly, you resist the invasion of strange beasts on the northern border? You wait, I'll tell my father to rush to support. Hey, wait a moment. Before Linley finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone. Ma just came to support? Is this really good? Linley, the school is going to fire you? Lu Qingyu has been listening to it for a long time, and he has been trying to interject but can't find a chance. There is no time to discuss this now. The enemy is current. If this group of strange beasts is allowed to break through the defense line, what college is not a college? It is all in vain. Linley took back the crystals of the strange beasts, and at this moment he was almost recovered. 2 steps to the edge of the city wall, the dark energy in his hand converged, and he aimed at the battlefield below and strafed wildly. quickly. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu didn't say anything more, and hurriedly stepped forward and threw the big sword. Although the two have achieved certain results in their continuous attack, they have played a very small role in the entire battlefield. The number of flying beasts in the sky is also increasing, and the ability side is clearly starting to fall behind. Almost every minute and every second there is life flowing, and the strong are falling. This is the cruelest reality, the most cruel battlefield. Life is worthless here, and the corpses of strange beasts under the city walls have long piled up into mountains. All the troops in Suncheng have also been dispatched. Roar! In this way, Linli and Lu Qingyu persisted in fighting for more than half an hour, and another batch of support arrived on the battlefield. 7 killing formation. A voice that resounded in the sky came, and Linli only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and colorful elemental energy was frantically gathering in the sky above the battlefield. The standard circular circle pattern appeared in everyone's field of vision, followed by a round of carpet bombardment. Thunder, wind blades, flames, ice, earthquakes, etc. Anyway, there are all kinds of elemental attacks, and all kinds of elemental attacks fall from the sky. The army of strange beasts that had originally piled up in front of the door was instantly scattered, and within a radius of 2 kilometers, it almost turned into a Jedi. As long as a strange beast steps on it, it will surely die. Linli and many soldiers finally got a chance to breathe and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Big brother, who is this strong reinforcement? Linli asked to a middle-level 4th-level big man beside him. This is the 7 kills formation of the Evil Spirit Temple. It is necessary to gather 9,999 strong people above the middle level to launch the formation together. Listen to the voice just now. The main formation should be the Deputy Hall Master of the Evil Spirit Temple, Sung Honyun. It turns out to be a person from the Evil Spirit Temple. Linli has heard of this organization. Among the 3 dark forces, the Dark Kingdom ranks first, the Evil Spirit Temple ranks second, and the Demonic Legion ranks third. There is no need to say anything about the rest of the small group organizations. The reason why the Dark Kingdom was able to rank first was not only because of Yi Cheng's super-level 9th level strength second, only to Wang Gang, the dean of Shanhui Academy, but also because of the 7 great judges and 24 executives in its forces. It is rumored that the 7 judges are all super-level powerhouses, while the 24 executives are all high-level top powerhouses. This force looks at the entire Shenzhou continent, and it is an existence that is invincible. It's just that the Dark Kingdom has always been reluctant to provoke disputes, and belongs to the kind of people who don't offend me and I don't offend others. Of course, the Dark Kingdom's enrollment standards are also very strict. First of all, the talent must pass, and secondly, it must pass the 7 layers of tests set by the 7 judges. Few people can get by anyway. Secondly, there is the Evil Spirit Temple, and who the Temple Master is still a mystery. But the Evil Spirit Temple acts the most low-key, and the enrollment standards are not as high as those of the Dark Kingdom, but they are more special than those of the Dark Kingdom. What are the requirements? That is, those who enter the hall must be orphans and must not have any worries outside. Linli may be able to understand this. There is a saying that, throw everything away to become a demon. Only by giving up everything can one become holy. Only by cutting off everything can you become an immortal. Only by sending everything can you become a Buddha. Perhaps what the Temple of Evil Spirits wants to cultivate is those emotionless and temperatureless war machines. The last one is the Demon Legion. Linli knew less about this organization, but none of them praised them. Because the Demon Legion has no enrollment requirements, everyone, as long as you dare to come, he will dare to accept it. Especially those who have demonized or are close to demonization. There is no way to know what method is used, but people can control this group of people. Let them obediently use it for themselves. Others are those with abnormal abilities who are not right-minded, bloodthirsty and perverted. Most of them have killed people, committed crimes, and have been wanted by the 6 great academies, the 24 guilds, and even the supernatural administration. This is why the 6 great academies will often send people to attack the Demonic Legion. Their behavior is really limitless. Linli. Which one is Linli? The sound of a bell resounded in the sky, and everyone's eyes were looking backwards. Linli's first reaction after seeing the visitor was, it really looks like it. What a fucking look. These two are absolutely close, and their body shape and appearance are simply carved out of a mold. President Ma, I'm here. Linli hurriedly waved, and another strong reinforcement arrived. This wave is stable. You are my son Linli? Linli was stunned, Lu Qingyu was also stunned, and everyone who knew Ma Gang around him was stunned. When did this fat lucky star have a son? I am. Linli couldn't laugh or cry and admitted, because he understood why Ma Gang asked that. At the beginning, he told Ma Hongyi that from now on, the two would be brothers, so according to the character of this little fat man, he would definitely tell his father, and then Ma Gang would think that he had an extra godson. These two even have the same personality. Ha ha ha. Hongyi's vision is really good. I thought you joined the Dark Kingdom, but I didn't expect you to resist the invasion of strange beasts here and protect the safety of the people of the Shenzhou continent, and you did a beautiful job. Hey, President Ma is overpraised. This is all a coincidence. Hey, don't call me President Ma, call me Godfather, or call me daddy. Don't worry, eldest son, with me here, the Xingyu Academy can't open you. Damn it, the old man's son hasn't spoken yet. The group of garbage. School leaders are chirping, just beat up that group of dog things. No, I heard that something happened to you here, so I hurriedly ran over.
Beat the school leader of the Holy Emperor? Roar. Sun Wukong still doesn't care? Isn't this Ma Gang the strength of the super level? How can you do things more powerful than Wang Gang, who is 10 levels above the level?
Linli was deeply immersed in Ma Gang's mighty domineering, and a deafening beast roar came from a very far distance, and the entire beast-tide army instantly boiled after hearing it. Don't rush to the position of the city wall like a life. The power of the 7 kills formation is still alive, but the number of this group of beasts is too much, and it can't be bombarded. Ma Gang put away his smile when he saw this, and looked at the due north with solemnity. It turns out that there is a big guy here, several, get ready to do it. As soon as the words fell, 7 figures appeared around Ma Gang out of thin air. Linli didn't know these people, but he could feel the aura of a strong person from these people. Ma Gang worked his feet and took the lead in rushing in the due north direction.
7 figures followed.
Linli seemed to realize something. Yi Chenggang also rushed to that place just now. It is likely that there is a big boss that can make many super-level powerhouses pay so much attention. Whisper, let's work harder. Victory is just around the corner. Linli and Lu Qingyu took the lead in getting up and attacked the strange beasts that had gathered again under the city wall. The people around him were infected one after another, and at this moment, they didn't care about their tired bodies, and got up again to fight hard. The roar, and rushing sounds mixed together and echoed throughout the battlefield. Blood stained the earth, splashed all over the city walls, and even reflected the sky.
Linli can't remember how many compatriots have died, hundreds, or a few thousand, even tens of thousands.
He only knows that he must do his best to protect his home, his relatives, and the future. Like him, all the warriors who resisted the invasion of the alien beasts were heroes, worthy of respect and remembered. At this moment, people have long had no connection in their hearts. What dark system, this system, and that system, as long as the strength is strong and kills a lot of strange beasts, that is the strongest genus.
Linli is obviously an example.
The strength of the dark system of the first level 4 is even more than that of the middle level warriors. Of course, this also scored quality. Linli could only deal with strange beasts below the 8th level of the initial level, with a large amount but low quality. People are all aiming at big monsters, and they belong to the mid-range game.
And like He Chang, Ma Gang, and the others, they belong to the high-end bureau battle. Time passes minute by minute. The war lasted from night to dawn.
The fiery red sun symbolizes the arrival of hope. The soldiers' clothes were soaked with sweat and blood. Finally, accompanied by a giant pillar of dark black energy falling from the sky, in the distance that people could not see clearly, the earth collapsed, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and a mournful howl penetrated everyone's ears. At this moment, all the strange beasts stopped. Linli was keenly aware that the eyes of this group of strange beasts had turned from red to black. In other words, it was this group of strange beasts who came to their senses. They looked around in a panic, and saw the 7 kills formation still gathering energy in the sky, and ran away. 1 past 10, 10 past 100, 100 past 1,000, 1,000 and 1,000. All the strange beasts began to flee, and a large area of black pressure came from where they came back to where.
Tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, "We have won!"
Linli and Lu whispered one after another, and their hearts were excited.
Their first time ended perfectly.
Linli, you have done a very good job. Not only a legend of the dark system, but also a flesh and blood man. These are rewards for you. Yi Chang stretched out his hand, and the dark black energy swept across the small half of the battlefield, and colorful crystals rushed in rapidly.
Preliminary estimates are that there are thousands of them.
Linli was flattered.
Thousands of strange beast crystals, how much would it be worth?
But after the joy, there is hesitation and entanglement. Although he made a difference, compared to those soldiers, his strength was nothing at all. How many people gave their lives for this battle, and how many people shed their blood for this battle? It is too unreasonable to take away so many spoils of war by yourself. Brother Chang, I only need 5. Please share the rest with the soldiers. They are the ones who deserve the most reward.
Well said. At this time, my gang also came over, and praised with a relieved expression. My son said well, did well, Leader Yi, you should leave these strange beast crystals to your own subordinates. My people, I should reward you.
Saying that, my gang took out a crimson crystal from his trouser pocket, and as soon as this crystal came out, the temperature around him instantly rose a lot. Yi Chengqian smiled, as expected of President Ma, the crystallization of a super-level strange beast, just give it away. In the end, the movements in your hands cannot be stopped. Yi Cheng stacked the absorbed beast crystals aside, and then took out a strange beast crystal from his arms. Good guy, the two of them are on the bar.
In comparison, Yi Cheng's crystallization is even better. Because it was a crystallization of a dark beast of the dark system,
seeing Ma Gang's slightly shocked look, it was estimated that it was also a super-level strange beast. In front of a small party stood 2 big guys, one holding a super-level first-level flame beast crystal, and the other holding a super-level second-level dark beast crystal.
Then I asked you which one to choose? Logically speaking, you must choose the high-end one. The problem is that this is not a multiple choice question, but a proposition. Damn, whichever one you choose will offend people, either offend a father or offend a brother. These two people are afraid that they are not going to play themselves to death, right? Leader Yi, President Ma, you two big people with heads and faces in the supernatural world, is it really good to embarrass a junior like this? This sentence was like a natural sound, and it almost didn't move Linley to tears. Which big guy saved the scene so timely? Yo, Deputy Hall Master, what's the matter? Do you want to intervene too? Ma Gang only glanced at the visitor slightly. The people of the evil spirit temple. He was not cold. Linley curiously looked behind him through the gap and saw a middle-aged man with white hair, but not old, with an evil body. A little strange, but his expression was very easygoing, giving people a feeling of not being able to see through. Sung Hongyun, I advise you not to hit this little guy's idea. He is not suitable for your evil spirit temple. If your hands stretch too long, I don't mind controlling them. Not to mention that Yi Cheng's pressure was the highest. He didn't even return his head, and his words were full of threats. Ha, really? Is my evil spirit temple so unbearable in the eyes of the two of you? That's it. The task has been completed. Let's toss it yourself. After saying this, Sung Hongyun left the steel barrier. Linley was not long-winded when he saw this, and directly took the two strange beast crystals from the hands of the two of them. The multiple choice questions are too difficult. The word questions are the most suitable for me. I accepted these two strange beast crystals. Thank you, Ma. Godfather, thank you, Brother Chang. Ha ha ha. Good boy. Personality like me, manly man, accepting everything is the most correct decision. Linley, don't forget our agreement. Through the mask, Linley and Yi Cheng looked at each other, and they knew what they meant. There are still 3 months left. Immediately, Yi Cheng disappeared in place. Ma Gang glanced at Yi Cheng's disappearance with a slight meaning, then at Linley, and didn't say anything. The next thing is simple. The warriors of Sunqing began to clean up the battlefield, and countless strange beast crystals were piled up into hills, and Kong Zhang was responsible for counting the collected crystals and then distributing them one by one. Linley and Lu Qingyu were both assigned to 10 mid-level strange beast crystals because of their outstanding military exploits. Lu Qingyu didn't care, but Linley was overjoyed. Ha! If you want to sell all these crystals, Xiaoya's surgery fee will be paid. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the affairs on the Sunqing side were finished, and as soon as the horse was there, Linley and the two naturally did not have to take the car back to Beijing. It's just that Linley has to endure the pain of flying. More than an hour later, the capital is the Holy Imperial Academy. Ma Gang put down Linley, who was half dead in his hand. His eyes were full of guilt. Linley suffered along the way, and Ma Gang, as a super-level powerhouse, had a flight speed that was far from what ordinary people could experience. Let's put it this way, the plane is in front of him, thousands of miles away, more than an hour to arrive. It can be seen how fast this speed is. But even so, Linley never said a word along the way. There is no other reason, because as soon as he took off, Linley fainted. However, Ma Gang didn't notice it, and after more than an hour, Linley fainted and woke up, and then fainted and woke up. When he reached the sky above the Holy Emperor, he almost didn't spit it out. Shaoli, why don't I send you back to rest for a while? Old man's son is not in a hurry. Ma Gang was really a little worried, not worried about Linley's health, but worried that he wouldn't enter the dean's office and vomit on someone else's table later. Old man's son has a great temper. If this kind of thing really happens, it would be strange if Linley was not chopped into meat filling. Vomit. Ahem. It's okay, I can handle it. Let's go first. Vomit. Let's go to the dean's office first. Linley vomited and waved his hand to signal that he was fine. The corners of Ma Gang's mouth twitched. Is it okay to be like this? Linley, I'll go with you. Lu Qingyu's voice came from above. She was brought back by a strong woman, who seemed to be a senior cadre in the Titan Guild. It's not that Ma Gang doesn't have the ability to bring 2 people, but it's not very convenient. After all, she is a yellow flower girl, and it is too unreasonable to be carried by a greasy uncle. So, with Lu Qingyu's support, a group of 3 rushed to the dean's office. When the leaders saw Linley coming back, their eyes changed obviously. It seemed that there were some concerns and some disappointment, but when they saw Ma Gang, let alone their eyes, they didn't dare to move. This is called absolute suppression. In the dean's office, Linley sat on the sofa at Sun Wukong's request. He also thoughtfully asked someone to make a cup of tea. Mainly he was also afraid that Linley would vomit out, and when he saw that extremely pale face, it seemed like he was going to die. Sun Wukong frowned. Linley, I have figured out everything about you. Kong Zheng of Sunqing has just contacted me, saying that you stood up for the mainland of China, fought hard to face millions of strange beasts, and also called President Ma to support at a critical moment, which is a great contribution. In addition, you did not take refuge in the Dark Kingdom as rumored, and you also ensured the safety of classmate Lu, so our hospital should be rewarded. Sun Wukong's words seemed to be serious, but he didn't feel serious. It's the feeling of not being able to speak from the heart and being pretentious on the surface. Anyway, Linley was very uncomfortable listening, saying that he wanted to be rewarded and he probably couldn't get any good things. In this way, the academy will give you some bonuses. In addition, we will personally come forward to calm down the impact you cause, and we will also suppress
suppress the public opinion behavior of our students as much as possible to ensure that it will not affect your daily cultivation life. In addition, in a few days, the first grade will hold a Sunset Forest trial again, and there will still be your place. Of course, you can also choose to take a break and do not need to participate. Linley nodded in agreement and just gave the money. I don't care about the others. What public opinion is not public opinion? Since the day Linley joined the Holy Emperor, is there still less public opinion? Anyway, it will be 3 months to complete your task and abide by the agreement with Luo Hongtian. Then thank you, Dean-san, I'll. It first. Brotherly, has this old thing bullied you? If he dares to say fire you, I'll do him. Linley and Lu whispered at Mahongi blankly. This little chubby man can be called a godman. Sun Wukuan's current expression is a big word. Be angry. Ma Gang has to give people some face. Don't be angry. The fire in this heart is rising. Decades. He has been the dean for decades, and no one has ever dared to threaten him. This little fat man actually said that he wanted to kill himself? What kind of style of doing things can the Titan Guild develop Mahongi's temperament? Cough, Hongi, don't be rude. Although Ma Gang spoils his son, he can tell the current affairs. Sun Wukuan is like this, let Mahongi continue to make trouble. The other party must not break out? Hongi, you misunderstood. Dean's son didn't want to fire me. Linley calmed down and smiled, and hurriedly got up and rounded the scene. Great, brotherly, then I can go to school with you and practice together in the future. The fat on the little fat man's face trembled, and his eyes were almost squinted. Seeing him like this, Linley felt very uncomfortable. The two realized that it had only been 10 days now, and the other party could do so for themselves. How many years did Linley cultivate to meet such a brother? The little fat man's heart is very pure, and what he reveals is all true feelings. But I never took it seriously, and I didn't wake up until today. I'm ashamed. Hongi, can you drink? Of course, the beer is white, the ocean is red, and the comers are not rejected, and my father is not my opponent. The corners of Ma Gang's mouth twitched on the side, thinking to himself that this little rabbit cub would not show mercy to himself at all. Okay, then brother treats you to drink. Our two brothers will not return today until they are drunk. Come on, don't go back until you're drunk. Two stinky boys, don't greet me when you drink. Dad, there are so many things in the Titan Guild. Do you still have time to drink? I'm not afraid of going home and being given by my mother. Ma Gang teleported to Mahongi's side and covered the little fat man's mouth. He dares to say anything. He is the president of the Titan Guild. If the outside world knows that he is afraid of his wife, then how will he continue to mix in the future? Ha ha, that, Hongi is right. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the Titan Guild. You brothers can drink by yourself. That, Dean's son, I'll take my leave first, and we'll meet again another day. Sun Wukong nodded, and was not ready to get up and send it off. Ma just dragged Mahongi out of the office. Linley and Lu Qingyu looked at each other and smiled, and walked out. Little rabbit, you are not young anymore. What should you say and what not to say is a little measured. I also want to save face. In the corridor, Ma Gang was nagging as he walked. In addition, I have to take back those bodyguards. After all, you are here to go to school, not to mingle with the underworld. Listen to your brotherly during school. Don't fucking cause trouble for me. Of course, if there is something that is not long-sighted, take the initiative to find trouble for your brothers. Don't worry too much. Beat your father to death, and if something happens, your father will bear it. Linley followed closely behind and listened to a passionate heart. This is the father, instigating his son to beat people to death. There is no second place in the world. Dad, there are 2 cards, so let's treat them as living expenses for the 2 of you, shall we? Take it. Ma Gang stopped and took out 2 cards from his trouser pocket, one to Mahongi and the other to Linley. Horse, Godfather, I can't ask for this money. Oh, brotherly, just take it. My father doesn't lack the most money, just tens of millions of pocket money. Sprinkle water. Mahongi directly snatched the blue card from Ma Gang's hand, all of which were stuffed into Linley's pocket. I have pocket money. My mother has prepared it for me. You keep these 2 cards. You don't have much money. Usually eat more delicious food. Look at you are thin. Little rabbit, your mother gave you pocket money. Didn't you say it earlier? What's wrong? My mother has to report to you when she gives me money? I came to his lips. Ma Gang seemed to think of something and forcibly held back and said, if you don't report, pull it down. Linley looked at the strange father and son from behind and touched his pockets again. His eyes were very longing. It feels so good to have a father. The door of the restaurant's private room was kicked open. Linley and Mahongi blushed, and the wine glasses held in midair froze. Looked out the door puzzled. Linley, you beast still dare to come back? Abducting my goddess Lu for so long, has she already defiled her? Wu Shou's face was red, his fists were clenched, and he made a creak sound, obviously angry to the extreme. Looking behind him again, 6 or 7 figures stood outside the door, menacing, afraid that the visitor was not good. Wu Xiu, your brain is filled with, right? When did I abduct Lu Qingyu? When will I? Her again? Linley was embarrassed to say it further. It seemed to be. Almost. But why did he abduct Lu Qingyu? He. Wu Xiu laughed angrily, and the greenwood type ability gathered in his palm and said, what? Can't go on? The whole school knows about the ugliness you did. Betrayed the Holy Emperor, took refuge in the Dark Kingdom, and designed to abduct Goddess Willow. Although I don't know why Dean's son son can let you come back. It doesn't matter. You Linli must get out of the holy palace today, and you have to pay the price for the crime you have committed. The more Wuxiu said back, the more excited he became, and the wooden thorns gathered in his palm were thrown directly at Linli. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Linli directly overturned the table and resisted the wooden thorns. Since the other party has made a move, there is no need to be polite. The 3 dark energy balls quickly converged and shot quickly before Wuxiu had time to use his next move. With 3 muffled sounds, Lin Li's eyes were solemn. There was a golden barrier in front of Wuxiu that stopped all the dark energy balls. Obviously, it was the supernatural person behind him who made the move. Intermediate level, metallic ability. Dare to attack my brotherly, go die for you. The little fat man Mahoney used the strength of the wine to activate his ability and shot a ray of current from the position of his palm. It was stopped by the barrier. The strength of the second level of the beginner, isn't this a joke? Wuxiu, you don't listen to others talking about calves. Lu Qingyu was not abducted by me, and nothing happened to us. You wake up, fight in public. Do you want to be fired? If you are expelled, you will be expelled, and I will kill you no matter what I say today. Lin Li understood that this kid was forced to be fooled. The other party has 6 or 7 superpowers, including many intermediate masters, and they will definitely not be able to defeat them. In this case, the 36 strategy is the best strategy. Wuxiu, you big fool, go back and think about it, and then go to Lu Qingyu and ask, did I do anything bad? After saying that, Lin Li rushed directly to Mahoney. Before the opponent's new round of attacks arrived, a cloud of black mist was released to envelop the two of them, and then they disappeared in place. In an instant, the two appeared at the door of the restaurant. Lin Li dragged Mahoney and ran away. The explanation must be that the explanation is not clear. Looking at the other party's virtue, there is no way to solve the problem if you don't let him stop. Trotting all the way, the two quickly returned to the apartment. Mahoney's apartment room is directly opposite Lin Li. It is estimated that he asked for it on purpose, after all, his father. Oh no, it's our father who is powerful, and there is nothing he can't do. The two washed up in their respective rooms and woke up. Then Mahoney came to Lin Li's room, said that he would call Ma Gang and send someone to kill Wuxiu. Lin Li sweated for this unlucky guy. This horse hasn't gone far yet, and this kung fu will toss him back. Wuxiu is afraid that he will not be beaten out of the Hongi. Calm down first. The cause of the matter is not Wuxiu, but the person who bewitched Wuxiu and framed me. Even if Wuxiu, an idiot, is cleaned up, it won't be long before the next idiot comes to the door. That, brotherly, what should we do? Didong, your classmate Lu Qingyu sent a video invitation. Do you accept it? It's quite a coincidence. Lin Li Gan wanted to call Lu Qingyu. Connect. Lin Li, did Wuxiu look for you just now? Not only did I find it, but I also sent someone to beat me. This idiot, he came to me just now, asked a bunch of inexplicable questions, and kept scolding you, and then I explained the whole story to him, and he calmed down. So fast? It seems that after he left, Wuxiu, the licking dog, went to Lu Qingyu. Okay, it's really drunk. How did this kind of licking dog survive until now? One has no strength, the other has no IQ, and it is not clear whether there is money Lin Li, but he is definitely not as handsome as himself. Toads want to eat swan meat, smart color. Then did he say who made the rumor? Who else can there be? Zhao Zhengde and Zhao Zhengli. Lin Li took a deep breath, and sure enough, it was these two garbage. Lin Li, you still don't want to leave the apartment recently. Now many people are eyeing you. The hospital is currently helping you clear the rumors. I also asked my sister to come forward. I believe that before the next trial starts, public opinion will be completely calmed down. Lin Li thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only way to do it at present. His own strength is not enough to fight against the middle-level superpowers, so it is better to take this opportunity to hide in the apartment and practice peacefully, as long as he climbs the strength ladder of the 7th or 8th level of the 1st level. What Zhao Zhengde and Zhao Zhengli are all scum. Okay, I know the whisper. After hanging up the video, Lin Li leaned on the sofa to sort out his thoughts. The current situation is very bad, and almost most of the students in the academy think that they have betrayed the Holy Emperor and defected to the Dark Kingdom. Even if the so-called school is explaining, can they really make the effort to do this? It is estimated that not only students, but also many school leaders and teachers are looking forward to leaving the Holy Emperor, right? Lin Li really didn't want to stay in this broken place for a second. It's still the happy arrival of the Dark Kingdom. 3 months, just 3 months. Complete all the challenges, raise your strength to the middle level, and leave the Holy Emperor. Regardless of whether you go to the Dark Kingdom or the major guilds to receive tasks, or go to the major beast realms to experience and collect resources, it is better than staying here. Brotherly, I will practice with you for the next period of time, and after our strength improves, those who have offended us will be made to pay the most painful price. Lin Li is quite envious of Mahoney's character. You don't need to think too much about doing things, because someone is behind your back, and those who provoke you have to pay the price, and people who have a good relationship with you will definitely treat you sincerely. Well, someone is behind your back? Lin Li's frowning brows suddenly relaxed. Isn't there a big guy behind you? Since you are ready to evacuate the Holy Imperial Academy, you still have to worry about a fart. Villain? What about villains? living happily as king. Honey, you can go to class when you should go to class, you don't need to practice with me. Shinyu's course is far more important than your solo cultivation, you are still in the adaptation stage, you need a teacher to guide you, with me, you can't learn anything practical. In fact, there is another reason, that is, if Mahani cultivates with himself, then the essence of heaven and earth within a radius of a few hundred meters will not be supplied at all. Including even Linli himself is difficult to supply, and he has to make up for this gap by absorbing the crystals of strange beasts. Mahani bit his nail cover and lay on the bed for a while, then nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to your brotherly, so I can also help you bring food or something. Yo, this little fat man thinks quite thoughtfully. I have left the meal behind. Mahani stayed in Lin Li's room very late and then went back because he was really sleepy. Now Lin Li can open up to practice. 1 super level flame beast crystal, 3 middle level strange beast crystals, and more than 10 beginner level strange beast crystals were placed in front of Lin Li. That's right, these are the goals he needs to absorb this time. Lin Li had tested it, as long as it was not a dark beast crystal, it would not affect how much it absorbed, and the absorption speed is much faster. Maybe this is the reason why the same sex repels each other and the opposite sex attracts. Turning off all the lights, Lin Li sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly closed his eyes and began to practice. Dong dong dong. Brotherly has breakfast. The little fat man's voice came from outside the door, and Lin Li opened his eyes. I glanced at the time, 7:30 in the morning. The time of this cultivation is too outrageous. The eyes opened and closed, and the day passed and howled. As soon as I closed my eyes, this life passed and howled. Lin Li first sensed the progress of the improvement of the strange energy in his body, and found that he had reached the later stage of the 4th level of the 1st level. How do you perceive it? All people with abilities have an introspective world in their bodies. If you use the words of cultivating immortals, it is the inland sea, or the sea of chi. It's just that when it comes to the ability, it becomes an elemental introspective world. In the inner world, people with special abilities can see the 7 elemental stars, which can also be called life stars. Every time the person with the ability lights up an elemental star, the realm will increase by 1 point until all 7 stars are lit, and the realm officially begins to break through. However, often the 7th star is the most difficult to light, which not only requires absorbing a large amount of elemental essence, but also requires the ability to manipulate the different energy in the body, purify this elemental star, and then use it to impact the unclear realm barrier. The elemental inner world was discovered by Lin Li after arriving at the 4th level of the 1st order, which means that there was no elemental star before the 4th level of the 1st order. According to Lu Qingyu, even before the 4th level of the primary level, they all belong to the stage of supernatural awakening. The strength will not increase significantly, and most of the absorbed elemental essence will be used in the construction of the inner vision world. Only after reaching the 4th level of the initial level and the official birth of the inner vision world will the power of the supernatural will be significantly improved. Dong dong dong. Brotherly, if you don't open the door, I'm going to break in. Patronizing and chatting. I almost forgot about this little fat man. Lin Li hurriedly got up and came to the door and opened the apartment door. After seeing the oversized plastic bag in Mahani's hand, Lin Li was a little puzzled. Honey, are you bringing me all 3 days worth of food? What 3 days? This is your breakfast. Lin Li stared wide-eyed at the bag full of food, and then looked up at Mahani's sincere expression. Brother, what about you race pigs here? Lin Li took the bag and didn't know what to say for a while. Dare to love this big bag of food is just breakfast for the little fat man? I didn't see him so good at eating when I was drinking last night. But also, if Wu Shou hadn't interrupted the drinking game, Lin Li really couldn't be sure how much Mahani would have drunk. By the way, Hongi, please help me send this card to my home and tell my aunt that this money can help Xiaoya treat her illness, and in 3 months, I will go to Tianwu City to visit them. Mahani took the familiar blue card and nodded. Don't worry, brotherly, I will definitely send someone to deliver the money in words. It's getting late. I'm going to class. Okay, go quickly, don't be late. Brotherly, wait for me to come back at noon to help you bring food. Okay, wait until Hongi, don't bring me so much food. Unfortunately, the little fat man didn't hear the second half of the sentence clearly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already gone down the stairs. Lin Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was sure of this pig. After breakfast, Lin Li continued to practice. The elemental stars have been lit up 5 so far, and if nothing else, they will definitely be able to break through today. Such a speed is incredible and unbelievable for others. But for Lin Li, it was still a little short. Cui Yayun just sent a message. A new round of Sunset Forest trials will begin in 7 days. After Lin Li and Lu Qingyu disappeared last time, Sun Wukuan immediately ended the trial activities. With the union of many strong people, it took 2 hours to repair the teleportation magic circle. It is said that 3 students were seriously injured because they failed to teleport back to CU Academy in time. The most serious one was bitten off an arm by a strange beast. Otherwise, why would the school be so angry? Will they be in a hurry to shift the responsibility to Lin Li? It's really a group of wolves in sheep's clothing, and their minds are very bad. After sighing, Lin Li and the strange beast crystals in front of him competed again. Time is passing again, and the number of crystals is decreasing. In the morning, the 6th elemental star was successfully lit, and the last one was missing. It's a pity that the little fat man Mahoney is out of class, and this time he brought not a plastic bag, but a basin. A basin about the size of a wash basin. When he walked into Lin Li's room with 2 large pots of food, Lin Li's whole body was numb. This is not to feed the pigs, but to prepare to kill the pigs. Pigs have to be supported to death when they come. Mahoney saw that Lin Li was stunned and motionless, and thought that the food was not delicious, and as soon as he took out his mobile phone and was about to order some takeaway, he was stopped by Lin Li. Homie, I don't have much to eat. I don't have to prepare so much next time. I'm not hungry now. I'll leave all these meals to you. Oh, that's fine. The little fat man wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth and continued to roll up the clouds. Lin Li sighed, returned to the ground again, and meditated cross-legged. As the elemental energy deepened, Lin Li began to sprint to the 7th elemental star. At this time, the little fat man Mahoney also happened to finish eating. Seeing the surging elemental energy on Lin Li's side, he curiously stepped forward to observe. However, Lin Li didn't know that at this moment he was preoccupied with sprinting to the last barrier. As the consumption of the crystals of the strange beast in front of him became faster and faster, the entire room was shrouded in dark abilities. The little fat man was startled by this sudden change, and just as he was about to move away, Lin Li moved. Not with hands, but with mouths. Drink! Bang! A shout resounded throughout the apartment building, and the dark energy in the room began to become manic. The little fat man rushed to the door and twisted the doorknob hard, but the door seemed to be welded to death, and he couldn't twist it. In fact, it was because he forgot to remove the lock. When people are panicked, their IQ will obviously drop a lot, especially after eating enough, which is no different from a fool. Seeing that he couldn't go to the apartment, Mahoney jumped directly onto the bed and wrapped himself in a quilt. That is, the legendary quilt Dafa, blocking all magical damage. It's a pity that he is too naive. With a burst of cracking sound in Lin Li's mind, the momentum of the first level 5 exploded. The whole room was set off with gusts of wind and waves. In fact, the elemental ability was in a state of violence. For a while, there was no place to volatilize, so an impact was formed. Then the little fat man was blown out. Not only the little fat man, but almost all the furniture in the room suffered. Xiao Yan hid in the corner and trembled, as if he would fall apart at any time. Sofas, wardrobes, coffee tables, and beds are all moved by this powerful impact. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, only 7 or 8 seconds. The corners of Lin Li's mouth rose slightly. This breakthrough increased a lot of ability reserves, and his physique was also enhanced. When he slowly opened his eyes, he was stupid. Was your room ransacked by robbers? Or did you just have a big earthquake and you didn't feel it? Oh, hey, brotherly, you are so amazing. Mahoney's wailing came from the gap between the bed and the window. Lin Li hurriedly got up and looked. I saw that the poor little fat man was squeezed hard by the bed in front of the window, unable to move. There is also a big red envelope on the forehead, not to mention how festive. Lin Li held back his laughter and moved the bed away. The little fat man stood up, ouch, touched the big red envelope on his forehead, and grinned with his teeth. Brotherly, congratulations on breaking through the 5th level of the junior level. It seems that I have to work harder. Honey, I have decided I should go to the practice room for future cultivation, otherwise my apartment will be demolished by me sooner or later. But the training room can't guarantee your safety. If people know that you are cultivating there will definitely be something that is not long-sighted to trouble you. Mahoney's words are very right, but Lin Li can't help it. The further you break through, the louder the noise. This time it's just a mess of the room, and next time you will blow up the room. As the saying goes, wealth and danger are sought. If someone comes to find trouble, let him find it. At least in the current 1st grade, Lin Li has no one to fear. If the 2nd or 3rd graders are in trouble, then tell the teacher, #nervousface hashtag. Don't say that this method is frustrated. The solution to the problem is a good way. Regardless of whether those teachers were happy or not, anyway, they reported themselves and bullied weak classmates in broad daylight. Lin Li didn't believe that their holy emperor could lose this face. Lin Li informed Mahoney of his thoughts, and the latter thought about it and felt that there was some truth, so he followed Lin Li into the 002 training room. Although it is a study room, it has all the furniture and equipment that should be matched in order to facilitate students to prepare for breakthroughs. It's just that when the two of them just moved into the practice room, the so-called trouble came to the door. Lin Li, are you finally willing to come out? The two brothers, Zhao Zhenda and Zhao Zhengli, arrived on the battlefield on time, and the first step before the battle was to turn on the mouth escape mode. You are a pest of the Holy Imperial Academy, a cancer of the Divine Continent. How can you deserve to return to the Holy Imperial Academy to practice? I think he is shameless, relying on someone behind him, and refusing to leave. These two people haven't seen each other for a few days, and their mouths are strong. Who is Lin Li, the pioneer of the mouth escape world? How could he lose to these two goods? Heh, it's you two bed bugs who are whining behind my back all day long? Did your parents be struck by lightning when they gave
gave birth to you? How much sin must have been created, and how much responsibility must be taken to allow you two to be born? It's really great. They can raise you two big fools to adulthood. It's just like the Buddha is alive, and the hard work is great. Zhao Jinda, your face has recovered very well. It seems to be a little thicker than last time. Do you want me to help you fix it again? After listening to Lin Li's words, Zhao Jingda subconsciously touched his face, and then reacted with anger. Lin Li, don't think that you are great if you have an SSS-level talent. The dark system will always be the representative of evil, and your time bomb must be dismantled. Bang! Zhengda, where does so much nonsense come from? Do it. Zhao Jingli is obviously a smart fool, knowing that now is the best time to deal with Lin Li, and then let his useless brother ink down. I am afraid that something will happen. Slow down. Do you two idiots know who I am? The little fat man Mahongi rushed forward in 2 steps to stop in the middle. The mobile phone was held in his palm, and Lin Li clearly saw that he had dialed Sun Wukuan's phone. Sun Wukong? He said he would sue the teacher. How did he sue the dean? I don't care who you are. Get out of the way for me, the little fat man Salem, otherwise I'll clean up with you. Zhao Zhengda is worthy of being a representative of the brainless department, and he is so arrogant and domineering without even figuring out the identity of the other party. You are the son of President Mahongi? Zhao Zhengli looked at the little fat man thoughtfully. This guy's name is not small. On the first day of school, he scolded the teacher, beat his classmates. His father was even better, beat the leader, scolded the leader. Did this thorn pierce his 2 Zhao brothers? Just know, give you 3 seconds to get out of this recess room, otherwise I will ask someone to blow up your dog's head. The little fat man spoke very imposingly, and he really drank the 2 people opposite. Bang! Zhao Zhenda glanced at his brother and didn't move. Then he rushed out. A mountain-shaking fist swung at the little fat man's face. Bang! Boom! Boom! His brother Zhao Zhengli was frightened. I want to say something, but it's too late. Lin Li's face darkened, and the dark energy in his hand suddenly swung forward. Just listen to a muffled sound of bang. Zhao Zhengda was bounced out with a ouch. Looking at Mahongi's front again, a dark black fan-shaped energy barrier had already gathered at this moment. This is a newly developed skill by Lin Li, and the inspiration comes from other superpowers. Although it is a means of defense, the effect is online. Lin Li called this trick Dark Barrier. In this way, Lin Li has 4 skills. Dark Shock is now the most basic attack method, and then there is Dark Shockwave, which is quite powerful. Whether it is a group battle or a single battle, the effect is very good. The second is the Black Mist, which can be used to bind opponents and teleport oneself. It's just that this skill is too consumed to be used continuously. Finally, there is the Dark Barrier just now, which has a strong defense. You trash still dare to hit me? The little fat man was also angry by the other party at once, and shouted directly into the mobile phone, Old man's son, did you hear me? I was beaten. If you don't come again, I'll call my father. Lin Li was listening to a person who was infiltrating. This is the attitude of looking for someone to do things? Can Sun Wukuan be happy? Little fat man, this is your attitude towards asking for help? A familiar and old voice echoed in the practice room, and then, a golden curtain of light appeared in the center of the 2 groups of people, and Sun Wukong walked out of it with a helpless face. Lin Li could see that he really didn't want to care about this. Or rather, this little thing is not worthy of him to take care of it. But due to Ma Gang's face, the close cooperation between the Holy Imperial Academy and the Titan Guild fell on him, and he still had to take care of it. Zhao Zhengda, Zhao Zhengli, deliberately fighting, bullying younger classmates, and setting off rumors behind the scenes, creating large-scale public opinion. The impact is very bad. It is now decided to fire you both and never hire you again. As soon as these words came out, the audience fell silent. Even Lin Li and Mahongi didn't expect this little old man to be so ruthless. Just open it? Zhao Zhengda and Zhao Jingli knelt down with poof. He begged with a handful of snot and tears. Dean, we are wrong. Please give us another chance. We will never dare again. Lin Li, we are not human. We are not long-eyed. Sorry. Please forgive us. Dean's son, our 2 brothers have put a lot of effort into entering the Holy Emperor. Please open the net. Lin Li and Mahongi watched from the sidelines, which was called a relief. Let me forgive you? Hee, I'm not a Buddha. I can't do all 4 emptinesses, and I can't let go of the butcher's knife in my hand. Lin Li, what do you think? Sun Wukuan threw the decision into Lin Li's hands, and he didn't want to be this bad guy himself. Me? I stood and watched, just as you always said. These 2 goods have had a very bad impact on the courtyard, and now they are rampant enough to bully the lower grades and beat me regardless of the occasion. So what else can I say? Expel! Expel immediately! The little fat man came to the wave and docked perfectly. Sun Wukuan nodded. This decision was not only made by Lin Li, but also something he should have considered. It is impossible to keep such a pest emperor, and asking Lin Li just now is just going through the motions. You 2 heard it too? In an hour, pack up and leave the academy. Sun Wukuan's words were very cold, but in the years of the 2 Zhao brothers, it was like a judgment in hell. I never expected that the final victim would be myself. Lin Li, you wait for me. Sun Wukong shouted angrily, and Zhao Jingda was directly stunned. This is called a real fool, threatening the students of other academies in front of the dean. If he is allowed to indulge, where will Sun Wukuan's old face go?
go. Seeing this, Zhao Jingli swallowed back the words when they came to his mouth. Lin Li could only be left with an unwilling and resentful look, and then dragged Zhao Jingda out of the training room. To be honest, this happened quite suddenly from beginning to end. It was completely beyond Lin Li's expectations. He didn't expect the little fat man to call Sun Wukong, let alone that old man Sun was so decisive that he sentenced the two of them to death in one sentence. You two will cause less trouble for me in the future, especially you, little fat man. Ma Hongyi pointed at himself and was very puzzled. Right? It's you. Don't rely on my good relationship with your father. Just toss my old bones every day, sue the teacher. There are so many leading teachers in the school, you have to call me? Don't you know I'm busy? Then I'll tell my dad that the Titan Guild will increase the crystal input to the Holy Imperial Academy by 5%. Deal. Lin Li didn't even think about it. Where is this? What increases by 5%? Old man Sun changed his face too quickly. Lin Li, there are some things I have to remind you, although these two are troublemakers, but they are not the one with the greatest influence. You can stay here to practice with peace of mind in the near future. I will send someone outside the training room to stop the troubles you can't solve for you. Dean Sun, didn't you say that the school would come forward to calm all the influence of public opinion for me? Sun Wukong sighed, looked at Lin Li with complicated eyes and said, the prejudice in people's hearts is like a big mountain. No matter how hard you try, you don't want to move it. I can only do superficial work for you, and the specific methods need to be controlled by you personally. The old man closed the light, and if he didn't want to work hard, he would say it directly. Dry yarn with so many big truths? Lin Li didn't bother to talk nonsense to him, so he nodded pretentiously and did what he should do. Over the next week, Lin Li devoted himself to cultivation. This cultivation consumed a total of 1 super level, 3 intermediate, and 12 beginner level strange beast crystals. The effect was remarkable, and Lin Li broke through again on the 7th day. With the strength of the 6th level of the 1st level, Lin Li has the confidence to fight against all the abilities below the middle level. Of course, except for the dark system with the same attribute. However, as the realm grew, Lin Li also discovered a problem. That is, compared with the same attributes, although he absorbed the elemental essence much faster, the amount he needed was also ridiculously large. Let's put it this way, if a super level strange beast crystal is absorbed by a person with the same genus, it can break through from the 1st level to at least the 6th or even 7th level of the 1st level. When it came to Lin Li, he could only break through a little more than 1 level. This level of consumption is getting higher and higher, and the ghost knows how many strange beasts or elemental crystals will be needed when he is promoted to the middle level. Money is really a good thing. Lin Li's secondary goal now is to work hard to make money and collect crystals. The main goal is, of course, to improve the realm of strength. It has been nearly 20 days since he awakened, and he has been promoted to 6 levels in a row. If he lets the outside world know, he can't be shocked. Brotherly, I'm going to break through. The little fat man's words dragged Lin Li's thoughts back to reality. This little fat man eats all day except for class, and has very little time to practice. In 7 days, it is not bad to be able to break through to the 3rd level of the initial level. Don't worry, break through, Hongi, there's a brother. Ma Hongi nodded, and purple currents began to gather around his body. Lin Li was surprised to find that something seemed to be looming between the little fat man's eyebrows. However, the light was too dim, and the little fat man's body was still covered with supernatural abilities, so he couldn't see it clearly. Dong dong dong. Lin Li frowned and came to the door, and the dark abilities in his right hand began to gather. At this moment, the little fat man is at the critical moment of breakthrough, and no one can disturb him. It's me, Lin Li, Lu whispered. Lin Li hurriedly put away his ability and opened the door of the practice room. It was really Lu Qingyu, but he was still following. Wu Xiao, what is he here for? Find fault? Lin Li's eyes became vigilant. As long as the other party dared to make a small move, he would directly kill him in seconds. Lin, I know that the dean fired the 2 Zhao brothers and was willing to testify for you. Wu Xiao was very entangled, and after looking at Lu Qingyu, he made up his mind. He directly bowed to Lin Li and apologized sincerely. Lin, I'm really sorry. Wu Xiao, listened to the slander of the villain and almost caused a big disaster in the restaurant last time. Today, I came to apologize to you. Oh no, this kid actually came to apologize? Lin Li withdrew his vigilant gaze, and he didn't have to guess to know that it must be Lu Qingyu's work behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could this super invincible big licking dog bow to itself? Lin Li, although Wu Xiao is very secondary, he doesn't act through the brain, but after all, he is bewitched. I have already beaten him, and in addition, there is an apology. Saying that, Lu Qingyu scolded Wu Xiao with his elbow. The latter immediately got up, took out a black card from his pocket, and put his hands forward and said that, Lin, this is a black card for my Wu family. The goods in the ordinary Wu family industry are free, and the Wu auction house can also enjoy an 80% discount, as well as supreme treatment. In addition, if you need blue coins, you can also overdraw 200 million from it, which is my apology. As soon as Lin Li heard that there was still this benefit, he accepted the card without saying a word. After doing it for a long time, this guy is still a rich young man, and it turns out to be the titanium alloy in the licking dog. The
hegemon of dogs. Ahem, it's easy to say, it's easy to say. Everyone is a classmate. What's the money? Bah, is there anything that can't be solved? Hani is currently in the breakthrough stage, so I don't know if you two came in. Is Hani going to break through? That feeling is good, and our team has grown a little more. Squad? What squad? Of course it's the trial team. The trial of the Sunset Forest is about to start tomorrow. You, me, Wuxiu, plus Hani, the four of us are looking at each other together. Lin Li sensed something was wrong. When did Lu Qingyu become so good to Wuxiu? He took the initiative to take him to apologize to himself, and then inexplicably pulled him into the trial team without asking for his consent at all. Lu Qingyu didn't seem to have this kind of personality before, right? Could it be that he was licked by Wuxiu, a titanium alloy licking dog? I'll think about the trial again. You two should team up and participate first. Lu Qingyu obviously didn't expect Lin Li to reject her, and asked very puzzled, Lin Li, aren't you ready to participate in the trial? Why are you still hesitating? Lin Li thought for a while, and casually found an excuse to deal with it. I've been in the breakthrough stage in the past few days, and the trial is not too important, so I'll think about it again. Oh, well, if you decide to participate in the trial, remember to tell me. I will definitely reserve your place for you. Lin Li smiled and nodded, but his eyes were mixed with a hint of strange emotions. After the two left, Lin Li closed the door, his thoughts very ethereal. In just 7 days, Lu Qingyu's attitude has changed a lot. Maybe I think too much, or maybe I think right. Forget it, after all, the two sides are just friends, and caring too much is not good for themselves. Licking dogs is such a thing as loving whoever you want. Lin Li, only be the Sea King. In the practice room, Mahoney finally made a breakthrough. The impact exuded seemed to be applauding Lin Li just right. Honey, congratulations. Lin Li came to Mahoney's side, patted him on the fleshy shoulder, and was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Hey, it's still far from brotherly. By the way, brotherly, I just seemed to hear Lu's voice, and there was another familiar voice at the same time. It's Wu Xiu, the one who shook people and blocked us in the restaurant last time. What? That guy still dares to come? I'll call Old Man Sun now. Wait. Lin Li hurriedly pressed Mahoney back. Why is this called Old Man Sun if he disagrees? You misunderstood. That kid came to apologize, and also gave me a black card, saying that Wu's auction house is 80% off. Enjoy supreme treatment. Wu's auction house? The little fat man's eyes lit up, as if he knew about this auction house. What? Honey, do you know this auction house? Brotherly, it's not just that you know. This auction house is particularly famous. My father often takes me to play. There are many good things in that place. What? Refining materials, strange beast crystals, natural materials and earth treasures, elemental skills, controllable strange beasts, etc. All kinds of good things. Wu Xiu, this kid, can give himself such a big gift, and he always feels tricky. It doesn't matter. It's a bastard if you don't take advantage of it. It's not a blood feud. The money is in place. It's easy to say, ****, anything. Brotherly, tomorrow is the trial of the Sunset Forest. How did you decide? Do you want to participate? Lin Li thought for a while, and finally pushed the question back. Then do you want to participate? Just now, Lu Qingyu came to me, and she hoped that the two of us could join her team and take Wu Xiu. By the way, why bring that guy? I want to participate, but I think it's enough for us to be in a team. As expected of a good brother, I thought of going with Lin Li. The fewer people, the easier it is to move. It made Wuyang a group of people, for fear that others would not notice. Okay, listen to you. Tomorrow the two of us will participate in the trial of the Sunset Forest. Okay, we will definitely get the top 3. Early the next morning, Lin Li and Mahoney arrived at the teleportation square on time. Of course, I also met Lu Qingyu and others. The little fat man's attitude was extremely resolute, and Lin Li was on the same team as himself, and no one else could say it. Lin Li pretended to be very embarrassed, but in fact, this was all practiced in advance, so as not to be embarrassed. Sure enough, in the end, Lu Qingyu gave up. The little fat man's personality was known to everyone. Who else could he listen to except Lin Li? He simply turned back to find Sifengyu and Yao Tong and formed a new team. It would be false to say that Lin Li was not disappointed at all. After all, the two had sparks. The problem is that now is not the time to talk about love and be impulsive. Furthermore, the other party is so close to Wu Xiu now, and he is shy, and it is disgusting to think about it. Women will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. Sunset Forest trial testing now officially start. A familiar mechanical prompt sounded and everyone was silent. As usual, wear a good life bracelet first, then start walking towards the center of the square. Lin Li and Mahoney stood together so that they would not be dispersed when teleporting. Please get ready. In 10 seconds, start teleporting. Thinking back to the last teleportation, that feeling was really fucking exciting. I hope no one will make trouble during this teleportation process. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start teleporting. The entire teleportation square was shrouded in a strong light, and the familiar feeling came again, and Lin Li and Mahoney's eyes blurred for a while. The feeling of weightlessness hit the whole body. Fortunately, this time it didn't last long, and it only looked like 5 or 6 seconds, and I regained my vision. Sunset Forest, as the name suggests, is a sunset scene in this
this place every day. It's not that the sun hasn't moved anywhere, but that no matter where the sun is, the sky is a fiery red scene. This natural phenomenon is very peculiar, and no one has explained it to this day. Brotherly, this place is so beautiful. The little fat man looked around, and the scenery was pleasant in an instant. The autumn wind is sassy, and the leaves of the maple trees are yellow. Coupled with the scene of the afterglow of the sunset, it is like a beautiful picture, which is refreshing and lingering. As the saying goes, the morning sun and the dusk of the sunset, one is a beautiful beginning, and the other is a poignant ending. Hey, why is it more and more uncomfortable the more you talk? Linley's heart was inexplicably blocked, and he hurriedly woke up. Damn, what a strong illusion. This place can shake people's minds. Hong-yi, you. However, when he saw the little fat man's still innocent expression, he was sure. I think too much. Yo who? Delivered to the door so soon? The corners of Linley's mouth suddenly rose, because he sensed that a strange beast was approaching nearby. The first level is 7, and the start is good. Of course, the little fat man Mahoney also sensed it, wrapped his hands around thunder and lightning, and was always ready to attack. With Linley's reminder, the little fat man rushed directly into the woods. Hadouken! Bang! Oil-consuming root! Bang! Gaga Brugan! Linley stood outside the woods and listened dumbly. Where did he learn these skills? This little fat man can't be a magic barrier, right? Ouch! As soon as he thought so, the little fat man flew out of the woods. Linley's eyes were quick, and a cloud of black mist was thrown at Mahoney and wrapped around his waist. No, it was on the stomach, and then pulled him over. Brotherly, I can't beat that stinky monkey. Linley rolled his eyes. They are the 7th level of the initial level. You are the 3rd level. What are you going to fight with? Take your oil-consuming root? You have to use your brain to fight. Just be so reckless. It's good if they don't kill you. Linley waved his hand and motioned for the little fat man to stay where he was honest. Then, he walked deep into the woods. That is, at a distance of 6 or 7 meters, a "oh-you-oh" monkey cry came from above. Linley turned sideways and flashed the soil thorns emerging from the ground. This stinky monkey is a bit interesting, with a white-haired head, a yellow-haired body, and a little stronger than a human. And the most special thing is its big dripping eyes, red light, like a lantern. The woods are already dark and you can't see the light all year round. At first glance, the stinky monkey is quite scary. It's a soil system, right? If you know you can't beat me, I'll throw away my skills. Monkeys are really smart. After praising the other party, the monkey seemed to understand and danced excitedly. The big red buttocks were exposed, more obvious than those 2 lanterns. Linley snorted, and the 2 energy balls were thrown out directly. The white-haired monkey realized the danger and jumped out and landed on another tree. Bang, bang. 2 energy balls bombarded the tree trunk, and the entire tree trembled. Beast, it's running pretty fast. Linley continued to attack, and the energy balls in his hand converged very quickly, almost throwing one out, and the next one was ready. Then Linley threw it out with a bang, and the trees were beaten with a bang. The white-haired monkey's movements were very sensitive, although he couldn't fight back, but Linley couldn't hit the opponent for a while. Grass. Ever heard of a saying? All fear comes from insufficient firepower. I will let you see today. What is fire coverage? Linley directly raised his palms and aimed at the white-haired monkey. 2 dark shockwaves shot out directly. Wherever they passed, it was dusty and the branches and leaves were dancing. Maple leaves fall from the trees with a whoosh sound, as if it were raining, spreading a thick layer on the ground. In this way, after 1 person and 1 monkey circled twice, Linley pinched the left and right hands and directly knocked the white-haired monkey to the ground. Running? Aren't you quite good at running? Linley had a bad smile on his face, walked up to the injured white-haired monkey, and his right hand was in the shape of a claw, surrounding the dark ability. Get ready to take out the opponent with 1 blow. Speak human words. Yes, you don't speak human language. What are you pointing in that direction? Got a baby? The white-haired monkey nodded vigorously, and a furry monkey's paws kept pointing deep into the woods. Brotherly. How is it, brotherly? The little fat man's voice came from outside the woods, and the sound of fierce battle just now worried him. It's okay, Hongi, come in. The little fat man ran into the woods when he heard the sound. When he saw the white-haired monkey injured by Linley, he excitedly wanted to step forward to mend the knife. The latter was frightened and kept moving his body backwards, and his already pale face turned pale. Wait for Hongi, this monkey still has his uses. Linley stopped the little fat man, walked slowly to the white-haired monkey, and said in a slightly threatening tone, it's easy to live. Take us to the place you pointed to. If the things there can satisfy me, I will let you go. The white-haired monkey nodded desperately after hearing this, then strengthened his body and walked step by step towards the depths of the woods. Hongi, follow me and always pay attention to the movement nearby. Presumptuous. Linley followed the white-haired monkey closely. As long as it dared to make any small moves, he could solve it as soon as possible. In this way, the 2 of them walked forward for a full 20 minutes. I don't know if the woods are too dense or because they are remote. The deeper you go, the darker the light becomes, until finally, it has reached the point where you can't see your fingers. The little fat man was frightened and pulled the corner of Linley's clothes tightly. The vision of the person with special abilities must be much stronger than that of ordinary people. The problem is that the little fat man's realm is too low, and his vision at night is just like that, blurry. Linley, on the other hand, was not affected at all. This is the special thing about the dark system. The darker you are, the clearer I can see, and the calmer I feel. Linley felt that even if a ghost suddenly appeared at this moment, he was not afraid. Hongi, don't make trouble. Me? Linley's shoulder was suddenly patted on the shoulder, and Mahongi was behind him. Who else could there be besides him? Brotherly, what did you say? I'm afraid. Again, and this time the force is not light. Linley looked back at Mahongi puzzledly. This kid was trembling, as if there was no other movement. Linley's hair stood up, just on his right shoulder, but when he turned around, his left shoulder was patted again. Ha! Mahongi had just been in his sight, and there was indeed no other movement. Who could it be? Linley suddenly looked back straight ahead. The white-haired monkey is gone. Obviously, he was still closely following him just now, and his breath was always locked by himself. How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? Ah, who is it? Who filmed me? The little fat man suddenly screamed, which frightened Linley and followed a spirit. Hongi, calm down, there's a brother. Seeing that Mahongi's lips turned white with fright, Linley hurriedly comforted him. Something is wrong with this place. We are likely to be possessed by the white-haired monkey. So what now? I can't see anything clearly. Will it be? Who just filmed me? Don't scare yourself, believe in science. Ha! As soon as Linley finished saying this, a gust of cold wind blew in his ears. It's so cool, it's so cool. Bold demon, dare to scare you, Grandpa Lin and me? Dare to show up and come out to fight. Linley was also scared enough, but with a little fat man by his side, he had to be bold, otherwise he would really fall into the other party's way. So, Linley mobilized the dark ability in his body to frantically surge outward, and the surrounding maple branches and leaves rustled by this energy. It's even weirder. Brotherly, Mahongi, I didn't come out for a long time. Linley noticed something was wrong and turned his head to look. Good guy. It didn't matter at first glance. It almost scared Linley's soul away. A chill rushed from the soles of my feet to my head. I saw a head drooping on the little fat man's shoulder. Very old, ugly, very wrinkled. At this time, he was grinning silently at Linley with a big yellow tooth. At this moment, the little fat man was already stunned. He could clearly perceive that something was pressing on his shoulders, but his body could not move anyway. The originally rosy little chubby face is extremely blue at the moment. Linley took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Senior, if there is anything we can discuss, can we let my brother go? Senior, I can give you anything you want. I know you are a human being, and you are also a master. Senior, can we say something? What do you want to do? Who? Your old thing. You fart and laugh. I'm talking to you. Do you believe that I will blow your dog's head? Linley's patience was worn out. What happened to this ugly old monster? A pair of dead fish eyes stared at him, unable to feel any emotion or temperature. Just smiled at himself blankly. You be dark, black. Yes. An extremely hoarse and harsh sound came, and the little fat man felt that his crotch was a little wet. Linley also swallowed his saliva unconsciously, straightened his waist and said arrogantly, that's right, I'm a dark type. What's wrong? Want to fight? Oh, boom. Darkness is target. Legend finally appeared. Linley's face darkened. How did the other party see his legendary talent? Boy, what is it called? My name is Linley. What is the senior? Boom. Cluck. Oh, I am your ancestor. As soon as the words fell, the ugly old man disappeared. Linley opened his mouth wide, and his mind didn't turn for a while. What did the old thing say just now? My ancestors? You ugly bastard. I am your ancestor. Inexplicably scolded. What kind of way does this old thing look like a ghost? Brotherly. The little fat man found that his body could move, and then he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Hongi, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, I'm just a little. False? Then I don't have a kidney treasure either? Oh. The voice of the white-haired monkey came from behind Linley, and the two of them looked back together. This monkey is back? And looking at that expression, it seemed to be asking, what are you two doing? Don't want the baby anymore? Linley didn't expect the white-haired monkey to come back. It's quite a promise. The question is, what happened to that ugly old man just now? Coming and going without a trace, like a ghost. Hongi, hold on, this broken place is too weird. You must leave as soon as possible. Linley helped the little fat man up and looked around vigilantly. Seeing that there was nothing unusual at all, he continued to follow the white-haired monkey. The road next is much smoother. As the trees became thinner and thinner, the fiery red sunlight finally penetrated. The ugly old man never appeared again. Oh. The white-haired monkey took Linley and the two to a towering tree, pointed to the top of the tree very humanely, and then climbed up in 2 or 3 strokes. Linley didn't understand. How could there be such a tall paulownia tree in this maple leaf forest? Bang! Which talent designed it? Placed Mahongi under the tree, Linley was ready to follow and take a look. The dark energy wrapped around his feet, and with a sudden sprint, Linley climbed onto the tree trunk. This big tree is about 20 meters long, and the higher it climbs, the wider the field of view. Before long, the whole picture of the entire maple forest was displayed in Linley's eyes. It's really not small, a large area of red fire, and there is no end in sight. The legendary Sunset Forest seems to have 3 major areas. The first is this maple forest. The second is called Luoyun Peak. Peak, and the third is called Shanshiti. These three areas are located in three directions of the Sunset Forest. I remember Luching Yu once said that the strange beasts in the mountains and rocks are the most dense, the maple forest is more mysterious, and many trialists have not been able to come out until the end of the trial. Before long, Linley climbed to the top of the tree under the guidance of the white-haired monkey. At first glance, the top of this tree looked like it had been built by someone or something, a big tree hole, and the surrounding branches and leaves were very tightly covered, as if it was deliberately hidden. The white-haired monkey glanced at Linley, and he looked quite reluctant, then slowly walked into the tree hole. Linley followed closely behind, and after entering the tree hole, he was very impressed by the craftsmanship of the white-haired monkey. It's really well built, angular and neat. There is even a simple table. This monkey is afraid that it is not a spirit? Well, isn't a strange beast an animal that has become a spirit? The white-haired monkey pointed to the small wooden pier in front of the table, probably wanting Linley to sit down and wait for a while. Then he walked to the other end of the tree hole, looking east and west. It didn't take much effort to turn over a broken wooden box. With a bang, Linley, who was sitting on the table and choking on the dust, coughed for a while. The white-haired monkey drooped his face, touched the wooden box, and pushed Linley very reluctantly. Linley opened the lid of the wooden box curiously, and then he was shocked. Mom, full of elemental crystallization. Yes, it is the crystallization of elements, not the crystallization of strange beasts. I put my hand in and scratched it, not to mention hundreds. How long does this monkey have to save before it can save such a large amount of wealth? Give me all this? Linley asked uncertainly. The white-haired monkey nodded very seriously, then walked to the wooden bed and lay down with dim eyes. This is distressed? Linley suddenly felt a little embarrassed. People were so honest with him, but he was worried about looting all their treasures. It seems like a bit of a mistake not to go, right? Well, it's really sad. Linley rummaged through the wooden box, picked out 20 elemental crystals of relatively good quality, and then put them in his pocket. Little monkey, what about me? Although I am not a good person, but I am by no means a traitor and a villain. You know that you are kind-hearted, and taking the initiative to approach us is also your natural alertness as a strange beast, so, your baby, I won't take them all, I'll leave the rest to you. The white-haired monkey seemed to understand, but it didn't seem to understand. He raised his head and looked at Linley suspiciously. Linley directly picked up the wooden box and stuffed it into the arms of the white-haired monkey. He pointed to his bulging pocket again, and nodded very kindly. Ding dong! Now the white-haired monkey understood, excitedly opened the wooden box and looked at it, and saw that most of the elements were still crystallized inside, and jumped up and down happily. Seeing the appearance of the white-haired monkey, Linley was also very happy. In fact, strange beasts also have good and evil, good and bad. You know, before the restart of the era, humans and animals got along very harmoniously. Belch excludes animals consumed. Since the restart of the era, animals have been affected by elemental abilities, and have begun to awaken, evolve, and become more and more intelligent, greedy, and vicious. You can think about it from another angle. What is wrong with people? It's just about surviving. If they do not encroach on human territory, then humans will be the first to destroy them, because humans do not allow super powerful creatures to exist. The existence of strange beasts has threatened the position of human rulers, so all overseas countries and regions before the new era have provoked wars first. The end result is obvious. They all paid a heavy price for their irrational behavior. There is an indelible difference between humans and beasts. Therefore, in the past 50 years, the only remaining humans on the Shenzhou continent regarded strange beasts as mortal enemies, and sooner or later, humans would launch an all-out war with strange beasts. The final winner will completely dominate the Blue Star and become the only real controller on the Blue Star. This harvest was very fruitful, and Linley also kept his promise and released the white-haired monkey. Moreover, one person and one monkey seem to have become friends. Before descending from the tree, the white-haired monkey handed Linley a small bag of fruit, which showed friendship and gratitude. During the 7 days of trials, the trialists did have to solve the food problem on their own. It's just that most of the trialists choose to slaughter low-level strange beasts and then use them as ingredients. Few go to pick fruit. These days, they are all carnivores, including Linley, and it is really not fragrant to eat without meat. After getting off the plane tree, the little fat man has almost recovered. Coupled with eating some fruit to replenish their physical strength, the two started their hunting trip again, wandered around for most of the day. Until the real sunset, the two failed to bump into a few strange beasts. Maybe there are really not many strange beasts in this maple forest. But it wasn't nothing. Linley and the two met 3 squads along the way. They are all 2s and 3s, and their strength is worse than the other. In order to abide by the rules of the trial, Linley reluctantly robbed these 3 squads, harvested more than 10 strange beast crystals. It's coming, but he didn't make up his mind to eliminate the other party. What if he could still meet? Meeting is fate. How much fate there should be. How much fate? Brotherly, we harvested a total of 17 strange beast crystals today, which is, when converted into points. The little fat man placed all the crystals on the ground, counted them one by one for a long time, and said, 230. 230, that is, 115 per person. Not much, but not a lot. Boom. I heard Whisper say that in the last Sunset trial, the highest score was 1980. Of course, he also got so many points by intercepting other teams. Then let's simply wait until the 6th day or 7th day of the trial before going to the Rocky Land, and then we will intercept everyone's strange beast crystals in one go. Lindley smiled. This little fat man is too naive. Day 6, Day 7. Most of the rewarded teams have already gone into hiding. Who would wander around in such a dangerous place? At that time, the mountains and rocks would be a chaotic battlefield for grabbing, and those with slightly less strength would not go. On the contrary, it is the maple leaf forest, where most calm trialists will hide. Homie, if we want to get a ranking, we must go to the mountains and rocks as soon as possible. Just give those trialists a little time. Sheep, you have to fatten up before eating. Lindley handed a large piece of snake meat grilled in front of him to the little fat man. It's all this time. Do you still care about the meat of any animal? The little fat man didn't care even more, took the meat and feasted on it. Hongi, someone's coming. Lindley suddenly noticed that a large number of people were approaching nearby, as if they were not weak. The little fat man hurriedly fluttered up and hid in the grass with Lindley. Jade Dragon, can we really defeat that mid-level strange beast with just our group? What? Are you not confident in yourself or in us? Okay, Zhao Fei Shan. The Jade Dragon is the strength of the first level 9th plus our group of 13 people. Defeating a middle level second level strange beast, it's not a problem at all. The topic was eventually interrupted by a familiar girl. Lindley observed in the dark and found that most of the people in this group were in the same class as himself, especially the 3 people at the front. Zhang Yulong, ranked first in class 1 of the first grade. Now it should be second. SS level super system, space ability. Not to mention the rarity, it seems that in the entire Shenzhou continent, there are less than 5 people who control space abilities. At present, the strength of the 9th level of the junior level, it is rumored that he has used the particularity of the space ability to defeat the 10th level of the upper level. The girl on the left is named Mao Shuang, who is currently ranked 9th and has an SS level wind ability. Fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs. Although he is slightly inferior to Lu Qingyu, he can be regarded as a school flower level figure. The current strength should be the 7th level of the primary level. And the boy on the right side of Zhang Yulong, the one who had just retreated, was named Zhao Fei Xiang. The current class ranking, I forgot how much. Anyway, the ranking is low, very inconspicuous. The strength is about the 6th level of the initial level, and the S level wood ability. I won't introduce the rest one by one. Anyway, 7 or 8 of the 13 people in the group are all first grade students. But what really attracted Lindley's attention was the middle level strange beast they were talking about. Lu Qingyu also said last time that there were about 10 mid-level strange beasts in the Sunset Forest, but last time she ran into one very sadly, resulting in the destruction of the entire army. This middle-level strange beast is both an adventure and an encounter. If you can kill the opponent and obtain the crystallization of the mid-level strange beast, then this trial guarantees the top 10. But if you are killed by the other party, then congratulations, toss in vain. Ha! Is there a fire here? Everyone be vigilant. The group quickly arrived at the location where Lindley had just been, and when they found the fire that had not yet been extinguished, they immediately became vigilant. There is no so-called classmate affection in this place, only interests, enemies, hunters, and prey. They just left, or maybe. Zhang Yulong looked at Lindley's location playfully, and said word by word, still, not, walk. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yulong disappeared directly in place. Lindley secretly said that it was not good. The other party did not find himself, but found the little fat man. In the blink of an eye, Lindley dragged the little fat man and jumped out directly. In the next second, the grass where the two were located was directly crushed into pieces by a force of space. It's so ruthless. Understood. 2. It's very rude to eavesdrop on others. Mao Shuang took a step forward to release the wind barrier, stopping Lindley and the two abruptly. Lindley? Horse? Ma Gongzi? Zhao Feishan looked very jealous when he saw Lindley, and when he saw the little fat man again, he was completely frightened. Everyone knows the style of the little fat man. If he offends the other party today, it will be strange when he returns to the academy without retaliation. That, Yulong, everyone is a classmate. Why don't you forget it? Although Mao Shuang intercepted, he had no intention of attacking. After all, the two people in front of him are more difficult to mess with than the other. Snap, let a sleeping dog lie. I didn't say I wanted to snatch their crystals. The space rippled again, and Zhang Yulong's figure appeared directly in front of Lindley and the two. Snap, stared at Lindley closely and said, I am more interested in Lindley. Yo, classmate Jiang, are you going to try me? Snap, who? Lindley didn't cowardice at all. Don't look at the number of people on the other side, but the quality is average. Zhang Yulong alone can handle it. As long as the situation is not good, he will run away with the little fat man. Suddenly, of course. But, it's just a competition. If you win, let you go. If I win, join our team and hunt the middle-level beasts together. Oh no. Ha! Do you think you can keep us? You and I can't guarantee it, but I will definitely be able to stay with this little fat man. What? Do you know who I am?
am? My father is Ma Gang. Do you believe that I asked old man son to beat you? The little fat man's arrogance came up again, and he moved his father if he disagreed. Then do you know who I am? Zhang Yulong's eyes were very disdainful, and he didn't take the little fat man seriously at all. Linli is also very curious. What kind of identity background will this Zhang Yulong have? Don't even give the face of the Titan Guild? Okay, hurry up. The mid-level strange beast won't come to the door by itself. Mao Shuang put away his ability and gave up the field. Linli frowned slightly. This kid's strength is considered the first person in the first grade, and the 9th level of the first level can fight against the 10th level of the first level. A bit challenging. Hongi, flash aside, I'll meet him. Oh, brotherly, be careful. The little fat man listened to Lin Li's words the most and directly withdrew from the battlefield area. Come on. Okay, come on. Lin Li took the lead in attacking, and a cloud of black mist enveloped his whole body and disappeared directly in place. It's so interesting, the dark system can also jump space. In just a moment, Lin Li appeared behind Zhang Yulong. The right fist covers the ability and swings it out unceremoniously. If it were in the past, Lin Li would definitely focus on long-range attacks, but now, the simplest and most effective way to deal with space-type abilities is to get close to melee. Entangle the opponent's footsteps as much as possible to prevent them from using space to perform jumping skills. The plan is very good and the implementation is very smooth. The question is, what if the enemy does not cooperate? Lin Li's thoughts were seen thoroughly by the other party. Zhang Yulong didn't even move, and the space behind him suddenly rippled. Immediately afterwards, Lin Li's punch failed. It was not that the enemy disappeared, but that his fist disappeared. Space conversion? Lin Li could feel that his fist hit the air, and he also appeared in another space. I know quite a lot, Lin Li. I won't show mercy. Zhang Yulong turned sideways and attacked Lin Li in the abdomen with an elbow. What about the agreed discussion? All farts? Lin Li didn't bother to complain, so he directly withdrew his arm to block it. Immediately afterwards, he aimed at the opponent's dog head and punched a burst. Zhang Yulong's melee skills are not bad. For a time, the two fought back and forth, inseparable, although not as good as the Kung Fu superstar. But it also has a bit of the posture of a three-legged cat. Monkeys steal peaches. Cut off your son and grandson. 5 poisons are in the palm of your hand. Dynamic chain kicks. Lift your pubic legs. 1,000 years to kill. Space cutting. You're playing. Zhang Yulong suddenly couldn't afford to play, so he swung his hand directly out of the palm of his hand, and Lin Li quickly squatted down. 2 seconds later, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came. The little fat man in the distance and others saw that it was a heart-pounding. What a fast knife. No, it's a very fast hand. This blow has not been able to be used for 30 years. Lin Li looked back with lingering fears. A thigh-thick maple tree was neatly cut in half. Half fell to the ground, and the other half sobbed on the spot. This kid doesn't talk about martial arts. What about the good fists and feet? Didn't say? Then he can't play tricks on big moves. Shady. Just when Zhang Yulong seemed proud, Lin Li suddenly shouted. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't see anything. The eyes are dark and dark. This kind of blackness is not the kind of black that normal people can experience. But it is impossible to see clearly, and the black is not clear. How to put it? It's like you're blind and your eyes are inexplicably lost. There is no light at all. At this moment, Zhang Yulong was a little panicked. Although he knew that this was Lin Li's method, he couldn't see anything now, and he couldn't do spatial positioning. Jade Dragon, be careful. Mao Shuang's voice came from a distance, and Zhang Yulong subconsciously turned sideways. A cold wind swept across his cheeks, and he was in pain. Zhang Yulong stretched out his hand and touched his face, a little wet. Smell it, it's blood. Zhang Yulong knew that he had been tricked, and his most handsome face was scratched. The appearance dropped by 2 degrees in an instant. What? This is not happy? I'm just treating others in their own way. Lin Li's voice appeared in his ears, and Zhang Yulong was frightened. The 2 tricks just now were both developed temporarily. The principle is very simple. The first trick is called shady. It is to use the dark element to wrap the other party's vision and dispel all the light. Make the other person blind. Of course, it won't last long, because the consumption is too great. The second trick was thanks to Zhang Yulong's space cutting, which brought Lin Li an inspiration. The space genus itself does not have it, but when the dark power is compressed until it is abnormally sharp, it is released, and the effect is the same. Classmate Jiang, are you still fighting? To be honest, Zhang Yulong was very unconvinced in his heart. From beginning to end, the advantages of his space system have not been brought into play. I thought of giving Lin Li a try, and then defeating the other party seriously. The result was good. I played with the other party and played myself badly. You win. Reluctantly, but it is the truth. I have become blind. What else can I do? Wait for the other party to give yourself another monkey to steal peaches? Lin Li nodded in satisfaction, and then dispersed the dark ability. Zhang Yulong looked at Lin Li beside him with solemn eyes. The characteristics of the dark system were really incomprehensible. Devouring energy, fighting beyond the ranks, imitating moves, and turning people blind. You go, I won't embarrass you. The players not far away were very shocked, but they didn't expect Zhang Yulong, who ranked first, to really
definitely lose. Linli, can you let me try you? Mao Shuang also understood that Zhang Yulong did not lose in strength, but on the head. There is no Linli chicken thief, no Linli calmness, and no Linli dog. To fight, you have to fight with 12 points. Not careless at all. No, if you lose, you lose. I, Zhang Yulong, lose, but I am not convinced. One day I will challenge you again. Okay, I'll accompany you at any time, as long as you give me money. Give money? Of course, why should I fight you if I don't give you money? Does Lao Tzu look like a sandbag? Play with you every day? Zhang Yulong and many team members were stunned for a moment, which seemed to make sense. Okay, this is the deposit. A month later, we will fight again. Well, rich people are refreshing. Linli was not polite and directly accepted the blue card. First of all, I have a high cost and ordinary people can't afford it. 10 million. Come on, I can come whenever you are free. It's really a rich man. 10 million is the same as 1,000 yuan. Oomph, let's go. Zhang Yulong led the team sullenly and was about to leave but was stopped by Linli. Classmate Jiang, fighting is fighting. Harmony can't hurt. I'm very interested in the middle-level strange beast you just mentioned. Why don't we cooperate with the two teams? Zhang Yulong was completely untouched by Linli at this time. Since you want to cooperate with yourself, why take over the battle? I understand, this is a trap. This dog thing is just to set up its own money. Why? You want to work with us? 4 or 6 points. I promise to cooperate with you. I'm 6, you're 4. Before Zhang Yulong could react, Mao Shuang behind him quit with the team members. There are 13 supernatural abilities on your side, and the other party has 2. Silio is already very cheap on him, and he shamelessly accounts for a large share. Linli, don't go too far. Why do you take 60% of the points? I'm awesome. With your awesomeness, you can brag, right? What? Not convinced? Your boss has lost to me, so what qualifications do you have to shout 5 and drink 6? Figure it out. If I cooperate with you, I am the strongest main force. What Linli said was called a tyranny. The eyes are uninhibited, and the expression is disdainful. Properly 1 middle school and 2 diseased young people. I think what Lin said makes some sense. Zhao Feishan didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually supported Linli. Mao Shuang was so angry that he kicked him directly. Oh, why are you kicking me, classmate Mao? Idiot, shut up. You, reasonable? It makes sense to fight against the mid-level beasts yourself. Okay. Zhang Yulong stopped speaking, and everyone obediently closed their mouths. Linli, you have to bring some sincerity when talking about cooperation. Your means are indeed very special, but it is not worth exchanging 60% of the points. At most 40.5. Otherwise, we can't afford to suffer this loss. Linli still wants to continue to raise the price, which shows Zhang Yulong's virtue. Think about it. 40.5 is 40.5, and some are good to earn. Okay, for the sake of Zhang's face, 40.5, the deal. Linli stretched out his palm. His intention was obvious. Although Zhang Yulong was reluctant, he also stretched out his hand and struck it, signaling that he was happy to cooperate. Okay, this time you can tell me the information about the strange beasts you know, right? Ice Crystal Beast, Rare Level SS. Strength Level, Intermediate Level 2. Elemental Attributes, Ice, active in the Ice Lake area at the foot of Luoyun Peak. It turned out to be an Ice Crystal Beast? Linli, I have never heard of it at all. But the rarity of SS has proven that this strange beast is not simple. Although the number of strange beasts is 100 times that of humans, they are truly amazingly talented, but there are very few with high attribute levels. Maybe God deliberately arranged it. Otherwise, humans will be completely unable to play. Okay, then I wish you a happy cooperation. Linli's shameless momentum came up again, hooking Zhang Yulong's shoulders and putting his arm on Zhang Yulong's back. Talking and laughing, continue to move forward. The little fat man also interjected from time to time, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. The procession marched into the middle of the night, and everyone stopped to rest for more than 3 hours. Wait until the sky lights up slightly before moving on. The team was not very far from the foot of Luoyun Peak, and the distance was about half a day. During this period, I encountered a lot more strange beasts, which may be a factor in being close to the water source. Anyway, Linli killed very happily, more than 20 strange beasts, and grabbed 13. This can make Mao Shuang and others angry. Linli's speed of grabbing heads is too fast, and the dark cutting moves are deadly, and he can't show his temper. According to Linli's own words, I grabbed it with my ability. Why are you not convinced? If you have the ability, grab it with me? Just kidding, except for Zhang Yulong's Space Department, who can grab Linli present. In addition, Mahongi, this kid is a scoundrel. Once Linli fights with the strange beast, he will stop the team and refuse to give in. You hit me? If you hit me, I'll call you dad. Let's see who is unlucky. The second day of the trial, 10 noon. The squad of 15 people finally arrived in the glacial lake area. The so-called ice lake is a perennial freeze. Whether you are spring, summer, autumn or winter, the lake's surface will not change at all. The principle is still a mystery, but Linli guessed that there was something under the lake. Otherwise, it is early autumn, and the temperature is still suitable. How can it freeze? Everyone, be careful. The ice crystal beast is ahead. Zhang Yulong stared at the lake not far away and reminded aloud. He can perceive it. it, and of course Linley and the others can also perceive it. On the ice about a kilometer away, a huge beast, at least 3 or 4 meters high, blue all over, with 2 inconspicuous horns on its head and a lot of ice cubes stuck in its back, is pacing leisurely. One moment looked up at the sky, the other looked down at the lake. One moment the little feet flipped twice, and the other moment the tail flicked around. Is this strange beast ADHD? The little fat man observed for a long time and summarized an important point. Linley nodded non-committally. This strange beast was indeed a little wrong. Don't sleep honestly. What are you wandering around? Everyone, get ready. This strange beast is not simple. Try to make a quick decision. Understand, Jade Dragon. Linley always felt that this Mao Shuang was plotting against Jiang Yulong, and he could listen to what people said along the way. Damn, these dog men and women. Everyone was shocked by this sudden stop. He looked at Linley with a puzzled face, thinking to himself, what kind of fame is this guy? What's wrong, Linley? Jiang Yulong didn't react much, probably thinking that Linley had discovered something, right? My shoelaces are open. Wait for me. Seeing Linley really squat down to tie his shoelaces, the corners of Jiang Yulong's mouth twitched. This is deliberately playing with yourself, right? Okay, we can start this time. Jiang Yulong didn't bother to pay attention to him and observed the ice crystal beast again. With a bang, Zhao Feishan was knocked out by a team member behind him. Fortunately, it was on the ice, and my face rubbed on the ground, which was not a big deal. Everyone was anxious and glared at Linley. What is this dog thing going to do? Even Jiang Yulong frowned and glanced at Linley with some annoyance. Why are you looking at me? Look at them. Looking in the direction Linley pointed, another group of people appeared in the other direction of the lake. The number seems to be not inferior to its own. It seems that we are not the only team eyeing the ice crystal beast. Mao Shuangliu frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Yulong. There are a total of 10 mid-level strange beasts in this sunset trial, and the ice crystal beasts are still the rarest. How can we be concerned? Then what should we do, brotherly? Since you asked sincerely, then I will tell you with great mercy. Stay well and give it to them. Give it to them? Why? A soil superpower in the same class as Linley was instantly upset. Child, it's not your fault that the mentally retarded person is showing off. It's your fault to show it off. Rush up now. Are you planning to fight the ice crystal beast, or do you plan to fight another team? Or do you have the confidence to take charge and kill everyone in the beasts? The Earth-type supernatural was speechless. It seems that whichever one you choose will suffer. Linley is right. Wait and see what happens, and when they make a move, we will reap the benefits of the fisherman. A thumbs up to you. Linley gave Jiang Yulong a thumbs up, but unfortunately it was a big white eye. They started to do it. Everyone is ready. Once the ice crystal beast is defeated, we will rush directly to snatch the crystal. What's wrong? Linley didn't say a word, but his expression became more and more solemn. His eyes were locked on a figure at the battlefield position. The familiar big sword, the familiar holy light descended. Who else could there be except Lu Qingyu? The ice crystal beast is also a mid-level second-level strength anyway. Even if Lu Qingyu's team has more than 10 people, but they can hand it over, they are still at a disadvantage. This girl, she is so reckless after suffering a loss once. Ha, brotherly, who are you talking about? The little fat man stepped forward and looked at the battlefield curiously. Hey, isn't that classmate Lu? And what kind of rest? They are all here. Linley was a little depressed, most afraid of encountering this situation. The relationship between him and Lu Qingyu is very complicated now. You say there are feelings, that is true, and it was almost last time. If you want to say no, seeing her attitude towards Wuxiu, I am quite disgusted. What is jealous? Don't talk nonsense. An earth-shattering roar came from the battlefield, and the ice began to tremble, and extremely sharp ice spikes rushed out from under the lake, and many people were stabbed because they were too slow to react. However, no one died, and the effect of the life bracelet began to appear, and a turquoise light enveloped the body, and after resisting this fatal blow, it disappeared along with the people. Linley still couldn't sit still, and the black mist wrapped his whole body and disappeared in place, not only in terms of feelings, but also Lu Qingyu's help to himself. Since the beginning of the school, Lu Qingyu is the only girl who doesn't care about any gains and losses and helps her wholeheartedly, especially the last sunset trial. She was cut off by Yi Chang, and people rushed to her desperately. At this moment, the ice crystal beast had been completely enraged. The ice spikes on the lake surface became more and more dense, and the temperature around it dropped rapidly. After all, Lu Qingyu and the others were all beginner-level superpowers, and if they did not have the ability to fly, they were simply in a desperate situation. Whisper, hold me tight. Just when he was desperate to be eliminated, Linley's voice appeared in his ears. Lu Qingyu subconsciously turned around and rushed towards the black mist. 30 seconds later, Linley returned to the place with the beauty. Linley, I thought you wouldn't come to save me. Lu Qingyu bit his lower lip and looked at Linley pitifully. How do you know I'm here? Because I caught a glimpse of the little fat man, honey. I guessed that you were around here too. Oh, that one. You should rest for a while. The strength of the ice crystal beast is too strong, and your team cannot win at all. Wait for Linley. Lu Qingyu stopped Linley, who was about to leave, released the question that had been confused for a long time, and said, You, why are you hiding from me? Me? How can I have? Really? Since the last time I took Wuxiu to
to apologize to you, you don't want to get close to me. Did you misunderstand something? Nonsense, you are so close to a licking dog who doesn't think much about it. Boom, how can it? I am. It's just, the dead duck must be hardmouthed, and Linley also wants to save face. Wuxiu is my aunt's son, that is, my cousin. What? Linley was directly stunned. What kind of thing is your cousin? Hey, my sister told me about this, and Wuxiu only learned about it later, otherwise, how could I forgive him for what he did before? The corners of Linley's eyes kept twitching, and even Mahoney on the side couldn't accept it. Licking the dog to become a cousin? Rival becomes brother-in-law? Hongi, shut up, little fat man, don't talk nonsense. Linley and Lu whispered at the same time shouted, Ma Gang is right, don't say anything. Linley, if you don't save your brother-in-law, he will be eliminated. Mao Shuang appeared in front of the two of them at some point, and reminded them jokingly, Classmate Mao, eat melons when you eat melons, can you not speak? What kind of thing is my brother-in-law? He deserves to be eliminated, just give him a lesson. Really, it makes people feel embarrassed. Linley, there is no time to delay, now is the best time to shoot. Zhang Yulong was observing the movement of the battlefield all the time. At this moment, Lu Qingyu's team had suffered more than half of the casualties, and the ice crystal beast was also slightly tired. Continuously releasing his ultimate move, how much physical strength is enough for him to consume? Okay, let's take action now and take down that beast. Linley is not long-winded, let's talk about my brother-in-law later. At the moment, the crystallization of the ice crystal beast is the most important. 15 superpowers were dispatched collectively, and Linley and Zhang Yulong rushed to the front to perform their space jumping skills. Space annihilation, dark cut, ice explosion, dam, green entanglement. More than a dozen powerful skills bombarded the ice crystal beast, causing the originally tired body to be severely damaged, and it fell directly to the ground on its side and slid out dozens of meters away. Linley, do you want to make a face? Obviously we found it first. Wuxiu, that big fool, was still very unconvinced, and Linley was a kick without saying a word. Damn, just call me cousin? Wuxiu was kicked by this kick. What did you just say? I'll fucking clean you up later. This kick could kick Linley's mood, and the dark shockwave hit the ice crystal beast's body, just like pushing an ice puck. It was fun. Linley, the weakness of the ice crystal beast is in the neck. Seeing that the battle situation was favorable, Zhang Yulong hurriedly reminded him. Neck? Linley jumped up to the ice crystal beast. This big guy was really needy, stepping on his belly softly, like a trampoline. Looking at its neck again, sure enough, there was no ice covering, just black and wrinkled skin, which was not usually seen, and should only be seen when it was sideways, so now was the time. Dark cut. Linley swung out a dark blade and approached the opponent's neck. Seeing this, everyone showed joy. If nothing else, the head of this strange beast will be cut off. It's a pity, not surprisingly, it's not called the protagonist. With Linley here, how could things go smoothly? The ice crystal beast realized that death was coming, and he didn't hide it. The momentum of the middle level 2 quickly rose, and a strong cold force swept over, and the dark cut was easily frozen in place. This is the first time Linley has seen this situation, and the dark attack can be frozen? Even if this ice crystal beast is a mid-level 4th level strength, it is. Intermediate level 4? Everyone, get out of the way. The cold wind stung the skin, and the impact like a tide flew everyone present, especially Linley. He was directly lifted into the sky. Recall that song, I want to fly to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Oh, unfortunately, the height was not enough, and he quickly fell on the ice. Zhang Yulong, didn't you say that this beast is intermediate level 2? Linley was so angry that he couldn't even figure out the strength of the other party, so he came to besiege it so hastily. Isn't this rushing to give away people's heads? Nonsense, after 3 months, how do I know that he has been promoted 2 levels in a row? What the hell? 3 months apart? Are you evaluated based on your strength 3 months ago? Linley vowed that he had never wanted to hit someone like he did today. He wanted to beat Zhang Yulong out of the... I thought he was a smart person just now. How could he become mentally handicapped in just a few minutes? Brotherly, be careful. The little fat man's shout came from a distance, and Linley hurriedly rolled forward. With a boom, the Bigfoot girl of the ice crystal beast smashed down the ice, a big pit. Why are you chasing me all the time? Linley stood up with a carp, and the dark cut through the air, sitting on the head of the ice crystal beast. There was a crisp sound, and there was nothing wrong with them. 8 levels apart. What talent can make up for such a gap? Don't be stunned. Fire. Seeing that the people around him were watching his performance in a daze, Linley shouted angrily. When is it time to not play a group? Wait for someone to give you a wave. Space stripping. Zhang Yulong took the lead, and the space where the ice crystal beast's head was located suddenly fluctuated, followed by the terrifying power of annihilation. Deal. The effect was there. The ice crystal beast screamed in pain, but unfortunately it did not cause significant damage. Just one horn was stripped away by space. What? The big monster turned his attention to Zhang Yulong, and with all his effort, cracks began to appear on the surrounding ice surface. A series of ice-breaking sounds came, and ice spikes more than a meter high appeared everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the ice crystal beast roared into the sky, and snowflakes floated in the sky. And this snowflake is getting bigger and bigger. Until the end, it can no longer be called a snowflake but a snowball. Although it is not very dense, it still hurts terribly when hitting people. The snowball was completely frozen inside, but it was not the usual soft and glutinous toy. Everyone dodged while bombarding with skills. Lin Liji's forehead was oozing with sweat. Run! He must be able to run away by himself. The problem is the little fat man. What to do with this group of garbage? Besides, it's all here, and it's so unwilling not to deal with this beast. Hey, isn't there a yin system for so many people? Yes, I am. There was a tall and thin young man in the crowd who raised his hand, and the little flame around him was not enough for the wind to blow. Damn, beginner level 3. What can this do? Forget it, it's better to have it than nothing. You come with me. The young man nodded and hurriedly rushed towards Lin Li. Lin Li's plan was to use the flame ability to break through the defense of the ice crystal beast. After all, these two attributes were mutually restrained, and there was always some use. In the end, everyone will work together to attack the weakness of this beast. It should be no problem. Lin, my name is Zhang Quan, I am 19 years old this year, and I am S-level flame department. Got it. When is it? Hurry up and do it. Aim at this beast's neck, and bombard him for me. Red Lotus Flame. Aha, this name is quite domineering. Shady. In order to cooperate with Zhang Quan, Lin Li temporarily blocked the vision of the ice crystal beast. And then, there is no then. Heart-wrenching. The so-called Red Lotus Flame is not as big as the flame of cooking in the stove. Just such a lonely mass, bombarding the neck of the ice crystal beast. It can't be said that it is useless at all. It can only be said that it is only a little useful. Lin, how is it? Zhang Quan had a shy face and asked Lin Li excitedly. When the ice crystal beast regained its vision again, the four big hooves began to move. Don't look at this guy's physique, but his movement speed is not slow. Sweeping the entire battlefield, Zhao Feixian, Yao Tong, Sifengyu and others, and half of the trialists were brutally killed. Lin Li, I have one last move. You can also show your housekeeping skills. If you still can't solve the ice crystal beast, then retreat. Okay, then you come first. You first. Of course you are the first to claim. Okay, then I'll go first. Space Storm. Zhang Yulong output with all his might, blocking the ice crystal beast's active space, and then, the space began to shatter and collapse, and a stream of dark blue turbulence was released from the cracked cavity. This power is quite special and does not belong to the elements, nor to matter. Instead, it belonged to an original power, which easily broke through the ice covered by the ice crystal beast. The latter was in pain and shook his body vigorously, but unfortunately he still couldn't escape this space. Lin Li applauded loudly and applauded pop. However, when he turned around and saw Zhang Yulong's pale face, like a dead man, Lin Li sincerely admired him. The young man is good-looking. Sacrifice one of you and save tens of millions of families. Lin Li, you are making a move. I can't hold on anymore. This voice is very empty, very empty. It feels like you're shouting, but you're actually panting. Okay, I'll make up for the last knife. Dark water. Lin Li also opened up, turned all the abilities in his body, and attached to the ground under the feet of the ice crystal beast. Needless to say, the inspiration comes from a strong batch anyway. The ice crystal beast slowly descended while enduring the invasion of space turbulence. The dark water continued to erode his feet, legs, buttocks, body. Until the end, the ice crystal beast was completely swallowed up by the darkness. Zhang Yulong finally released his strength and fell half to the ground. After being stunned for a few seconds, he realized something was wrong. The ice crystal beast was swallowed by the darkness. What about the strange beast crystal? Lin Li, what about the beast crystals? 40.5% agreed. Lin Li also fell to the ground weakly, scratching his head, not knowing how to explain. This, I don't have a trace. The ice crystal beast was devoured into slag, and the crystallization of the strange beast naturally was. Ahem, ahem. Lin Li, Zhang Yulong, and you are not finished. We have to be reasonable. You told me to show my housekeeping skills. What will be the specific result you didn't ask for? Ahem. Zhang Yulong was so angry that he couldn't speak, and finally simply faced the blue sky and closed his eyes and thought about it. Do it. Slow down. There are only 7 people left in a team of 15 people. Except for Lin Li and the little fat man, there are still 5 people left. But this has nothing to do with Lin Li. The cooperation ends here, each goes back to their own homes, and each finds their own mothers. Briefly recovered. Lin Li, the little fat man took Lu Qingyu and left the ice lake. As for Wu Xiu, Sifengyu, and others have long been eliminated. The ice crystal beast alone solved more than 20 people. This trial is really not simple. After the breakup, Lin Li's team embarked on a journey again. There are no strange beasts in the maple leaf forest, and Luoyun Peak is too weird. Maybe it will be deeply trapped in it and face some danger. Do it. Slow down. Therefore, the group of 3 began to march towards the rocky land. Brotherly, in this way, aren't we tossing for most of the day in vain? Who said it was a waste of effort? Being able to eliminate more than 20 competitors is not a waste of effort. Lu Qingyu on the side rolled his eyes. The truth is this, but too much time is wasted. And, who says we have gained nothing? Lin Li smiled mysteriously, raised his palm, and the dark energy began to gather. As the energy became more and more intense, a
small vortex appeared in the eyes of the three of them, and in the very center of the small vortex, a blue spar floated prominently.
Lu Qingyu couldn't believe his eyes, and asked happily and nervously, Is this the crystal of the ice crystal beast?
Lin Li waved his hand, the energy disappeared, and the blue crystals floated into his hand.
Brotherly, then why did you just now? Honey, when it comes to being a person, you must have a heart. Since we can maximize the benefits, why should we share them with others? What do you think Zhang Yulong and others are thinking about?
If we let them take it away, whether we can get points in the end is unknown.
Lin Li, should I praise you for being smart, or should I criticize you for being bad? Hey, it depends on your mood.
A day later, the three of them successfully arrived at the Rocky Land. There are really more strange beasts here than in the Maple Leaf Forest, and they can be encountered almost every half hour. With the addition of Lu Qingyu, Lin Li's team has reached a higher level of strength. Wherever he passed, there was not a single spar hair left. 3,000 trialists, the average strength is also the first level 3 or 4, especially the last 50 classes, a batch of powerful dishes. As long as Lin Li and the others met, the crystals in their hands would definitely not be saved.
Boom, rumble, rumble, roar. However, Lin Li still implements love and justice and will not eliminate anyone. Slow down.
After all, it's still waiting for secondary income.
It is said that when people are busy, time will pass very quickly. This is indeed the case. In the blink of an eye, the last day of the trial has arrived, which is the 7th day.
There are more than 180 strange beasts, and the average score of the three is as high as 1,067.
This is not counting the crystallization of the middle-level strange beast.
One is worth thousands of points, and it will be distributed according to the situation. It's the last day, and Lin Li must work harder.
Grab all the teams you can grab and lock the ranking firmly in the first place.
The legendary elemental magic weapon, Lin Li has not yet touched it, and he has to get one of them.
Lin Li, there seems to be someone fighting ahead.
I also feel it. Honey, you stay here for a while, brother will grab the crystal for you.
Roar!
The little fat man nodded excitedly. Lin Li and Lu whispered with their heads down, bent over, and slowly approached the front.
Damn! The action, the expression, the police came, they couldn't explain clearly.
Mountains and rocks, as the name suggests, are areas full of mountains and rocks, which are particularly good for hiding your figure. As long as the breath is well hidden, no one can find you. After the two got close to a considerable distance, the sound of the battle became clearer. Next to a huge rock, the two showed their little heads and became melon-eating people. The teams that are fighting are all acquaintances. One is Zhang Yulong's team, and the other is the first class of the first grade, ranking second.
At present, the third is Qian Zimo's team.
In terms of numbers, Qian Zimo must have the advantage, with 9 people in the team, while Zhang Yulong only had 5 people left. But in terms of strength, Zhang Yulong still has the upper hand.
Qian Zimo, SS-level flame system ability. At present, he and Zhang Yulong are both beginner 9th level powerhouses. However, the same level is not the same.
I had also seen it 4 days ago. Zhang Yulong's space system ability metamorphosis reached the extreme, and even the middle level 4th level strange beasts could be injured. If it weren't for his move to restrict the movement of the ice crystal beast, Lin Li would not have been able to devour the big monster so easily. Even now, Lin Li is not completely sure to solve the other party. The battle was very fierce, and a variety of elemental abilities were everywhere. There have already been eliminators on both sides. Obviously, Zhang Yulong didn't want to drag out time for too long. Space cutting, space annihilation, and space transformation. They are all extremely powerful moves, which are used by this guy one after another. Qian Zimo knew that he was not an opponent, so he kept consuming the opponent and trying his best to dodge. Just follow Zhang Yulong's technique. Hold on for another 10 minutes, and then you will fall to the ground with exhaustion.
Anyway, no matter what the result is, with Lin Li, the yellow bird, none of them can run away. Hey, buddy, which of these two groups do you think has a bigger chance of winning?
I think Zhang Yulong's chances of winning are relatively large. After all,
Why do you feel weird?
Lin Li and Lu Qingyu reacted one after another and looked back suddenly. A sloppy boy with swollen hair and very casual clothes was standing behind Lin Li with a smile.
Master, can you approach me quietly? Dare to ask what this classmate calls?
Hey, Lin is too polite. My name is Bai, a student of class 100 of the first grade.
Class 100 in the first grade?
Lin Li and Lu Qingyu looked at each other in disbelief, which was really unbelievable. The first grade class of 100 class, that place is dispensable for Xingyu, and the students in it are basically some A-level, or even B-level elemental superpowers. The kid in front of him looks very unsimple in terms of appearance and strength. I don't know if it's because the other party hides his breath or what, and he can't perceive the realm at all.
Cloth. Hello you are also here too.
No, classmate Lin, you misunderstood. I am just a little garbage with no strength. There is no crystal on my body, and it is impossible to snatch the crystal.
I just saw you watching the play, so I came over to join in the fun.
Seeing that the commoner was sincere, he didn't look like he was lying. Lin Li nodded suspiciously, as long as there was no threat to himself.
Come, make room for you, let's eat melons together. Hey, thank you. As a result, the melon-eating team has grown by a point. The battle between Qian Zimo and Zhang Yulong is nearing its end, and the former is about to be unable to hold on. The space stripped away and passed by, leaving a battle trenchcoat in tatters. Qian Zimo's expression was extremely solemn, and a small tuft of white hair on his forehead kept flying, just like the beautiful man in ancient costume, which was pleasant. Qian Zimo, I'll give you one last chance to join my team, so that you may still be able to keep your ranking. Zhang Yulong, what kind of person am I? Qian Zimo, you won't know, right? Besides, this battle is not over yet, and it is not certain who will win or lose. Hard mouth. Zhang Yulong cut through the air with another space cut, and Qian Zimo dodged a dodge, but as soon as he stabilized his figure, the next attack followed. Flame Carnival. Spinning, jumping, he closed his eyes. It is Qian Zimo. A leap stopped in midair, and the raging flames surrounded him, and then rotated, and the power was even better. Like the fire snakes, they kept flying and circling. Zhang Yulong's attack was blocked without any surprise. The three melon-eating masses in the distance saw that it was called a vigorous one. The tip of the needle was against the wheat mang, and the bandits met the hooligans. The skills of these two people are really cool. Linley was thinking, when will he have such a sky-blowing skill move? Okay, well played, Papa. At this moment, Linley realized what it was like to feel like the air was suddenly quiet, and he also understood an understandable truth. Less contact with people who are not 3 or 4. Mom, this commoner has a big brain? Eat melons and eat melons. What does it mean to lift the melon basin? Zhang Yulong, Qian Zimo, and the attention of others were all diverted. The commoner scratched his head quite embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, I was discovered. Linley took a deep breath, thinking that this was deliberate. Hey, what about people? Linley turned around and was about to punch the sloppy boy, but unexpectedly the other party's figure had disappeared. So fast? What a master. Linley, do you have time to watch a play, but no time to make a move? Zhang Yulong's voice came from the battlefield position, and Linley was too big. Helpless, I could only show up. Classmate Zhang, I am a melon-eating mass. You are fighting hard. What is the matter with me? Less garlic. After the matter was completed, this guy saved a lot of crystals. Snap. As soon as Linley heard that business was coming to his door, he immediately became interested. 4 or 6 points. I am 6, you 4. You, good. 4 or 6 is 4 or 6. The price seems to have been lowered. Damn it, I just said that Sanchi is good. Classmate Lin, as long as you join forces with me, you account for 70% and I account for 30%. Zhang Yulong has accumulated much more crystals than me. Linley's eyes lit up. This deal is good. Otherwise? Linley, we have cooperated. There is. Oh, what is cooperative or not? I, Linley, am a businessman. Whoever pays me is higher. I will help whoever gives me. The money is merciless. Zhang Yulong gritted his teeth in anger, and his liver hurt when he thought of the crystallization of the middle-level strange beast. Okay, 28 points. Lin, I'm 19%. Linley, I don't want to crystallize anymore. It's all yours, and kill Chen Zimo with me. Classmate Lin, I will produce 10 beginner beast crystals. These two people are completely open-minded. What crystallizes or does not crystallize, as long as you can kill the other party, it is victory. In this way, you fight first, I will consider it. Linley changed his mind. These two goods are richer than the other, and they can simply catch them all. Jade Dragon, save. Ma Shuang's shout came from afar, but unfortunately, it was too late. He was besieged by 3 powerful superpowers, and the green light enveloped him, and he was eliminated. Qian Zimo, I'm not done with you. Seeing this, Zhang Yulong didn't have time to pay attention to Linley, and directly burst out and rushed towards Qian Zimo with all his might. The two already tired bodies clashed again. Bang bang bang. Flame shot out, and space collapsed. Linley quietly stepped back. It was not the best time yet. Wait a little longer. 5 minutes later. Qian Zimo finally couldn't hold on, took the lead in defeating the formation, was eroded by the space turbulence, and fell to the ground directly with serious injuries. It is estimated that it will trigger the life bracelet if it is just a little bit missing. Zhang Yulong's condition is not good. He received a fire dragon from the opponent head-on, causing multiple burns to his body. There is not much physical fitness left, but he was still holding on, walking towards Qian Zimo, ready to give the other party a fatal blow. Qian Zimo, in the end, I won. Hey, in the end, I should win. Zhang Yulong turned around suddenly, and the dark cut was already close. The green light enveloped his body, and Zhang Yulong disappeared before he could scold him. When Qian Zimo saw Lin Li's move, he did not feel excited, but laughed at himself. He is not a fool, and Lin Li's style of doing things has been heard before. Classmate Lin, this sparrow, are you doing well? To praise Qian, the trial is like a battlefield, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Qian Zimo sighed, and without Lin Li's hands, he directly punched himself in the chest. And such a riotous operation? But it doesn't matter. After the two were eliminated, more than 200 crystals were scattered on the ground. Lin Li stretched out his hand and sucked all the crystals into the dark vortex. Understood. Happily continue to sweep. The rest are all small party dishes, and it doesn't take much effort at all, and it can be solved by dividing 3 times 5 by 2. Added together inside and out, this time 301 strange beast crystals
crystals were harvested. How many points are too lazy to calculate? It is enough for Linley, Luchingyu, and the little fat man to be in the top 3. Brotherly, nearly 500 strange beast crystals, we have made a fortune. Behind a huge rock, the little fat man sat on the ground and was ecstatic. Even Luchingyu secretly smacked his tongue. In this way, the average points of the 3 are as high as more than 2,400. It has broken the record of previous years. Hey, I can't wait to see my elemental magic weapon. You should save it. Luchingyu poured a basin of cold water on Linley at an inappropriate time. The reward for elemental magic weapons is random, and it is not every trial, otherwise Zhang Yulong, Chen Zimo, and the others would have a handful long ago. Hey, you don't understand, brother's luck is by no means comparable to others. An old man's son will definitely prepare magic weapons to welcome us. 8 hours later, the trial ended on time. All of them were teleported back to the Holy Emperor. In Notice Teleportation Square, there was a whining and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. It can't be helped, this situation happens every 3 months. How can a trialist who has seen his opponent, or eliminated himself and plundered, be calm? If you want to talk about the most typical case, it is none other than Linley. As soon as the sight recovered, good guy, dozens of people surrounded themselves in a drain. Roar! But Linley didn't panic at all, and said with a piece of crystal in his hand, "What? Are you not convinced? I was merciful if I didn't eliminate you, okay? If it were someone else, would you still have a chance to get points? Everyone, look at me, I look at you. This is indeed the truth, but what should I do if the grievances in my heart have not diminished at all? What do you want to do? Do you want to lose your character after losing the trial?" Luchingyu was not used to anyone, walked to Linley's side, and asked in a loud voice full of momentum, "What is a group of garbage doing around me? Brotherly, if you don't get out, I'll call my grandson." The little fat man was even more arrogant, pointing at the noses of the people in the front row and cursing. Everyone was angry in their hearts, but the mountain of the Titan Guild is far from what they can provoke. In the end, he could only leave a resentful gaze and left brazenly, "Please all trialists, put the crystals of the strange beasts obtained in this trial into the testing table, and the testing system will judge the points of this trial." After hearing the broadcast, the 3,000 students walked towards the other end of the square. "Brotherly, what are you looking at? No, I mean, what are you looking at? Won't we go to the testing table?" The little fat man saw Linley looking around and not moving the place, so he was very curious. "Find a bastard who cheated me." Of course, the person Linley mentioned was a commoner. This guy is quite not simple, he comes and goes without a trace. The important thing is that Linley didn't even say hello and ran away in despair. Who is Linley? The little prince with a grudge. "I cannot fuck you, but you can't not hang me. You hit me, but if you offend me, I will beat you." However, there are too many figures of these 3,000 numbers, densely packed and dazzling to look at. After a long time, no trace was found. "Okay, Linley, don't look for it, the trials are over, and they didn't do it on purpose. Hurry up and go to the testing table. That bastard, don't let me meet him in the future." Okay, it's just a weak student in the first grade class 100, don't hold a grudge so much. Weak classmates? Linley didn't think so. He always felt that this commoner was strange, and even had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "It seems that I have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember it vaguely." "Forget it, I don't want to. Meeting is fate, and sooner or later I will accept you for the Buddha." Class 13 of the first grade, Yuan Guiyuan, 211 points. Class 4 of the first grade, Cheng Chang, 516 points. Class 77 of the first grade, Luo Fengji, 29 points. 3,000 people, standing in 16 queues, because there are a total of 16 testing stations. Neat and uniform arrangement detection. The higher the class, the more points they earn. There is no way, the academy has always adhered to the principle that the strong win. There is nothing unfair. Some people are bored at the peak, they are highly talented and make rapid progress, while you, with low talent and slow progress, this is reason. Of course, death. It belongs to the death of the supernatural world. You are weak, you can't grab crystals, or you are robbed of crystals by others, so your points are low. Naturally, you will rank low. In fact, this is also a means for the college to motivate students. You are weak, okay, but if you are lazy, don't seek progress, and can't catch up with others, then you can't blame others. Class 1 of the first grade, Zhang Yulong, 0 points. Class 1 of the first grade, Mao Shuang, 0 points. Class 1 of the first grade, Shen Zimo, 0 points. A series of 0-point prompt tones shocked the audience. These people are all top talents in the academy. Talent, strength is more demonic than the other. In previous years, it was one of the best. Why did there be a collective strike this year? Class 2 of the first grade, Mahongi, 2,544 points. Wow. At this moment, the audience was boiling. 2,544 points. The highest score in previous editions was no more than 2,000 points. Mahongi? Is it that little fat man of the Titan Guild? Are you crazy? You can call the little fat man too? If Mahongi knew about this, it would be strange if Ma Gang didn't beat you all over the ground. How did I hear that this Mahongi is only the 3rd level of the junior level, more than 2,500 points? How did
did he do it? Cut. How else can you do it? His father is Ma Gang. What can't he do? The students in the queue were talking about it at the moment, and it was impossible to be convinced. What kind of strength does this little fat man have without a tough backstage? How can he achieve such high points? Class 1 of the first grade, Lu Whisper, 2,666 points. Wow. The familiar boiling sensation hit again. It's just that everyone admires Lu Qingyu's strength and terrifying talent. Spray. Don't dare to spray. People's backstage is much more terrifying than Mahongi. Class 1 of the first grade, Linley, 3,021 points. This time it's not boiling, because this result is both shocking and not shocking. 7 days. How many people did Linley rob? How many strange beasts have been killed? Most students know it in their hearts. However, everyone was very unconvinced of the results that Linley had mastered at this moment. Or jealousy, hatred of wealth, and unwillingness. Let a dark guy win the first place, which is too detrimental to the image of the academy. However, Linley didn't care about the dissatisfaction of everyone in the audience. Love it. Anyway, the points earned by your ability. What else can this group of garbage do all day other than chew on the root of their tongues? Decency? Just because it is decent, there is a lot of garbage. Instead of cleaning out themselves, they blame cleaner and more practical beings than them. Isn't that what human nature is? Counting the time, there are still 2.5 months. The challenges of Sifing Yu and others are irrelevant. There is no suspense at all. The only thing Linley cared about was Lu Qingyan. The middle level is 3 levels, and they sit together in the position of legend. The world must understand that the dark system is the genus that should be respected the most. Well, blackening, enchanted, stoop, which genus does not have demonizers? To put it bluntly, just because the dark system does not have the right to dominate the discourse, the number is too scarce. Otherwise, the current situation is that the dark department looks down on the existence of other genera. Linley, please come to the dean's office. Linley, please come to the dean's office. Linley, please come to the dean's office. The continuous voice prompts made Linley really puzzled. What's the point of calling people when they call people, tearing up the broadcast and constantly urging back and forth? The dean died? Or did you kill yourself? Well, is the dean's business with him? Linley was puzzled, and the students in the audience were even more puzzled. Why is the dean called Linley? Good or bad? I guess it's a bad thing. As a result, a new round of defamation frenzy was set off again. What Linley killed? Linley is not a human anymore. Linley's undercover identity was revealed, and Linley fouled during the trial. I have to admire the brain circuits of this group of people, and it is in vain not to write novels. Brotherly, why is old man Sun in a hurry to call you? Yes, Linley, otherwise, I'll go with you to take a look. I always feel that something is wrong. Don't worry, what's wrong? Can old man Sun still arrest me? I didn't make any mistakes. Okay, I'll go back when I go. You guys are waiting for me here. To be honest, Linley was a little nervous. Some kind of intuition told him that what happened next was not easy. Linley arrived at the dean's office. The door of the office was open, and out of courtesy, there was a knock. Dong dong dong. Dean Sun, are you looking for me? Sun Wukong faced the bookshelf, leaned back against the desk, and said in a tone that he couldn't hear, "That's right, come in." Linley frowned and walked in. Coming to the desk, Linley stopped and looked at it curiously. It's a pity that I didn't see anything, and Sun Wukong, the little old man, didn't know what he was doing. Linley, did you do well in this trial? Bang! Sun Wukong's praise was not attentive at all, and there was not even a tone of appreciation. Dean Sun, if you have anything, you should say it directly. Linley doesn't seem to have made any mistakes, right? Wrong? Maybe for you, there is no such thing as a mistake. What a mess. Linley was confused when he heard it. If this old wall lamp has anything to say, it has to be sold. Sun Wukong lowered his head inside and then slowly turned around. Now Linley saw clearly, old man Sun's face was full of sorrow, and his eyes were even more complicated. Linley, do you remember what you said on the day you entered the school? Of course remember, don't surrender to power, don't surrender to darkness. But you surrendered. What? Linley was a little confused. When did he surrender? What have you surrendered? Dean Sun, what do you mean by this? See for yourself. Saying that, Sun Wukong turned the computer screen around. Linley just saw it clearly. 30 seconds later, Linley was dumbfounded. Dean Sun, this is impossible. This is definitely not what I did. During the 7 days of trial, Hongi has always been by my side, and he can testify for me. The more Linley said, the more excited he became. It's just that this picture in front of him has to make him excited. On the screen, it is the sunset forest, the picture monitoring of the maple forest. What is the monitoring content? It was Linley who killed a student, and it was a one-hit kill, so fast that even the power of the bracelet could not be reacted. The student was pierced in the chest by Linley and fell in a pool of blood. This is not over. Linley smiled evilly and released the dark water and devoured the corpse, leaving no clues at all. In this scene, even Linley himself began to examine himself. Could it be that he really did it himself? Linley, it's time for you. Don't you still refuse to admit it? Vice Principal Zhang Yulu of our school, who is also the producer of the Bracelet of Life, really senses your breath. When exactly did you become a demon? As soon as the words fell, the air around
around Lin Li suddenly became quiet. The brilliant light enveloped the entire office, and the terrifying holy light system ability, Lin Li, who was impacted, was defeated step by step. Principal Sun, I Lin Li dared to take responsibility, and I didn't do this at all, so I couldn't admit that I wasn't demonized at all. Lin Li shouted angrily under infinite pressure. However, Sun Wukong had no heart to waver, and the strange energy released was even more terrifying. Lin Li, I will give you one last chance. The demonization is not irreparable. As long as you repent in time, I can deal with you at your discretion. Fart. Lin Li's face turned red, and his legs trembled as he was pressed. I didn't demonize at all. I didn't kill anyone, you old thing. Just a trumped-up picture. Is this your style of doing things as the president of the 6th courtyard? With a bang, the holy light ability in the office disappeared in an instant. Lin Li sat directly on the ground, panting heavily. Sun Wukong stared at Lin Li's eyes closely, and the latter looked at him very tenaciously. 10 seconds later, Sun Wukong was a little shaken, because he did not see lies and deception in Lin Li's eyes, let alone signs of evil and demonization. This couldn't help but make him start to doubt. Could it be that what Lin Li said was true? But this surveillance screen can't be faked, and Zhang Yulu's perception can't be faked? Dean, what are you still hesitating about? This kid killed Wang Qi, and the evil of the dark system has been revealed. A man wearing gold glasses, a blue suit, eagle eyes, and a hooked nose broke in, pointed at Lin Li and shouted loudly. Zhang Wan, calm down, this kid is not demonized. So what? Even if he is not demonized, he can't hide the fact that he killed his classmates. What about your farts? Who killed the classmates? What did your father tell you about his dream? Lin Li's stinky temper has also come up, and now no one is easy to use. Damn, inexplicably turned into a murderer. Someone must be framing himself. This broken place, I really can't stay there. Lin Li, how dare you? Zhang Wan was trembling with anger, and a golden energy longsword gathered in his hand, pointing at Lin Li and continuing, do you dare to quibble until now? Kill Wang Qi, you are no longer worthy of living in this world. After saying that, he slashed down with a sword. Lin Li's eyes became colder, and endless killing intent filled his body. The quaint black ring on the ring finger turns quickly. Before the golden longsword fell, a tidal dark ability emerged from nowhere. It instantly devoured the golden longsword in Zhang Wen's hand and gradually spread to his body. Yi Chang, you have such courage. Half of Zhang Wen's arm had been swallowed up by the darkness. The pain like a knife cut made him cry uncontrollably. Sun Wukong saw this familiar dark energy and was furious. But right now, stopping the spread of darkness on Zhang Wen's body is the top priority. Otherwise, these four-eyed boys wouldn't live long. Lin Li, how do you feel? Yi Chang's voice appeared in his ears, followed by his ghostly figure, which became clearer and clearer. Lin Li didn't squeak, just stared coldly at the two people who were trying hard to stop the erosion of darkness not far away. Wrong. I was really wrong. Originally, Lin Li also had a glimmer of hope for the Holy Emperor, a hint of luck. I feel that people like Luo Hongtian who can discern the truth will still appear. But the fact is that in addition to the little fat man, Lu Qingyu, not at all. My dark system has become an existence that everyone shouts and beats, and is not welcomed by anyone. Ha, Leader Yi, have you been involved in this matter? Lin Li's words are not groundless. Yi Chang has said before that he will give himself 3 months to see some facts clearly and the unavoidable truth. Then it is very likely that he will do something from it. If I wait another 2 months, maybe I will participate. But what you are experiencing now is completely out of my foresight. Lin Li nodded. That was enough. Have you made a decision? Yi Chang's voice was very light, but there was still a hint of expectation and joy. Done. I, Lin Li, was born dark, and it is enough to practice this hypocritical light once. Lin Li, don't listen to Yi Chang's nonsense. The matter has not yet reached the point of irreparability. I will further investigate Wang Qi's matter. Sun Wukong was anxious, but the action in your hand cannot be stopped. Yi Chang's dark erosion force is too strong. As long as Sun Wukong lets go, then Zhang Wen can basically announce the breakup. Dean's son, do you remember what you said to me on the first day of school? Lin Li got up slowly, and there was no trace of temperature in his eyes. It doesn't matter if you can't remember clearly, I'll help you recall the memories. You said, I joined the Holy Emperor, and from then on, I will not embarrass me, let alone treat me differently. You will suppress negative public opinion for me, and you will guide me as much as possible. Ding dong, if my mind goes astray, you will correct me and urge me. Lin Li smiled coldly and continued, it turns out that your so-called supervision is to indiscriminately instruct someone to kill me? Sun Wukong's already wrinkled face was more compact. Ha, for a while, I couldn't refute it. Indeed, just now Zhang Wen made a move, and he didn't want to stop it at all. That's it. Don't be too lazy to waste time here with you. Lin Li turned his head to look at Yi Chang, who nodded slightly. Yi Chang did not hesitate and directly smashed a wall. The harsh sunlight clings to everyone, but Lin Li didn't feel the warmth at all. People are cold. The heart naturally became cold. A cloud of black mist wrapped Lin Li and Yi Chang. Before leaving, Yi Chang also specially thanked Dean's son. Thank you for the gift. I hope you will cultivate more dark talents next time. I, Yi Chang, will accept it all. This sentence made Sun Wukong look blue, and the violent energy
energy of the 8th level of super stirred up the entire office. Unfortunately, there is no use for eggs. Yi Cheng flew out of the office with Lin Li. Not far away, in the teleportation square, 3,000 students, as well as many teachers and senior students, saw this scene. The dean's office was bombed. Lin Li was taken away by Yi Cheng. This change was also a bit sudden, especially Lu Qingyu and Ma Hongyi. Their minds are full of question marks. Why did Lin Li follow leader Yi? Listen to the garbage of the Holy Imperial Academy. Lin Li's voice resounded throughout the academy, and the cold, murderous tone was irrigated into everyone's ears. I'm Lin Li. From today onwards, he will officially leave the Holy Imperial Academy and join the Dark Kingdom. I will accept all your so-called evils, ominous and calamities. Mountains and rivers meet. See you on the battlefield. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Li actually announced his withdrawal from the Holy Palace in such a high-profile manner and joined the Dark Kingdom. He also scolded everyone present as garbage. Hundreds of figures rushed directly into the air, trying to intercept Yi Cheng and the two. It's really the so-called remembering to eat and not fighting, not measuring one's own strength. How could this group of scum hold Yi Cheng's pace? With a wave of his hand, the dark waves spread out in a ring. All the school leaders who rushed up and tried to intercept them, and the teachers all flew out. Immediately afterwards, the two completely disappeared in place. Whisper, Hongyi, I'm sorry, old man's son, get out of here. Did you drive brotherly away? The little fat man was angry. Kicked the office door open. Seeing that Sun Wukong was forcing Zhang Wen to retreat from the erosion of darkness, he didn't care at all. I'm going to NM. It's you who messed with my brotherly? The little fat man rushed forward and kicked Zhang Wen over. Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. Just one last step. Zhang Wen's dark erosion was completely expelled. This kick kicked Zhang Wen in the abdomen impartially. Great, busy for half a day. Ma Hongyi, what are you messing around with? Sun Wukong is really anxious. Lin Li was kidnapped by Yi Cheng and announced that he had joined the Dark Kingdom. What concept? This is enough for him to endure. At the moment, this little fat man is still causing trouble for himself? Let your mother's dog fart. Who is messing around? Obviously, it's you old thing who didn't open your eyes and forced brotherly away, and I'm not done with you. At this time, Lu Qingyu also rushed into the dean's office. He hurriedly stopped Ma Hongyi, who was rolling up his arms and rolling up his sleeves. Dean's son, what on earth did you make Lin Li drive away so cruelly? Lu whispered a bit politely, but Lin Li's sudden departure was really a big blow to him. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He pointed to the computer screen and said, you two go and take a look for yourself and see what Lin Li has done? After saying that, I couldn't take care of these two people. Zhang Wen was still wailing at the moment, and the degree of dark erosion increased a little more. Half a minute later, how is this possible? For 7 days, brotherly and I have never been separated, and I remember every battle of his way clearly, and we have never met this person at all. And this place. The more the little fat man looked at it, the more wrong it became, as if he remembered something. Isn't this the woods where I held brotherly and I did? Hell, everyone present was stunned. Where did the ghost come from? Hongyi, tell me, what did you and Lin Li meet? Lu Qingyu realized that this was likely to be a breakthrough. Lin Li's character is clear to her, and it is absolutely impossible for him to do the murder. The little fat man thought for a while, and then told the white-haired monkey that he had led the way, passed through the depths of the woods and met the ugly old man. What? Is what you said true? Auntie, it's me, Shaoli. Wang Lanying heard the familiar voice and hurriedly opened the door. What caught my eye was really Lin Li. Shaoli, why are you back? Is this a surprise for Auntie? Wang Lanying stepped forward and hugged Lin Li with relief. Although it was only a month apart, Lin Li was brought up by Wang Lanying after all, and she was not a mother but better than a mother. Which mother in the world doesn't want her son? Except for some people who are born but not raised. Selfish. Shaoli, who is this? Only then did Wang Lanying notice that there was still a person standing behind Lin Li. He looks much older than Lin Li, and his face is very easygoing. Hello Auntie, my name is... Feng Chang is Lin Li's instructor and Lin Li's very good friend. At this moment, Yi Cheng no longer has the momentum of looking at the world and being the only one. It's really like a big brother, like a young teacher, dressed in black casual clothes and carrying 2 boxes of milk in his hands. Be polite and civilized. It made Lin Li strange uncomfortable. Oh, it turns out to be Xiao Li's teacher. Hurry up, please come in. Wang Lanying has always been hospitable, and when she heard that she was Lin Li's teacher, she was very happy and hurriedly invited her into the house. To be honest, Lin Li didn't plan to let Yi Cheng follow him at first. For nothing else, just because Yi Cheng's identity is too special. That strength and status look at the entire Shenzhou continent, and there are only a handful of existences that can be compared with him. I'm afraid he won't look down on the living environment of secular people. It turned out that Lin Li was thinking too much. Yi Cheng is a complete familiar patient. I changed my slippers and started to visit around. One will fiddle with the furniture, and the other will pull the electrical appliances. Like a curious baby. Xiao Ya, your brother is back. Wang Lanying shouted into the back room while preparing the meal. The door of the innermost room was pushed open, and Xiao Ya couldn't wait to leave leave the room. It's just that. When Lin Li saw Xiaoya's condition, his heart clicked. Auntie, didn't I send a lot of money? Why hasn't Xiaoya's condition improved? But, after hearing this, Wang Laniying's movements were obviously stagnant, and then she sighed. Hey, Xiaoya's illness, the doctor said that he had missed the best treatment period, and the money was spent, but he never saw the effect. So I decided to give up treatment, and now I'm very satisfied with this life. Xiaoya smiled and was so well behaved that it was distressing. Hospital? Auntie, why don't you take Xiaoya to find a wood-type superpower? 10 minutes later. Brother, we've already found it. It's just... Speaking of this, Xiaoya paused, and Lin Li also roughly guessed something. Squatting in front of Xiaoya, he rubbed his cold little hands and said, Did you meet a liar? A trace of grievance flashed in Xiaoya's eyes, and she nodded with tears in her eyes. Lin Li was both distressed and angry. Distressed by Xiaoya's experience, angry at the damn liar. If he doesn't kill him, Lin Li will be unable to relieve the hatred in his heart. This girl, Yi Cheng, came to the two of them at some point, frowned, touched his chin, and stared at Xiaoya in a very incomprehensible way. Lin Li then realized that he was a strong wood-type man. He could ask Yi Cheng for help. How could Noda's Dark Kingdom not even have a wood-type powerhouse? Brother Chang, I know what you want to say. I know a lot of wood-type powerhouses, and it shouldn't be difficult to treat them. But this girl's ability... Ability? Lin Li's eyes widened, his eyebrows almost didn't fly. He looked at Xiaoya incredulously, and then at Yi Cheng. Why didn't she feel that Xiaoya had supernatural abilities? TSK. I'm not sure. I need to test it. But let's treat the condition first. Don't worry about the ability. Yi Cheng took out his mobile phone and walked aside to contact the Dark Kingdom. Lin Li and Xiaoya were left staring at each other in a daze. Brother Lin Li. Who is this big brother? Oh, he is my teacher and a very good friend. His ability is great. Xiaoya's condition is not a problem for him at all. When she heard that her condition could be treated, Xiaoya smiled happily. The bright little white teeth are half wrapped in pink lips with a hint of pale, which is very playful and cute. 3 minutes later, Yi Cheng hung up the phone, walked back to the two of them and said, The super-level 3rd level wood-type superpowers will arrive in Tianwu City early tomorrow morning. This girl's condition is very special, and it may be a little troublesome to treat, or it hurts a little. It hurts a little? It's okay, Xiaoya is not afraid of pain. Indeed, as long as it can cure the disease, it hurts. And what is the bitterness? He couldn't believe his eyes. However, Lin Li on the side was very worried. Yi Cheng's so-called pain. I'm afraid it's not just painful. 7 o'clock in the evening. Wang Laniying made a meal, and a large table was full, all of which Lin Li loved to eat. I was worried that Leader Yu would not be used to eating, but after it was served, Lin Li experienced for the first time what a whirlwind sweeping is. At this moment, he seriously doubted, did the Dark Kingdom have no food to eat? And recalling the last time in the Dark Forest, this guy snatched a rabbit leg as soon as they met. Is this a starving ghost reincarnated or has been abused for a long time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But no one cares, it's just food. Isn't it just for eating? At the dinner table, the four of them talked and laughed, and they got along very well. Wang Laniying also specially asked Yi Cheng dual questions about Lin Li's performance in the academy. Although it is made up, it also has a nose and eyes, and it is very detailed. Wang Laniying was very pleased after hearing this. After dinner, Lin Li went downstairs alone, because there is no need for Yi Cheng to make a move. Why are you going? Look up at the night sky. As the saying goes, the moon is dark and the wind is high, and the murder and arson are the sky. From the moment he left the Holy Emperor, Lin Li secretly swore, from now on, whoever offends me or his family will have to pay the most painful price. Forgive him for what God should do, and what Lin Li has to do is to send him to God. 3 million blue coins is nothing to Lin Li now. But for Wang Laniying and Xiaoya, it was a great spiritual trauma. They felt very guilty about this and felt that they had wasted Lin Li's hard-earned medical expenses. For this reason, Xiaoya also had the idea of giving up treatment. Based on this, Lin Li did not smash the liar to pieces, and he was sorry for the word dark. After taking out his mobile phone and entering a string of numbers, Lin Li pressed the dial button. Today is a good day. Anything you want can come true. Crooked? I am Wang Erection, a master of wood therapy. How much can you give? One sentence shocked Lin Li twice. Wang Erection. This name has a deep meaning, as if it means something. And then ask yourself, how much money can you give? Did I say something? You want money? 30 million. Anyway, you don't need to make a draft to talk nonsense. 30 million? What disease do you have? There was an excited voice on the other end of the phone, and it felt like the word liar was almost written on his face. In the advanced stage of brain cancer, my doctor told me that today is the last day, and if I can't get treatment anymore, then, just. Lin Li's performance was sincere, and the last sentence almost didn't cry. Oh, so that's it, advanced brain cancer. Gee, it's not easy to treat. The cost of 30 million, I'm afraid it's. Well, this is still a professional scammer, knowing when to raise the price and when to rob. Master Wang, money is not a problem. As long as you can cure me tonight, I will give you 100 million. 100 million? Ahem. 100 million? Okay, saving a person's life is better than building a 7th level pagoda. This master will work
hard, work overtime. I'm waiting for you at the Wang's Gym and Medical Center on Shidayo Road. Come over as soon as possible. Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Linley put away his smile. This Wang erection is really a godman. This is the first time I have seen Linley, a scammer who registered a trademark. Just like him, I don't know how many seriously ill patients he has harmed, but he can continue to deceive without scruples. It seems that the backstage strength is not shallow. It's a pity that he met Linley today. 20 minutes later, Linley arrived at Shidayo Road, Wang's Gym and Medical Center. There are not a few medical halls like this where people with wood-type abilities are located. As long as the strength reaches the 6th level or above, you can control the healing skills. Therefore, most wood-type superpowers will choose to open a medical hall, or join a guild, organize a medical team, and obtain a considerable amount of income. Of course, this does not mean that wood-type superpowers cannot participate in battle, just like Wu Xiao. Don't look at this kid stupidly, but his control of wood-based combat skills is quite good, and he didn't lose much effort in the last joint fight against the Ice Crystal Beast. It also corresponds to that sentence: there is no elemental attribute of garbage, only the elemental controller of waste. Dong dong dong. Is Dr. Wang here? I'm here, come in. Linley pushed open the door and walked into the medical center, and by the way, closed the door tightly. This medical center is really not big, it is only 40 or 50 square meters. There are a few beds, a desk, a computer, and then it is gone. There are no medicine racks or medical equipment. It's too perfunctory. Are you the gentleman who just called and got brain cancer? Wang Erection stood up from behind the desk, and when he saw Linley's demeanor, he didn't look like a terminally ill patient. That's right, I am. Wang Erection is as the name suggests. No, you want to be crooked. Linley may be able to see it. This guy is very short, just over 1.6 meters. He is 20 centimeters shorter than Linley, and when he stands in front of Linley, he has to raise his head, that is, raise his neck. So people are as their name suggests. Strange, could it be that it is a return to the light? Wang Erection walked around Linley and didn't notice anything unusual. Simply, I don't care. Since the other party says he is sick, he is sick. 100 million blue coins. If you don't make money, you are a fool. Well, lie down first, I'll check you out, and then let's get straight to the point and start paying for treatment. Paid treatment? Shouldn't it be treatment first and pay later? Linley asked with a cold face. Boom. This is a small business for me, in case, just in case. What if you are cured and you don't give money to default? Could it be that I can still beat you to brain cancer? Hee. Linley sneered, and a strong killing intent began to emerge. Wang Erection, just a scumbag like you. Scum is worthy of being called a doctor? Tonight, it is true that people are going to die, but it is not me who dies, but you. Linley's smile became more and more evil, and the permeating tone and eyes frightened Wang into a thrill. Then he reacted, pointed at Linley and trembled. You, what do you want? I'm a superpower, just by you? Less garlic. After saying that, Wang's erect head was covered with a faint green light. It is indeed wooden. However, Linley sensed something was wrong. It has nothing to do with the green light on the top of this guy's head. It is about the current state of Wang Erection. The first level is 2. It's too unbelievable. This guy looks at the face at least 40 years old, or even older. In other words, it has been awakened for more than 20 years. For such a long time, how could it be possible to only have the strength of the first and second levels? Even if you don't practice deliberately, even if your talent is extremely poor. In more than 20 years, the body can reach the 5th and 6th levels of the primary level just by self-absorption. This is still without cultivation. How could the person with the ability to control the elements not practice? Who doesn't want to get stronger? Who doesn't want to be respected? There is something else wrong. That is, Wang Erection did not perceive Linley's realm. At this moment, Linley had already released the dark aura, which could be perceived by normal superpowers. However, this guy was still like a fool, gesturing, and feeling that he was not a superpower. Something is wrong. It's been a long time since the ink has been stained, and if you want to figure it out, you still have to take practical action. So, Linley casually threw out a dark energy ball. That Wang Erection was like a fool, motionless, probably frightened by Linley's dark ability. And then, it was hit by the skill 100%. A miserable howl like killing a pig came. Wang Erection spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground with his chest covered half dead. Bang! Linley was a little confused. Is this physique wrong? With that blow just now, even if the other party can't catch it, it won't vomit blood, right? This is completely the physique of ordinary people, and it is even a little false. Wang Erection, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, how did you get this wood-type ability? When Wang Erection heard that he could survive, he forced himself to kneel in front of Linley and explained as if praying. Sir. Oh no, uncle, let me tell you, you must let me go. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and say it. That's right, my ability was bought with money, 60 million, beginner level 2 ability. What? Can abilities be bought with money? Yes, as long as you pay enough money, then you can get any powerful ability, even if you are just an ordinary person. The situation described by Wang Erection really involved Linley's knowledge blind spot. As
As long as you pay enough money, you can have powerful elemental abilities. Is this unrealistic? Since the arrival of the element of Blue Star, there has never been a situation of late-stage awakening ability. Linley knew that this matter was definitely not simple. If Wang Erection had not lied, then the entire Shenzhou continent, and even the entire Blue Star, would have changed. The probability of 5 in 1,000 will be completely broken, and having money means that you can go sideways. Then where did you buy your ability? Now that you know, you have to dig deeper. Wang Erection hesitated, his eyes rolling like thieves. Don't cry if you don't see the coffin. Linley directly fired another dark energy ball. However, this time he controlled the strength and directly hit the opponent's thigh. A cracking sound came, and Linley killed the pig again. If you talk nonsense, you will blow up your dog's head. Now Wang Erection was completely frightened, his face was pale, and he was in a cold sweat. Shiveringly replied, yes, it was a potion bought from the hands of the Demon Legion, the 4th Demon Lord, Yi Tianhua. The Demon Legion, the 4th Demon Lord, Yi Tianhua? Another bunch of knowledge-blind spots. So, there are many catalytic superpowers like you? No, not much. I am the first batch of ordinary people to participate in the purchase, and only 20 places will be provided in each batch. Yesterday, it was the 6th time Yi Tianhua sold the ability potion. That's really not much. 120 people. However, how did the Demonic Legion develop the ability to spawn potions? Uncle, I have already said what I should say and what I shouldn't say. Please let me go. I am old and young, and I make some money to support my family. Really? Are you sure that everything you know has been said? Wang Erection nodded frantically. That look would not be fake. Linley thought for a while, then turned around and walked towards the door. Who? Wang Erection saw that the other party was about to leave, and breathed a sigh of relief. Covering his broken thigh, he grinned in pain. Just about to get a mobile phone and call for help. Linley's demon-like voice resounded throughout the medical hall. In the next life, pay attention. The crisp snap of the fingers heralds death. Dark water with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared at Wang's feet. Unwilling, roaring, complaining and resentful. At this moment, they all turned into flying ashes and were swallowed up by darkness. In the evening, Linley returned home. Xiaoya has rested. After all, her body is too weak to stay up late. And Wang Lining was sitting on the sofa with Yi Chang, watching TV and chatting. A peaceful atmosphere. Linley always felt something strange. I changed my slippers and sat on the sofa to take a look. Jinju's biography. Your Majesty, spare your life. Your Majesty, the child in the womb of concubine Ka is by no means harmed by a concubine. Humph. Now all the evidence is pointing to you alone. How can you make me believe you? Your Majesty, please spare Jinju Yang Yang. She is innocent. Linley's mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were stunned. He would never have thought that Yi Chang would like palace fighting dramas. The plot analysis is called a thorough one, and Wang Lining is discussing whether Jinju will burp at the moment. This world is really ridiculous. In this way, Linley accompanied the two to watch 2 more episodes. It seems to be pretty good. Wang Lining was a little sleepy, so the task of accompanying the guests fell on Linley. This house is a 3-bedroom and 1 living room configuration, with Wang Lining and Jacob Jr. Click. The remaining one is exclusive to Linley. Wang Lining cleans every day, so that when Linley returns home, she can sleep comfortably. Unfortunately, they didn't know that people with superpowers didn't need to sleep. After Wang Lining returned to the room and closed the door, Yi Chang spoke. How does it feel to kill? Linley took out 2 cans of coal from the refrigerator, made a poof sound, unscrewed it and took a sip. It's fucking cool. How do you know I killed someone? This ring won't be your means of surveillance, right? Yi Chang sneered, shook his head slightly and said, why am I monitoring you? You have a murderous aura on your body that has not yet been dispelled, and the smell of blood is also very strong. Smell of blood? Linley then reacted. Wang Erection sprayed a lot of blood on the ground. It must be contaminated. Murder. Does it mean that we have become the devil? Hee hee. What is a demon? What is a Buddha? What is good and what is evil? What is positive and what is wrong? It's just a hypocritical way of judgment. Strength can determine everything, whether you are right or wrong. What should I do if my child kills someone? It's probably costly. Just listen to Yi Chang's lecture. By the way, I just discovered a big thing. Oh, what's the big deal? Tell me? Linley told Wang Erection about buying supernatural potions and the Demonic Legion selling supernatural potions from beginning to end. After Yi Chang listened, I didn't care at all. I have long noticed what you said. The ability extraction technology of the Demonic Legion is becoming more and more mature, which is not a bad thing for the ability world and even the entire Shenzhou continent. Linley pondered for a long time, and this is indeed the truth. Even if the ability potion causes chaos between the ability world and the civilian world, but for the overall situation, it is a good thing for the entire human race. Once the ability potion is mass-produced, the strength of the human race will be increased by several levels, and at that time, the resistance war against the alien beasts will have a better chance of winning. One more thing. Yi Chang watched TV energetically, and Linley answered whatever he asked. Really? I was framed by someone in Xingyu and made fake surveillance. Hearing this, Yi Chang came back
back to his senses. His eyes were slightly solemn and said, "That surveillance screen is not fake." "Not fake? How come? Could it be that I really killed my classmates?" "I don't know about this matter, but you do not show any signs of demonization. So, you definitely didn't kill people. The problem is that even me, Sun Wukong, can't detect who the person in the surveillance screen is. It can be seen that this person's strength is extraordinary." Yi Cheng thought for a while and continued to ask, "Think carefully about whether you met any strange people or strange things during the trial. Listening to what you said, there are really two." So, Linley carefully described the matter of the ugly old man and the commoner. Yi Cheng immediately became energetic after hearing this. Ugly old man? Commoner? Yi Cheng got up and paced back and forth in the living room. He kept chanting the names of ugly old man and commoner. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Yi Cheng's face became more and more ugly, as if he remembered something, but he couldn't sort it out for a while. Linley was already exhausted, and Jinju passed on a strong hypnosis, and then Yi Cheng was still here to help sleep. Before I knew it, my vision began to blur. I remember. I don't know how long it took. Yi Cheng suddenly raised his head and said in a low voice. Linley was startled when he was half asleep and almost became furry. "Oh, I'm Brother Dicheng. Do you think of something? Tell me about it." Yi Cheng sat back next to Linley and said word by word, "I can't determine the identity of the commoner for the time being, but your so-called ugly old man, I should have some eyebrows, this frame up, it is very likely that he caused it." "Caused by the ugly old man? Who is he? Why frame me?" When Linley heard this, he was completely sleepy and hurriedly asked, "I can't tell you about this person's name and deeds, but one thing I can be sure of, he is not trying to frame you, but to test you, or in other words, to pave the way for you." The more Linley listened, the more confused he became. What kind of thing can't you tell yourself? What kind of thing is testing yourself and paving the way for yourself? Linley, this matter will be put on hold for the time being. I have no right to interfere with his test. Sooner or later, you will meet him again, and at that time, everything will come to light. Profound. Linley is called a heart plug. Good end has to be played. The secret must not be leaked. What's wrong? That old man is a god, or do you want to see the light and die? It was mysterious, and it was in vain for a long time. I need to leave for a while to confirm something. So what should I do? Not going to the Dark Kingdom? Of course you have to go. Go by yourself. When you arrive in the Dark Kingdom, report your identity and someone will answer you. Then when will you return to the Dark Kingdom? Yi Cheng lowered his head and thought for a while. Not sure, it may be 3 or 5 days, or it may be more than half a month. Linley always felt that this scene seemed familiar. Wasn't Luo Hantian like this at the beginning, and left him in a hurry? Could it be that he has a curse to retreat? That's it, retreat. Withdraw. Withdraw. By the way, during this period, the ring on your hand will lose its contact effect, and if there is danger, it will be difficult for me to rush to support. Therefore, be careful in everything, and when you meet an invincible person, don't be strong. Yi Cheng got up, came to the door to change his shoes, put on a black casual jacket and instructed, "Don't worry, if you can't beat it, you will run away. I, Linley, know it very well. Okay, the wood powerhouse I entrusted will arrive early tomorrow morning, and he will contact you then." After saying this, Yi Cheng was shrouded in black mist and disappeared. Linley felt inexplicably empty in his heart, as if he had lost something. Won't be. Hey, I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love you like not a ghost. In the middle of the night, who is it? The mobile phone rang, dragging Linley's impure thoughts back, and hurriedly walked towards the sofa. It's past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Who thinks of themselves so much? Glanced at the caller ID, little fat man, Mahongi. Linley sighed. This time he left the Holy Emperor, and the most sorry thing was the little fat man and Lu Qingyu. He left without saying a word. I don't know if the two of them will complain about themselves. Hello, Hongi? Brotherly. How are you, Brotherly? Where are you, Brotherly? Have you joined the Dark Kingdom, Brotherly? Are you really out of the Holy Emperor, Brotherly? Linley opened his mouth to ask this large number of questions, and he didn't know which question to start answering. Hongi, don't worry, brother is fine. Brotherly, the whole academy knows about you, and those idiots follow the trend, saying that you are the source of evil, a demonized superpower, and that you will pay the price sooner or later if you kill Zhang Qi. That damn old man's son, knowing that the surveillance is tricky, but he has always refused to speak for you. Linley sneered. At this point, how could old man's son speak for himself? Even if the monitoring is tricky, just by relying on himself to unite with Yi Cheng and join the Dark Kingdom openly, it is impossible for him Sun Wukong to choose to accept himself again. However, Linley is not uncommon at all, including that group of idiot students. What to say about love? In short, don't let Linley bump into it. Otherwise, none of them can escape. Hongi, listen to my brother, don't meddle in this matter anymore. I, Linley, have never been suitable for survival in the 6th university. A month ago, I made a decision that was both right and wrong. Joining Xingyu allowed me to recognize reality, see human nature clearly, and figure out my own life path. From now on, I will be ruthless and erase all existence that stands in my way. Kill all threats to my existence. There was silence on the other end of the phone. The little fat man has never seen Linley like this. It seems cold-blooded, as if it is ruthless. jealous. Brotherly, I have already contacted my father. He is trying to get rid of your negative influence, and at the same time, he is also investigating the Dark Kingdom in depth. Once there are any unfavorable factors for you, I will definitely tell you as soon as possible. The little fat man is still the little fat man. For Lin Li's mind, emotions have never changed. Thank you, brother. Thousands of words are not as real as this sentence. Brotherly, brothers don't need to thank each other. Hee hee. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. After Lu learned that you joined the Dark Kingdom, he has been sullen, running east and west, and he doesn't know what he is busy with. Or, you should care about her. Hey, as soon as Lu Qingyu was mentioned, Lin Li didn't know what to do. The relationship between the two is unclear. Now that such a thing has happened, the number of times we will meet in the future will be much less. Perhaps neither of them will forget the happy times they have experienced together, and the life and death tribulations they have experienced together. Homie, take care of Whisper for me, during my absence. If anyone dares to bully her, call me and tell me, Xingyu Academy, you can't go. The little fat man was excited, and he was the kind who didn't think it was a big deal to watch the play. Don't worry, brotherly, whoever dares to bully classmate Lu, I will kill him with you. When I hung up the phone, it was already past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Lin Li was not only physically exhausted, but also mentally exhausted. At some point, my head was groggy and I fell asleep. Lin Li, what kind of existence do you think of as darkness? I think darkness doesn't have any meaning. It's just an element, a substance, an energy. There is essentially no difference between darkness and light, but it produces mustard in people's hearts, thus giving rise to the distinction of subjective judgment. Darkness is not evil, let alone sin. Darkness is just a scapegoat for evil. He. In the endless darkness of the abyss, an old and familiar laughter sounded. Lin Li tried to find, but somehow, the darkness here is particularly deep and secret. The eyes have completely lost their original function. Lin Li was a little flustered, but not afraid, because the darkness here seemed to give him a kind feeling. The old laughter stopped abruptly, but did not answer Lin Li's question. Light means hope, darkness means immersion. When chaos first opens, it is all nothingness. Darkness is the only one, giving birth to all things. Light is just a trace of embellishment in the darkness, and everything cannot escape the belonging of darkness. It can devour everything and cast all things. It can be endless, but it can be weak. It can be moved at will, and it can be done at will. Child, darkness represents you, and you represent darkness. When the words reached the end, Lin Li was enlightened, and the plug suddenly opened. It seems that there is already a clear vision in the heart. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Although he couldn't see it, Lin Li could perceive it. Like a heart net, everything around you will come to mind. Not far in front of him, the ugly old man looked at Lin Li with a relieved expression. The original seeping face looked so kind at this moment. Child, you still have a long way to go. You don't have to be restrained for a while. You can cultivate your mind as you like. As the voice weakened, the figure of the ugly old man completely disappeared. Lin Li, wake up, Lin Li, quickly. Brother Lin Li, wake up quickly. Xiao Li, don't scare Auntie. Xiao Li. Wang Lining, Xiaoya, and a strange man were constantly calling out to Lin Li. Lin Li's consciousness gradually became clear, and his eyelids opened a gap slightly. It's so green. Why is it so green? The green baby panicked, and the green baby felt frightened. Xiaoya, Aunt, you are. Lin Li came to his senses completely, and was a little overwhelmed when he saw the scene in front of him. She was being wrapped in the energy shield released by a strange wood-type powerhouse, and then Xiaoya and her aunt were waiting anxiously not far away. The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Li completely awakened. The wood-type powerhouse took back his ability, and Wang Lining hurriedly stepped forward and said with concern, Xiao Li, how do you feel? You scared your aunt to death, but fortunately, Master He is here, otherwise this home will be demolished by you. Master He? Lin Li hurriedly looked at the wood-type powerhouse, who should be about the same age as Yi Chang, very tall and strong, with a somewhat serious face, but he could also see that this person was relatively easygoing. Mr. He, what happened to me just now? I remember I just had a dream. He Chen shook his head solemnly, and the shock in his eyes had not yet dissipated. Lin Li, I really can't figure out your dark attributes. Just now you were not sleeping, but your spirit was out of the body, as if you had entered another space. But this doesn't matter. The important thing is that you break through one after another without involuntarily, and you are now the strength of the 9th level of the beginner level. Lin Li jumped up from the sofa in shock and sensed the strange energy in his body. It was really the 9th level of the first order, and the 5th elemental star was also lit up. It's so bizarre. Sleep and go up 3 levels in a row. Get. At present, it seems that there is no bad condition in your body, and you have been promoted 3 levels in a row. He Chen smiled bitterly. It's simply unheard of. Lin Li scratched his head embarrassedly, and then reacted. He Chen is not here for Lin Li? Oh, by the way, Master He, look at my sister's condition. Don't be impatient. All my attention was focused on you just now. I just took a brief look at this girl. The problem shouldn't be too big. He Chen walked up to Xiaoya, looked at his face carefully, and then took her pulse again. Nothing was checked. In the end, he had to release his ability, pour it into Xiaoya's body, and carefully investigate. Lin Li and Wang Lanying on the side were nervous. Whether Xiaoya's illness can be cured depends on He Chen's words. 2 minutes later, He Chen withdrew his ability, his eyes uncertain. Mr. He, how? It's a bit of a hassle, but it's not incurable. I need to spend some effort, some time, and most importantly, this girl has to suffer a little. When Wan Lanying and Xiaoya heard that there was hope of treatment, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Only Lin Li's brows deepened. Yi Cheng had long said that the treatment of Xiaoya's illness would be a little painful, and now Yi Chen also said that he needed to suffer a little. You know, these two are both super-level powerhouses in the Shenzhou continent, standing at the forefront. It can make them say pain and suffering, and the process is definitely not simple. Mr. He, will Xiaoya be endangered during the process? It's not dangerous, but it requires this girl's willpower. Master He, I can, no matter how hard it is or how painful, I have to try it. Seeing Xiaoya's resolute gaze, Lin Li couldn't say anything more. Now that the decision is made, start treatment. He Chan and Xiaoya entered the room, and Lin Li was responsible for guarding outside. During the process, no matter how painful Xiaoya was and what kind of accidents would occur, Lin Li and Wang Lanying could not enter. Once He Chen's treatment is interfered with, Xiaoya's condition is very likely to suffer backlash and aggravate. Lin Li kept this in mind. 3 minutes later, a strong green light filled the room. Through the glass of the door, Lin Li felt dazzling. What followed was Xiaoya's painful moans. Wang Lanying's heart was like a needle prick. Seeing her daughter in such pain, tears couldn't stop flowing out. And all Lin Li can do is to comfort him. The treatment lasted more than 3 hours. In the second half of the year, Xiaoya had no strength to make a sound. Lin Li's palms were sweating, and he silently prayed in his heart that he would succeed. As the strong green light gradually disappeared, He Chen spoke. You can come in. Lin Li and Wang Lanying were overjoyed and hurriedly opened the door. But before he could see Xiaoya's situation clearly, a sudden change occurred. An indescribable golden light shone out of Xiaoya's body, and then a terrifying impact swept in. Lin Li subconsciously concentrated all his abilities in front of Wang Lanying, forming a dark barrier. Then, Lin Li and He Chen were sad. One was lifted to the wall and smashed to the ground. One was blasted out of the door and grunted into the corner. Only Wang Lanying stood in front of the door of the room at a loss, protected by the dark barrier. Ouch! Lin Li's head hit the corner, and he snorted in pain. He Chen was not much better. Healing Xiaoya already consumed a lot of ability, and the one closest to the impact breakpoint was still the one closest. This fall, I almost didn't throw my waist out. It took a long time to relax. Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Wang Lanying was very worried when she saw Xiaoya shining on the bed, like a holy angel. She has awakened her abilities. He Chen held the end of the bed, held his waist and struggled to get up, his eyes staring straight at Xiaoya. Awakened ability, like Xiaoli? That's right, but this girl has awakened to the holy light system, and it seems that the quality is definitely not low. Holy light system ability? My sister has awakened to the holy light ability? At this time, Lin Li also walked back to the room with his head covered. Hearing that Xiaoya had awakened her ability, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Brother, Master He, what's wrong with you? Xiaoya woke up from the coma at some point, and was very confused when she saw Lin Li and He Chen like this. Say, Xiaoya, how do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Li hurriedly stepped forward to hold Xiaoya's slightly warm little hand, and touched her forehead by the way. Brother, I'm fine, I feel much better. And Xiaoya seemed to notice something, lifted the blanket, and tried to move her legs. Sure enough, the legs returned to normal and could swing at will with Xiaoya's control. Wang Lanying, Lin Li, and Xiaoya were completely excited. After 10 years in a wheelchair, I can finally live like a normal person. Lin Li didn't dare to be careless, so he hurriedly helped Xiaoya get up and tried to get on the ground. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wang Lanying already had tears in her eyes, and Xiaoya was sobbing. Brother, I'm fine. I'm finally better. At this moment, Xiaoya couldn't hold back anymore, cried loudly, and hugged Lin Li excitedly. He Chen is a very big man, and he was made to cry by this family, wiping his tears one after another. The 4 of them cried for 10 minutes before they calmed down. For a while, the atmosphere was very awkward. By the way, Xiaoya, you are not only cured, but you have also awakened the holy light ability. I have awakened my ability? Only then did Xiaoya realize that her body was indeed different from usual. Close your eyes and feel it with your heart. An incredible energy really lingered in his body, and this energy is so comfortable and soft, so full of strength all over my body. Come on, I happen to have a detection crystal here, the holy light type ability, it's too precious. He Chen didn't know where he took out a detection crystal and came to Xiaoya with great interest. Xiaoya, put your hand on it, it will detect your talent level, as well as your ability attributes. Xiaoya was very obedient and put her hands on the detection crystal, and then, the crystal explodes. The same condition as Lin Li's inspection at the beginning, except that the color displayed by the detection crystal before it exploded was colored, colorful and particularly eye-catching. This time it will be impossible for Lin Li and He Chen to do it. What does colorful mean? Swelling. And this crystal explosion means that the detection crystal cannot withstand the invasion of Xiaoya's
Xiaoya's body. Other words, my damn it, SSS-level holy light? My mother, is the world swollen? Near noon, Wang Lining began to prepare meals. Xiaoya has just awakened her ability and restored her body, so it will take some time to reconcile and recuperate, and she is currently lying on the bed to rest. Linli and He-chin sat on the sofa in the living room and discussed Xiaoya's future. Linli, have you ever heard a rumor? If humanity wants to regain its prime, it must awaken 10 legendary superpowers of different genera. Your dark system is the 9th place, and your sister's holy light system will be the last. He-chen's gaze became deeper and deeper, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad at all. This rumor, I have also heard that the dark and holy light systems are the rarest and special beings among the 10 major genera, and once the legendary talents of all genera come to the world, humanity will usher in changes, and the world pattern will change. This is both a disaster and an opportunity. Yes, it is both a disaster and an opportunity. 50 years later, a new era of mankind has finally officially begun. In recent days, the movement of strange beasts in the border area has become more and more large, and large-scale battles have taken place many times. So this rumor is likely to be true. The ultimate battle between humans and strange beasts is not far away. Mr. He, what should my sister do? You mean, where she belongs? Linli nodded. He was quite entangled in this matter. After all, it was a holy light system, and it was absolutely impossible to join the 3 major dark organizations, let alone follow Linli. If it was the 6th university, it might be suitable for Xiaoya, but Linli was very worried. That group of hypocritical guys, even if they will be vigorously trained, in the end they are still for their own selfish interests? Not to mention that Xiaoya is still an SSS-level holy light talent. The 6 universities are afraid that they will fight openly and secretly, and try everything to get Xiaoya. I know what you're worried about, but everyone has their own path, and you can't get in the way, let alone stop it. Your sister is different from you. If she joins the 6 colleges, she will achieve immeasurable results. Don't look at those old foxes who have a lot of thoughts, but for the geniuses of the holy light system, they will not be stingy in cultivating them. Seeing Linli lowering his eyes and not making a sound for a long time, He-chin smiled and continued, well, I'll give you, or your sister, show you the way to Shanghui Academy. Among the 6 deans, Wang Gang is the most sensible, the most caring for students, and the strongest. A legendary talent of the holy light system, he will definitely do his best to cultivate it, and he will not let your sister suffer any grievances and harms. Hearing He-chen's words, Linli was moved. This is indeed the best place for Xiaoya to go at the moment. Wang Gang is exactly what He-chen said. Protecting calves, strong and not stingy. And Shanghui College is also the first college in the mainland of China. Resources, education is not specified. By the way, with your current identity and the impact you have caused, try not to go to Shanghui with your sister, otherwise, you will not be able to come back. This favor, for Yi Cheng's face, I can help you. Help me? Aren't you also a member of the Dark Kingdom? Who said that? I am not a member of your Dark Kingdom. I am the president of the Walkers Guild. Travelers Guild. The 24 guilds in mainland China are currently ranked 7th. It is the 2nd largest existence after the Titan Guild. In that case, Mr. He, Xiaoya will ask you. The crystallization of these elements is regarded as a hard work for you. Please be sure to accept it. Linli released the darkness and took out 10 elemental crystals of better quality from it. If converted into blue coins, it will cost tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, to say the least. The storage method of the dark system is really convenient, and the space ring is omitted, which makes me a little envious. He-chen didn't care about those crystals at all, and with a wave of his hand, they all disappeared. A person of He-chen's level, as long as it is something promised, it will definitely be done. In particular, he also accepted the gift, so Linli had nothing to worry about. Before the meeting, Wang Lining prepared the meal. It was a big table full again. Although He-chen was not as whirlwind as Yi Chang, he was also satisfied with eating. At the dinner table, Linli informed Xiaoya of the results that had just been discussed, and Xiaoya obediently expressed that she was willing to obey all her brother's arrangements. Although Wang Lining was reluctant in her heart, after all, she had awakened her supernatural ability and tied Xiaoya to her side, which would only harm her daughter's future. Moreover, there is He-chen as a guarantee, and there is no risk at all. So, I chose to agree to this decision. Early the next morning, several people are ready to go. The Dark Kingdom is located in the northern part of the Shenzhou continent, located in Qingyun City. In other words, Qingyun City is part of the Dark Kingdom. The direction of travel is exactly the opposite of Xiaoya and others, so going out is parting. Before leaving, Linli handed Wang Lining and little Jacob a card. Although Xiaoya didn't need it, after arriving at Shanghui Academy, Wang Gang estimated that he would give her hundreds of millions directly. But, after all, it's a heart, and the poor brother also has to give a dowry. When Linli mixes up in the future, dozens, tens of billions will be just sprinkled with water. As for Wang Lining, she can only live alone for a while. This is also a thing that can't be helped. It's unrealistic to go with Linli. The area of the Dark Kingdom is too chaotic, and for ordinary people, it is extremely dangerous. It is impossible to go with Xiaoya. Shanghui belongs to closed closed management, family members cannot enter, and in the end they still can't see each other. It is better to live a peaceful life in this Tianwu city, and there will be no trouble coming to the door. After Linli and Xiaoya graduate, they can take over Wang Laning and live together. Okay. After some parting words, Linli officially set off. Same way, the train is moving forward. It is impossible to fly, and I will never fly in this life. Regardless of whether the realm is enough, it won't fly anyway. I took a taxi and headed to the station. For Linli now, it must be the best and most expensive carriage, the most comfortable, the most kind of treatment. Coming to the front desk ticket office, Linli said to the conductor lady proudly, 98, fill up. The conductor was stunned for a moment and replied, huh? The people around him cast foolish glances at him, and Linli reacted and fled to Taiwan. Sorry, the train to Qingyun City, the super invincible supreme luxury VIP box, 1. Who are you? Okay, please wait a moment. When she heard that she was a super invincible supreme luxury VIP, the young lady's attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. The charming eyes were thrown, and the double eyelid patches fell off. After buying the ticket, Linli went to the VIP area to wait. There is still more than an hour before departure. Why are you idle? Massage. Of course, it is the purest massage technique. How can a place like a station be unauthentic? During this period, I chatted with the massage lady, and after hearing that Linli was a superpower, I almost ended up with something. Fortunately, Linli stopped it in time, so it didn't make a happy place. Bah! Tragedy. From now on, Linli vowed to try his best. Oh no, I will never go to a place like the station for a massage again. Dirty, buddy, how important is chastity? What if that's the case, is it worthy of whispering? Mom, I want to sit in the super invincible supreme luxury VIP box, and I won't sit in the rest. Little bear, the tickets for the super invincible supreme deluxe VIP box are sold out, and my mother also scolded the conductor fiercely, so let's just take a look at it. How about sitting in the luxury VIP box? Not good. I'm going to be super XXXXXX. I don't care. I don't care. Linli smiled. Where did the bear child come from? Crying and making trouble in public, then being a mother is also strange, and the tickets are sold out to do the conductors? Why are you scolding others? Is it Mr. Lin? The train to Qingyun City has started to check tickets. Please come with me. Linli was watching the play by the railing, and a beautiful young lady in professional clothes and a smile came to serve. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. It didn't take much effort for Linli to board the train through the exclusive VIP channel. This so-called super invincible supreme luxury VIP box is a whole carriage, all exclusive to Linli. Envy or not, there are all kinds of entertainment facilities, fitness facilities, and rest facilities, and it is also equipped with an exclusive butler, a young lady dressed as a maid. Bah, is Linli that kind of person? It's good to nourish your eyes. It's very expensive. This ticket is worth 30 W blue coins. That's right, it's the price of half a house. The life of a rich person is so extravagant. Why are you stopping me? I'm going to go in and discuss it with the people inside. Get out of the way quickly. Madam, this is Mr. Lin's exclusive carriage. You can't enter without Mr. Lin's invitation. Please don't be unreasonable. A crisp sound came, and the lady gave the housekeeper a slap directly. What kind of thing are you to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Half of the sky in Qingyun City belongs to my Zhu family. Ha! With such a big movement, Linli's ears should be heard again. Got up and walked out of the bedroom, looking at the door with cold eyes. What are you doing? Lin, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. This lady insisted on breaking in and claiming to change the box with you. The housekeeper covered her beaten face and came to Lin Li's side to report very aggrievely. Change boxes with me and beat people? What are you? Lin Li's words stunned several people present. Insightful enough, bastard. Do you know who I am? Give you a chance, get out of this box, and leave an apology, otherwise I won't let you get off this train. A thunderous slap resounded throughout the carriage. The lady was directly drawn out. Mom, get up quickly. Mom, I want to sit in the super invincible luxury VIP box. The bear child ran to the lady and pushed hard. Didn't care at all. His mother's face was swollen into a pig's head. The housekeeper lady looked at Lin Li incredulously. This person would be a superpower. Mr. Lin, it's just a small lesson, and next time, her whole person will become a pig. Find someone to clean it up. I don't want the environment to be polluted. After saying that, Lin Li turned around and returned to the bedroom. It's really big in the forest. There are all kinds of birds, and half of the sky in Qingyun City? Why didn't she say that the Dark Kingdom was opened by her family? But fortunately, such a small episode did not disturb Lin Li's interest in watching the scenery. The 108K ultra-clear screen plays movies, and the viewing window next to it is ajar, passing through the green forest, and the air is particularly fresh. The journey took a total of 27 hours, and the slower it was, the slower. The focus is on enjoyment. Anyway, Yi Chang did not limit how many days he would arrive in the Dark Kingdom. Lin Li was still thinking about having a good time after arriving in Qingyun City. Unconsciously, Lin Li was a little sleepy. It's not tired, but it's too comfortable and comfortable. In such an environment, it is really blind not to sleep for a night. But the fucking thing is, just as he was about to fall asleep, the
whining and scolding sounded again. This time it seems that it is not just the lady and the bear child. There were also many men shouting and scolding. Linley kicked open the door. Damn it, no one wants to go out alive today. It's that bastard. He beat me and scolded me, and he didn't take the Zhu family seriously at all. The lady pointed to Lin Li's nose and complained loudly. Several strong men on the side stepped forward with fierce eyes, still holding a broken beer bottle in their hands. The left green dragon and the right white tiger, with a pulling cricket tattooed in the middle. It seems that he has been mixed on the road. Damn it, kid, you beat Mrs. Zhu? You. Before the stupid ex finished scolding, Linley kicked out. Control? I'm sorry, Linley disdains to control this kind of garbage. The result was obvious. The man was kicked away, his pelvis was instantly shattered into slag, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. It fell on the wall of the carriage and made a loud noise. A herringbone pit appeared in the eyes of everyone. Not to mention, after spraying 2 mouthfuls of blood, he went to see hell. Several big men around were frightened and stood in place. The terrifying force, the indescribable momentum. Are you a superpower? Linley sneered. He didn't even know who he was, so he dared to come to the door to find fault? It is indeed time to clean up the garbage these days. Puff, puff, puff. Several big men knelt down one after another. They were reckless, not stupid. In front of the superpowers, are they a fart? One after another, praying and wailing, echoed in the carriage. The lady's eyes widened, and she was at a loss. Although the Zhu family also has supernatural abilities, distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near. Even if I call now and wait for people to come, I will be completely dead. Don't be impulsive. I didn't think about it. I just found someone to scare you. I was wrong. I'll leave. The lady picked up the bear child and was about to run away, really using Linley as heir. Run? If you run away, am I, Linley, still worthy of the audience and friends who support me? The crisp snap of the fingers means that death is coming. The ground under the lady's feet was suddenly eroded by a burst of darkness. With a bang, caught off guard, the lady and the bear child fell and ate. The bear child cried and even said that he wanted to tell his father to kill Linley. What kind of parents there are, what kind of cubs there are. What I, Linley, am most not used to is the bear child. As soon as the words fell, the dark area under the feet of the two quickly converged. Under the trembling eyes of several big men, one big and one small were devoured, and there was not even a single scum left. Uncle, ancestor, please spare my life. I am a little gangster. I didn't want to offend you. Dad, father, I kowtow to you. Please let me go. I have old and young. Please, spare us. A few big men begged madly. The housekeeper lady on the side had already collapsed to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, Linley directly killed 3 people. The eyes didn't even blink. It turns out that the supernatural can be so arrogant. The corners of Linley's mouth curled up slightly, as if he thought of something interesting. It's easy to spare you. Each of you leaves some parts, and the farther you roll, the better. After hearing this, the 3 big men's faces instantly turned white. Leave some parts. The young man in front of him is really ruthless and bloodthirsty. In fact, Linley didn't realize how perverted and cruel his behavior was at this moment. He just thought this way was quite interesting. I want to take a look. The choices of these 3 big men. The first big man moved, got up and walked to the dining table, picked up a fruit knife and waved it down decisively. Stop. The big man broke out in a cold sweat in pain, and his 2 fingers were cut off bloody like that. Linley nodded, signaling that he could get out, followed by the second big man, who also picked up a fruit knife. However, the knife was not aimed at himself but at Linley's chest. Stabbed out like crazy. Okay, even if I die, I can't remove my parts. The spirit is commendable. It's a pity that it's too reckless to recognize reality. With a gentle flick of his hand, the dark energy enveloped the big man. 20 seconds later, it was completely devoured. The third place man was frightened, trembling, and picking up the fruit knife on the ground, uncertain and hesitant. Looked at the hands, then at the feet. It seems reluctant. In the end, he made a decision that Linley did not expect. Cultivating the Sunflower Treasure Book. Now Linley reacted and realized that he had overplayed. The ability in his hand accurately knocked down the fruit knife, leaving the second brother of the big man with a small life. Okay, I respect you as a man. Get out. The big man was ecstatic, lifted his pants and crawled out of the carriage. Linley took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. The scene just now was too weird. When did I become so bloodthirsty and ruthless? At first, it was just to teach this group of people a lesson. For lives, just buried in your own hands? Mr. Lin, I'll clean it up for you. Don't be angry. The housekeeper hurriedly got up and prayed respectfully. Linley looked at the other party and sighed again. I have become a bloodthirsty murderer in the eyes of others. Shaking his head, he got up and prepared to go to the bedroom. A sudden violent explosion lifted Linley out, and 5 figures flew in from the vacant place in the broken carriage. Linley, come with us when you know each other. As long as you are obedient, you can enjoy the glory and wealth. You know the difference in strength between us, and you won't get any benefit from resisting. It's not good for all of us to hurt you. We all see what you just did. As long as you go with us, all troubles are not troubles. 5 people, 1 person, and 1 sentence. Linley didn't know which one to scold first.
first. The 5 people in front of him were not much different from the shape of the Dark Kingdom. Dressed in black, wearing a mask, he couldn't see anyone. But Linley knew that the other party had nothing to do with the Dark Kingdom. If not from the demonic legion, it is. Linley sneered and stood up. For intermediate levels are 9 levels, and 1 is a high level. The other party really thinks highly of himself. Come with you? I don't even know who you are. Before inviting people, you have to report your home first, right? Linley planned to hold the other party while looking for an opportunity to escape. Linley will never allow the same situation to happen again. Otherwise, his dark journey would be completely in vain. You come with us, and when you get to the place, you will naturally know. Don't waste time, you can't escape. Your progress speed is indeed amazing, but the initial level 9 is far from enough. These 5 idiots also say that they are wasting their time. Isn't it a waste of time for one person to say a sentence? TSK. It seems that you Dean Huang still don't give up. The pupils of the 5 shrank slightly, and Lin Lizhen suspected that they were quintuplets. Really brush. Worthy of being a dark legend, since you know, then come with us. The high-level superpower leader began to approach Linley. Obviously, the other party doesn't want to consume it anymore. Let's go. I'll let you go, uncle. Dark cut. A black blade appeared out of thin air, and the iron sheet of the carriage was easily cut open. The high-level supernatural at the head punched out and directly shattered the blade. The action flows smoothly without any delay. However, when the 5 people reacted, Linley was already wrapped in black fog and disappeared in an instant. When the vision was restored again, Linley's figure appeared on the barren mountain. Damn, it's better to catch up early. Why did you happen to pass by such a broken place? Linley saw that the surroundings were desolate and immediately became worried. It's just that there is not much time left for him. Choose any direction and start fleeing at full speed. Why did you run away? Nonsense, the 5 big brothers behind are still following. With Linley's current strength, the black mist can teleport up to 50 meters. Why can't those 5 big brothers perceive it? It must have gotten off the train and is chasing in their direction. In this barren mountain and wilderness, there is not even a ghost. You can only take advantage of the terrain and keep wandering in the mountains and forests. 5 minutes later. Linley, you can't escape. Go back with us obediently. You don't even have the ability to fly. What are you trying to escape? If you don't know each other anymore, we're welcome. What ink? Linley's ears were about to cocoon. These 5 guys are getting closer and closer, like a dogskin plaster, and they can't get rid of it. Linley knew that this would not work. But for a while, I couldn't come up with any countermeasures. 5 opponents and 1 for yourself. The gap in strength is still so big. Could it be that I am going to be kidnapped again today? Bang! Just as he was thinking about this, a fireball fell from the sky and exploded behind Linley. The rolling heat wave set off made the skin feel anxious, and the corners of the clothes were directly ignited and spread rapidly. Damn, these 5 dog things are really done. Linley didn't care much, so he took off his coat and released a dark barrier to wrap his whole body. The 5 guys in the sky were also ruthless. Wind blades, fireballs, ice spikes, earthquakes, and thunder followed one after another. The dark barrier only lasted for 3 seconds before it exploded. The energy bombarded his back, and Linley directly vomited blood and flew out. Fortunately, the other party did not kill him, otherwise Linley would not be able to bear it at all. Now it's good. I fell to the ground, and the 5 people immediately surrounded me. Toast and don't eat penalty wine. You have to force us to make a move. Now it's okay. Are you injured? Go back with us. Oh my mother. Linley was almost sad. These 5 guys are too good at inking. Diati, can you send a representative? I'm so upset that one person is a sentence. Linley sat on the ground, tilting his head. His expression was sad. So, do you get up and go with us yourself, or do a few of us catch you? The high-level supernatural at the head took 2 steps forward, and it seemed that he was the representative. Linley is upset. Walk? If you go to Huali, will you still have a chance to escape? Escape? What to escape? These 5 guys are so clingy and so strong. Not willing. Linley's heart began to have all kinds of negative emotions. Hatred, unwillingness, anger, hatred, indifference. It can devour everything and create everything. It can be endless, but it can be weak. It can be moved as you like, and you can do it at will. These 3 sentences suddenly poured into Linley's mind, and inspiration burst out all of a sudden. Devour all things, create all things. Linley muttered to himself, and the 5 people around him didn't understand it for a while. What is this kid doing? Devour all things, create all things. Linley smiled. Devouring everything is currently under control. Then it is to create all things. Taoists have a saying, Tao gives birth to 1, 1 life gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Then, in fact, it should be, darkness gives birth to all things. Linley got up, rubbed the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, although my strength is not as good as yours, this does not mean that darkness is inferior to you. Widen your eyes and see the fear that belongs to the deepest part of darkness. Linley raised his arm, sensed the purest darkness in his heart, and tried to release it. Dark. All things are given to you. The power of casting. Snap. In his mind, the dull and loud voice sounded again. Linley suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange breath actually made the 5 people present
present feel a trembling heart. The dark abilities wrapped around him seemed to be transforming. It became deep red and black. Something's wrong. This kid seems to be awakening something. Then should we stop it? Of course you have to stop it. What if he runs away? But isn't this kid's awakening power a good thing for us, Huali? Wait a little longer. The 5 people were entangled. Not to stop it. Not to stop it. I simply stayed in place in a daze, taking one step at a time. A bunch of idiots. Since you were looking forward to my performance so much, then, Sombra, come out and get some air. As soon as the words fell, dark energy overflowed the earth. Dozens and hundreds of figures emerged from the dark ground. They are not ninjas, but demon. The demons created by Linley are tangible and powerless. In layman's terms, it is all black. There are shapes such as humanoid, animal, demon, but it has no appearance, like a cloud of black mist. Each demon exudes dark power, and it can roughly judge where its realm is. Most of them are intermediate level 1 and level 2 strength. Very few can reach the 4th and 5th levels of the intermediate level. There is also one that actually holds the momentum of the middle level 7. The strength of this group of demons is not entirely controlled by Linley. Most of them are randomly generated. Of course, the higher the strength of the caster, the greater the probability of casting a high-level demon. As for this powerlessness, it's just that the combat effectiveness of the demons is really average. At present, hundreds of demons have fought against the 5 Huali robbers. The demons attack in a way that is too simple, either scratching with their hands or smashing with their fists. Occasionally 2 small skills are released. The probability of hurting the other party is very small, and it is difficult to achieve substantial results in a short period of time. But to be appreciated, the group of demons has quite amazing resilience. As long as it is not completely annihilated, then it can absorb dark energy in a short period of time to make up for the void in the body. Anyway, Linley is quite content. What strength do you know? What kind of bicycle do you want? Damn, what the hell is this? Why can't it be eliminated? Bang! It's incredible that Linley can summon so many monsters. Everyone go all out and use a wide range of moves to annihilate this group of ghosts. We must not let Linley run away. Cover me, capture the thief first, capture the king first, catch Linley and all the problems will be solved. The high-level supernatural made a decisive decision on the spot, directly opened the way, trying to forcibly break through the encirclement. Linley saw this and wanted to escape, but it was found that there were very few abilities left in the body. In order to summon the Black Shadow Legion, it had just almost exhausted all its special energy. This was still barely supported by the crystallization of a dark beast that Linley grabbed in his hand, constantly absorbing and absorbing. Damn, that, the one who can fly, hurry up and take me away. Linley pointed to a strange demon with wings and commanded. The demon really listened to Linley's words, flapped his big wings and flew directly to the front, crawling to the ground. Linley didn't say a word, and wrote it directly. The demon waved its wings again and slowly ascended into the sky. In that direction, go full speed. Linley pointed to the north and gave an urgent order, and the high-level superpower also broke through the heavy encirclement of the Black Shadow Legion at this moment, and when he saw Linley being carried away, he hurriedly chased after him. An ultimate escape has begun. Linley was not afraid of heights at the moment. I don't know if it was because of nervousness or darkness affecting his psychology, he was unusually calm at the moment. While calm, he was also extremely eager to kill. There was always an inexplicable impulse to make Linley turn around and fight. Anyway, I don't know where the confidence comes from. Fortunately, reason is better than everything. Linley forcibly suppressed his inner impulse and accelerated the absorption of crystals in his hand. The distance between the two sides seems to be deadlocked. The demon under the buttocks was quite powerful, and its flight speed was not inferior to that high-level superpower. A distance of more than 300 meters was maintained from beginning to end. Linley, we at Huali sincerely invite you to join, and if there are any conditions, we Dean Huang can meet them. Fart. Is it sincere to capture me twice in a row? Is it sincere to threaten my family? What happened last time was purely Qian Lihua's own opinion, which deviated from Dean Huang's intentions. Moreover, they have all paid a heavy price for what they have done. What compensation do you need, despite the opening? Cool. Divergence? Hee, this guy really treats Linley as a fool. Huang Feihuan did not instruct him, and he did not dare to act like this even if he borrowed money from Lihua. Moreover, the so-called price was also punished by the Dark Kingdom. Him with the fart relationship of Huali College. If you don't speculate, I, Linley, have already joined the Dark Kingdom, and it is absolutely impossible to betray. Besides, what can you Huali teach me? Do you have a mentoring course in the Dark Department? The high-level supernatural responded subconsciously, and then realized something, and hurriedly covered his mouth. He panicked, and Linley was also shocked. Does Huali have a Dark Department guidance course? In other words, Huali's secret cultivation of dark talents is seriously inconsistent with what he promotes on the surface. Big revelation. Linley, no matter what, you have to go back to Huali with me today. Even if you are crippled, I will not hesitate to do so. The dogskin plaster behind him was ruthless, and the flame ability surged wildly. About 300 meters away, Linley felt the
the heat wave coming. Looking back, I'm a mother. Isn't this the great flame ring? A super huge fireball was held above his head by the dogskin plaster, and the momentum seemed to destroy the world. Are you stupid? Do you want to kill me? Linley scolded. This is not to cripple himself, this is clearly to blast himself into slag. If you surrender, I will take back my ability. I'll vote for your second uncle. Linley transferred his abilities and gathered in the dark realm again. 6 winged demons appeared in front of the approach. With Linley's order, they rushed towards the dogskin plaster. Don't ask them to kill each other, just ask them to stop the fireball. Otherwise, Linley would have to sit here today. Bastard Ji Chang, if you don't leave early, don't leave late, but this time of time, just go. The ring can't be used yet. I am a beginner level 9th, and it is very hard to support the existence of a higher level. Hurry up and take the heights. The fireball behind him exploded, and the vigorous flame power devoured all the demons. Even the nearby space began to tremble, which shows how terrifying its power is. Linley hurriedly ordered the height to be adjusted, otherwise it would be burned to ashes. Fortunately, just now, the 6 demons desperately lowered the height of the big fireball. This allowed Linley to escape. Even if there is a burn on the back, it is not a big problem. The blow of the dogskin plaster not only did not intercept Linley, but slowed down his own pace. As a result, the distance between the two became wider and wider. At this moment, even if he put his skills again, it would be difficult for Linley to affect him. Taking this opportunity, Linley commanded the demon to rush straight into the clouds. Use thick clouds to cover your figure. I don't believe that I can't get rid of this piece of dogskin plaster. 6 hours later, Linley vomited. It has nothing to do with fear of heights, I really can't afford to toss it. After flying for 6 hours in a row, all abilities are almost restored. Sitting down the devil was fine, just Linley was dizzy when he was scolded by the wind. 800 or 900 meters behind him, the dogskin plaster continued to chase. Linley couldn't slow down and was tossed and vomited. Boom! Big brother, where are you looking? It's about to arrive in Qingyun City, and you are still chasing? Linley held back his vomit and shouted loudly to the rear sadly. In fact, the dogskin plaster has long been annoying, but he is not willing. The duck in hand flew like this. How to explain to Huang Fian after going back? For our intermediate and 9th, and one is senior. Can't take down a beginner 9th level kid? If this gets out, how will it be mixed in the future? Linley, this is what you forced me. Linley's head rose, and he didn't react for a while. Turn your head and look backwards. After seeing the red-burned half of the sky clearly, he was frightened and hurriedly summoned more than 30 flying demons. This thing is going to come seriously. The momentum of the high-level superpowers was fully released, and a pillar of flame soared straight into the sky. The already dim sky was rendered by the flames that swept the sky. It's like the end of the world. It's scary. Hey, aren't you afraid that after killing me, you won't be able to pay the errand when you go back? More than 30 demons surround the sky, always ready to meet the enemy. Linley still planned to delay for a while and activate the mouth cannon skill. The Dark Kingdom is just around the corner. As long as you rush into the range of Qingyun City, someone will definitely come to save you. At that time, if this bullshit plaster is not beaten back to its original form, Linley will not be surnamedly. Let you fall into the hands of other forces, and I won't be able to make a difference. Linley, I will give you another chance to go back to Huali with me. Everything is easy to discuss. Seeing that Hua Xiaoyun was getting closer and closer to him, Linley panicked a little. Looking forward again, the phantoms of high-rise buildings have already appeared at the end. That is Qingyun City. At the current rate, it will take at least 3 minutes. Fight! Linley gritted his teeth and released a dark barrier to protect himself. More than 30 demons rushed straight into the clouds, doing everything they could to stop the raging flames. Linley did not feel sorry for the demons' sacrifice, because they are not living beings, but only energy bodies composed of dark origins. In other words, it is an unconscious, non-autonomous killing machine. Maybe as Linley's strength grows, one day he will cast a life form, but that will be a matter for the future. Saving life is the most important thing right now. Big baby, if you hurry up a little faster, my life will be in your hands. Linley touched the head of the demon under the seat, which was soft and glutinous, as if he hadn't touched anything. But the demon sensed it, looked sideways at Linley, and nodded humanely. Then he desperately fanned his wings, and his speed increased by another notch. However, Linley also clearly sensed that the dark power of the demon was rapidly disappearing. Obviously, it is operating under overload. It's over. Now Linley is a little distressed. It is such an unconscious, emotionless energy body that can do so much for itself, which is so touching. Linley was not long-winded. In order to prevent the darkness from passing too quickly, he took out another dark crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and quickly transmitted the energy to the demon's body. A series of roars sounded above Linley. The demons had already competed with the flames, and every roar represented the fall of a demon. As expected of a high-level superpower, more than 30 middle-level demons could not stop the opponent's blow. As the fire got closer and closer, the scorching temperature seemed to melt everything. The dark barrier gradually began to crack, and it seemed that it would not last long. Even the tail of the demon began to burn, like the downed fighter,
shaking and smoke spreading. I am Linley. Where are the judges, executives, and guards of the Dark Kingdom? Linley was also in a hurry to seek medical treatment, and when he was about to arrive at the edge of Qingyun City, he shouted loudly desperately. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as the flames were about to devour Linley, an echo appeared. Dark Kingdom, 36 legendary guards came to the rescue. Dark Kingdom, Quanjia, Ling Xing, Long Chang, Xiaowei, the 4 executives came to the rescue. Dark Kingdom, Volo, Inquisitor, come to the rescue. Linley was dumbfounded. What the hell is coming to save the driver? Is it a crossplay? Just as Linley was immersed in confusion, a strong dark force wrapped himself. The invading flames were easily isolated and did not cause any harm to Linley. Immediately afterwards, dozens of figures passed by the sky. Go straight to the dog skin plaster. Lin, how do you feel? Not injured, right? A crisp and energetic sound appears in your ears. Linley then reacted and looked to the side. I saw a handsome and beautiful man dressed in a black robe, with long silver gray hair, slender eyebrows, a high nose bridge, a pointed jaw, and eyes as bright as diamonds, asking himself with concern. I'm fine, may I ask if you are? The handsome man smiled, his eyes were full of peace, and he said, classmate Lin calls me Wole. Wole? Linley recalled the sentence just now and asked incredulously, you are the judge of the Dark Kingdom? Exactly. Wow. How old are you to become an inquisitor? Ha, Lin is too famous. The Dark Kingdom has always been based on strength. The one Wole smiled at was called a spring, white teeth, and delicate lips, but fortunately Linley was a man. Otherwise, you will be confused by it. Damn, there will be people in this world who are equal to my appearance. The pressure is so high. Ha, Lin, are you injured? Wole suddenly frowned, restrained his smile, and dodged behind Linley. Peeling off the coat that had been burned, it was originally smooth and white skin, and at this moment it was burned red and black, as if there were signs of blood oozing. Damn, that Huali people dare to hurt you, obviously slapping our Dark Kingdom in the face. A sense of extreme cold spread, and Linley couldn't help but shiver. This guy has changed his face so quickly, right? Just now, he was still gentle and elegant, a graceful young man. The killing intent of this meeting can be compared to the 9 netherworld demons. How old is this talent? Is the strength so strong? Give you 3 minutes to capture all the Huali thieves alive and hand them over to classmate Lin for disposal. Wole didn't even look back, and his cold voice resounded in the sky. Dozens of figures shouted in unison, yes. Look at this battle, their deterrent power. Envious Linley was about to spill out. Classmate Lin, let me take you back to the Dark Kingdom for treatment first. None of those 5 thieves can escape. The Dark Kingdom coordinates the 3 major regions. They are the Dark Temple, the Dark Academy, and the Dark City. Qingyun City is a small part of the Dark City. If calculated according to the area covered, the entire Dark Kingdom is comparable to the 6 universities plus the capital. Among them, there are 2 mountains that are special trial sites for the Dark Kingdom. One for the Academy trials and one for the Temple member trials. This handwriting really shocked Linley. The Dark Kingdom is really a kingdom. An independent core, an independent economic system, an independent living city, an independent training college, and an independent supreme management system. How much money does it take to go back and forth? Hundreds of billions? Trillions? Linley couldn't even think about it. Anyway, the treatment of the Dark Kingdom must be leveraged. Why? Because since stepping into the realm of the Dark Kingdom, everyone, as long as they are members of the Dark Kingdom system, is polite and respectful when they see themselves. Linley didn't know them, but they knew Linley, especially Wole, who accompanied the explanation all the way. The treatment, it is estimated that Yi Chang is like that. Hey, it's a pity, why didn't you choose to join the Dark Kingdom a month ago? Classmate Lin, this matter is not about you, but about our Dark Kingdom. Luo Hongtian's intervention was something we never expected. Those 4 wastes failed to protect you, so they also paid the corresponding price. Wole didn't have the slightest pity when he said this, and he was still smiling and plain. Linley also sensed that Wole was about 26 or 7 years old, and his strength was the lowest level superior. Because of the strength requirements of the judge, the lowest is the super level. It is rumored that the Dark Kingdom has 7 great judges, all of whom are super level powerhouses. The 24th executive officer has just met 4. Each of them is a high level 7th level or above strength standard. With this configuration, what is the Holy Emperor compared? Face? I don't know what happened to the 5 unlucky guys in Huali just now who were cleaned up by the Dark Kingdom. It is estimated that after a while, he should be brought to Linley and let him dispose of it. Classmate Lin, this is the Temple Treatment Center. Linley looked up and asked puzzledly, which? Both. It's all? Linley is not sisterly. A treatment center set up 8 100-meter buildings for Mao? Are there really so many people who need treatment? Lin, go this way. Wole pointed to the golden super building in the middle and said. Linley nodded in confusion and followed wherever he said. As soon as he walked to the door, he bumped into several members in black head-on, and when he saw Wole, he bowed directly at 90 degrees and said respectfully, hello, Judge Wole. Then he looked up and saw Linley. He was stunned at first, and then he became excited. Master Lin is very. This time Linley won't be able to fix it. 2 high-level
superpowers greeted themselves? What is Master Lin? No, you don't have to be so polite, I'm not an adult. Linley hurriedly waved his hand, signaling that he couldn't bear it. Classmate Lin doesn't know, the Dark Kingdom has always advocated the strong and the most talented. Leader Yi is the most typical example, SS-level Dark Talent, the current strength of the 9th level of Super Level. And you. Speaking of this, Wolei also looked at Linley with burning eyes, and said excitedly, the legend of the SSS-level Dark System, the first person in all ages. Therefore, all the attendants and members of the Dark Kingdom respect and love you, and even say that your status will surpass Leader Yi sooner or later. Beyond Yi Chang? That's for sure, and it doesn't matter who our buddy is? Super level is not Lin Li's goal, even the holy rank is not enough. The legendary God King realm is the ultimate that legendary people should pursue. Wolei, you are joking, I am only the 9th level of the initial level, and I am still 108,000 miles away from Leader Yi. Beginner level 9? Wolei looked at Lin Li suspiciously, and his eyes seemed to be asking, bragging, are you? However, 2 seconds later, Wolei's pupils began to shrink slightly, and his expression became more and more intense. Lin, I just found out, why can't I perceive your realm? Ha, how come? Can those 5 guys still sense it just now? Wolei frowned, looked at the 2 members in black on the side and said, can you perceive Lin's strength realm? The 2 members in black shook their heads in unison, saying they couldn't. Lin Li also noticed that something was wrong. 1 can't, 2 can't, proving that the problem lies with themselves. When they were on the train, those 5 guys were obviously still. Hey, on the train? What about after getting off the train? Lin Li suddenly remembered. Could it be because he had awakened the power of casting? Immediately, Lin Li informed Wolei about the awakening. Wall's expression froze, as if he was dumbfounded. Awakening? What awakening? Why have I never heard of it? It's over, one after another is completely confused. Let me show you. You see, this is the casting power I awakened, the demon I summoned, I call it the Black Shadow Army. Lin Li stomped his foot lightly, and the center of the 4 of them was instantly eroded by darkness. Immediately afterwards, a humanoid demon with wings slowly emerged from the ground. The whole body was pitch black, with no facial features, no skin, only a cloud of black mist. This, Wolei stammered, obviously never encountered such a situation. When did the Dark Department become the summoning system? The demon summoned by Lin Li can be said to have collapsed the worldview of several people around him, and there were many people who came and went, and the dark members passing by were all stunned when they saw the demon. The aura on the demon's body was so familiar, how pure, what a high-quality dark ability. What the hell is this? Of course there is. Bastard, why are you all gathered here? Have you forgotten all the rules of the temple? An extremely majestic scolding voice came, and the surrounding dark members were all shocked, and they hurriedly dispersed. What should they do? Wolei, what are you doing here? An old man dressed in a gray-brown robe stepped forward curiously with his beard and asked. When he saw the demon who was not human, ghostly, he was also stunned and said incredulously, what is it? Only then did Wolei come back to his senses, bowed slightly to the old man and said, Elder Yu. Elder Yu? Lin Li scratched his head. Which big guy is this? Ha, aren't you Lin Li's little ghost? Yu moved his gaze and happened to see Lin Li. He looked quite happy. I've seen Elder Yu. Lin Li saluted in a decent manner. After all, he was so old, he should be respected. Hooligans still have to know how to be polite, don't they? Hey, hurry up and be exempt, old man. I have always been eclectic. What etiquette and etiquette? Fart is useless. Yu stretched out one arm and helped Lin Li up. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the base of his ears. After hearing Yu's words, Wolei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Eclectic? Who just farted and called everyone unruly? And isn't this Yu the temple discipline elder? Doesn't it really hurt to say something like this? Boom. Some time ago, Yi Cheng told me that you kid is about to join the Dark Kingdom. Counting the time, it seems that there are some days. Why did you come? Did you encounter any trouble? Before Lin Li could answer, Wolei interjected angrily. Classmate Lin was chased by Hua Li all the way and suffered a lot. If it weren't for Lin's talent, wisdom and courage, it would be difficult to reach Qingyun City in the face of 4 middle-level 9th level and a high-level supernatural person chasing him. Yu suddenly shouted, frightening Lin Li. How could this old man be like Luo Hongtian? Startled. Huang Fei Huan is really getting more and more shameless. How dare he blatantly provoke the Dark Kingdom, and dare to hunt down the legend of our Dark Kingdom. When Yi Cheng comes back, he must teach him a little lesson. A small lesson? It is said that the Dark Kingdom has always held grudges, and if people do not offend me, I will not offend others, and if people offend me, I will scold you to death. Just this big business can't blow up Pingwali? Yu's attention shifted to Lin Li again, and his brows became heavier and heavier after looking at him for a long time. In the end, he really couldn't figure it out before he asked, boy, if I'm not mistaken, you have been awakened for more than a month, right? Why is there no realm on his body at all? Well, the topic is finally brought back. Lin Li recounted his awakening from beginning to end, except for the ugly old man in the dream. He said everything he had to say. Strange. My old man has studied the dark system for so many years, and this is the first time I heard that the dark system can and cast your so-called demon. I'm not sure about the concept of casting. Could it be a special ability like the summoning system and the super system? Wolei reminded. Yu thought for a while, then shook his head and said, no, the summoning department is to sign a contract with living beings to achieve the effect of assistance. What they summon are all living beings in the world. But this thing, as he spoke, he circled around the demon again. There are no signs of life, no consciousness, no wisdom, and no ability to act independently. It is more like a skill move, transforming energy into a form, thereby dominating its operation. Wolei nodded and shook his head again. If it's a skill means, then it's too outrageous, right? According to Lin, he can cast a demon of the middle level 7, and this strength gap is too big. Intermediate level 7? Boy, what kind of state are you now? Beginner level 9. The two looked at each other and both felt that Lin Li was bragging. Hey, do I need to brag? Saying that, Lin Li released his ability with all his might, and the momentum of the 9th level of the first order exploded, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Ha! Now Wolei and Yu Wu sensed it. It is indeed the 9th level of the initial level. Well, how do you feel? Strange. Beginner level 9? Yu Wu lost his virginity. Bah, I lost my voice. Wolei was even holding on to the doorframe, and it was a little dark in front of him. They seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. However, I have to admit that this is true. Yu Wu took the lead in recovering from the shock, and the corners of his mouth became bigger and bigger, then burst into laughter. The dark members passing by around thought that Yu Wu was crazy, cast a look of fear and sympathy. Great, that's great. The fortune of my human race, my dark luck. Elder Yu, why don't you calm down? I'm afraid you have high blood pressure. This old man is so old. Lin Li is afraid that he won't be able to come up in one breath and burp. Boy, say, what do you want? Yu Wu's words came too suddenly, which made Lin Li overwhelmed. What do you want? I want everything. Fortunately, Yu Wu gave an option. Strange beast crystals, elemental magic weapons, heavenly treasures, fierce beasts, blue coin funds, supreme power, heavenly fairy beauty. The more you talk about it, the more outrageous it becomes. What the hell is the fairy beauty? Is it really possible? Well, why should I choose? Only children will do multiple choice questions, and I want to do them all. I want to. I have seen Elder Yu, Judge Wolei, Lord Lin. In the end, the 3 words are the point. More than 30 soldiers in black combat trenchcoats are impassioned and shout very hard. It seems that Lin Li is the most noble existence in their hearts. At the front of the queue stood 4 high-level superpowers. It should be those 4 executives. Why is one younger than the other, and the other is more beautiful than the other? Does Yi Chang have any special habits? The more Lin Li thought about it, the more wrong it became. This guy is so good to himself and so attentive to himself. Is it really just because Lin Li is highly talented? Will, hey, what a pervert. Wolei put away his gentle smile, and Yu Wu also returned to his former serious demeanor. Lin Li, who saw it, was called in admiration. These two people are definitely the heirs of intangible cultural heritage. A legend in the face-changing world. An executive with blue hair who resembled Wolei's image and temperament beckoned. For half-dead unlucky bastards and a big unlucky bastard who was already dead were carried up. The one who died was the dog-skin plaster that chased Lin Li all the way and almost didn't send Lin Li away. The misery is really miserable. The chest is pierced, the head is flattened, and the red and white liquid is almost overflowing. What a great sin he had to suffer in his lifetime. Deserved. Lin Li inexplicably felt a burst of relief and relief. Poof. Ha, what does this mean? After carrying the person to the open space in front of Lin Li, the 4 executives led 36 legendary guards to kneel on one knee, crossed hands on his chest, as if waiting for something to come. Report to Lord Lin, in this operation, we accidentally killed an enemy, causing the mission to fail. Please punish me. Special punishment. The 40-year-old people shouted in unison. Lin Li was in a hurry, not knowing whether to help or not. Wolei, there is no choice but to ask for help from Wolei. Classmate Lin, this is the rule of the Dark Kingdom. The assigned task must be completed 100%, and any mistake is considered a task failure. As for the punishment for failing this mission, it can be determined by the direct superior, or it can be punished according to the laws of the temple. So strict? So perverted? If there is a slight error, the task will be judged to be a failure? Lin Li felt that this group of people did a good job, otherwise, these 5 idiots would not escape death in their hands. What does the decision of the direct superior have to do with me? Moreover, I think they did a good job, so there is no need to punish them, right? Wolei smiled at Lin Li, and then explained, these 4 executives, as well as the 36 legendary guards, were all arranged in advance by Leader Yi. From now on, they are your people. How to arrange, how to punish, how to issue tasks, it is up to you to decide, so this punishment is also up to you. Boy, there are no rules, no circles. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. If you blindly protect your subordinates and avoid punishment, in the end, you will only harm them, and even more so yourself. Yu Wu came to Lin Li's side, patted him on the shoulder, and taught earnestly. Lin Li also understands this truth. The problem is, hey, forget it. Since the Dark Kingdom has its own rules, it is better to follow the rules. After all, I want to mature.
sure, and one day I will carry the existence of the banner of China. Too much pity will only push myself into a place of no return. What punishment would they receive if they followed the laws of the temple? Yu said lightly. The mission failed. Die. Linley is numb. What kind of thing is he going to die? The subordinates who have just arranged to meet are both life and death parting? The law of the temple is like this, so there is only one more, which can be decided by the superiors. Understanding, this so-called temple law is not a beating, it is a pure decoration. In the end, the right to speak still fell to Linley. Wole, I have no experience in this area, can you give me a suggestion? For executives, 100 black sticks, 3 months of subsidy reduction, 36 legendary guards, 50 black sticks, 2 months of subsidy reduction. This should be about the same. Linley nodded. It sounded pretty good. That's it. Okay, then. What is a black stick? Yu explained on the side. It is an iron rod attached to the dark element, which can remove 99% of the defense of the superpower, making its physique no different from ordinary people. In other words, they have to carry 100 iron rods with the physique of ordinary people? Yu and Wole nodded at the same time. Hiss. What should I do if I am still a pervert? I'm willing to accept punishment. The blue-haired executive at the head took the lead in speaking. The rest of the executives and guards shouted one after another. Lin, the decision is yours, add or subtract points as you like. Okay, then I'm not long-winded. Linley took 2 steps forward and said loudly, now release a task. No matter what method you use, pry out the secrets hidden by Huali from these 4 mouths, the task reward, and exempt you from the punishment of failing this mission. If the task still fails, both will be punished. Wole, Yu was stunned. Everyone kneeling on the ground was stunned. Linley is playing well, playing wonderfully, and everyone who plays is croaking. If the mission is successful, no punishment is exempted. If the mission fails, both are punished. Not only does it establish majesty, but it also makes subordinates grateful to themselves. Give you a chance to make up for your mistakes, right? Ha ha ha. I have been in the Dark Kingdom for more than 30 years, and you are still the first person in the way to make up for it. Okay, sure. There is a new idea, not a breaking of the rules. Yu was laughed at by Linley's hand, and patted him on the shoulder with great appreciation. This old thing really doesn't know how strong he is. Are you deaf? What are you doing in a daze? Yu is worthy of being a disciplined elder, and he is rushing to talk and do things. I'll wait. I promise to complete the task. Immediately, everyone got up and dragged the 4 Huali little unlucky bastards away. Severe torture must be indispensable, who told them to offend Linley. However, Linley's move was not entirely for his subordinates. Huali does have too many secrets, too attractive. Especially when it comes to the dark system, Linley must investigate. Lin, let's hurry up and treat it. The matter was perfectly resolved, and only then did Wole remember the purpose of the trip. Yu still has his own business, so he doesn't follow the 2 of them. Entering the treatment center, Linley was stuffed into the instrument and examined properly. It's not a big deal, it's just a burn. A wood-type ability solves it in 2 or 3 hits. Why are those healing instruments all decorations, and in the end, they are not solved by supernatural abilities? After leaving the building, it was getting dark. Linley's stomach had long been gurgling non-stop. Wole wanted to take Linley to the restaurant and have a good meal. As a result, he answered a phone call halfway, claiming that he had something important to deal with. Throw a black card to Linley, called unlimited brushing. Finally, he contacted the blue-haired executive, Ling Xing. Then he turned around and left. Ling Xing rushed over, and there seemed to be bloodstains on his cuffs. What a dedication. Since he just left, this guy must have devoted himself wholeheartedly to the task. Master Lin, I'm sorry, I'm late. Linley hurriedly waved his hand and said helplessly, first of all, you are not late, no need to be sorry. Secondly, you should stop calling me Master Lin, including others, this title is too awkward. I'm particularly easy to dance. Either call me Linley or call me Young Master Lin. Ling Xing nodded very seriously and said, okay, Young Master Lin. Okay, I'm almost hungry, let's go eat. Okay, Young Master Lin. Restaurants in the Dark Kingdom. It's not called a restaurant. It is clearly a small catering city. Hundreds, thousands of restaurants, and specialty snack bars. All kinds of cuisines and tastes. Only if you can't think of it, there is nothing he can't do. Linley was so hungry that he didn't have time to choose at all. Seeing a restaurant, he went straight in. The restaurant service staff did not know Linley, but they knew Ling Xing. Who doesn't know the 24 executives of the Dark Kingdom, and who doesn't? Ling Xing's reputation is second only to the 7 inquisitors. The restaurant owner directly entertained him and arranged the most luxurious and bright private room. All the best and most expensive dishes are all served through. Linley was not polite. The chicken in his left hand and the duck in his right hand swept wildly. Thanks to Ling Xing, if Linley was alone, the restaurant owner would think that he was here to eat the overlord's meal. Ling Xing, can you drink? Ling Xing nodded, but hesitated. Young master, during the mission, we can't drink. This is temple laws? Ling Xing nodded. What bullshit rule? Big night, get off work, it's time to eat and drink. Come, drink with me. Since his superiors have spoken, what else is there to say? He ordered the restaurant service staff
enough to bring 2 bottles of good Julianjai. Poured a glass for Lin Li and a glass for himself. Young master, I respect you. Ling Xing was just about to get up, so he asked Lin Li to press it back. Drink and drink, where is so much etiquette? Cheers. A glass of refreshing wine is delicious. The two chatted while drinking. Through understanding, Ling Xing is 24 years old this year and has been in the Dark Kingdom for 8 years. The current strength level is the 9th level of the high level, ranked first among the 24 executives. Whether it is in terms of appearance, prestige, or momentum, it is second only to Wolei. It's a pity that because Ling Xing's talent is SS-level ice, therefore, it is difficult to reach the height of a judge in this life. This is quite realistic and cruel. The 7 judges are all dark powerhouses, not that Yi Chang and the elders will be partial, but that the dark abilities improve faster and their combat effectiveness is stronger. The leapfrog challenge alone is enough to leave other genera in the dust. The Dark Kingdom has always adhered to the principle that the strong win. The stronger you are, the higher your status. Your cultivation value determines the height you can reach in the Dark Kingdom. Therefore, Lin Li's height in the future will definitely surpass everyone. Yi Chang is no problem. Dong dong dong. The chat between the two was interrupted. The restaurant owner walked in respectfully and said to Ling Xing, Master Ling, Zhu Wu can ask for an audience. What the hell? Pig Wu can, Beiji? Lin Li thought he had drunk too much and had auditory hallucinations. Ling Xing hurriedly explained, Zhu Wuning is the head of the Zhu family in Qingyun City. His strength is average, but he is very rich. Oh, local big households. Lin Li put a piece of meat in his mouth, and the more he chewed, the more wrong it became. Zhu family? How can this be true? Rich? Half the sky in Qingyun City? Lin Li smiled. The road to the enemy is narrow. Tell Zhu Wuning, I'm not free now, if there's anything to talk about tomorrow. Ling Xing's primary goal now is to accompany Lin Li well. What Zhu Zhu's family doesn't look down on at all. Okay sir, it's. Lin Li suddenly spoke, looked at the restaurant owner playfully and said, let him come in, we are not busy. This. The restaurant owner looked at Lin Li, then at Ling Xing, and didn't know what to do for a while. What? My son's words are not good? Ling Xing saw that the restaurant owner was not moving, and his face changed with a squeak. The cold ones are almost frosty. Son, the restaurant owner was shocked. What is the origin of a person who can make the executive respect so much? With today's meal, Ling Xing is just here to serve? No, the little one is damned. The little one doesn't dare not listen to the young master's words. I will ask Zhu Wu to come in. The restaurant owner was frightened into a cold sweat, but fortunately, he was sharp enough to change his attitude immediately and almost didn't kneel down for Lin Li. After he exited the box, Ling Xing asked softly, does young Master Lin know this person? I don't know. Lin Li shook his head, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop raising and said, but I know his family. Don't be impatient. I almost guessed the purpose of his coming to you. The two clinked glasses again and drank it all in one gulp. A good show is about to be staged. I've seen Lord Ling Xing. I'm really sorry to disturb you to eat. At the door, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes bowed 90 degrees and faced Ling Xingdao. Lin Li glanced at it, not like Beiji, thin like a monkey. However, having money is indeed rich. The gold watch, gold necklace, and diamond ring were worn. The whole person is shining, like the most beautiful boy on the street. What's the matter? Tell me. Ling Xing turned around, poured a glass of wine for Lin Li, and said lukewarmly, Puff. Zhu Wuning took 2 steps forward and knelt directly in front of Ling Xing. A handful of snot and tears said, My lord, you have to make the decision for me. My wife and son are all dead. On the train, he was killed by a supernatural person, and there were no bones left. Whoa woo. It's a big old man, and it's a miserable thing to cry. It's just that these tears are too fake. I can't see the true feelings at all. Superpowers? Killed your family on the train? Do you know the identity of the other party? Zhu Wuning shook his head and said, I don't know, but I have investigated roughly. This person is 18 or 19 years old, dark ability. After killing my family, he was hijacked by a group of unknown forces. It seems that a conflict has broken out. As for where he ended up, I haven't investigated it clearly yet. 18 or 19 years old, dark abilities, by unknown forces. Ling Xing's eyes widened and he turned his head to look at Lin Li. Okay, it's sure. The murderer is right in front of you. Because at this moment, Lin Li was smiling evilly and his eyes were full of jokes and murderous intent. Zhu family head, then how do you want Ling Xing to make the decision for you? May I ask who you are? Zhu Wuning had never seen Lin Li, but he could stay with Ling Xing, and his identity was not shallow. This is my son, surnamed Lin. Oh, I've seen young Master Lin, but just now the villain was too abrupt and forgot to salute young Master Lin. Zhu Wuning hurriedly got up and bowed to Lin Li. Young Master Lin, if you can make the decision for me, the villain will definitely give me a generous gift. Hee, how to make the main law? You haven't said it yet. I just ask young Master Lin to order to capture that person with special abilities, whether he is alive or dead. As long as he is handed over to the villain, 100 elements will crystallize, and he will definitely give it to him with both hands. Good guy, 100 elements crystallized. How much is it worth? Lin Li smiled more and more, and gave Ling Xing a look on the side. The latter understood and laughed lightly. Patriarch Zhu, we young Master Lin are
in charge of this matter. But this generous gift, young Master Lin has always been straightforward and doesn't want to be dragged out. Xu Wu was so good that he instantly understood what it meant. Pay first and then do things. Where are the people? The villain understands, young Master Lin, there are more than 100 crystals in this space ring, hundreds of millions of blue coins, and a few treasures. Just consider it my filial piety to you. Give the villain a little more time, and I will go back to prepare for the hard work. Linley was not polite, took the space ring and blew it. The appearance was not bad. It's much better than the black quaint ring on your hand. Okay, see your sincerity, I will accept the gift. As for this matter, I have already done it. Here, Don. Xu Wu didn't understand what it meant. Didn't he order to arrest people yet? Your so-called murderer is me. Linley held his chin and looked at Beiji jokingly. Xu Wunan was stunned. Is the murderer the big Buddha in front of him? According to what you said, I have brought myself. Then, hurry up and prepare. Why? Xu Wuning's eyes became more and more frightened and desperate. He would never have thought that the murderer of his wife and children would already be standing in front of him. However, I am still so powerless and inactive. Because they want to kill me, I kill them. It's that simple. Linley was calm and uneventful. It seems that killing people is very ordinary for me now, without any pressure. Ling Xing on the side cast an appreciative and reverent gaze. In his heart, the legend of the dark world should be like this. Kill decisively. Those who provoke themselves or block themselves must be eliminated. Patriarch Xu, do you have anything else to say? Ling Xing didn't want this guy to waste Lin Li's time anymore. No, there's nothing more to say. Thank you, young Master Lin. The second half of the sentence was completely squeezed out by gritting his teeth. If you kill your wife and children, you have to give gifts to others. Bai Gong is like a beast, not daring to squeak, not daring to refute. Xu Wuneng is called a hatred in his heart. Unconsciously, a wisp of murderous intent penetrated out, and the two people present clearly sensed it. Lin Li shook his wineglass, and Ling Xing nodded slightly. Xu Wuneng stood up tremblingly, bowed again, and prepared to leave the box. Put! The sound of misery resounded throughout the restaurant. A thick and long ice spike pierced Xu Wuning's chest, and then, the power of extreme cold spread rapidly. In just 5 seconds, this person was frozen into an ice sculpture. It was Ling Xing's hand. Although Lin Li didn't speak, his eyes and expression were obviously acquiescing to the matter. Those who threaten themselves must be dealt with. The restaurant owner hurried upstairs when he heard the sound, and when he saw Xu Wuneng dying tragically, his face turned white. With a pop, he knelt outside the door. Ha! Young Master Lin, this person has nothing to do with my Long Layla. I didn't know that he would do something to anger the young master, and ask the young master to atone for his sins. Lin Li thought to himself, what is wrong with this group of people? What era is it? Kneel down at every turn. It is said that men have gold under their knees, and the gold of this group of people is turned into dung? This matter has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and clean up these dishes. It's cold. Lin Li continued to drink, and the boss outside the door hurriedly took the service staff to dispose of the ice sculpture. The dishes on the table were also replaced. Today there is wine, and today I am drunk. Since Luo Hontian left, Lin Li has never been drunk happily. Tonight, Lin Li drank happily and got drunk. It seems that Ling Xing is also drunk. Anyway, I don't know who was carried away in the end. When I woke up, the sun rose 3 poles. On Noda's luxurious double bed, Lin Li got up in a daze. This sleep is so comfortable, sleeps so peacefully, sleeps so coolly. Well, cool, where's my clothes? Lin Li hurriedly grabbed the quilt and covered the exposed key parts. Damn it, went into the water last night? Or is it an opportunity for people to take advantage of? 18 years of guarding like jade, a drink, drunk? Dong dong dong. Young Master Lin, are you awake? A soft, waxy, and pleasant voice came from outside the door. Lin Li panicked even more. Are there any girls here? It won't be. No, not. I didn't wake up. When people are nervous, their IQ will plummet. Lin Li is currently this virtue. No one still squeaks? Young Master Lin, I'm here to deliver clothes and lunch to you. If you're inconvenient, then I'll put it outside the door. Ha! Send warmth. Bah, did you send clothes? That, then come in, don't peek. Okay, young Master Lin. As the golden double doors were pushed open, a beautiful figure pushed the dining car in. A long black dress, a bit dark style, a very good figure, no good looks. Belch. It looks like a squire. Not like that. Young master, lunch is on the table for you, and Master Wolei's special costume for you is also here. If you need anything, you can tell me at any time. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Li was like a little daughter-in-law, curled up in the quilt for fear of exposing something. After the waiter left, Lin Li hurriedly got out of bed, changed into the so-called special costume. Looking in the mirror, it's so cool. The inside is a black kaftan with a very strange pattern, and the outside is a black loose trench coat, which is particularly smooth and feeling. There is a cape hidden in the collar, which can be taken out at any time to cover the face. Black trousers and black boots on the lower body. Anyway, they are all black. There is also a demon pattern engraved on the back, which is exactly what Lin Li wants. However, there is something strange. Lin Li slipped around in the Dark Kingdom yesterday and had never seen the same style. Even the same kind has never appeared. Whether it is the
members of the organization, the teachers and students of the college, and the senior management, they are all ordinary black uniforms and cloaks, without any patterns? A little weird. After the simple meal, Linley went out of the room, curiously wandered around the villa. During this period, I met more than a dozen young and beautiful young ladies. It's all Linley's, ******. Bah! They are all Linley's attendants and are responsible for taking care of daily life. In other words, this big villa will be exclusive to Linley from now on. 3 minutes later. What a fucking regret. How can that broken Saint Emperor compare to the Dark Kingdom? A villa, an apartment, a young lady, an old bachelor. One is admired, and the other is looked down upon. Just a choice, life and the road have ushered in earth-shaking changes. Young master, Ling Xing is here. A very kawaii waiter lady reminded. Linley returned to the living room and happened to meet Ling Xing, who was rushing over. Young master, how are you doing, body? Linley scratched his head and said, it's good. Why do you ask like that? Ling Xing smashed his tongue and sighed. Because you drank too much last night. Your physical condition was not very good, and you vomited all the way. So your subordinates asked someone to change your clothes. Changed clothes? Where to put it aside? Lost it? And who asked me to change my clothes? Male or female? Do I have that casual? It's okay if you're okay. This time I came, and my subordinates reported 2 things. First of all, the task you assigned has been completed, and the 4 people have all explained Huali's secrets. Over the years, Huali has indeed been sheltering the Dark System superpowers behind his back and has mastered the training methods of the Dark System. Its Dean Huang Feihuan also has dealings with the Demonic Legion, as if they have reached some kind of cooperative relationship, and the specific content of the cooperation is unknown. In addition, according to inaccurate information, Huali is plotting something that is enough to threaten the entire Shenzhou continent. Whether to continue to investigate this point is up to you to decide. No, I can't control what Huali wants to do, at least I can't control it now. Ling Xing nodded and continued. The second thing is the Elder's arrangement for you. What is the arrangement for me? What arrangement? Linley picked up the apple and took a bite. It was very sweet and crispy. The elders have already said hello to the Dark Academy, and from tomorrow, you can continue to go to school and continue your studies. Oh, what else should I do? No problem. And that's who you are. From now on, he officially assumed the position of Holy Lord of the Dark Kingdom. Poof. Just took a sip of tea and sprayed it clean. Holy Lord? I'm still a Valen. What is this secondary school title? Cooperate with your own Sombra Legion? What the hell is this Holy Lord? What do you care about? I don't care about anything, and I can take care of everything. The Holy Lord is a symbol of the strongest of the Dark System, and it is also a symbol of our Dark Kingdom to the pinnacle of mankind. But the poor Taoist is uneducated, and he can go all over the world in one sentence. To put it simply, it is mascot. Hey, whatever, it's just a title. Young master, Master Wolei is here. The sweet and pleasant voice sounded again, and then Wolei walked in. When Ling Xing saw Wolei, a strange emotion obviously flashed in his eyes, and he bowed slightly and said, I have seen Lord Wolei. Wolei waved his hand and signaled to be excused. Lord, Holy Lord, are you still used to living? Don't call me the Holy Lord. It's too. Call me Linley. Ha, classmate Lin, I heard that the Zhu family is in trouble with you. Trouble me? Linley smiled. His expression was disdainful. It's really a bit troublesome. You have to see blood after a meal, which affects your appetite. Ling Xing, in such a situation, I don't want classmate Lin to be infected again. Any risk factor, the Dark Kingdom is not allowed to appear next to classmate Lin. Ling Xing, remember. Hey, okay, no, you blindly make a greenhouse for me. It will only affect my growth rate. I like challenges and blood. Hardy battles are the fastest way to stimulate potential and improve strength. There was a knock on the door. The 2 people around him agreed one after another. If it weren't for those 5 unlucky guys chasing Linley would not have been able to awaken the power of casting. Especially later, under the cycle of continuous consumption and recovery, the ability was improved again. At present, the 6th elemental star has been lit. The first level of 10 levels is just around the corner. Since Lin said this, then, exam in 3 days. Exam? Aren't I still in school? You even arranged the exam? The corners of Lin Li's mouth twitched slightly, always feeling trapped. Walla smiled elegantly and said, Lin, you misunderstood. This exam is not for you, but it happened to meet. First-year students will take this exam. Oh, I see. What to test? Test strength. Lin Li suddenly became interested. Test strength? Don't say that you have confidence. It's okay to emerge. Slow down. The content of the exam is very simple. Fight with a high-level superpower. The longer you persist, the higher your grades. Sounds quite simple, but Lin Li is very clear. The first level fights the higher level. Pure and injustice. Hua Li's high-level superpowers, he knows too well what level of strength he is. Lin Li almost ascended to the throne. The examiner sent by this Dark Academy may be strong. Fortunately, there is no danger. Okay, I know, I will take the exam on time in 3 days. While it's still early, how about I take you to the Dark Academy? Okay, I'm worried about having nowhere to go. Thereupon, a group of 3 people
people left the villa. At some point, a luxury reception car was parked at the door. Ling Xing drove himself and the two sat in the back of the car, chatting and enjoying the scenery. In the eyes of the decent people of the ability world, the Dark Kingdom is a place of sin, dirt, and evil. In fact, it's all about pulling calves. That group of self-righteous idiots always thought that the 6 universities were so powerful and just. In fact, they are all frogs at the bottom of the well, hypocrites. In terms of strength, there are at least 30 super-level powerhouses in the Dark Kingdom, mainly fighting in the north, leading hundreds of small organizations, guarding the border area for many years. There has never been a mistake. In terms of quality, the Dark Kingdom is a hero based on strength. No matter what talent you are, what genus, except legend, as long as you are strong enough, you will win the respect of thousands of colleagues. It's not like the Holy Emperor, who looks down on this and that. I ate and supported myself all day long, but instead of practicing well, I actually studied some careful thoughts. An hour later, the 3 arrived at the Dark Academy. It's very fancy. 9 cupolas are located in front of the academy. What is depicted on it is all fierce beasts. From left to right, in order: Xiangqi, Taodai, Chaos, Shangwu, Golden Lion, Kuinyo, Fire Chi, Dragon Whale, Gale. In fact, Lin Li didn't know the following, and it all depended on Wolei's explanation. The carved one is called lifelike, and the cost is definitely not cheap. I've seen Master Wolei, Master Lingxing. Several students in uniform saluted in turn after seeing the 3. Wait until Lin Li gets stuck. That look was like a neon light, flickering back and forth. Doubts, ignorance, anticipation, excitement, shock, completely hairy. Lin Idol? Lin Li was shocked and thought to himself, what is this called? That's right, it's Lin Idol. Call the Holy Lord, idiot. Holy Lord? Lin Idol really represents a legend. Get up, you're blocking my sight. The more several students spoke, the more outrageous they became, and finally simply surrounded Lin Li for autographs. Presumptuous, did the rules of the Dark Kingdom tell you to eat bibimbap? Ling Xing took a step forward, and the power of extreme cold instantly forced several people back. Wolei's expression also seemed to be cold. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the behavior of several people. My lord, forgive me, we know we were wrong. The 6 students straightened their bodies and stood in line like children who had made mistakes. Bow your head and keep praying to admit your mistake. Lin Li frowned, as if he had overreacted, right? After all, it is my own little red fan, and the requirements cannot be too harsh. Okay Ling Xing, they are all students, there is no need to be serious. A few classmates, Lin Li, will be an ordinary student of the Dark Academy from now on. Take the time, you can communicate, let's put the idle matter first. The 6 students looked at each other with happy faces. They all said yes. Lin Idol, I'm going to challenge you. A roar resounded half the sky. Everyone present sensed that a violent ability was coming here. Shi Binbin, you are too presumptuous. Seeing the comber, Lin Li's first reaction was, Junior Brother Sha? The big Buddha beads on his chest, with an explosive head on his head, a hawthorn beard under his head, and a body full of tendons. The face looks quite easygoing, but the momentum on his body is as arrogant as a cow. That's not the point. The point is that this guy is really carrying a crescent shovel in his hand. It resembles Junior Brother Sha's demon-subduing scepter. I thought it was cosplay if I didn't know. Ling Xing saw the comber and shouted angrily. The cold power gathered in the palm of his hand, and a blue long sword instantly emerged. Wait, let me meet him. Lin Li stopped Ling Xing, and a dark long sword was gathered in his hand. With all his might, he rushed out directly. Intermediate level 2 superpowers cannot perceive elemental genera. 80% of them are special types of super energy systems. Lin Li happened to want to test his current strength. Didn't this sandbag come to the door? Ling Xing saw Lin Li rushing out and was overwhelmed by fright. Wolei on the side was also ready to shoot at all times. Strong man, eat my sword. Then I'm welcome, idle. Demon shovel. The 2 figures hit together. Violent dark energy overflowed, engulfing the surrounding light and the ground. As a result, the center of the battle was dark. No one can see this specific situation. 5 seconds later, Lin Li's figure flew out backwards. The dark long sword in his hand was shattered, and the tiger's mouth was shaken a little cracked. Damn, careless. It turned out to be a strength type ability. After stabilizing his figure, Lin Li secretly scolded himself for being too reckless. At the moment of the battle, the opponent's strength soared, causing a crushing momentum. Fortunately, Lin Li reacted in time, and the dark barrier protected him in front of him. It's not a big deal. Young master, are you okay? Ling Xing teleported over and asked with concern. I'm fine, this strong man is a bit interesting. The battle is not over yet. No one is allowed to interfere. But, before Ling Xing finished speaking, Lin Li rushed out again. This time Lin Li was serious. The skill of dark cutting was adapted, causing the black long sword to be extremely sharp, and its strength was several times stronger than before. Strong man. Again. Come again. The 2 figures collided again. This time, a ring shock wave was directly formed, shaking a distance of 100 meters. At the very center of the battle between the 2, there were ripples in the space, floating like ripples, wisps of smoke. Good strength. Take another blow from
from me. Seeing that the attacks of the two sides were deadlocked, Linley released his ability again, crazy pouring into the dark long sword. This blow is only the strongest. The violent explosion lifted the two away, and Linley twisted his body in the air and landed smoothly. Junior brother Shaw was not so lucky. Most of the impact was on his side, causing him to fly backwards for tens of meters and fall heavily to the ground. The crescent shovel in his hand was even more detached, making a crisp sound. Not far away, Ling Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Wole reset his arm behind him, looking very appreciative. The young master is really a god. With only the 9th level of the initial level, he defeated Qi Binbin, who was even comparable to the 3rd level of the middle level. Ling Xing leaned over to Linley and began to slap his beard. The students gathered around also applauded warmly and shouted in unison. Okay, who said I won? 1 win and 1 loss, only a draw. Linley is not modest, but a fact. If it is a real battlefield, how can the enemy leave itself a chance to be reckless? I'm afraid it's not the first time I've fought, so I'll put myself to death. Even if this second blow is slightly better, it cannot prove that it is better than others. The black mist enveloped his whole body, and Linley disappeared in place, appearing in front of junior brother Shaw. Strong man, this battle is a draw. Your strength is very good. Linley stretched out a hand and said very friendly and appreciatively. Qi Binbin obviously didn't expect Linley to be so magnanimous. If he were someone else, he would have shown off and said that he had one, right? Idol Lin, you are really my idol. The strong man grabbed the other party with one hand and got up. Looking at Linley, it was called excitement. I'm just an ordinary student, don't call me an idol, call me Linley or Lin classmate. Okay, Lin idol. Whatever. The episode ends. Qi Binbin was reprimanded by Ling Xing. In the end, he provoked a brawl in public and punished him with 30 black sticks. This is still for Linley's face. Otherwise, at least 100 black sticks. Qi Binbin didn't say much, as if he was used to it, and left the gate of the academy in a daze. Don't forget to give a flattering glance before leaving. I almost didn't make Linley sick. After questioning, I found out. Qi Binbin is a student in Class E of the 4th grade. What is Class E? The Dark Academy named its classes after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. They are A, B, C, D, E, G, Gung, Xan, Ren, Gui, Zi, Zhou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Xin, Yu, Su, Hai. There are a total of 22 classes with 50 students in each class. There are 6 grades in total. That is, many students. Qi Binbin's class is quite high, which proves that his talent is quite good. A-level superpower, power burst type ability. Roughly, at a certain moment of battle, 10 times or 100 times the power erupted. To say that it is perverted is also perverted, and to say that it is really average. Invincible in melee combat. Remote garbage. Isn't it just now? The first time I met Linley, I suffered a big loss. The second time they fought, the opponent's skill CD should not have arrived yet, so it was blown out. This person's personality is like this: reckless, straightforward, reckless, and pursues the ultimate in strength. Especially after hearing about Linley's SSS-level Dark talent, he had long wanted to fight with it. No, I happened to meet Linley. You have to make a gesture twice to say anything. Young master, don't disturb your interest because of that fool. Let's continue to visit. Yes, Lin, it's still early. We still have to meet someone. See a person? Who is it? The Dean of the Dark Academy. Yi Kongshan. Dong dong dong. Is Dean Yi here? I'm Lo Lei. The black office door was knocked, and Linley and the 3 of them stood outside the door, quietly waiting for a reply. Finally, 3 seconds later, an old voice came. Come in, kids. Wole pushed open the door and walked in respectfully. As soon as Linley entered the office, he was shocked by the architectural style. It's all black. The walls are black, the ceiling is black, the floor is black, the tables, chairs and benches are black, everything is black. Except for the lights and the old man. Not far away, behind a huge desk, sat an old man with gray hair. How can you be 60 or 70 years old? At this moment, he was staring at Linley kindly. Child, you're finally here. Hello, Dean Yi. Linley bowed slightly. For this person, he sincerely admired him. On the way here, Wole has already introduced it roughly. Yi Kongshan, the founder of the Dark Kingdom, Yi Cheng's grandfather. Strength unknown, ability unknown. He has been the president of the Dark Academy for more than 10 years. Don't look at the status as inferior to Yi Cheng, but in terms of prestige and right to speak, he is definitely the first person in the Dark Kingdom. Child, come here. Yi Kongshan's kind smile was still on his face, and several people watching were inexplicably relieved. Linley raised his head and walked over. There is no nervousness, no fear, and no suspicion. Far from the negative emotions held when facing Sun Wuku's group of old things. When Linley walked closer, Yi Kongshan looked at it very carefully. Immediately, he held his arm again and looked at his palm. Why is this style so similar to fortune-telling? Child, overall, you're pretty good. Your qualifications are worthy of being the strongest of the human race, and you have awakened the power of the origin with your primary ability. But, your heart is not enough, and you need to sharpen it. The dark origin is too powerful, and it has gradually affected your mind. Yi Kongshan's analysis of Linley's current situation is called a thorough one. Indeed, Indeed, Linley himself could also perceive that since he left the Holy Emperor, his temperament has changed qualitatively. To put it nicely, it is called decisive, realistic, cruel. To put it more ugly, it is called tyranny, bloodthirsty, ruthless, and murderous. The dark system represents power, not evil. It is right to kill and do what needs to be done. But you can't be too casual. If it continues like this, one day, Linley will become addicted to killing and become a demon in the true sense. Dean Yi, what should I do? Ha ha. Dean Yi was called by an outsider, and it sounded too rusty. You and Xiao Cheng are brothers. What should you call it? Linley smiled embarrassedly and said, Grandpa Yi. Ha ha ha. That's right. The things of the mind need to be honed. Go out to see the world more, experience more things, and you will naturally be much more stable. Of course, there is also a way to treat the symptoms, to find the meditation stone. Transform it into a meditation necklace that will help you suppress the side effects of the dark powers. Meditation stone? Belch. I've never heard of it. Old Dean Yi, could this meditation stone be in the extreme northern beast domain? Wolei's eyes were solemn and he asked uncertainly. That's right. It is the crystal in the extreme northern beast domain, the depths of the abyss. His far north beast domain? Return to the abyss? Linley, I've never heard of it. The extreme northern beast domain is clear, but what is the so-called abyss? The name sounds dangerous. Take a look at the expressions of Wolei and Ling Xing. Absolutely not a good place. Grandpa Yi, is this Mingyuan dangerous? Yi Kongxing nodded. The two of them were like an engine, swinging up and down like crazy. The spiritual guy called the insider when he saw it. The underworld abyss is located in the very center of the extreme northern beast domain, thousands of miles long, spanning dozens of miles. The depth is as high as 10,000 meters. At its bottom, it was like an abyss prison. The living beings were silent, and everything was in the sky. Rumor has it that there was once a holy order beast stationed there, with monstrous strength that could destroy the heavens and the earth. If you want to get this meditation stone, it is not an easy task. Linley was dumbfounded. Holy steps, strange beasts? Humans haven't been involved in that level yet, so ask yourself a little party to deliver? Little old man, you drop, it's very bad. Silly boy, I didn't tell you to go now. At your own practice speed, you can reach the realm of super level in up to 8 years. At that time, will it be difficult to resist the holy order beast? 8 years? Don't you look down on people? Linley said, at most, 5 years. Thank you Grandpa Yi for your guidance. When I step into the realm of super level, I will go to the abyss and get the meditation stone. Wolei and Ling Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Linley is not reckless. Okay kid, let's talk about it here today. Old man, it's time to go and rest. Then I'll visit Grandpa Yi another day. Okay. Old man, I won't be bored in the future. Ha ha ha. The most important thing has been done. Wolei took Linley around the academy again. Should I say it, there are so many beauties in this place. Universal dark style. It is very much in line with Linley's appetite. The sky is getting darker, and it's dinner time again. This time, Linley put forward an idea. Gather 36 legendary guards, as well as the remaining 3 executives, for a meal together. After all, he is a subordinate, and when he first comes into contact, he has to get closer. Linley's character is like this. Those who belong to me will not be treated badly. Moreover, what Linley lacks most now is money. How much can you consume on a meal? It turned out to be true. 660,000. Linley held a big grass. Damn, one meal killed my previous small goal. But whether it should be said or not, this meal is indeed very good. Not only the dishes, but also let Linley get a general idea of his subordinates. 36 legendary guards are all male. They are not very old, in their 20s or 30s. The talent is average, not very top, and not very crotch-pulling. The average strength is intermediate level 9. The strongest is the 4th level of the highest level. The 4 executives, Ling Xing needless to say. The other 3 are Quan Jia, Long Cheng, and Xiaoyi. Quan Jia is a woman, Long Cheng is a man, and Xiaoyi is a man. Not to mention the appearance, the strength is all high level 8. To be honest, Linley felt that Ji Chang was making a big fuss. So many strong people revolve around themselves, it's too wasteful. Is it good for the executive to use only Ling Xing? And the more than 30 guards. I heard that they were carefully selected loyal people from the Dark Corps. It's a bit of Deadpool's meaning. As long as Linley gives an order, this group of people will not hesitate to give their lives. It's a bit exaggerated. Linley couldn't do that. Anyway, the Dark Kingdom has invested a lot of capital, and it is bound to cultivate Linley to become the first person in the dark. In the evening, Linley returned to the villa and took a bath as usual. Several waiters volunteered to serve. I almost went into the bathroom. Frightened, Linley hurriedly stopped it and made a rule. No one is allowed to break into the bedroom without their permission. No matter how beautiful it is, it can't be done. Carrot. Our Linley is disciplined. I love you walking alone in a dark alley. I love you like not a ghost. The mobile phone rang, and it was the little fat man Ma Hongi called. Hello, Hongi, how have you been lately? Has your strength improved again? Brotherly, I'll talk about this later. You're wanted. Wanted? Who is wanted? The 6 universities are jointly wanted, and the reward amount is as high as 300 300 million. 300 million. Are they so rich that they panic? What is the wanted charge? Bang! Many, defect from the Holy Emperor and willingly fall into the Dark Kingdom. Cooperate with Yi Chengli to destroy various building facilities in the courtyard. Brutally killed classmate Zhang Qi and severely damaged teacher Zhang Wan. Designed to persecute 6 Huali teachers and 1 Huali student. There are many more, a total of 21 crimes. The little fat man couldn't read it anymore. Linley couldn't listen anymore. If you make it up, add a piece of what you didn't make up. It's enough for Linley to die several times. Oh, that group of garbage really knows how to play. 300 million want my Linley, isn't it less? Brotherly, in fact, you don't have to worry too much. I heard that Wang Gang, the dean of Shenghui Academy, is coming forward to say good things for you. My father and senior sister Lu Qingyan have also been discussing with old man Sun these days, and I believe that there will be results soon. Linley was not surprised that Wang Gang would come forward to say good things for him. What else can it be? It must be Xiaoyao's request. This girl has already stepped into the supernatural world, and she must know a lot about her rumors. However, with Wang Gang alone, I am afraid it will be difficult to prevent the spread of the situation. Honey, don't let your godfather interfere in this matter. In this situation at the moment, Shangyu and Huali are determined to get rid of me. If the Titan Guild blindly intervenes, it is likely to set themselves on fire in the end. I did kill someone, so whether I was wanted or not was the same for me. That group of idiots, no matter what ability you have, I, Linley, will definitely accompany you to the end. The little fat man was silent for a while, as if he had made up his mind and said, Brotherly, I'm going to drop out of school. Since you left, I have also seen this so-called human nature clearly. Boom. Too dirty, too hypocritical. My father is right. The guild is much cleaner than the academy. Old man's son is not a thing at all. I plan to go back to the Titan Guild. Linley's eyes drifted a little, and he seemed to be sympathetic. Honey, no matter what you do, my brother will support you, but you must think carefully and don't make a decision that you regret. Don't worry, brotherly, I will weigh the trade-offs. For the next 20 minutes, the two chatted about their daily lives. There is not much mention of Lu Qingyu. It's just the same practice as always, just going to class. After hanging up the phone, Linley came to the window. There was silence for a long time. In just 1 month, so many things have happened. From now on, Linley will be completely on the opposite side of the supernatural world. It cannot be said that it is a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts and beats, and it can be regarded as a decent public enemy. Oh, so what? I, Linley, only live for myself, the so-called enemies. Let's all go to hell. The next morning, the soft voice woke Linley up. This is called bed service. Breakfast and costumes have been prepared. Today is the first day of officially joining the Diablo Academy. Ling Xing had been waiting in the living room for a long time. This guy is becoming more and more like a male secretary. He is handsome and caring. He will arrange all of Lin Li's itinerary properly. In addition, he is also a qualified bodyguard. Since the last time Qi Binbin's incident happened, Ling Xing no longer dared to let anyone contact Linley for fear of making some more trouble. After saying goodbye to the waiters, Linley got into the car and went to the Dark Academy. Ling Xing is also rude enough. He drove the car directly into the academy and walked all the way to see the flowers, which made Lin Li's blood boil. Why is it so white, so thin, and so long? Why is it so dark, so short? So, I digress. Not only Linley was looking at them, but they were also paying attention to Linley. Since the establishment of the Dark Academy, except for the principal and leader level figures, who has the qualifications to drive the car in. Because Linley's appearance could not be seen clearly through the glass, the students on campus talked a lot. They are all guessing which big man has come to the academy. Finally, Ling Xing stopped the car. It means that Class A of the first grade has arrived. Originally, according to Wolei's idea, Linley was divided separately. The hospital sent 3 dark teachers from Xi'an to provide one-on-one tutoring. As a result, Linley gave a ruthless whistle. Pure joke. What are you doing to go to school? It's here to relax, to sleep, and to pick up girls. You have a one-on-one tutoring, and your buddy doesn't even have a chance to skip class. Then there is still a fart in school? Practice is practice. Learning is learning. Relaxation is relaxation. Be serious when you should be serious, and talk nonsense when you should be nonsense. If serious and nonsense are confused, wouldn't life be missing a big meaning? People say that the happiest thing in a lifetime is drought meets sweet rain, foreign land meets old acquaintances, bridal chamber candle, night, gold list is inscribed, promotion and promotion are promoted, wealth is coming, family and physical health, enjoy family days. But in Lin Li's view, it is all unrealistic. Oh, Lin is in Class A of the first grade. It is really an honor for me. Please come in. As soon as he got out of the car, a middle-aged man with a slightly wider body and a rounder body greeted him. Holding Lin Li's hands tightly, they shook hard. That look was even more excited than seeing his own father. You are my homeroom teacher, Bai Ligua, teacher Bai? Lin Li looked embarrassed and glanced at Ling Xing. The latter also shrugged helplessly, saying that it had nothing to do with him, it was not arranged by him. That's right, yes, oh, it's really an honor to make Lin worry, I've arranged your seat, please come with me. Bai Ligua can be regarded
regarded as letting go of Linley and taking him into the so-called classroom. The classrooms in the Dark Academy are relatively simple. It's just that, covered with jade tiles, inlaid with white gold surface, backed by luxurious chairs, and overhead with a diamond hall. Covering an area of thousands of square meters, the high platform sits in the middle, the crystal is taken casually, and the beauty is pulled casually. It's just average. Linley's seat was seated in the last row. It doesn't mean anything else, just because it is the most comfortable and has the widest view. At this moment, many students have entered the class one after another. Well, the average strength of first-grade students is above the 6th level of the beginner level. I don't know how many times stronger than the first grade of the Holy Emperor. However, it may also be because of the Dark system. Of the 50 classmates, there are roughly 20 of the Diablo system. Of course, the talent is not too high. For the Dark system, B level and above are considered talented. A class is enough to step into the forefront. S class is hard to come by, scarce to the extreme. SS class has no at all except for Yi Chang. Today suddenly came to the SSS level, and all the little red fans were boiling for a while. A dozen fanatics swarmed up trying to get close to Linley. Ling Xing passed with a look, and the audience was silent. Ahem, I know, you are very excited about Lin's joining, but the college has the rules of the college. Sit back for me honestly and prepare for class. The white fruit is inflamed. The 3 words class teacher are vividly displayed. A dozen little red fans returned to their seats honestly. As for the other students, some of them looked forward to it, some were excited, some were envied, and some were in reverence, and more, eager. Linley clearly sensed that a strong fighting spirit was approaching him. That person is? Xiaojie, take back your fighting spirit. Ling Xing took a step forward, and the extremely cold air swept through the entire classroom. Everyone present, including Bai Ligua, couldn't help but shiver. Just the momentum emitted can affect the surrounding temperature. The high-level powerhouse is really terrifying. Ling Xing, understood, young master. Ling Xing hurriedly retracted his momentum and stepped aside. What the? When I see a strong person, I just want to compete. This is not only a kind of courage, but also a kind of respect. Respect for Linley. Classmate, your strength is very good. You can compete with each other after class. Linley turned his gaze to Xiaojie, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. This person is of the same family as Linley, and he is of the same rank. Since stepping into this classroom, the fighting spirit has not diminished. Lin, it's a deal. Xiaojie got up from the first row of luxury chairs and looked at Linley with burning eyes. This person is very tall, about 1.9 meters. The short red hair on the top of the head looks like an intangible cultural heritage that has disappeared for a long time. Great non-mainstream children. The appearance is average, but the momentum is online. Especially the raging fighting spirit made Linley appreciate it very much. Challenges are much more useful than blind worship. Seeing the end of the conversation between the two, Bai Ligua hurriedly interjected that it's time for class. Everyone goes back to their seats and sits down. Before class, how about asking Lin to introduce himself briefly? Good. Nearly 50 students shouted in unison, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This style made Linley feel embarrassed. Lin, please. Bai Ligua pointed to the high platform and motioned for Linley to go up. To be honest, Linley is quite disgusted by such a thing as introducing himself, especially during the opening season of junior and senior high school. It is called an embarrassment. However, the situation is different now. The audience is all their own little fans, and it seems that they can't get away without saying a word. After getting on the podium, Linley fiddled with the microphone. Hey, can you hear me? I can hear. Good guy. This shout almost didn't send Linley away. Hello everyone, my name is Linley, and I am 18 years old this year. Needless to say, my life goal is very simple. Climb to the top and eradicate everything that stands in my way. Strictly speaking, I am now a wanted criminal, and just yesterday, the 6 universities jointly issued a bounty order. My head is worth 300 million, because I, Linley, kill people, set fires, and do all kinds of evil. But I feel very proud, and happy. People say that I am bloodthirsty and cruel, and I have no humanity. It's good. It's much better than practicing those false and bright. I don't care about irony, contempt, hatred. This world is a world dominated by the strong. One day, I will let that group of idiots experience a handful of pain dominated by darkness. I, Linley, from now on, only for the Diablo. Papa. The applause like a tide drowned Linley. This scene, it was 100 times more shocking than Xingyu's speech. Many people in the audience were touched by Linley's words. Isn't this what happened to this group of people? Just because of the awakening of the dark ability, he has been looked down upon and spurned since then. If it weren't for the Dark Kingdom's acceptance, how many people would gradually lose themselves in hatred and embark on a road of no return? However, Linley's experience is the most typical. Through the Holy Emperor, we can recognize the facts, see human nature, and clarify the future. Lin said, great. How do you say a sentence? Righteousness is often a dog butcher, and most of the hearts are scholars. What are the 6 colleges? They are just a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, unable to distinguish the facts and the reason. What happened to the Diablo system? The Dark
system is the strongest genus. It is the representative of the strength of the supernatural world and even the entire Shenzhou continent. Since that group of garbage looks down on us, let's give them some color to see, teach them to recognize some reality, and recognize that strength is the only criterion for testing the truth. After listening to Bai Ligua's words, Lin Li called the insider. This brainwashing method is second only to himself. Nearly 50 students boiled again. This is a visual sense. Properly the leader of the pyramid scheme. Next, there is nothing about Lin Li. Sitting back in his seat, Ling Xing replaced the waiter. This is aggrieved. Finally got the opportunity to stick to a big household, but it was taken away. No way. Who makes people the executive? This class is a basic cultural tutoring class. Abbreviation. Brainwashing class. Lectured by the head teacher Bai Ligua. More than an hour of brainwashing. Lin Li was about to vomit. What's wrong with Diablo Academy? Is this kind of curriculum set up to maintain the negative emotions in the students' hearts? There's no need for that, right? After thinking about it, it seems that there is really a need for that, because the Dark Kingdom practices a class system. This system can be called backward, but it is very practical. The times have changed, and beauty, equality, have long been in vain. At present, what the mainland of China maintains is nothing more than a false basic order. There is no practicality to speak of. It's like Lin Li killing someone on the train. Who will care? Will the supernatural world manage? That is also in view of Lin Li's identity. If it were other superpowers, this matter would never spread. Because people with special abilities are much more important than ordinary people. Returning to the topic, the reason why the Dark Kingdom brainwashed the students. In order to cultivate obedient and cold-blooded killers, warriors. If you are strong and talented, you will naturally be subject to low restrictions. If you are weak and have low talent, you can only become a grassroots warrior. Jingle bell. The bell rang after class, and Lin Li stretched. The brainwashing course is over. After a short rest, the next step is the practical guidance class. This course is the most interesting and practical. However, before that, Lin Li needs to solve one thing. Lin, let's go. Okay, satisfy your desire to fight. Lin, please teach me. Xiaojia waved his hands, and two long swords converged by dark energy came out. One hand in front, the other in the back. With a force under his feet, he rushed out with a bang. Lin Li stood silently and had to admit it. But, no matter how high you are, can you surpass yourself? Don't say I bully you. Shadow Legion, give him some color and see. I don't know where this habit of snapping my fingers came from. Based on Lin Li's feat, the ground within a radius of 10 meters was shrouded in darkness. One after another, strange, unconscious, and appearanceless demons emerged from the ground, shocking the audience. What is that? Is Hayashi Idol a demon summoned from hell? I think it's more like the devil, so pure dark power. When will the dark system be able to summon demons? The melon-eating masses 100 meters away were talking about it, and the appearance of the devil was very novel. However, at this moment, Xiaojia had already fought with the demons. The twin swords kept waving in his hands. Every attack can drive the sound of breaking the wind. Why? Death sword dance. Xiaojia directly ascended to the sky in a spiral, and dozens of black sword chi swept across the ground, lifting the surrounding demons away. A sword flower flashed and stabbed Lin Li in the chest. Quite smart, he knows the truth of capturing the thief and capturing the king first. Unfortunately, the reality is always unsatisfactory. A crisp sound came, and a demon with a height of 3 meters and a giant axe of fog shadow stopped it. After sensing the level held by the demon, Xiaojia's figure exploded. Intermediate level 6. Lin, how did you do it? Xiaojia couldn't hold it steady. The strength of this big monster was outrageous. How can this continue? Sense the dark will in your heart. Try to communicate with it, merge with it, and intersect with it. Unleash the most original power. It can also be done. Nonsense. The other party's S-level dark talent must not be able to awaken the power of casting. But after all, people asked, and they said it deeply. Sure enough, Xiaojia Mao didn't understand. Shaking his head, he continued to attack. The giant axe demon fought up, and the ground trembled with almost every step of his huge body. The one-man-tall giant axe smashed into Xiaojia. The latter did not intend to go head-to-head, and a roll dodged the giant axe. The two first-order demons found the right moment and smashed their fists into its chest. Xiaojia wanted to hide, but how could the big man give him a chance? The giant axe fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of his head. The feeling of death is really exciting. Xiao, how is it? Lin Li dodged and came forward and patted the giant axe. Immediately, all demons dissipated in an instant, as if it had never appeared. A drop of cold sweat slipped down his forehead. Xiaojia shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lin is worthy of being a legend in the dark world. I lost. Papa. As soon as the word admit defeat was spoken, there was a flash flood of applause 100 meters away. There are also many little fans shouting loudly. Lin Li waved his hand, embarrassed. Classmate Lin, Xiaojia, lost this battle convincingly, and at the same level, I can't even get close to you. It's really embarrassing. From now on, you have the final say in Class A of the first grade. Well, this scene always feels a little familiar. Polite
Polite and polite. It's getting late. Let's go to class first. Lin Li patted Xiao Jia on the shoulder, ready to let Ling Xing take him to the actual combat training ground. As soon as he took a step under his feet, a familiar and sweet voice sounded behind him. Lin Li. This voice was soft and weak, as if it was afraid of something. Lin Li's figure suddenly froze, and his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Stiffly turned around, his eyes full of disbelief. You? How are you here? Lin Li was stunned. Ex-girlfriend? Hey, it doesn't seem to be. After all, I was for money in the first place. However, it is false to say that there is no friendship at all. After all, the two have been together for a long time, and they have even learned about each other's personalities, preferences, habits, family background information, etc. Lin Li, long time no see. I'm just here to say hello to you. Lin Yi seems to be much haggard and much thinner. A black uniform and a short skirt, although it sets off the figure, but also shows helplessness. What helplessness? Involuntarily helpless. Why are you here? Lin Li couldn't take care of others anymore, and stepped forward in 2 steps to ask. Something happened at home, and he was cornered, so he joined the Dark Kingdom. Something happened? What can have brought you to such a level? Lin Yi was just about to open her mouth when an angry reprimand came from behind her. Lin Yi, you shameless thing, doing things behind my back. Who is this man? The whole college knew about Lin Li's existence, but this guy didn't even know himself. Looking beyond Lin Yi's figure to the rear. What a hang! He is of medium to high appearance and relatively tall, and his face is full of anger at the moment, hanging like a 2580,000, pointing at Lin Yi's back and scolding. Is he? Lin Yi's eyes dodged, and she seemed to be extremely reluctant to say, he is my boyfriend, Guji. Lin Li's brows furrowed. Yi's vision wouldn't be so bad, right? This kid is either a rich second generation or a young master. It seems that Lin Yi is really desperate and encounters trouble that cannot be solved. Hey, talking to you too. Are you deaf? Guji came to the position next to the two of them, pointing at Lin Li, not to mention how arrogant he was. A clown. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. You don't have to be willing to fall into this kind of garbage. Lin Li, go to NMD. Do you dare to scold me? My father is the director of teaching in the hospital. You count A. Ling Xing. Lin Li spoke indifferently, and a cold light passed in front of him. Ling Xing's figure appeared 3 meters behind Guji. A blue ice-long sword in his hand trembled slightly, shaking off a drop of scarlet blood from the blade. Young master atones for his sins. Ling Xing was careless for a while, and let this garbage taint you. It's okay, he'll pay attention in his next life. As soon as the words fell, Guji's head slipped from his body. It rolled to the ground with a grunt. Lin Yi turned pale with fright and clenched her small mouth. I can't believe that Lin Li's words killed Guji. Okay, well killed. Idol Lin, you are simply the dark appa in my heart. Guji should have died a long time ago. Lin Idol, I support you. Seeing Guji's tragic death, the people around him were not only not afraid, but excited to the extreme. Several girls almost confessed to Lin Li and shouted that they wanted to give him monkeys. So strong. Lin Li was not able to be punished by this group of people. What way? Killing someone is so exciting? The educational standard of the Dark Academy is too bizarre. Ling Xing, this garbage just said that the director of teaching is his father? Yes, young master, this person's name is Gu Ji, the 4th grade teaching director of the Dark Academy, and Gu Hongfang's son. Just because his father is the director of bullshit teaching, can he be so rampant? The management level of the Dark Academy doesn't seem to be that bad, right? In fact, this guy also has a father. Lin Li's eyes lit up. There was a breaking point. And a father? Did you do it? Ling Xing shook his head and held back a smile. Dear. Now Lin Yi is not afraid, as if the explosion point in front of her is more important than fear. Then his father is. Now, young master, this matter. Only the top management of the academy and the top management of the temple knew that Gu Hongfang was not his own father, the vice president of the academy, and Xingtuo was his biological father. As for this specific detail, okay. Lin Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, I can guess if you don't say the details. The top management of the Dark Academy is really too messy. The two dads go hand in hand. No wonder this goods are so rampant. Will Gu Hongfang and Xingtuo take revenge on me? Young master, please rest assured, with 100 courages, I don't dare to have any unfavorable thoughts about you. Lin Li nodded. Since Ling Xing said this, there was no need for him to kill them all. Now you can tell me why you joined the Dark Kingdom, right? Lin Yi came to her senses, and her expression became more and more haggard. It turned out that it was just over half a month ago. The Lin family in Baiqing City suffered a catastrophe. Lin Yi didn't know which force she had offended. However, the other party was extremely vicious, and the 7 superpowers slaughtered the Lin family. All of Lin Yi's relatives died tragically on the spot. As for herself, she went to the capital that day and escaped the disaster. But fate still plays tricks on people. Lin Yi arrived at Shengchang Academy and begged the hospital to help her investigate the murderer. The hospital agreed, and they worked hard to investigate. Outcome: no results. The hospital leaders handed Lin Yi 10 high-quality element crystals, asking her to let go of the matter and not pursue it further. Hearing this, Lin Li laughed, because he had already already guessed who did it. This style of doing things, strength background, who else can there be besides Huang Fian? And it seems that this Sheng Chang is not clean either. His students were slaughtered all over the door, and he sent 10 crystals, so he let go of his hatred? It's simply ridiculous. This group of hypocritical things is becoming more and more unable to do human affairs. The final result was obvious. Lin Yi dropped out of school. She is in line with Lin Li's thoughts. Sheng Chang is not a good thing either. After thinking about it, Lin Yi decided to take revenge. But she definitely couldn't do it on her own. Therefore, she found the Dark Kingdom and relied on her tenacious will, full of hatred, and survived the sevenfold test. Yi Cheng personally promised to help him find the murderer, as long as Lin Yi is loyal to the Dark Academy and the Dark Kingdom. After the story was told, Lin Li felt distressed. A good girl suffered much worse than Lin Li. So much has happened in just 1 month. Being able to persist until now shows that Lin Yi is really good. Ling Xing, send someone to take care of Yi in the Dark Kingdom. I will not allow her to suffer any grievances and harm. Don't worry, young master, Ling Xing understands. In fact, Lin Li did not do this because of the rekindling of old feelings. It's sympathy and guilt. After all, at the beginning, he was sorry for this girl and used other people's feelings to make money. Even if the purpose is to help Xiaoya heal her illness, what does this have to do with Lin Yi? Scumbag, you have to pay a price. Report. On Notice training ground, Lin Li shouted in a decent manner. A young male teacher who was teaching was very annoyed after being interrupted. What's going on? What time is it? No, Lin, hello. The male teacher's rapid flip is too powerful. Nearly 50 students present were amused and happy. Hello, Teacher Meng. Hey, Lin. In fact, if you are inconvenient, it doesn't matter if you don't go to this class, your affairs are the top priority. This wave of flattery is good and wonderful. It means that Lin Li I can't come. What do you want? My affairs have been taken care of. You continue. I'm here for class. Saying that, Lin Li walked towards the team. The students consciously gave up the C position, and their eyes were locked on the idol. Okay, then let's continue the class. The specific content of this lesson is defense. In battle, attack is important, defense is even more important. Your defense determines whether your life can be saved. On the real battlefield, every attack of the enemy is deadly, and if you can resist, then the next round of offensive advantage will be controlled by you. In 2 days, your midterm test is about to begin. In the face of the attack of high-level superpowers, you can't do anything but dodge and defend. So, I'm going to give you special defense training. Lin Li listened very carefully. What this guy said made some sense, but not quite. Defensive strength is important. In the face of an enemy stronger than oneself, one can only resist appropriately on the basis of saving one's life. But in the face of opponents of the same level or weaker than oneself, a quick decision is the most correct way. Hi, it's all about it. Since it's a defense class, it's good to train your defense. Next, you fight me in turn, you can attack. However, you have to think carefully. Will I beat you into a pig's head? Clear. What a big breath. I haven't brushed my teeth for a few days. I sensed the strength level of this person, the 4th level of the high level. It's not bad. It's enough to abuse this group of little party dishes. Lin, otherwise, you should. I'm just an ordinary student. I can go to class as I want. Can you still beat me to death? No. Lin, you are too good at joking. How dare I? The male teacher hurriedly waved his hand. Don't laugh at Lao Tai. Beat you to death? If you are injured, the person next to you will not be able to let him go. Class A of the 1st grade, 50 students. Within 3 hours, I was almost abused all over the place. Most people's choice is defense. Either it is an ability barrier or an ability armor. Only a small number of students with high spirits and proud temperament chose to attack. As a result, he was beaten even worse. Soon, Lin Li was the only one left in the class. The students deliberately gave up a large area of venue just to watch the idol performance. The first level is 9, and the middle level can be defeated by the second level. So, how long can Wu Qing, that is, this young teacher, last? Teacher Wu, please teach me. Lin, please, point to the end. Wu Qing is really false, for fear of being broken by Lin Li. Please. Ling Xing in the distance was staring at himself at the moment. If you don't release water, you will definitely be beaten. If you put water, you will be beaten. Damn, what kind of world is this? Teacher Wu, distraction is a very bad habit. Wu Qing was startled. When did Lin Li come here? A long black sword slashed in front of his eyes, and Wu Qing flashed it slightly sideways. It was decided that the performance should be more realistic, and the big Buddha should not be allowed to lose too badly. Therefore, Wu Qing deliberately suppressed his own strength. Holding on to the death, he used 30% of his strength, condensed a black spear in his hand, and began to attack. San Long. Wu Qing danced the spear around his waist and stabbed with his strength. Lin Li's expression seemed to be dissatisfied. The dark cut attached to the sword body, and with an upward pick, the opponent's attack
attack was slightly offset. Immediately afterwards, it was the extremely sharp blade, devouring all the energy along the way and blasting into Wu Qing's chest. This blow is fast, accurate, and ruthless. If it is a strong person of the same strength level, it is difficult to take it. The problem is that Wu Qing is not a strong man of the same level. The blade fell impartially on his chest, stopped by the dark armor that had already been attached. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated. Lin's blow is very good. Among his peers, no one can stop him. Teacher Wu, don't tout. If you suppress your strength again, you are looking down on me. Wu Qing was shocked, and his eyes evaded and defended. How can I suppress my strength? Classmate Lin, you are joking. Hua Li's high-level superpower, you can defeat me in a few gestures. You mean, you are not as good as him? Lin Li's wave of provocation worked. Wu Qing was speechless when he was scolded, saying that he is not as good as Hua Li's garbage? Who can bear this? Okay, since Lin said this, then I, Wu, will be offended. As soon as the words fell, the momentum of the high-level fourth-level powerhouse exploded. A strong wind blew everyone unable to open their eyes. Lin Li, on the other hand, was extremely excited. What you want is this effect. If it is not strong, how can you match it? Dark cut. A black blade pierced the air and reached Wu Qing's neck. With a casual punch, the dark blade light dissipated into a trace. Shady. Wu Qing's vision gradually became blurred, and the dark power acted on the space. Absorb all the light. Lin's moves are good, but they seem to be careless. Wu Qing waved his hand, and the black mist in front of him instantly dissipated. This is absolute suppression. This time, it was his turn to make a move. Wu Qing took back the spear because he couldn't use it. A simple punch appeared in front of Lin Li in the blink of an eye. Bang! A muffled sound came, and two figures retreated rapidly. Wu Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. What the hell is this big guy? I saw a demon appear in front of Lin Li at some point. The strength of the middle level 5. It was barely enough to block Wu Qing's unpretentious punch. It is this recoil that is not small. Standing against Lin Li, he retreated more than 10 meters. Lin, what is this? It is also a dark ability. Why hasn't Wu Qing ever come into contact with this kind of thing? Teacher Wu, have you heard a sentence? Darkness can devour everything and create everything. It is the power of casting. After saying that, Lin Li summoned again. Dozens of demons wrapped Wu Qing Li on the third floor and the outer 3 floors on the outer floor. Seeing this, the surrounding students applauded and shouted. Wu Qing was indeed a little shocked, but not panicked. With these dozens of low-level and middle-level demons alone, it's really not enough. Lin, take a look. Wu Qing raised his right foot and bent it at 90 degrees with his thigh, and the dark power converged wildly. Lin Li seemed to realize something, and the dark barrier hurriedly wrapped his whole body. With the roar, it was like substance, and there were many dark abilities like a tide that swallowed everything. All demons dissipate instantly. The dark barrier in front of Lin Li lasted less than 3 seconds before it completely shattered. Then, Lin Li was blown out. This fall, I almost didn't throw my brain out. Not only Lin Li, but also dozens of other students who watched the play were affected by the future of not having time to react, and fell worse than the other. A thumbs up silently. This is the real strength of high-level superpowers. Young master, are you okay? Ling Xing rushed forward in a panic and helped Lin Li up. Hiss. I touched my head. What a big bag. Can you be okay? It's okay. Teacher Wu is really powerful, killing everyone in one blow. Wu Qing reacted, first scratched his head in embarrassment, and then after sensing the murderous gaze, he was frightened. That expression was even uglier than crying. Lord Ling Xing, this. I didn't mean. Ling Xing. Lin Li scolded in a low voice of dissatisfaction. Ling Xing hurriedly put away his gaze and dispersed his abilities. Good guy, I almost did it. Jingle bell. A pleasant bell rang after class, and Wu Qing breathed a heavy sigh of relief. This class is really tiring. Ahem, students, get out of class. After saying this, Wu Qing ran away without a trace. Finally class is over. Ling Xing, go eat. Good young master. The first day of school ends here. Afternoon? No class in the afternoon. Even so, the system of the Dark Academy is like this. Half a day of class, half a day of self-study. Otherwise, what promotion strength? After eating simple, Lin Li returned to the villa. Instead of going back to the bedroom, he went to a special practice room. Mother, more than 100 elemental crystals, more than 100 strange beast crystals. There are many high-level dark systems. Casually? It feels so good to be rich. So, under Lin Li's hard training. In the evening, a breakthrough was finally ushered in. Young master, Leader Yi is back. In the crystallized practice room, Lin Li slowly opened his eyes. After calming down the more violent abilities in his body, he got up and pushed open the door. Brother Chang is back? Where? Look east, look west. Yi Chang was not found. Ling Xing scratched his head and said, just left. It seems like he went to the temple for some kind of meeting. Oh, what time is it? 10:30. Lin Li touched his belly and grunted. Let's go. Go cook. 20 minutes later. Catering City, Fuyue Building. You garbage, dare to eat overlord meals in my Fuyue Building? Hit me. You fart. I happen to lose my wallet. Yuan Guan Yuan, walk upright, sit upright, and never eat overlord meals. Right? Sit upright? Look at your poor sourness. Where is there anything valuable from head to toe? The dead duck dares to be hard-mouthed and beat me hard. In front of the door of Notice Fuyue building, at this moment, a Overlord eating department is being staged. Our old acquaintance, Yuan Guan Yuan. At this moment, he was being beaten by 7 or 8 restaurant guys. It is said that they are guys, but in fact they are all low-level superpowers. And Yuan Guan Yuan's current strength is only the 4th level of the First Order. One fight against 8, Ultraman can't help him when he comes. Not long after, Yuan Guan Yuan was beaten into a second junior brother, lying on the ground and humming. It's really bad luck to meet you such garbage. Carry it away. The restaurant owner waved his hand, and 7 or 8 guys rolled up their arms and rolled up their sleeves and prepared to do it. An indifferent voice came, and the audience was silent. Linley held a cup of milk tea, strolled through the crowd, and came to the door of Fuyue building. Just now, I heard the familiar sound of killing pigs from afar. When I got closer, it was really a big flight. Why did this kid come to the Dark Kingdom? Is it fate that is not over? Oh, young Master Lin. The owner of the restaurant is a Mediterranean, fat and a little greasy. Seeing Linley was like seeing the god of wealth. His eyes lit up. Hurry up and say hello. Unfortunately, Linley didn't pay attention to him at all. Dead fat man, dare to ask for 660,000 yuan for a meal. It's not bad if you don't send someone to clean you up. Da Xiang, is the Overlord's meal delicious? Yuan Guan Yuan wiped the blood on his forehead and rubbed his eyes again, and then he saw the person in front of him clearly. Linley, why are you here? This sentence should be asked by me, right? How long have you been in the Dark Kingdom? Even I don't know? Just came. Just came? Linley frowned. Could it be that this kid is also like Linny? What dilemma did you encounter and was desperate? Boss, the best private room, the best food, clean up this kid, and the debt COs will be counted on my account. Alright, please come inside. The restaurant owner bowed down and was respectful. This scene made Yuan Daxiang confused. When did Linley become so rich? Tell me, how did you come to the Dark Kingdom? Linley took a sip of wine and asked lightly. Yuan Guan Yuan held a big pig's trotter and nod hard. That posture. Zombies have to recognize their relatives when they come. Didn't this guy just eat a meal? Why are you still like a starving ghost? Ahem, cough. Ahem, cough. Damn, Shokyu. Linley didn't even look at it. The nature of this product hasn't changed at all. I was brought back by the leader, and not long ago, Mingxin Academy expelled me. Brother Chang? Expelled from office? Why did they fire you? Yuan Guan Yuan put down the pig's trotters, wiped the tears that had not yet fallen, and said, in the academy, I offended Jin Tianhua. He designed to frame me and accuse me of being a murderer. Then the academy expelled me and issued a wanted warrant to arrest me. I hid for several days, had no food to eat, didn't sleep, and was worried all day long, for fear of being caught. 6 hours ago, Leader Yi met me, and he told me that as long as I join the Dark Kingdom, I don't have to worry about food or clothing. One day you can go to Mingxin Academy to take revenge. Then I must have agreed. As soon as I arrived in the Dark Kingdom, Leader Yi hurriedly went to a meeting. I searched for a long time to find a place to eat, thinking I didn't have to pay, but it turned out. Ling Xing on the side couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Even Linley couldn't help but laugh. This guy was too much. People mean that if you join the Dark Kingdom and become a member of the Dark Organization, you can get high rewards, subsidies, and allocate safe and warm housing, which means you don't have to pay for food. Xiang eats too much, and his brain eats watts, right? Ba. It's disgusting. Hey, say you are pitiful, indeed pitiful. You deserve it, and you really deserve it. When you were in high school, you did things without scruples, you were self-righteous all day long, and you learned a lot of lessons? Today, it is still this virtue. Do you experience the pain of reality? Do you feel your ignorance? Do you recognize the cruelest human nature? Linley's 3 consecutive questions completely broke through the last line of defense in Yuan Guan Yuan's heart. Wow cried. Tears, snot, and Haratsi flowed down together. Linley and Ling Xing had no desire to eat. It wasn't until the guy finished crying that Linley asked the service staff to change the table of meals. I'm also very curious. Why did Brother Chung think about bringing you back? Because he has hatred in his heart. A cloud of black mist appeared on the seat next to Linley, and Yi Cheng's familiar face came into view again. If there is hatred, there is motivation, and if there is motivation, there is power. Our Dark Kingdom not only harbors the strong, but also the Avengers who carry hatred, murderous intent, and resentment. Seeing Yi Cheng, Ling Xing hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. See the leader. Mealtime, no need to bow, sit down. Ling Xing sat upright and never dared to relax again. Brother Chang, how did you gain from this trip? Linley helped Yi Cheng pour a glass of wine and asked curiously. It's going well. I met a few old friends, and an old elder. But you, the 300 million wanted order, you are the most famous in the entire supernatural world. Yi Chengqian smiled and clinked glasses with Linley, and then drank it all in one gulp. Hey, be famous, there's nothing to say. Sun Wukuan and Huang Feihuan are determined to get rid of me. So what about me? I am also determined to get rid of them. One day, I will make the 6 colleges disappear from this world. Let all those who have blocked me and hated me pay the price. Next, Yuan Guan Yuan on the other side of the table opened his mouth wide at the moment and remained motionless. There are more than 100 million shocks in front of me. Linli and Yi Chengping sat on an equal footing, chatting and laughing. Linli wants to eradicate the 6 universities and kill the 6 strongest ones? Linli's reward amount is as high as 300 million? So what am I? I'm ambitious, but I don't agree with it. The existence of the 6 colleges is not wrong, but in line with the requirements of the times and the place where human hope lies. If it dies, it will be a fatal blow to mankind. The invasion of strange beasts is becoming more and more frequent, and the war is imminent, and humans should work together to resist foreign enemies. Of course, this does not mean that we will blindly tolerate and retreat. If that group of guys doesn't know what to do, then teach them a lesson. Killing a few chickens is harmless. Linli was silent for a while, feeling that there seemed to be some truth. At present, the situation in the mainland of China is becoming more and more tense, and if there is blind infighting, it will only give that group of beasts an opportunity. Other forces, the organization is not mentioned for the time being. This Huali alone, it seems to be very detrimental to the overall situation. Linli briefly narrated the secrets that were pried out of the mouths of those unlucky bastards. After hearing this, Yi Cheng did not react much. Huali does have a lot of secrets. Huang Fian is not simple. What exactly is conspiring? There is no way to know so far. Don't worry, we still have time to catch big fish with a long line. Yi Cheng left Linli with a meaningful gaze, as if everything was under control. After dinner, go home and sleep. 3 pulls a day, late for class. Beautiful teacher, impetuous spring breeze. Half-day course, all in vain. Continue to practice, but the results are gone. The road ahead is long, step by step. Develop skills, dark rhythm. Go to bed early and get up early, and indulge tomorrow. Time, come to the morning of the 3rd day. Midterm exams are about to begin. In the 1st grade, a total of more than 1,000 students lined up neatly, waiting for the speech of Vice Dean Xingtuo. Doesn't the old man look like a good person? Why do you say this? This vice president of Xingtuo, judging from his appearance, is the kind of pure villain category. It's not a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, a fat head and big ears, nor a thief eyebrow or rat eye, cruel and unkind. Instead, the dark light flowed in the eyes, lining the deep eyebrows. His face was gloomy and cold, and he couldn't see joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Especially the momentum on his body is too permeable. It seems to be sinister, violent, and bloodthirsty. Everyone is quiet. Xingtuo finally spoke. All teachers and students on the field closed their lips. I don't want to say more superfluous nonsense. As always, midterm test, 1 minute and 30 seconds is the passing standard. If you fail the exam, give you a chance. You can challenge the lower level of the trial officer. Pass, no rewards. If you don't pass, then you have no value in existence. Linli called him a good guy. Not enough. Bang. If you don't pass the exam, there is no value? Just die? This is the most powerful exam in human history. Ling Xing, according to what this old man said, wouldn't a lot of people be eliminated every year? Some people will indeed be eliminated, but not many. The so-called second exam, the difficulty coefficient will be greatly reduced, that is, the appearance of the 4th or 5th level of the intermediate level. If you can't even hold on to a minute and a half, it means that this person is not self-motivated, the heart and temperament are extremely poor, and if you continue to cultivate it, it will only waste more resources and time. What about transfer students like me? Ling Xing sighed. If you take the exam as usual, the difficulty will be reduced by a little. A drop? Linli was shocked. He was not worried about himself, but worried about Lin Yi and Yuan Guanyuan. Through the meal the night before yesterday, Yuan Guanyuan painfully repented of his past mistakes, saying that he would follow Linli and be his little brother. Linli didn't refuse. After all, he was a fellow townsman. How do you say a sentence when the fellow sees the fellow villager, tears welling up in his eyes? Moreover, he is still a classmate for 3 years, and he has no big grudge, so he should develop his own power. The problem is, this product is not good. Beginner level 4, as usual, it should be okay to stick to 1.5 minutes. Refers to mid-tier enemies. But this guy has a limited IQ. Linli is afraid that he will have a brain pump, so he will go up and fight with others. There is also Lin Yi. This girl has average talent and even more average strength. Mainly after tossing for a month, I basically didn't practice much. Only with the strength of the 1st level and the 2nd level, let alone the high level, the middle level. She can't support the most powerful in the beginner level. You know, this is the Dark Academy. Among the 22 classes, except for the last 2 classes, the strength is generally low, and the rest, after half a year of growth, are at least the strength of the 5th or 6th level of the primary level. There are even more people in the 7th and 8th levels of the 1st level. For people, it is not difficult to pass the exam, just be a little more serious. I announced that the midterm exam has officially begun. With the end of Xingtuo's last words, dozens of examiners entered the ring. Here, there are 22 arenas. It corresponds to 22 classes. The strength of the examiner will naturally decline in a step-by-step manner. Boom! A, B, C, D, 4 classes, all aim for advanced exams. Passing the advanced exam can not only prove one's own strength but also gain the attention of
of the high-level personnel of the Academy and Temple. The Dark Academy is not as stingy as the Holy Emperor. What is rewarded is high-quality crystallization. The top 3 rewards are also customized elemental magic weapons. When he mentioned elemental magic weapons, Linley was annoyed. Damn Holy Emperor, damn old man's son, you still owe yourself an elemental magic weapon that you haven't given. One day, it must be redoubled. Chen Zhanfang, please come on stage. A girl who was not tall and had a ponytail walked straight into the ring after hearing this. The initial level is 9, which is very good. Look at the examiner again. High level 8. He. Young master, this person's name is Fonley. He has the ability to be a thunderbolt, and he is the same executive officer as me, and he currently belongs to Judge Mu Xin. Mu Xin? How does it compare to Waller? Equal footing, divided courts. Linley nodded, and then focused his attention on the ring. The girl named Chen Zhanfang has already started with Fonley. A flame barrier stood in front of him, without the slightest intention of attacking. It seems that she wants to rely on her defensive skills to hold on to 1.5 points. Thunder! A pillar of thunder light fell from the sky, hitting the barrier with precision and accuracy. Obviously, the other party didn't use all his strength. The power of thunder did not break through the opponent's defense, but was in the center of the barrier, leaving a scorched mark. Chen Zhanfang looked happy and strengthened the support of supernatural abilities. The second blow, lightning technique. Fonley had no expression and continued to attack. A half-man-high thunderball rushed straight towards Chen Zhanfang. Linley stood in the audience and rolled his eyes. This girl was afraid that the cerebellum was not fully developed. Such a big ring, you don't dodge, you just know how to resist. How confident are you in your strength? Chen Zhanfang, grades, failed. Talent. Xiaojie, please come on stage. Yo, is it his turn so soon? Linley looked at the ring with interest. Xiaojie has good strength and good fighting thinking. Holding on to this Fonley for 2 or 3 minutes should not be a problem. Lord Feng, I'm offended. After coming to power, Xiaojie didn't intend to defend at all. It was still the 2 dark long swords. However, this time it was not a melee combat. Sharp blades cut through the air, leaving scars on the stone surface of the ring. A hint of color flashed in Feng Li's eyes, as if he was a little interested. The fist surface was attached to the power of thunder and lightning, and the blade was shattered in turn. You will pay the price for your carelessness. Feng Li's figure instantly disappeared in place, and a wisp of purple electric current flashed rapidly. Death sword dance. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. Xiaojie circled in circles, and the black sword in his hand danced quickly. One after another, the blades spread out, and no matter which angle the enemy attacked from, they would be impacted. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, on the right side of it, there was an energy impact. It is definitely unstoppable. The difference in strength between the two sides is huge, and all Xiaojie has to do is confirm the enemy's position and make the next countermeasure. Shadow binding. A cloud of dark energy quickly approached Fonley from the ground. Xiaojie himself also stopped spinning in circles, raised the twin swords in his hand, and followed closely behind. This blow is either to bind the opponent and be cut by himself, or let the other party break the shackles and be cut by himself. Anyway, if you are determined to do so, you have to let the other party be cut down by yourself no matter what. Linley, who was watching the battle from the audience, shook his head slightly. He still underestimates the strength of high-level superpowers. The thunder system is not only good at bursts, but also velocity. The moment the dark energy on the stage was about to touch Fonley, the purple current flashed again. Almost in the blink of an eye, he disappeared in place. A coolness came from behind. Slow down. Xiaojie subconsciously gathered the dark barrier. Just listen to a muffled sound of bang, and the powerful impact shook him several meters away. The figure couldn't stop rushing forward. Fortunately, it stopped less than a meter from the edge of the ring. Otherwise, you will be directly judged as unqualified when you leave the ring. Having learned a lesson, Xiaojie no longer dared to be careless. Concentrate all the abilities on the parapet in front of you, calculate the time, and hold on for another 20 seconds, even if it is a victory. Thunder light technique. It's still the familiar move, the familiar power, the familiar sense of oppression. But the difference is, Xiaojie is smarter and explodes at full speed in the ring. Why can you avoid it? Is masochism pleasure? Linley just wanted to give him a thumbs up, but when he saw the thunderball cruising itself, he knew that he was too naive. These days, positioning and navigation technology, that is a lever. Skills and moves can be popularized. The thunderball stuck to Xiaojie's fart, and he couldn't shake it off. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, Xiaojie made a reasonable and unexpected decision. He pounced on Fonley. When he rushed to a distance of less than 2 meters in front of him, he dodged the enemy's fist with all his might, then braked sharply, turned around, and ran away with all his might. The imaginary explosive shock did not occur, because the thunderball was taken back by Fonley. After all, it is someone else's skill. How can it hurt yourself? Ding dong, 1 minute and 30 seconds. The result is qualified. The cold mechanical beep came from the back of the ring side. Xiaojie patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's time for the high-scoring battle. The longer you support, the higher the score power will be. Your fighting skills are very good. I'm going to be serious next. Feng Li's expression became more and more serious. He raised his hands, and the terrifying power of thunder quickly gathered. There was no wind around, and the sky was surging. This is going to be true. The students near the ring retreated in unison, for fear of affecting themselves. Xiaojie on the stage swallowed unconsciously. This blow definitely couldn't be avoided, so he could only try to resist hard. Thunder, sizzle, dense electric light filled the entire arena, and the onlookers unconsciously closed their eyes at this moment. This welding is really eye-catching. The flash lasted for more than 10 seconds, until there was a shattering sound on the stage, and then it gradually dimmed. Xiaojie, 2 minutes and 14 seconds, rating 87 points. Wow. Put, Papa. The surrounding audience first burst into an uproar, followed by the extremely enthusiastic applause. A score of 87 points is already quite good. At least, it will be paid attention to by executives and even judges. To be brilliant and prosperous. Shi Feibiao, please come on stage. Xiaojie was carried out of the ring by 2 rescuers and sent to the treatment center. The masters are the real masters, and they are also miserable. The whole body was scorched black. I guess he won't recognize him even when his mother comes. Ling Xing, you say? In a while, is it possible for me to become this virtue? Don't worry, young master. I have already called in advance to greet you. This kid is not stupid. Your relationship with Leader Yi, everyone is clear in their hearts. What the hell? When do you say hello? Who let you beat it? Lin Li suddenly drooped his face and asked very dissatisfiedly. Ling Xing bowed slightly and returned comfortably. Young master, your safety is the most important thing. No matter who it is, it cannot pose a threat to you. This sense of sight has become a national first-class protected animal. Hey, after experiencing wind and rain, how can you see a rainbow? No one succeeds casually. I need experience. I need a challenge. Okay. Ling Xing raised his head, blinked, and gestured. Okay, fart. Okay, you don't have to accompany me. Go see Lin Yi and Yuan Guanyuan, and think of a way to keep them from being eliminated. Yes, young master. Yes. Chi Feiyu, 1 minute and 44 seconds, rating 69 points. Fart Kung Fu, solve another one. Lin Li looked around, found a sunny place, sat down, and waited slowly for the number. This wait, it is an hour. There were 50 students in the class, and Lin Li was the last one. But don't say, the probability of passing the first grade A class is quite high. Of the 49, 42 passed the advanced test. For the rest, there should be no problems with intermediate testing. Lin Li, please come on stage. Lin Li got up and patted his buttocks, and went straight to the ring. Idol Lin, come on. Strive to kill Feng Li, who is so brave. Lin Idol, let him see the true strength of the dark legend. Lin Idol, if you win, I'll give you a monkey. Fart, it should be my next life. This group of fanatical little fans can't do it for Lin Li. Won the raw monkey? You scared the baby. Lin, I have always admired you. The legend of the dark world, let me experience it. Your black shadow army. Feng Li really knows how to act. The acting is really realistic. It's okay if you don't speak because your face is paralyzed, but what you say is more like a lie. Instructor Feng, I hope you can take this exam very seriously. Absolutely. Right. No. Yes. Put. Water. Where did Lin say? Feng Li, definitely not. Yes. Put. Water. Target. Well, this guy seems to have misunderstood the meaning. That's all. Anyway, he is the one who suffers. Lin Li will treat it as a punching bag. Instructor Feng, please teach me. Dark rhythm. Lin Li's palm rushed forward, and a powerful and extremely deep dark power surged wildly. Based on his feet, almost the entire arena was eroded by darkness. Suddenly, Feng Li realized that something was wrong, and a side flip flashed a large amount of black gas coming out of the ground. This wisp of black gas looked floating and had no destructive power. In fact, it contains terrifying devouring and erosive power. Feng Li knew that if he had just touched the black chi, the surface of the skin would definitely be traumatized. Minimally invasive is also a wound. Another cloud of black gas gushed out from the ground, and Feng Li dodged and fled again. Immediately afterwards, no matter where Feng Li goes, the black gas on the ground will follow suit, unless he is willing to jump out of the ring. However, the rules state that if the examiner falls into the ring, then even if the student wins, a dignified executive, can you lose that person? Lin, you are indeed very strong. Feng Li's face was relatively heavy, and this sentence was not a praise, but a heartfelt sigh. Lin Li's strength has now surpassed that of all his classmates. With this attack, you can fight the strong mid-tier players. Instructor Feng, your praise is too early. This is just the beginning. A look of suspicion flashed in Feng Li's eyes, and then, the ground began to tremble, and the power of darkness became stronger and heavier. This is it, the Black Shadow Army. 100 demons drilled out of the ground, densely packed in a large area, completely occupying the ring. Among them, there are a small number of flying demons, flapping their wings and flying high, hovering in the sky, always ready to attack. Feng Li's whole person is not good. Hundreds of bizarre demons, most of them are middle level, and even, there is a big monster with demon horns on its head and holding a black shadow long sword. Its strength is comparable to that of the 9th level of the middle level. This amount really shocked the audience, but Lin Li himself knew very well tell that this group of demons had strength and no combat power. It's just a false report. It's not a problem to hold the opponent for a while if you want to defeat it. Hee hee, it's just a fantasy. Now this situation can be regarded as choking on Fengli. Water? Look at this situation and then release the water yourself. No water? How can you not do what you promise others? Moreover, if you don't release water and injure Linli, what should you do if He Chang turns around and finds trouble for himself? Fengli, if you are not serious, the face of the executive officer of the Dark Kingdom will be lost by you. Linli really obeyed this old six. What's the situation? And hesitate. Fengli dodged and struggled. Finally, the time has come. Ding dong, 1 minute and 30 seconds. The result is qualified. Fengli breathed a sigh of relief so that they should be able to cross. Lin, offended. After suffocating for a long time, Fengli finally chose to fight back. Thunder! It was the dazzling electric welding again, and Linli hurriedly released the dark barrier to wrap himself. Sizzle! The dazzling purple light lasted for more than 10 seconds, but this time, the end beep did not sound. In other words, Linli carried it down. When the light dissipated, the surrounding melon-eating crowd hurriedly got up and raised their heads to look at the center of the ring. At this moment, Linli was holding a black long sword majestically and pointing at Fengli. Unscathed, it was the more than 100 demons that dissipated without a trace. I have to say that the difference between this beginner level 9 and the beginner level 10 is not 1.5 stars. Talking about this dark barrier alone, if it was the 9th level of the primary level, Linli would have been electrocuted into a fool long ago, and the blow just now was completely blocked by himself. Although there are demons in front of them that consume the power of enemy attacks, it still proves that their strength has improved a lot compared to before. Lin, you. Fengli couldn't believe his eyes. The blow just now, although he didn't use all his strength, but even a mid-level superpower is difficult to resist, right? This Linli's talent is very strong, and it is normal to leapfrog the challenge. The problem is, Linli's leapfrog is a bit outrageous, right? Instructor Feng, the battle is not over yet. Linli's figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand stabbed forward. Fengli's face couldn't hang on his face, and if he dragged it on, what face would he have as an executive? The explosive power of the thunder-type ability appeared in an instant, surrounded by powerful currents, and instantly disappeared in place. Linli missed the shot and hurriedly turned around, but the full power of the high-level superpower, how could he resist? A huge force like a flash flood came, and Linli flew out backwards without any surprise and fell under the ring. Ding dong, 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Score, 100 points. Linli held his waist and struggled to get up, shook his head with a wry smile. The gap is still too big. Lin, how are you? I'll send you to treatment. Fengli came back to his senses and jumped out of the ring with a big jump. Seeing Linli's virtue, I was really a little worried. Of course, I was not worried about Linli, but about myself, worried about whether he will be beaten. Young master, how are you, young master? At this time, Ling Xing also rushed back from afar. Seeing Linli like this, he immediately glared at Fengli. Okay, there's nothing wrong, make a fuss. This male secretary is becoming more and more motherly. How can you hold a grudge like a little girl? How are Lin Yi and Yuan Guan Yuan? Young master, I am here to report to you and ask for instructions. Miss Lin Yi has passed the intermediate test, but Yuan Guan Yuan is not so lucky. The intermediate test passed only 1 second away, and now, it's a bit of a big trouble. Linli secretly said that it was not good. If you can make Ling Xing say that it is a big trouble, then the trouble is really big. Can't you walk through the back door? I could have left, but unexpectedly I was interfered with by Qingtua. This person has always been ruthless, and no one is willing to sell it except for the face of Ding Yi. No one will sell it? I want to see what he is capable of. Take me there. Immediately, Ling Xing led the way. The two soon came to Yuan Guan Yuan's location. Brotherly, save me, brotherly, I don't want to die. Vice President Qing, I should deal with any mistakes made by my people. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you to act like this, right? Inappropriate? Qingtua turned around, looked at Linli with cold eyes, and said, this is the rule of the Dark Academy, the Dark Kingdom. Anyone who is eliminated from the exam must die. Lin, even if you have a high status, you are nothing compared to the rules of the Dark Kingdom. Boom. Oh, the rules are dead, people are alive. Yuan Guan Yuan has only been in the Dark Kingdom for less than 2 days, and his strength has not been cultivated, so why do you think he can't do it? Vice Dean Xing, if you insist on going your own way, I am afraid it will attract the dissatisfaction of all the students. Qingtua had a low voice and a particularly permeable smile. The Dark Kingdom only talks about rules, not favors. Even if Leader Yi comes today, I can't let him go. Qingtua's momentum became stronger and stronger, and more than 10 of his subordinate instructors showed their abilities one after another, ranking behind him. Presumptuous! Do you dare to be disrespectful to the Holy Lord? Where are the 36 guards? Ling Xing took a big step forward and used his ability to spread his voice across the sky. Dozens of figures swept over the sky and fell straight in front of Linli. 36 legendary guards are here. Executive Quan Jia is here. Executive Long Chang is here. Executive Chao Yi is here. here. Ling Xing stepped forward, stood in front of the team, pointed the ice sword in his hand and said, Xingtuo, do you want to rebel? The 40 strong people present broke out in unison. The terrifying impact forced the melon-eating students within a radius of kilometers to retreat again and again. A black candle dragon phantom appeared directly above the team. The dragon's head was aimed at Xingtuo, and a vast and far-reaching aura spread out. What a good method. The candle dragon phantom array has been practiced. Xingtuo's expression became more and more low, and the more than 10 instructors behind him had already been overwhelmed by the other party's momentum. At this moment, his legs and feet were weak and he was sweating. Vice President Qing, let me say it one last time, my people, leave it to me to deal with. A cloud of black mist enveloped Linli and suddenly appeared beside Ling Xing. At this moment, Linli was like the nine heavens demon lord, and his eyes became darker and darker. The great horror aura from the dark origin made everyone present tremble. Xingtuo is no exception. He was a super-level powerhouse, and he would be bluffed by the aura emanating from a yellow-haired boy. Xingtuo, let people go. At a time when the two sides were tense and a great war was about to break out, the old voice echoed in my ears. Linli instantly regained his senses, and the terrifying and eerie aura on his body dissipated. Just, what's going on? Linli looked around blankly. When did he come to the front? Yes, Dean. Xingtuo really listened to Yi Kangxing's words. Although he felt a little unhappy, he still chose to let him go. Thank you, old Dean. Linli faced the direction of the source of the sound and bowed his head slightly in gratitude. Fortunately, Yi Kangxing stopped it, otherwise a big battle would be inevitable. Brotherly, you are my living father. Brotherly. Yuan Guanyuan broke free from the shackles and rushed to the front, so that Linli could kneel down. Okay, the big masters are crying. Go back and hurry up your cultivation, and then drop the chain for me, and you can go home and raise pigs. Yes, I, Yuan Guanyuan, am bound to break through to the 5th level of the primary level within a month. Linli was speechless. Something without ambition? In a month, the goal is level 1? Xingtuo. Linli, you two come to my office. Yes. The two of them responded at the same time and looked at each other. Linli's gaze was a little confused, and Xingtuo's gaze was a little complicated. Lin, please. Vice President Qing is polite. Please too. The relationship between the two instantly took a 180-degree turn. Everyone present was confused and full of question marks. These two people. If you don't enter the palace, you're blind. Dong dong dong. Come in. Xingtuo pushed open the black office door and walked in first. Linli followed. The two came to the desk and stood side by side. Old Dean Yi. Grandpa Yi. Xingtuo's eyes widened, and he looked at Linli in disbelief. Classmate Lin, don't be rude, Dean Yi. Ha ha. It's okay, I asked him to call it. Yi Kangxing stroked his white mustache and smiled kindly but slightly majestically. Xingtuo, you know, why did I call you here? Xingtuo knows. Oh, then talk about it. Xingtuo took a deep breath and said slowly, Linli killed my son. You think I have a grudge in my heart, so you will target him. Yo who? This time Linli was shocked. Is this old boy so frank? It's a gentleman. Yes, but not all. I understand you. Even if you have resentment in your heart, you will not easily show it. What just now? You are indeed doing things impartially. The reason why I called you here is because there is another thing you need to do. Xingtuo raised his head, still looking cold, but his eyes became more and more tenacious. Tomorrow at noon, go to Huali with Xiao Chang and the others. Go to Huali? Linli couldn't hold back and blurted out subconsciously. Xingtuo takes orders. Hey, this old boy didn't even ask and agreed? Grandpa Yi, Brother Chang, do you want this? Give Huali a little punishment. For me? Yi Kangxing nodded and then shook his head again. Not all. Huali sent 3 undercover agents today to try to infiltrate the Dark Kingdom, and the purpose is naturally aimed at you. However, this is also a provocation to the Dark Kingdom. If we involve our bottom line again and again, and don't teach them a lesson, how can we gain a foothold? Look at what this says. It's too domineering. Grandpa Yi, did I say what I was going to do? Your strength is not enough to participate in high-level battles, and going will only distract them from taking care of them. Linli nodded slightly. It was true. A bunch of high-level, super-level powerhouses are fighting, and they are a beginner-level garbage. Isn't it pure to find a beating? In this exam, you have achieved a 100% score. Xingtuo. The matter of elemental magic weapons will be left to you. Elemental magic weapon, he. This old Dean Yi is really atmospheric, does not default on grassroots wages, and is a good contractor. Thank you, Grandpa Yi. Boom. Ha ha. Go. What to do? So fast? Old Dean, Xingtuo retires. Grandpa Yi, chat with you another day. Okay. Immediately, the two went out of the office door. Just 2 steps were taken, and Xingtuo stopped. Classmate Lin, what type of magic weapon do you want? I will send someone to customize it for you. Sword. That has to be a sword. For nothing else, just because the sword is the most handsome. Finally to himself. One sword cuts the mountains and rivers, one sword breaks the void, and one sword destroys all things. Look at the sword immortal in the novel. How handsome is the sword god? Does the sword symbolize justice? Fart. A weapon is a weapon, and it is the most important thing to make it easy to use. Are there any other
requirements? Linley held his chin and thought for a while. It must be good looking. Be sharp. The dark attribute bonus must be strong. Saying it is the same as not saying it. Xingtuo snorted and left. Don't forget to leave a deadline before leaving. In 7 days, someone will deliver it. Linley rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to see his exclusive elemental magic weapon. In the afternoon, practice as usual. Since Linley stepped into the 10th level of the beginner level, the speed of practice has decreased a lot. In 2 days, it was enough to light up an elemental star. According to Ling Xing, it is. The 10th level of each stage is the most difficult bottleneck to break through. To exaggerate, the elemental essence that Linley needs to absorb to break through level 10 now will be the sum of the first 9 levels combined. Even more. In fact, in the current situation, if Linley wants to break through quickly, there is no way. The essence drawn from the dark crystals is much higher than the purity of other elemental crystals. At this rate, breaking through within 10 days is not a problem. The problem is that the side effects are too great. Linley could clearly perceive that his mind had been affected, especially this morning, when confronting Xingtuo. He almost lost his mind, and it was unclear who controlled his body. If it is not controlled and calmed down, it will be very dangerous in the future. Boom! Therefore, in the current situation, it is still safe to practice a little bit. Late at night, the familiar phone rings. It was Xiaoya who called. Brother, how are you in the Dark Kingdom? How is your life? Of course, it's good. It's free, unrestrained. People here admire your brother and me. Brother, why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? Now the 6 universities regard you as a public enemy. A few days ago, I begged Dean Wang to come forward and say good things for you, and the result? Basically useless. Dean Sun of Xingyu and Dean Huang of Huali are extremely resolute, and no matter how hard others try, they cannot change it. Linley smiled very disdainfully, and the shadow flowed in his eyes. Xiaoya, you have just come into contact with the supernatural world, and you still don't understand many things. What? On the surface, the 6 colleges support justice and symbolize the hope of mankind, but in reality, everything has good and evil, yin and yang, let alone human nature. Don't interfere in my brother's affairs anymore. I'm living a good life now. The Dark Department should have the belonging of the Dark Department, and you should also have your belonging. But Brother Linley, I heard from Dean Wang that Holy Emperor Huali is discussing with the other 4 courtyards to raise troops to conquer the Dark Kingdom, and the purpose is likely to be you. It's me? For my 6 courts to jointly conquer the Dark Kingdom? Linley was also amused. These old things can really make a difference. In order to eradicate himself, he did not hesitate to launch a crusade and attack. This kind of behavior does not take into account the current situation of mankind. At present, the strange beast is still focused on civil war. A group of idiots, for so many years, have all lived to dogs. Bah, not even a dog. Brother, why don't you run away? I begged Dean Wang to arrange a hiding place for you, and after this time, the 6 colleges will gradually forget you. Xiaoya, you underestimate the Dark Kingdom too much. Just rely on this group of garbage. You can't even get in through the gate. Your kind brother understands it, and I will take precautions. You are responsible for practicing peacefully in Shanghui. Don't interfere in anything related to the Dark series, and don't get too close to Huali and Xingyu. But, okay, Xiaoya, listen to my brother. Everything is under control. After hanging up the phone, Linley stopped practicing. He got up and walked out of the door of the study room, looking up at the night sky. The moon is round tonight. The sky is clear, dotted with stars. Hey, it seems that a big war is inevitable. Young master, you are. Ling Xing pushed open the door of another practice room and saw Linley looking up at the night sky alone, very curious. Ling Xing, the 6 colleges are preparing to jointly attack the Dark Kingdom. What do you think about this? Young master, let's watch this while eating. Linley came back to his senses and was very puzzled when he saw Ling Xing smile. The 6 colleges raised troops to conquer the Dark Kingdom, and if you count it, there should be more than 10 times, right? So much? Of course, since the establishment of the Dark Kingdom, there have been no 1,000 or 800 battles with the 6 major academies. We have long been accustomed to joint crusades against this kind of thing. Since they are willing to die, why should we stop them? Ling Xing's words were too arrogant. What is the heritage of the Dark Kingdom? Linley is becoming more and more curious. Young master, let's wait for the good news from the leader of Tomorrow Leaf. Let's take a look at how Huali Academy was bulldozed. The corners of Linley's mouth also curled up, nodded slightly, and his eyes shifted to the night sky again. Moon, you were so big, so round. Stars, you were so small, so round. Jingle bell. The bell rang after class, and Linley stretched. It's fucking tiring to go to school. I originally thought that if I awakened my abilities, I could get rid of the pain of cultural classes. The result is not the same. It's just a cultural class that turns into a basic knowledge class for supernatural abilities. The same hypnosis, the same nagging. Lin, I want to challenge you. No time. Why? No free is no time. Linley didn't even look at it, got up and walked out the door. I don't think you dare. The so-called legendary dark system is not good at all. I'm glad you're a girl, otherwise, you're lying on the ground at the moment. Really? Do you have that ability? Should I say it or not? This girl's voice is very nice, like a lark, crisp and pleasant, diametrically opposite to Lu Qingyu's style. It's the character of this provocation. The method of provocation is also not good. Is there love? What can you do? The girl behind her was obviously choked with anger. However, the moment Linley stepped out of the classroom door, she smiled. Linley, I don't think you can do it. As a man, you just can't do it. Linley's figure suddenly froze. Woman, you have succeeded in provoking me. Seeing this, Ling Xing on the side sighed helplessly. Why is this ant still entangled with the young master? Who is this girl? So brave? Young master, this is the granddaughter of Elder Yu Wu. Yu is okay. Aha, the granddaughter of Elder Yu Wu? This personality is really the same as her grandfather's. Linley didn't want to leave, and the girl completely caught his attention. Turn around and look back. What should I do if it's quite cute? He is not short, just a head behind Linley. The figure is also good, but the top is smaller. Cultivated in the future, there is material. The little head has a high ponytail, which is very playful. At this moment, he was grinning and clucking Gila. What? Not leaving? Yuyuka raised his little head, strode forward, and looked at Linley. Lin, if you want to prove yourself, you can fight this girl. If you win, I admit that you are a gentleman, and the conditions are free. Followed by, if I win, you will be my little brother. Don't worry, I will definitely not lose you. Linley looked at him with interest, and deliberately turned his gaze down and said, Am I a gentleman? How do you know if it works? Could it be that you have tried it? Tut. No, my Linley's vision shouldn't be so bad. Yuyueka's smile froze for a moment, and he looked down at Linley's gaze. The little face turned red with a rubbing. Not the kind of Sudanese red, not the kind of bright red, but the kind of tender red. Stinky hooligan, go die for you. Yu lifted her delicate calf and kicked towards Linley's life. Oh! With a coquettish snort, Linley directly grabbed Yuyueka's white, tender and thin calves, and gradually raised them upwards. Looking down from this position, oh my god, I can't see anything. Otherwise, what would you like to see? People have a strong sense of safety. Linley, let go of me. Yu was anxious, although the real cheapness was not touched. But such a posture is quite shameful, okay? And he couldn't resist with all his strength and was pinched by the root of his fateful thigh. You beg me, I will let you go if you beg me. It's unbelievable. Dream. Then you can keep this posture. I'm not tired anyway. Ling Xing, give me the phone. What are you going to do? I warn you, don't mess around, otherwise I won't be able to spare you. Aunt, cut. Your grandfather is here today, and you can't stop me. Ling Xing. Gong. Young master, this. Isn't it appropriate? Ling Xing was a little timid. He really didn't have the courage to do this. If Yu Wu really knew, Linley would definitely not be able to drop, but he would be miserable. It's strange that it doesn't get peeled off. Why do you talk so much nonsense? I'll let you take a mobile phone, not let you do it. Linley rolled his eyes. This stupid Baitian wouldn't really think he was going to do that, right? It's just to scare the girl in front of you. Ling Xing had no choice but to take out his mobile phone and hand it to Linley. Miss you, I will give you another chance one last time. Do you want to beg me? If you have the ability and refuse to beg me, then I will shoot. When the time comes, send it to the public platform. Don't care what you can capture or not. In short, you will be angry. Yu was a little cowardly. Seeing Linley's handsome and slightly obscene face, it seemed that it was really possible to do such a thing. At that time, I won't have the face to see anyone. But, what should I do if I bow to Linley and feel ashamed? Count to 3. 3. Linley raised his mobile phone and adjusted the angle, which frightened Yuyueka's little face to turn red and white. 2. Linley, I warn you. Wow, can Yu cry? Linley and Ling Xing were shocked. Why did this girl cry? The little tears fell, and it was sparse. Linley hurriedly let go of Yuyueka and panicked. Men, they are most afraid of women crying. Besides, such a cute little girl is crying, full of guilt. No, miss you, let's not do that. I'm just scaring you. Well, I cried even harder. Miss you, I was wrong. Can't I apologize to you? Your cry is about to attract the wolf. I don't care. Growing so big, no one has ever bullied me like this, you big bad. Wow, Linley was speechless. In the Dark Kingdom, which one is not a bad guy? Okay, then what do you want? You can beat me. Oh my god. How do you say you cannot cry? I promise you. Simple, fight me. Damn, it's over. This girl is calculating Linley at all. Hiss. Miss you, are your acting skills good enough? In terms of the speed of changing faces, your grandfather is not half as good as you. Less nonsense. Are you compared? Just with your mid-level strength, aren't you afraid of being beaten by me? Stop bragging. Who beats whom is not certain. Linley took a deep breath. Originally planned to wait quietly for Yi Cheng's news, but the result was good. Let's wait while fighting. I really admire you. I said in advance, if you lose, don't pester me in the future. No problem. Soon, the three of them came to an empty trial site. It's noon and the sun is shining. Sprinkle on the body warm. Miss you, please. Hee, then I'm welcome. Yu smiled playfully, surrounded by a colorless ability. It's the wind system. Wind howling technique. 3 strands of white hurricanes formed and wrapped in 3 directions. Linley's feet gathered abilities, and his speed increased to the peak. He dodged it very easily. But these 3 hurricanes are clearly equipped with
positioning systems. After braking suddenly, turn around sharply and continue tracking. Dark cut. A wisp of black blade pierced the air, causing ripples in the space. Yu was quick with his eyes and hands, and instantly gathered a wind barrier in front of him. Boom! No! A muffled sound came, and Yu was pushed back 3 or 4 meters by the powerful impact. As soon as he stabilized his figure, Lin Li's voice came again. Shady. Then, Yu couldn't see anything. Damn, what kind of break is this? Understood. An emerald green jade fan was held in his hand. It looks like it's an elemental magic weapon. Yu turned around in circles regardless of it, waving wildly. With each swing, a dark green tornado is created. Although the power is not great, it is enough for a mid-level ability to cause damage. Lin Li's figure kept flashing, avoiding the oncoming tornado. The black long sword in his hand reached Yueka's chest. Miss you lost. The dark long sword is stagnant on the opponent's chest. As long as Lin Li is willing, he can touch it at any time. Obviously, Yu also sensed this. The little face turned red again, put down the jade fan in his hand, and took 2 steps back. What a big bastard, always thinking about taking advantage of others. If you lose, you will lose. What's so great? Lin Li dissipated the dark long sword, turned his head and said disdainfully, you are too confident, right? With your figure, I don't want to give it away for nothing. What did you say? Auntie, what's wrong with my figure? Talk nonsense again, be careful I tear your mouth. It's all blind, can you blow like this? The battle is over, why don't you solve it for me? I'm afraid you'll tear my mouth. You can rely on perception and swing a pink little fist. It's a pity that nothing was encountered. Okay, toss slowly by yourself, after 3 minutes, it will naturally untie. Ling Xing, let's go. After saying that, Lin Li turned around and left the trial site. Yu was the only one left, stomping his feet and standing in place groping. In the Fuyue building, Lin Li and Yuan Guanyuan ate and drank. Ling Xing was drinking on the side, and Lin Yi was very shy while drinking tea. It's not reckless. Eat. It's not reckless. Elder brother, can you swallow it and squeak? The rice is spurting out. Lin Li picked up his chopsticks and threw them at Yuan Guanyuan. This guy is too unparticular about eating. Brotherly, I mean, the food here is so delicious. Follow brotherly, and eat 9 meals in 3 days. Okay, don't flatter. Hurry up and practice after eating. Let me tell you, within 10 days, you won't be able to break through the 5th level of the primary level, and you will be hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. When to break through, when to eat? Hearing Lin Li's words, Yuan Guanyuan suddenly cried and said, brotherly, I am an A-level talent, how can I be like you? Breaking through level 10 in a month, I am simply not human. What? No, I mean, it's simply incomparable to ordinary people. Don't fart here. People E is also A-level. Just 1 day later, I broke through to the 3rd level of the beginner level. How are you different? Bad brain? Dong dong dong. Young Master Lin, excuse me, miss you thinks. Bang. Mochi, just open the door. Yu kicked the door open, as if he had reached his own home, pulled away the seat next to Lin Li, and sat up cross-legged. Sister, where is your Kong head? How do you care how I sit? What about the tableware? Grab it with your hands? Yu shouted at the restaurant owner outside the door. Hiss. No, it seems like it's my private room, right? Lin Li felt a little inexplicable. How did you find this girl? What does she want to do? What's wrong with your private room? Eat your meal. Can you go bankrupt? Not you. Lin Li pointed at Yu with chopsticks, and couldn't hold back a word for a long time. Seeing this, the boss outside the door hurriedly sent a brand new set of tableware. Yu was even more rude. He directly picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his small mouth. Yuan Guanyuan didn't react for a while, and followed suit. Lin Li was so angry that he threw out another chopstick. You fart, big masters, shut up for me. Yuan Guanyuan reacted and hurriedly shrank his neck and shut up. Lin Yi looked Yu up and down, and her eyes were very novel. And the latter also noticed Lin Yi and said hello out of politeness. Hello classmate, my name is Yueka, class A of the 2nd grade. Hello senior Yu, my name is Lin Yi, and I am in the 1st grade of class D. Oh, don't call me senior, I'm not as old as you yet, just call me Yueka. Okay Yueka, it's nice to meet you. Lin Li took the chopsticks handed over by Ling Xing and watched the two perform in a daze. Not sick, right? Why don't you say hello when you see yourself for the first time? This will know the lady and be polite. Miss you, what do you want to do? Eat. What are you doing? What are you doing? I ask you what you want to do. I told you what I was going to do. What else do you want me to do? I mean, what exactly do you want to do? Okay, I was wrong. Blame me for not explaining it clearly. After this meal, please leave, don't pester me, okay? Who is pestering you? I just lost the competition, so I'll fulfill my promise and be your little brother. What kind of thing? Put. Lin Li's frowns can pinch a fly to death. What do you mean? When did I let you be my little brother? Didn't you say, if I lose, I will be your little brother, and if you lose, let me do whatever I want? You're thinking about farts. What I'm saying is that if I lose, I'll treat you as my little brother. Lin Li slapped his head. Ling Xing on the side also couldn't help but laugh. These two living treasures have met. Miss, first of all, I don't need a little brother, and secondly, I don't need a little brother like you. After eating, please leave. What to do? How can that that work? Yu pouted and said, you have always said and done, and what I promised will never change. Ling Xing, throw him out of me. Linli was really a little impatient. How can a girl's family be dead and embarrassed? Even if she is good-looking and very kawaii, Linli has no interest in her. Young master, for the sake of Elder Yu's face, don't be rough. When I just took the phone, I was scared enough to choke him, and I will throw it out to others again. Yu Wu can't be anxious? Yo, isn't this you girl? Linli, have your tastes changed? The familiar black mist appeared from the seat, and Ling Xing, Yu Yueka, Lin Yi, and Yuan Guan Yuan got up one after another. He bowed to Yi Chang and said, I have seen the leader. Yi Chang waved his hand and pointed to the dish in front of him. Ling Xing hurriedly took a tableware and presented it. Brother Chang, how is it going? Linli couldn't take care of Yu anymore, and asked anxiously. Yi Chang picked up the dish and chewed it. Tastes good. Brother Chang, oh, look at me like this, do you still need to explain? What should be bulldozed has already been bulldozed. That old guy Huang Fian was also beaten by me, and everything went well. A smile suddenly appeared on Linli's face, which was so powerful. Huang Fian is now probably about to vomit blood. However, there is also bad news. Yi Chang put down his chopsticks and said word by word, in 10 days, the 6 colleges will jointly attack our Dark Kingdom, so I have decided to arrange for you to be sent out in 7 days. Arrange it out? Where is it arranged? Northern Xinjiang Belt. Lin Lichangba monk was confused. Why did he send himself to northern Xinjiang? Brother Chang, is this crusade of the 6 universities different from the past? Yi Chang sighed slightly, his face becoming more and more hesitant. It's really different. Usually they are under the banner of eliminating harm for the people and supporting justice, and the gathered forces are limited, and there is a high probability that they are just going through the motions. But this time it is different. Their direct target is for you. The deans of the 6 universities are dispatched to 4 places, and the number of super-level abilities is expected to be 40 or 50, and the rest of the high-level abilities are countless. After hearing this, everyone present took a breath. This battle is too outrageous. Are you all coming for me? Yi Changsil nodded. Leader Yi, our Dark Kingdom's candle dragon formation is not vegetarian. Besides, the academy and the temple are combined, and we can make up 30 or 40 super-level powerhouses, so why should we be afraid of them? Yu came up with the idea of saying this. The underground heritage of the Dark Kingdom is far from what that group of idiots can imagine. The fact that this mountain can stand today proves how deep its foundation is, especially Yi Kongsheng, a mysterious little old man. No one knows how strong he is. Brother Chang, you are not worried that the Dark Kingdom will not be able to hold on, but that I will not be able to hold it. Once the war starts, all the opponent's combat power will be concentrated at one point, and if you are not afraid of 10,000, you will be afraid of just in case. In case I was broken through by this group of guys and caught me desperately, then the Dark Kingdom would be completely defeated in this battle. And if I am arranged in advance, the war is likely to subside. Even if the 2 sides go to war, those old guys will not find me, and they will not do more entanglement. Lin Li's analysis was the first to say, and several people woke up when they heard it. Yi Chang showed appreciation. Obviously, Lin Li was right. 100 points of answer give you 99 points. The remaining 1 point is not afraid of your pride, but there is another reason. And, Lin Li thought about it for a while, but didn't think of it. To be honest, I've been observing your body for a long time. Lin Li was startled. Why did this taste weird? Yi Chang glared at Lin Li, naturally knowing that he wanted to be crooked. I mean the abilities and cultivation methods in your body. As soon as Yu became interested, he was extinguished in an instant. Damn, the smell of rotten girls dissipated. Your legendary talent needs to be stimulated, and ordinary practice will only improve the realm, but cannot awaken deep power. Fight, crisis, slaughter. It is the most primitive cultivation method of the dark system. I decided to free range you for 3 months, and after 3 months, the turmoil should almost subside. Free range for 3 months? Am I your chicken? Okay, everything is up to you. Lin Li drank a glass of wine by himself, and it was good to go out to try. Take on tasks, fight monsters, accumulate gold coins, and level up. Free and unrestrained. Kill if you want, fight if you want. It's really good. On this trip, Yuyatu will accompany you on this trip. Poof. Lin Li spat out a sip of wine. Coincidentally, Yuyuka was getting up to pick up the dishes, and his side face was just within the spray range. Lin Li, are you sick? Yu put down his chopsticks and wiped his face indiscriminately. It's all liquid. Brother Chang, why are you taking her? Aren't you making it more difficult for me? Will I fight the strange beast or her then? Lin Li, what do you mean? Could it be that I will hold you back and cause you trouble? Isn't it? Okay, you two will have a stop-and-go meeting. Cut. Yi Chang saw that these two people had such a tacit understanding, and couldn't help but smile. First of all, you are a boy and need a girl to accompany you and take care of you to relieve your boredom or something. Secondly, Yuyata's talent is also very good, and it will always be good to take this opportunity to try. Then wouldn't it be nice if you let her go to southern Xinjiang, eastern Xinjiang, western Xinjiang, and the upper, lower, left, and right borders to try? Why do you have to follow me? I don't need a corkscrew to keep me company. Corkscrew?
corkscrew? Except for Linli and Yuan Guanyuan, none of the people present could understand the meaning of this sentence. Hey, corkscrew, follow Yuan Guanyuan's obscene gaze. Laugh at your second uncle, go die. Yu was so angry that he threw the rice plate at Yuan Guanyuan. Snap. 1. Ouch. What a harmonious sound. Yuan Guanyuan covered his head and wailed in pain. Linli, the results of the competition are first, the order given by leader Yi is behind, you must take me with you. Yu Yu's arrogance came up again. The worried Linli scratched the back of his head. Hey, that's it, when the time comes, throw you into the pile of strange beasts, and you can still attract ignition. I'm full, you guys toss slowly. Ling Xing. Yes, young master. Immediately, the two got up and left the private room. Before leaving the gate, Linli did not forget to remind the Mediterranean boss. This meal, you can be on her head. She said she wants to treat her. Come on, you walk slowly. The matter has been decided, and there is nothing to worry about. The remaining 7 days are all about studying except for classes. Nothing special happened. If you want to say yes, it is also Yu, but this girl is ghostly, and when it is time to get out of class, she immediately finds Linli. What are you doing? Nagging. Like a fly, it kept buzzing next to Linli's ears. Fortunately, she is a beauty, otherwise Linli will definitely beat her into a bottle cap. It's flat and covered. Time flies, and it comes to the 7th day. The exclusive magic weapon customized by Qingtua for Linli has finally arrived. Opening the wooden box, Linli was shocked. Let's go. Is this Nima a magic weapon? This is a fire stick, right? The whole body is pitch black. The hilt of the sword is wrapped around a black dragon. The workmanship is quite exquisite. It is cold in the hand, and the power of darkness is also very pure. It's just that this scabbard is too cheap. Black is not black, gray is not gray. There are no lines, no carvings. The material seems to be good, but it's not handsome. The old wall lamp of Qingtua is definitely intentional. Linli pulled out the sword body, and a crisp and pleasant metal friction sound came. So cheap. The silver sword body is covered with a layer of extremely rich dark elements. Linli lightly tapped his finger. Nothing. He grabbed a hair and fell to the blade of the sword. It's broken. It's amazing. This power is amazing. Linli just waved his hand and released a brutal black sword chi. The smooth ground was smashed with a scar. If you let OCD see it, I am afraid that you will die in a hurry. Young master, what are you? Ling Xing heard the sound and rushed over, looking at it curiously. Oh, it's okay. The elemental magic weapon that Qingtua helped me customize has arrived. Try the power. Young master, this sword. It doesn't seem simple. Ling Xing stepped forward, his eyes always converging on the hilt of the sword. Not simple? Where is it not simple? The material is quite good, but this style is too cheap, and the old thing of Qingtua must be holding a grudge. No, young master, I mean that this sword has a special feature. Linli heard the sound and handed over the black sword in his hand. Ling Xing held the black sword upside down, so that the bottom of the hilt was completely exposed. Now Linli also saw it clearly. There is actually a crystal inlaid at the bottom of the hilt, and the quality is definitely not low. Young master, this sword is by no means cast by Qingtua, but it's... The more Ling Xing spoke, the more incredulous he became, touching the body of the sword and then the blade. It's simply unheard of, this kind of method. I'm afraid it takes the action of the holy rank powerhouse to gather such a level of dark origin power. Cut. Saint rank powerhouse? Where did the holy rank powerhouses come from in the Dark Kingdom and even the entire Shenzhou continent? Suddenly, Linli thought of something. Holy steps? Could it be that it is? Before his thoughts could be sorted out, the roar that shook the sky resounded in the sky. Bastard! A beam of holy light pierced the sky and rushed straight into the sky above the Dark Kingdom. Just when Linli thought that this blow would fall inside the Dark Kingdom, above his head, the vast and extremely elemental power surged wildly. 1,000-meter-long black dragon phantom obscured the sky and sun, and the terrifying coercion was substantially emanated. It was easily annihilated by that holy light, and the heavens and the earth were shaken by this momentum. The candle dragon formation has been activated, and the enemy should have arrived near Qingyun City. Young master, you need to act ahead. The 6 colleges actually launched an attack in advance. Was it intentional, or was it? Linli frowned, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Linli, it's time for you to go. Yi Chang's figure suddenly appeared, patted Linli on the shoulder, and said, Brother Chang, how are the enemy's troops? The 4 deans are seated, 100 super-level powerhouses, 1,000 high-level superpowers, and a total of 30,000 troops. Can you deal with it? Meaning? Linli nodded solemnly, and Yi Chang said that there was no problem. That is, no problem. It's time to run away. Linli, it's time for us to go. Yu Yueka's voice came from a distance, and this girl looked more anxious than anyone else. Ling Xing, the person who took care of me, in 3 months, I will return to the Dark Kingdom and set foot in the 6th grade academy. Yes, young master. Ha 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 ha. Huang Fian, Sun Wukong, Zhao Quan, Zhou Feizhang, do you 4 old things want to show face, and come to hit our Dark Kingdom again? Last time we beat you and couldn't find the east, south, northwest, and northwest. This time, you can't tell the difference between the up, down, the left, and right. A group of self-righteous guys. Do you really think our Dark Kingdom is easy to bully? Okay, why are you talking so much nonsense? nonsense. Do these old things understand? More than 10 temple elders dressed in black robes and gray temples were lined up in the sky, and the momentum they exuded stirred up the wind and clouds. And standing behind them were the 7 great judges of the temple, the 24 great executives, and countless middle-level and high-level powerhouses. A rough estimate is at least more than 10,000 people. This is not counting the Dark Legion on the ground, the instructors, leaders, college employees, senior students, etc. who keep coming to support. And directly opposite it, a kilometer away, there was also a large group of people, led by Zhao Quan, Dean of Shangchang College, Dean of Xingyu College, Sun Wukong, Dean of Huali College, Huang Fian, and Zhou Feizhang, Dean of Mingxin College. These 4 old men were all imposing and had indifferent and serious expressions. It's like who owes them 5 million. And behind him, there are also countless strong people. Where is Yi Chang? Tell him to get out. Don't look at Sun Wukong's small stature, but his voice is as bright as a bell. Dean Sun, you were so angry. Let's go back and take some anti-inflammatory medicine. A cloud of black mist appeared directly in front of the queue, and Yi Chang's figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Yi Chang, you bewitched Linley and caused huge losses to our hospital, and today, you must give me an explanation. Explain? All right. Yi Chang smiled maliciously, stretched out his palm, and a roll of tape appeared out of thin air. Dean Sun, you were so poor, what can you do? This roll of tape, just think of it as a gift from me, no thanks. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chang threw the tape directly. Sun Wukong knew that the other party was playing with him, and his eyes widened angrily. With a wave of his hand, he used his ability to directly blast the tape into pieces. Yi Chang, you really don't cry when you don't see the coffin. Hand over Linley happily. My 6 colleges can consider letting you go to the Dark Kingdom. Dean Sun, don't say too much. My Huali's revenge has not been avenged yet. Me too. Huang Feiwen was dressed in a white trench coat, holding 2 walnuts in her hand, and reprimanded with cold and resentful eyes. Just with you 2 garbage, you are also worthy of negotiating terms with my Dark Kingdom? Yi Chang is worthy of being a big outfit of 13 companies, and he is angry with the air. If Linley was present, he would be forced to worship him as a teacher. Yi Chang, you are too blind. How dare you say that the 2 deans are garbage? Zhou Feizhang, who was in a golden robe, saw the stitches and shouted angrily. Yi Chang shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent expression, I think you misunderstood. I don't mean Dean Huang and Dean Sun, but everyone present here. All be garbage. At this moment, both the 6 great academies and the Dark Kingdom were all boiling. Yi Chang is powerful. This is too imposing. Yi Chang, you are looking for death. Sun Wukong was originally of violent temper, and he couldn't stand it anymore at this moment. Raising a palm, the holy light ability filled the entire sky. Everyone closed their eyes unconsciously. With a dragon roar, the holy light dissipated into no trace in less than 2 seconds. Snap! Damn, the power of this candle dragon formation is getting stronger and stronger. Dean Sun, don't be impulsive. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Yi Chang, finally, give you a chance, hand over Linley, and we will withdraw immediately. Yi Chang was infected by Linley at some point, rolled his eyes, and said indifferently with disdain, come when you want, leave when you want, then aren't I very faceless? Hey, can you stop being so disgusting? I vomit. Do you think I want to? You spit on my skirt. Just vomit. I don't dislike you dragging me back. Oops, why are you hitting me? You pouted and said, I'm willing. Linley covered his head, his face turned pale, and he couldn't stop retching. The pain of this flight is comparable to the pain of love. It's too torturous. Hey, you say, will they be okay with Leader Yi? What's the matter? Just by that group of waste? Linley lay on the demon's soft and glutinous back, and his buttocks were facing you disdainfully. That's right. Where are we going? Pingcheng. Why are you going to Pingcheng? Find the Shadow Guild. Why are you looking for the Shadow Guild? Linley took a deep breath. This girl must have been dumb in her previous life. Not only mute, but also an idiot. Miss you, are you usually like this? Is it okay to use your brain to think about everything? Are you 100,000 Y? Cut. Aren't I here to liven up the atmosphere? Thank you. I have this virtue. You can let me stop the meeting. I know, you want to go to the Shadow Guild to take on the task and make money while accumulating practical experience. Am I Linley short of money? Then what are you missing? Linley especially wanted to say that there was a shortage of girls, but after glancing at the girl behind her, forget it. I want to collect natural materials and earth treasures, and ask someone to refine the essence pill of the dark attribute. Essence pill? That thing is said to be so difficult to refine, the material alone is worth billions, and there is no market. Can it work? Ahem cough. I was ridiculed again. Wait, see if I can do it. After flying for a whole day and a night, Linley and the two finally arrived in Pingcheng. Pingcheng, adjacent to Sancheng, also belongs to the border area, but the difference is that Haicheng is known as the city of hunting. Why is it called that? Because inside Pingcheng, there are a total of 13 guild bases. Among them, the Shadow Guild is the most powerful. The tasks distributed are difficult but extremely rewarding. It is currently ranked first among the 24 major congregations. Super deluxe double bedroom. Thank you. In a 10-star high-end luxury hotel in the center of
Pingching City. Linley dragged his tired body and said to the front desk lady, "Okay sir, there are 2 of you in total, right?" "No, just myself, I'm not familiar with her." "What? Linley, are you still a man? Come out to stay in a hotel and tell me to take care of myself?" Linley turned his head around, staring at Yuyuko with empty eyes. "You, what are you doing? It's not me who called you here, it's you like a fart, you have to stick to me, why should I care about you? Can you warm up my bed?" "Ha, sir, your room has been opened, 301 on the 3rd floor." Linley turned his head and thanked him, and then went upstairs by himself. Bastard, rotten egg. Pushing open the door of the suite, Linley began to undress directly. "What are you doing? Take a bath, rest." After tossing for a day and a night, the ghost knew why Yu was so energetic. "Thunder, this Tongtian cultivation is the purple gold hammer of the sky collapsing." "How? The new mobile phone ringtone is good. Although it is a bit retro, Linley likes to be different." "Hey, Ling Xing, how is the battle going?" Linley walked into the bathtub and asked while releasing water. "Young master, the battle situation is good. The 6 colleges have fled, although there are certain losses, but they are still within the scope of bearing. Where are you?" Pingchang, what do you do? What else can you do? Take on tasks, save materials, kill strange beasts, and improve your realm. Young master, you must act carefully in the near future. Although the 6 colleges have retreated, their eyes have been paying attention to the Dark Kingdom, searching around for your whereabouts. Unless necessary, try not to expose your true identity. Don't worry, it's time for me to rest. You can go with your busy. Yes, young master. At the end of the call, Linley closed his eyes, relaxed his whole body, and began to take a bath. I didn't notice at all, but outside the glass under the bathroom, a figure quietly sneaked in. 15 minutes later, Linley got up and wiped it briefly. "Wrap yourself in a bath towel and leave the bathroom." "Oh." Linley Shu stretched comfortably. "Not to mention that northerners love to take a bath. It is really fatiguing." "You." Linley half squinted his eyes, pushed open the bedroom door in a trance, threw off his slippers, and jumped towards the big bed. Poof. First, there was a piercing scream, which almost didn't send Linley away. Immediately afterwards, there is the soft and waxy touch under the body. Linley was so frightened that he bounced up and his feet fell unsteadily. You can. When did you break in?" Linley's eyes widened, and his palms scratched unconsciously, as if he was reminiscing about the feeling just now. Can't I go to the ROM room?" Yu lifted the quilt and rubbed her messy hair. When his eyes shifted to Linley, he was stunned. Wow. 3 seconds later. It's a big pervert. Bang. "Well, use groundhog." However, Linley reacted, glanced at his lower body. "When did the bath towel fall off?" "Well, the old men are afraid of farts, and it is not themselves who suffer." Linley got up, picked up the bath towel and went back unhurriedly. Then, he walked towards Eka. "You, what are you doing? I warn you, don't mess around." "Woman, you managed to pique my interest. The domineering president class is now online. What should I do if I am seen by a girl?" "What to do, just do it." Poof. Linley was a hungry tiger and fell on the bed. "It's a pity that I didn't hit the target point and was dodged by Eka." "Linley, I warn you, I am your little brother, not your." "What are you? You pervert." Eka's little face turned red and she pushed open the door and walked out. "Sample, I can't cure you?" Linley didn't bother to care about her, so he got into the bed and started sleeping. How to toss and toss with love. If you have the ability, run to your own bed and toss together. After a good dream, I woke up again and it was getting dark. I glanced at the time, and it was more than 6 o'clock in the evening. "Little brother, are you still there? Little brother?" Yu's unhappy voice came from the living room. Excited heart, trembling hands. Linley smiled slightly, got up and put on his clothes. "It's time to work." "This gentleman, please stay. The Shadow Guild only accepts middle level and above powerhouses." "Your realm. Forgive me for my clumsy eyesight. I can't perceive it." As night fell, in front of an old black building, a male attendant wearing a red mask and a black uniform stopped Linley. And at this moment, Linley was also wearing a mask. "This is the rule of the Shadow Guild. Don't show your identity, only show your strength. Don't be impersonal and only take on tasks. My realm is enough to look at the middle level." The attendant was stunned for a moment and then noticed something. "Are you a dark powerhouse?" Linley nodded indifferently. The attendant thought for a moment and said decisively, "Sir, I need you to prove that you are qualified to enter the Shadow Guild." "Meaning?" Linley struck out with one palm, and the terrifying dark energy shockwave shot straight into the sky. A violent explosion struck, and the impact volatilized to the ground in the form of a trumpet, and the attendant shook left and right, but finally failed to stabilize and took a step back. "Sir, you are talented. This blow can look down on the middle level second level ability, too. Please come in." The attendant turned sideways and stretched out his hand to lead him into the building. Linley walked in unceremoniously, and Yu wore a white feather mask followed closely behind. "Lin." As soon as he spoke, Yu realized that something was wrong and hurriedly corrected. "Young master, I'm hungry." Linley rolled his eyes at her and was speechless. "Didn't you just finish eating? Are you hungry again?" "Big brother, you pick and search and give me a burger, a fries, a popcorn, a chicken roll, a chicken nuggets, a chicken wing, a chicken leg and a cup of cola." Cole, who can eat enough. Lin Li's figure froze, and he looked at Yuka suspiciously. Then what else do you want? Are you reincarnated as a starving ghost, eating more than the second senior brother? I'm growing my body. Lin Li looked at the not too protruding part, sneered, and continued to march along the corridor. Before the meeting, the two arrived at the guild hall. Not to mention, it's quite lively. Hundreds of people wandered around the hall, looking up from time to time. Lin Li also looked up. I saw a super large electronic screen, scrolling and playing rows of text at the moment. 079, find and capture a red giant chicken above the middle level of the third level. The mission reward, 3 intermediate quality elemental crystals, 1 flame buff pill. 161, go to the dark forest, hunt a golden mad tiger of the 9th level of the middle level, and take his tiger whip and bring it back. Mission reward, 1 high quality elemental crystal, 2 high quality beast crystals, 900 W blue coins. For 41, kill the demonized superpower, Pu Zhengchang. Bring its head back. Mission reward, 1 golden light grass, 100 million blue coins. The types of tasks are quite complete, not just for strange beasts and materials. There are also murderous and robbery of goods. The Shadow Guild is not a decent force, nor is it a villain force. Just a trading place that doesn't care about the world. Or it can also be called an underground killer organization. If someone sends a task, someone will naturally take on the task. Complete the mission and get the reward. Mission failure, as appropriate. What is discretion? Collect materials and capture exotic beasts. There will be no punishment for failures in such missions. Because you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't do it. There is no limit to the number of people who can receive such tasks. Whoever completes the quest first and returns the item to the Shadow Guild will receive a reward. However, assassination, interception and such activities, if they fail, there is only one end, and that is death. Because most of these tasks are performed by only one person, if you fail the task, startle the snake. Then, there will be many bad consequences for the publisher, which will affect the reputation of the Shadow Guild. At that time, it will be blacklisted. There are strong people who take action to deal with these people. Lin Li found a seat and sat down, his eyes locked on the big screen. He was waiting for a reward that would make his heart flutter. The essence pill of the dark system. The first thing needed was a large number of dark crystals, at least 10 high level, or 100 intermediate ranks. Secondly, you also need to buy or collect ghost grass and ancient fossils. These two materials can be described as sky-high treasures. There are no 800 million blue coins, don't even think about it. Secondly, it is the manual cost of alchemy. This alchemy is not an immortal cultivation, an alchemy in fantasy. It is an alchemy that combines technology and ability. Lin Li doesn't understand the general process, it's very troublesome anyway. It is very expensive to invite a master to sit in charge. The cost is as high as 3 or 4 billion. Hey, when the money is used, I hate that there is little of it, and I don't know how difficult it is to go through it. Yo, what is the great philosopher lamenting here? Lin Li moved his buttocks and ignored Yuka. Lose money. After observing for more than 10 minutes, Lin Li finally locked on to the target. 999, go to the depths of the dark forest, find a mid-level 3-level ice and fire unicorn cub, capture the mission reward, 2 ghost grasses, 50 mid-level beast crystals, 3 billion blue coins, kill and bring back the corpse rewards, a ghost grass, 40 mid-level beast crystals, 2 billion blue coins, ice and fire unicorn cubs. It's not easy. Yu was in a daze, and he didn't react for a while. Screamed. Mission target, ice and fire unicorn cub. Let's go. Ice and fire Qilin? Are you crazy? Yu grabbed Lin Li's arm and pressed him back to his seat. What are you doing? You don't know how many pounds and tails you have? Dare to fight the idea of the ice and fire unicorn? Don't you know that the ice and fire unicorn is very protective of calves? If you provoke that super level peak beast to anger, you and I won't be able to shoot him with one claw. Nonsense. Of course I know that catching strange beasts relies on brains, not brute force. A silly girl like you who has no breasts and no brains can understand a fart. Yu could point to Lin Li's nose, and his small mouth was bulging with anger. Okay, use your brain to think about it. Will we be the only 2 people who capture the ice and fire Qilin? Act when the opportunity arises, seek wealth and danger. Oh, Yu thought about it, and this is indeed the truth. Immediately, the two got up and came to the counter. I want to take on mission 999. The attendant lady with a mask handed a quaint black token to Lin Li and said, this token represents your mission number. Please don't lose it. Please leave a title for easy record. Lin Li thought for a moment and said, Death. Gold medal little chef. Lin Li looked back in confusion. What kind of strange title is this? What are you looking at? Not convinced? Okay, Reaper and the gold medal chef, you two. I wish you all the best. 2, please stay. As soon as they turned around, Lin Li and the others, who were about to leave, were suddenly stopped by a voice. Look back. A group of 3 people. If the analysis is correct, it is 2 men and 1 woman. Listening to the voice, it seems that he is not very old, and his strength level is about 3 levels in the middle level. It's just like that. You're welcome, but it's a little polite. Is there something wrong? If I heard it right, the 2 of you went to the ice and fire Qilin, right? A blonde man at the head spoke. Yes, how? What? Bang. Coincidentally, we are also going to the Ice and Fire Unicorn. How about cooperating? Linley looked at the three people in front of him in turn. Although he can't see his character, he can judge his origin and positioning. This is like a poor man standing with a rich man, and when he can't see his face clearly, his demeanor, conversation, and temperament that has been cultivated for a long time can be distinguished. And the living conditions of these three people in front of them must not be bad. Look at the space ring on the hand and it will be clear. What is the cooperation method? Linley did not make a decision, and he needed to observe for a while. People are sinister, and there are not enough interests to drive them. Who can trust whom? As far as I know, Mission 999 has been accepted by more than 10 teams, and there are not a few powerful superpowers, and we have no advantage. The only feasible way is to borrow a knife to kill people and reap the profits. The blonde young man in front of him has a very clear idea. It seems that he really said something. How many of you? What do you call me? Young master. Charlatans. Shang Linger. The three of them clenched their fists in turn and performed a Jianghu etiquette. It felt a little embarrassing, but Linley also had to salute back. Death. Gold medal little chef. The five of them said in unison, nice to meet you. Grandma's instantly felt like a dream back to the Tang dynasty. 2. Can you take a step to speak? Linley glanced at Yuku and nodded in agreement. Then the young master took out a green card and handed it to a nearby attendant. The attendant took the green card and said respectfully, everyone, please come with me. 5 minutes later, several people walked into a reception room. The place is not big, 5 people, but it is not crowded. Offering some fruit, pastries, and a pot of tea, the attendant left the room. I thought it was a super invincible supreme luxury carnival VIP. What a price drop. This is the first time you two have come to the Shadow Guild to accept the task, right? That's right, I haven't had enough money lately, so I want to try my luck. In this way, we should cooperate for a win-win situation. Oh, Linley crossed Erlang's legs and asked with interest, what do you think? Young Master Pianpian put down his teacup, pulled the hair at his sideburns and said, the tasks of the Shadow Guild seem simple, but in fact, they are all full of dangers. That group of publishers will most likely reduce the difficulty of the task narrative to lower the price. If it is completed, it is fine, but if it is not completed, the price to be paid is too high, and it is completely a loss-making transaction. For example, the Ice and Fire Unicorn capture mission we received, Intermediate Level 3, is indeed correct, but the mission did not mention the super-level Peak Ice and Fire Qilin. Let me ask, how many beings in the entire Shenzhou continent dare to compete with it? If you don't unite as one, this task will be a pit completely. No matter how many people jump in, they will never be able to fill the hole. Linley listened with relish. What the other party said was very reasonable. The question is, if there are not enough attractive rewards, who will do it? Those 2 ghost grasses alone are enough to make people sink. After all, it's about catching young animals and trying your luck. If you can push away the female beast, then wouldn't this task be much simpler? Tell me about your plan. Linley didn't want to wink and went straight to the point. We have not yet established a cooperative relationship. How can we talk about this plan at will? Click. Ah, this guy is quite sharp. Actually, if you don't say it, I can guess it. The Dark Forest is infested with strange beasts, and there are countless powerful guys. If a few high-level or even super-level strange beasts were attracted casually, the Ice and Fire Qilin Mother Beast would naturally be lured away. Papa, the name of the god of death, the spirit of the ghost. Your Excellency is smart enough. Since you have guessed it, what choice should you make? As the saying goes, there are many people in great power. Some people lead, some people catch, and some people have to guard against it. Just the 2 of you don't seem to be enough, right? Whether it's enough or not is another story. We have to discuss it clearly first, and the distribution issue. I only need the ghost grass, and the rest belongs to you. He is really a good owner. 3 billion blue coins, 50 crystals, were thrown out without blinking an eye. But what should Linley do if he is also running for that ghost grass? Hey, we are villains now. For Mao, do you want to talk about trust? After using it, wouldn't it be enough to directly snatch the Ice and Fire Unicorn and redeem the reward alone? I'm so smart. Hey, okay, in that case, then let's cooperate for a win-win situation and capture the Ice and Fire Unicorn cubs together. Ha, Your Excellency is cheerful enough, and it is the wisest choice for everyone to make money together. Saying that, the 5 stood up together and high-fived each other and swore. Calculate the time. The mission has started for 2 days. Why don't we go to Tsangqing first and leave for the Dark Forest early tomorrow morning? The charlatans who had not spoken for a long time suggested. The other 4 said they had no problem. So, the group left the Shadow Guild. Take the express train and go to Tsangqing together. It was 12 o'clock in the evening. The 5 arrived in Tsangqing. It's still the familiar B&B hotel. It's still the familiar sex room. It's still the familiar cool evening breeze. The only difference is that the horses changed. Bah! Change partners. Bah! Change the heroine. Bah! Change. It's time to change the person who traveled with you. The ghost knows what's going on with this homestay. Linley didn't have enough rooms when he came. 3 people share a room, and Linley and you can naturally have another another room. Girls and girls are in one room, boys are in one room with boys? Neither side knows each other. What if they make a small move and neglect to take precautions? You, sleep on the ground. Lindley snatched the quilt unceremoniously and lay down comfortably. What? You are a big man, let my little girl sleep on the ground? Are you ashamed? Cut. Can shame be eaten as food? Aren't you a little brother? Have you ever seen a younger brother let his eldest brother sleep on the floor, or on the sofa? You was scolded. Very unconvinced, he took out a spare quilt from the cabinet and walked to the sofa. Single dog, you deserve to die alone. Okay, stop teasing you, go to bed. Lindley got up, put on his coat, and walked towards the observation deck. I've been sleeping for a day, how can I sleep? At the moment, stepping up practice is the most important thing. Just now I just wanted to tease that silly girl. Are you going to practice? This is for you. Lindley heard the sound and looked back, and saw you holding a large piece of black crystal in both hands, and it seemed that the grade was not low. But the strange thing is that Lindley couldn't perceive the elemental essence emitted by the crystal at all. He only judged it from its appearance. Holy rank strange beast crystal. Lindley's eyes almost didn't come out. Holy rank strange beast crystal? What are you doing? How did this thing come about? Before leaving, Leader Yi handed it to me, saying that he would hand it over to you when you practice, and you must absorb it carefully, uphold your nature, and stick to your reason. Lindley couldn't hide his excitement and took the palm-sized black spar from his hand. As soon as he started it, the dark power in his body began to boil. It seemed to be pulled by something, and it refused to calm down for a long time. This thing, it's so rich, it's dangerous. Lindley's brows furrowed unconsciously. With his current strength, absorbing this holy order strange beast crystal, would there really be no problem? However, since it was arranged by Yi Chang, there must be a so-called truth. Try it. Lindley came to the observation deck. Sitting cross-legged, the crystal of the holy ladder strange beast was held in the palm of his hand. Start trying to absorb. Jie. A soul-stirring, extremely sharp hissing sound exploded in my mind. Caught off guard, Lindley rolled his eyes and fainted directly. I don't know how long it took. It seems to have regained consciousness, but it seems to have not. This feeling is very wonderful. The whole body is light and floating. There is no sense of touch, but it can sense the environment in which it is located. Boom! A large area of blurred and gray-yellow in front of his eyes. Lindley stretched out his hand and rubbed it hard. Only then can I see the surrounding scene clearly. The solitary smoke in the desert is straight, and the sunset is full on the long river. What is described is the same as the environment Lindley is in at this moment. The sky is full of yellow sand and a piece of dust. There is no sun, no night, no vegetation, no life. Where is this place? It always feels a little familiar. Sand, desert, light and fluttering. No, I'm burping? This can't be Huangquan Road, right? Just you? It is rumored that after the death of a person, he will pass through the 800 miles of Huangquan and arrive at Mingpa Bridge. The scene in front of me is really similar. Could it be that he died in order to devour the crystal of the holy order strange beast? Too dramatic, right? I, Lindley, am the protagonist. Jie. I am suspecting that I am alive. A familiar and high-pitched hissing sound came from above again. Lindley was so shocked that he covered his ears and grinned. Dizzy and staggering. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming huge figure swept over. Boom! It fell straight into the open space 100 meters away. The bursts of yellow sand set off instantly buried Lindley. Ba. Lindley wiped his mouth randomly and got up from the yellow sand pile with difficulty. His eyes were fixed on the huge figure in front of him. Opened his mouth, not knowing what to say or sigh about. What a big bird. How big is this pot to stew it? Is it delicious to stew cabbage? Or is it delicious with potato stew? How did you think of eating it? Oh, where is the demon? Lindley flicked his right hand lightly, and the victory evil sword appeared out of thin air. Lindley has studied this name for a long time. Heaven wins over evil. The sword points to the sky. Handsome press. Jie. Black feathers, golden paws, high head, and the monstrous strange bird called again. That look was extremely disdainful. It seems that Lindley is not taken seriously at all. Hey, can you speak? Don't waste my time if you can't speak. Hurry up and send me out. Jie. You fart, you. Take me. Get out. Lindley pointed to himself and the sky. He waved his arms twice, signaling the other party to take him away. However, the strange bird is still indifferent and still looks at people with its nostrils. If it weren't for the fact that this strange bird was too big, Lindley really didn't know that birds had noses. Jie. The strange bird seemed to understand Lindley's movements, but he didn't seem to understand it. Twisted his neck and waved his wings, raised her foot and stepped on it directly. Lindley was shocked, hurriedly released the black mist and wrapped the whole body. The moment the giant claw hit the ground, it was teleported. Damn, if you don't send it, don't send it. What does it mean? Are you really afraid of you? Lindley's figure appeared 100 meters away, and he was choked by the strange bird's move. What can't we discuss properly? Do you have to do it? Dark cut. Lindley jumped suddenly, put his figure in the air, and swung his sword hard. Dang! A crisp sound came, and the strange bird's body was like steel, and the lines did not move. Lindley gritted his teeth teeth, turned all his abilities, and bombarded again. What are you doing? Dang, it still has no effect. Linley was stunned. This situation was a bit outrageous. With that blow just now, even if it was a super-level beast, it was impossible not to leave even a seal. This strange bird is so powerful. Could it be that it is a Holy Order beast? Linley looked up suddenly, as if he realized something. Could this strange bird be the original owner of the Holy Rank Strange Beast crystal? At this moment, it had turned into an energy body and invaded Linley's consciousness. The battle between the two sides is to seize control of the body and consciousness. Once the opponent wins, then your consciousness will be devoured. Thus, demonization occurs. The more I think about it, the more it seeps in. If that's the case, are you still afraid of a fart? Damn, can my consciousness still let you be bullied? It's like dreaming. Once you encounter a nightmare, the so-called ghost invasion, you must be brave. With willpower and imagination, give yourself magical powers. The space of consciousness is your own territory. In this territory, he is a god who can do everything and control everything. Once, the reason why you lost to the invaders was because you were afraid. Your subjective consciousness thinks that you can't beat the other person. Therefore, the strength will be weak, so that the other party can find an opportunity. But Linley has studied this aspect very thoroughly. Since childhood, I have loved to dream, especially the dream of fighting monsters, incarnated as a bumpy man, and solved the other party with a blow to the pubic leg. Beast, you are all dead and still so arrogant. You are unlucky to enter my territory today, and you will be absorbed by me obediently and become a stepping stone on my way to advancement. The first sword of Ling Tian to overcome evil, annihilation. A new storm has emerged. How can it stand still? BGM sounded out of thin air. The spiritual world of yellow sand began to tremble. The darkness like an abyss enveloped the earth, and everything began to turn into nothingness. At this moment, Linley was not afraid of heights. Slowly fly into the air with your thoughts. The strange bird seemed to have sensed something and began to become restless. The big golden claws can be vigorous. A pair of giant wings 100 meters wide stretched out, ready to impact at any time. Whoa! The crisp sound of swinging the sword sounded, and the world was silent for a moment. The yellow sand no longer flies, the earth no longer trembles, and everything in this world seems to be waiting for something to come. The strange bird's eyes were red, and it suddenly exerted force under its feet, and it roared up against the black sword that ran through the heavens and the earth. Beast, dare to pretend to be on my territory? I will send you to the west. The dazzling explosion cracked inch by inch of the space vibration, like a spider's web, and fell off piece by piece. Linley covered his eyes with one hand, really bright. If this blow can be swung in the real world, what super-level, holy rank, is all scum? Aha! This is not dead, there is something. The sound of the strange bird's neighing became painful, and Linley waved his hand, and the dazzling light and smoke and dust in the sky all disappeared. The huge body of the strange bird slammed straight to the ground. Almost half of his body disappeared. However, what was revealed in the wound was not flesh and blood, but pieces of dark and pure supernatural energy. Elemental energy. Now Linley was completely sure that this strange bird was only a crystallized consciousness. At this moment, the disappeared half of his body was turning into clumps of dark elemental essence, drifting towards him. This large group of elemental essence. After absorption, you can't be promoted to 3 levels in a row? The idea is very good, but unfortunately it can't be realized. Linley opened his arms and absorbed it for less than 3 minutes, and then he couldn't absorb it anymore. When the body reaches a saturated state, it is easy to self-destruct when forcibly absorbed. Linley! Linley! Wake up my mother, Linley! Yuyueka's irritable and anxious voice came from above. Linley smiled slightly and closed his eyes. It's not very good. On the observation deck of the homestay at this moment, Yuyuka was doing his best to maintain the wind barrier. It was not himself who was wrapped, but Linley. Looking at its surroundings, tables, chairs, benches, tea bowls and pastries are scattered all over the place. I don't know and think that these two people are crazy all night, and the range of movements is too big. Linley, if you don't wake up again, I'll just throw you downstairs. Miss you, look at what you are talking about. I provide you with food and drink, but in the end you want to throw me out? Big white-eyed wolf. You could see that Linley opened his eyes, breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and hurriedly withdrew his ability. Bastard, I'm tired to death. Why don't you have a precursor to your breakthrough? Almost demolished other people's homestays. Breakthrough? Linley came back to his senses, only to find that there had been earth-shaking changes in his body. Clenched his fists, his strength was very abundant. Condense your mind again and spy on the elemental stars. Sure enough, the number has grown to 9. This shows that he has successfully stepped into the middle level. Not only that, the current elemental star has been lit up to the 7th. The strange energy in the body was still digesting and operating, continuously impacting the 8th one. It is worthy of being a crystallization of the holy rank strange beast, and it has such a big breakthrough by absorbing less than 1% of the essence. If this is all absorbed. Hey, Linley, what are you smirking at there? Breakthrough broken through the brain and lost it? Go to sleep, corkscrew. Yuyuka pointed at Linley, his little face bulging. After tossing for a long time, the other party didn't say a word of thanks. You're the white-eyed wolf. Thank you. What did you say? Raise your voice. I didn't hear clearly. Yuyuka stagnated in his footsteps and said with a smile. I said, you go eat some papaya to make up for it. Bottle opener. Sure. Oh, dong dong dong. Grim Reaper, the gold medal little chef. I am a graceful young man. Have you two gotten up? Damn, why is this painting style so weird? Sounds like a cosplay reality show. Pure young man with second illness. Click. Lindley and the two put on their masks and opened the door. Are you leaving? Yes, we. Hey. The young master and the charlatans behind him, Xinglinger, seemed to have noticed the abnormality. Your Excellency's breath is getting deeper and deeper, as if it is different from before. Lindley nodded slightly, and said in a very indifferent tone, there is a small improvement, but it is only a mid-level strength at present. The pressure is full of wood. Cough. Your Excellency is too modest, stepping into the middle level with the power of darkness. My strength is afraid to have a qualitative leap. Congratulations, congratulations. His Excellency the God of Death is talented. It is really enviable. Congratulations. The three people also raised their fists with a symbolic sentence. Lindley, who looked at it, was embarrassing. You're welcome, let's hurry up and set off, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Okay, two, please. You two, please. In this way, under the invitation of the two teams to each other, everyone walked towards the steel barrier. Stop, what are you doing? What is the purpose of going to the dark forest? How can it be? Two guards in silver and white combat uniforms stopped a group of 5. Young Master Graceful took 2 steps forward, took out the Shadow Guild mission token and said, Shadow Enforcer, go to the dark forest to capture strange beasts. Seeing this, several people behind him also took out tokens. The guard took the token, took a brief look, and handed it back. Everyone, I wish you all the best and eradicate the strange beasts as much as possible. The guards bowed slightly, then pressed the blue button on the wall. The 100-meter city gate slowly opened. The young man with the second illness began to be embarrassed again. After the return salute, several people were ready to set off. A rough and familiar voice came from behind several people. Lindley looked back and saw that it was Kong Zhen. It was the last time he took a billion bounty and arranged for Lindley and Lu Qingyu to almost be the General Jianwei. What is he doing here? It won't be. Lindley became more and more nervous. His head is worth 300 million. The other party won't be here for a bounty, right? Otherwise? It shouldn't be. The other party has no reason to recognize himself just by his breath. There have been frequent changes in the dark forest recently, so I hope you will be careful. I don't know if it was a coincidence or something. Kong Zheng walked to Lindley's side and stopped. This is? Solemnly reminded the 5 people. It's just a small action in this hand, which is a bit interesting. Thank you for reminding me. I will be careful when I act. The Jianghu warlock clenched his fists and saluted, and then led everyone to continue walking outside the city. Through the mask, Lindley looked at Kong Zheng with slight confusion, but the other party had no emotional changes. It seems, everything is fine. After stepping out of the city gate and heading all the way north, crossing the empty buffer zone, a group of 5 people quickly arrived at the dark forest. This is not a place for children to play house. Everyone present is in high spirits. Always be aware of the changes around you. The 3 members of the second squad were in front, and Lindley and you could be behind. Seeing that there was no abnormality nearby, the 3 people in front of him did not pay attention. Lindley quietly spread his palms. His eyes curled down slightly. It's really greasy. I saw a small note that read, fellow ghosts, be careful. Insider? Lindley hurriedly clenched his palm, and the dark power overflowed slightly, and he devoured the note. Interesting. Things are getting more and more interesting. In other words, the 3 people in front of them have ulterior motives and impure purposes. It's just that Lindley didn't understand the meaning of this ghost. Enemy? Or what? Besides, where did this Kong Zheng come from? It seems that the other party has already recognized his identity, as if he has prepared in advance. There are many doubts. The situation is very complicated. Lindley needs time to verify. Everyone, something is coming. The graceful young master stagnated at his feet, and the gold abilities in his hand gathered, and he reminded him. At the same time, the other 4 also sensed the existence of strange beasts. The distance is getting closer and closer, and the strength of the 6th level of the intermediate level. And it's 2. Cluck, cluck. 2 strange sounds came from the east and west directions at the same time. The 5 people had a tacit understanding, and after sensing the danger, directly spread out. I saw 2 silver blades flashing by, and they exploded on the ground where the 5 people had retreated. A powerful force spread out, shaking the leaves rustling. Everyone, we have won the lottery, the malignant mantis, or a pair. The male mantis is weak, leave it to the 2, and the 3 of us will be responsible for the female mantis. Oh, after a simple division of labor, the 5 people entered the battlefield one after another. Lindley took out the evil sword, and Yu took out the turquoise fan, one in front and one behind, and attacked the female mantis. Damn, these young people in the 2nd grade are really not good birds. 1 intermediate level 4, 1 intermediate level 3, and 1 intermediate level 2. According to the realm, it is the top 3 combat forces in the team. As a result, let the 2 middle-level first-level people share the male mantis. Weak? Listen to his nonsense, they are both intermediate level 6. Where are they weak? Cluck. Distracted, the male mantis was rushing in with a big claw. Have you ever seen a side-like and extremely sharp Vajra hand? Have you ever seen a terrifying, human-like tall body? Have you ever seen a mutant insect with green hair and a bald head? This is the strange beast. Killing mantis. Dark cut. Linley took the lead, and black energy flashed by. Just listen to a crisp sound of dang colliding with the big claws of the male mantis. The latter only took 2 steps back and then used both claws to smash the dark blade. At the same time, Yu also made a move. Lift the fan and swing it around the mantis. More than a dozen small tornadoes wrapped the male mantises. Linley saw the opportunity and burst out with all his might, and the shadow restraint attacked from the ground. The shady curtain makes the other party lose their vision. Finally, the first sword of Ling Tian to overcome evil, annihilation. Hey, get acquainted. This is all Linley perceived and developed from the spiritual world. The power is definitely not as good as the original 1/10,000th of the original. Feeling the terrifying power of annihilation, the 3 members of the second squad looked at each other in unison. Is this really the strength that the middle level can exert? Due to distraction, the charlatans were knocked away by a female mantis and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. As soon as the war started, our side lost a combat power, and it really served this old 6. Linley said in his heart, deserved. Looking at people's clothes requires a price. Cluck. The scream of the male mantis shocked several people, unconsciously covering their ears. The annihilation power from the abyss easily broke through the male mantis defense, and then cut off one of the opponent's arms like cutting tofu. This is not the end. The black energy is spreading rapidly at the wound of the broken arm, eroding its flesh and blood. As a result, the male mantis couldn't stop wailing, falling to the ground and rolling back and forth. Linley wanted to continue to mend the knife, but found that the blow just now consumed almost half of his abilities. At this moment, it is difficult to perform another all-out blow. Little chef, take advantage of his illness to kill him. It's better to save effort and ask the younger brother to do it. Yuyuka responded, raised the turquoise fan above his head, and began to gather a large number of wind-type abilities. Well, the ultimate move still has to be charged. Cluck. Death, be careful. A strong killing intent came from behind, and Linley directly cast black mist and disappeared in place in an instant. When the field of vision was restored, it was the female mantis rushing over. Damn, 3 wastes. Not a single mantis can stop it. I'm really sorry, the charlatan is injured. It's hard for the 2 of us to control this female mantis. Young Master Graceful rushed forward and said with apologetic eyes. Linley smiled on the surface, but in his heart, his mother sold the pie. If it weren't for the snatching of the ice and fire Qilin in a while, these 3 goods could share some pressure. Linley had already cleaned it up. Okay, the strength of the male mantis has been greatly reduced. Let's attack together and solve the battle as soon as possible. At this moment, Yu finally completed it. A dark green tornado struck the location of the 2 mantises. The surrounding trees were broken, the rocks were flying, and the black sand was permeating a kilometer radius. This blow is not small. This wind force is at least 8 or 9 levels. Moreover, this tornado was also full of wind blades, and the trees twisted into it were like chopped vegetables, constantly decomposing and breaking. Ice explosion, aurora, dark shockwave. 3 attacks with different attributes were smashed down, combined with the terrifying wind blade tornado. For a while, the elements were confused, resulting in a violent explosion. More than 10 seconds later, several people approached vigilantly. Cluck. Linley was shocked and hurriedly shouted, be careful. Immediately afterwards, countless silver blades shot out from the center of the explosion. The young master was the closest and had no time to dodge. After enduring 3 or 4 blades on the front, he vomited blood and flew backwards. The body is full of cutting wounds. Xinglinger reacted to Linley in time, and the elemental barrier was resisted. Yu was the farthest away and easily dodged it. This breath is... Xinglinger spoke solemnly, as if facing a great enemy. Look into the pit again. At this moment, there is no trace of the male mantis, only a female mantis is chewing something in its mouth. Damn, killing your husband? What a pervert. Do you love me? If you love me, kiss me. If you love me, hug me. And if you love me, eat me. It's so fragrant. Seeing the satisfied appearance of the female mantis, Linley and the others suddenly felt a chill down their spine. What a pervert. In order to improve his strength, he does not hesitate to eat his partner. The middle level of the 9th level is really not culpable. Anyway, Linley didn't plan to deal with it, he had to run away. Young Master, charlatans, how are you two? Ahem, I'm okay. Young Master Piampian forced himself to get up, and at some point an extra red pill came out of his palm, which he threw directly into his mouth and swallowed. After only a few seconds, no more blood spilled out of his body. I'm almost recovered. The voice of the charlatans came from behind, and Linley glanced at him. Almost? I didn't see anything wrong at all. Just now, I was purely pretending to be garlic and didn't want to contribute. These guys are very bad-hearted. In that case, Linley will also accompany them to have a good time. Several Corporal, there is only one of this malignant mantis left. The 5 of us will attack together. Even if we can't get rid of it, we can still slow down its pace, and it will not be too late to retreat then. Linley secretly gave you a look. This girl can't do anything else. Her head is bright. What do you mean? Instantly understand. Then he cooperated. I think it's feasible. Wealth and danger are sought. You might as well give it a try. Okay, then give it a try. Get ready to do it. The 5 of them dispersed, occupied different positions, and began to gather abilities in their hands. That posture is like shit, holding back for a long time. The female mantis was chewed, and the 2 Vajra hands became bigger again. Sensing the momentum emitted by several people, there was no fear at all. Lifting the big claw, his eyes showed a fierce look. Cluck. Hands on. Serial ice arrows. Golden light seal. Wooden dragon. Dark impact. Ice, metal, wood, wind, darkness. 5 kinds of energy impact at the same time. It's like that Ultraman besieging the little monster, neatly emitting motion light waves. The murderous mantis didn't even hide. The 2 sickle claws danced quickly, and the ultimate edge swept out in a ring, collided with the skills of the 5 people. The ground within 100 meters was directly impacted to the depression, and the colorful elemental fluctuations were pleasant in an instant. Linley saw the opportunity and shouted, I can't beat it, run. And then, Tong Yue turned around with a very tacit understanding, positioned in the direction due north, and began to run away. This scene was confused to the remaining 3 people. I couldn't react for a while, and I still stood there to release my ability. Just run? Isn't this not yet decided? Cluck. The murderous mantis saw that 2 people on the enemy side ran away, and showed a proud look on his face. The sickle claw in his hand was forced, directly blasting the 3 of them out. Qinglinger and Jianghu Warlock flipped over and landed smoothly. Bastard! Then he caught the graceful young master, quickly chased in the direction where Linley and the 2 were going. The murderous mantis is not a fool, and it is acceptable to run too. They all ran away. Who are you going to settle the score? His husband ate it all, and he didn't ask for any interest. Where did his reputation in the beast world go? Whoa! Several blades attacked the 3 of them again from behind, and when Qinglinger saw this, she tore off the ice crystal necklace and threw it out with some distress. The moment the necklace landed, a large amount of ice abilities were released wildly. A thick ice wall more than 10 meters high rises from the ground, directly intercept the attacking blade light in mantis. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this, and continued to chase towards the depths of the dark forest. Those 3 guys won't be killed, will they? Probably not. Look at those who are spending money like dirt. How can there be no means to save their lives? Do you think there is something wrong with those 3 guys? It's not clear for the time being, but there must be some care. This ice and fire unicorn snatching battle is estimated to be very lively. Linley lowered his speed and sensed his surroundings. Then he pulled you to turn around and march towards the west position. There are many people and big goals, so let's not act with them for the time being. Someone is coming. I know. The 2 stopped and looked straight ahead. A figure staggered from far to near, covered in blood. The strength of the middle level 3. Linley was not afraid. He was very interested. I dare to run around like this. My heart is quite big. The figure also noticed Linley and the 2. The figure first stagnated, and then accelerated and rushed over. You could see this, raised the turquoise fan in his hand, and was about to give the other party a moment. Don't worry, the other party has no murderous intent. It seems that he is here to ask for help. Linley stopped Yu and stared at the figure with great interest. More than 10 seconds later, the man wearing a black mask finally came closer. It seems that he is also the task executive of the Shadow Guild. 2, please help me and take me out of the dark forest. Thank you. The masked man had multiple wounds on his body. Although the bleeding was stopped, the injury was particularly serious. Slow down. If it is not treated in time, I am afraid it will not last long. Your Excellency, have you encountered a strange beast? That's right. My team was attacked by high-level strange beasts, suffering heavy casualties, and I was the only one left to escape, and I hope you 2 will help me. Oh, simple. Pay for it. The masked man was stunned, obviously unable to understand what Linley meant. Pay money? What money? What? Crystals, blue coins, or the materials you collect? Otherwise, why should I help you? Do I look a lot like a philanthropist? That's right. Just thinking about the white wolf with empty gloves is shameless. Yu was able to assist, which made the masked man at a loss. 2, I have no crystals on me, and I don't have natural materials and treasures. For the sake of the same human race, please help me. Wipe. It turned out to be a poor ghost. Bai was happy. Linley rolled his iconic big eyes and said, Brother, now the great compassion mantra has to be VIP in a certain software. You should find your own way. After that, Linley and the 2 bypassed the masked man and continued to move forward. 2, I'm really cornered. Please help me. I will give you my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law is young, beautiful, only 33 years old this year. Linley stumbled and almost didn't pout. Turning his head and looking at a fool, he said to the masked man, Dude, you are really a fucking talent. I'm only 18 years old. I thought you were quite pitiful just now, but now it seems to be. You should die. A man who can even give away his daughter-in-law is really not a thing. You can take 2 steps forward forward. He raised his pink little fist and smashed it directly. I know a shocking secret treasure. Don't kill me. The masked man knelt to the ground with a frightened pop, clasped his hands and shouted loudly. Eueka's pink little fist stagnated in midair, and he looked back at Linley. Shocking secret treasure? Why should I believe you? A poor man who can't even take out a piece of crystallization can really provide clues to the secret treasure? If what he says is true, then those words just now are false. The human heart is unpredictable. I admit that I just lied. My team was not attacked by high-level beasts, but snatched treasures with high-level beasts, so as to heavy losses. I was planning to sell this clue at a good price after I went back, but I didn't think about it. I didn't expect to meet Linley, and I asked for money without saying a word. If you don't give money, you give your wife to others, but they don't want to, and they are ready to kill themselves. Who can I talk to about this? What treasure? Elemental law scroll. What? You repeat? Before Linley could react, you went crazy first. I almost didn't attract the wolf. Are you crazy? What did you hear that made you so excited? Linley dragged Yuku over, as if annoyed and confused. Idiot, you don't even know the elemental law scroll? This thing records the shocking secret of the element's arrival into the world, long before the start of the new era. According to legend, as long as you collect the 12 elemental scrolls, you can learn the method of controlling the source and awakening the power of nature. At that time, an unprecedented new height of human beings can be reached, and any strange beasts and enemies can be wiped out in just one thought. You can understand that the one who collects the Dharma scroll can be called a god. Linley's eyes were dull. He touched his forehead and then touched Eueka's forehead. No fever. How does this story sound like Dragon Ball? Collect 8 Dragon Balls and do anything you want to achieve. Girl, are you okay? Oh, when is this? I'm going to lie to you. 3 months later, he went back and asked Leader Yi, and according to legend, he also had a volume. And Wang Gang, the dean of Shenghui Academy, and Li Tainan, the president of the Divine Lord Guild, each had a volume in their hands. Is this story true? Control the origin. Awakening the power of nature. The meaning of the latter is not clear yet, but the former. Didn't Linley just come into contact with the dark origin? What other elemental law scrolls does this thing need to collect? Reaching unprecedented new heights, I don't feel it. Holy Order or God King? Is it from the Dark Kingdom? The two of them paused for a moment, and then they reacted, and they just said that they had leaked their mouths. In that case, you have to kill people to silence them. The cold light in his hand flashed, and the victory sword was pulled out again. The masked man was so frightened that he hurriedly kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Uncle, I didn't hear anything, and you didn't say anything. I told you where the elemental law scroll is. You spared my life. Linley smoothly took back the sword of victory and agreed. The masked man breathed a sigh of relief, just in case he deliberately made the other party swear. Swear by the elemental star. This thing is no joke. Once the oath is broken, it is very likely to be backlashed. At best, the breakthrough is blocked, and at worst, the demonic explosive body is exposed. Therefore, if it weren't for extremely special circumstances, no one would choose to swear with the elemental star. I swear to the elemental star in my body that if the other party truthfully explains the location of the elemental law scroll, I will let it go and will never hurt his life. Is it okay? Linley raised 3 fingers and made an oath in a decent manner. Only then did the masked man feel relieved and described the location of the elemental law scroll in detail. Bang! By the way, also made an oath, saying that he would not disclose the identities of the two, let alone lie or fake. Linley nodded in satisfaction, which proved that the elemental law scroll was real. Okay, the deal is made. Good luck. After saying that, Lin Lixia smiled and turned around. On the side, Yu pulled the black hair curtain, showing his murderous intent. Are you crazy? You have sworn that you will let me go. The masked man was stupid. He never expected that the other party would suddenly change his mind. Is this illogical? I did promise to let you go, but my little brother didn't agree? I can guarantee that I won't make a move. As for the others, hey, sorry, I didn't count. You are a devil, scum, pervert. Before the masked man could finish speaking, a dark green blade slashed across his neck. A generation of poverty has come to an end. This was the last lesson Linley taught him in his life, and he had nothing to do with strangers. Maybe at some point he will be picked off. You say I'm untrustworthy? No humanity? Ruthless? What's going on? Can these be eaten as meals? The poor man knew his identity, and even if he made an oath, there was no reason to trust him. Besides, this person is not a good bird. It's just a matter of profit. Even if Linley didn't kill him now, with his current virtue, it would be difficult for him to get out of the dark forest. Sending him a ride in advance to help him alleviate some pain can be regarded as doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. You're welcome. Okay, please call me Mr. Living Buddha. Which is the next target, the ice and fire unicorn or the elemental law scroll? After a brief cleanup of the scene, Yu returned to Linley and asked. The elemental law scroll is not in a hurry, not to mention that there are high-level strange beasts guarding it. Few people can find it just by its geographical location. Time is running out now, and there are more and more teams looking for ice and fire unicorns. We have to hurry up. But such a big dark forest. Where do we go to find it? Linley thought for a while and said, the ice and fire Qilin mother beast, the super level peak strength, must be in the deepest part of the dark forest. Once a team plays against it, the scene will definitely be a landslide, and you are afraid that you won't be able to find it at that time? Oh, I didn't expect you to have some brains. Linley didn't bother to refute and continued to march deep into the forest. Roughly more than an hour passed. Hungry, the smoke and dust dispersed. Damn, I didn't even eat breakfast, as if urging my life. Little brother, big brother is hungry. You looked at Linley, then at his stomach, and said aggrievedly, I'm hungry too. So what? I'm going to find food? Otherwise? Are you a little brother, or am I a little brother? Shouldn't you do the basic work of finding food? Hey, you are a man, shouldn't your life be for men to hunt and women to cook? Who is living with you? The younger brother loves the eldest brother, and the eldest brother loves the younger brother. Linley has always adhered to this principle of order. So, Yu was sent to hunt in the surrounding area. Eat mine, drink mine, and want to prostitute me for free. What is the use of looking good? The airport of the microslope. There is no wait at all. 10 minutes later, Yu didn't move. 20 minutes later, Yu didn't move. 30 minutes later, Yu still didn't move. Linley couldn't sit still. This girl wouldn't fall into the pit, right? Or let her go hunting, but she was eaten by the prey? Looking in the direction where Yu could hunt, he did not notice any abnormal situation. There should be no powerful strange beasts around here. Otherwise, there is no reason not to perceive it. Little brother, younger brother. Linley tried his best to lower his voice, shouting while searching. After groping back and forth for 7 or 8 minutes, finally, an anomaly was discovered. What a big pit. It is about 2 meters in diameter and bottomless. The layered rock above is broken, and the branches and leaves are still hanging around the pit. At first glance, it was someone passing by, accidentally stepping on the rock and falling into a deep pit. You really fell into the pit? It's so deep, you won't be thrown to death, right? After thinking about it, I decided to go down and investigate. Don't look at the monk's face and look at the Buddha's face. Anyway, she is the granddaughter of Elder Yu, and she still thinks that she is the eldest brother, and it is difficult to explain what happened. Linley took a deep breath and pulled out the sword of victory evil. One jumped straight into the pit. A strong sense of weightlessness hit his whole body, and Linley inserted the victory sword into the surrounding soil layer to slow down the descent. After about 30 seconds, it finally fell to the bottom. Good guy, it's 100 meters deep. If it weren't for his space teleportation skills, he would really not be able to go back to the ground. When I entered the bottom of the pit, my vision became wider. Looking around, Linley was stunned. This place, isn't it the Northeast Farm compound? Familiar bungalow architectural style, familiar red brick tiles. Damn it, the most outrageous thing is that there are also bursts of smoke floating above the house. Wind blade technique. The rich aroma of vegetables fills the entire area. Try to smell it. Well, beans stewed with potatoes and eggplant. Hungry even more. Boom. 2 steps into the courtyard, wisps of dim light shot out of the house. It seems to have a feeling of nostalgia. Outside the door, there was also a row of sauerkraut jars. Shovels, hoes and other agricultural tools are neatly placed in the corners. A few old hens giggled in the vegetable garden. There is a breath of life everywhere. But Linley was very curious. Without sunlight, how did the vegetables in the vegetable garden grow? New hybrid varieties? Little brother? Are you there, little brother? In the compound, Linley's low cry echoed mid-air. There is no way. Since I stepped into this courtyard, all the elemental ability perception has disappeared. Linley had no way to be sure whether Yu was in it or not. The dilapidated wooden door was slowly pushed open, and a clear, loud voice came from inside the house. A friend comes from afar. Please come in. Senior, I don't mean to offend. I'm just here to find a friend. May I ask, can you see? She's here. Come in. Let's have a meal together. It's still not possible. I'll leave after picking up my friends, so I won't bother you. It's okay. It's okay. Senior, look. Damn it. It's quite a big old man. If you let you in, you will come in. What's wrong? Can a couple of sips of wine with me poison you? Linley was stunned when he was scolded. Is he really from the Northeast? This temper is coming. Good. At your words, the juniors took 2 sips. That's the situation. That's how it is. After all the words are said to be here, if you refuse again, you really don't know what to do. What is the biggest hobby of Northeast people? Linley is good at this. He is a Northeast person. Give it to others. When you are happy, maybe reward some opportunities. How beautiful it is. Thinking of this, Linley took 2 steps. Step inside. It is indeed an ordinary house, and what catches your eye is the outhouse. Nota's stove was still steaming at the moment. The dishes in the pot were gone, and they should have been put into the rice plate and brought into the back room. It was still the voice coming from the back room. I was too far away to hear clearly, but now it's close. Listening to the voice, the other party is not very old. It looks like a 20-something. Wow. Meanwhile, Linley opened the curtain and walked in cautiously. Look to the right. I almost didn't get angry. I saw you take off his shoes, get on the Kong, cross his legs, and make it hard. A pot of potatoes and eggplant stewed beans, plus a few green onions, with meat miso sauce, and a plate of pickles. It is called a fragrant one. Seeing Linley enter the house, holding a rice bowl is laughable. Damn, I was so worried about her just now, but people were happy here. You Eka, you. Linley pursed his lips and nose in anger and wanted to scold, but suddenly realized that there was still someone next to him. Shift your gaze. Where is the master sitting opposite you Eka, senior? It's clearly a young guy. He was plainly dressed and handsome. A short black hair, although a little messy, is just right. Looking at his appearance, he is not a few years older than himself. Ha! At this moment, he was staring at Linley and waved with a smile. Hello, Junior, you. Hello. The corners of Linley's mouth couldn't help but twitch, as if he was taken advantage of. What should I do? Hungry. Please sit down. Good. Linley is a little at a loss now. He can't figure out the identity of the other party, and he can't rashly attack. What if he is a hermit master? Although it doesn't look like much. Yu consciously moved his buttocks inward and made room for a piece of land. Linley didn't talk nonsense when he saw this, and took off his shoes directly and got on the Kong, facing the hermit master. Excuse me, what do you call it? My name is Sha Jun. Sterilization? Oh, hello, my name is Linley. After thinking about it, the front gear was also taken off, and what should have been exposed had been exposed, and there was nothing to hide. I know you, the dark legend who has a reward of 300 million. Linley was shocked. The other party had heard of him? It seems that he is not a so-called hermit master. You think too much. It was Miss Yu who told me that I haven't been out of this farmhouse for 23 years. Linley was completely stunned. Can you tell the other party? Sha Jun has been in this place for 23 years. How old is he? Alas, he can read minds? Wait, I'm a little confused. Let's come one by one. You can. Yu was pulling food into his mouth and turned his head to look at it in confusion. Why are you talking about everything? You are selling your teammates. No, it's selling Big Brother. Are you worthy of me? Fart, why am I sorry for you? I obviously didn't say anything. He guessed it himself. Guessed it? At this time, Sha Jun also spoke. I guessed it. Miss Yu didn't say anything. Now Linley was even more confused. Guess it? This is obviously mind reading, right? No, I can't call it mind reading, but psychic invasion. Linley didn't understand. You didn't understand even though he was holding the rice bowl. TSK. It is to control the dark forces, invade your minds, and extract the memories I want to know. Of course, only for 7 days of memory. That's right, I'm a superpower, a dark ability. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you too. The so-called money is meaningless to me. If you scold me again, I'm going to beat you. Linley hurriedly retracted his thoughts. This guy is really not simple. He is known as a master outside the world, and he lives up to his name. Okay, drink, eat, I'll go with you after cleaning up. Ha, come with me? Where to? Of course I'm out. I've been in this ghost place for more than 20 years. I have to go out and find a daughter-in-law, settle down and live, right? Linley's heart never stopped when he entered the door. What is it like to be poor, and marry a daughter-in-law? Which girl is so kind-hearted and willing to sacrifice herself for others? That, Kill Senior, you are also a dark superpower, so can you teach me the so-called mind invasion technique just now? Yes, but with your current strength, you can't learn at all. Use the power of darkness to invade the other party's heart. The prerequisite is that it is higher than the strength of the other party. Linley realized that something was wrong. According to what the other party said, then the current realm of Killing June, the lowest level or above, 23-year-old superclass? I awakened to my abilities at the age of 3, and in 20 years, is it difficult to understand how high I am now? That's right. Who said that you can't awaken your abilities at the age of 3? It's just a matter of probability. Nearly 99% of people awaken their abilities after the age of 16. But there are still a small number of people who are lucky and favored by God will awaken their abilities before the age of 16. It's just that it is too powerful to awaken at the age of 3. Linley picked up a piece of potato and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, an idea crept into his mind, and his eyes lit up instantly. Senior, the outside world is not so good. It is not difficult to find a daughter-in-law, but it is difficult to make money. Without money, there is no daughter-in-law, let alone a home. Why don't you come to me and act as a thug, and I will pay you a salary. 1 month, 5 million blue coins. Yes, keep your wife and children hot, Kong head. After hearing Linley's words, Sha Jun was obviously stunned. Because he sensed it, the other party was not lying. In this way, it is indeed a good choice. 20 million. Damn, this guy has also learned the ability to bargain. Linley took a deep breath. 20 million is 20 million. As long as you catch the ice and fire Qilin, you will get 3 billion blue coins. Linley can still get this money. Okay, since that's the case. 100 million. You have to have 3 billion. I want 100 million. Isn't it too much? Well, not too much. Yu on the side came to assist the wave god and almost choked Linley to death. Shut your mouth and eat your food. Oh, Yu shrank his neck and continued to cook. Senior, this 20 million has been negotiated and a temporary price increase is not appropriate, right? Sha Jun didn't think so and drank a cup of Yanglinshan to himself. I think it's quite appropriate. Don't you also have the idea of selling your teammates and monopolizing rewards? By the way,
Hey, the little girl named Qinglinger has a problem. How do you say this? Feel. One of the three is an insider, and through your memory, I have seen the performance of each of the three. Although those two boys are a little cautious, they are not hostile to you. It's this little girl. Tisk, it's not simple. Linley has an idea now. Big brother, that's amazing. With memory, you can help Linley find out the so-called mole. What? If you can keep Shajun by your side in the future, you won't be able to take off? You find me a daughter-in-law, and I'll work for you. It's not a big problem. Can we discuss something first? No, I don't accept apprentices. Before Master's death, he specially told me that I am only an assistant to a legendary talent. Well, Linley is satisfied with being able to let his seniors assist him. Okay, hurry up and eat, and discuss it after eating. In this way, Linley and Shajun drank 2 pounds of liquor. Yu is really not a picky eater, and she ate 4 big bowls of rice. The amount of vegetables in a pot is finally gone. According to the agreement, Shajun began to pack his luggage, and this so-called luggage is pots and pans, cotton quilts, pickles and green onions, old hen eggs. Kill seniors, are we planning to move? Shajun stood in the vegetable garden and pulled green onions, and explained earnestly, this is all my hard work. After going out, I will never be able to eat such delicious vegetables again. Linley was speechless. Aren't all vegetables the same taste? What kind of society is it now? What kinds, and are there any flavors of vegetables? What thick and long green onions can't be bought? Seeing the package like a hill, Linley was big for a while. There was no way, and in the end, he could only give Shajun a space ring. This was snatched from Ju Wunang last time. I hope everything goes well in the future, and with the help of this senior killer, successfully capture the ice and fire Qilin. Are you ready? Ready! Linley nodded, and then released the dark ability. The black mist gradually enveloped the three of them, and their eyes were returning little by little. Shajun faced the farmhouse compound and waved his hand reluctantly. Goodbye, my former home. The deepest part of the dark forest, the central location at the junction with the extreme northern beast domain. A small cloud of mushrooms rose into the air. The kilometer radius was raised to the ground. Dozens of people with special abilities fled like crazy. Among them, there is also the familiar little three. Damn, which bastard provoked the ice and fire Qilin mother? Now everyone has nothing to play. Joke. A thunderous roar resounded through half of the dark forest. The weather was originally clear and cloudy, but now it is full of dark clouds. The purple lightning thunder snake kept shuttling through the thick clouds, as if it would descend into the world at any time. It was like an apocalyptic scene. Whether it was a strange beast or a person with special abilities, they would flee wildly. Qinglinger followed closely behind the graceful young master, his eyes extremely complicated. The target was lost, and the ice and fire unicorn was angry. How can I cross this time? Strange, it's been so long. Why haven't you seen the god of death and the gold medal chef? Could it be that you are in some trouble? This can't go on, just the three of us. The plan can't be implemented smoothly, and a new alliance must be formed. Or, wait a little longer. Qinglinger looked left and right, but never found Linley's figure. This inevitably made her a little at a loss. You can only open your mouth to delay time. With another roar, the mountain-like body of the ice and fire Qilin appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, everyone present and the beast were complaining the same sentence in their hearts. Damn, this bee can fly? Alien beasts are not like humans, and can control their flying ability after reaching a certain level. But when you are born, your species determines whether you can fly or not. This is not out of nature. But this ice and fire unicorn also has no wings? It was originally a 3-series supernatural beast, and now it can fly. How can this be played? Which 3 systems? Ice, fire, thunder. The existence of this strange beast is extremely special, and the number is pitiful. It can be said that the probability of appearing is 1 in 100 million, especially a powerful strange beast like the ice and fire Qilin. Based on what humans currently know, there are definitely no more than 5. However, on the human side, there have never been many supernatural powerhouses. Maybe it's because his physique is too fragile to withstand the mixed impact of too many ability attributes. Not good. That beast is about to breathe fire again. Let's combine to defend. Seeing that the situation was not good, the charlatans directly gave up the idea of escaping. The three of them formed a circle and worked together to unleash the strongest defensive skills. The graceful young master took the lead in taking out a colorful crystal ball and threw it straight into the air. The crystal ball floated into the air and exploded, releasing a powerful hybrid elemental ability that firmly wrapped the three of them. Golden light wall, green blockade, ice crystal fortress. That is, the moment when the three of them used their skills and stabilized. The flames in the sky eroded the earth, and several people were like a flatboat in the sea. Shaky, fragile. Kill the seniors. Can these 3 guys hold on? On the hillside a kilometer away, 3 melon-eating people were watching energetically. Linley pointed to the 3 people staggering under the tree and asked curiously. Shajun shook his head, but nodded again. Yes, but it will hurt. That crystal ball will last for 30 seconds at most. Look at this little guy, at least 35 seconds or so. Bob, who is the little one? Linley thought he had heard it wrong, but he didn't care. But it is certain that these 3 people are injured at the moment.
This ice and fire unicorn has already been enraged, and the difficulty of capturing the little unicorn has greatly increased.
Ha, why didn't I see the little Qilin?
Yuyuka stretched out his head and looked at it for a long time, but he didn't see any trace of the little Qilin.
I can't help but be very curious. Xiaojun pointed to the ice and fire Qilin in the void and said, on her back. On the back? Then let's catch a fart.
Linley decisively chose to give up, let alone put his hand on the other party's back, and now in this situation, he couldn't get close.
Maybe I'll give you a big breath of fire at any time. Money is important, but life is the most important.
Hey, forget it, this task reward is not destined to belong to me, Linley, so it's better to go back and change the task.
Linley turned around and sighed slightly, stretched out his hand, trying to pull the two away. The left hand grabs it. Right hand. Hey, what about people?
The figure of Xiaojun disappeared in place at some point. Linley was very confused.
Big. Great. What's big? Why are you still stuttering? Seeing Yueka's appearance, Linley was speechless and wanted to laugh. Eat brain fragments, right? Idiot, look at the sky.
You could directly break Linley's head and freeze his gaze in the air. A new member of the stuttering squad has been added. Seeing that above the void at this time, the figure of Xiaojun appeared on the back of the ice and fire Qilin. He easily grabbed the tail of the little unicorn and then patted the head of the big unicorn.
Here, disappeared again.
Linley felt a slight fluctuation in space around him.
Another one. The little unicorn was caught back?
He went back and forth for up to 5 seconds, and even molested the female unicorn.
This strength is a bit unreasonable, right? Don't be stunned while the little guy hasn't reacted yet. Hurry up and go.
Boss,
you are still afraid of the female unicorn with this strength?
It's not that I'm afraid, but it's not necessary. If we rob someone else's child, we will be at fault, and we will clean it up again, and we will be a little sorry.
Linley grew his mouth and was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before he could ask,
Boss, what kind of strength are you?
I don't know.
I just don't know. I have been practicing for 20 years, and I am not very clear about the positioning of the strange energy in my body, and after I get used to it for a while, I should be able to recognize it.
At this moment, the female unicorn's great eruption finally ended.
The woods and vegetation within a kilometer all turned into smoke and dissipated. The earth was bare and dark. It is not clear how many people died, maybe not 100, but 80. The 3 little ones who were sad still couldn't hold on and were attacked by the flames. Fortunately, it was only a momentary impact, and the injury was not too serious. At this moment, they were helping each other to get up and fled into the distance with slow steps.
The female unicorn calmed down and looked at her back. He glanced at the position of Linley and the 3 of them again, stunned for 2 seconds.
Immediately, an unprecedented roar erupted. Without saying a word, Xiaojun directly raised his hand and punched the other party.
A punch in the air.
The entire space trembled violently, and the palpitating dark energy could not be captured with the naked eye,
because it's too fast. Bang!
A muffled sound came, and the female Qilin's body flew out directly.
A faint wail. Didn't you say you couldn't do it? Nonsense, she wants to kill you. If I don't do it, who will find me a daughter-in-law?
Linley and Yu gave a thumbs up at the same time and shouted, awesome.
Okay, it's time for us to go. It seems a big guy is approaching. Big? It can't be a holy order beast, right? Then you have to hurry up and run away.
The fluttering, howling little unicorn was knocked unconscious.
Cast black mist one after another.
With Linley's current strength, he can teleport up to 200 meters each time. After casting it 5 times, it returned to the dark forest area. There are many trees in this place, which is conducive to hiding the figure. The super-level ice and fire unicorn hasn't slowed down yet, and he has to take this opportunity to escape quickly. Most of the strange beasts and superpowers that had just fled were swallowed up by the flames and turned into fertilizer to protect the flowers. Only a small number of strong ones escaped the disaster.
What are you doing?
This group of people has seen the terrifying strength of killing June. Even if the ice and fire Qilin cubs were in the hands of Linley's team, no one dared to step forward to compete. Who dares to risk their lives?
Death. Little chef.
The familiar voice of young Master Grace came from a distance, and Linley and the 3 of them did not slow down, but only glanced at it.
How miserable.
A young man who was white and clean was burned into an old man in the countryside at this moment. The whole body was scorched black. The clothes were tattered, and the wounds had not yet been treated.
3 people are all of this virtue, especially Qinglinger. 1 red, 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 purple. This one is exposed, and that is exposed. No driving, no key parts are exposed.
Asterisk caret caret asterisk.
Hey, there is a fee.
It's a pity that there were clothes in this little beauty space ring, which were quickly covered.
Hey, what are you looking at? My eyes are straight.
You could sense something was wrong with Linley and followed his gaze.
Bah, stinky hooligan. Why is there you everywhere? I'm a rogue. I'm happy. People have money. Do you have it? Airport lady? You.
What are you? Concentrate on opening the way. I'll see you later. Linley turned his head again and found that Xiaojun was also watching, and he looked more seriously than Linley.
If it weren't for wearing a mask, those squinting eyes would have scared people.
2 perverts perverts, you muttered and rushed to the front to lead the way. Your Excellency Death, congratulations on catching the ice and fire Qilin, dare to ask this senior. The two teams got closer and closer, and the young master looked at him with reverence and asked cautiously. Sha Jun ignored him, and his eyes were still locked on Changlinger.
Linley sensed something was wrong. Killing June is not astringent, but examine, girl, the ability in your body. It's not your own, right?
As soon as a word came out, the audience was stunned. Changlinger was even more frightened and breathed. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief.
Not your own? Linley seemed to think of something.
Then combine it with reality, analyze and judge.
Is sure. 80% of this Changlinger is an undercover agent sent by the Demon Legion. But how did the other party know his whereabouts? The seniors, the juniors don't understand. How dare Changlinger admit it? She can only bite the bullet and lie. And the other two didn't find any clues, and they felt that the master was talking in the clouds, so he should be praising Changlinger, right?
That's it. I don't want to worry about your business, but you can't take this kid away.
Sha Jun retracted his gaze and spoke indifferently.
Changlinger's eyes became more and more nervous, and she glanced at Linley, a look of disappointment in her eyes. The task was too difficult and she chose to give up.
3. You have no power to snatch the ice and fire unicorn this time. It all depends on my eldest brother.
Of course, my eldest brother's appearance fee is also very expensive, and 2 ghost grasses are the reserve price. For the sake of our cooperation, I will give you 5 million blue coins and 3 mid-level beast crystals. Just make a friend and leave a friendship. To be honest, Linley is already very interesting. If it weren't for the fact that the identity of these 3 people was not simple, they wanted to leave a good relationship so that they could meet and act in the future, and it would be impossible to leave a dime to each other.
But what Linley didn't expect was that the young master and the charlatan actually refused.
Your Excellency is right. We did not contribute to this operation, and this task reward has nothing to do with us. It is an honor to be able to meet our seniors. How dare we ask for money?
That's right. Since mission 999 already belongs, then we don't need to do more entanglements.
Wouldn't it be better if we had the opportunity to cooperate again in the future?
Yo, these 2 people are quite familiar, or it is quite high quality and educated.
Know the truth that the Green Mountains do not change and the green water flows for a long time.
Linley was afraid of meeting the second goods, and felt that others deserved him and owed him, and he should share part of the reward.
If that's the case, none of these 3 people will be able to escape.
All of them have to be turned into activated fertilizers.
In that case, 3, we are destined to see each other again. We have other things to do, so we won't go back to Tsunching for the time being.
Miss Linger, I am destined to meet again.
Linley waved his hand at Changlinger. He knew in his heart that the other party was not here to kill him, but to take him to the Demon Legion. And the original Huali has the same virtue. It is not clear what means the other party has in hand, but if it weren't for the killing of June today, a big war would be inevitable. The 2 teams said goodbye to each other and then parted ways.
There are also many daring people with superpowers hidden around, just a group of outlaws.
Neither was willing to accept the ghost grass, and 3 billion blue coins and 50 crystals were snatched away. In that case, Linley didn't talk nonsense. He immediately handed over a blue card to the killer.
There is 100 million in it, which Yi Cheng handed over to him.
Once the salary is paid, naturally you have to work. Sha Jun was very happy, snapped his fingers, and the surroundings instantly became quiet. Linley couldn't see through the realm of killing June's strength more and more, and the people hiding around him were basically some high-level superpowers, occasionally mixed with some middle-level gangsters. But a snap of a finger can solve dozens of people. This strength positioning, at least it was a big guy of Yi Cheng's level. That is, the super-level peak level.
Eliminating the hidden dangers, several people accelerated their march.
From this position, the existence of the ice and fire unicorn mother beast can still be perceived. The roar of the big guy shook the ground of the dark forest. The clouds in the sky have not yet dissipated, proving that the mother beast's rage has not subsided. Linley turned around according to the direction of the secret treasure described by the masked man,
until 6 hours later,
completely shook off the ice and fire unicorn mother beast.
At the same time, we arrived at Jinjing Mountain, Jing Mountain.
Together with Fuzhou Mountain, Hengta Mountain, Hitai Mountain, Jiaping Mountain, and Pingwang Mountain, they are all known as the 6 sacred mountains of the extreme northern beast region.
Why is it called a holy mountain?
Because according to legend, every mountain occupies a holy order beast. The strength is monstrous, but its whereabouts are uncertain, and it rarely appears. The remaining 5 mountains are distributed deep in the beast realm.
Only this false realm mountain is located in the border area of the dark forest. Let's start.
Stepping into this mountain means stepping into the beast realm. The number of strange beasts encountered would increase exponentially, and the level of danger was far from comparable to that of the dark forest. Linley and you could retreat nearly 100 meters in a very tacit understanding. This job is still a killing hand. In the cave where the 5 fingers were not visible, a pair of scarlet bloodthirsty eyes blinked like neon lights. It is like a red candle in the cold wind and wax moon, floating uncertainly.
Sha Jun stood at the entrance of the ink black hole and snapped his fingers. Linley and the 2 walked back silently. Linley. It's so handsome. When will we have this be grid? The moment Xiaojun snapped his fingers, Linley seemed to notice the fluctuations in the space elements. Maybe my level is too low to keep up with the boss's speed. After clearing the obstacles, a group of 3 people walked into the cave. The strong smell of blood came to the nose, and the choking few people frowned. How many people or beasts do you have to kill to accumulate blood? Just look at the ground. All kinds of white bones, scattered, and many uncorrupted corpses, wearing masks, are likely to be the accomplices of the poor bemasked man. I couldn't recognize my strength positioning, so I rushed to give away my head. This place, can there really be a secret treasure? How do I feel like it's a strange beast den? You looked east and west, and saw nothing except the bare rock wall and white bones. The space in the cave is not too big, and it will end after walking about 400 meters inside. Linley circled around the rock wall, saying that he had to find out the secret treasure. It's not that he's persistent, but that there must be treasures buried in this place. Otherwise, the group of task performers came to this place to explore after being full. 30 minutes later. Roar! Linley compromised. Damn, there's nothing in this broken place. That group of idiots must have been fooled. Xiaojun sat on a raised rock, watching the 2 of them work blindly for a long time, and finally couldn't sit still. You too, can't you look up? Look up? Linley hurriedly raised his neck and looked up. There really is. I saw a golden simple iron box hanging at the top of the center of the cave. A few strands of vines were wrapped around it, holding it in place. Treasure chest? Is this really a secret treasure in the wild? You stared at the top in a daze. Is there such a thing as a treasure chest in this era? Isn't it about scattered things? Why did it become a monopoly reward? Let's get it down first. Linley slashed his finger, and the dark black blade directly shattered the vines, and the heavy iron box smashed to the ground with a bang. The harsh sound of metal rubbing echoed throughout the cave. Xiaojun was also interested, and followed the 2 of them forward to check. Linley squatted down and simply fiddled with the big treasure chest. There are no locks and no mechanisms. With a click, the lid was lifted. Look inside. This is Martian soft-shelled turtle text? There was only one thing in the treasure chest, 2 palm-sized stone tablets. And the words depicted on it, Linley couldn't understand it at all. Draw a circle on the left and a hook on the right. There is also a smiling face in the middle. Is this the new version of hieroglyphs? Can you understand? The other 2 shook their heads, indicating that they had touched the blind spot of knowledge. Linley picked up the steel and turned it up and down, left and right, nothing special. The most important thing should be the words depicted above. It seems that you have to take the time to find a literary master. Let him help see if this Martian style can be translated. Snap. Ha, what is it? Linley looked back. A small stone? Snap, click. 2 small stones. Wow. Is there an earthquake? Come on. Less than 3 seconds. The entire cave began to tremble violently, the rocks at the top fell off, and cracks began to appear on the surrounding rock walls. This is too bloody, isn't it? Good to play earthquakes? Can't go out. Just when Linley and the 2 rushed out 100 meters, the figure of Xiaojun suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped the 2 of them. Linley was a little confused and a little anxious. The cave is about to collapse. Why don't you go out? Kill the seniors. This is about to collapse. If we don't go out, we will evolve into monkeys. What do you mean? 500 years at the bottom of the mountain. Xiaojun shook his head, turned to look outside the cave and said, this is not an earthquake, but a great riot of strange beasts. Great riot? Linley and you can speak at the same time. How can this be done for no reason? Belch. It doesn't seem to be without reason. Won't it be because of this little unicorn? Linley lifted the little unicorn in his hand and shook it. I haven't woken up yet. No, that mother beast has not yet reached the ability to control the army of strange beasts. It is likely that the big guy who just appeared did it. Big? Holy beast. Linley's eyes widened, and his claws were numb in an instant. The Holy Order beasts have all come out, and going out must be to die. Turn your head to look. Hey! Only then did Linley realize that the earthquake had subsided. It should be the army of strange beasts that overwhelmed it. Oh no, there will be another big battle in Sungcheng. Isn't this a normal thing? Recently, large and small battles in Sungcheng have happened almost every 7 or 8 days. Linley, turn your ring. This battle is extraordinary. This be peeked into his own memories again. No, didn't he say that he could only extract memories within 7 days? Your ring is implicated by a powerful chi. You can guess it with your toes. It is a teleportation magic weapon. Teleportation magic weapon? Then why can't I teleport over? I don't know. Because you are not strong enough. When you reach your so-called high-level realm, you will naturally be able to use it. Roar. Oh, you haven't said why you want to turn the ring? What does it mean to be extraordinary? It means that this strange beast riot involves at least 1 million people, and I have already perceived 27 heads of the so-called super level alone. My mother's uncle, 1 million strange beasts? How many guards are there in Sungcheng? Nearly 100,000 is not bad. I turn. Linley riveted with all his strength and quickly turned the quaint black ring. Sure enough, a powerful chi began to emerge. Yi Cheng's familiar appearance came into the eyes of the 3
3 of them. What's wrong, Lin Li? Call me here. Halfway through speaking, Yi Chang suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His face changed suddenly, and he looked out of the cave very seriously. How can there be so many? What happened? If I'm not mistaken, you are the so-called half-step saint, right? Yi Chang turned his head suddenly, looking at Sha Jun as if he were facing a great enemy. Who is your excellency? Can you see through my strength? Nameless people call themselves killers. Sterilization? It's killing June. Thousands of June. Lin Li hurriedly explained. However, Yi Chang was still very vigilant. Your excellency's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid you have already entered the realm of the holy steps. I don't know. Where did it come from, and where did it go? Lin Li couldn't stand it anymore. Is the dialogue between the masters so inked? Brother Chang, I promise you that there is no malice in killing the senior. He is mine now. Full-time thugs, let's solve the problem of strange beast invasion now. Yi Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, glanced at Lin Li, and pondered for a moment. In that case, your excellency is interested in making a move with me? Ask him. The salary he paid me, I will listen to him. Sha Jun pointed at Lin Li with his chin, very calm. It's no problem to shoot. Can you send us back to Tsunching first? One more person has one more strength. Okay, let's go. Yi Chang directly released the black mist and wrapped it around several people present. In the next second, Lin Li found himself above the clouds. No, you just flew up and you were going to vomit? You grabbed Sha Jun's arm and looked at Lin Li jokingly. Just talk too much. Be careful that I spit out your face. Vomit. Hey, it's disgusting. Lin Li patted his chest and let go of his breath. It flew too suddenly, and my head was dizzy and I couldn't adapt to it. It's much better now. No. The piercing siren sounded half the sky, and he looked down. The dense army of strange beasts was rushing towards the location of Tsunching like crazy at this moment, and directly behind his team, there were several extremely terrifying figures. Among them, the ice and fire unicorn mother beast is the most conspicuous. At this moment, its eyes were red, and its dark brown nostrils were panting heavily, as if it was holding back anger in its heart, and it was in urgent need of release. This is a big disaster. Why did you still attract the ice and fire unicorn mother beast? Then why do you want to catch its cubs? For the mission, 3 billion blue coins, 2 ghost grasses, and 50 mid-level strange beast crystals. What reason do I have to refuse? Hey, this female beast is afraid that it will be controlled by other holy order beasts, and in a violent state. Even me, I don't dare to take it lightly. What should I do? Can Tsunching be defended? If you can't hold on, you have to defend. I have released the chi just now, and the people of the Dark Kingdom will arrive soon. Do you have to notify the evil spirit temple as well? No need, there are their own people among the guards, and when it's time to come, they will come. While speaking, a group of 4 people, along with a beast, finally arrived in Tsunching. Landing on the familiar steel barrier, thousands of defenders were on standby. Your Excellency, catch the thief first and capture the king. You and I will join forces to take down that big guy. It shouldn't be a problem. Try it. Sha Jun took off his mask, smiled, and disappeared in place with Yi Chang. What is this called? Just finished tossing a month ago, and now it's time to guard the frontier again. It's still the same place. Lin Li held on to the city wall, observing and sighing. Yu scratched his head and asked curiously, who did you come with last time? Classmate, a girl named Lu Qingyu. Cut, do you look good like me? The corners of Lin Li's mouth twitched, his eyes skimmed diagonally, and he teased, the appearance is equally divided. It's this other place. People are mountain peaks, you are plains, endless, flat. You can be angry and kick it. Lin Li caught it casually. The enemy is at present, and I don't have time to make trouble with you, so I want to make trouble at home. Who will go home with you? Stinky hooligan. Yu turned his head and ignored it, because the army of strange beasts has already attacked under his feet. A familiar and shocking scene was staged again. Countless elemental skills were overwhelming, and they smashed out of the city gate one by one. As the saying goes, Shibi should be impressed for 3 days. The last time I came here, Lin Li was only the 4th level of the 1st level. In just 1 month, he has stepped into the middle level. This improvement is not small. Dark shockwave, tad beep, 2 laser rays frantically swept the battlefield. With Lin Li's current ability recharge, it is not a problem to persist for half an hour. Moreover, there is still that holy order strange beast crystal, which is enough to recover while consuming. Great tornado. Yu took out the turquoise fan again, aimed at the center of the battlefield directly below, and waved it with great strength. A green tornado that is not big or small rushed into the battlefield. Wherever he passed, there was chaos. Lower level beasts will be involved in it and dance. Can this Lin Li bear it? If the eldest brother is not handsome as the younger brother, how will he establish his power in the future? Dark rhythm. Lin Li is serious. It's scary to be serious. It's powerful to be scary. The land within 100 meters was eroded by darkness, and clumps of black mist sprayed out, but any strange beasts that were contaminated would be eroded. Black Shadow Army, give it to me. Lin Li went out and directly squandered the abilities in his body. More than 300 demons were summoned. The average strength is above the 4th level of the intermediate level. Although for the army of millions of strange beasts, not even even a single hair is counted. But for the defenders of their own city, this is a great help. Brother, great, your summoning abilities really come in handy. Hey, how do I feel that this group of summons is not normal? I also feel it, such a strong dark element. Brother, what kind of genius ability are you? Several people with abilities around them, while releasing their skills to resist the enemy, did not forget to ask Lin Li's attribute abilities, because for them, the methods shown by Lin Li were too weird. These 300 or so demons are simply unheard of and unseen. Lin Li quickly absorbed the crystal of the holy rank strange beast, and while commanding the demon to fight, he called himself a dark ability. Now the people around him don't understand even more. When will the dark system be able to summon monsters? New varieties? Oh no, that ice and fire unicorn mother beast has attacked. Everyone works together to resist, and we must not let it get close to the steel barrier. The target of more than 1,000 superpowers instantly changed. The huge body was full of flames, the earth was frozen, and purple thunder rolled in the sky. Not to mention the infiltration. If it was allowed to touch the steel barrier, it was estimated that this line of defense would be easily broken. At that time, it will really be a prison on Earth. Lin Li, let go of the little Qilin quickly. The mother beast is rushing over. Seeing that the huge body of the ice and fire Qilin was rapidly approaching, you could shout eagerly. Lin Li grabbed the little unicorn who was still unconscious and shook it. Still not awake. Let go? What a pity. If you eat the fat in your mouth, there is no reason to spit it out. Close your eyes and feel the power of the dark source again. Just 3 minutes. Relying on the crystallization of the holy rank strange beast, he recovered most of his physical strength. Lin Li once again released all the abilities in his body, and they were all concentrated on one point. We're here. This time, a high-level flying demon is bound to be summoned. Ugh. A strange low roar came from a tiger that was not like a tiger, and a dragon was not like a dragon. Lin Lighten felt weak all over his body. It's a bit overloaded. Get. Fortunately, the crystals in his hands were quickly replenished and could barely hold on. When he opened his eyes, a demon appeared with black and red bodies, wings on his back, and a head with horns, as if he had an outline. It is very large, with a body length of more than 2 meters. The most important thing is the strength of the high-level second. Lin Li did not hesitate, rode directly on it, and hugged the little unicorn firmly. Go, lure this big guy away. The demon below seemed to have given birth to spiritual wisdom, and let out a low roar to show his response. Then he flapped his wings and jumped up. The ice and fire Qilin sensed the aura on the little Qilin's body and looked up suddenly. I saw Lin Li riding a demon, holding a small unicorn, and rushing towards the position directly behind the army of strange beasts. The already crimson eyes were even deeper and darker. An earth-shattering roar resounded across the battlefield, and the ice and fire Qilin also jumped up and pursued Lin Li's position. When the defenders saw this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the ice and fire Qilin is lured, the rest of the strange beasts will be easy to solve. Hurry up, brother. Purple thunder spread across the sky, and from time to time it would split down. The demon carried Lin Li, staggering, dodging back and forth. Seeing that the ice and fire Qilin was getting closer and closer, Lin Li had to take out the evil victory sword, and while swinging the slash backwards, he urged the demon to speed up his escape. This super-level peak beast is really not covered. If it weren't for holding the little unicorn, the other party would have hurt the child with a big fire breathing and burned himself into slag. However, since the other party has scruples, it is easy to do. Drag on. Until reinforcements arrive, everything is easy to say. Turn around. Lin Li hugged the demon's neck tightly, and suddenly braked to turn around. An overwhelming energy shock swept in. At one point, the thick clouds were scattered. Let the long-lost sunshine shine on the earth again. After a little perception, most of the dark abilities permeated the space were mixed with a small part of the flame heat wave. No need to guess. It was the two big guys who fought with that holy order beast. At a distance of 10,000 meters, it can be impacted. I can't imagine the scene in the center of the battle. The ice and fire unicorn beast behind him was also impacted by this energy, although it did not cause any damage, but it was also jealous. Like Lin Li, he turned around and did not dare to approach. Damn, why is the support so slow? If I don't come, I'll be split to death. Lin Li kept paying attention to the movements of Sangcheng, always looking forward to the arrival of reinforcements. 5 minutes later, the reinforcements did not come, and the ice and fire Qilin caught up. Only a dozen meters apart, the other party's breathing can be clearly perceived. This roar almost didn't shake Lin Li's bitter courage out. The demon instantly lost his balance and swayed from the sky. Now barbecue. Yi Chang, killing Jun, was busy strangling the holy order beasts. How could he have the kung fu to pay attention to himself? The vision in front of him blurred for a while. The feeling of falling hit his whole body, and Lin Li's eyes were closed. There is no way. I have been releasing abilities all the time just now, and the speed of supply cannot keep up with the speed of consumption. At this moment, there is no strength to summon other demons. A rotten life, leave it to fate. Boy, after joining the Dark Kingdom, why is your heart not as good as before? Lin Li opened his eyes suddenly, and the reinforcements finally came. However, after seeing the figure who rescued him, he was a little confused. Dean Wang? You, what are you doing here? Which other Dean Wang can be? Wang Gang Bai. I met him on the day of awakening, and this old bald man has a good personality and is of okay quality. Otherwise, Lin Li would not be relieved to hand over Xiaoya to him for training. Why can't I come? Strange beasts invade, everyone has a responsibility to resist. Say so. The other 5 hospitals too. You think too much. I'm the only old man. Gone, then you still talk so much nonsense. Wang Gang clasped Lin Li's shoulder with one hand and gathered his abilities with the other hand and aimed a punch at the incoming ice and fire Qilin. The effect is definitely not to kill Ju and Shang, but it can be regarded as forcing this beast away. For a young beast, I don't even want my life. It's a pity that your sister is still worried all day long, and in the end, you don't cherish your life so much. Who are you worthy of? Xiaoya? Did Xiaoya ask you to save me? Wang Gang had a cold face and nodded indifferently. I promised your sister that if she is willing to worship me as a teacher, never betray the holy radiance, and never sink into darkness, I will save your 3 lives. Now, it's the first one. After listening to Wang Gang's words, Lin Li felt very uncomfortable. Xiaoya promised so much that it was entirely for herself. At the same time, it also means giving up the right to choose and the right to choose freely. Dean Wang, you saved my life, I will repay you. Please don't embarrass my sister. When I set foot in the 6th Academy in the future, I will definitely let Xinghui have a way to live. The corners of Wang Gang's mouth twitched, glanced at Lin Li and said, Boy, how dare you be so rampant in my face and let Xinghui have a way to live. It should be Xinghui who let you live, right? Lin Li sneered, pointed in the direction of due north and said, Feel it carefully, that. You can't beat it. Wang Gang was stunned and then turned his head to look due north. The terrifying impacts, the violent bombardments, and the howls were mournful. The brows furrowed even more. This is... Wang Gang's eyes opened wider and wider, and the shock was unobstructed. Human race holy rank powerhouse? How is this possible? After a long time, Lin Li was not bragging, but climbing a big guy. Even that kid Ji Cheng is half-stepping into the sainthood. Could it be? Is the peak era of the 6 universities about to come to an end? The 6 colleges? One is more hypocritical and dirty than the other. At present, the enemy doesn't want to fight against the beasts, just thinks about infighting. If those scourges are not dealt with, the hearts of the Shenzhou continent and even the entire human race will not unite. Wang Gang was silent. Obviously, what Lin Li said was right. He has always been very clear about this truth. However, the general trend cannot be changed by one person alone. Perhaps, the rise of Lin Li means the advent of the Dark Ages. With Wang Gang here, the crisis of the ice and fire Qilin is temporarily resolved. After all, this is also a big guy. 10 levels above the level, the first person in China on the surface. Secretly, I don't know what ranking. Anyway, at present, it seems that Yi Chang and Shajun are stronger than him. Back on the city wall, the little unicorn woke up leisurely. Seeing that he was tied up under the city wall by Wawada, he screamed. Lin Li Qimu did not have time to appease it. After a quick glance, he suddenly changed his mind. Why give the little unicorn to others? Isn't it fragrant to keep it yourself? Look at the ice and fire unicorn mother beast, how domineering and majestic. This little unicorn can reach this realm one day. When the time comes, ride it around the world. Task? What about tasks? Our people never do multiple choice questions. Hand over the unicorn to the mission publisher, get the reward, and then snatch it back? Anyway, with a mask, who knows whom? Don't say that we are immoral. These days, interests are the most important. Beautiful women are secondary. Lin Li boy, I haven't seen you for a long time, and my breath is getting deeper and deeper. The realm is even perceived by me. It's a bit interesting. Sun Hongyun's figure appeared on the city wall, followed by a large number of reinforcements with flying capabilities. Lin Li was finally able to catch his breath. It is an honor to be praised by the deputy hall master. Ha ha ha. Lin Li, I don't think the Dark Kingdom is necessarily the most suitable place for you, and my evil spirit temple is not bad. Wealth, rights, resources, what the Dark Kingdom can give, my evil spirit temple doubles. Consider it? Lin Li rolled his eyes silently. No wonder Yi Chang was more disgusted with him and began to pry people at the right time. No morality at all. Old boy, don't be shameless, blatantly pry people. Do you really think that my Dark Kingdom does not exist? Several familiar figures swept past the edge of the sky and landed on the city wall in the blink of an eye. Grandpa, what are you doing here? You could see that Yu Wu did not show much happiness, but was a little disgusted. Stinky girl, what do you think I'm here for? You can't grasp this opportunity, and you have to help you personally. Lin Li didn't understand what the grandfather and grandson meant, but focused on Wo Lei. Classmate Lin, I heard that you have been promoted to the middle level? Congratulations. Hi, a small improvement, not enough to worry about. Shall we talk later? The fight over there is hot, just looking at it is not good. Lin Li pointed to the direction where Wang Gang was in Shajun, and Yi Chang was in the direction. Hey, it's a pity. Sun Hongyun saw the elders of the Dark Kingdom. The judge arrived, turned his head angrily, and shouted loudly, 7 kills formation. Rise. The familiar formation was activated again, and all kinds of elemental abilities bombarded the army of strange beasts as if they didn't want money, sharing a lot of pressure for the superpowers defending the city.
How can the 7 killing formation be compared to our candle dragon formation?
All of them are there, and the formation is, 7 elders, carrying 4 judges, more than 10 executives, and thousands of high-level powerhouses formed the candle dragon formation. The effect is definitely not as strong as the defense formation of the Dark Kingdom, but it is enough to deal with the situation in front of you.
100-meter-long black candle dragon appeared under the clouds.
With a low roar, he rushed straight towards the army of strange beasts.
Linley really realized what it means to massacre.
Wherever he passed, not a single blade of grass grew. The dark element was as vast as the sea, advancing like a huge wave.
In just over 10 seconds, thousands of strange beasts were devoured.
A radius of a kilometer, empty, and there was no trace of any strange beasts.
Linley was really curious. With this method, why didn't you use it last time? Good. It seems that I don't need to take action.
Linley sat on the ground with his buttocks on the ground, held the little Qilin in his arms, pinched his nose, and pinched his ears.
Yu could see the situation and also came forward to play.
This little guy is chubby, about a meter in size, with a crimson body, limbs, and an icy blue tail. There are also purple patterns wrapped around the body, which is quite unique. It can be called the fashion pioneer of the beastly world.
Roar, roar.
The little unicorn twisted his body, looking very resistant.
He kept yelling at Linley, obviously holding a grudge.
No way, don't knock it unconscious, it's too troublesome to lead on the way to escape.
There is time, so let's adjust slowly in the future.
Feelings need to be cultivated little by little.
10 minutes later, a piercing whine came from afar.
Immediately afterwards, it was like a nuclear bomb explosion, reflecting the sky. Boundless darkness devours the sky, earth, flowers, trees, and strange beasts.
Everyone present was thrilled. This power is really fucking outrageous.
Linley got up and looked into the distance.
This level of attack should have been carried out by Shajun.
It turned out that this was the true strength of the Saint Rank powerhouse. With a gesture of power, it can affect heaven and earth and silence all things.
What does the legendary God King realm have to be strong? A sneeze annihilates a city? Look, the army of strange beasts has retreated.
Yu pushed Linley, who was stunned, looking very excited.
Retreat, the big boss has been solved. What's the reason not to retreat?
A corkscrew that has never seen the world. Yu rolled his eyes at Linley angrily, too lazy to refute.
This officially came to an end.
Although the scale of the strange beast attack was larger than before, there were too many strong people who came to support this time.
Linley alone knows more than 20 people. Most of them were strong reinforcements from the Dark Kingdom, and secondly, the 7 kills formation of the Evil Spirit Temple.
Therefore, the loss of humanity this time is not large. The battle did not last long from start to finish.
2 black fog appeared in front of Linley.
It's Yi Chang. Sha Jun is back. Killing Jun still looks like the same style, but this Yi Chang.
Brother Chang, are you injured?
I saw that there was still a trace of bloodstains left at the corners of Yi Chang's mouth, and the black trench coat on his shoulders was seriously damaged, and the wounds inside were faintly visible, but fortunately, the bleeding had stopped, and it didn't seem to be a big problem.
I'm fine. It's normal to be injured when fighting against the Holy Order beast.
Speaking of this, Yi Chang turned his head to look at Sha Jun, bowed slightly, and said, "Thanks to your excellency's help this time, the Dark Kingdom will definitely give you a generous gift."
This brother is polite. I'm just a worker. I will work when the boss pays my salary.
Thank him if you want to thank him.
Killing Jun nodded and pointed at Linley. Linley, do you plan to go back to the Dark Kingdom, or do you go to?
Halfway through, another voice fell from the sky. It was Wang Gang who repelled the ice and fire Qilin and came back.
What? Ready to crusade against my 6 colleges?
I don't know what kind of wind blew Dean Wang. This northern border seems to belong only to the Dark Kingdom and the Evil Spirit Temple, right?
How? The 6 colleges have been renovated and re-established?
Yi Cheng's words were quite damaged, alluding to the fact that the 6 universities did not talk about the synonym of the human race in the past and had never taken the initiative to support the northern battlefield. On the contrary, the Dark Kingdom, for the sake of the overall concept of the human race, has sent troops to support the East and South many times.
In exchange, it was a hot face and a cold butt.
Therefore, in recent years, the relationship between the two sides has intensified, and they take care of themselves and do not interfere in other areas.
Yi Chang, cynicism is not like your personality. I know that Sun Wukong and Huang Feihong have been acting a little too much recently, but this does not mean that my Shanghui is the same. Linley, 3 lives, this time according to the promise you made. While speaking, Wang Gang's attention has been focused on killing Jun, the strong of the holy rank, who is not afraid.
With that blow just now, it only took a moment to annihilate the entire Shanghui Academy. Wang Gang is not a fool. He can distinguish the situation and recognize the reality.
When it's time to bow your head, you have to bow your head. When it's time to make concessions, you have to give in.
Dean Wang, please rest assured, I, Linley, have a spit and a nail, and the promises I made will never be reversed. Besides, my sister is still in Shanghui, so I will do it for a reason. Wang Gang nodded, then turned around and jumped into the sky, left the steel barrier. At this moment, Sang Hongyun also put away the 7 kills formation and led many strong people back to the city wall. It's just that this face is not good looking. His eyes were cloudy and sunny, and his fear was clear at a glance. He took 2 steps forward, bowed his head slightly to Sha Jun and said, "My lord's strength is extraordinary, and he can actually reach the legendary realm of the Holy Steps, which is a great blessing for my human race. Today, I am honored to witness the action of the adults, and my fortune is not in vain. In a few days, my evil spirit temple will have a generous gift to visit." As expected of the moral pioneer Sang Hongyun, when he sees a strong person, he will immediately step forward to flatter him, and he doesn't know what the style of this evil spirit temple is? Sha Jun was expressionless and glanced at Linley. The latter showed a smirk and nodded slightly, signaling him to agree. This gentleman is polite. Since it is a good intention from the evil spirit temple, then it is inconvenient for me to refuse. Sang Hongyun's face was happy, and he secretly said that there was a play. It worked. He hurriedly bowed again, pretending to be flattered, and said, "Thank you for your promotion. I will go back to prepare, and in 3 days, I will definitely visit in person." Linley held back his laughter, and his heart blossomed. It's a bastard to take advantage of it. Accept the gift when it should be received, and do not do it if it can. Who doesn't plan to do this these days? How big of a gift does it have to be to come to the door to give gifts in the name of the entire evil spirit temple? Just think about it. After Sang Hongyun and the others left, Noda's steel barrier was left with only the people of the Dark Kingdom forces except for the defenders. The 7 elders, the judge, and the executive officer saluted Sha Jun in turn. The holy ranked Dark Strongman is the veritable first person in the Shenzhou continent. It is even more powerful than Yi Chang. Brother Chang, I still have some things to do, so I can't go back to the Dark Kingdom for the time being. In about a month, Senior Kill will go to the 6th university with me. If you don't beat Old Man Sun and Huang Fei out of the, Linley, don't deserve to be a person. Everyone present smiled with satisfaction when they heard these words. The legend of the Dark World should be like this. Okay, I won't interfere in your affairs. Be careful on the road. Your whereabouts have been exposed. It is estimated that people from the 6 universities will come to the door soon. Hey, if he dares to come, I will dare to kill. Linley's gaze became more and more fierce, and a cruel smile hung on his lips. I hope those idiots are smarter and don't rush to die. By the way, Brother Chang, it turns out that Kong Zhang is your person? Kong Zhang? Isn't he the commander-in-chief of the defenders of Sancheng? When did you become my person? So, didn't you give him Kong Zhang's news? Then why did he want to help me? Linley was really curious. Since they are not from the Dark Kingdom, who will they be? Through the last contact, Linley knew that this person had the best money, and there was no reason to let his 300 million heads not take it. It's even less likely to thank yourself for getting $1 billion last time. Soldiers who have been killed for a long time have long worn out their emotions. In addition to interests, there is only the duty of defending the country. I can't sense Kong Zhang's breath for the time being. Be careful. Helping you doesn't mean it's for your own good. It may also be that you want to catch it, wait for the right opportunity, and put a long line to catch a big fish. Linley is very good. This truth will not be ununderstood. It seems that in the future, we need to be more and more careful. After waiting for more than an hour, the battlefield was cleared. This time Linley was not polite and directly accepted 10,000 strange beast crystals. To be clear, if Linley is not here, killing June will not be there either. Yi Chang would not notice it at the first time and rushed to support. In other words, Linley played a key role in this battle. Don't forget, it's still the ice and fire unicorn he lured away. Otherwise, it is unknown whether the steel barrier can be held. 10,000 strange beast crystals, not many, not many. 200 corkscrews were distributed, and 2,000 killing guns were distributed. After all, they are big guys. Although they are in the name of part-time work, they can't be treated badly. This daughter-in-law's affairs will not be easy to solve for a while. Everything has to be done step by step. No problem introducing girls. With the appearance of killing June, grab a lot. But feelings have to be cultivated slowly. Besides, with the status of this big guy, can ordinary women look down on it? Fate is the biggest arrangement by God. This trip was full of gains. The sky was getting dark, and Linley planned to go to Pingqing tomorrow. Stay one more night today and take a break. By the way, take Sha Jun to have a good meal. After searching for a long time, I finally found an authentic Northeast iron pot stew. There is no need to wear a mask. Anyway, his whereabouts have been exposed, and his team is so shining in Sancheng, but any force with some investigative ability can know the existence of Sha Jun. If you have the courage to come, I will have the courage to make your chrysanthemums bloom everywhere. Sun Wukun and Huang Fei are still baking. Boss, stew a goose, be fast. Okay, 3, please go inside. The boss warmly entertained and led the 3 of them into the largest private room. As soon as I sat down, the phone rang. The sunset is dark. Close the city gate and bolt it. Down to earth, it sounds great. Caller ID, Lu whisper. Yu Eka in the position next to him stole a glance and laughed out loud. Yo, the little lover called. What? Embarrassed to answer? Eating melon seeds can't block your mouth. Waiter, come and make up for her with papaya. Ask, what is time? Only.
Let life and death be promised. To be honest, Linley was still a little apprehensive. If you don't answer, you can't say it, and you can't take it. What is this called? Hello? What's the matter? Whisper. After saying this, Linley regretted it. It makes people feel like they can't find themselves when they have nothing to do, and their mouths are cheap. Linley, Dean's son has clarified your matter for you. The surveillance video is indeed fake, and Wang Chi's death has nothing to do with you. You betrayed the Holy Emperor out of helplessness, not colluding with the Dark Kingdom behind your back. Now, except for Huali, the other 5 courtyards are saying good things for you and choosing to believe in you. And your bounty order has been officially revoked, and Dean's son has decided to apologize to you in person. There are other 4 hospitals that also choose to compensate and comfort you to a certain extent. Lu whispered a lot, but Linley's mood did not change at all. Even more indifferent and indifferent. This situation has long been expected. Is the surveillance video fake? Hee, it's really unfortunate. The surveillance video is really not fake. This reason is really far-fetched. Isn't it just afraid of killing the big Buddha? The more you are afraid, the more I will take this big Buddha to collect debts. 30 years in Hadong, 30 years in Heshi. Now, it's the turn of this group of old guys to lower their heads and taste the uncomfortable taste. Whisper. So, are you going to persuade me to go back, or do you plan to persuade me to let go of my hatred and spare the 6 colleges? Lu Qingyu was silent because she didn't know what to do. Linley's experience made her feel heartbroken and helpless. What right does a bystander have to persuade the victim to put down the butcher's knife? Linley, I don't want to persuade you, because I know what happened to you is all thanks to them. Since you left, the little fat man has also left. I saw a lot of reality that I had never been exposed to, and recognized the most cruel human nature. But I hope you can weigh it. Some people, some things, are destined by God. You can mean experience, tribulation, and challenge on the road to success. At present, the 6 colleges have the necessity of existence, and I hope you can think carefully before making a decision. Linley took a deep breath, leaned back, and looked up at the crystal lamp. The colorful appearance is very beautiful. Unfortunately, he was only made of glass. There is no higher value. Thank you, Whisper. I have already thought about this matter clearly, and I will not let the 6 compounds disappear before the overall situation of the world is stable. But, some people, some things, have to be dealt with. The first choice is Huang Fian and Sun Wukuan. Linley, for the sake of Vice President Luo's face. It's because for the sake of Uncle Luo's face, I only target Sun Wukuan alone. If it weren't for this, I would have slaughtered at least half of it. The more Linley spoke, the more excited he became, and the power of darkness was mixed with endless killing intent, hatred, and resentment. The temperature of the entire room drops instantaneously. Yu, who was sitting on the side, shuddered unconsciously and sensed that something was wrong. Even Jun frowned slightly, and then waved his hand. The dark power in the room gradually dissipated. Linley came back to his senses, realized that your mind is affected again. Slightly apologetically said to the other end of the phone, Whisper, you don't need to persuade me anymore. This is the biggest concession I have made. I know, Linley. Take care of yourself. Immediately, the phone was hung up. No, big brother, your demonic signs are getting worse and worse. Yuka changed his usual unorthodox appearance and was very worried. It's okay, I'm still under control. Is there any way to stabilize it? Jun, who had been silent, spoke. He could also see that Linley's current state was very bad and he needed to find a way to solve it as soon as possible. A month later, after dealing with the affairs of the 6 colleges, I will trouble the senior to go to the abyss of the extreme northern beast realm with me to find the meditation stone. Ming Yuan, how do you know if there is a meditation stone there? And it is rumored that there is also a holy order beast hidden there. So dangerous. Didn't I tell you to come with me? Isn't there a senior who killed you? White-eyed wolf, I'm worried about you. Alas, if you die there, wouldn't my grandfather's plan be? Isn't it just what? Yu hurriedly shut up, shook his head and refused to continue. This grandfather and grandson are really tricky. Before Linley could continue to ask, the dish arrived. The stewed goose in an iron pot. The aroma made the stomachs of the 3 people around him gurgling non-stop. Jun smelled the familiar aroma of northeast cuisine and instantly came to his senses. 2 bottles of Mao Tai and a cup of papaya juice. The 3 began to struggle. Hiccup. Linley took a toothpick and picked his teeth, patted his stomach, and ate so much. Killing June also ate red and drank extremely excitedly. Hey, I have lived in that farmhouse without the light of day for more than 20 years, and I have never eaten such a mellow dish. It's a pity, it's a pity. Kill the seniors. From now on, we will never leave the meat and drink a lot of wine to make up for your lost youth. Killing June was stunned, always feeling that this was awkward. You better not tell me to kill my seniors. It does sound a bit strange, just like you did to Yi Chang. Just call me Brother June. Come on, I've been waiting for your words for a long time, and it's awkward for me to call out. In fact, Linley felt that he was always called by his seniors, and he suffered too much. The 2 are only 5 years apart, as if they are a generation apart. After paying the bill, the 3 returned to the homestay. Well, there's 1 room left. Linley was really curious. Notice homestay, dozens of rooms. Where did so many people come? But it's late at night, and I'm too lazy to find accommodation. It's okay to do it for a while. I was going to kill June to sleep on the bed. You could sleep on the sofa, and Linley was meditating on the observation deck. Outcome: none of the three people slept. They are all meditating and practicing. Jun said that he never sleeps, and since he stepped into the ranks of high-level superpowers, his brain can achieve self-cultivation. While cultivating, various functions of the body were restored. As for Yu, this girl was hit. Today's battle is her first time. In the face of the invasion of millions of strange beasts, he finally realized how small he was. The strength of the middle level can be described as a low-level combat power in this battlefield. It played a very small role. Therefore, she began to work hard, and within 5 days, she was bound to break through to the second level of the intermediate level. Brother Jun, I need you tonight. No problem. What do you want to do? Let's take off our clothes first. It's a little hot for a while. On the observation deck, the two sat cross-legged opposite each other. In the center, there was the holy rank strange beast crystal. Linley's move is not to share the essence of its internal elements. Instead, he asked Kill Jun to help himself and catalyze absorption. With this big guy here, Linley will not be affected by the spiritual body of the strange beast, so as to get rid of his scruples. Devote yourself to the practice. Tonight, it is bound to be promoted to the second level of the intermediate level. It's just that the posture of these two people at the moment is relatively well. Anyway, you had no intention of practicing, smiling with a rotten girl on her face, peeking against the glass. That look, not to mention how excited I am. Seeing Linley at this moment, shirtless, muscles and lines are vaguely visible. A proper perfect body. This alone is relatively normal. After all, he is a boy, and he will not be indecent. Mainly because of the absorption of excessive elemental essence, it will cause the body to heat up and make it uncomfortable to wear clothes. The problem is that killing June is also this shape. It seems normal, right? It can also be explained by the above reasons, right? But this hand of killing June was placed on Linley's chest, and he moved it from time to time. Ahem, I won't go into details. Anyway, the style of painting is a bit weird. Yu can be seen very seriously, and at the same time, he does not forget to take pictures to keep souvenirs. These days, there is not much true love. Linley had no idea about all this. At this moment, he was gathering all his spiritual power to control his body to absorb the elemental essence. The 9th elemental star has already begun to twinkle. Just one step away. 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Bang! A muffled sound woke Yu from his practice. Ha! It's over so soon? Seeing Linley and the two on the observation deck get up, she hurriedly leaned in. Congratulations to the two of you for tying the knot, and I wish you a son soon. Linley, kill June? Only Yu was the only one who kept laughing. Dressed properly, Linley always felt that something was wrong. A mobile phone that snatched the pink bear. Without a password, unlocking is. Yu can. In the middle of the night, a roar resounded in the sky. Your Excellency Death, congratulations on completing mission 999. The Shadow Guild has contacted the mission publisher and is expected to arrive within 30 minutes. Please take a break in the VIP reception room. Front desk position. The masked lady handed Linley a gold card, which meant VIP status. At the same time, he ordered a male attendant to take a few people up the stairs to the reception room on the second floor. The room received this time was much more spacious than the room where the graceful young master was last time. Last time, it was a green card VIP. This time it was a gold card VIP. Just by looking at the color, you can tell that it is not a grade at all. The Shadow Guild's VIP tier is named after the ability level. A green card indicates a junior VIP. Yellow card indicates intermediate VIP. The gold card represents premium VIP. The red card indicates super VIP. The black card indicates the Saint VIP. The way to get it is also simple. Assign according to the number of tasks you have completed and the difficulty of the tasks. For example, task number 999 completed by Linley this time. The difficulty is equivalent to 100 ordinary tasks. So, I directly got the premium VIP. If you complete another task of the same difficulty, you will get super VIP. Brother June, I'll leave it to you in a while. Don't worry, within 100 miles, I can catch up at any time. Jun took a sip of tea and was quite calm. It seems that this kind of thing is not a problem for him. In this way, the three of them tasted tea for more than half an hour. After pushing away, the attendant guided two luxuriously dressed men in golden masks into the room. Both sides have arrived. May I ask, have you started trading? The two men in golden masks sat on the sofa directly opposite Linley and the others, looking at the little unicorn with burning eyes. If it weren't for the presence of the staff, it is estimated that they would have been ready to touch it. Linley shouted at the same time as one of the older masked men. The attendant nodded respectfully and then carried the little Qilin to the table for a good check. Buckle this, Lalana. After 3 minutes, the examination is complete. Party B's task completion is 100%. Ice and fire unicorn cubs, no problem. The two masked men were even more excited when they heard this. Move your butt back and forth as if you can't wait. Immediately, the attendant took out a black card, a space ring, and a small
small crystal box. Infiltrating spiritual power exploration. There is no problem with the space ring, and the number of crystals in it is accurate. Black card insertion detector, display amount, 30 billion blue coins. Finally, open the crystal box. A rich dark aura filled the entire room, wrapped in a seductive aroma. It smells like grass and flowers. Anyway, after smelling it, I feel my body floating. It's like sucking something. There is no problem with Party A's task rewards, and the two parties have completed the test and started trading. The whole thing is quite solemn, worthy of being a grand guild, and there is no room for any mistakes. The attendant first put the little unicorn in a special steel cage, and then handed it to the masked man. Then the crystal box, space ring, and black card were handed to Linley in turn. At this point, the transaction between the two parties was officially reached. It also means that mission 999 is completely over. Everyone got up at the same time, and Linley shook hands with the older masked man to show happy cooperation. Your Excellency is extraordinary. If you have the opportunity in the future, we will cooperate again. Sir, I have a good reputation, and I am destined to meet again. Goodbye. Immediately, two masked men left the reception room under the leadership of the attendants. Linley winked at Shajun, who disappeared in an instant. There was no fluctuation at all, no breath. An hour later, in the suite of a 10-star luxury hotel, Shajun's ghostly figure reappeared. The little unicorn in his hand is particularly well behaved. It is estimated that he was shocked by the powerful strength of Shajun. Brother Jun killed those two people? Kill one, the other is rescued. Putting down the little Qilin, Shajun sat on the sofa and drank a cup of tea poured in advance. Linley smiled lightly and said, I don't think he ran away. It's Brother Jun who didn't want to kill him, right? Originally, I didn't want to kill anyone, but that young man was too ignorant of current affairs, and he couldn't do his best to fight with me, and he didn't bother to entangle with him, so he solved it. As for the remaining one, it was rescued by two so-called super-level powerhouses, as if the family background was quite unusual. Vaguely, I seem to hear someone call it Patriarch Wu. Wu family head, Wu family, Wu Xiao. It can't be such a coincidence, right? But this has both strength and background, in addition to the Wu family where Wu Xiao is. Which Wu family is there? What should we do in the next month? Yu sat on a rocking chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window board, holding the little unicorn in his arms and muttering. Linley and Shajun were sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV while learn to smoke. Yes, Linley learned to smoke. It's all to blame for killing June. When I was watching TV, I saw people holding a cigarette in their mouths, and I was very curious. Whatever you say, you have to taste the whole thing. Then try it. Linley asked the room service brother to buy 10 good cigarettes. At first, Shajun took 2 bites, choked so much, and then took 2 more bites. Well, awesome. Seeing him like this, Linley couldn't help but become curious. 18 years old, adult, smoking is not a bad boy. As a result, it followed the trend. 3 hours. The two killed a whole box of cigarettes. That's why you would hug the little unicorn in disgust and go to the floor-to-ceiling window to see the scenery. Half a roll of yellow leaves lightly into the throat, leaning on the railing to enjoy the starry eyes in the night rain. Especially when it comes to the impermanence of life, the breeze can also be stained with sorrow. Good poem. What a poem. Shajun was amazed by Linley's poem. After more than 20 years of existence, the biggest hobby, or the only remaining hobby, is reading books and studying literature. At this moment, this poem written by Linley is quite touching to kill June. It seems that a touch of sorrow arises spontaneously. What are you worried about? I don't know. Anyway, I'm quite worried. Cut. Put green onions in the pig's nose. Pretend. Papa, girl, you have more literary talent than me. Why don't you recite poetry and compose poetry with the two of us? Are you smoking stupidly? Or is the brainstem emptied? What kind of handsome young man are you pretending? Otherwise, you doesn't know how to be funny. Disrupt the atmosphere at critical moments. What else can you do at an airport that doesn't understand the tone? Enjoy 2 days and go in search of ancient fossils. Where to find it? Go to the auction house to try your luck first. If you really can't do it, go to the major guilds to release tasks. Anyway, in a month, the ancient fossils must be obtained. Otherwise, my essence pill will not be settled. Oh, I am hungry. Linley looked at Yueka, then at Shajun, spread his hands and said, then let's eat. Had lunch. The three decided to relax. Since stepping into the supernatural world, I have never been able to visit the world of ordinary people. What shopping malls, parks, bars, ballrooms. Linley hadn't been in contact with him for a long time, as if the joy of life had been worn out by more than half. Therefore, it was decided by vote. The first stop, Pingcheng Huanrong Shopping Mall. After a casual drop, the group of 3 began a happy journey. Half an hour later, Linley, give me money. What money to give? Nonsense, can't you spend when you go to the mall? Shouldn't the eldest brother care about the expenses of the younger brother? Linley sneered, ha, the dignified Miss Yu, the granddaughter of the disciplined elder of the Dark Kingdom Temple. You tell me that you have no money? Of course I have money, but I was in a hurry a few days ago, and I forgot to bring my card. Looking at Yueka's aggrieved little expression, Linley finally understood why this girl had to live with him in the first
first place. Don't say anything early if you don't have money. Hey, it's really not a problem with you. After that, Linley took out 2 black cards. One was handed over to Yu Eka, and the other was given to Sha-jun. I, Linley, am never stingy with my own people, so let's squander to our heart's content. Yay! My Winnie the Pooh, I'm coming. Is this childlike innocence? No problem. Brother June, let's go to the clothing store. It just so happens that I don't have a few clothes to change. I can do it. Listen to your arrangements. Immediately, the two took the elevator to the second floor. The first floor is a cosmetics and women's clothing area, so that you can go crazy by himself. The second floor is a world exclusive to men. Yo, where did the handsome little brother come from? Are you interested in coming over for a drink? As soon as they arrived at the second floor area, the two were molested. Do rich women these days love to squat their handsome little brothers in the boys area so much? It's really difficult for Linley to do this. Follow the source of the sound. I saw that there were 3 mature young ladies with all kinds of charms, sitting on the rest sofa in front of a store, waving non-stop. It feels like a neon block. Children are not suitable, just know it. 2 hours later. The sisters are so beautiful, but it's a pity that we don't have value. Just 2 ordinary poor boys who can't even afford clothes. Again, if you have a bargain, you are a bastard. These 3 rich women have good looks, good figures, and good configurations. There is a chance to take advantage, and there is no opportunity to take advantage. Anyway, there is no loss left and right, just think of it as having fun. Linley's careful thoughts were instantly noticed by Sha-jun, a righteous guy who has been single for more than 20 years. How can he let go of this opportunity? Following Linley's words, he continued, yes, the 2 of us are just poor brothers from the countryside. We have no knowledge and no ability. How dare we sit with our sisters? Linley called the sullen god. I didn't see it. Does Sha-jun still have this ability? The 3 rich women were amused by Linley, and the 2 of them laughed giggling, and the 2 bombs in front of them shook vigorously. Sha-jun looked at it seriously, and his saliva was about to flow. 2 younger brothers, don't belittle yourself so much. If you don't dislike it, my sister will take you to buy clothes. Just think of it as a greeting gift to meet the 2 younger brothers. Yes, we are also enjoying being able to stay with 2 little handsome guys. Let's go, just this store. Help your brothers choose a few suitable clothes. Obviously, the interest of the rich woman was completely aroused. He got up and took Linley in Sha-jun's arms, and walked to a well-known brand clothing store called Audie's Senior Year. The service staff at the door, when they saw the 3 rich queens, their eyes immediately changed. Hurry up to greet him. Fruits, pastries, and drinks are fully available. Linley thought to himself, this choice to visit the mall today is too wise. The elbow moved. It was really soft. Fu Tai on the side knew that Linley was taking advantage of himself, but he was still smiling and pretending that nothing had happened. What a blessing. These 3 little rich women look like they are only 27 or 8, but they didn't expect to be so romantic. Brother, tell your sister which clothes you like. You don't have to save money for your sister. Hey, why are you embarrassed? This, and this, I want to give it a try. Linley was rude enough, directly aiming at the most expensive pieces, and pointed randomly. This can ruin the service lady. Hurriedly picked out the right size and handed it to Linley to try on one by one. After tossing for 30 minutes, these 2 people have consumed a total of 88 W blue coins. For the sake of Sister Chin, Sister Hua and Sister Mu, they are all old customers, give a discount. 80 W, is it a credit card or cash? The 3 rich women looked at each other. 80 W, a bit expensive. After seeing the handsome faces of Linley and Sha-jun, as well as their energetic appearances, they gritted their teeth and paid equally. These 2 can last a long time today. If it's more expensive, it's more expensive. 2 younger brothers, the matter of clothes has been resolved. Why not? Go home with your sisters, and the cat at my sister's house will do a backflip. My teddy can also juggle. Do you want to see it? Secretly tell you, sister's house has all colors, just pick. These 3 little rich women look like Neptune professionals. The fabricated reasons are more moving than the other. 3 sisters, what about my brother? There is still a little dream that has not come true. If it comes true, I will go home with you. Take a look at the cat, look at Teddy. A ruffian smile on Linley's face instantly disturbed the hearts of the 3 little rich women. Brother, even if you have any little dreams, sister will help you realize them. Actually, it's a very small dream. My brother's hands have been itchy lately, and if he doesn't kill a few people, he always feels uncomfortable. As soon as these words came out, the smiles of the 3 rich women instantly froze on their faces. The air became colder and colder, and a heavy murderous intent spread out. Interesting. It's interesting. You can see it. You 2 are not ordinary people? Is it hidden deep enough? So, are you sure you want to do it here? The true form of the 3 little rich women was revealed, and the strength of the 7th level of the middle level was unobstructed. Linley smiled and said, how can I be ruthless when I do it with the 3 sisters? Moreover, the word hands-on refers to the 2 sides with a certain strength at war, and the gap between you and me still doesn't seem to be obvious. However, after that, Linley turned his head and smiled at Sha-jun. A crisp snap of his fingers shocked the souls of the 3 people. The entire commercial building was silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, boundless darkness engulfed everything, and faint space fluctuations hit. The scene in front of me completely changed. The darkness is monstrous, and there is nothingness. There is no light, but several people can see each other's existence clearly. Lin Litton feels novel. Is this the so-called elemental field? Only super-level powerhouses are worthy of the awakened exclusive skills. The three little rich women couldn't react for a while, and they were stunned in place, at a loss. Tell me, how many people have you killed? Linley walked forward leisurely and circled around the little rich women to ask. Super-level powerhouse, you are actually a super-level powerhouse? Please also raise your hands high and spare our three sisters' lives. We didn't mean to harm anyone, we were all harmed by the Demon Legion, turning us into monsters that were neither human nor ghosts. As soon as he heard that it was related to the demonic legion, Linley suddenly became interested. Three sisters, don't be so nervous. I'm not a decent person, and I'm not interested in what you do. I just want to know, what is going on with your so-called people who are not human, ghosts or ghosts? Things are like this. A rich woman named Sister Chin told the story of her three sisters from beginning to end. The reason is simple. The three people are all superpowers, the kind with very poor awakening talents. 2D grade, 1C level. During the time when I first awakened my abilities, I was bullied. The academy doesn't want it, and the guild doesn't accept it. Life is very confusing and desperate. After experiencing some hardships, I hate the world more and more. Begin to gain power by any means. So, they found the demonic legion. Became the first batch of supernatural potion testers. That is, a few days ago, Wang Erection, who was killed by Linley, was a guinea pig in the same issue. However, the difference is that Wang Erection is an ordinary person, and these three are superpowers. After injecting the agent, the effect is there. The strength of the three of them improved by leaps and bounds, until they broke through the 7th level of the intermediate level. No one dares to bully them anymore. I thought that life was starting to get better, and the future was getting brighter. Unexpectedly, the side effects of the drug began to appear. The state of the three is semi-demonic. What is semi-demonization? It is to control the mind, but lose control of the body. It seems that the foreign energy in the body has given birth to independent consciousness, and the host snatches the body, so as to do some things that are not the will of the subject. Later, the three of them figured out a solution. It's hard to say. It is to forcibly secrete hormones to improve mental concentration, so as to suppress the abnormal energy in the body and maintain control of the body. There was a knock on the door. Therefore, these three little rich women will squat in the men's clothing area all day long, waiting for the prey to come to the door. It is not accurate to say that it is prey, or it can be called hormone catalysts. Anyway, many people have been squeezed dry, and these three rich women are still picky. Start. Be handsome, have a good figure, and have a physical stick. Then, Linley and Sha Jun were successfully selected. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky. Anyway, it's a pity. The romance is gone. Hey, poor thing. Linley casually walked back to Sha Jun's side, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sisters, in the next life, let's have a good baby. The indifferent voice echoed in the ears of the three of them. The next second, the whole world fell silent. The dark realm gradually disappeared, and Linley's vision in front of him recovered again. It is still the second floor of the bustling shopping mall. However, those three beautiful figures completely disappeared. It's not that Linley has a strong sense of justice. It's not that Linley is disgusted with the other party's evil. It was only these three people who made their own ideas. This reason is enough to sentence him to death. Subsequently. Anyway, living in the world is painful, so it is better to help it be liberated. If there is really a next life, perhaps, they will be grateful to themselves. Where to go next? The clothes are ready. Let's take a look at the luxury goods. Men, you have to be able to pretend. So, the two came to a famous watch store. I didn't bother to bargain. 300 WA watch. Linley asked for two. Rich, willful. Although it is useless in battle, it will only add to the burden. But don't you have to enjoy life comfortably these days? Get closer to life and pursue more reality. Maybe one day you won't be able to enjoy it? Demonic Legion. It is quite interesting, forcibly absorbing external force and injecting it into the experimenter's body. The method is indeed effective, but the side effects are too strong. The girl last time should be like this. In the cafe, Sha Jun seemed to rhythmically tap the table and preach to Linley. At the beginning, I didn't care about the actions of the demonic legion. As Brother Cheng said, if the ability potion is successfully developed, it will be a great help to the human race. But at present, it seems that whether this agent can be successfully developed is another theory, and the side effects alone are enough to bring devastating disasters to mankind. The eldest lady has arrived, and they all dodge away. Yu Yueka's coquettish voice came from outside the store, and the originally quiet and comfortable cafe boiled instantly. If you don't know, you think it's a cosplay reality show. Dressed in a red princess dress, with curly hair and a double ponytail, she was holding a bear in her hand. Linley was stunned for a moment. Not to mention, this airport is quite a couple of times. How are you two shopping? Miss Ben has successfully completed the task. This card. No money. What? Linley put down his coffee cup and looked
looked incredulous. 20 million blue coins, 3 hours? No, you are not the eldest lady, you are the real lady. 20 million, how did you do it? Please, the current price is super expensive. Just hit someone, you have to compensate 2 million. But, Killing June actually laughed? What did he laugh at? And did he extract any memories? Take you out to the mall. Who are you talking about? Who did you hit? Several? Can't you run after the fight? Do you still need to lose money these days? Linley is angry. Does the villain need to lose money when he beats people? I just killed 3 people, and there was no fart. This Yu is really a loser. A few idiots molested me, and I hit them. Then they called someone, and I continued to fight. They scream again, and I hit again. Later, the people from the Supernatural Administration came, and I lost money. Supernatural Ability Administration? Linley frowned slightly. Those things just now were not a thing. Only this Ability Management Bureau. Not very easy to deal with. As we all know, there are 6 major universities, 24 guilds, 3 dark organizations, and hundreds of small and medium-sized group teams. With so many supernatural forces, how could there be no intervention from the top management of Shenzhou? Therefore, the so-called Supernatural Authority was established. The role is the same as that of JC in civilian society. It's just that the subject is different. If it had been 2 days ago, I had heard that the people of the Supernatural Administration were nearby, Linley would definitely run away. Not fear, but trouble. After all, he is a wanted criminal, and if he is targeted by the Supernatural Administration, then life will not be easy. How do you say a sentence? If you can't kill you, I will disgust you, send people to follow you, harass you, and ambush you every day. Sooner or later, it will drive you crazy. Come here. Sha Jun, who was tasting coffee, suddenly said this. Linley couldn't react for a while. Come here? Who is it? Step, trample, step. The crisp footsteps came from the door. 5 handsome men and women dressed in blue uniforms, with golden eagle badges on their chests and black pistols hanging from their waists, were walking in the direction of Linley and the others. Odd. Wasn't his wanted warrant withdrawn? Me too. What do these people want to do? Hello Lin, I am the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, Deputy Director of the Pingcheng Branch, Yuan. A young woman at the head had a smile on her lips. He led the team to Linley and stretched out his right hand as a sign of courtesy. Captain Yuan is young and promising. I am just an ordinary student, and I don't dare to climb high. Can I help you? Linley found a batch. He didn't reach out, but picked up the coffee cup and took 2 sips. It's not that we pretend to be cold, but that the weasel gives the chicken New Year's greetings, which is probably not a good thing. His own power background is very clear to the other party, and in the eyes of this group of people, the Dark Kingdom is a sinful, bloodthirsty, and violent existence. It's not bad if you don't catch you, and you still have the kung fu to chat with you? Funny. Yuan smiled, put down his outstretched hand and said, Lin doesn't have to be so cautious. I'm just here to talk about cooperation. Linley shook his coffee cup, looked out the window meaningfully. Since ancient times, good and evil have not been compatible. If Captain Yuan comes to arrest me, maybe I will believe it. But this so-called cooperation. Head, are you kidding? After saying that, Linley turned his head and looked at Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze. It's really round. Lin, if you can deal with those 3 people, it means that you are not small, or in other words, it is the person next to you. The ability is not small. Yuan shifted his gaze, looked at Sha Jun with some jealousy and continued, but these 3 people are the bait released by our Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, and the bait was eaten by you before the fish took the bait. You said, what should I do? Oh, what does Captain Yuan mean? I, Linley, am nosy. Yuan smiled and said nothing, obviously acquiescing. I'm sorry, I didn't get rid of these 3 people out of the will to eliminate harm to the people just because they hit my idea. Person, I did kill it. Crime, I accept it calmly. It's just that. Whether you can judge me depends on your ability. A crisp snap of fingers came, and the surroundings were silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the familiar dark realm appeared. Everyone was transferred to another space. Yuan panicked. The 4 administrators behind him were like headless flies. This is a good conversation. Why did you suddenly start to do it? Lin, don't get excited. Listen to me finish speaking. I am not here to hold you accountable, but to cooperate with you. As long as you help us catch Yi Tianhua and collect enough evidence of his crimes, blue coins, crystals, and all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures, we can satisfy you. Another crisp snap of fingers. The dark realm gradually dissipated. The vision is back again. Yuan and the other 4 managers looked around in shock, and when they saw that everything was as usual, they breathed a sigh of relief. Wouldn't it be better to say this earlier? When doing business, you must first get paid. 2 palm-sized ancient fossils, plus 2 billion blue coins, and 50 mid-level strange beast crystals. Linley crossed Erlang's legs. A handful of snatching the bear in Yueka's hand ravaged it vigorously. Ah, you give me Winnie the Pooh back. This bear was bought with my money. Why can't I play? Just play. Why are you pulling his hair? I am willing. The 2 started competing for a bear, and they didn't care about Yuan's expression at all. It's so bitter. 2 billion blue coins, 50 50 mid-level strange beast crystals. These two prices are high enough. Also 2 palm-sized paleofossils? Why don't you grab it? Classmate Lin, this business pays attention to equal exchange, and the old man is not deceived. 2 billion blue coins, 50 mid-level beast crystals are no problem. This ancient fossil. It's 2. Yuan didn't dare to say anything deeply. After all, there was a big guy present, and his life was the most important. Hey, Captain Yuan, this price is already very affordable. Who is Yi Tianhua? The 4th demon lord of the Demon Legion. If you were sure to catch him, why are you still looking for me? Yuan was speechless. This little bit of care was all taken care of by the other party. So, is Lin sure to take Yi Tianhua? Lin Li thought for a moment, pursed his lips and said, maybe. The premise is that we can meet. Doing business is indispensable. Lin, this price. Small business, refuse to bargain. Captain Yuan can replace it with equivalent items, but the ultimate value cannot be changed. Equivalent substitution. Yuan muttered softly with the other 4 administrators for a while, and then negotiated the final price. Lin, what do you think of this? An ancient fossil, 2 billion blue coins, and 30 mid-level strange beast crystals, plus the identity of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau and the leader of the special team. Special team leader? What is it? What is it for? The leader of the special team has the right to execute, the right to emergency control, the right to mobilize local departments, the right to issue reward orders, and the right to temporarily misappropriate public resources. The most important point is that you symbolize the public identity of the mainland of China. Any organization or force that causes you insults, rumors, slander and other negative effects will be controlled by the supernatural administration. Even the 6 universities? No. Yes. Lin Li was silent for a while. This condition was indeed very good. The front is full of floating clouds, and the last sentence is the point. With the identity of the leader of the special team, from now on, even if it is the 6 universities, you must be respectful and polite to yourself. Otherwise, the public rights and interests of mainland China can be used to sanction them. No matter how thick your little finger is, you can't hold your head. Cucumbers are YYDS. Okay, I'll take over this job, but I also have a question for Captain Yuan. Lin, please speak. Ask me to cooperate. It should not only be because I killed those 3 half-demonic superpowers, right? Even if the person next to me is not bad, it will not be easy to arrest Yi Tianhua. Presumably, Captain Yuan knew some inside information, so he specially asked me to cooperate. Right, Papa? Yuan immediately applauded and sincerely admired Lin Li's analytical and judgmental ability. Lin is right. I did investigate some inside information. First of all, in Tianwu City, you have been exposed to Wan erection. In other words, if you have been in contact with the first batch of drug testers, you should know more or less the inside story. Second, your talent. Dark legend. There's no reason why the Demonic Legion doesn't value you. In this way, the Demonic Legion has sent people to contact you many times and try to take you back. As for why this final result failed, I don't know. However, if you are willing to take the initiative to approach the Demonic Legion, it will be easy to find Yi Tianhua. So, you are the best candidate for our supernatural authority. Woman, give you a thumbs up. The analysis is quite thorough, but I have been in contact with myself many times. Isn't it that time for Qing Linger? And what time? In that case, then pay the deposit first. Lin Li stretched out a hand to Yuan as if asking for a debt. Deposit? Lin doesn't believe that our Supernatural Management Bureau is doing things? Of course I don't believe it. Am I familiar with you? If it weren't for the person next to me, you would be able to talk to me so politely? Can the 6 colleges obediently revoke the bounty order? Will you give up the opportunity to capture me? Yu, who hadn't made a sound for a long time, also helped with things, like a 2, 5, or 80,000. Yuan took a deep breath, put the space ring in his hand down, and put it on the table. 1 billion blue coins in cash, 20 mid-level strange beast crystals are all inside. Lin Li smiled and casually took the space ring and put it on his hand. Not too big, not small, just right. Captain Yuan, then I wish us a happy cooperation. It seems that we haven't set a time limit yet, right? Within a month, I guarantee that Yi Tianhua's head will appear in front of you, preferably alive. I will do my best. It was late at night. The group of 3 returned to the hotel's luxury suite with large and small bags. The little unicorn drooped its head and lay in the ceiling barrier, whining non-stop. It seems that he is really hungry. The 3 of them wandered around for a day and completely left this little guy behind. Yu hurriedly took out some ham sausages from the bag and fed them to the little Qilin. How can this sense of sight become more and more like a dog? What are you going to do? Killing June, Lin Li, and the 2 sat on the sofa, their mouths spitting out smoke and clouds. So happy. Don't worry, just one night sky, easy to catch. However, we can't let the Demon Legion think that we did it, otherwise there will be no less trouble in the future. Borrow a knife to kill? Hey, the one who knows me is Younga. I'm not good at this kind of thing. I am only good at solving problems by force. Remember to give bonuses. Don't worry, you will get 20% when the time time comes. Hey, what about mine? Yu Eka, who was sitting on the balcony sofa, asked, holding the little Qilin. Linley extinguished the cigarette but looked at the little unicorn and said, for the sake of you helping me take care of the little unicorn, 50 million. Cut, stingy. Obviously, Yu was not very satisfied with this result. But after thinking about it, after all, I can't do much, and it's already good to be able to prostitute for free. What kind of bike do you want? Time flies, and it comes 2 days later. Song Hong-yoon took 2 young people to visit. Deputy Hall Master Song is quite punctual. Several people sat on the sofa, and Yu was responsible for serving tea and water. Who made her a little brother? If you have the honor of visiting and killing the Lord, how dare you not be on time? These 2 are the reserve emperors of our evil spirit temple, Feng Palace. He said, today, come with me to see the world. After saying that, the 2 young people stood up. He bent down and saluted Sha Jun, and bowed his head slightly to Linley. It's quite polite, not arrogant or impatient, calm in mind. Unlike Hua Li's group of fools, as soon as they came up, they coaxed and felt that they had some strength, and they were the biggest in the world. These 2 emperors are extraordinary, and their temperament is even better. But, Deputy Lord San brought the 2 of them here. I'm afraid the drunkard didn't mean to be in the bar? Old fox, you must not hold back any good farts. Lin's intelligence is really amazing. Yes, the old man brought the 2 of them here, not just to meet and kill the Lord. I also hope to give them a chance to try. A chance for trials? How do you say this? Song Hongyun smiled meaningfully, then took out a ring from his pocket and pushed it on the sandalwood coffee table. This is the intention of our Temple of Evil Spirits, or rather, teaching fee. Linley was not in a hurry to move, but wanted to listen to the other party continue. Song Hongyun, an old closed lamp, even has conditions for door-to-door gifts. The skin is simply thicker than the city wall. I hope that killing the master can give the junior a chance to let the 2 of them follow you. Go out with Lin to see the world and have a good time. Of course, the 2 can also regard him as a servant, and even if all the dirty and tiring work is handed over to them, there will be no complaints. Feng Gong and Hien stood up and bowed again. I am willing to go through fire and water to kill the Lord, in front of the saddle and behind the horse. What a fart! Linley wanted to applaud this shameless thing. Still going to the soup and fire, in front of the saddle and behind the horse. The person who said it looked like a dog. In fact, it was the eyeliner installed in the evil spirit temple. By the way, he won over the relationship with Sha Jun, so that he could discuss matters in the future. As for Sha Jun at this moment, his face was unwavering, and he didn't even bother to take a look. The right to speak on this occasion does not belong to him. Strictly speaking, he is just a worker, and Linley is the boss. Moreover, what he thinks in his heart is also clear about killing Jun. Deputy Lord Song. It's very intentional. I am wholeheartedly thinking about the temple, and I hope that Lin will be fulfilled. Linley lit a cigarette, and by the way, he also lit a root for Sha Jun. The mood is instantly comfortable. I can understand the good intentions of the Deputy Lord, and the idea is quite good. It's a pity that Brother Jun and I have encountered some troubles recently, and we really can't divide the energy to take care of the 2 holy sons. Oh, which thing that is not long-eyed dares to cause trouble for Lord Killer and Lin? This is not only disrespect to the 2 of you, but also a provocation to my Temple of Evil Spirits. Look at what Song Hongyun said. It is called a righteous and awe-inspiring, and the appearance of indignation is particularly realistic. However, this is also the effect Linley is looking forward to. In terms of acting skills, we haven't convinced anyone yet. Hey! The old artist shook his head and smiled bitterly, his eyes becoming deeper and deeper, helpless. It seemed that he was really exhausted, and said helplessly, recently, I offended the 4th Demon Lord of the Demon Legion, Yi Tianhua. Wrong. This guy's strength is average, but his methods are vicious, and he has caused trouble for me and Brother Jun many times, and he has seriously touched our bottom line. It's a pity. Our investigation ability is limited, and we have never been able to find any trace of Yi Tianhua, so we have no choice but to become more and more passive. After hearing Yi Tianhua's name, Song Hongyun's brows furrowed obviously, but he let go again in an instant. He glanced at the 2 people beside him, as if he was making some decision, and kept fiddling with the ring in his hand. It wasn't until Linley finished speaking that he had a choice. Yi Tianhua, this person is indeed not simple, but, in contrast, killing adults is the most noble existence, and this matter is covered by my Song Hongyun. Even if I can't take down the other party's whereabouts, I can still investigate and report them to the 2 of you. Linley immediately showed a puzzled look and said, I'm afraid this matter is inappropriate. If I provoke a dispute between the Demonic Legion and the Evil Spirit Temple because of my second incident, then wouldn't I be a sinner for eternity? It's inappropriate. It's inappropriate. Classmate Lin is too worried. When have my Evil Spirit Temple ever been afraid of his Demonic Legion? Moreover, I will not blatantly declare war on it, but will only investigate its whereabouts behind my back, and then send a master to shoot. Killing Jun extinguished the cigarette but looked at Linley, turned his head and said, since the Deputy Hallmaster Tsang is interesting, then I will also show my stance. As long as you can catch Yi Tianhua or provide the exact location of his whereabouts, these 2 people. I accepted it.
bracelet. Feng Gong and Heyun looked happy and immediately stood up and bowed again. Linley hurriedly waved his hand. Don't worry. Things are done. Take you in. If it is not done properly, Brother Jun and I still have to contribute on our own, so we can't take care of the two of you. Okay. With Lin's words, the matter of Yi Tianhua, my evil spirit temple, will be solved. This meeting gift is still expected to be accepted by the Killing Lord, and it will be regarded as a witness. Within half a month, if there is no good news from Feng Gong and Heyun, we will have no face to get acquainted with the Killing Lord. After that, the three of them stood up again and saluted. Said retire, then he left the suite in a hurry. Linley took the ring on the table and sensed it through his mental power. A black card, 100 crystals, and some priceless treasures. The grandeur of the evil spirit temple was taken out. It's just that there are too many minds and eyes, and I don't know how to go step by step. Pack up, let's go too. Why are you going? Yuyuka showed his head from the cloakroom, changed his clothes, and asked suspiciously. Of course I went to work. Feed. Yours. Belch. That one. What is that? Linley didn't know what he saw. His eyes dodged, and his expression seemed excited, as if he was a little embarrassed. Why are you still stuttering? What do you want to say? You. What are you exposed? What am I? You reacted and looked down. Ah, stinky hooligan. What does this have to do with me? It's you who run out by yourself and don't pay attention to the image, airplane girl. Linley lit a cigarette to himself, suppressing his restlessness. Hey, why didn't Sha Jun move? Turned his head to look to the side. Boy, I'm busy wiping my nosebleeds. 4 hours later. Shadow Guild, Quest Hall. Linley finally chose the target of this mission. 873, assassinated Zhang Yulu, vice president of Xingyu Academy, and brought his head back. Mission rewards, 2 billion blue coins, 1000-year-old red snow mushroom *1, 1000-year-old ice lotus *1. This mission, it was simply tailor-made for Linley. Zhang Yulu, a super level 5-level powerhouse. Wood-type abilities are almost developed to the extreme. The life bracelet used in the trial of the Holy Imperial Academy was made by him, which shows how strong is his ability to control life defense. In the last surveillance incident, Old Man Sun once said that Zhang Yulu truly sensed his breath through the bracelet. This is problematic as soon as it sounds. During the trial, Linley never took off his bracelet from beginning to end. Even if the imposter had a string of bracelets, but the two breaths existed at the same time, he couldn't detect anything unusual? This person is 80% ill-intentioned, either maliciously planted stolen goods, or, things get even more interesting. A group of 3 people walked to the front desk. Linley took out the gold card and said, I want to take over the assassination mission number 873. Okay, please keep this adult's nickname for easy records. Kill. Matt. Ahem cough. Linley choked on his own spit. What the hell is this call? Crying alone, true love is invincible? Is the lost intangible cultural heritage about to be revived? Why don't we change the name, a more normal? This guy is forced to watch too much TV. How can the gold content of killing Matt be affordable for ordinary people? The second person is not good either. Then let's call it Ming Tian. Belch. Okay, this sounds relatively normal. The young people of the second grade are very happy. Okay, death, gold medal chef, Ming Tian, successfully accepted mission 873. This is your mission token, don't lose it. Linley and the others took the crimson token, turned around and were about to leave, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by the waiter at the front desk. Everyone, please stay. Is there anything else? 3. You are all new to a single assassination mission, and I need to remind you in advance. This task is only allowed to succeed and not fail. If it fails, it will be done according to the rules of the Shadow Guild, and it will be killed. So, if you regret it now, it's too late. I naturally know the rules of the Shadow Guild. If I am not completely sure, how dare I take it easily? Thanks for the reminder. We'll be back soon. After that, Linley took Sha Jun and Yu left the Shadow Guild. Just kidding, not to mention killing? If the holy rank powerhouse sneezes down, the Shadow Castle will have to be blasted into slag. At that time, who will regret it? After Linley's repeated consideration, this action did not take Yu Eka. First of all, this girl is not strong, and it will be very dangerous to meet high-level battles. Secondly, the little unicorn needs someone to take care of it. Linley can't take a strange beast to Beijing for action, right? Finally, there are many people and big goals. Assassination mission, what you want is fast. Permit. Vicious. Even if there is a big guy who kills June, it is still possible to avoid a head-to-head confrontation or avoid it as much as possible. The Holy Emperor is also sitting on more than 10 super-level powerhouses. If you don't have any real skills, how can you talk about the third largest super seminary in China? Without full certainty, Linley would not attack hastily. The division of labor was clear, and Linley and the two began to act. Bought 2 tickets to Shangjing. He left Yu with 100 million blue coins, and specially told him to save some flowers and go out without anything. Otherwise, when Linley comes back, she will not be given dividends. This girl agreed very happily, and it's hard to say whether she can do it. Boarding the train. Linley and Sha Jun chartered a whole carriage. Although the treatment is not as good as the last super invincible luxury
luxury supreme VIP, it is barely reasonable. There were 2 young and beautiful service ladies serving tea and water, pressing their waists and beating their backs. From time to time, he also said a couple of sentences. Looking at Shajun's virtue, he was obviously very satisfied. But our Linley has seen the world, how can 2 be enough? At least 10. Why do you 2 gentlemen wear masks? The young lady lying behind Linley was very curious. Seeing that these 2 people had never taken off their masks from beginning to end, they couldn't help but ask. Because the 2 of us are killers, of course we can't show our true faces. Linley answered half-jokingly. The 2 young ladies behind him were amused and giggled. Well, where is Mr. Gun hidden? Of course my gun is hidden in a very secret place. Do you really want to see it? Sir, you're so bad, this gun. Let's wait for the train to see. The young lady in charge of massaging Linley kept winking. The intention is quite obvious. I really saw a ghost. Last time it was a station, this time it was a train. The penetration is getting stronger and stronger. Someone is coming. Killing June, who was immersed in sexual happiness, suddenly spoke, causing several people present to be stunned. Dong dong dong. The wooden door of the train was knocked, and someone really came. What is the strength of the other party? Is there any hostility? The strength is very good. Hostile. No, I only felt zen. Zen? What is this? At the same time as he spoke, a service lady had already gotten out of bed and walked to the door and gently pushed her away. That's it. Amatba, the poor monk came from east to west, passing through the treasure land, and wanted to ask for a bowl of vegetarian rice. If there is any disturbance, please forgive me. Monk? This scene in front of the door can be done by the service lady. I saw that he was a young man, with a handsome face, a bald head, and dressed in a simple monk's robe. At this moment, the monk with his hands folded and chanting Buddha beads bowed slightly to the door. Monks these days can still alchemy? Shouldn't it be a left-handed Farali and a right-handed long-legged beauty? Sir, let him in. Since he is a master, he must meet him. Regardless of whether it is a relationship or something else, there is a killing June, and Linley has his own confidence. The service lady gave way and led the monk to the private room. At this moment, Linley and Sha Jun were shirtless and raised their heads, looked at the visitor with great interest. I don't know what the master calls? The poor monk's dharma name Wangguang has seen 2 benefactors. I don't know if it's indecent or what. Monk Wangguang kept looking down, refusing to look at Linley and the 2. Looking at this appearance, it really needs a bit of a monk. Master Wangguang came today just for alms? Transformation is one thing, and persuading the benefactor to put down the butcher knife is the second. Oh, Linley's interest increased greatly, and he sat up directly and asked, I don't know about this butcher knife. Where did it come from? Wangguang was silent, just closed his eyes and turned the Buddha beads. You 2 go out first, that's all for today's project. Linley waved his hand, and the 2 service ladies exited the carriage very sensibly. Now, can you say it? Amatba, Master Lin, I think you also guessed what the poor monk meant. Yes, but, why should I listen to you? Wangguang smiled indifferently, as if the spring breeze was blowing through the February day, and the morning sun was as harmonious as the rice field. As the saying goes, one thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a demon. Benefactor Lin has hatred in his heart, and love and hatred. As long as you are willing to erase the hatred in your heart and amplify the love in your hatred, I believe that there is nothing that cannot be let go. He. Linley sneered. This monk's words are so hypocritical. Master, instead of sacrificing your roots to save me, why don't you go and reason with those old guys and see? Will they let go of their hearts? Accept the existence of the dark system calmly? There was a knock on the door. The poor monk has this intention. However, in comparison, Master Lin's demon is the top priority. Demons? This guy actually knew that he had signs of demonization. As the saying goes, you have to tie the bell to tie the bell. Since the master knows that I have inner demons, why don't you kill those old guys with me? So, the butcher's knife in my hand will fall off consciously. Amatba, monks dare not commit murder. When Guang folded his hands, not knowing what he was saying, it is probably a Buddhist scripture. Ikama, then I want to ask the master a question. I don't know if I can answer it. Benefactor Lin, just say it's okay. Okay. I want to ask the master, what is correct? Why is that? What is good? What is evil? When Guang was silent for a moment and said, according to the right method, walking on the right path is the right way. If it does not belong to the right path of practice, it is called evil. Observing the mind is right, centrifugality is evil, centrifugal legislation, dharma and dharma are all heretics, breaking all minds according to the law. The mind has nothing to gain, dharma is not born, all dharma is called dharma. As for the distinction between good and evil, the 10 good deeds of Buddhism are good karma, and the 10 bad deeds are sinful karma. Linley nodded slightly. This one Guang is worthy of being a master. The head is the way, and everything is reasonable. It's just that when it comes to calves, Linley really hasn't convinced anyone. Sample, tell me the truth? I'm talking about your doubts about life. The master's statement is very organized, but it deviates from reality and makes no sense. Oh, when Guang looked up at Linley and asked with a slightly novel question, then what is right according to what Benefactor Lin said? Why is that? What is good? What is evil? In my opinion, finish. Rubbish. There is no good or innocence in the world, it's just people's hearts. The Buddha is not me, how can I cross me? If heaven does not help me, why should I be asked? What is good and evil? What is good and evil? Those who say that there is nothing wrong with their lives? Evil people have no good intentions in the beginning. The rivers and lakes are terrible, and what is more terrifying than the rivers and lakes is the human heart. The wicked are terrible, more terrible than the wicked, and it is the right way. If you can't pay off the truth and falsehood of the world, you will kill a world, and at the beginning of the restoration of man, I have no time to return. It's just that those who follow you are right, and those who go against you are evil. Good and evil in the world are the same root. When Guang was stunned, and Sha Jun was also stunned. Even Lin Li himself was stunned by what he said. Is this my level? Damn it, it can't be possessed by the truth of this world, right? In Noda's private room, there was a brief silence. When Guang's brows furrowed, his eyes were deep, and the Buddha beads in his hand began to coil unconsciously. Sha Jun looked at Lin Li with some surprise. The expression seemed to be saying, boy, it's quite a couple. Master Wanwan, don't persuade others to be good without the difficulties of others. If you didn't take refuge in Buddhism, if these things were something you had experienced, if I were to persuade you from another perspective, what would you choose? Lin Li got dressed and went straight to the window to enjoy the scenery along the way. In just a few decades of life, a hurried life is like smoke and clouds, and how many times do you ask about geometry in half a lifetime? Just this little time. If you are still alive and aggrieved, then, what is the meaning of this life? What's the point? When Guang murmured to himself and his expression became more and more complicated, Lin Li struck while the iron was hot, and he had to fool the monk no matter what he said. Master, you only know the Buddhist scriptures and the great way in the book, but when have you ever experienced life? Life? Isn't it always in life? When Guang was slightly puzzled, and his thirst for truth made him more and more crazy. Life, you have to take it apart. They are life and life. You only know the latter, but you have never been tainted by the former. Do you know how many people give up their dignity and give up everything in order to seek the word life? Do you know how many people fall into the abyss and never be reincarnated in order to seek the word life? Do you know how many people suffer endlessly in order to seek the word life and become inhuman, ghosts and ghosts? You don't know at all, because your Buddha does not allow you to know. This sentence, like thunder, shattered the last line of defense deep in Wen Guang's heart. At this moment, all Buddhist scriptures and truths are in vain. All of them are the most false and indifferent declarations of human nature. Originally, are they all wrong? When Guang's expression became more and more dazed, and he couldn't control the strength in his hand, so he directly pinched the silk thread of the Buddha beads. Wow! A crisp sound echoed in the private room, and when Guang stared at the ground, stunned. Be careful, his ability is becoming more and more unstable. Sha Jun also put on his clothes and walked in front of Lin Li. Always beware of Wen Guang. What is this person's strength? Super level 7. Lin Li called him a good guy. From the outside, the monk survived for 26 or 17 years. It seems that it is another top-notch demon. He. Suddenly, a gloomy and low smile came into my ears. The indescribable horror turned into wisps of wind, and the curtains blew whirring. This buddy can't be enchanted, right? Look at it like this, 8 or 9 are inseparable. However, he is not a demon with supernatural abilities, but the heart is enchanted. Just now, he said that one thought becomes a demon, and one thought becomes a Buddha. With such a lot of kung fu, you will become a demon? It seems that this little monk's heart is not good. When Guang laughed for more than half an hour and turned to silent mode, a sad smile hung on his face, staring at Lin Li and not knowing what he was thinking. Little monk, are you okay? Before Master passed away, he said that my mind was not strong and I was easily influenced by external forces. Today, it seems that this old man is right. I really went the other way. When Guang stood up, put away his ability and said, Lin Li, you are indeed not simple. Today, I thought about persuading you to put down the butcher knife, but unexpectedly, I picked up the butcher knife again. Lin Li captured the point, so that he used to. That's right. 9 years ago, I slaughtered more than 3,000 people with one person's strength. Later, he was saved by the old monk of Jinshan Temple, that is, my master. To this day, the darkness deep in my heart has finally been released. It suits my heart. Well, why did the painting style suddenly become weird? This little monk can't be a gay, right? Ahem. In this case, congratulations to Master Wanguang for regaining his heart. What are your plans next? I have no plan. Follow you and be the same person I used to be. The smile on Wen Guang's face became more and more strange, and so a trace of obscenity. Lin Li didn't know if he was happy or. It's good to be unhappy. Forget it. Let's take advantage of it shallowly. After getting rid of Zhang Yulu, make plans. Okay. Since Master Wanguang has this intention, then kill the two of us happily. Satisfying your deep desires is the basic concept of advanced life. Sha Jun also said on the side, let those self-righteous and sanctimonious guys experience the evil they define and the evil they define. After saying that, the faces of the 3 people in the group showed smiles. The crime group is officially established. Lin Li and his party finally arrived in Shanjing City. Familiar stations, familiar styles, familiar first. The first first time you step into the supernatural world, don't always think about being crooked. Lin Li didn't have much idea about the addition of Wen Guang, a new member. Fate is indescribable. Just think of it as a big help for Airborne. Anyway, they all use each other, and when the value is exhausted, they will part ways. It is noon now, not very suitable for action. The three of them found a hotel casually, dumped more than 100,000 blue coins, and easily checked in without real names. Please, we are killers now, we have to be professional. It's not good to leave too many clues. Does Master Lin have a plan? Since Wen Guang was blackened, he has changed his past style. The monk's robe changed from plain white to karma black. Well, anyway, he is still a monk. According to his own statement, the path of cultivation, no matter what the process is, the purpose is still the same. As the saying goes, a demon monk is also a monk. The wine and meat passed through the intestines, and the Buddha stayed in his heart, which is probably the truth. My plan is to break through. Lin Li lit a cigarette as usual, and by the way, he killed June, and Guanghua also lit a cigarette. Have you ever seen a monk who smokes and drinks? No doubt, right next to me. Hard break? I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Of course it's not that simple. If it weren't for Master Guang joining, Brother June and I would not have acted like this. However, times are different. My plan is to attract firepower from Brother June, Master Guang. You sneak into the faculty and staff accommodation area with me and attack Zhang Yulu. Immediately, the three discussed the specific course of action. Lin Li promised that if the mission was successful, Wen Guang, Sha Jun, each gets 20% of the mission reward. That is, 400 million blue coins, plus some converted beast crystals. The two said that there was no problem, and Wen Guang was even more excited about the killing. It seems that we can't wait. The moon is dark, and the wind is high, making it a murderous night. When the crime squad acts, a monstrous loud noise came, alarming all the teachers and students of the Holy Imperial Academy. Sun Wukong led more than 1,000 leaders, and the teachers soared into the sky. Surround the masked male group incarnated by Sha Jun. Who is your excellency? Why did you attack my Holy Imperial Academy at night? Sun Wukong looks much better now than he did more than half a month ago. The wrinkles on his face became more and more obvious. I don't know how many things I worry about. Fortunately, the momentum on his body has not diminished at all, and it is still like that. Load B. When I have nothing to do, I just want to find someone to fight. Little old man, your strength is far from enough. Let's go together. Rampant to the extreme. The bald male leader was the first to be unconvinced, directly gathered his abilities, and rushed towards killing June. Sun Wukong realized that something was wrong, and he couldn't even perceive the other party's realm with his own strength. Then there are only three possibilities. Or, the other party is a muggle, that is, a so-called ordinary person. But at the moment, this situation is obviously impossible. Or, the other party is using special elemental magic weapons, or special concealment methods, so as to disperse their own realm aura, so that other people with special abilities cannot perceive it. It can be seen that this masked man is so calm, obviously not afraid of anyone present. If that's the case, then there is only one last possibility. Sun Wukong reacted fiercely and tried to stop it, but unfortunately it was too late. The bald man rushed to the killer and swung a punch. The friction caused by cutting through the air is particularly harsh. Unfortunately, there was no movement in the next second. Everyone present gasped. What exactly did they see? I'll tell you later. The picture turned and came to Lin Li and Wen Guang. The leaders and teachers of the whole school have been lured away. Zhang Yulu is more special because he specializes in the art of life and is not good at fighting. Therefore, he basically won't show up on this occasion. Will only hide at home and sleep soundly. In this way, Lin Li was given the opportunity to assassinate. Quietly sneaking into the Holy Emperor, Lin Li did not emit any aura due to the factor of dark origin. Wen Guang, on the other hand, was too high, and basically no one could perceive it except for the super-level powerhouses. The two passed through the dormitory area and came to the faculty and staff accommodation villa complex. In the past, Lin Li would have thought that this place was extravagant and spectacular. But now, cut, garbage. Locking on the target, Lin Li directly released the black mist and teleported it to the inside of the villa. Wen Guang was in the courtyard to respond, waiting for the prey to come out of the cage. Give it a fatal blow. It's late at night. The lights in the living room were still on. A figure sitting on the sofa and sipping tea. From time to time, he looked out the window, like a melancholic boy. Lin Li, since you are here, why hide? Zhang Yulu's indifferent words scared Lin Li. How did he find himself? No, how did he know his identity? Lin Li reacted, turned around and gathered his abilities to prepare to escape. A green energy cage appeared out of thin air, and it was easily restrained. No matter how the black mist is cast, it will not have the slightest effect. Lin Li knew that he was a middle plan. How can there be any blackened demon monk? He is obviously an accomplice arranged by Zhang Yulu. Vice President Zhang is a good method. It was so easy to plant a spy next to me. Admire, admire. Lin Li's face was gloomy and he said through gritted teeth. Zhang Yulu got up slowly, his heroic face slightly cold. Classmate Lin, if it weren't for this, how could I catch you? Master Guang, thank you for your your hard work. After that, the space rippled when Guang's figure appeared out of thin air, looking at Zhang Yulu and smiling. Happy cooperation, Vice President Zhang. Ha ha ha. Happy cooperation. Remaining remuneration. I will call you as soon as possible. Zhang Yulu walked slowly to Linley, patted the green energy cage and said, Lin, only half a month apart, you have grown to such a point. If you don't get rid of you as soon as possible, I'm afraid the ability world will change. Vice President Zhang, I advise you to think carefully. If you kill me, everyone in your holy palace will not escape death. Ha ha ha. They die when they die. What does it have to do with me? Even if the one outside will be suspicious of me, after taking off your head, someone will save my life. Someone saved his life? Which force dares to say such a big thing? Demonic Legion or Huali? It's unlikely, right? Zhang Yulu, today, consider me Linley unlucky and fall into your hands. If you want to kill, you have to listen to your convenience. But, I have a question for you. You want to ask me, which force wants to take your life, right? Pity. I, Zhang Yulu, am not a talkative person. After I go down, you will know. Zhang Yulu pulled out the dagger from his waist and stabbed Linley straight into his chest. Bright red blood splattered onto the wall. The wailing of pain resounded throughout the villa. Zhang Yulu looked down with horror. Seeing the sword stained red with blood was extremely incredible. Why? Dang! The dagger smashed to the ground, making a crisp sound. Linley put away his horror and asked jokingly, Vice President Zhang, what's wrong? Why is the ruthlessness just now gone? You, poof. Halfway through the words, when Guang withdrew his sword, causing Zhang Yulu to spit blood from his mouth and fall to the ground. Zhang Yulu, you can play tricks, why can't I? Have you heard a word? Money can make ghosts grind, and every penny is worth a penny. The cage that originally bound Linley was instantly shattered, and the green energy filled the surroundings, turning into stars drifting everywhere. Zhang Yulu forced himself to get up, trying to use his ability to repair the wound. Unfortunately, the reality is not as expected. A powerful dark-type ability spread, constantly eroding Zhang Yulu's body. As a result, the wood-type abilities in his body are being frantically devoured and reduced at the moment. Not to mention repairing the body. In this current situation, it is already very good to be able to save a small life. Wan Guang. Zhang Yulu gritted his teeth and turned his head, and roared angrily with an indignant expression. Why? Is it because I paid you less? Monk Wan Guang took out a handkerchief from nowhere and gently wiped the remaining bloodstains on the blade. It's really less, but that's not a reason. What the hell is going on? Because I admire Linley very much, I am like-minded with him and cherish each other. The corners of Linley's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Don't say anything. Who the hell cares about you? Vice President Zhang, I can give you a chance to live, as long as you are willing to confess to the behind-the-scenes instigator. Zhang Yulu wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes became sharper and sharper. I have to admit that you do have 2 strokes. If you can buy Wen Guang and put it on me in turn, the concerns of the leader are not unreasonable. It's a pity that you can't get anything out of my mouth because I'm not like those idiots who would believe your nonsense. Zhang Yulu's expression became more and more crazy, and he didn't know what kind of madness he was pumping, and began to activate the remaining strange energy in his body with all his might. In doing so, he did not intend to fight to the death but completely gave up the opportunity to survive, causing the dark ability that invaded his body to lose its blocking power, thereby accelerating the destruction of the body's interior. I didn't expect Vice President Zhang to be quite gentleman, since this is the case. Bon voyage. After saying that, a black blade flashed. The exquisite head fell into the bag without error, and task 873 has been completed. The huge roar shook dozens of miles. At this moment, the Holy Imperial Academy had already turned into daylight. It wasn't dawn, but Sun Wukong was forced to retreat and used his ultimate move with all his might. Nearly 1,000 leaders and teachers lay on the ground. There are minor injuries and serious injuries, and some went to see hell. Killing Jun is as he wants, and he kills if he wants, without any scruples. This also made Sun Wukong fearful for the first time in his life. What does this killing god in front of him want to do? If I guess correctly, Your Excellency is the first saint-rank powerhouse of the celebrity race next to Linley, right? Yo, it was actually seen that, should I kill you to silence you? Sha Jun twisted his wrist slightly, and a small dark vortex quickly converged. It looks very unattractive, but Sun Wukong is very clear, this blow, I'm afraid it can kill him. Your Excellency, slow down. Sun Wukong was anxious. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of death and was meaningless. If you have a fart, don't waste time. Your Excellency, regarding the mistakes made by Linley, our hospital has already chosen to release the previous suspicions, not only revoked the wanted order, but also showed favor to him. If you, or Lin, have any grievances, just bring it up. Our hospital will try to meet all needs, so there is no
need to kill them all, right? Killing June plucked out his ears and said without caring at all, I think you misunderstood. The purpose of our trip is not to eliminate the Holy Emperor, nor is it for revenge. Just for. Speaking of this, Sha Jun paused, as if he didn't think it was good to tell him the truth. Or rather, not very professional. Just for. Playful. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. What the hell is the reason? However, he immediately figured out something. Because the other party is a dark ability, even if there is no demonization, the villain's logo has already been severely depressed on his body. Therefore, all the killings caused can be explained. It's getting late. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you. Sha Jun is not a person who loves to talk nonsense, and the ability in his hand is about to be thrown out. And Sun Wukong was also ready. The vast holy light ability spread the entire night sky. A giant sword with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth will fall at any time. Slow down. A familiar voice came, breaking the atmosphere of this space full of annihilating power. Killing June put away his ability very happily, and Sun Wukong waved his hand and pulled the giant sword suspended in the air upwards. Linley, what do you want to do? Seeing the void position beside Sha Jun, two figures appeared instantly. When Guan grabbed Lin Li's arm and suspended him in the air. Damn, they all said no. It had to be so close, so that the two of them were unclear, and the atmosphere was indescribably weird. Why don't I still ride my demon? Let's do this. It's a bit strange. What's so strange about this? Isn't it better to keep you safe by my side? Tut, it sounds a bit reasonable. Ahem. Dean Sun, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Linley, who was wearing a black mask and a black combat trench coat, looked particularly temperamental, especially on such occasions. The two top powerhouses on the left and right are guarding here. It is like the king of the Dark Knight in the new era, looking at the world. At its feet, there were mountains of corpses and horrific howls. Linley enjoyed such a killing scene more and more. What is right or wrong? Evil is not evil. Just two words. Carefree. Linley, your matter is no longer pursued by the Holy Emperor. I can give you anything else you want. But, please let go of those innocent people. They all deserve to die. Linley interrupted the other party unceremoniously. Dean Sun, don't worry, today is not the time for me to take revenge on the Holy Emperor. I came here just for him. Saying that, Linley opened the suitcase and took out Zhang Yulu's bloody head. Under Sun Wukong's shocked gaze, he swayed gently. After seeing the face of the human head clearly, Sun Wukong trembled with anger. Pointing at Linley and roaring, Linley, you are simply too bullying. Why do you want to kill Vice President Zhang Yulu of our hospital? I can kill whoever I want. Can I explain it to you? Put the head back in the suitcase. This thing is worth billions of blue coins and must be kept properly. Seeing Sun Wukong pointing at him, he trembled and couldn't say a word for a long time. Linley sneered and said, don't worry, Dean Sun, I have another suitcase, and the location there is none other than you. Don't say that I won't give you a chance. In a month, go and summon your 6 colleges to conduct a joint crusade against me. If you move slowly, in a month, I will take the initiative to launch a crusade against your 6 colleges. Of course, I won't kill them all. After all, it's for the sake of the overall situation. But you old men should also be buried in peace. I took out my phone and looked at the time. It was getting late. If you delay any longer, the rest of the old guys will come. Dean Sun, the mountains and rivers have met. See you in a month. 2 days later. After saying that, the three ignored Sun Wukong's face that had turned into pig liver. Turn around and leave. Linley! A familiar shout came from the ground. Looking back, it turned out to be Lu Qingyan. I haven't seen you for nearly a month, and my strength has improved a lot. At present, it is the 5th level of the intermediate level. Lu, classmates, what do you mean? Linley, are you worthy of whispering if you do this? Joke. Why am I sorry for whispering? I'm afraid this woman didn't take the wrong medicine, right? The old man by himself and have a fart relationship with her? Linley, do you know how much Whisper once expected from you? She's always waiting for you to come back. When you become the self-motivated hero who takes it as his responsibility to save the human state. Look at your current ghostly appearance. Killing addiction, tyranny, and attempts to attack the 6 universities? Is this what you should do as a legend? Lu Qingyan's face was cold, like a cold winter moon, and while drinking angrily, his body was trembling slightly. It can be seen how angry he is at the moment. How serious. Are you done? If it weren't for the sake of Whisper's face, you would have taught me a lesson? Linley, it is darkness, and it will fall forever. You don't need to think about any consequences when you do things. I just want me to be comfortable. I just want me to be happy. The crusade against the 6 colleges is sorry for the whispering? If it weren't for the light words, Uncle Luo was here, and there were more than 10,000 people in the Holy Emperor, and I wouldn't have left any of them. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. The other 4 people present were shocked. Slaughter more than 10,000 people? What kind of murderous intent does this have? What kind of bloodthirsty? Again, don't persuade others to be kind without the difficulty of others. Take care of your sister. One day, I will come to pick her up. After that, Linley no longer cared about Lu Qingyan's words, and directly killed June, and when Guang disappeared in place. Boom! Disappeared in the night. Dean. Okay, you don't have
have to say anything. It's come to this point. I have no way out. The asphalt road is stained red with blood. Sun Wukong hunched his back lightly, walking slowly. It seems that in such an instant, I am 3 points older. That, Dean Zhang. After all, Lu Qingyan is the first person in the new generation of the Holy Emperor, and she has to have some snacks for the affairs of the academy. At present, Zhang Yulu was killed. Nearly 100 teachers and leaders of the college were slaughtered. More than 1,000 people were injured. This can be described as hurting the bones and shaking the foundation. Hey! Sun Wukong looked at the starry sky. The breeze brought up a strand of messy hair at his temples, and sighed helplessly. What I care about is not Zhang Yulu, nor the loss of the academy, but the heightened speed of Lin Li's current growth. If this continues, it will take up to 3 years. The supernatural ability world of the Shenzhou continent will usher in a earth-shaking change. That, is it good or bad? I don't know. During the conversation between the two, not good, 5 streamers of different colors fell from far to near. When I looked closely, it turned out that it was the presidents of the other 5 academies who came to support. Bang! Dean's son, how is the situation? Wang Gang took the lead in asking, but when he saw the blood on the ground and the wounded who kept transporting and treating him, he was roughly clear. There were heavy casualties. Lao's son, who is so strong and bold. Dean's son, what is the extent of your hospital's losses? I will contact this hospital as soon as possible for assistance. Sun Wukong waved his hand, and then briefly described how Lin Li and his party of 3 people, how they invaded the Holy Emperor, how they killed Zhang Yulu, and how they made a big fuss, shocking the audience. After hearing this, the other 5 deans present fell silent. After a while, Huang Fian said, Lin Li's behavior is becoming more and more rampant now. I think he is just hovering on the verge of demonization. This son can't stay any longer. Dean Huang, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet, right? Yuing continued unceremoniously, regardless of the dark kingdom behind it. It is only the powerful person of the holy rank supernatural ability, and our 6 compounds are added together, and they are not necessarily opponents of others. What do you use to get rid of Lin Li? Mouth. Huang Feihuan was angry and glared, but she couldn't refute it. Obviously, Yu Ying's words are not unreasonable. A group of super-level old stakes, how to compete with the saint-level bosses. Soon, the most touching thing about this is Sun Wukong. The first few rounds of the fight were completely pressed by the opponent, and he didn't use any force, otherwise, his old bones would have to be tossed apart. Then what do you say? Huang Feihuan was quite upset, so he led the problem to Ying. If you want to say that watching the play is the most exciting, it is definitely Wang Gang, because Lin Li promised himself that he would let Xinghui go. Even if he broke his word, with Zhao Tianya's Shang Feng sword in his hand, there was nothing to be afraid of. At most, it's just a pouting mouth and a walk. Cough. In my opinion, it is better to avoid his edge for the time being. Don't get entangled with him. What he wants, we will try to satisfy him. After all, he is a child, and when the anger subsides, it should be nothing. Dean Wang, you really stand and talk without back pain. I heard that in the last battle of the Tsunchen Guard, you saved Lin Li's life. In terms of reason, he will not kill Shanghui completely, so, you are the most fearless one, right? Wang Gang looked embarrassed, but he didn't expect Huang Fian's investigation ability to be so perverted. I just happened to pass by, and I saw that this son had the courage to resist the super-level beasts, and his spirit was commendable, so I made an exception. Don't chew your tongue. Oh no. Okay. At present, solving Lin Li's matter is the most important thing. There is no better way. First bow, and then soldier. I support Dean Zhou's suggestion, reason with Lin Li first, and meet the needs of the other party as much as possible. If he is stubborn, it is not too late for our 6 colleges to come again. Damn. Dean Huang, what do you think? The other 5 people agreed, but only Huang Fian's cheeks were uncertain, as if they were entangled in something, and they seemed to be resentful of something. All 5 of you have decided. Is my word still that important? Huang Feihong felt aggrieved in his heart, and he didn't even have the status to speak. Then you still play a fart? Simply wave your sleeves and don't take away a cloud. Yuing glanced coldly in the direction Huang Feihuan was leaving and said, Humph. Old man Huang's ambition is getting more and more inflated. Since he is not happy to find it himself, we don't have to worry about him. One day, this guy will regret it. Dean's son, there are still some things we need to discuss. Okay, a few of you, please come with me. Shangjing City, the 4th urban area. Wanfu building. Boss, luxury private room. Okay, 3 upstairs, please. Lin Li, Sha Jun, and Wen Guang took off their camouflage masks and followed the service staff up the stairs. Zhang Yulu's head has already been obtained, although he has not set up his behind-the-scenes instructors, but Lin Li does not care too much. At least it can be proved that this guy was involved in the last surveillance frame-up case. It doesn't matter if it's dominant or not. The important thing is that he must die. There are also Old Man Sun and Zhang Wen. The head of the 2 of them, Lin Li, also had to accept it. Not to mention that we don't think about the overall situation. This so-called overall situation has a relationship with Lin Li? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Love who enters and who enters. The words fell. It's good to be ashamed of your heart and yourself. Besides, Lin Li has already paid attention to the overall situation, okay? Okay. Otherwise, if the 6 universities are eradicated together, the human power in the Shenzhou continent will be reduced to 50%.
At that time, everyone will have nothing to play. Bang! A muffled sound came from below.
As soon as several people climbed the stairs, the welcome door of the hall was kicked open rudely. More than 10 young and beautiful guys, beautiful women walked to the front desk and shouted, "Boss, the most expensive and best private room, prepare it for me immediately. And the most expensive wine, the best food, Lu Gaojie, am not short of money." Seeing the rich second generation named Lu Gaojie, the boss directly changed his face.
The respectful appearance looks like an old oil man.
It's just that in the blink of an eye, he seems to have realized something again, and his expression is very entangled, embarrassed. "Young Master Lu, this luxury private room is now booked by guests. Why don't I arrange a high-end private room for you?"
"What? Premium private rooms? I'm Lu Gaojie. It's not for food. Who do you look down on?" Snap.
The rich second generation named Lu Gaojie didn't know what kind of wind he was smoking, so he picked up a bottle of high-end red wine at the front desk and smashed it straight at the boss. Fortunately, the latter reacted in time. The red wine smashed on the wall, and the bright red wine splattered all over the ground. "Young Master Lu, you calm down. These 3 luxury private rooms, one was set by young Master Qin, one was set by Director Gua, and the other was..." Speaking of this, the boss hurriedly turned around. Seeing that Linli and the 3 of them had not yet fully gone upstairs, he pointed and said, "The last room, given by these 3 gentlemen, look at this."
"Young Master Qin, Director Gua."
Lu Gaojie muttered to himself, his eyes showing a little fear. Obviously, neither of these is a good stubble. With his strength and status, he is far from provoking the other party. Immediately, he turned his head to look at the stairs. Seeing the backs of Linli and the others, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Another wave of bloody plots is about to be staged.
"You 3, stop me." No one paid attention to him.
Linli and the 3 of them still climbed up on their own. After a corner, it completely disappeared.
Can this be tolerated? Who is he? Lu Gaojie. The 4 famous families in Beijing. The following subsidiary families. The following collateral family: Lu family, Lu Ergonzi. And not powerful? Just ask you if you are afraid? Fuck, how dare you ignore me?
"Brothers, come upstairs with me." Several young men dressed like gangsters followed closely behind and followed Lu Gaojie up the stairs menacingly.
Boom. The boss saw that the momentum was not good. Hurriedly dialed a call. 3, please go inside.
The young and beautiful waiter led the 3 of them into the private room, and as a token of gratitude, Linli sacrificed his hue and threw a flattering look. Unexpectedly, the other party turned his eyebrows.
"Well, one is not simpler than the other. Everyone, this is our Wanfu Building's menu."
"No, the most expensive wine, the best dish, arrange a wave."
"Okay, please wait a moment." After making tea and serving pastries, the service lady withdrew. "Those bed bugs are following. How to get it?" Sha Jun took a sip of tea and spoke quietly.
Linli didn't take it seriously at all. There were too many second B young people these days.
"If you dare to come, you dare to kill."
If his parents can't educate him, then we will educate him for him, just as a pre-dinner entertainment project. Hearing this, Wen Guang also became interested. With a sad smile, he stared at the door.
3 seconds later,
with a clang, the door was kicked open. Lu Gaojie took 4 or 5 gangsters to look at people with his nostrils, and scolded angrily and arrogantly, "Are you 3
deaf? Just now, Ben Shao called you, you don't answer. Do you think that there is no one in Beijing, and the hillbilly is king?"
Yo, that's a good point.
It can be used as a reference in the future. "Which of you are coming?"
Linli crossed Erlang's legs, and Guyu lay on the leather sofa, asking the other 2 with a little interest.
Killing Jun shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not interested.
No wonder, after killing the 110 people just now, there will always be mental fatigue. Amitba, God has the virtue of good life, and asked the poor monk to send a few benefactors to the western heaven Pure Land, so,
I'll do it. Wen Guang's state is strange.
In the name of saving the suffering and saving the holy monk, he is doing the work of the mad hell devil.
It's a bit interesting. Yo, there is actually a monk? How?
If you don't go to pick up beautiful women after get off work, you pretend to be compassionate here, right? Lu Gaojie waved his hand, and the 2 gangsters behind him walked slowly towards Wen Guang with a wine bottle. "Little monk, don't be shameless, hurry up and get out of the private room and give us Lu Shouting's place." Wen Guang clasped his hands. Sitting on the chair, the lines did not move.
But Linli sensed the fluctuation of space ability.
It is not very obvious, so it is impossible to determine the specific ability attributes of the other party.
80% is a superpower, boss. That's what I thought.
2 streams of blood splattered out, staining the wall red. The gangster was wiped his neck by an unclear energy and fell to the ground in a daze, without a sound.
This scene happened too suddenly. Lu Gaojie was frightened and dumbfounded, and the rest of the gangsters behind him were even more frightened.
Only Linli waved his hand in extreme disgust.
"Can we be cleaner? We can't eat with such a heavy taste." Even Sha Jun frowned, quite dissatisfied with this. Are you superpowers?"
Lu Gaojie was so frightened that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. Several beautiful little girls outside the door screamed when they saw the scene and fled the restaurant in a hurry. Don't worry, come one by one. 3 more columns of blood gushed out. The 3 gangsters behind Lu Gaojie didn't have time to scream, so they went to see the king of hell. A large amount of blood splattered on Lu Gaojie's body, and the originally pale yellow high-end shirt was rendered red at this moment. This sense of deja vu is similar to that of horror movies. Hey, I really admire you, the old six. Linley had no choice but to get up and sat in a farther seat. Hurry up and solve it, and then change the private room. You, aren't you afraid of the sanctions of the supernatural administration? Head, naive fools, in the eyes of the strong, there is no restraint to speak of. You, other. Don't kill me, I'll give you money, give you a lot of money. Oh, as soon as he heard that he was making money, Linley immediately became interested. Then how much do you think your life is worth? Lu Gaojie was in trouble for a while. If you say too much, you can't afford to give it. If you say less, I'm sorry. 550. Oh no, 1,000,000 blue coins. I can give you 1,000,000 blue coins. 1,000,000 blue coins. What about sending someone to beg for food? Hey, just like you dare to call yourself a rich second generation? Shameful. Wan, do it. Don't. I don't have much pocket money left, but my father is rich. 3 million, 5 million is fine, as long as you don't kill me. Lu Gaojie was anxious, knelt at the door with a pop begging with snot and tears. Unfortunately, the 3 people in the room did not answer again. 3 or 5 million, Linley thought it was 3 or 500 million. Waste of time. Space fluctuations hit again, and Lu Gaojie's head was about to land. However, at this critical moment, a cold voice came from outside the door, and the fluctuation of abilities came to an abrupt end. 3. This person's life, Xin Jia, bought it. Linley looked up and saw a young man of the same age as himself, with long silver gray hair, slender bangs, delicate cheeks, and a burgundy shirt, walking slowly. This person is not a simple commodity at first glance. It's not about how strong he is, but how strong the old man behind him is. Brother June, what is the strength of the other party? Super level 7. Good guy, this is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger in the capital. Another super level powerhouse appeared. But this amazement is amazing. I'm afraid it's impossible to be afraid. There is no need to kill June when Guang can solve the other party. Qin Jia. The 4 major families in Shangjing, the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Jia, it's right below. Hee, it's a pleasure to meet young Master Qin. Just now you said you wanted to buy this person's life. How much can you pay? Qin Jia smiled, took out a gold card and put it on the table, glanced at Lu Gaojie and said, 300 million, buy it. But now, give it to young Master Lin. Hee, interesting. After doing it for a long time, this guy came to curry favor with him. The emotional intelligence is quite good, and I know that with this opportunity, I will give myself a wave of gifts and a good name. Children can be taught. As for Lu Gaojie's mood at the moment, it was like riding a roller coaster. Falling, rising, falling again. Young Master Qin, for the sake of my Lu family, which can be regarded as half of the Qin family's subsidiary family, save my life. From now on, my Lu family is willing to be a cow and a horse to repay your great kindness. Noisy, do you have a right to speak here? Several black-clad bodyguards behind Qin Jia stepped forward directly and gave Lu Gaojie a series of big fights. His eyes were full of small stars, and for a while, he couldn't tell the difference between the east, south, and northwest. Young Master Qin, what do you mean by not receiving a salary without merit? Young Master Lin thinks too much. I just want to get to know the 3 of you. I have no other intentions. Really? Young Master Qin is afraid that he has been staring at me for a long time, right? It's not easy to wait here in the middle of the night. Seeing Lin Li's playful smile, Qin Jia did not show dissatisfaction. Young Master Lin is really as smart as rumored. But please rest assured, I, Qin Jia, have no malice. I just want to make friends. The wine and food are ready. Can the 3 of you enjoy the light together? Lin Li thought for a while, and then looked at Sha Jun. It's true that I don't mean any harm. I just want to find a backer for the Qin family. As soon as these words came out, Qin Jia's pupils shrank suddenly. My thoughts were completely seen through by the other party, and there was no secret socialization. So awkward. Old man, if I guess correctly, your excellency is the first saint-rank powerhouse of the human race, right? Sha Jun didn't speak, and he didn't respond, apparently by default. The old man took a deep breath and whispered in Qin Jia's ear, young master, if you want to get to know these 3, you must treat each other with sincerity. Qin Jia nodded solemnly and said more and more respectfully, it is an honor for the younger generation to be honored to meet the first Saint Order powerhouse in the Shenzhou continent. Please also ask the seniors to reward the younger generation with a thin face, so that the younger generation can do their best as a landlord. Ahmadba, a few benefactors are too unconcerned about poor monks, right? Wen Guang has been watching it for a long time, and he is also a super-level top powerhouse anyway. No one cares about themselves? Who is this? Obviously, Qin Jia did not know Wen Guang, nor did he know his strength level. Only the old man behind him recognized Wen Guang's identity, and his brows furrowed, and he was about to pinch a fly to death. I haven't seen you for a long time. Wen Guang Shogo's realm is getting more and more advanced, but this breath, my Buddha is merciful, just pick up the butcher's knife again. It is truly worthy of being a Buddhist child. One thought becomes a demon demon, one thought becomes a Buddha. Senior Wangguang, I don't know if I can enjoy the meeting with you? Young Master Qin is polite. Take me to transcend this person, and we can get together. But is he alive? With such words and deeds, does it really not hurt your conscience? Okay, the rest will be left to Master Wangguang to perform by himself. Let's go eat. The taste of the live transcendence program is too heavy, and Lin Li is not interested in watching it. Otherwise, how would you eat for a while? Young Master Lin, and this senior, please come down. Xin Jia understood that the three people in front of him were not easy to mess with. Killing people as an entertainment program is truly worthy of being the leader of the dark faction. Enough flavor. So, Lin Li and the two got up and followed Xin Jia out of the private room. No matter how Lu Gaojie's kid wailed, no one paid attention. To clean up the garbage for this world, we should thank Master Wangguang for his contribution, right? After 3 rounds of wine, eat and drink to your heart's content. It's time to get down to business. Young Master Qin, the gift was accepted, the food was eaten, the wine was drunk, and the person was killed. Tell me, what's the matter? Lin Li took a toothpick and picked the shredded meat between his teeth. This chef is not professional at all. How can he still stuff his teeth when he eats a piece of beef? Xin Jie saw that the topic was on the right track, so he simply didn't pretend. He said calmly, Young Master Lin, kill the senior, Master Wangguang. To be honest, it is indeed a small thing for me to find the 3 of you. Of course, for the 3 of you, it is just a small thing. Amatba, Young Master Qin wants to rely on us as a backer and seize the power of the Qin family's direct lineage, right? Wangguang took a sip of wine and guessed with a kind face. Lin Li glanced at him. This guy's brain is not simple. Is there a means, or did he know something in advance? Xin Jia did not deny it, nodded very seriously and patted his fart. Master Wangguang is worthy of being a master, and he can easily guess what the younger generation thinks in his heart. This achievement is simply fascinating. Young Master Qin is serious. To say that this younger generation, the most talented group of people, Young Master Qin must be one of them. Got it. Lin Li hurriedly shouted loudly. The most disgusting person in business blowing something to each other. Can't you just say anything? Do you have to flatter the wave to raise the atmosphere? Young Master Qin, I can see your sincerity, but you have to think clearly. If you take refuge in us, the decent forces in the supernatural world will never sit idly by. In another month, I will provoke war against the 6 universities. At that time, I, Lin Li, will be the recognized big devil of the supernatural ability world of the Shenzhou continent. If you insist on taking refuge in me, you will be in no less trouble. These words really don't mean anything else, they just remind each other. That's right. After taking refuge in Lin Li and others, he can walk sideways in the supernatural world in the future. The reputation of killing June will also be completely spread after the battle of the 6 colleges. Who can defeat the first saint-rank powerhouse of the human race? The problem is that the decent forces of the human race will never give up. On the surface, they dare not confront each other, but behind the scenes, they will not stop. I can't stay in the Qin family every day. Sooner or later something will go wrong. Young Master Lin is too worried. Since I dare to come to seek refuge with you, it is to have a means to keep my Qin family's foundation. Furthermore, now the crisis in the mainland of China is becoming more and more serious, but if there is a little bit of a sense of the overall situation, they will not pay attention to me. Moreover, all forces only look at interests, not people. As long as I allocate enough resources and strength, they will not only not target me, but will also support me. Lin Li thought about it, and this is indeed the truth. Interests come first, and humanity comes later. The Qin family is like a mountain, a golden mountain. Regardless of whether it has changed color or not, as long as the volume and density of the mountain remain unchanged, who cares? Just be able to catch gold. It's really a hero out of a teenager. It's not simple. The corners of Killing June's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had discovered something. But there is no need to say it. Why care so much about things that have nothing to do with you? In that case, what are the benefits of our cooperation? Young Master Lin, please rest assured, as long as you can help me seize the power of the Qin family, I am willing to offer tens of billions of blue coins and all kinds of natural treasures. 10 billion blue coins. This is the courage that a big family should have. Okay, I like to be happy. Young Master Qin can rest assured that within 3 days, the Qin family's direct descendants will die cleanly, so that you can legitimately inherit all the family property of the Qin family. Isn't it just killing? Even if he is full of Qin family heritage, there are many masters of supernatural abilities. But in front of the 2 big guys of Killing June and Wangguang, there is not even one fart. Xin Jia expressed his gratitude and directly invited Lin Li and the 3 to stay at the Qin family. Of course, it is only a collateral Qin family. It is located in the 5th urban area of Shangjing. It must not be as good as the Qin family's direct lineage where the 1st urban area is located. However, the level of luxury is no worse than that of the Dark Kingdom. Lin Lishu took a bath comfortably. The smell of blood on his body was really too rushed, and along the way, it attracted the attention of many strong people. Fortunately, they are all under Qin Jia. There was no bloody incident. Dong dong dong. As soon as I walked out of the bathroom, there was a knock on the door. Lin Li simply put on a bathrobe, walked barefoot to the door and pushed pushed the door open.
Young Master Lin, my name is Qin Lu.
It's Qin Jie's sister. What caught my eye was a little beauty, like his brother, with long silver gray hair. It's just that this little beauty's long hair is more delicate, scattered on her shoulders, and she feels a little mature. The figure is good, the convex places are convex, and the places that should be warped are warped.
Something. Miss Qin is looking for me for something?
Who came to warm up the bed for young Master Lin?
Get.
What? Lin Li was directly stunned.
Staring eyes, full of disbelief. Miss Qin family, come to warm up the bed for yourself? What did Qin Jie think?
Letting your sister do this kind of thing. It's crazy, and this girl doesn't look like this kind of person.
Quiet, mature, and generous.
It is completely the image of a rich elegant lady. After Qin Lu said this, she immediately blushed, bit her lip, and took advantage of Lin Li's stunned effort to get into the room directly.
Hey, what are you doing? I haven't agreed yet.
Qin Lu ignored it and slipped directly into the bedroom. Lin Li followed closely behind, and as soon as he arrived at the door, he immediately turned around.
This girl is real.
Miss Qin, Lin Li, am not a casual person. Even if I want anything, I have to cultivate feelings first, right?
Give you 10 seconds, get dressed and go out, otherwise I'm welcome.
You're welcome.
Lin Li was speechless.
What kind of way does this girl have to be so unrestrained?
Girl,
it's not convenient now. Go back and tell your brother. I appreciate his kindness.
Some things can't go too fast. I have to adapt.
It's not that Lin Li is not tempted, but that the other party's purpose is impure.
You can think of it with your big toe.
If you are pinched by the other party today and do something unspeakable, the relationship with the Qin family will be quite complicated in the future.
Be a scumbag? It's easy to say. What if something happens if it goes too far?
Leave a bloodline, and the paternity test will be conducted in the future.
Just kidding. Such a bloody plot will be scolded. Young Master Lin, are you disliking me?
Qin Lu covered her graceful body with a tool, lowered her eyes, and slowly walked out of the bedroom. Miss Qin thinks too much and does too much. Lin Li has people I like, and I am not a casual person.
I can't give you happiness, and I can't be responsible for you, so, I appreciate your kindness, please leave.
After saying something, he couldn't help but swallow.
Damn, it's really torture.
A beautiful woman took the initiative to give her a hug, but she didn't dare to accept it.
Evil. The two fell into a brief silence.
Even though the surrounding atmosphere became drier and hotter, Lin Li was unmoved.
A man with determination is handsome. After a while, Qin Lu finally chose to give up, silently returned to the bedroom and got dressed. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry.
Qin Lu came to Lin Li, bowed 90 degrees, and then left the room. Lin Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and returned to the bathroom.
Take a cold shower. The next day at noon,
Lin Li woke up from his cultivation. The fifth elemental star has been lit up, and the progress seems to be a little slower. It seems that this essence pill needs to be refined quickly. Otherwise, after a month, it will be difficult for you to break through to the highest level.
In the face of the masters of the 6 universities, how can you afford to raise the B rating? This time Lin Li learned to be a thief. Ask first, then open the door. Save someone from worrying about themselves or plotting against them.
Young Master Lin, my young Master Qin invites you to have lunch and discuss major matters.
Discuss major matters? I'm in a hurry.
Wash up briefly, dress neatly, and go out.
Following the waitress, I went around and finally arrived at the luxury banquet hall.
As soon as he entered the door, Lin Li noticed something.
Yu Eka, you don't stay in Pingcheng. Why are you here? At Noda's mahogany banquet table, Yu was grinning, holding the little unicorn and creaking and eating melon seeds.
Seeing a trace of apology flashing in Lin Li's eyes,
just as he was about to speak, he was stopped. Stop. I don't want to hear it.
Where did you come from and where did you go? I really can't afford to support you, the eldest lady. Looking at this girl's virtue, 80% of the money was spent.
100 million. Finished spending? It's not realistic to think about it. Did this girl buy a luxury car or a villa? Or is it a natural treasure and a practicing elixir? What? You blame me for not even asking. Joe Peel. Airport. I won't ask. As long as you're there, it's okay. Lin Li, you are too much.
You picked up a handful of melon seeds and threw them out like a flower. Lin Li turned sideways and dodged easily.
It's rude. Giving the other party a blank eye, Lin Li came to the seat next to Qin Jie and sat down. How did young Master Lin sleep last night? It's good. It would be better if some inexplicable little girl didn't break in.
Qin Jie smiled awkwardly and dug a hole for himself.
Tell me, do you have any specific plans?
In fact, there is no specific plan. Just ask the three of you to take action to solve the head of the Qin family, Qin Guang. Qin Yong, the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Tai, the second son, and those old guys who were loyal and not afraid of death and extremely pedantic. In this way, I will no longer have any obstacles, and I can easily infiltrate the Qin family's industry and control all the funds and lifeblood. Lin Li nodded. It sounded like it was not difficult, but after all, it is one of the 4 major families in Beijing. In terms of strength, even if it is not as good as the 6 universities, it is not much different. If you have money, you can make ghosts push and grind, and you can sprinkle tens of billions of them casually, and 1,800 masters can still
afford it. Ahmedba, a few benefactors came quite early. Early? Yu shook his phone and said, "Little monk, are you afraid that you are not sleeping stupidly? 1:04 p.m., is this still early?" Linley silently praised this silly girl. Anyone dares to scold you. When Guang glanced at Yu, his face did not change, but his eyes changed. There is a lot of glory. Well, there is a situation. This female benefactor is destined to be a poor monk, so it is better to. How about a poor monk returning to secular life and getting along well with a female benefactor? Poof. Linley just took a sip of tea and spat it all out. Monk pursues girls in public? Still so direct? Even you couldn't react for a while, and saw him sitting next to him in a daze, blinking at himself squintingly. 3 seconds later. Stinky pervert, go die for you. Bang! A muffled sound came, and when Guang was blown away by the pink little fist, this guy didn't resist? The super-level boss was beaten by a middle-level little girl? This news is definitely on prime time. When Guang, who fell to the ground, stood up again, straightened his monk's robe as if nothing had happened, sat in a seat farther away from Yu, and continued to discharge. Several people present who watched this scene got goosebumps. This monk doesn't look like a good person. At this time, Sha Jun also came, a spring look on his face, with a smile on his lips. Is it happiness or sexual happiness? This product won't be a middle set, right? But doesn't Qin Jia only have one sister? Repeatedly changing jobs? It's so sinful. Linley will never allow his own people to be controlled by the flower girl. Reason is better than everything. See the people. Qin Jia called the housekeeper and ordered him to serve the food. Before long, the 5-meter diameter luxury banquet table was full of dishes. This is the luxurious life of the rich. Linley is much out. What lobster abalone, sea cucumber, and snow lotus, they are all low-grade goods. For real rich people, vegetarian is the king. Who can bear this? Yu picked up the chopsticks and was stunned. For a while, I didn't know where to start. Big brother, is your family a rabbit? What about meat? Did you convert to Buddhism with this monk? When Guang was not happy, he retorted, nonsense, my Buddha is compassionate, everything in the world is life. So, eat the same thing. What about meat? The old housekeeper on the side was in trouble. The Qin family has always been vegetarian. Where does this meat come from? Lao Lu, go prepare some meat dishes. You can't neglect the distinguished guests. Yes, young master. Helplessly, the old housekeeper had no choice but to step back and order the kitchen to prepare meat dishes. I think it's good. Not, this radish is good. Not, this cabbage is also good. Linley is not a picky eater, he eats whatever he sees. Even if there are no meat dishes, the plates of vegetarian delicacies in front of you that look like handicrafts are still appetizing. Monk Wengguang said that he eats meat, but in fact he still prefers vegetarianism in his bones. After being a monk for nearly 10 years, he has long developed eating habits. Only you can. There is also a little unicorn. The puffy look makes me worry when I see green. Isn't this a plate of papaya? Little brother, make up for it quickly. Linley pushed the turntable, and a plate of exquisite papaya stopped in front of Yuku impartially. How eye-catching, how dazzling. Linley, can you suffocate you if you don't speak? The mouth is long on me. Can you control it? Airport. Go die, you. Oops, forgot who the boss is? The poor girl hugged her thighs, and she dared to pick and choose? Be careful that I break your capital chain. Big brother, you also eat some papaya. Play is play, noisy is noisy. After lunch, everyone got down to business again. Linley didn't want to ink, so he decided to act tonight. Sha Jun, when Guang are the main force, Linley, Yuku is the cheerleader. According to the investigation, there are 3 masters worth mentioning in the main room of the Qin family. One of them is the current head of the Qin family, Qin Guang. Flame system, level 6 super. Second, Qin Pingan, the first guest minister of the Qin family, known as the first sword in China. The original name, Lu Pingan, later gradually integrated into the Qin family and changed his face, let alone a different surname. The Super Sword Soul series. It sounds a bit nonsense, but that's what it is. Otherwise, how can it be called the first sword in China? The general strength positioning is about 5 levels above the level. The degree of danger is far better than that of Qin Guang. Because of his swordsmanship attainments, he has crossed 2 levels in a row and killed a violent beast. It can be described as quite perverted. The last one, name unknown, gender unknown, ability unknown, strength unknown. It's just that nothing is known. I've only heard rumors. It is said that there is a mysterious powerhouse in the Qin family, and only 6 years ago, when Qin Guang encountered a life crisis, he made a move. With just one palm, he smashed a hill. Even if the mountain is not of great quality, it may have this strength, which proves that it is by no means a simple commodity. Currently ranked first in danger. 3 strong people? Hee brother June, now you have something to play. Linley learned from Yu and ate fruit while eating melon seeds. While the airport is not paying attention, he will spit melon seed peels on his face. Of course, it also ushered in a lot of pink and small fists. I hope there will be a strong man who will fight with me for 3 days and 3 nights. Otherwise, it's really boring. The BGM sounded here. How invincible is. Many. What? Lonesome. How invincible is. Many. What? empty, alone in. Shut up. It's so ugly. You Eka, you are such a cutie. Turn off the ringtone of your mobile phone. Do you need you to dub it?
Oh, you turned off his mobile phone angrily and curled his lips in protest.
Brother June, your pressure is beyond my reach. Tonight, it will definitely be very happy.
The sky is getting darker, and the moon has risen.
4 figures swept through the sky like ghosts.
Looking at the first urban area of Shangjing at this time, the Qin family is in the compound.
A good show is being staged, or it can also be called destiny drama.
Qin Yan,
30 years in Hadong, 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully the young and poor.
One day, Jiang businessmen, will definitely revive the Jiang family, which will make your group of people unattainable.
Simple.
I saw a young man with a good face, resolute and resentful eyes, holding a black iron-heavy sword, standing at the gate of another courtyard at the moment. He shouted menacingly to the crowd on the platform. The momentum exuded by this young man and the spirit of being unstoppable and proud of the crowd made everyone present slightly moved.
It's a pity that it's only slightly.
Jiang Shang, the matter has come to this point. You don't need to make a big fuss.
Let's not talk about whether Yan likes you.
Just with your strength, your talent, and your lonely life background, how can you be worthy of the Qin family?
This is 200 million. For the sake of your grandfather's friendship with my clan leader, take it to live. 3 hours later.
On the high platform, a man who was slightly older than Jiang Shang, with clear eyebrows and elegant eyebrows, threw out a card and said with an indifferent expression.
Jiang Shang in the audience felt that he had been insulted again, and without hesitation, he knocked away the black card and pointed at the man on the stage and said, Qin Yong, even if I, Jiang Shang, die, I will never accept the slightest mercy from your Qin family. We have met in the mountains and rivers. Let's see. After that, he no longer cared about the eyes of the people around him, turned his head and rushed out of the door. Above the clouds. The scene just now was seen by Linley and the 4 of them. This plot, it's a bit interesting. Brother June, is there any way to greatly improve the strength of that kid named Jiang Shang in an instant? In this way, the story can be more interesting and exciting. Amatba, the method is very simple. Just enter the demon. Demonized? But this kid is only the strength of the 9th level of the initial order. Even if he becomes a demon, how much will he grow?
When Guang means to lead Jiang Shang into the demonic path and then forcibly pour the dark ability into his body, not to mention less, it is not a problem to have high-level strength. Lin Li's eyes lit up, but he suddenly realized that it was a little cruel. This gameplay is indeed interesting, but people are already so pitiful. If you guide it into the demonic path again, you will never be able to turn over. Will it be a bit? Isn't it enough for you to ask him? Ask him? Lin Li didn't understand what he meant by killing June, and asked him if he had fallen into the demonic path. Anyone with a little brain will not choose this path, right? No. In an extremely lonely situation, people will only care about what is in front of them. This kid is averagely talented. Even if he practices for 30 or 50 years, he will not achieve much. The Qin family is an unshakable mountain for him. Perhaps he will accept this opportunity. Lin Li straightened his thoughts, and this bad thing was actually interpreted by Wen Guang as a good deed? It's powerful enough. In that case, let's wait to see a good show. Do you want to gain power? Do you want to be in the spotlight? Do you want beautiful women? Come on, join me. Let those who have trampled on you, insulted you, and felt that you are a waste understand. You, Jiang Shang, is the only protagonist in this world. Demonization is not scary. What is terrible is human nature. As long as you have strength, what Qin Guang, Qin Yong, Qin Yan. As long as it is against you, go to hell. On the silent street, Lin Li's ghostly voice appeared in Jiang Shang's ears. Temptation, guidance, and birth. I want strength, but I don't want to be enchanted. Seeing Jiang Shang's tenacious willpower, Lin Li decided to use version 2.0, diversified brainwashing. The figures of Wen Guang and Sha Jun appeared in an instant. The 3 of them circled around and began to unite the mouth escape technique. Amatba, if the benefactor wants to get ahead, what is it to make a little sacrifice? One thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a demon. As long as the benefactor affirms, he can do anything. Boy, strength is the foundation that determines everything. Think back to the scene just now. Those people face you with only pity, disdain, ridicule and insult. Do you want to live your whole life like this? Have you forgotten your dignity as a man and the will to inherit the Zheng family? What is good and what is evil? It's just a knot in the human heart. Strength is the capital. Believe me, demonization is your first step towards success. Let the people of this world see, you Jiang Shang is not a coward, let alone a down-and-out ghost. Grunt. The 3 of them were like flies, chattering endlessly next to Jiang Shang's ears. 5 minutes later, a roar resounded through the sky. Lin Li was happy in his heart, which was a success. Killing June saw the timing, and a large number of dark abilities were frantically output and poured into Jiang Shang's body. The strength of the original 9th level of the flame system, in just a few minutes, was like riding a rocket soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. Directly jumped to the 9th level of the high level. At this time, Jiang Shang was completely reduced to a dark superpower. Of course, external force genera will not be permanently covered. When it runs out, it will turn back into the flame system. I want revenge.
I want revenge.
At this moment, Jiang Shang was completely red-eyed, and the black iron-heavy sword in his hand kept waving, and the black sword energy was extremely destructive, and the cars, street lamps, and cement buildings all turned to ashes. Linley accepted it when he saw it, and went straight back to the clouds, eating melon seeds and watching the play.
An obsession kept urging Jiang Shang to kill, look around and use the remaining reason to discern the direction of the Qin family.
Then he rushed out.
More than 10 minutes later, bang! An explosion broke the original silence.
The magnificent double-ring door of the Qin family was blown up and shattered. The security personnel rushed over, and they were surprised to see the demonized Jiang Shang for a while.
Didn't this kid just leave? It turned black after more than half an hour? And blackening can jump from the initial level 9 to the advanced level 9? This is also a bit outrageous. Jiang Shang, wake up quickly, otherwise we're welcome.
A high-level 5th-level security captain led by him shouted loudly and posed with more than 10 middle and high-level superpowers behind him.
Prepare to face the enemy. Death, give me death.
At this moment, Jiang Shang had no mind and was completely reduced to a killing machine.
A black sword chi swept over, and everyone was stunned when they saw the dark ability. This kid is obviously a flame type. Why is he still a dark type? Can demonization really mutate?
The black energy touches the ground, creating a violent explosion. Several security personnel with lower strength were directly blown away by the bombardment. The high-level 5th-level security captain at the head flashed a red light in his hand.
A Feng Tian painting halberd appeared in his hand. Not to mention, it's quite handsome. Everyone, joint attack. With an order, the remaining masters launched an attack at the same time.
A variety of strange energies overwhelmed the sky and swept over. Although Jiang Shang is irrational, he has a fighting instinct. Another sword slash stopped the pace of everyone's attack, and then jumped up and flew straight into the Qin family compound.
Oh no, I can't let him disturb the young master's rest. Everyone, go all out to intercept him. Kill this guy who doesn't know the height of the sky. This kid actually broke into the inner courtyard. That, Qin Guang, or the rest of the masters, should it come out? Linley watched the rise and followed Jiang Shang's pace to move the viewing position. Sensing a powerful aura gushing out of the courtyard, Jiang Shang's end was doomed. But I still couldn't help but ask the few people beside me. Amitba, the master will definitely come out. However, a person of Qin Guang's level of strength will most likely not make a move in person, because in their eyes, this person is a junior no matter how you say it. The old one beats the young, and the reputation is not very good. If they don't make a move, this kid will never be fine. How do you say this? Because the dark ability I injected belongs to the burst type. Don't look at him now, only has the strength of the high level 9th, and he will never be easily defeated against the masters in the early stage of the super level. Linley gave a thumbs up and flattered him sincerely. Brother June is worthy of being a holy rank boss. Just make a puppet and your strength can be strengthened into this virtue. Hey, it's disgusting how you flatter you. You Eka, do you believe that I will throw you down? I don't believe it. Look, a master is out.
Linley hurriedly looked down.
Sure enough, the super level masters in the courtyard were dispatched. Demonized little ghost, if you still have some reason, retreat quickly, otherwise the old man will be welcome. The old man dressed in a blue robe, with white sideburns and sword-eyebrowed eagle-eyed eyes suddenly appeared above the void.
Blocking the road of Jiang Shang, he refused to back down at all.
Death!
The killing machine didn't care how much it was, and swung several swords in a row and blasted at the old man. The mantis arm blocks the car, something that does not measure its own strength.
Master, you always have to install B before shooting. Otherwise, this fight is meaningless.
A thick wall of ice rose from the ground, and the temperature dropped rapidly within a radius of kilometers. Seeing that cracks began to appear on the ice wall, the old man in the blue robe was shocked.
I am a super level 2nd level powerhouse. Even if I can't kill the opponent in seconds, it is still easy to withstand its attack, right? Something is strange. You should die. Glacier. The tidal wave of ice-type abilities began to converge, and the ground under Jiang Shang's feet began to freeze and spread rapidly. Drink! With a roar, the ice surrounding Jiang Shang's body broke in an instant.
The terrifying dark-type abilities gathered under his feet, and it was easy to block the ice erosion.
The old man in the blue robe frowned more and more, and when he raised his hand, 3 ice spikes bombarded him.
Jiang Shang instinctively had a premonition that a crisis was coming, and he wanted to escape, but suddenly found that his speed had slowed down a lot. It turned out that the surrounding space had been covered by ice abilities at some point, which greatly slowed down the explosion speed of the ability.
Flame breaks the waves and cuts. Oh no! Since you can't avoid it, it's better to be tough. The flame-like dark ability carries a great momentum, colliding with 3 oncoming ice spikes. The powerful shockwave caused the two to take a few steps backwards. The worst thing is the security personnel.
As soon as he approached the battlefield, he was blasted back by the sudden energy shock.
So small, I can actually fight with the old man to divide the autumn and autumn.
Everyone, this sun can't stay any longer. As soon as the words fell, 3 more figures appeared out of thin air. In fact, it is not out of thin air, it is just that it moves too fast and is not easy to capture with the naked eye.
This kid's supernatural energy is very wrong. wrong, it seems. It is not what he holds himself. Since it has been demonized, just get rid of it. The other three nodded in agreement. Immediately, the four of them joined forces and fought with Jiang Shang. In the courtyard of Nuoda, the roar continued one after another. Thunder, wind, ice, gold, and darkness are intertwined. A lively fireworks party. Above the clouds. For shameless old things actually worked together to bully a young man. Hey, the world is falling, and morality is falling. After eating melon seeds, the play is almost over. According to the current trend, Jiang businessmen will hold on for another 3 minutes at most. After all, it is a combination of 4 super-level bosses. Even if the literary light goes down at this moment, they will not be able to take down the other party in a short period of time. Not to mention that he is just a killing machine that has lost his mind and has no emotion. This little brother is quite temperamental, although he is enchanted, but his figure and appearance remain unchanged. Hee, much better than someone. Eka, no one treats you as a dumb if you don't speak. If you have the ability, you can go down and save her, and he will belong to you when you save him. Cut, do you think I don't dare? Yohi, I thought you really didn't dare. We'll see. Wen Guang, give you a chance to make an appointment with Miss Ben and save Jiang Shang. Why is this girl's face getting thicker and thicker? Amitba, the female benefactor can't regret it. Wen Guang smiled foolishly, then waved his sleeve robe and disappeared in place. I'm really convinced of you, Brother June. Get ready to do it. Okay, look at the Qin family compound at this time. The battle is nearing its end. Jiang Shang was attacked by an old man with a wrinkled face and vicious methods. The power of thunder pierced through his shoulders, and he was kicked hard in the abdomen. At present, he is supporting his body and can stand. The severe pain in his body regained a trace of his senses, and he looked around blankly. What's wrong with me? Jiang Shang, do you know what is wrong? Seeing that he had regained his senses, the old man in the blue robe stretched out his hand to stop the other three who were about to attack. Get out! After all, it was the Qin family who owed the Jiang family. If you can release a horse, try to release a horse. What's wrong with me? Isn't it wrong for you to fall into the demonic path, attack my Qin family at night, and kill a few guards? Jiang Shang was stunned and looked down at his blood-stained hands, muttered, I really killed? Amitba, the benefactor does not have to be in vain. No one in life has not died since ancient times, and he must die early and late. The world is originally a fierce hell, and sending him to liberation is immeasurable merit. Jiang Shang was forced to listen, and the other 4 old men were also confused. Why does this sound so awkward? As Wen Guang's figure appeared, the 4 old men calmed down and felt the terrifying realm of strength, and their expressions all changed drastically. Your Excellency is Master Wen Guang? One of the old men recognized Wen Guang's identity, but how could this image and behavior have changed so much from the past? Amitba Buddha, it is the poor monk. But, although Wen Guang's name is not too loud in the supernatural world, anyone who has some strength and status will understand it, so as not to meet in the future and cause conflicts for some reason. Why is the master here? What is the purpose of the master's coming? If you are a guest, my Qin family should be extremely welcome. If you have other plans, please leave quickly. My Qin family does not want to fight with the master. The 4 old guys were obviously very jealous of Wen Guang. After all, the strength difference between the two sides was huge. Even if the head of the family, Qin Guang, came, he didn't dare to say that he could take down the other party. Amitba, the purpose of the poor monk coming today is to transcend the Qin family and take away benefactor Jiang. By the way, super degree? Several people realized something was wrong. The word transcendence can only be used for dead people. That is, Wen Guang, you have also fallen into the demonic path? The benefactor is joking. He is a demon. How can he talk about falling? The 4 old men looked at each other and then put on a defensive stance, ready to meet the enemy. Are you here to take me away? Jiang Shang didn't understand what was going on with him, and where did this monk come from? Benefactor, the happy life after the poor monk returns to secular life is all on you. Happy life is on me? This word tastes strange and can't help but make people think. Wen Guang, it's getting late. Hurry up. The sound of killing June came from the sky, and the entire Qin family compound was instantly shrouded in a force. Now everyone couldn't sit still. The doors of each small villa were pushed open, and the old and young, men and women, strong and weak, walked to the center of the courtyard. He looked at the night sky with a heavy face and the dark energy shrouded around him. Who is your excellency, and where did my Qin family offend you? The sound of the bell resounded in the sky, and the head of the Qin family, Qin Guang, appeared. This person is about 50 years old, very tall, and has a strong figure. The momentum exuded is awe-inspiring. If it were in ancient times, it would be an emperor. Amitba, benefactors, it's time to hit the road. When Guang's words officially kicked off. What prologue? The prelude to the night of killing. Jiang Shang stood there in a daze, and his demons kept urging him to demonize again. But in order to see the shocking battle that was about to begin, he was pressed back. The strong men of the Qin family obeyed the order and came with me. Defend your home. Qin Guang bore the brunt of it, turning into a streamer and rushing into the sky, followed by hundreds of strong people, as well as the younger generation with a lower realm. The battle of slaughter began. I smile at the sky with a
horizontal knife, and I will stay in the liver and gallbladder. A silver-white sword light penetrated the sky, shocking the audience with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. Lin Li was stunned. It is worthy of being the first sword in China, cutting mountains and rivers, shattering the world, and the B grid is not ordinary. Killing Jun's figure appeared above the void, unmoved by the oncoming sword slash. Sword, it's a good sword. It's a pity that your strength is not enough. May I ask, who has killed Jun and taken it? How is invincibility? Well, just get a general idea of BGM. I saw that he waved his hand very casually. The dark energy quickly gathered in front of him, which was also a sword. A giant sword that was 100 feet high and black as ink, collided with the silver sword light that attacked. At this moment, the sky, it's bright. The dazzling light scattered across the earth, and everyone in the Qin family, including Lin Li who was present, unconsciously closed their eyes. Fortunately, this effect did not last long. After a blink of an eye, the silver light was devoured, and the dark giant sword had nothing to do with it, and fell straight downwards. Qin Guangguang was shocked. If this sword was smashed, there would be nothing to play. Is your excellency short of money or an errand? I, the Qin family, can meet all your needs. First soft and then hard, conventional operation. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. To be honest, Lin Li was a little moved. Isn't it fragrant to take the opportunity to falsely accuse him of 18 billion? But think about it, if you really do this, Qin Jia won't be able to explain it. Tens of billions of blue coins, natural materials and earth treasures, it is better to be safe. Since Lin Li didn't move, then Sha Jun didn't move. The giant sword above the void was getting closer and closer, and Yue had already spread to the ground. Those with superpowers whose strength was lower than that of the high-level realm could not withstand the pressure in an instant and fainted. As for the strong people above the high level, it was not comfortable. Vomiting blood, trembling. Except for Qin Guang, Qin Pingan, and several other super-level powerhouses, almost no one could resist. If I guess correctly, Your Excellency is the rumored first saint-rank powerhouse of the human race, right? Sha Jun still didn't move. However, looking at this outrageous strength, as well as the other party's genius ability, it is inseparable from 10. So, young Master Lin, can you show up? Qin Guang is a smart person, and when there is no grievance or grudge, how could a strong man of the holy rank be full and find trouble for himself? Moreover, the entire supernatural ability world knew that this saint-rank powerhouse had a lot of relationship with Lin Li. Combined with reality, analysis and judgment, the mastermind was quickly found. Seeing that the other party guessed him, there was no point in hiding. Riding the demon, Lin Li simply flew out of the clouds. Seeing that the giant sword was about to fall to the ground, everyone in the Qin family was desperate, their faces like ashes. Killing Jun stopped. The palpitating power was suspended above his head like that, as if the neck of fate was being pinched tightly, and he felt more and more suffocated. Patriarch Qin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Li lowered the height slightly to prevent the other dog's dog from jumping over the wall and cutting himself. Young Master Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. The little old man who was over half 100 years old gave a yellow-haired boy a fist and saluted, and this scene became more and more bizarre. Qin Guang took a deep breath, adjusted his facial muscles as much as possible, and said kindly, I don't know where my Qin family offended young Master Lin. I, Qin Guang, am willing to make compensation 1,000 times, 10,000 times more. I also hope that young Master Lin and this adult will raise their noble hands and spare my Qin family a way to live. Lin Li sighed pretentiously, and then shrugged his shoulders and said, the head of the Qin family, take people's money and eliminate disasters with people. Someone paid for the lives of everyone in your Qin family, and I, Lin Li, am now a businessman, specializing in the business of killing people and overselling goods. So, driven by certain interests, I am also helpless. Take people's money and eliminate disasters with people? This sentence is quite interesting, as if it is specifically for himself. Young Master Lin, I Qin Guang also understand business matters, no nonsense, 2 billion blue coins, 1,000 high-grade crystals, dozens of natural materials and earth treasures, in exchange for a way for my Qin family. Patriarch, you, shut up, there is no place for you to speak here. Qin Guang scolded sharply, interrupting the old man's words. It's all at this time, is money more important or life is more important? The corners of Lin Li's mouth curled up slightly, this business is good. Play well and you can accept both sums of money. The head of the Qin family is really refreshing, but, if you can spend money to buy the lives of everyone in your Qin family, this bounty will not be too small. What does it mean? The meaning of raising the price. At this time, there is no mistake, and when will we wait? Qin Guang didn't expect the other party's appetite to be so big, but on second thought, this is indeed the truth. The total assets of the Qin family, not to mention trillions, are still hundreds of billions. With such a huge economic system, those who buy the life of the Qin family will definitely pay a great price, otherwise how can the holy rank powerhouses look down on it? 50 billion blue coins, 3,000 strange beast crystals, and 100 natural materials and earth treasures. Qin Guang almost gritted his teeth and quoted the price. Even if the total assets of the Qin family are huge, there may be only so much money in circulation. No one in business is allowed to leave some capital, and if this 50 billion is taken out, the Qin family family will not be able to slow down for a while. Okay. The head of the Qin family is atmospheric. This condition, I, Linli, accept. At the same time, Sha Jun took back his ability. The giant sword suspended above his head began to gradually dissipate. Everyone in the Qin family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, young Master Lin, for completing it. 50 billion blue coins, 3,000 strange beast crystals, and hundreds of natural materials and earth treasures are all in it. Saying that, Qin Guang took off the space ring on his ring finger and threw it at Linli. Boom! Ah! Accurately connected, the penetrating spiritual power was slightly perceived. The number is 8 or 9, and this large amount of money is enough for the refining of the second essence pill. Thank you, Patriarch Qin, for your gift. There will be a period later. Linli showed a wicked smile, patted the flying demon's head, and began to rise gradually. Not long after, it completely disappeared into the clouds and disappeared. Qin Guan was relieved and stared at the direction of Lin Li's disappearance thoughtfully. It is definitely false to say that you don't feel distressed, but it is worth it to keep the future of the Qin family. Why don't the rest go? Seeing Sha Jun, Monk Guang had no intention of leaving, and Qin Guan was very puzzled. But then, what did he have a premonition? 2. Is there anything else? Qin Guang lowered his posture and asked the two cautiously. Sha Jun was expressionless, standing above the void, and slowly stretched out his left hand. It's nothing. Continue the mission. Amatba, Benefactor Lin does not participate in this mission. It does not mean that the two of us will no longer participate. Everyone, please go on your way. Silence like death. More than 1,000 people in the Qin family were confused at the moment. However, after being confused, what is ushered in is the ultimate anger. These guys in front of me are really bullying. Just now, he also said, take people's money and eliminate disasters with people. Will this change the hexagram? 50 billion blue coins, 3,000 strange beast crystals, plus more than 100 pieces of natural materials and earth treasures of immeasurable value. This scammer can be sued in the universe court, right? 2. Don't bully people too much. Qin Guang was so angry that he trembled. As the head of one of the 4 major families in Beijing, how could he ever be so angry? Master, fight with them. Master, I am not afraid of death, and the will of the Qin family cannot be annihilated. Master, we will work together to escort you and the young master out. As long as the Qin family has the slightest trace of direct incense, the purpose of this group of people will not succeed. Several super-ranking elders behind Qin Guang advised one after another. They are all antique figures of the Qin family, and they only think about the family. Even if they risk their lives, they will not hesitate to do so. But the reality is, how can Qin Guang be willing to do this? The Qin family has stood to this day, and every strong person has been cultivated with great effort and hard work. Sacrifice is sacrifice, and when the comeback comes, you don't know it's the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. 2. I am willing to pay again for the reward received by young Master Lin. As long as you are willing to let go of the Qin family, everything is easy to say. Qin Guang himself felt ashamed of this. It's simply a loss of power and humiliation of the clan. Master, you. What? Shut up. Qin Guang shouted sharply, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and said, each of you is a priceless treasure of the Qin family. Money is only something outside the body, and you can earn it again without it. But you are the only. As long as everyone works together to tide over the difficulties, my Qin family's comeback is just around the corner. This wave of brainwashing is beautiful. Lin Li and you could hide in the clouds and silently gave a thumbs up. If you are not on the opposite side, you may appreciate this conscientious head of the family. Pity. In the face of interests, appreciation is only for fun. In fact, the reason why Lin Li wanted to get rid of everyone in the Qin family was not for the 10 billion. It is already clear from the blackmail just now. As long as he wants, the other party will pay for it. The problem is that the Qin family's heritage is too strong. As long as Qin Jie indirectly controls the entire Qin family, the benefits that can be obtained at that time will be continuous and inexhaustible. Boom! Of course, Lin Li did not want to reach a cooperative relationship with Qin Jie, but affiliation. The strong only need subordinates, no partners. The king standing on the top of the mountain, one is enough. Ahmadba, head of the Qin family, I'm sorry. Although Wen Guang also admired Qin Guang, his thoughts were the same as Lin Li's. Sympathy is useless in this world. After that, Wen Guang and Sha Jun stopped being verbose, and directly released their abilities to start the massacre. When everyone in the Qin family saw the other party shoot, they fell into despair again. However, there is also a persistence and belief buried in the bottom of my heart. Fight for the Qin family, fight for faith. I don't know who got up, like a trace of dawn in the dark night, set off waves. More than 1,000 people shouted in unison, fight for the Qin family, fight for faith. The momentum was full, and all the strong people with the ability to fly attacked and killed. The remaining people attacked Wen Guang. More than 10 super-level powerhouses joined forces, and the terrorist methods almost annihilated everything. Cracks began to appear in the space where Sha Jun was located, which couldn't help but make him a little interested. This battle is a bit interesting. Half an hour later, when the last trace of darkness dissipated, Kill Jun and Wen Guang and the two stood on the broken void. The original magnificent building of the Qin family has has completely disappeared at this moment. All that remains is a wasteland. There was no sign of life. Linley took Yu to fly out of the clouds and came to the two of them. That mysterious master doesn't seem to exist. Maybe it's not there? It doesn't matter. The promise to Qin Jia has been completed, and the rest has nothing to do with us. What about the little brother below? Yuyuka pointed to the edge of the ruins, gasping for breath, and was constantly competing with his demons. This guy is still insisting? Nearly an hour has passed, and Jiang Shang's mind has not been redemonized. It can be seen that his willpower is very extraordinary. Brother Jun, take back the ability in his body. Sha Jun nodded, raised his palm and waved it gently. Clusters of black mist evaporated from Jiang Shang's body. The original extremely pale cheeks instantly turned bloody. Without the erosion of external forces, this guy's demonization will be greatly reduced, and the rest of the way can only be walked by himself. Can't we take him away? Take him away? Why? You fell in love with him? Every time he saw Yu but Jiang Shang, Linley felt an inexplicable sadness. Is it jealousy? No, it is not. It is a kind of cabbage planted by oneself, the feeling of being arched by other pigs. After the recent papaya treatment, the airport has made significant progress. If it continues to develop like this, I believe it won't be long before it becomes a veritable CBD mountain. Cut, look at your jealousy. Is this lady such a casual person? I just want to have a little brother for myself to use. In this way, when you oppress me again, I will have the goal of venting my anger. Good guy, this girl hasn't changed at all. It's still so out of tune. Then you can ask him. Let's say at first, I don't raise idlers, plus this guy's current situation is extremely unstable. If he suddenly runs away, I will never show mercy. Oh, kill it, just kill it. It's enough for me to use it for a while. You could see that Linley agreed, and directly operated the wind ability to wrap his whole body and float towards the location of Jiang Shang. Little brother, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become rich? I know you want to see the two who just made a move. They are all colleagues of Miss Ben. As long as you are willing to be my little brother and work for me, one day, you will be as breezy and domineering as them. Amatba, the female benefactor doesn't talk about martial arts. Didn't she say that she would date me? Why did you pick up other men so quickly? Monk Wangwang suddenly appeared beside Yueka, looking a little sad and a little unhappy. Glancing at Jiang Shang, a strong murderous intent was fully revealed. Stinky monk, I promised to give you a chance to ask me out, but I didn't say I couldn't refuse. Does the female benefactor plan to reject me? No, I accept. You little monk is quite interesting. If you are willing to be my little brother, my sister will give you a chance to pursue me. Yueka, can you distinguish the occasion and the current affairs? Hurry up and take someone away. When the strong people of other forces find out, I don't bother to care about you. Seeing the following goods grinding, endless, Linley couldn't help but urge. Amatba, female. The boss is a deal, and my literary light will officially return to the world immediately. So fast? Don't you need to do any rituals? My Buddha is compassionate, free, and free. This guy began to commit literary youth disease again. Yuyuku and Linley rolled their eyes at the same time. There are strange things every year, and this year there are especially many. Hey, do you want to follow me? Yuyu kicked Jiang Shang's calf and asked impatiently again. Can it really make me stronger? Nonsense, have you forgotten the highlight moment when you just reached the top of the 9th level of the high-level level? Jiang Shang thought about it again, and always felt that the girl in front of him was very unreliable. Then he looked up at Linley and made the wisest decision in this life. Young Master Lin, can I follow you? Linley smiled. This Jiang Shang is still a bit brainy. As for Yuyu's virtue, she can't control herself and she still lets people follow her? I'm afraid I won't be hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, and I'll be hit by a little steel stick. Are you sure? If you follow me, your life will be in danger all the time. Jiang Shang made up his mind and nodded very seriously. A touch of perseverance in those eyes is enough to prove himself. Okay, give you a chance. In a month, if I can see the value of your existence, then I will leave you and officially become a member of the crime team. On the contrary, if you don't see it, you don't have the need to exist. Hey, is this little brother my crush? Are you ashamed of being so blatantly digging people? You don't think I'm ashamed. What are you ashamed of? Hurry up, it's time to retreat. Release 2 flying demons, carrying Yuyuku and Jiang Shang respectively, completed the task, and took in a little brother. Most importantly, he also made a large amount of money. The feeling of returning home with a full load is cool. Today is a good day. I thought that even things could be done. The time came to noon the next day. A piece of news caused a sensation throughout the mainland of China. The direct line of the Qin family, one of the 4 major families in Shangjing, disappeared without a trace overnight. The original Qin family compound is now in ruins. No, strictly speaking, it is a wasteland. There is not the slightest sign of vital activity. It seems that there has never been a trace of human survival here. That is, just now, the Qin family collateral. Qin Jia, the head of the Qin family branch in the 4th city of Shangjing, officially took over the position of head of the Qin family. All the original Qin family's property, funds, and power belonged to Qin Jia alone. In other words, from now on, the mountain of the Qin family will no longer have a fork and will converge tightly. I believe it won't be long before it reaches its peak and reaches new highs. Young Master Lin, kill the seniors, Master Wangguan, Qin Jia, can have today, all relying on the three. Not much nonsense, all the promised hard work is here. Please check it with young Master Lin. Another space ring was presented, and after Linley took it, he penetrated into his spiritual power and briefly explored it. Tens of billions of blue coins, thousands of crystals, and a few natural treasures. But the fuck is that there are no ancient fossils. The ghost grass counts the 2 trees in the mission, and the 3 trees in Qin Guang's ring, so there are currently 5 trees in total. With enough ancient fossils, 2 essence pills are not a problem. Young Master Qin, I accepted the reward. But one more thing is needed. Young Master Lin just said it's okay, as long as it's within the scope of my Qin family's ability. Whatever you want will be offered with both hands. Qin Jie said this very slippery. What is within the scope of ability? To put it bluntly, it is to give what you want to give, and not to give what you don't want to give. Linley hooked the corners of his mouth and smiled. It's just a few ancient fossils. It shouldn't be anything to young Master Qin. Paleo fossils. This stumped Qin Jia. It's not that he doesn't want to give, but he really doesn't. In other words, before the collapse of the Qin family's main room, there may be some in the treasure house, but Xia Jun has already destroyed the Qin family compound. Not to mention the treasure trove, not even a single hair left. Young Master Lin, this ancient fossil, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Linley's smile became more and more evil, and he abruptly scolded the words back. Qin Jie knew that if he said he couldn't do it, it would probably be useless. The one in front of him is not a good stubble. He can destroy more than 1,000 people in the Qin family, and he can also destroy the only remaining Qin Jie lineage. I hope young Master Lin will give me some time and let me go to the major auction houses for a while, and once I find it, I will definitely give it to you as soon as possible. Auction houses? That's right. Doesn't Linley still have the supreme VIP of Wu's auction house? Wouldn't it be a pity not to go to Beijing? Okay, I hope young Master Qin won't disappoint me. After that, several people began to eat. The next 3 days, Linley and his party all lived in the Qin family, eating, drinking, and playing. Anyway, Killing June is very happy, radiant all day long. I don't know if it's sexual blessing or happiness. Anyway, it's enough to enjoy it. Of course, Linley did not gain nothing. Belch. Not in that aspect but in the improvement of the realm. With the help of Xia Jun, the consumption rate of the holy rank strange beast crystal was very fast, until the 3rd day. Finally broke through to the 3rd level of the intermediate level. The strength has been greatly improved again. Bastard Lin, it's time for us to go. You kicked open the door extremely rudely and jumped into the bedroom. Oh, I haven't paid attention to it before, but my figure is pretty good. At this moment, Linley was shirtless, looking for suitable clothes. Inexplicably molested by this girl, if he doesn't respond, is that still a real man? Adjust the state. Half of the body turned around, showing the charming muscle line. He looked at Yu with burning eyes and said, "Oh, so, you really want to pay attention?" Yuka sensed something was wrong, took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall, and asked cautiously, "What are you going to do? I warn you, don't mess around." What am I? Can't wait so soon? As soon as the words fell, Linley took 2 big strides forward, directly pressing Yuka firmly against the wall, his chest at the same level as the little head. The right hand supports the wall, and the left hand hooks the other party's chin. Last time at the hotel, I couldn't clean you up this time. See where else can you escape? Yu stared at her beautiful eyes, both nervous and scared. Among them, there is also a hint of small expectations. Linley, I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. How did the eldest brother and younger brother who agreed to become a domineering president and a little wife? Eka, are you crazy? Linley was frightened and hurriedly took 2 steps back, touching his lips in disbelief. Snap. At that moment, I seemed to have a short circuit. What the hell? First kiss. It was actually plundered by an airport? What's wrong with me? What's wrong? I asked you what's wrong. Then what's wrong with me? Well, how do I know what's wrong with you? Why are you kissing me? It's not you who want to do it to me. Is that something? Eka's little face was like a ripe apple at this time, extremely rosy. No way? Lowered his eyes, not daring to look at Linley. I just want to scare you. Who knew you? Hey, forget it. Anyway, it's not me who suffers. Linley said he didn't care, but he actually cared very much in his heart. What is this called? Turn around and pick up a shirt from the hanger and put it on your body by dividing it by 2. Secretly glanced at Eka. This girl won't like herself, right? What should Lu Qingyu do? Hey, why did you get involved with Lu Qingyu again? Recently, I seem to be about to forget about her. Could it be that this is the legendary scumbag physique? Hey, you bastard, don't you plan to be responsible for me? Responsible? Linley turned around in confusion. Shouldn't this sentence be said by himself? Miss, it was you who forced me to kiss you. Why am I still responsible for you? If you hadn't hit me, would I have kissed you like a ghost? Howl, are you still reasonable? Linley was laughed at angrily, this girl's logical ability. If it weren't for the fatal friendship, I would have to let him see the scene of peach blossoms blooming all over the ground. I don't have time to gossip with you. Hurry up and go. Picking up a coat, Linley walked out the door by himself. Before he could step out of the door, he suddenly stopped. After thinking about it, it seems that I am really a little unhappy. Ugh, pocket money, save some money. A black card was thrown at Eka. With a snap, it was taken accurately. Hee, what does this look like? After the vignette, Linley, Eka, Wenguang, Xiaojun, Jiangshang, and a group of 5 went to Wu's auction house in the central section of Prosperity Street, the second urban area of Shangjing City. The Wu family, the family where Wu Xiu is located. It was also the last time he killed Jun, and he didn't talk about martial arts and cut off the little unicorn halfway. Offending must have been thoroughly offended, but fortunately, it was Sha Jun who made a move last time, and he was wearing a mask, so he shouldn't be able to guess his identity. Therefore, before the other party has time to react, we must reap a wave of benefits as soon as possible. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a new round of auctions officially began. Otherwise, it is better to catch up early. Taking out the Supreme VIP gold card, Linley and his party were respectfully invited to the 3rd floor of the auction house. Most of the people on the 1st floor are ordinary people, or people with poor strength and no deep power background. Most of these kinds are just to see the excitement, and there are very few who can really bid for it. Most of the people on the 2nd floor are dignitaries, or family children with a certain power background, and powerful people. Such people are the main body of bidding competition, and they will participate in almost every treasure. The 3rd floor is the top floor, and it is also the most luxurious, comfortable, and most expensive area in Wu's auction house. There are a total of 6 elegant rooms, corresponding to 6 Supreme VIP holders. Linley is one of them. Not to mention, this kid Wu Xiu is quite reliable. Although the mind is average, it is particularly easy to be deceived, and the attitude of admitting mistakes is extremely good. The Supreme VIP is willing to give it away, which shows that he is full of sincerity and is a good citizen. Dong dong dong. A crisp knock on the door sounded. Dressed in a red Cheongsam uniform, with 2 long legs exposed, the delicate and lovely young lady pushed the door in. Seeing Linley bowing slightly, the Cheongsam at the base of his thigh was almost, it's almost anyway. The sense of déjà vu that half covers the face of holding the pipa makes people think of it. Hello dear young Master Lin, I am the host of this auction, Shuang Yen. This is the list of lots for this auction. If you have an object you like, we can put the bidding indicators in your hands through background operations to increase your bidding advantage. Linley took the lot list and scanned it from top to bottom. There are ancient fossils in the wood, and there are ghost grasses in the wood. Toss for half a day. Nothing. No, I'm not interested in anything on this. You are still. Hey, Linley suddenly noticed that there were 3 messages at the bottom of the lot that were covered up, and he didn't know what they meant. What do these 3 lots mean? Back to the young master. This is the grand finale of this auction, in order to maintain a certain sense of mystery, so I will not disclose its relevant information to anyone in advance. Yo who? Still playing mystery? Linley finally became a little interested. Maybe there were ancient fossils he was looking forward to. In other words, these 3 treasures can't even be told by me in advance? I'm sorry young Master Lin, these 3 treasures are not even clear to me, and the relevant information will only be handed over to me after all the items are auctioned. The little beauty in the Cheongsam bowed again apologetically. The 2 large bombs hanging above shook and flickered. It is simply a great murder weapon in the personal world. Who else can be willing to lose their temper? Linley glanced at the big murder weapon in front of him, and then at the corkscrew beside him. Tisk, it's the same woman. Why is the difference so big? Yu, who was nibbling on an apple, was stunned for a moment, and then followed Linley's gaze. It was really big, and he looked down at himself. What should I do if I have low self-esteem? Linley, go to death. Ladies and folks, welcome to the 666th auction conference of Wu's auction house. In order to commemorate this special and auspicious festival, the grand finale of this auction has been upgraded from 1 to 3. In addition, the remaining treasures, magic weapons, crystals, and materials will also increase accordingly. We are not to make money, but to satisfy everyone's desire to seek treasure, meet your competitive needs, and satisfy the curiosity of the villagers. The way the Cheongsam lady opened really made Linley thunder. What does the Wu family taste like? Do you like the earthy style so much? And ladies and villagers, why don't you talk about idiots and scum? Not to make money. What do business people make not to make money? Have fun? Now I announce that Wu's auction house, the 666th auction conference, is now officially starting. Please ask the person in charge of the General Assembly. Vice President of Wu's auction house. Vice President of Wujia Foreign Trade Association. Member of China General Foreign Trade Association. President of the Women's Committee of the 2nd Urban District of Shangjing City. Ambassador of Maternal and Child Health Hospital. He was also awarded the honorary title of Friend of Women, Mr. Yin Percy. Speak on stage. Linley finally understood what a water army was. Now the condition of the 1st floor is completely compliant. Flash floods of applause and shouts were inspired from the crowd. It seems that some great person has come. On the other hand, on the 2nd floor, the silence is terrifying. Through the pearl gauze curtain, everyone's face can be clearly seen. Disdain, disgust, contempt. It's all negative, and it seems that this so-called female friend is very unpopular.
Ahem, it's an honor to be the head of Wu's auction house in the 666th auction conference this time. This auction conference is of great significance.
Time flies, and in retrospect, Wu's auction house has accompanied us through 66 days and nights.
This buddy named Yen Percy is really talkative.
Linley felt that he should not be called a friend of women, but should be called an old tongue in the women's world.
How could such a magnificent, grand, and well-known auction house find such an idiot to hold such a link? It's really unbelievable.
The Yen Percy in the audience, who looked like a mother-in-law, white and clean, seemed to have put on makeup, finally announced the official start of the auction after inking for 20 minutes.
Linley decided, before leaving, he was forced to act for the heavens, except for this demon. Otherwise, I'm sorry for the 20 minutes he wasted. Xuanyan took the stage again and took control of the microphone.
Even though his face was full of smiles, Linley could still detect the other party's eyes, full of disgust. Inadvertently, he glanced at Yen Percy. Next, it's our first lot of the day, the Suet space ring. A staff member held a jade plate covered with a red cloth and slowly walked to the front of the stage. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, he stood next to Xuanyan, lifted the red cloth, and revealed the exquisite jasper mutton fat ring on the jade plate. This mutton fat ring belongs to the ranks of magic weapons, not only has 100 meters of cubic space, but can store a large number of items. After wearing it, it can also condense the mind and increase spiritual power, which is a special buff-type magic weapon. The starting price, 60 million blue coins, each time the price is increased by at least 10 million.
Start bidding now. As soon as the words of Xuanyan fell, someone in the audience immediately shouted the price. 70 million, 80 million, 90 million, 100 million.
In just 1 minute, the price of the mutton fat ring rose from 60 million to 300 million. Linley and others in the elegant room on the third floor saw that it was called a rise.
The scene of bidding on the price is the most fun. Linley, that ring looks good. I want it too.
Then you can take a picture. I didn't stop you.
Please, how can I have money? Linley was puzzled, turned his head and asked, where is the card just now? There are 1 billion in it, plus the 80% discount of the Supreme VIP. It shouldn't be a problem to take a picture of this ring, right? 1 billion?
Yu hurriedly took out the scumbag card and opened his mouth to not mention how happy he was. Don't rush to shoot. The bidding on the second floor has just begun. When Guan held a teacup on the side and reminded him to taste it carefully,
Linley and Yu hurriedly diverted their attention and looked downstairs. 34 million, 35 million, 400 million.
At this point, no one dared to quote on the first floor. Obviously, the sky-high price of 400 million has exceeded what they can afford.
The main battlefield was successfully transferred to the second floor.
Okay, room 055. The quotation is 400 million.
400 million, once. 400 million, twice. 500 million. Sure enough, another local tyrant intervened.
According to the valuation of Linley and others, this ring is worth this at most, and no matter how high it is a loss-making transaction. Unless it is used for other purposes, it is of great significance.
Room 043, bid 500 million. 500 million once. 500 million. 600 million.
A crisp and pleasant voice came from the elegant room on the third floor, and the audience was silent for a moment.
Most of them were shocked.
There are a total of 6 elegant rooms on the third floor, each with its own specific owner. Its strength and status are definitely the top on the continent, and it is an immeasurable existence.
Since such a person has bid, the result is self-evident. Sure enough, when I heard that you could quote the price, no force on the second floor dared to compete for it again.
Not only because of the fear of the other party's power background, but also because the auction item has exceeded the estimated price.
People are rich and human, but they can't follow the pretense of B, and they are full of tailed wolves, right? You are really a money loser.
600 million to shoot a broken ring. I can't make money faster than 1/10,000 of your consumption.
Hey, didn't you say that there is a billion in the card and let me squander it at will? When did I say that you were allowed to squander at will? Is that your own brain supplement? 600 million, after 80% discount, it is 4.8 billion. 2 months ago, Linley couldn't even think about it. But even now, if you have accumulated tens of billions of dollars in your hands, you have to save some money.
The main event is still to come, and this girl will ask for it with her face after squandering.
Give it, sooner or later she will lose all her family property. Don't give it, kiss it, that. Hey, I'm so annoyed.
Congratulations to number 006 Supreme Private Room for taking this suet ring at a price of 600 million, and later, our staff will present it to you. Next is our second lot, the Flame Essence Pill. The appraisal quality is high-end, the starting price is 80 million, and the price is increased by 10 million each time. A new round of bidding began, and Zhang businessman, who had been unknown, lit up. But then he thought of something and looked at Linley very entangled.
What? Want to take a picture? Jiang Shang nodded hesitantly and said, Young master, I'm afraid it will affect your identity.
You think too much. You can shoot if you want, learn from this girl girl's shameless spirit. Good things are to be won by yourself. Yu rolled his eyes unconvinced, too lazy to refute. With Lin Li's support, Zhang Shang instantly came to his senses, slightly saluted to express gratitude, shouted loudly downstairs, "I'll pay $1 billion." Not only Lin Li sprayed, but Yu Eka, Master Wang, and even all the guests downstairs sprayed. The opening is $1 billion? This kid is not sick, right? Okay, the number 006 private room bid $1 billion. Xuan Yin choked for a moment. This kind of bidding method is really rare. Mainly how? It's too bold. But after all, he is a supreme VIP, and he has this strength, so he can squander as much as he likes. Lin Li in the elegant room patted his head, and his heart was finished. One Yu is enough for him, and now there is a Jiang businessman. This son must not be kept. Zhang Shang, you are more than me. $1 billion. Do you think Lin Li will pay for you? Yu finally became sensible. I know how to help my eldest brother speak, help my eldest brother fight injustice, and help my eldest brother vent. Nothing. I didn't mean to ask young Master Lin to pay for me. I have money myself. Zhang Shan looked at Yuyuka very confused, and those simple eyes would never be fake. Is this kid rich? Isn't the Zhang family lonely? Wasn't he swept out by the Qin family a few days ago and refused the marriage contract? Where does the money come from? It won't be. Hey, child, pay attention to your body. Zhang Shang, is there really $1 billion? Look, this guy is really bragging B. In the end, Lin Li was not asked to pay. I still have more than 60 billion family property. Yu was stunned. Didn't this guy brag B make a draft? Aren't you lonely in your family, looked down upon by the Qin family, and looked down upon? My family is indeed lonely, because my parents died in an accident, and my uncle and second uncle led many family members to defect to the Zhang family. But the assets were not transferred, because my father had already expected this to happen. I was the owner of all the assets. Before leaving, I simply sold it and made more than 60 billion. Good guy, I'm the clown after a long time. Lin Li never expected that there would be a mobile ATM next to him. The amount of wealth is comparable to one's own. You know, you are an acquired hard worker, and others are a natural advantage. It's not a star and a half. Congratulations to the number 006 Supreme Private Room for taking this flame essence pill at a price of 1 billion, and later, our staff will serve it to you. Got it. Pure and unjust injustice. Inexplicably photographed two treasures. Lin Li always had a bad premonition. I can't tell what is going on. He glanced at the killing June, Monk Wang. These two shouldn't be impulsive, right? And something got into their eyes. Next is the third lot of this auction, called the Pearl of Good and Evil. It is also a buff-type special customized magic weapon, but it is much stronger than the buff effect of the previous mutton fat space ring, not only increasing spiritual power, but also increasing elemental storage and ability strength. It is a rare treasure, especially suitable for Buddhist children. I don't know if it's a coincidence or intentional, but there are really a lot of Buddhist people at the scene. Rough statistics, there are 7 or 8 digits. When they see the pearls of good and evil, their eyes are all golden and full of interest. Lin Li glanced at Monk Wangguan, and he didn't have to guess to know. This magic weapon will definitely fall into the hands of the 006 Supreme Private Room. Forget it, since it's suitable, take it. Fate is wonderful. The starting price is 200 million, and the price increase must not be less than 20 million. The auction has officially begun. As soon as Xuanyan's words fell, the 3 monks on the first floor immediately spoke. 300 million, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million. In the elegant room, everyone gasped, truly worthy of being a monk. In the future, if anyone says that the monk is simple and inspected, Lin Li will definitely force him to death. Ferrari is nothing. Rocket satellites are their preferred targets. No, the fart will be kung fu, and the bidding price of the good and evil pearl will soar to 1.5 billion. At the same time, it also means that the bidding subject has begun to change. 2 billion. An old voice was particularly loud, echoing throughout the auction house. 220 million. 240 million. Also in the private room on the second floor, there were several more voices. It seems that he is not young. At first glance, he is an old monk. When Guang, aren't you ready to make a move? Don't worry about money. In the elegant room, Lin Li had to bite the bullet and be generous once. After all, it is mixed with oneself, and meat and wine cannot be missing. Why fight? What should belong to me will belong to me. Aha, the road is wild. This means that Lin Li is very familiar with this. If you can exchange force for it, why waste money? The idea is good, and the reality has not dropped the chain. The final price is set at 3.36 billion. It was taken by the elderly monk. Seeing that the winner was decided, when Guang smiled slightly and then disappeared in place. Of course, he won't rob it now. He will only observe and follow the other party in secret. Find the right opportunity to reclaim what belongs to him. The 4th, 5th, and even the 13th lot did not intervene in Lin Li and his party. Specifically, they are some magic weapons, elixirs, and relatively rare natural materials and earth treasures. I won't need it for a while. It wasn't until the appearance of the 14th lot, the 3 mysterious treasures in the finale, that Lin Li began to get serious. Everyone, 13 ordinary lots have been successfully successfully auctioned, and the next step is the highlight of this auction. At the same time, a young lady in a green cheongsam walked to the front of the stage and handed a golden card in her hand to Xuanyan. There is a high probability that it is the information of tonight's mysterious lot. I took the card and looked at it very carefully from beginning to end. I don't know what I saw, but my beautiful eyes froze. The small mouth opened slightly and took a deep breath. Is this the effect of the show? I don't think so. Xuanyan has hosted the auction conference for so many years. When was it so pretentious? That's right. Looking at Xuanyan's expression, it doesn't look like it's pretending to be at all. In other words, the next 3 mysterious lots are so heavy that even Xuanyan feels incredible. I'm looking forward to it. I'm so excited. The bidders on the first and second floors were quite surprised to see the appearance of Xuanyan. Groups of 3 or 5 gathered together and talked a lot. Xuanyan, who had calmed down, also realized his gaffe and hurriedly corrected it. I'm sorry everyone, it's the little girl who was inexperienced, and she just lost her manners, so I hope you will forgive me. Miss Xuanyan, quickly reveal the mysterious treasure below, we can't wait. This is called divine assist. Linley felt that this person was 80% a trust. In a word, the atmosphere is completely set off to the peak. Everyone present stared at Xuanyan with burning eyes, curious about what this next mysterious treasure was. Today's first mysterious treasure is Holy Beast, the crystallization of the strange beast of the heavenly thunder mysterious warbler. The starting price, 5 billion. As soon as these words came out, the audience was boiling. What is the concept of the Holy Order strange beast crystal? Legendary concept. Looking at the entire blue star, how many have coexisted? If it can really be absorbed, the cultivation speed will increase to 10 times or 100 times the original. After absorbing the middle level powerhouse, it will at least hit the high level peak level. Although the absorbed abilities take a lot of time to reconcile, they will be a guarantee. A guarantee that will definitely step into the ranks of the strong. It can be said that as long as it is a thunder-type superpower, everyone is crazy about it. Even if it is not a thunder-type superpower, it will be left to future generations and family members. It will mean that one's own power is strong, the future is bright, and the future is promising. The price increase must not be less than 100 million. Start bidding now. Xuanyan is worthy of being a veteran host, and his ability to control the field is strong. At the moment when the crowd atmosphere was at its peak and boiling, the bidding began to be announced. 5 billion, 1 billion, 5 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion, 3 billion, 5.5 billion. At this moment, even the crowd on the first floor began to pour out bidders. Probably, this is the so-called pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Leave all the family background, just to wait for this moment. Elegant room on the 3rd floor. Linley also began to be moved. He knew best what the Holy Rank Strange Beast Crystal meant. The dark type of Holy Rank Beast Crystal had already been absorbed into a small horn. However, it will take some time before it is fully absorbed. According to the current improvement speed, after complete absorption, reaching the mid-level peak is not a problem. If you add this Holy Rank Level 3 Thunder Beast Crystal, refine 2 more essence pills. Oh, my god, the speed of realm improvement is unimaginable. If this is the case, Linley is confident that he will hit the realm of super level within a year. After such a stun moment, the bidding downstairs was already as high as 10 billion, and it's growing rapidly. Linley's brows began to tighten slightly, because if this trend continues, the Holy Order Strange Beast Crystal will be auctioned at least 200 or even 30 billion yuan. It's not that I can't afford it, but I'm worried about the next 2 mysterious treasures. Will its value be greater than this Holy Rank Strange Beast Crystal? Young Master Lin, if you want to take a picture of this Holy Rank Strange Beast Crystal, my brother can do it for you. Do it for me? You mean, want to take a picture of this Strange Beast Crystal for me? Jiang Shang nodded very seriously. To be honest, this scene touched Lin Li's heart slightly. The little brother who just accepted it. Even if he has money, it's still like that. Selfless dedication. At the beginning, he advocated harming others, but now that he thinks about it, it's really no regrets. How can you have a chance to accept him without urging him to demonize? How can he have a bright future if he doesn't urge him to be demonized? If you don't urge him to demonize Linley, how can he take pictures of these 3 treasures today? So, all this is fate. You are fate, I am fate, everyone is fate. At the same time, Linley decided to end the inspection stage early, completely accept Jiang Shang, and expand the size of the crime team. Jiang Shang, I am very pleased that you can have this heart, which is much better than an airport that only costs money and makes trouble. In that case, the task of photographing this strange beast crystal is left to you. Linley got up and patted Jiang Shang on the shoulder earnestly. The child is older and sensible. 13 billion, 12 billion, 15 billion. A voice came from the elegant room of building 003 on the 3rd floor. The atmosphere in the audience dropped by a few degrees in an instant. Oh my god, 003, 006, 2 supreme VIPs have gathered today. It seems that these 3 treasures, the competition will be extremely fierce. I don't know which boss 006 is, but number 003, if I remember correctly, it should be from Huali Academy, right? That's right, either Dean Huang Fian or Vice President Huang Feiwu. Feiwu. None of these two brothers are simple goods. No, wasn't Huali Academy raided by the Dark Kingdom a few days ago? How strong does it have to be to build a campus and bid for treasures at the same time? The crowd in the audience was talking, and Linli in the elegant room listened clearly. Huang Fian, Huang Feiwu? Oh, it's not that enemies don't get together. It's a bit interesting. Brother Jun, when Guang, it seems that we need to move our muscles and bones when the auction is over. I can do it. Oh, there are even entertainment projects. I like it. 20 billion. Before Linli could continue to speak, Jiang Shang suddenly spoke and made a loud offer. Jiang Shang, be steady. You have 60 billion, not 600 billion. This buddy started to commit the second again. Bidding pays attention to calmness and atmosphere. The atmosphere is enough, but this calmness is not related at all. People raise 1.7 billion at a time, but you are good, 500 million at a time. In case one family doesn't follow, isn't this a pure big resentment? Don't worry, young master, I know it in my heart. Jiang Shang showed his eyes as wise as Ara, and responded with a slight smile. Number 006 Supreme Private Room bid again, 20 billion. 20 billion once, 20 billion twice, 20 billion three times. Deal. Linli slapped his head again. In the end, this resentment was given to Jiang Shang. If it weren't for the 80% discount on the Supreme VIP, I would have to be heartbroken. A full man doesn't know that a hungry man is hungry, and he is talking about the little cutie of Jiang Shang. Congratulations to the number 006 Supreme Private Room for successfully photographing the crystallization of the Holy Order beasts at a price of 20 billion, and later, our staff will serve it to you. Next, the second finale of our auction is the mysterious treasure, the iron meteorite. The sky. The navy on the first floor exploded again, and the reaction was much greater than that of the Holy Order's strange beast crystal. Linli looked at the few people beside him in a daze and asked, what is the meteorite outside the sky? You're stupid, just listen to the host's explanation. Oh, it makes sense. The eyes returned again, and Xuanyan also began to introduce the lot at this moment. Extraterrestrial iron. The extraterrestrial energy it contains is extremely terrifying. If it is used to cast or transform magic weapons, the power it carries will be unimaginably huge. Wang Taizhu, the former president of Shenghui Academy and known as the first hero of China, once had a magic weapon made of meteorite outside the sky. With the strength of the 7th level of the super level, holding the extraterrestrial magic weapon, he fought with the Holy Order beast Silver Howling Griffin for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally won. It can be seen how powerful the power bonus of the magic weapon forged by this extraterrestrial meteorite is. The bidding price, 30 billion, the price increase shall not be less than 1 billion, and the bidding will start now. A strange stone more than half a meter high, dark all over, mixed with some silver lines and crimson patterns, was carried onto the display stand by 6 strong men with great effort. The moment it was put down, a dull loud sound echoed in everyone's ears. Strange, this stone looks like it's only half a meter high. How can it be so heavy? Yu could tilt his little head, his eyes full of doubts and puzzles. The fish that slipped through the net of 9-year compulsory education is talking about you. Although the area and volume of this stone seem to be small, the quality contained in it is extremely sufficient to test you. A pound of cotton or a pound of iron, which is heavier? Of course it's iron. Yu answered without thinking, which made several people present laugh. Jiang Shang, tell him. Sister Yueka, of course the cotton is heavy. Think about it. How big is a pound of cotton? How big is a pound of iron? Jiang Shang is serious nonsense. What's even more outrageous is that you really listen to it. With a look of sudden realization, Linli Lei's was called a chard on the outside and tender on the inside. I was wrong. You 2.5 pounds and 8 tails. You are both 1 in 10,000 IQ wizards. Wait for my brother to take a picture of this stone. You can study and discuss it carefully. Linli didn't have time to act as a physics teacher for these two goods, and at the moment, the auction of meteorites outside the sky was the top priority. The situation in front of us is, no one bids on the first floor because they can't afford it. Being able to hold a net worth of tens of billions has long been on the second floor. Even the bidders on the second floor are very few at the moment. This phenomenon is actually not difficult to explain. It's not that they don't have money, it's not that they think it's useless, but because of this treasure, the funds required for post-production and processing are too high, or ridiculously expensive. Even if you can spend 30 billion to auction it, you need to ask the top casters in the Shenzhou continent to take action in the later stage. Not to mention this time-consuming, the materials required for casting alone are worth tens of billions. In the end, you have to pay the master caster a high hard work, and there is a piece inside and out, not 1,000 or 800. A special weapon is worth hundreds of billions. Who can afford it except for the top families and forces in various regions of China? Furthermore, if you can really cast this peerless artifact, can you hold it? At that time, I am afraid that thousands of pairs of eyes will be staring at you all in China. As long as you let it find an opportunity, let alone magic weapons, the pants can fly for you. 33 billion. This is the highest offer at present, and it is estimated that there will be no more price raisers. Young master, do you really plan to take a picture of this meteorite from the sky? You know, the cost of more than 30 billion yuan is just the beginning. That's right, you have customized magic weapons. Why do you want this tasteless? No, Linli, I also don't think there is any need to fight for this thing. When Guang, Yu Yueka, and Jiang Shang persuaded one after another, but Lin Li's heart did not waver at all. Things must be taken. Once this kind of treasure falls into your hands and is forged over time, it will definitely have a shocking effect. Vision has to be long-term. Money is just a number. Since Lin Li can coax 50 billion, then he can coax another 500 billion. Number 073 bid 33 billion. 33 billion once. 40 billion. Without waiting for Lin Li's team to quote, a familiar voice sounded again. This time it was even more powerful, directly increasing the price by 7 billion. What does it mean to have a lot of money and spend money? This is a role model for us. It's interesting, what Huali is eyeing is, then I, Lin Li, have to grab it even more. Jiang Shan, bargain. After getting the order, Jiang Shang was not long-winded and directly asked for 41 billion. This time the amount is too huge to pretend to be at will. Afraid of not being able to take it back. 50 billion. The whole auction house was silent. Everyone is watching the performance of 003 and 006. The price is called to this level, and it is no longer something they can intervene in. 501 billion, 6 billion, 611 billion, 7 billion, 711 billion. In this way, the two sides bargained back and forth for several rounds. Until the 100 billion mark, Lin Li changed his strategy. Since the other party wants it, then give it to him. As for whether they can be transported back smoothly, it depends on their luck and means. Young master, are we no longer bidding? Seeing that the price was about to be locked, Jiang Shang turned around and asked. Don't call it, since the other party is so sincere in saving us money, it's not easy to refuse anymore. Several people present understood, that is, they started to grab it. You pay, I contribute, everyone cooperates happily. Congratulations to the number 003 Supreme Private Room for successfully photographing this piece of extraterrestrial meteorite at a price of 100 billion, and later, our staff will serve it to you. Xuan Yan looked extremely excited at the moment. The two big bombs shook up and down frequently, and a thin layer of red gauze Chongsam was about to be unwrapped and was about to come out. Next is the last mysterious treasure of this auction conference. The little girl's gaff just now was related to this treasure. You might as well guess what this treasure is. If you guess correctly, the little girl will be rewarded in private. Xuan Yan's words plus an eyebrow completely drove the audience crazy. Private rewards? If you don't want to be crooked, then you deserve to be called an old man? I guess it's an elixir. I guess it's an artifact. I guess it's a God King level beast crystal. I guess it's Miss Xuan Yan's underwear. The more you guess, the more outrageous, and the more you talk, the more perverted it becomes. This group of people who dare to love is the kind of old who can't walk when they see beautiful eyebrows. Return other people's intimate clothes, but you can say it on such an occasion. Even if there is such a thing, shouldn't it be a private reward? I guess, it's the elemental law scroll. Lin Li spoke very indifferently, and the audience was silent for a moment. Outrageous, astound, fear, indissoluble, all kinds of emotions fill everyone's face. Especially the double smoke on the stage, at this moment was shocked to the point of being unable to add more. Obviously, Lin Li guessed right. How to guess? Hey, guess. Lin Li suddenly remembered this legendary treasure and then blurted out. Didn't you say let me guess? Then I guessed it. Gong. Congratulations to the number 006 Supreme VIP Private Room for guessing this lot. The little girl will keep your promise and give a private gift. The words spoken are like splashed water, and it is impossible to take them back. Therefore, today's hue is inevitably sacrificed. No, is it really the elemental law scroll? How could this kind of thing appear in the auction house? Is the Wu family crazy? It is rumored that those who have collected the 12 elemental law scrolls can control and transcend everything and look at the magical power of the world. Such a treasure. How much is it worth? Damn! What the hell is Wu's auction house doing? Such a thing as an elemental law scroll. How dare they take it out for auction? The meteorite from the sky just now has already cost us most of our funds. This elemental law scroll. I'm afraid it's hard to get it. If you can't shoot, grab it. If we don't reach out, someone will reach out. I'm quite curious, who is in this number 006 private room? In the private room number 003, the 6 men in black sat around the sofa, and even if they couldn't see their faces clearly, the gaze they showed still indicated that this group of people was very dangerous. At this moment, all the men in black focused on the number 006 private room, which coincided with someone's original idea. What does the elemental law scroll mean? I believe everyone here knows very well in their hearts. This thing is priceless, or priceless. Therefore, in this round of bidding, there is no low price, and there is no price increase limit. It all depends on your ability. Bidding, officially beginning. With the order of Xuanyan, the audience fell into a short silence. This kind of treasure is beyond everyone's imagination. No one dares to quote easily, and no one dares to take a picture easily. 12 elemental law scrolls, one in the hands of Yi Chang and one in the hands of Wang Gang. Look at these two characters. Which one is not the top powerhouse in the Shenzhou continent? Without such strength, such a background, after being photographed, only the disaster of killing awaits him. There was silence for 3 minutes. Double Smoke was a little overwhelmed. Although the current situation is expected, if it really can't be auctioned, won't the reputation of Wu's auction house and that plan be completely ruined? 100 yuan. A timid voice came from the center of the crowd. Everyone's eyes quickly converged here. I saw that it was a boy who looked 17 or 18 years old, with immature cheeks, slightly handsome, very white, and very clean, and was biting his lip and raising his hand tremblingly at the moment. Don't look down on others. If you are stared at by thousands of people like fools, you will be nervous. Okay, young master number 999, bid 100. Block. This quote is unprecedented, and it is simply chilling to get home. But the rules of this auction are like this, not to mention 100 yuan, it is a point, and he can auction a dime. Is there a higher bid? Xuanyan asked tentatively. It's a pity that the audience was silent. That's good. 100 blue coins once, 100 blue coins twice, 100 blue coins 3 times. Transaction. The small wooden hammer fell, making a crisp sound. It means that the transaction is successful. No refund, no change, no change. Confused. Everyone present, including Private Room 003 and 006, was stunned for a while. Linley thought that someone would bid, and everyone else thought so. The meaning of priceless treasure is that it is extremely cheap? Priceless than priceless? Linley, why don't you shoot? You could react, small eyes, big doubts. How do I know that no one bids behind 100 yuan? Can I lose that person? What should I do? I was picked up by a young brother. It's time to do it. Sha Jun's words reminded everyone present. A silly white sweet with no strength and no background to photograph such a legendary treasure. I am afraid that if it is not the moment he steps out of the door, he will be torn into scum. Brother Jun, Wen Guang, get ready to do it. Little brother, Jiang Shang, you two keep an eye on other forces for me, especially Huali's people, and notify me as soon as they make a move. Yes, young master. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became more and more solemn and strange. The dangerous atmosphere gradually spread, and many melon-eating people began to choose to retreat. Anyone with a little brain knows that the competition has just begun. Today's auction meeting has come to a successful end. Please wait a moment for all auction winners, and the transaction will start soon. Double Smoke pressed the green button on the tabletop. Super quality speakers on the surrounding walls start playing songs. Unforgettable. Tonight. Unforgettable tonight. No matter. End of the world. With the cape. The style is a bit off, but it can be regarded as more or less easing the atmosphere of the scene. It hides the murderous intent hidden in the shadows. Dong dong dong. The door of the elegant room on the 3rd floor was knocked, and Linley looked at the few people present. Kill Jun and Wen Guang disappeared in place. The former is responsible for plundering the elemental law scroll, or bringing people over, and the latter is responsible for snatching the pearls of good and evil, and by the way, snatching all the rest of the treasures that can be grabbed. What else does the villain talk about benevolence and morality? Since they are all treasures, don't keep any of them, and take them all in your pocket. Jiang Shang handed the black card in his hand to Linley, and then walked out of the private room with Yu Yueka, staring at the movement of the number 003 private room. Several big men and several Cheongsam ladies walked into the elegant room. Suid Space Ring, 600 million. Flame Essence Pill, 1 billion. Holy Step Strange Beast Crystal, 20 billion. In total, with an 80% discount, it is 17.28 billion blue coins. It really saves a lot of money. The 3 treasures were temporarily put into the space ring, and after paying, Linley sat on the sofa and tasted tea. No rush, everything is in control. 10 minutes later, Master Wang was the first to return, and he really had a string of black and white fine Buddha beads in his hand. As the silver light flashed, 8 exquisite jasper gift boxes of different sizes appeared on the table with golden light, antique, and different sizes. Failed one? No, I left the King Tiangshuan horn, and the rest will be given to you. Linley sincerely exclaimed, it is really worthy of being a master of Buddha and demon. A total of 10 lots were leaked, and they were all snatched back. Admire, admire. We don't need such a thing as politeness. A burst of space fluctuations enveloped all the jasper boxes, and they all disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as he picked up the teacup, the earth-shaking sound directly startled Linley. The entire Wu auction house trembled and trembled. What's going on outside? When Guang couldn't put down this pearl of good and evil, and turned his head to look out the window while circling. It's nothing, it's just that killing the seniors and fighting a few strong people. Strong? How strong is it? When Guang pinched his fingers slightly, revealing such a gap. Young master, the 6 men in black in the private room 003 are ready to leave. Jiang Shang's voice came from outside the window, and Linley frowned slightly. 6? How could there be so many? Could it be? Wang, get ready to act. Don't you wait to kill you? There is no time. He will definitely take the elemental law scroll, and the only remaining extraterrestrial meteorite must not be taken away by this group of people. Above the void 5 kilometers away from Wu's auction house. Killing one man is at the gate, and no one can open it. More than 10 super-level powerhouses reached a brief consensus and chose to besiege him alone. own. The results speak for themselves. It was a mess. Kill and kill, hurt, and realize something is wrong halfway and choose to sell your teammates to run away. Who else? Snap. The extremely arrogant words resounded half the sky. As soon as the 6 men in black approached, they were shocked by this momentum that looked down on the sky and looked down on the world. Lin Li and his party followed one after another, giving a thumbs up to the sky. So handsome. Brother June is amazing. Kill these 6 more goods, and our task will be successfully completed. The 6 men in black were shocked by Lin Li's words. They all turned their heads to look at the comer. Swept Yu Eka, and Jiang Shang didn't react. When he noticed Lin Li, his eyes lit up. A touch of excitement, a touch of surprise, a touch of joy. I don't know what purpose or idea I have. Look to the right again, Wang. Now the excitement receded slightly, and instead ushered in vigilance and fear. What to do? Lin Li is actually here. Maybe it's a rare opportunity. But the holy rank powerhouse and monk Wang are also here, let alone arrest. It would be very good to be able to save our own lives. Wealth and danger are sought. How do you know if you don't try? Agree. The situation is already like this anyway. Catch Lin Li, all problems will not be a problem. It took only 10 seconds for the 6 to reach a complete consensus. The 3 on the left shot in unison and rushed towards the killing June in the void. The 2 on the right made a roundabout move and rushed towards Wang. The last remaining one erupted with a terrifying momentum, turned into thunder, and stabbed straight at Lin Li. I have to admit that the tacit understanding and cooperation of these 3 goods are quite good. It's a pity that his strength positioning is not very accurate, because killing June only used one move to blow away the 3 people in front of him. Because Lin Li's realm level was low, he couldn't perceive the fluctuations in the strange energy of Sha Jun's shot at all. Only with the naked eye, 3 black shadows pierced the void like cannonballs and smashed straight to the ground. Harmonious and beautiful, neat and uniform. The whole process takes less than 5 seconds. Let's look at Wang's side. Unhurriedly, continue to coil the Buddha beads. Seeing that his eyes were red, 2 yellow energy impacts carried the power of destroying the heavens and the earth to bombard him. Just throwing the good and evil beads into the air at will, a dazzling white light instantly enveloped the whole body. There was a loud noise, and dust flew up. Look at it. Nothing happened. Lin Li didn't understand very much. Isn't this good and evil pearl a special customized game-type magic weapon? Why is it still defensive? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Li realized that he was wrong. Because after the white light dissipated, it was an unparalleled black energy impact. This strange energy is not a dark ability, but a body similar to demonic energy, evil energy, in short, creepy and incredible energy body. The genus is the first contact. But don't say, this power is really not to be underestimated. The black energy impact is fan-shaped excitation, and although the range is not large, it can be ridiculously fast. The 2 men in black had just released their abilities, and before they could recover, they were bombarded with blood and flew backwards, embarrassed. Finally, it's my turn to pretend to be B. Little brothers, give this silly hat a little color. Lin Li silently took 2 steps back. Chance. It's better to leave it to those in need. Yu pouted unwillingly, but his hands moved very quickly. A day ago, this girl also broke through, and is currently a middle-level 2nd-level strength. A Jasper fan waved vigorously. Wind abilities are buffed, supported, and more powerful. Not to be outdone, the last demonization greatly increased its strength, and the initial level 9 jumped to the advanced level 9. Even if Sha Jun later recovered the strange energy in his body, he could still be affected by demonization and external force attachment, and his strength was still fixed at the 4th level of the middle level. I don't know if it's a chance or an encounter. Anyway, that's the situation. The black iron heavy sword in his hand was rounded and swung out, flame splitting the waves and slashing the waves. Maybe it's a middle 2, but the power value is definitely online. The man in black was very disdainful when he saw Yu Ku and Jiang Shang attacking him. He didn't even mean to hide. He gathered dark abilities in his hand and punched them directly. Golden opportunity. What Lin Li wants is the other party's attitude. Disdainful, arrogant, showing people with nostrils. The first sword of Ling Tian to overcome evil, annihilation. I haven't made a move for a long time. This time we must become the most beautiful boy on this street. The familiar dark blade man carried the sound of the wind, following closely behind. Bang! First of all, there was a small-scale collision, and the man in black easily shattered the 2 ability impacts and quickly absorbed them. This was followed by a massive collision. The contest between the dark system and the dark system is not only competing for strength but also for quality. It was a random blow, but I didn't expect that Lin Li, the yellow bird, was behind. So the man in black suffered a slight loss, his figure was unstable, and he shook a little. This also means that the speed of his feet has been reduced a lot, giving the other party enough opportunities to cope and mitigate. Yu Eka, although Jiang Shang has a touching IQ, his actual combat ability is not bad. How could such an opportunity be missed? Turn the whole body's abilities and unleash a full blow again. Seeing this, the man in black went completely crazy. Sha Jun's attention had already turned to him, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Time is running out. If Lin Li can't be caught, several of them will have to die. Ha! With a roar, the man
man in black forcibly carried the power of annihilation. Because he found that Lin Li's dark ability purity was comparable to his own. There is absolutely no benefit in consuming it like this. So simply kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800, and go out. Anyway, with the strength of these little guy's abilities, he wouldn't let himself be hurt too badly. Sure enough, the wind blade and the flame wave hit the man in black, leaving only some skin trauma. It did not slow down its offensive speed in the slightest. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, 2 meters. Lin Li still didn't dodge, but smiled happily. Because of the meteorite outside the sky, it finally arrived. Bright red blood splattered out, and Lin Li turned sideways, not wanting to get contaminated with this dirty thing. The man in black maintained his fist shape, only less than 30 centimeters away. But it was these 30 centimeters that completely made him despair. The cold consciousness of death swept through the body. The man in black looked down at his chest in a daze, the palm that had been stained red with blood. Then, with a quick glance, with a gag, he completely burped. Little brothers, remember my brother's words. The rivers and lakes are very sinister. If we can't do it, we will withdraw. If we really can't withdraw, then offer treasures. 6 men in black. When Guang killed one and seriously injured one. Killing June killed 2, plus this one that rushed towards Lin Li. There is also a half-dead lying on the ground, with more air outlet and less air intake. This is the terrifying strength that belongs to the holy rank powerhouse. Even if it is the first level of the holy rank, it is 100 times stronger than the 10th level of the super rank, 1,000 times. Although Lin Li had never been in contact with it, it can be seen that the magical technique of killing June can be identified. Once he stepped into the realm of the holy steps, he was invincible except for the legendary realm of the God King. Sha Jun is a vivid example. It's amazing. It's amazing. Tell me, your identity, your power background, and the purpose of your actions. Don't force me to use torture. Lin Li came to the seriously injured man in black, neither lukewarm nor cold, and asked with a threatening expression. The man in black covered his chest, half kneeling on the ground, and with just a hum, he turned his head to the side and ignored anyone. Yo who? It's quite arrogant. Finally, give you a chance. If you are hard-mouthed, you will end up like him. The victory evil sword was swung gently, and the black blade directly cut off the arm of the dying man in black. The poor man in black was dying at the moment, and his arm was cut off, and the pain was heart-wrenching, and life was worse than death. Whoa woo! A slurred wail reached everyone's ears. The surviving man in black swallowed his saliva unconsciously, with fear in his eyes and stubbornness. After all, after more than 20 or 30 years of being in the rivers and lakes, what scene have you never seen? Ha! In fact, if you don't say it, I know that the relationship between the Demon Legion and Huali is really not shallow. Hearing this, the pupils of the man in black shrank suddenly, extremely shocked to look up at Lin Li. You, how do you know? No matter how I know, if you want to live, tell me where Yi Tianhua is? What are you looking for Lord Tianhua for? Poof! Blood splattered out, and the right arm of the man in black was cut off by a black blade. The wails of pain echoed in the sky, particularly infiltrating. You talk too much nonsense. Tell me where Yi Tianhua is? I do not know. I am only affiliated with the second demon lord, Yi Zhengshuan's subordinates, and I don't know the whereabouts of the rest of the demon lords. I don't know? Lin Li's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy didn't look like he was lying. However, it always feels a pity not to get something out of his mouth. Okay, let me ask another question. How deep is the cooperation between Huali and the Demon Legion? The man in black glanced at the ground on the right. Lin Li seemed to understand something. Zhang Shang, go take off the mask of the man in black. Yes, young master. Zhang Shang quickly stepped forward and tore off the mask of the dying man in black. Huang Fei baking? No, it's just a look. Hee, I see. Huang Feiwan's younger brother, Huang Feiwu, the vice president of Huali Academy, turned out to be a member of the Demon Legion. It seems that this Huali and the Demon Legion are grasshoppers on a rope, wearing the same pair of pants. This discovery is both reasonable and unexpected. Lin Li originally thought that Huali and the Demon Legion were just a cooperative relationship, but he didn't think that these two were simply a group of forces. But, still a little wrong. Since Huali and the Demon Legion are a family, why did Huang Fian deliberately kill me, and your demonic legion wants to deliberately win over and capture me? This, I don't really know. I just heard that the third demon lord of our demonic army, Lord Yi Xiaoyu, is more interested in you. Knight Xiaoyu? Male or female? Female. Aha, it's actually a woman? No wonder, after a long time, it turned out to be coveting the beauty of the brother, trying to forcibly possess the brother's body. Oh, woman. Shameless. I asked everything I needed to ask, but in fact, I didn't come up with any very important information. Snap. Just knowing the current relationship between Huali and the demonic legion, and that Yi Xiaoyu is a little interesting to himself. Remember to have a good birth in your next life and stay away from the protagonist's aura. The blade cut through the neck, and the man in black fell to the ground. At this point, the battle of plunder came to a successful end. What's going on? What just happened? 6 men in black, plus 4 unlucky guys from the rest of the forces. A total of 10 space rings, 5 people present. After dividing them equally, Lin Li accepted the one with the extraterrestrial meteorite. meteorite. Miscellaneous statistics. This time Wu's auction house and his party have harvested at least 300 billion. It's so dreamy. What is the concept of 300 billion? You have to scatter for 10 days and 10 nights. Even the current Qin family may not be proud of themselves. 3 days later, Linli, Shajun, Zhangshang, and Yu can return to northern China, Pingcheng. As for Monk Wanwan, this guy was originally a temporary worker. The benefits are gone, and people are happy. Naturally, he ran away. Shadow Guild Quest Reception Hall. Linli presented Zhang Yulu's head and made another small profit. It was from this moment that the name of the god of death completely resounded in the killer world. Who is Zhang Yulu? Vice President of the Holy Imperial Palace, the strongest wood powerhouse, known as the unkillable Xiaoqiang. The battle 8 of Wang Bashong. Wasn't it killed by Linli? Therefore, after the Shadow Guild's mission star rating, Linli's senior VIP was officially promoted to Super VIP. All the mission rewards received in the future will be multiplied by 1.2 times. In addition, there will be exclusive task reminders. What are exclusive missions? It is the kind of task that is very difficult and rewarding, and with Linli's strength and ability, he has the opportunity to complete. Belong, get ahead of the curve and get early access to high-quality options, abbreviated as going backstage. For the next period of time, Linli and the four of them lived very comfortably. In addition to eating, drinking, playing, and having fun all day long, it is cultivation. Life, you have to enjoy it appropriately. The main reason is that the evil spirit temple has not yet moved, and Linli is not easy to proceed to the next step. Yu is quite competitive, wearing a mutton fat space ring and spending a lot of money to create a wind essence pill. The main thing is that Linli has accumulated complete materials, and only 2 billion manual expenses are spent. After absorbing, he broke through from the second level of the middle level to the fourth level of the middle level in one fell swoop. There are also faint signs of another breakthrough. Look at Jiang Shang again, it's even more fucking outrageous. Absorb the flame essence pill and jump directly from the fourth level of the middle level to the seventh level of the middle level. This scene can be spoiled by Linli. When will I be able to get my 2 dark essence pills? The high level realm, I can't wait, okay? However, there are pros and cons to the breakthrough of Jiang Shang. According to Killing June, this kid is already in a semi-demonic state, much more serious than Linli. It may not be when, because of a mood swing, it will be enchanted again. Therefore, keep an eye on him at all times so as not to hurt your own people. I wanted to use wine to relieve my sorrows, but this wine, 1 is sad, 2 is bitter, and 3 is cold. The wine is drunk until 7 minutes, and the person is sober for 3 minutes. Boom! The bright moon sits alone on the high platform, and the memories turn into tears of lovesickness. An open-air balcony of a luxury villa. Linli, Shajun, and Zhang Shang raised their glasses to invite Mingyue and shared the joy of the world. A sad short poem sets off the atmosphere to its peak. Wonderful, wonderful, so strong. What the young master thinks in his heart. Which girl is it? She, he, no, it's just poetry for fun and livening up the atmosphere. Linli smiled bitterly and shook his head, drinking a glass of flower brew. This flower brew is not cheap, 200,000 bottles. It is rumored that the brewing process is quite complicated, much more precious than a certain table, a certain grain liquid. In order to have a good drink, Linli spent 4 million blue coins. A villa was smashed in. Since Luo Hongtian and Ma Hongyi left one after another, he has never had a good drink. I don't know what happened today, seeing this moonlight and this beautiful scenery of fallen leaves, I always want to drink 2 cups. Then, the more I drank, the more uncomfortable it became, and there was always a feeling of depression in my heart. Is this the legendary big uncle? Yo, aren't you thinking about the little girl named Lu Qingyu? When did our Linda scumbag become so emotional? Yuyuka held his mobile phone and joked while playing games. Please shut up this airport lady who doesn't understand sex, okay? Just bring the starting point atmosphere, let you destroy it. Linli gave this girl a big white eye, thinking about who had a fart relationship with her. Missing is a breathing pain. He lives in all corners of you. He. Sing very well, the bonus will be cleared next month. Ah, just kidding, don't be so stingy, right? You. As soon as the words were spoken, they were interrupted by the ringtone of their mobile phones. La la la, la la la. Honey, why did you remember to call me? It's really worthy of being a brother. Just a little thought. The other party called. Brotherly, there is good news, and very bad news for you. Linli was stunned. Very bad news? What does that have to be bad? Let's talk about the bad news first. Goodbye brotherly, I'll say good news first. Just now Sun Mukong asked our Titan Guild to convey a word to you. After joint discussion and decision between the 6 universities, the most sincere apology was made for the last misunderstanding of Linli, which caused him to be wandering outside and bearing the name of murder. In addition, Linli will be compensated for anything he wants. If the person responsible is to be held accountable, Xingyu College will go all out, and it is bound to find out all the school workers and school staff who participated in it and framed Linli, and punish them the most severely. The good news is over. Linli didn't have any feelings, because this situation was already expected. It's just a group of old guys who are greedy for life and afraid of death, bullying the weak and afraid of
of the hard and have learned to bow their heads. Otherwise, what else? As Linley said last time, the 6 universities jointly crusade against Linley or kill June? Do they dare to gamble? Hongi, help me tell them that this matter can be calmed down. But there are a few people's heads that I have to get my hands on. Huang Fian, Sun Wukong, Zhang Wan, and the garbage who ruined my reputation behind my back and initiated public opinion. Bang, bang, bang. If not, I will go and pick it up myself. At that time, I didn't have time to distinguish who was right and who was wrong. Stop me, and kill without mercy. The cold killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to drop again and again. Ah, cut. You couldn't help but sneeze, hug the little unicorn, and warmed each other. I understand, brotherly, I will tell old man Sun what you say. Boom. The good things are over. It's time to talk about the bad things, right? After the little fat man Mahongi did this, Linley was faintly uneasy. Brotherly, Vice President Luo, Uncle Luo? Linley was shocked and hurriedly asked, what's wrong with Uncle Luo? Brotherly, don't worry, Vice President Luo. It's not life-threatening, but the injury is too serious, at present. In a deep coma. Vegetative people are called vegetative people. Deep coma of bullshit. What the hell is going on? Could it be that Uncle Luo met the Holy Land Beast? Why do you say this? Because Linley understands Luo Hongtian's strength. If it were not above the holy rank, it would never have been severely damaged. Brotherly, you guessed right, Vice Dean Luo was indeed injured when fighting the Holy Order Beast. However, he could not have been injured. In this battle in Luochang, it was originally a joint attack by 17 super-level powerhouses to jointly fight against the Holy Order Beasts. The early and mid-stage stages are all good. Until the later stage, all the strong men worked together to strike and severely injured the Holy Order's strange beasts. When he was about to mend the knife, he didn't expect that the beast would come back to the light, exhaust all his life force, and release a shock of heaven and earth. In this case, Vice President Luo stepped forward and gathered a group of strong people to try to resist together. It was originally very smooth, but just when they were about to exhaust the opponent's alien energy and completely resist this blow, the 4 Huali powerhouses suddenly stopped. As a result, there was a loophole in the defensive combination formation, and Vice President Luo was at the forefront, almost using his body to carry all the remaining ability impacts, and the result. It became what it is now. Damn, it's Huali again. Huang Fei, this bed bug, is becoming more and more inappropriate. Linley was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Afterwards, the people of the Holy Emperor also went to ask for an explanation, but they were easily prevaricated. And the most incomprehensible thing is that old man Sun's attitude towards this matter is extremely indifferent, and he doesn't care about Vice President Luo's life and death at all, and in the end, he himself spoke up and suppressed the matter. Sun Wukong doesn't care about Luo Hongtian's life and death? Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but start to wonder. According to his last observation, although Sun Wukong was very dissatisfied with Luo Hongtian's superficial behavior and style, there was a certain foundation for the relationship between these brothers. If it weren't for this, just by bringing Linley into the Holy Emperor privately, Sun Wukong would be able to dismiss him from his post and investigate him, and demote him to a commoner. And no matter how Luo Hongtian said it, he was also the vice president of the Holy Imperial Palace, and he had the face of the Holy Imperial Emperor on his face. Wouldn't the Holy Emperor's face be completely lost in such an act? Something is wrong. There is something strange about this. Hongi, I will investigate this matter. Usually help me keep an eye on Huali, and if the other party has any special actions, contact me as soon as possible. Don't worry, brotherly, I'll do my business. Don't worry. After chatting briefly with the little fat man, he hung up the phone. In less than 10 seconds, the door of the hotel suite was knocked. Boom! Linley realized that it was time to act. Young Master Lin, kill the senior. We have found traces of Yi Tianhua, but the last time we fought, failed to bring it back. Feng Gong and He Yun sat respectfully on the sofa. Without the old vixen of Song Honyun, it was much easier to communicate. So, you have already startled the snake? Don't worry, young Master Lin, we will act in the evil spirit temple and will never leave any clues, and the other party is not vigilant because of this. If it weren't for the 6 protectors arriving in time, we would have taken Yi Tianhua long ago. The 6 protectors? What strength? Super level strength. How many protectors are there in the Demon Legion? There are 24 people on the surface, and behind the scenes, at least this amount is hidden. 48 super level powerhouses? The heritage of the Demon Legion is a bit ridiculously thick. No wonder it has been jointly attacked by the 6 universities many times, and the foundation has never been shaken. Humph, what about the super level powerhouse? In front of killing the seniors, they are not ants-like beings. Jiang Shang's wave of fart beats was of a high standard, and everyone present agreed. Bang, bang. Where is Yi Tianhua at this moment? Western China, Anyang City, Anyang City. After doing it for a long time, it was still near other people's sphere of influence. No wonder it's so hard to catch. As we all know, the 6 universities are located in the central part of China. The Dark Kingdom, the Temple of Evil Spirits, is located in the northern part of China. The main forces of the 24 guilds are almost distributed in the eastern and southern parts of the Shenzhou
continent. Only the demonic legion is located in the western part of China. However, even so, the war in the western border area of China has been the most stable for many years. There has never been a mistake. It can be seen that people's strength and heritage are not generally strong. Linley was silent for a moment, thought for a while, and decided. Jiang Shang, Eka, you two are responsible for staying in Pingcheng, and the rest will set off immediately with me. No, you left me in Pingcheng last time, and you didn't take me there this time? Yu immediately stood up, and was the first to express his dissatisfaction. Although Jiang Shang did not make a sound on the side, the color of loss in his eyes was still visible. You two are very clear about what strength you two are at present, the super-level battlefield. Could it be that you are confident to set foot in it? You two look at me, I look at you. Then he shook his head. That's amazing. Immediately leave the guard, little Qilin. A few of us will be back in 3 days at most. 2 billion. Save some money. Yu Eka, who took the black card, instantly changed his attitude 180 degrees, and sent a few people away with a smile. On this trip, Linley did not choose the train as usual. It's not that he's not afraid of heights, but time is limited. Yi Tianhua may detect abnormalities at any time, and once the other party runs away, it will be difficult to find such a good opportunity again. For beast-like flying demons carried 4 people and quickly passed through the dark night sky. Linley found that as his strength grew, his control of the demon form became more and more accurate. Just like this time, it was very easy to summon a beast-type demon, and the outline of his appearance was clearer than ever. According to this rate of evolution, when entering the high-level realm, all demons will completely have a full form, and their strength will definitely rise to a higher level. For demons, not only Toyomiya and Hiyun felt novel, but even killing June was unheard of. He will contact the source of darkness, awaken the power of casting, and recall the matter of which mysterious old man spoke to him carefully, and then kill June and realize. That's right, it was through that special means that Linley was able to recognize what Linley was thinking. In one day, from night to dawn, and from dawn to night, Sha Jun never opened his eyes. Grunt. If it weren't for the existence of breathing, Linley would have thought he was burping. Until the next evening, arriving near Anyang City, a heavy dark ability burst out of his body, forming a vortex that wantonly destroyed everything in the surrounding space. The demon that maintained the flight of killing June could not support it in an instant, and turned into wisps of black energy flowing with the waves. Fortunately, Linley had the foresight to remind Fenggong and Hiyun to hide. Otherwise, before Yi Tianhua could catch it, Linley's team would have lost more than half of it. The energy fluctuation lasted for more than half an hour. Fortunately, it was dark night, and the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, so it did not attract the attention of the residents of the city below. When Sha Jun slowly opened his eyes, Linley asked expectantly, "Brother June has broken through?" "Ah, no, just light up an elemental star." 3 faces were confused, and 3 were speechless. The holy rank boss is really not an ordinary warrior. The movement of lighting up an elemental star is greater than the movement of others breaking through. If this breaks through, it must not blow up a city? Envy, jealousy. Why doesn't this world have the means to take away others? It's so unfair. After the episode, Linley and the 4 continued to march. Arriving in Anyang City, according to the clues, we came to a super large bar called Magic Supreme. It was late at night and the bar was bustling with activity. High to the extreme, the DJ hot songs are rolling in. Like Linley, a good student, a shy little prince, when have you ever been to this kind of place? As soon as I entered the door, I was instantly dizzy and couldn't tell the east, south, and northwest. Fortunately, in the Feng Palace and Hiyun, he is familiar with the road. I found a service staff, opened the most expensive booth, and ordered a bunch of the most expensive wines, cigarettes, and celebrities. Anyway, the arrangement is properly arranged. What lowly, student, lady, royal sister, young woman, innocent. Let Linley truly experience the pleasure of the ancient emperor. And misfortune. 3,000 harem beauties. Are you busy? Little brother, you don't look like a local. Why don't we add a wow letter? If you don't understand or are unfamiliar with anything in the future, you can ask me. How many years have you only been in Anyang? I'm a native of the country, little brother. Plus me. Little brother, look at how cute and charming I am. Can you add me? Can cute be eaten as a meal? Sister is the little brother's dish. Originally, the music in this bar was loud enough and a group of girls were still around your ears, chattering. What Linley couldn't understand the most was that you just bang and did chicken feathers? Ouch, where can I touch it? Linley slapped off a salted pig's hand and turned to look at Sha Jun. This product is quite enjoyable, and if it continues to develop like this, the scale will be larger. Young Master Lin, Yi Tianhua is here. Hearing this, Linley and Sha Jun immediately became serious and looked in the direction pointed by Fenggong. Zhang Tai? This is white and quiet, cute and handsome, and he doesn't even have his own big goods at his age as Yi Tianhua? What the? Shouldn't the devil's sense of deja vu be ruffian, evil, tall, and full of killing in his eyes? This knight is beautiful. Only mid-level strength? Linley turned his head in disbelief and looked at Fenggong and Hiyun. That's right, Yi Tianhua is the youngest of the 4 siblings of the Yi clan, and he has just awakened his abilities for less than 2 years, so now he holds the strength strength of the 8th level of the middle class, isn't it normal? Well, that's normal. In fact, it has always been Lin Li himself who has fallen into ideological misunderstandings. Who stipulated that Yi Tianhua's strength must go against the sky? Who stipulated that Yi Tianhua had to look like a bad guy? Everything in the world is possible. Then the 6 bodyguards who follow him are the so-called 6 protectors? Yes. Oh no, we seem to have been discovered by Yi Tianhua. He Yun's face changed suddenly, because at this moment, Yi Tianhua was staring intently at the crowd and looking at Lin Li's location. The immature but meaningful smile on his face is unsettling. Interesting, it seems. The other party had already expected us to come. Lin Li crossed Erlang's legs, his eyes deep, and met Yi Tianhua's gaze. Immediately, under the puzzled eyes of everyone beside him, he raised his hand and waved it, signaled the other party to come over. Feng Gong and He Yun looked confused, really didn't understand what Lin Li wanted to do. Broken jar and broken, ready to do it directly? Seeing Lin Li's behavior, the smile on Yi Tianhua's face was even better. 6 suited guards behind him walked in front of him and rudely pushed the crowd in his way away. Not long after, Yi Tianhua came to Lin Li's booth. He was not polite, sat directly opposite Lin Li, picked up a glass of good wine, and drank it down. Young Master Yi, nice to meet you. Hearing Lin Li's name, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but be stunned, and then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Young Master Yi, I like this title. It's much better than the group of silly X who only compliments me and calls me Master Yi. This guy is still a person of personality. The speech was unconcealed, and Lin Li's mouth was closed. Hee, young Master Yi is young and promising. Think about it, I've been waiting for a long time. Slapping off the salty pig's hand of the young woman, Lin Li winked at Feng Gong and He Yun. The latter got up and cleared out the idle people around him. Put down the curtain, one left and one right, and the 6 guards were stationed outside. I didn't expect young Master Lin to be quite cautious in doing things. Oh right, this. It is the legendary First Holy Order powerhouse in Shenzhou. Kill the seniors, right? Shifting his gaze to Sha Jun, there was no scruple or fear. There is only curiosity and excitement. The ghost knows what he's excited about. Sha Jun glanced at Yi Tianhua lightly, and then was stunned for a moment. Lin Li clearly saw that his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he had encountered something incomprehensible. 3 seconds later, the brows actually relaxed again. What's even weirder is that he also laughed. Interesting, it seems that there are still strong people in the realm of the Holy Ladder in this world. I wonder if there is a chance to introduce it? Killing the seniors is too important. The family master has not been in the mainland of China recently, and in a while, when his old man comes back, he will find you to have a discussion. Lin Li's face was calm, but in fact, he was panicked. After a long time, this goods also have a holy rank boss behind the scenes, and he is also a master. If Yi Tianhua is arrested today, then what should the master do when he comes to the door to seek revenge in a while? Holy step to holy step. Lin Li didn't know if Sha Jun could beat the other party. No wonder this kid is fearless. Facing Lin Li, Sha Jun is not panicked at all. Young Master Yi, so, do you know the purpose of my visit today? Lin Li decided to test it first and act according to the situation. Yi Tianhua withdrew his gaze and smiled. Of course I know. Then I wonder if young Master Lin will arrest me? Good guy. Directly raise the problem to the surface. It's refreshing enough. To be honest, I am more scrupulous about the holy rank powerhouse behind you, but, driven by enough interests, I think it's worth a try. Well said. Since young Master Lin takes into account interests, then I will give you higher benefits. After that, Yi Tianhua took off the red space ring on his index finger and put it on the table. Here, there is what you want. What I want? Pick up the space ring and penetrate the spiritual power to explore it slightly. 3 paleofossils. There are also 4 ghost grasses, more than 100 natural materials and earth treasures related to the dark system. It is simply a treasure trove that Lin Li dreamed of. Young Master Yi, is this trying to buy me? Lin Li curled the corners of his mouth meaningfully, and he was quite satisfied with this gift. It can be understood that this is the case, and it can also be understood that I need you to help me with 3 things. Lin Li put back the space ring, raised the wine glass and shook the red wine inside, and said, if you want to use this thing to restrain me, I'm afraid it's not enough, right? Yi Tianhua also raised his wine glass. Regardless of whether Lin Lidong agreed, he directly bumped his glass with him, and drank it. All in one gulp. Young Master Lin misunderstood, and listen to me after these 3 things. It's not too late for you to decide. Okay, listen carefully. First of all, I want your plan to go ahead as usual and hand me over to the supernatural administration. Lin Li thought he had heard it wrong, so he buckled his ears and looked suspicious. Young Master Lin heard it right. I just want to be caught by the supernatural ability administration. Otherwise, how could the demonic legion use the excuse of sending troops? Where is the opportunity to completely control the supernatural authority? Lin Li's eyes straightened. Send troops to control the supernatural ability administration? The demonic legion is also a bit too crazy. Do you know what the ability administration symbolizes? Trying to control it, doesn't that mean? That's right, I just want to control the entire Shenzhou continent and the entire supernatural world. It's good to be young, and you don't need to make a draft even if you are strong. strong. Okay, I admire the courage of your demonic legion. I agreed to this matter. The next one. Why didn't Linley continue to ask? Because this is simply unrealistic. The Supernatural Ability Management Bureau is the supreme authority holder of the Divine Realm, not to mention the demonic legion. Even if all the forces of the Divine Realm are combined, it is impossible to shake it at all. It's not because he has many masters, nor is it because he is not easy to control, but because of the meaning behind it. Just ask you, what kind of strength can withstand a nuclear bomb? Holy steps? How many holy ranks are there in the Shenzhou continent? One can bear it. What about the two? As the saying goes, it has nothing to do with you. People love to toss and toss how to do their own fart. If you make money, just have benefits. The second thing, I need you and my third sister, Yi Xiaoyu, to meet each other. It's that simple? It's that simple. Not right. Just by meeting each other, you can complete a third of the mission rewards. If this is the first time, it can't be. Ahem, that's unlikely to drop. Okay, I promise you. If you take advantage of it, you are a bastard. Just meet each other. Can the other party still eat yourself? Of course, if the appearance and figure are online, it is a different matter. What do you mean? Refreshing enough? There is a third thing. After a month, when you take revenge on the 6th grade academy, you must take me and my men with you. What do you want to do? Linley instantly became vigilant. Take revenge on himself and follow the dry yarn? And he only targeted a few specific people. Maybe he would kill more roadblocks, but he would never let the 6 colleges be destroyed because of this. Mainland China needs 6 colleges, and the guarantee of the human race also needs 6 colleges. Don't think about the overall situation, but also think about your own family. Once the strength of the Shenzhou continent is sharply reduced, allowing foreign beasts to take advantage of it, won't the whole human race fall into dire straits? At that time, do you still have a future and the meaning of survival? Young Master Lin, I think you misunderstood. My Demon Legion really wants to get rid of the 6 colleges, but the enemy is currently in a state of crisis, and blind civil strife is not good for everyone. The reason why I want to follow you is because I want to witness how the 6 colleges are ravaged and trampled under their feet. From now on, the supernatural world should be the master of the dark system, and hypocritical and naive guys like them are not worthy of standing in the present. These few words can be said to Linley's heart. The dark system dominates. Isn't this the situation Linley is looking forward to in his heart? Darkness does not mean sin, but symbolizes reality. The strong win, the weak are the strongest. When will we rebuild a better era of peace, and when will we restore the concept of equality for all? I can agree to this third thing, but you also have to answer me a question. Young Master Lin, just say it's okay. In the crusade against the 6 great universities, my main goal is Xingyu and Huali. Then you demonic legion. He. Yi Tianhua sneered and said without hesitation, that's my eldest brother's business. It has nothing to do with me. Even if everyone above Huali dies cleanly, my second brother, third sister, and me won't care about a single cent. Linley understood. This means that Huali cooperates with only the first demon lord, that is, Yi Tianhua's eldest brother. The rest are irrelevant, let alone care. If this is the case, Linley will be much more relieved. If you don't beat that old boy Huang Fei out of the killing, June will be in vain as the first person of the Holy Order. Someone glared sadly, thinking that it was none of his business. Okay, in that case, our deal is officially concluded. When will we leave? Hi, tonight. Yi Tianhua instantly adjusted his state, jumped up and stood on the sofa, waving to the DJ on the high stage. The young and cool DJ took off the microphone, raised his head and roared, all consumption tonight will be paid for by the Night Master. Shriek. Good guy, eardrums are on the verge of shattering. This night Tianhua is too good at playing, right? More than a dozen beautiful young ladies with outstanding style and glamorous appearance gathered around and had a good meal. Linley could only bear everything silently. I look forward to the dawn of the rising sun coming as soon as possible. High all night until the next morning. Linley, Xiaojun, Fenggon, and Heyin took Yi Tianhua and began to rush to Pingcheng. On the way, Linley couldn't help but be curious and consulted about the ability catalytic potion. Yi Tianhua didn't hide it. He directly took out 3 tubes of potions of different colors and handed them to Linley. These 3 tubes are my success. After ordinary people inject, they can reach the level of strength. If you inject it yourself. Good. I don't want to be your guinea pig. This potion can't have no side effects, right? Side effects. Of course there are, but it is much stronger than before, and dying is organ failure and premature aging. Hold on? Is it all like this? Is it still called holding on? Linley wanted to throw away everything he disliked, but after thinking about it, what if he used it in a day? I'm talking about others, of course. I won't inject this kind of catalytic tastelessness. If a good person doesn't do it, he has to be a pervert. So, your catalytic potion can already be mass-produced? If that's the case, the supernatural ability world of the Shenzhou continent would have been controlled by my Yi Tianhua long ago. It seems to be true. Just find hundreds of thousands of ordinary people and inject them with catalytic agents. Isn't the strength of the demonic legion able to completely crush all obstacles? Although my potion has been successfully developed, the probability is pitiful. Among the 1,000 tubes, it would be good if one could enter the
position smoothly. And the price of this tube of reagent is at least 5 million. Calculate for yourself. How much money do I have to have enough? 5 million reagents in one tube? That 1,000 pipes are 5 billion. A successful example of 1,000 tubes is a successful example. That is to say, this tube of catalytic agent is worth 5 billion. And even more. The 3 pipes in Lin Li's hands are worth at least 15 billion. My uncle is my mother. How much does it cost to cultivate a catalytic army? Trillion? 10 trillion? I can't even think about it. No wonder Yi Tianhua came to himself to propose cooperation. It turned out that it was to shift the target and seize control of the supernatural world by changing means. After arriving in Pingcheng, Lin Li contacted Yuan as soon as possible. The other party heard that he had caught Yi Tianhua and also controlled the evidence of his potion production and sales. I was so excited that I couldn't even speak. It took less than 10 minutes to arrive at the hotel. Classmate Lin, thank you so much. Catching Yi Tianhua, the big devil, and holding such important key evidence is simply a great hero who eliminates harm to the people. This fart can be heard clearly from 2 miles away. Also a big hero. Have you ever seen a villain being a hero? Captain Yuan, if it's useless, it's still free. People have been brought, where are the goods? Yuan smiled awkwardly, but he still couldn't escape after all. Reluctantly, he took out a space ring from his pocket. According to the ancient fossils and financial rewards promised last time, no more or no less are in it. How should the duties of the supernatural administration be implemented? Don't worry, your job information has been successfully entered into the Shenzhou system, and if there is any need in the future, retina, fingerprints, and urine can be used to determine your identity. This retina and fingerprints are quite reliable. What the hell is urine? Could it be that when verifying his identity, he still has to pee on him? It's outrageous. That's good, Captain Yuan. Happy cooperation. Good luck. Lin Li waved goodbye. Yuan didn't understand what it meant to wish himself good luck, and he used the wrong word. In fact, it is really not wrong, because Lin Li knew that it would not be long before Yi Tianhua escaped from the control of the supernatural administration. Not only that, but the demonic legion will have a series of big moves next. Lin Li doesn't care whether it succeeds or not. The most important thing at the moment is to refine the essence pill. Keeping his promise, Lin Li officially accepted Feng Dong and He Yun. If you are willing to monitor, just watch. There is nothing shameful. Anyway, the little brothers of the 2 high-level realms are also quite good. At least from now on, small money does not need to be spent, and big money cannot be earned. The role is far more useful than that of Yu Yuko, and Jiang Shang is much more useful, especially Yu Eka. Lin Li decided that the crusade against the 6 great academies would come to an end in a month, and he would throw Yu Yuka down when he returned to the Dark Kingdom. Then go to the extreme northern beast realm with Sha Jun, the land of the abyss. Don't look at Lin Li's recent demonization, it's just that his emotions have not been greatly affected. If you want to say that it has improved more or less. However, it is necessary to prevent problems before they happen. In addition, the situation of Zheng merchants also needs to be alleviated. So Ming Yuan and his party could not avoid it. 3 days later, southern China, Fengyao City. This place has another name in the supernatural world called Pandan Township. It seems to be related to historical development. Lin Li is too lazy to understand anyway. After a simple turn, the group quickly found the Lotus Egg Workshop according to the map route. Or is it that modern technology is powerful? Lack of virtue navigation online is at your service. Even if the destination is the moon, he can plan a route for you. As for whether it can work, it depends on your own ability. Lotus Egg Workshop. Needless to say, everyone must know what this place is doing, right? That's right, it's selling lotus eggs. Pushing open the door, bursts of lotus fragrance came to the nose. Intoxicating and lingering. Boss, 999 lotus eggs. I want it immediately. Toyomiya was so arrogant that he ordered 999 lotus eggs directly. The boss sitting on the rocking chair at the counter suddenly lit up. It's finally open. Several. Are you sure you want 999 lotus eggs? The boss swept over everyone present with a scrutinizing gaze. Toyomiya nodded solemnly and reiterated again. 999 lotus eggs. I want them immediately. Okay. Everyone, please follow me. Immediately, everyone followed the boss's steps and walked towards the depths of the store. It is obviously a small commercial store, but it is surprisingly long inside. Everyone walked in the corridor for more than a minute. Only then did I see an antique wooden double gate carved with a tripod-shaped pattern. The boss walked up and knocked respectfully. Dong dong dong. Master Chui, it's business. After a few seconds, a thick and powerful response came from the room. Come in. Immediately, the boss pushed open the door and guided Lin Li and his party into the spacious alchemy hall. It is really an extremely spacious hall, with a visual observation of at least about 300 square meters. On both sides of the hall, there were rows of copper-colored alchemy furnaces. Some are big, some are small, some are smoking, and some are on fire. And in the center of the hall, there is also an alchemy furnace. However, this shape is not very different from other alchemy furnaces.
devices, full of postmodern technology. Intelligent central control, temperature adjustment, various body buttons, and rows of small jade bottles, located at the outlet of the alchemy furnace. It is estimated that it is used to contain elixirs. At this moment, a sloppy, bearded middle-aged man, dressed in a pale yellow ancient martial robe, was tapping nonstop on the central control screen. Hearing the footsteps from far to near, he didn't even look back, and asked lightly, "What pill are you going to refine?" "Dark Essence pill." The sloppy man's hand froze, turned his head and looked at Linley without turning around. "Are the materials ready?" "Of course. How many of these materials do you think are enough to refine?" Linley waved his hand, and all the ghost grass and ancient fossils he had collected recently fell to the ground. "These things have a total value of at least 50 billion. The sloppy man finally became a little interested, and his body also turned around, looking at the materials on the ground, and thought for a while. "Conservatively estimate 3, if you play well, at most 5. Linley was happy in his heart. "I can even refine 5 of them, and I can make a lot of money this time. Processing fee, 10 billion. It's so dark." When the owner of the Lotus Egg Workshop heard about 10 billion, he looked at it and burped directly. You okay?" Yuyuka pointed to the owner of the Lotus Egg Shop and asked curiously. "Don't worry about him, it's a worthless thing. How long are you going to take?" "How long does it take to refine at the fastest?" 6 hours. "Okay, then 6 hours. Linley was not long-winded and directly took out the black card. "Where are you worried?" The owner of the Lotus Egg Shop stood up as if he had cheated on a corpse. With a smile on his face, he took out a brand new POS machine from behind his buttocks, guided Linley, and swiped away 10 billion. Then, he burped again. "This buddy is powerful enough. I won't watch the tricks in the future without him." Jiang Shang joked, causing everyone to burst into laughter. For the next 6 hours, Linley and others did not leave. The main reason was that this dark essence pill was too important to Linley. This ancient fossil alone took too much effort. There are also slaughterhouses full of houses, and they rob other people's auction houses. There is always a trace of regret in my heart. So, a few people played mahjong all afternoon. There are also landlords. It is exactly divided into 2 waves, and the owner of the Lotus Egg Shop also participates from time to time. The atmosphere is quite lively. Time flew by, and it came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Yu and Jiang Shang have already lost everything. Feng Gong and Hiyun are wealthy, and they don't feel distressed if they lose. On the contrary, Linley and Sha Jun made a lot of money. A crisp sound came from the alchemy room, and Linley and his party hurried over. "What?" Pushing open the door, I saw the sloppy man holding a delicate small jade bottle, shaking it and raising 4 fingers at Linley. In other words, 4 essence pills were successfully refined. "There is no one left." Linley stepped forward excitedly and took the jade bottle. Just as he was about to unscrew the stopper, the sloppy man stopped. "Don't eat it. Open the lid and eat it, understand? This essence pill contains genius abilities that are quite mellow, and even the 4 overflowing alchemy fragrances. That is also a rare buff treasure. Every time you open the lid, the fragrance will flow away, so watch and do it yourself." The sloppy man curled his lips and continued to tinker with his alchemy furnace. "Listen to people advise you to eat enough. Since experts have said so, you have to cherish it." When he went back, he ate all his brains. "Come to Bosnia and Herzegovina to ascend to heaven in a real spiral. Don't you have the elixir you want to refine? When your own affairs are solved, you have to take into account the feelings of others, especially Jiang Shang. This kid has a deep family background and is bent on pursuing the road of the strong. It seems that he is still reluctant to refine a few buff elixirs for him. Jiang Shang, you take this ring first. The refining materials of the flame essence pill and the wind essence pill are all in it. Since you choose to follow me, then I can't treat you badly. By the way, if you give Yuyuka 2 more large tonic pills to this airport, the effect will definitely be much stronger than that of papaya. I'll go back to practice first, and you can toss slowly by yourself." Jiang Shang took the space ring flatteredly and patted his hand with great gratitude. "Gone? Gone." Yu had a black face, and he wanted to strangle this dog to death. Linley saw that the situation was not good and killed June together. Feng Gong and Hiyun left the Lotus Egg Workshop directly and returned to the hotel. Half an hour later, the hotel door was pushed open very rudely. Linley couldn't wait to take out the small jade bottle and sit cross-legged on the carpet. After unscrewing the cap, a strong and unusually strong aroma hit the face and quickly filled the room. Linley pouted, greedily absorbing the fragrance of the alchemy that filled the air. "It's so comfortable, it's too exciting." The strange energy that was as calm as water in the original body was completely boiling at this moment. It's like a comfortable lake suddenly setting off turbulent waves, constantly hitting the surrounding reef walls. "No, I can't help it. It's about to be launched." The 4 essence pills were directly swallowed by Linley. Explode and die? Read too many novels. What can be absorbed is naturally absorbed, and what cannot be absorbed is temporarily not digested and stored in the body. As long as there is enough time, digesting all the essence pills is not a problem at all. "Young Master Lin, how does it feel?" Feng Mia sat on the sofa, and when he saw Linley taking medicine so happily, he was also moved. "Or, let's eat too? It feels okay, my
stomach is warm, and the strength is. Lin suddenly frowned and touched his stomach. Why is it getting hotter and hotter? 3 seconds later. First the abdomen, then the limbs, and finally the top of the head. Billowing white smoke sprayed out, startling Linley to dance and dance, constantly slapping his whole body. This essence pill won't be inferior, right? Why is there an additional ignition effect? Don't move. Killing June said to stop Linley's panicked behavior, stepped forward and touched his head. Touching the head? Linley felt weird, and Feng Gong and Hyun also felt weird. But if they are big guys, there must be a way to solve it. The abilities in your body are overloaded and absorbed, and it is normal to smoke. Hold your breath, concentrate, you're about to break through. After Sha Jun's reminder, Linley realized that he was about to break through. The 9 elemental stars in his body kept flickering. The rich dark abilities are like a vast ocean, a steady stream, extremely vast. Linley closed his eyes and blocked all external senses. Struggling to harmonize the abilities in his body, he hit the invisible bottleneck. Relaxed and happy, passionate, and surging. The momentum of the 4th level of the middle level exploded. Killing June's eyes were fast, and the dark barrier instantly wrapped Linley in. Feng Gong and Hyun, who were sitting on the sofa, got up and moved away, watching the breakthrough performance with great interest. Half an hour later. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and Linley broke through again. It is really worthy of being young Master Lin, swallowing 4 elemental essence pills in one go, and he can also absorb them continuously. At this rate, it can at least break through to the intermediate level 7. 7th level? I look at least 8 levels. 4 elemental essence pills, and they are all dark types. Do you know how many abilities they contain inside? The two had a fierce discussion on the side, curious about what kind of realm Linley would break through to in one fell swoop. Intermediate level 10. Sha Jun's words completely shocked the two of them. Linley will break through to the middle level 10? A bit outrageous, right? An hour later. Bang! One sound is louder than the other. Although the barrier did not move, the floor under Linley's buttocks seemed to be about to crack. Is this the legendary fart? 2 hours later. Bang! Feeling the exponentially increasing power in his body, Linley was about to be refreshed. The 4 essence pills were only consumed one more at the moment. The rest will be supplied to Linley for at least half a day. At today's speed, Linley is confident that he has entered the realm of the middle level 10. This is not enough. What Linley wanted was to break through the high-level realm in one fell swoop. Sounds crazy and outrageous. However, what we want is challenge, what we want is excitement, and what we want is fun. Not enough essence pills? It doesn't matter. Don't we still have the crystallization of the holy rank strange beast? Regaining consciousness slightly, Linley directly took out 2 holy rank strange beast crystals. There are also more than 100 high-quality elemental crystals. At this time, when will you have to wait any longer? Linley, it's dangerous for you to do this. Sha Jun understood Linley's inner thoughts at a glance. The brows furrowed slightly, a slightly worried reminder. Don't worry, brother Jun, wealth is in danger. As long as I seize this opportunity, I, Linley, can soar into the sky. After that, he closed his eyes again. The elemental essence of the 2 holy rank strange beast crystals began to gradually pour into Linley's body. Together with the essence pill in its body, it provides advanced nutrients. 3 hours later. This time it was not a muffled noise, but a loud noise. Jiang Shan, you just pushed open the hotel door, thinking it was an earthquake, and prepared to run downstairs. Fortunately, he was stopped by Feng Gong and Hyun, and he realized that Linley was breaking through. My god, it's only been more than 6 hours, and he actually broke through to the 8th level of the intermediate level? Young Master Lin is really a god. The crystallized external force is absorbed together with the internal force of the essence pill. If it were me, I would have been eaten to death by the energy backlash. Strange things happen every year, and this year there are especially many. How long has it been since this bastard awakened his abilities? In less than 2 months, from beginner level 1 to intermediate level 8. It's over. Revenge is far away. You could take out the 3 wind essence pills that had just been refined, as well as the dozen or so great tonic pills. Directly into the bedroom, I worked hard to get stronger. Seeing this, Jiang Shan was also deeply affected by it. Shaking the small jade bottle in his hand, he also ran to the corner to practice. As the saying goes, if you don't work hard, the boss will be a prostitute. If you don't put in a little effort to catch up with Linley's pace, several people will be completely eliminated. Why did I come here again? Linley looked at the dark scenery around him, very confused. Breaking through well, my consciousness was suddenly pulled, and I entered this vague, silent, and eerie space again. Hey, predecessor, are you there? With the last experience, Linley also figured out the 3-point situation. Here the 8 achievements are their own original spiritual world. As for the situation of that strange old man, it is not clear for the time being. However, since he could point out himself and help him awaken the power of the origin, it proved that the other party had no malice. Maybe, this time being pulled is another great opportunity? Hey, is there anyone? I can't go without me. Linley's hands were in the shape of a trumpet, and he shouted vigorously. Unfortunately, no one responded. I don't know how long it took. Linley's heart began to gradually become become impetuous. Damn, bring people to this hellish place, and don't say anything, just hang yourself up like this. Pure old cattle and horses. However, the most helpless thing is that Linley has no way to go back. No matter how hard he tried to stay awake, a mysterious barrier force could always intercept and interrupt him. This feeling is really uncomfortable. It's like it's a vegetative world. No way. Linley was shocked. I was frightened by my nonsensical but very probable idea. Could it be that this is the danger that Shajun said? Consciousness falls into the inner world and cannot extricate itself. Isn't that completely over? Just like the vegetative person just mentioned, the spirit is trapped in the inner world, unable to escape, unable to act. The sinking of eternal life cannot perceive the outside world or the body. Only pain and torture until the body dies and the brain dies can the spirit dissipate and be liberated. Damn, I don't believe it yet. This broken place can trap Lao Tzu's spiritual power. Linley broke the jar and sat on the ground. The dark mist surrounding him quickly spread throughout the space. Look at the outside world at this time. In the hotel, Shajun's face was heavy, and he kept circling around Linley. Toyomiya and Hiyun also noticed the abnormality. They looked at each other and silently took 2 steps back. Kill the senior. What's wrong with young Master Lin? Yes, how can young Master Lin's ability fluctuate more and more steadily? Killing Jun stopped when he heard this, opened Linley's eyelids and took a look. The pupil shrank to 1/2 of its original size, and there was no life, let alone mood swings. It's a dead fisheye in the true sense. It's not much, it's just that the spirit is separated from the body and falls into another space. Will it be dangerous? No, there will definitely be. If Linley can't wake up within 24 hours, then he can be cremated directly. Cremated directly? Don't you save it again? The two were directly speechless, which was too awesome. Even if the spirit is separated from the body is in a deep coma, similar to the concept of a vegetative person. It was cremated directly. This is too outrageous, right? If the spirit cannot return to the body, then for him, it will be the pain and torture of eternal life. So it is better to end his life as soon as possible and give him a good time. Shajun stood up, sighed, and then sat back on the sofa and lit a cigarette by himself. Only then did the two understand Lin Li's situation at the moment. I'm about to burp. The legend of the Dark World played himself to death? Kill seniors. In that case, I think you can prepare in advance and join our evil spirit temple. That's right. Our evil spirit temple is extremely generous, resources, blue coins, beautiful women, handsome guys, everything. Whatever you want, you can get what you want. A muffled sound echoed in the silent space. I don't know how long it took. Linley was tired and sleepy. The spatial barriers of this ghost place are completely unbreakable. Black fog doesn't work here. Blue skinny, lentinula edota. Could it be that my Linley's lifelong fame has come to an end? Damn, isn't it just absorbing a few pills, a few crystals? As for making this virtue? Old man, are you here? I've convinced you, come out quickly. Linley lay on the ground, screaming weakly, but there was still no answer. If this continues, the spirit will collapse completely. Drip, answer, drip. Linley stood up suddenly. What did he hear? It seems to be the sound of a needle turning. Drip, answer, drip. A glimmer of hope is rekindled in the heart. Regardless of what it is, since there is movement, there is hope of leaving. Linley followed the source of the sound to find it. Drip, answer, drip. As the sound of the pointer beating became clearer, Linley vaguely seemed to see something. Round. It's huge. It's really a piece of clock, and it's a very big, special clock. There is no carrier, and there is no time number. Only a pointer. There is also a rounded bezel. The inner edge of the border seems to be flashing some text. Linley moved closer again, until he reached under the clock the size of a tall building. Thoroughly saw every set of words skipped by the pointer. Time, space, creation, annihilation, transformation, retrospective, life, matter, energy, spirit, elements. 11? Linley scratched his head. The top position at 12 o'clock on the clock was missing a set of words. It seems to be waiting for someone to fill it out. What could it be? Time, space, creation, annihilation, transformation, retrospective, life, matter, energy, spirit, elements. It seems that they are all conceptual supreme primordial powers, and when summed up, this last position should be dark. That's right, it's dark. The number 12 is 0 in the concept of clocks. The 0 point represents the beginning of a new day and also symbolizes the end of the previous day. He is both the past and the future. It is a starting point, and the meaning of darkness is the same. Create everything new and destroy everything old. It is the root cause, the end point. Everything cannot escape the background created by darkness. Linley decided to give it a try. Regardless of whether it will work or not, there is nothing else to do at the moment anyway. With a gentle shake of the wrist, the evil sword in the shape of a fire stick appeared in his hand. Linley sensed his own realm and had already reached the 8th level of the intermediate level. In other words, free flight can be achieved without the help of any external force at this moment. Kick hard. There was a muffled sound in the silent space. In the blink of an eye, Linley's figure appeared at 12 o'clock on the clock. One by one, sword flowers came came out and quickly wrote the word darkness in the ethereal clock space. Look at the dragon flying phoenix dancing, the calligraphy text with strong bones. Linley nodded with satisfaction and then fell back to the ground. Hey, these days, there are not many perfect handsome little brothers like my brother who are good at writing, handsome, strong, and have an online IQ. He shook his bangs extremely chicly. It's a pity that there is no audience. Bell. Clang, clang. The piercing sound of the bell almost didn't shake Linley's brain. After 3 sounds, Linley grinned and dug out his ears, still with a buzzing sound. What's going on? Do you want to shake me to death? As if in response to Linley's words, the bell rang again. However, this time the force is not as great as last time, and it is still within the tolerance range. Linley slowed down and looked up. It is seen that the pointer at this moment has stayed at the position of the word dark. The originally ethereal big clock turned out to be 3 points at this moment. The remaining 11 groups of words, time, space, creation, annihilation, transformation, retrospective, life, matter, energy, spirit, elements, sparkle and be clearly visible. Linley couldn't figure out the situation. What's going on? Why isn't the pointer moving? 3 bells ringed again. Linley wanted to fly up and see what was going on. The big clock will start first. 11 sets of words seem to have been given life, flying down from the clock engraving one after another. First danced in the air and then floated downwards. Linley's eyes straightened. 11 sets of words fell in front of him so flutteringly, neatly arranged, very well behaved and obedient. Stretched out his hand and tapped the word time closest to him. Jingle bell. The light of the word time quickly increased. At one point, it overshadowed the other 10 groups of words. Linley seemed to understand, as if he understood something. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand and tapped the word space on the side. Jingle bell. As long as it is the text that Linley has come into contact with, the light will be a little bigger. And the word time just now, the moment he touched space, returned to his original appearance. Things have come to this point. If you don't understand it yet, you can die. Such a fool. What use is it to stay in the world? The big clock is obviously letting itself make a choice. Choose one of these 11 sets of words, or 11 primordial abilities. The same principle as the original casting power. However, this time Linley seemed to have come into contact with a higher level. A little excited. If you can really master any of these abilities, you will not be far from the position of God King. Let's break it down briefly. The power of time is very buggy. It can be said that there is absolutely no such item among the types of super energy systems that human beings have awakened so far. Once this ability is present, it is invincible. Time pauses. Go back in time. Fast forward time. Traveling through the past or the future. It is a very outrageous, perverted god-level skill to Grandma's house. This item is the first choice, and then look down. Space. Click. The ability is good, but in reality there is already this. Moreover, Linley's dark system can also control certain space attachment attributes, so pass it. Create. It is duplicated with the existing casting power, so it is not considered. Click. Annihilation. The dark system has its own annihilation attribute, and the stronger the strength, the more obvious the effect. Conversion. It should be able to convert matter and energy, and this ability already exists in reality. Backtracking. Hearing the name doesn't make sense. Do you want to go back to the furnace and rebuild it? Life. Eternal life. Immortal and immortal? Isn't this the natal attribute of the Iron King 8 Zhang Yulu? It's a matter of life. Keep the alternative. Substance. Some tasteless, not very necessary. Click. Energy. If you can really control all the energy of everything in the world, then Linley will be invincible in an instant. It's just that there is a high probability that there will be restrictions. It can also be regarded as an alternative. Spirit. Click. To be honest, this is what Linley needs most at the moment. Once you have strong spiritual power, it will be very easy to break through this space barrier. In terms of value, time is still not important. Last item, elements. Linley didn't quite understand this. Isn't he in control of the power of the elements at the moment? Could it be that you can get all the other elemental genus abilities? How hard is it to practice? Just developing skills would suffocate Linley alive. Forget it, take it all together. Only time, life, and energy have the highest value. Moreover, no one said that Linley could only choose this time. Maybe when you reach a certain level of strength there will be a big clock and let yourself make a choice. Considering all things, I hesitated again and again. Linley stretched out his finger and double-clicked the word time. I took a gamble. Bet that you can escape from this hellish place after gaining time ability. After the word time was double-clicked, it bloomed with an unprecedented white light. The remaining 10 groups of words floated back to the big clock. Linley couldn't hide his excitement in his heart, opened his arms, and waited quietly for the installation of new strength. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 5 minutes. What's going on? Why don't these 2 words move? Linley was a little confused. This white light began to dim. Why hasn't the power started to be instilled yet? Could it be that you have to take the initiative yourself? With the mentality of trying, Linley stretched out his hand and pointed at the luminous body again. Kill the seniors, join us. The wife is definitely the most beautiful. The child is definitely definitely the most well-behaved. We can arrange everything properly. Yes, kill seniors. If you find it troublesome, we can give you a ready-made wife and children, and you can enjoy it without your efforts. Xiaojun's expression remained unchanged, sitting on the couch and smoking a full box of cigarettes. Feng Gong and He Yun still did not give up to win over on the side. Kill the seniors. What young Master Lin can give, our evil spirit temple can be 100 times out. What young Master Lin can't give, our evil spirit temple can still give 100 times. To survive in this era, interests are the most important hard currency. Is it worth working for others with such a powerful and ignorant existence as you? Kill June to extinguish the last smoke. He lowered his gaze and glanced at his watch. There are still 3 minutes left, and it will be 24 hours. It seems that Linley is really more bad than lucky. Hey, you two idiots, Linley is not dead yet, just pry people hard. Do you want to give face? Yu Yueka's voice came from the bedroom door. Feng Gong and He Yun knew that they were at fault and didn't want to argue with them. Brother Kiljun, if Linley and I hadn't taken you out of that underground farmhouse, you would still be sleeping on the Kong now, right? Xiaojun nodded indifferently and said, that's right, my duty in the world is to assist the legend, and marrying a daughter-in-law is only secondary. Did you hear that? You two idiots, do you really think that the evil spirit temple can take advantage of the situation to pry away and kill June? When Linley wakes up in a while, there will be good fruits for you to eat. Toyamiya was a little panicked. After struggling to advocate for a long time, this killing June was unmoved. There are less than 3 minutes left. It's okay if Linley doesn't wake up, but once he wakes up, there will be no play at all. Miss you, we are not prying people, but looking for a way out for the seniors who killed them. He Yun's words instantly resolved the embarrassment. Toyamiya hurriedly echoed, that's right, we don't want young Master Lin to have something to do, but what if, in case young Master Lin can't wake up, where should we go to kill the seniors? Shouldn't we care? Yu was speechless for a while, and he couldn't go back. It seems to make sense. It's really noisy, Brother June. What time is it? It's 7:30 in the evening. The corners of killing June's mouth curled up slightly. He made the right bet. Oops. After practicing all day, it's really hard. Ha, why are you staring at me with such eyes? Linley looked at the people around him for some reason. What expression? Some are afraid, some are hidden, and some are gloating. Ha, why hasn't the essence pill in my body been digested yet? The spiritual power penetrated into the body slightly. It turned out that there were still 2 essence pills that had not been fully absorbed, and his own realm was also stagnant at the middle level 8, and the 7th elemental star had been lit. Linley, let me tell you, these 2 boys take advantage of your illness to tilt your belly. They are simply extremely rampant and lawless. You can watch the excitement and not think it's a big deal. He must fan the air and light the fire. However, Linley didn't take it seriously at all. Waved his hand and said, okay, I know, go back to practice, don't disturb me to continue to advance. Ha, that's it? Yu Yueka's eyes widened. He stepped forward and touched Linley's forehead and muttered, I don't have a fever, could it be that I went crazy and ruined my brain? Linley knocked off the white, soft little hand. He gave Yu a look and said, your brain is broken. Hurry back to the house to practice, I will solve my affairs myself. Oh, seeing this, Yu didn't say anything more, obediently returned to the bedroom, closed the door and continued to practice. Feng Gong, He Yun, you open another room and go to practice. Young Master Lin, Linley looked up and a murderous intent appeared. He Yun hurriedly dragged Feng Gong from behind and greeted him with a smile. Okay, young Master Lin, then the 2 of us won't disturb your practice. If you need anything, just tell me. After saying that, he took Toyamiya and paced out of the hotel suite. Humph, jumping clown, the ambition is not small. Retracting his killing intent, Linley looked at Xiaojun and smiled slightly. The 2 looked at each other and did not speak, because there is no need for verbal expression. Xiaojun will know what he has experienced through Linley's heart. Close your eyes and the barrier opens again. Linley fought hard to break through the high-level realm. This power of time is indeed in control. But now is not the time to show it. As a big killer, stay until the most critical note and shock everyone. Forcing the title of king, I, Linley, am going to decide. Bang, bang, bang. A day later, Linley finally broke through to the middle level 10. The essence pill in the body has been fully digested. Next, it is the most critical moment. It is necessary to kill June himself to catalyze the elemental essence in the crystal of the holy rank strange beast. Help yourself light up the last elemental star. Step into the realm of the high-level powerhouse of your dreams. In the past 2 days, Jiang Shine and Yu Yueka's strength has also improved a lot. 1 intermediate level 9 and 1 intermediate level 5. But it's also because these 2 people have good talent. Otherwise, the essence pill is just an external force after all, and the physique reaches a saturated state and it is still in vain to absorb it. It is estimated that some people will be puzzled here. The effect of the essence pill is so strong, saving it 1 trillion funds and refining it 180 pieces, won't it be able to ascend to the sky in 1 step and reach the realm of super level? Ha, child, if that's the case, all the rich people will be invincible. First of all, although the essence pill has a strong effect, the human body will produce certain antibodies every time it is absorbed. The
same principle as medicine. How about the magic of nature? It will make rules for you and restrict you from opening cheats.
Until the end, the abilities contained in the essence pill will completely lose their effect on yourself and will be intercepted and rejected by various organs and tissues of the human body. If forcibly instilled, not only can it not be absorbed, but it will also have strong side effects. Exploding to death will not be a dream. Secondly, it is the refining materials required for the essence pill. The blind tossing in the past few days is obvious to all. How much effort did it take to get an ancient fossil alone? If Lin Li did not blackmail Qin Guang, then this time he refined it most too. Speaking of which, Qin Jia didn't seem to have moved there. I have to take the time to urge it. Lin Li, concentrate and do the final sprint. Killing Jun's palm gathered a large number of dark abilities, and together with the elemental essence contained in the crystal, a stream poured into Lin Li's body. Hiss! The violent onslaught of the alien energy causes tearing pain in the body. Lin Li gasped. But it doesn't matter anymore. The high-level bottleneck is close at hand. It's almost the last shiver. Drink! The terrifying elemental energy was like a substance, wrapped around Lin Li like a piece of armor.
Yu Yuko and Jiang Shang were fascinated.
Without realizing it, the clock had stopped turning at this moment.
Time.
It seems that in this second, the passage has stopped.
Interesting. Is this the time ability you control?
Killing Jun released his perception. I saw that the area 5 meters away had stopped running in time. It is also possible that time stopped running within 5 meters.
This phenomenon can be quite complex to explain.
The subjects are different, and the senses received are also different. Perhaps in the eyes of the outside world, Lin Li and his party are in a relatively static state at this moment, even if only for a moment. However, it has also created a gap with external time. In the eyes of Lin Li and others, the external effect is the same.
There is no concept of time when it is active.
It's like you can pull one of Jiang Shang's hair, blow on it, and send it to a distance of 5 meters. The hair stopped moving, neither rising nor falling. Suspended in the air, it is particularly magical.
Wow, this ability is too fun, if you want to do something bad. Hee. Yu Yueka's careful thoughts began to flutter again.
With a violent impact of ability, the ground trembled and trembled. Yu Yuko and Jiang Shang were unstable in their center of gravity without any defense, and they fell into a fart.
Killing Jun is eye-catching.
Then he took back the ability barrier and looked at Lin Li with great interest. Lin Li opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. Feeling the greatly increased ability in his body, his face unconsciously showed excitement. At this moment, the elemental stars in his body had grown to 12. The purity of the dark elemental ability is to a higher level, although it cannot be compared with the power of the origin, but it is enough to beat the rest of the dark powerhouses. Perhaps, after arriving at the realm of super level, Lin Li will be able to completely explore the mystery that belongs to the dark origin. In 3 days, I broke through the 8th level one after another. It is truly a legend of the dark system, and the talent cannot be described by the word horror.
It should be described as inhuman. Yu raised his little hand in agreement.
Lin Li smiled and lit a cigarette for himself and Sha Jun.
Bell. Clang. Clang.
Brother Jun, thanks to you for this breakthrough. I have heard the words of those 2 boys. In terms of treatment, I really can't give the standard of the evil spirit temple. However, this is only temporary. Give me some time. The sea of stars, beautiful women, and young women, you can choose.
Ha.
The 4 of them laughed heartily when they heard this, and their happy atmosphere made Sha Jun's thoughts a little ethereal. Perhaps, there will really be such a day. 3 days. Lin Li, Yu Yueka, and Jiang Shang, with the help of the Jun boss, quickly adapted to the new growing force. Looking at Feng Gong and Yun is called a greedy eye.
Bell. Clang. Especially Lin Li. It's a big score. In 3 days, it broke through the 8th level in a row?
Just sent a message to Tsung Honyun, explaining Lin Li's advancement. The other party only replied with one sentence.
Your number was stolen, right?
It seems that Rao is a person who has seen the world and will not choose to believe in this matter.
Don't. Is that ancient prophecy true? Appa just killed him.
Did they?
The noisy ringtone of the mobile phone pulled Toyomiya and Yin back their thoughts.
Lin Li crossed Erlang's legs and connected the phone with a cigarette in his mouth.
Hello? Who is it?
Lin Li. I am Yuan from the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, and the organization urgently needs your help now.
Ha? You need my help. Don't joke, Captain Yuan. What can I do for you?
Really?
Stop talking nonsense. Where are you?
I'm going to find you.
Where else can you be?
Hotel?
Okay, I'll be there soon.
Not. Beep. Before he could finish speaking, he hung up the phone for convenience.
Be all abroad. And so rude.
Lin Li suddenly thought of something.
It doesn't seem inexplicable. It seems that Yi Tianhua's plan has begun to be implemented, and the Demon Legion is about to make a move. But what do you do with your own? Why help them? Will such a powerful organization need our help? Call on some armed forces at will and flatten him in an instant. The main thing is that Lin Li has other things.
First go to the crusade against the 6 great universities, and then go to Luochang on the southern border to visit Uncle Luo. By the way, help him clean up the moth. Finally, he returned to the Dark Kingdom to rest for a while, threw Yu Ku and Jiang Sheng down, and went to the Ming Abyss with Sha Jun to find the meditation stone. By the way, he also promised Yi Tianhua to meet his sister. After all, the benefits cannot be taken in vain. With so many things piled up, how can I have the leisure to worry about others? Furthermore, it is not the time to tear apart the face with the Demonization Legion. There is also the support of the holy rank boss behind them. After offending, what benefits can you reap? As the saying goes, be careful to sail for 10,000 years. A little dog never hurts. Well, when Yuan came, he would find an excuse to prevaricate. That's right, that's all. Linley, don't talk nonsense. Since you have become a member of our Supernatural Ability Administration, you must have a collective consciousness and a spirit of responsibility. At present, the power of the Demonic Legion has penetrated, and the organization needs your help. Yuan stood on the carpet in the center of the living room. It is called a righteous and awe-inspiring, righteous indignation. The people around were silent. That look was like looking at a fool. The coincidental thought is, there's nothing wrong with this woman, right? Captain Yuan, first of all, this position is the entertainment you paid for me. Even if I accept it, I have no obligation to help you. Secondly, I haven't used my position privileges yet, and in the end, I have to rush to help you, listen to your control, and use your. Do you think this is appropriate? In the end, I can't get any benefits, and I'm full to offend the Demonic Legion? If you can't even solve this little trouble, just go home and farm. Lin Li's words were merciless, crisp, and sharp. Yuan was speechless and stomped his feet anxiously. Lin Li was curious, how did this girl become the deputy director of the branch? Just this IQ, this communication ability. His father wouldn't be called Yuan Gang, right? Yuan Hua is also possible. Lin Li, then whatever you say, I can give it to you. Hee, I want you to. Yuan was frightened and hurriedly took 2 steps back, wrapped his arms around him, and covered the 2 circles in front of him. If you want to get out of here, I have other things to do, silly girl. Lin Li directly gave the other party a big white eye. Silly by Tian is praising her, she is simply brainless. Glanced at Yuko beside him, and wanted to compare, and finally found a trace of the advantages of the airport. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman? You obviously didn't understand Lin Li's eyes. I thought I was teasing myself again. Phew, look at people like this are called beauties. You are at most beautiful, not a woman. You, shut up, Miss Airport, get down to business. Yuan saw someone praising him, and his cheeks were slightly red. Lin Li, 5 billion blue coins, please take action with this senior next to you. 6 billion, don't do it. 7 billion, 10 billion. Yuan's teeth were about to be crushed. This number is already the limit, and no matter how many games you can't afford it. Lin Li shrugged helplessly, why is this chick so persistent? Captain Yuan, I don't talk nonsense. If you can collect 300 billion blue coins and 3,000 strange beast crystals, I will help you. Otherwise, everything is not to be discussed. 300 billion? Yuan's eyes widened. She had never been exposed to such a large amount of money in her life. Open your mouth and come? Lin Li, you know it's unrealistic. Why is it unrealistic? One of my dark essence pills is worth at least 50 billion, and 300 billion is only 6. Is it a lot? I just absorbed 4, and my current strength, high level. After that, there was no wind in the room. Dark energy fluctuations spread rapidly. If it weren't for Lin Li taking the initiative to release his ability, Yuan wouldn't have sensed it at all. You actually. According to the investigation data, Lin Li's realm 3 days ago was only 3 intermediate levels. 3 days later, you will enter the advanced level? The investigation system couldn't have been hacked, right? Simply calm down. Yuan still did not give up. Since soft is not good, then come hard. Lin Li, if you don't make a move, the position of leader of the special team will be removed, and all your privileges will be taken back organizationally. Threaten me? Lin Li smiled coldly, then got up and walked slowly to Yuan. Then believe it or not, I will help the Demon Legion and completely control the Supernatural Ability Administration? At that time, what bullshit special team leader? Half of the supernatural management is mine. Yuan instantly realized what a stupid thing he had said. This, believe it or not, the facts are in front of you. How much weight does the Holy Rank Powerhouse have? If you really join the ranks of the Demon Legion, the other party may not be noisy with gongs and drums, firecrackers in the sky, high sedan chairs, and welcome on both sides. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you. Jiang Sheng, send off guests. Yes, young master. Jiang Sheng stepped forward in 2 steps and made a gesture of invitation to Yuan. The latter wanted to say something more, but when it came to his lips, everything seemed pale and powerless. At the moment, I can only ask my superiors for instructions and try to give sufficient conditions for benefits. Lin Li, give me another chance. Let me ask my superiors for instructions, and try to meet your conditions as much as possible. Yuan was about to move his steps when he was stopped by Lin Li. Ask you a question, why do you have to make a move? What about the armed forces and advanced technology of the Supernatural Ability Administration? Yuan was very entangled
entangled after hearing this, but finally chose to tell him frankly, the armed forces of China and the scientific and technological forces have all been put into the battlefield. At this moment, there is no spare energy to take care of the Supernatural Management Bureau and the internal situation of the mainland. Many of them, including powerful people in the Bureau, have also been dispatched to the border area to defend their homes and protect their homes and humans.
Linley frowned. So that's it.
No wonder Yi Tianhua was so confident that he could control the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau in one fell swoop. After a long time, it was people who threw all their strength at foreign enemies, so as not to care about internal troubles.
Only then did the Demonic Legion have such an opportunity.
Tut. From the perspective of the overall situation, the Demon Legion's move is too much. They are all human races, and they have no humanity at all, and they don't talk about morality at all. Now is a critical period when the Chinese mainland needs to unite and resist foreign enemies.
If you do this, isn't it still the group of beasts that will benefit in the end? The ghost knows what this kid Yi Tianhua thinks.
But if you start from the concept of a small game, from your own point of view,
this idle thing,
or if there is a thing related to it, it is not good after taking care of it. Not only is it not beneficial, but it will also set yourself on fire and cause a lot of trouble. Even if Linley is not afraid, one more thing is better than one less, but whenever he enters the realm of super level,
not to mention the Demonic Legion, it will dominate the Shenzhou continent for you to see. Snap.
You can go. Linley turned his back to Yuan. His expression was very solemn. This matter made him very entangled.
Help.
Or don't help. It's not that Linley is ruthless, but he is considering the overall situation, mankind, and the future of his family. Yuan saw that the other party was still unmoved, and a touch of loss flashed in the corner of his eye.
Well, turned around and left the hotel suite.
The moment he closed the door, Linley sat back on the sofa.
Discuss this topic with everyone present. Tell me what you think about this matter.
Jiang Shang took the lead in speaking. Young master, I think this matter needs help. The style of behavior of the Demonic Legion is obvious to all. Once it is allowed to control the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, it will not be of any benefit to the supernatural world and even the entire Shenzhou continent.
Who knows how ambitious they really are? Perhaps they will organize forces to continue to resist the invasion of strange beasts, but even
so, those decent forces will try to regain control, and at that time, the contradictions within the human race will surge more and more. It is estimated that we humans will not have to wait for the strange beasts to successfully invade, and we humans will play ourselves first.
Zhang Shan's words silenced everyone present. There must be truth.
The analysis of the situation is also quite thorough. The question is it worth it? There is some truth in what young Master Jiang said, but I think that the control of the overall situation by the Demonic Legion is not all bad. He Yun's fingers slowly tapped on the table and continued to express his opinion. Everyone here belongs to the dark camp, and we all know very well what the style and ability of the so-called decent people are.
If they sincerely want to lead mankind to the top and create happiness for mankind, why should we oppose it?
To put it bluntly, they are all a group of hypocrites, in the face of absolute interests, who will take care of whom. I support He Yun's idea. Toyajiya, a good friend, strongly supported. He also gave a thumbs up silently. Linley closed his eyes and thought. What Jiang Shang and He Yun said has some truth. One is to comb the internal contradictions of mankind as much as possible, unite as one, and jointly resist the enemy.
It is idealism.
One is to hope that the supernatural world will change, overthrow the original falsehood, and establish a real power central control. Even if there is a risk, it is much better to take a risk than to settle for the status quo.
Realism.
The debate competition has officially entered a white-hot stage. Yu can support Jiang Shang, and Feng Gong supports He Yun. Sha Jun didn't say a word, smoked silently.
The final decision is still in the hands of Linley. To help or not to help? In my opinion, there is a solution. Oh, Brother Jun talked about it. You can't rest assured that you can't afford to behave in the style of the Demonic Legion, and you don't want to settle for the mediocrity of the decent forces, so you can simply start a new stove and join this game of power struggle. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to overthrow the inherent forces, compete for dominance, and act and build according to your own ideas? It's not too late to wake up.
If you are not satisfied with the existing options, find another way and forge a new path. Miss Airport, please contact Brother Chang and ask the Dark Kingdom to send additional manpower to seize control of the Ability Management Bureau.
Hey, there are so many people in public, doesn't this lady want to save face?
Where did you get your face?
Less nonsense, hurry up.
Yu curled his lips and reluctantly took out his mobile phone and went back to the bedroom. Seeing that the situation was out of the expected range, Toyomiya and He Yun looked at each other. Young Master Lin, since the matter has been decided, then the two of us will go back to practice first.
If you need anything, just tell me.
Okay, I know, let's go.
Looking at the departing figures of the two,
Linley sneered secretly. Of course he knew what these two guys were going to do. Go back and report to the Evil Spirit Temple, join the battle, and get a piece of the pie as much as possible.
It doesn't matter, the more people the better. With this kind of development,
there is no reason for the Demon Legion to target only itself.
If conditions permit, pour dirty water on the evil spirit temple to guide the two forces to war.
Wouldn't it be beautiful for the Dark Kingdom to enjoy its success in the end? Aren't you ready to participate in person?
Xiaojun saw Lin Li's inner thoughts and asked curiously.
Of course, time is money. There are still a lot of things to do. The battle for the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, or leave it to Brother Chang and the others to do. When are you going to the 6 colleges? Don't worry, no one can escape. Dong dong dong.
There was a hurried knock on the door, and Jiang Shang took a few steps forward and unscrewed the doorknob.
Yuan is back.
Obviously, this time the chips have increased. Lin Li, we can't make up 300 billion funds, but there is one thing. I think you will be more interested.
Oh, let's talk about it. Elemental Law Scroll. Quiescence. For simple words shocked everyone present.
Because of this thing, the weight is indeed very large. His value is far from being comparable to 300 billion blue coins. Lin Li's eyes froze slightly. I never expected that the Ability Administration could issue such conditions in order to ask itself to take action.
It's done. It seems that he is really desperate. How do you know I will be interested in the Elemental Law Scroll? Because you already have 2 articles in your hand, don't you? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Xiaojun's gaze glanced at Yuan slightly, as if he was probing something. Your Ability Management Bureau is really a good method, monitoring me all the time? To be honest, Lin Li didn't understand at all.
It is normal for the other party to know this fact of the Elemental Law Scroll obtained by the auction house. But in the depths of the Dark Forest, when there were only 3 of them, where did the other party know about it?
Have an insider? It shouldn't be. It's too popular, so can this thing be mortgaged 300 billion blue coins?
Yes.
The question is, why should I believe you? Are you questioning the integrity of our Supernatural Ability Administration?
With another sneer, Lin Li grabbed the tail of the little unicorn and shook it. These days, the trust between people is not as good as the trust between humans and animals. What do you think?
Deputy Director Yuan. Okay, as long as you are willing to agree, I can let you inspect the goods first. No problem. As long as you can bring the Elemental Law Scroll to me, the Demon Legion, there will be no next move. It's a deal. After Yuan left,
Lin Li looked at Xiaojun.
Wait for the other party's confirmation. She will indeed bring the Elemental Law Scroll.
This girl's background is not simple.
Or in other words, the controller behind the Supernatural Ability Administration is not simple.
The art of divination, it's a bit interesting.
The art of divination?
I see, no wonder the other party knows so many things about himself. It turned out that there was a big boss with a super divination series.
Hey, naive chick, you don't even know if you're tricked. Brother Jun, please take a trip.
Xiaojun nodded slightly, and then his figure disappeared in place.
Conventions? Didn't we say we didn't abide by the agreement?
As long as the other party can bring the elemental scroll to him, he will help him solve the trouble caused by the Demon Legion.
Oh, by the way, it's only her. Time flies. Yu has already contacted him.
Yi Chang was full of interest after learning about this, and said that he would definitely get the supreme scepter of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau.
At that time, the power of the Dark Kingdom will be unprecedentedly strong. What 6 colleges, demonic legions, and evil spirit temples? They are all younger brothers, right? 5. Ha, pair 9. I'm blowing up. Pass.
On the sofa, Lin Li, Yu Eka, and Jiang Shan fought the landlord while waiting for Xiaojun's return.
Half a day passed. Why hasn't there been any movement yet? 1 4. A9. I'm blowing up. Don't. Pass. 2 or 3. I'm blowing up. Well, is there something mixed in? 3 people, you look at me, I look at you. Look neatly and uniformly towards the rear.
A faint spatial fluctuation struck, and Xiaojun's figure appeared out of thin air, carrying his silver-gray suitcase in his hand, but his face was a little.
Brother Jun, what's the situation?
There is no time to explain. 2 half-saints, more than 10 super-level powerhouses are coming.
The 3 people were frightened and excited. 2 half-saints? Where did it come from?
Lin Li didn't talk nonsense, and immediately released the black mist that enveloped the 4 people present.
In the next second, it appeared high in the sky,
with Lin Li's snap of his fingers. 4 flying demons with strange appearances, cute and not cute, and really a little bumpy, appeared in front of them.
It is not that Lin Li takes care of Yu and Jiang Shan.
Instead, it is more comfortable to ride the demon.
How tiring it is to run away by yourself. Have we forgotten something? Don't forget anything. Hurry up and retreat.
Lin Li gave the order, and the demons soared into the sky, so fast that they could not be captured by the naked eye.
This is the amazing improvement that the demons have obtained after Lin Li advanced. Brother Jun, what the hell is going on? Why are we being hunted down inexplicably?
Above the clouds, Lin Li took the silver suitcase and was curious. Where did these 2 half-saints and more than 10 super-level powerhouses come from? It's very simple. After Yuan got the suitcase, I was just about to grab it, but I was interrupted by a group of forces that suddenly appeared. This group of forces contains a half-saint level powerhouse. I didn't care at first. I fought with the other party for a few rounds, and the suitcase was successfully recaptured, but it also attracted the attention attention of the top management of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. What? Another half-saint level powerhouse joined the battlefield, leading nearly 10 super-level superpowers to intercept me. I went around along the way, but I still couldn't get rid of it, so I decided to come back to you and retreat together. Good guy, it's really simple enough. If Linley guessed correctly, then the first group of forces that suddenly appeared was the Evil Spirit Temple. In fact, this conjecture is easy to verify. Don't forget, the two goods are still in the hotel. Just now, Zhang Shang asked if he had forgotten something. Of course, I forgot about these two people. Linley did it on purpose. If the other party is the Evil Spirit Temple, these two goods will be forced to live in peace. If the other party is not the Evil Spirit Temple, then with the strength of these two goods, they will definitely be beaten into scum. There is no possibility that it will not be discovered. What is the concept of a half-saint level powerhouse? The perception penetrated slightly, and the strange energy fluctuations within tens of miles were clear, not to mention that they were only two high-level superpowers. No, but it doesn't matter if you die. If it's not my camp, its heart will be different. It was long overdue to give the Temple of Evil Spirits a warning. Linley, where are we going? Impossible. Go to the capital. Are you going to do it? Linley nodded. Since Pingcheng can't stay any longer, act in advance. Anyway, the strength goal has been achieved. There must be an effect, and a raid half a month in advance can also give Huali and Shengyu a big surprise. 3 days later, Shangjing, Hollywood College. The first stop of Linley's revenge plan. On a murderous night with dark moon and high winds, a group of 4 people sneaked into the hospital. Linley, there is no one you are looking for here. As soon as he swept into the scope of Huali Academy, Sha Jun frowned and spoke. It made Linley feel bad. You mean, Huali's senior management is not in the academy? Looking at this, it's not just a high-level person. Within my perception range, the strongest ability is only the 6th level of the middle level. Sha Jun's perception range is nearly 100 miles. In other words, Huali College is completely empty at the moment. The strongest intermediate level 6. To put it bluntly, there are a bunch of ordinary students left. His life and death were not important to Huali at all. Perhaps, it can be regarded as a sandbag used to make Linley discouraged. Damn, Huang Fian, this old fox, has no intention of fighting me head-on at all. Young master, there are less than 1,000 students left here. Is it to slaughter them? Linley shook his head. What is the use of slaughtering them? The behind-the-scenes instructor was Huang Fian, who had nothing to do with this group of students at the moment. There is no hatred with Linley. It is far better to kill them than to keep them and provide a little help to the future of the Shenzhou continent. Looking at this, Huang Fian has completely defected to the demon army. Will the high level of the Holy Emperor also? Linley cut the railway. Although the little old man Sun Wukuan has not had much contact, he still knows a little about his personality and style. Moreover, Huang Fian has long been involved with the demonic legion, and can choose to abandon those worthless chess pieces and move away important heritage in a short period of time. Where can he move? Slow down. Who would be so generous and choose to receive him? Besides, can his son Wukuan's bottom line allow him to abandon his students? Let's go to the Holy Emperor. Linley's eyes were cold, and his killing intent couldn't stop surging outward. I don't believe it. Except for Shanghui, where my sister is located, Huali, who has been removed, none of the other 4 courtyards can be cleaned up. Half an hour later, a 4-person squad invaded the sky above the Holy Emperor. As Linley said, Xingyu did not choose to retreat, let alone abandon the students. Sun Wukuan sensed it as soon as this 4-person team stepped into the range of the Holy Emperor. In fact, it was also because the murderous intent emanating from Linley was too strong. Not to mention Sun Wukong, after invading the Holy Imperial Academy. Most of the superpowers have perceptions, especially those old acquaintances. Linley, you're still here. Lu Qingyan's figure appeared above the void. Linley couldn't help but look up at him. It is worthy of being a legend. After just over half a month, the other party's strength realm had reached the 9th level of the intermediate level. It is estimated that it is very likely that, like Linley, he devoured the essence pill and opened a small plug-in. Senior Lu, long time no see. Where is the whisper? I just made an excuse to let her go back to the family to avoid the limelight. You two. Not suitable for meeting. Oh, what a coincidence. The same as my idea. Linley was still struggling. If Lu Qingyu desperately stepped forward to stop him, would he be ruthless? As a result, this sister was so considerate that she solved this problem for Linley by the way. Linley, do you remember the challenge we agreed upon? And me. Linley, can you make me wait? Several jagged sounds came from the ground. Linley lowered his head slightly and looked down. They are really acquaintances. Wu Xiu, Sifengyu, Yao Tong, Lan Tua, Zhang Yulong. This scene couldn't help but evoke Linley's memories. To be honest, the life of the Holy Emperor. No nostalgia at all. It was a mistake to choose to join the Holy Emperor in the first place. Otherwise, how could he have endured humiliation and burden in the future, and was almost killed by Sun Wukuan and Zhangwan in the end? What? Do you want to continue to complete the unrealistic challenge? With all due respect, you are not worthy of doing it with me at all. Linley's 2 cents
sentences completely angered everyone. I will be impressed by you in the 3 days of separation. Everyone was impressed by Linley, but Linley disdainfully treated him. Who can bear this? Linley, you are too rampant. John Yulon was the first to bear the brunt of it, and the power of space exploded. Not to mention, at present, he can try to get close to Linley with his ability. A ripple of space spread quickly. In less than 2 seconds, the void in front of Linley was torn into a gap. John Yulon's fist carried a strong wind and smashed down. The jumping clown is also worthy of challenging young Master Lin? Zhang Shang is worthy of being a loyal little brother. After a wave of flattery. At the moment when John Yulon's fist was about to fall, the black iron heavy sword accurately hit the target. With a muffled sound, John Yulon's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. The strength of the two sides is not on the same level at all. No matter how strong John Yulon's talent is, he cannot make up for this level of reality gap. Lu Qingyan frowned after sensing Zhang Shang's strength. The cold power quickly gathered in front of him. The two sharp spears aimed at Zhang Shang and stabbed straight away. A little strength. A word wakes up the dreamer. Bang! The terrifying flame erupted and collided with the ice spear, producing a large amount of water vapor. After the impact of the supernatural ability is gone, the two will divide the autumn and autumn colors equally, each holding their own side. Seeing this, Linley gave Sha Jun a look. In the case of being the same intermediate 9th level, Zhang Shang could not be Lu Qingyan's opponent. What is a legend? The same system is the strongest. The same level is the strongest. This is a legend. Then this situation needs a little help. Killing Jun's face hooked his fingers without changing color. A wisp of imperceptible dark energy poured into Zhang Shang's body. Lu Qingyan, who was fighting with him, quickly noticed the abnormality. How did the opponent's flame ability become more and more weird? Even the color of the flames began to darken. It seems to be demonizing superpowers? Hey kill! Zhang Shang had red eyes, grinned at the corners of his mouth, and let out a strange laugh. The momentum on his body quickly rose. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the high-level realm. The black iron heavy sword was rounded and thrown. Lu Qingyan did not dare to underestimate the enemy, knowing that he would not gain any benefit from a head-on collision. The figure flashed and dodged. However, Zhang Shang's speed was not slow, and his fists wrapped in dark red flames at the moment when the other party dodged. Rushed out. The earth-shattering explosion swept across the campus. Now all teachers and students sensed the danger coming. Linley, one person does things and one person does it. Don't hurt those innocent students, old man. I am willing to suffer the consequences. Sun Wukuan's figure finally appeared, followed by more than 1,000 college leaders and teachers. The battle is quite big, but for Linley now, it's not a fart. One person does things, one person does? Dean Sun, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your tone is long. Linley's eyebrows were slightly raised, very disdainful. Where is Zhangwan? Call him out. If I wait for me to figure it out myself, then what will your holy Imperial Academy be destroyed into? But it has nothing to do with me. Zhangwan has long lost his ability and has become the most ordinary school worker in the academy, which is already the most cruel punishment for her. Are you still not satisfied? Sun Wukong was full of indignation and slightly excited. In fact, Zhangwan's current tragic situation is all about worshipping Yi Chang and, given by Ma Hongyi, Yi Chang's dark energy invaded, causing Zhangwan to be in danger. As a result, Ma Hongyi also made up for it at a critical moment. As a result, the foundation of his ability was seriously damaged, and it was already very good that Sun Wukong could barely save his bad life. Hee old man son, to this day, you are still so hypocritical and disgusting. Zhangwan's loss of ability has something to do with me. How? Shouldn't I resist if he kills me? I should look at him and thank him for killing me? What is the loss ability? In my current state, isn't all the signs of demonization given by the two of you? Give you 3 seconds to hand over Zhangwan to me, otherwise I will let all the teachers and students of Xingyu pay the most painful price for your selfishness, falsehood, and dog-like appearance. Linley, you are so presumptuous. The bald man was completely enraged by Linley's words. Sun Wukuan is the most noble and respectable existence in the minds of this group of school leaders. Now that he is being cursed and insulted in public by a yellow-haired boy, he must feel uncomfortable. Heh, it's really a loyal dog, but it's a pity that I followed the wrong master. Sha Jun blared at the bald male leader fiercely. Bang! After the dull loud noise, there was a blood mist all over the sky, falling one after another. Everyone present except Linley and his party was shocked by the scene in front of them. With one look, kill a high-level powerhouse in seconds. He didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of strange energy. It only happens for a moment. After the shock, everyone's hearts were filled with fear, anger, and powerlessness. Yes, in front of this kind of holy order boss, everything looks so pale. 3. Linley began to count down. Don't question what was said before. The slaughter of the Holy Emperor is only in a single thought. If you really can't control it, choose to let yourself go and kill happily. That's nothing. Tens of millions of superpowers can cultivate a few more batches from the Dark Kingdom. Dogs must be obedient. 2. Linley's voice became more and more cold. Sun Wukuan's old face showed a hint of of panic. Compared with the lives of thousands of people, which is lighter or more important? 1. Linley, aren't you ungrateful, eating things inside and out, looking for me? Come on, I'm here. Angry shouts came from the ground in the distance. It is indeed Zhang Wan. However, I haven't seen you for 2 months. It is much more decadent. The beard is unkempt and the hair is like a chicken coop. It's no longer the prosperous world at all. Scold. Don't worry, the current home stadium no longer belongs to you. Linley showed a cruel smile, which made everyone present feel chills. Don't. At first, Zhang Wan did not understand the meaning of this sentence. However, the next second, he understood. Killing June stepped in, and the wind and clouds changed. Endless darkness covers the sky and the earth. The power of annihilation invaded the Holy Emperor frantically, and the dark tide that was like a substance surged in from all directions. No matter who comes into contact with it, it will be devoured. Forever sink into darkness. Stop. Linley, do you want to be an eternal sinner of the human race? Sun Wukong released the holy light ability with all his might, trying to expel the darkness. However, it was only known after the trial. Let's go. The difference in strength between the two sides no longer leaves him any room for resistance. Watching the darkness swallow up students and teachers one by one, Sun Wukong's eyes were about to burst. The chi and blood in his body surged, and a mouthful of blood suddenly erupted. The momentum on his body also attenuated by 3 points. It seems that he is really old. Wonderful, wonderful. A clear voice came from above. Linley didn't care, because the one who came was Yi Tianhua. Ha! In the conditions of the last transaction, he was taken to visit the process of his crusade against the 6 universities. It's just that because it was an early action, it was just a phone call. No, I just arrived here with 6 guards. Sun Wukong immediately recognized Yi Tianhua's identity. Therefore, there is a real sense of despair. One killing is enough to slaughter the Holy Emperor. Now the little devil is here, leading 6 super-level powerhouses. There really should be no room for it. Until death. Linley looked indifferently at the scene of life passing in front of him. There is no pity at all. He doesn't care whether he is innocent or not. Since the other party is still obsessed and can't recognize the reality, let these thousands of living beings pay the price for his stupidity. Linley, stop it. I can give you whatever you want, spare this group of innocent lives. Sun Wukong, along with the rest of the super-level powerhouses, overloaded the elemental abilities in his body, constantly trying to resist the dark power of killing June. In fact, this group of people also know in their hearts that their hope is too slim, and the resistance they are doing now is nothing more than futile. The powerful dark power was like a giant mouth of the abyss, quickly devouring and obliterating the colliding elemental abilities. Just more than 10 seconds, the defense line was broken again and again. There are already many students who have been stained with darkness. Despair spread rapidly. Yo, the dignified first holy light system powerhouse in China, Sun Wukong and Sun Didin, would actually beg for mercy from others, which is really strange. Yi Tianhua watched the play more and more energetically, couldn't help but tease. Even the 6 strong men behind him revealed a little excitement in their eyes. Young Master Lin, you are the first well-deserved villain in the world. With the power of one person, slaughter the entire academy. Admire, admire. Turning his head, Yi Tianhua didn't forget to flatter a few words. However, Linley didn't want to pay attention to him at all. The melon-eating masses are not honest and honest. What kind of fun is there to join? Dean Sun, maybe what I, Linley, did a little too much today, but isn't this the truth that the weak eat the strong and the strong come first? When you accepted me, you indulged the students to make things difficult for me in every way, and in the end you tried to erase me directly. Then you should be prepared to be avenged, slaughtered, and trampled under the feet of the strong like today. Feel the fear and pain of death. This is the punishment you deserve. Linley's words attracted Yu Yueka's attention. After getting a little closer, only then did I realize that this was a sign of demonization. Hey, Linley, your state is very wrong. You. An angry reprimand interrupted Yu Yueka's words. Linley's eyes were slightly reddish. Although the state is not as good as Zhang Shang at this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from his body is even more deterrent. I'm in good shape. Isn't that how the dark department should be? Cold-blooded, ruthless, and inhumane? Brother June, don't play. We have another goal. Sha Jun turned sideways to look at Linley. Of course, he could also see the other party's demonic signs. Linley, calm down. Once this is done, there is no room for regret. I will never regret it. Hey! Seeing that Linley was so decisive, it was not easy to persuade him to kill June. Raise your palm and aim at the position directly above the Holy Imperial Academy. A black pillar of light shone straight into the sky. The dark tide, which had been calming down, boiled again. The invasion, like a huge wave, made the strong people of the Holy Emperor no longer able to hold on. They fell to the ground one after another. Lu Qingyan, who was fighting with Zhang Shang, also panicked when he saw this. If you don't pay attention, you will be affected by the edge swept by the black iron heavy sword. On its smooth, Baisha's arm left bloodstains. There is no more resistance. Sun Wukong was about to vent his strength, ready to accept the reality, and let the endless tide swallow up all living beings, together with your own time. The dark
darkness that covered the head was suddenly broken. Colorful elemental abilities poured in frantically from the gap, gave everyone present a glimmer of hope. The tide of the convergence of the dark abilities also quickly dissipated due to the loss of focus. Xiaojun looked up, his face did not show shock or surprise. Interesting, there were actually more than 30 super-level powerhouses, and we went to find them one by one. Impossible. Listen to Xiaojun's words. A cruel smile also appeared on Lin Li's face. These more than 30 super-level powerhouses should be the troops sent by the other 4 courtyards to support. However, Lin Li didn't think that this group of people came to support out of pity and friendship. The 6 colleges are, to put it bluntly, grasshoppers on a rope. No matter which side is missing, it is a huge loss for decent forces. Reducing one's own power means increasing the enemy's power. One less colleague, one more enemy. One less help, one more danger. Even if you don't think about others, you have to think about yourself. 6 colleges, Huali has already chosen to betray. If the sanctuary is destroyed, the other 4 colleges could never be opponents of the Dark Kingdom, the Evil Spirit Temple, and the Demonic Legion. In the future, the situation in the supernatural world of the Divine Continent will change dramatically. The era of belonging to the 6 universities is coming to an end. Brother, just when Lin Li was considering whether to erase these 30 or so super-level powerhouses, Xiaoya's voice came from above. Lin Li's heart tightened. That guy Wang Gang actually brought Xiaoya? Look up. A familiar figure shrouded in holy light was floating towards its location. Lin Li didn't hesitate much and rushed directly to the other party. Xiaoya, why are you here? After catching Xiaoya, Lin Li's face was full of entanglement. You don't have to guess to know what the other party is here for. Brother, how did you become like this? Lin Li wanted to explain, but when the words came to his lips, what was the point of saying them? The current situation is already like this, and people have been killed. Things have already been done. Is there any way out? Xiaoya, it's too dangerous here. I'll send you back. Brother, I know you have suffered a lot of grievances, and I won't stop you for revenge, but those innocent people haven't done anything wrong. You shouldn't throw your anger on their heads. Xiaoya, your brother, I am now a complete devil, and killing no longer needs any reason for me. Brother, I begged you. Okay, let go of this group of students. Dean Wang has investigated. The only ones who are really sorry for you are Dean Sun and Zhang Wan. The fate of the 2 of them should erase the anger and resentment in your heart. Xiaoya, Lin Li, even if you kill excessively and cruelly, you should consider the overall situation and your family. You don't know what the current situation in the Shenzhou continent is. The power of our human race is already in short supply. If you continue to slaughter, there will be civil strife. One day, when the border defense line is breached by a strange beast, will you and your family still have a foothold in the foundation of survival? Wang Gang's figure appeared in front of the 2 of them. That look of hating iron and steel couldn't help but make Lin Li start to reflect. There is nothing wrong with revenge, but it can amplify hatred, completely ignoring the overall situation. Is it really wrong? Young Master Lin, you won't be soft-hearted. Just when Lin Li hesitated and fell into deep self-doubt, Yi Tianhua's voice that seemed to have magic instantly woke him up. I also know a little about what you have experienced. Sun Wukong and Zhang Wan are indeed the main murderers who caused harm to you, but others are not responsible? Wang Gang realized that something was wrong, and was about to take action to stop Yi Tianhua from continuing, but the 6 protectors behind the other party took the lead and teleported to him. Standing in hexagons, surrounded by water, there is no possibility of a breakthrough. 6-1. Even if Wang Gang is strong, he is not blindly confident to such an extent. What? Dean Wang is not happy? Do you feel like I'm telling too much truth and thus ruining your plans? Yi Tianhua stood above the void, his eyes becoming more and more arrogant and proud. The smile on the corner of her mouth was very charming, and the girls were all excited when they saw it. Of course, there are also some boys. Yellow-mouthed kid, don't talk nonsense and confuse people. Ha ha ha, Wang Gang, I originally thought that you were the most frank and upright among the 6 universities, but now it seems that it is just like that. For the sake of his own interests, he bewitched young Master Lin's sister and staged such an emotional drama. Your shamelessness is really beyond the reach of the juniors. Emotional drama? Lin Li woke up completely. I almost got hooked on this old thing. Dean Wang, I promised you that I would not take action against Shenghui, but now you are bewitching my sister to stop me from taking revenge. Why? Do you think Shenghui should live and die with Xingyu and share hardships? Brother, you misunderstood Dean Wang. He didn't. Before Xiaoya could finish speaking, Yu Yueka's figure suddenly appeared behind her. A hand knife easily knocked Xiaoya unconscious. Lin Li didn't say much when he saw this. You can do a good job. Put aside Xiaoya's concerns, and then act much more happily. Take care of my sister, and after the matter is over, I will give you a bonus. Hee, it's a deal. Yu took Xiaoya from Lin Li's arms, and then commanded the demons to evacuate the battlefield. Wang Gang's face was heavy, his eyes were vigilant, and his brows were furrowed enough to pinch a fly to death. Seeing Lin Li's decisive attitude, he felt strongly uneasy. Lin Li, sober up. Don't you even want to believe your sister's words? Of course I believe it, but I don't accept persuasion. Since you Wang Gang want to cause trouble for Shanghui Academy, then I will fulfill you. 6 colleges, let's come one by one. The cold wind blew the hair, and Lin Li's murderous intent became stronger. During an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent, so all those who have ridiculed, slandered, and insulted young Master Lin deserve to die. Lin Li smiled and nodded. This statement is too deep in his heart. In that case, why hesitate? Brother Jun, are you ready for a big battle? Sha Jun, who had been waiting for Lin Li to make a decision, nodded slightly with excitement. Use the power of the holy rank to fight against dozens of super rank powerhouses. This battle will definitely be very passionate. Boom! Young Master Lin, I don't know if I can also move my tibia. Such an interesting battle, just looking at it, it's a pity. I will execute the holy person with my own hands, and I don't care about the other bed bugs. Yi Tianhua's eyes lit up. The plan is finally being implemented. Haha, then let me help young Master Lin get rid of this group of guys who don't know what to call and don't know the sky. Yi Tianhua waved his hand suddenly. Hundreds of black shadows gathered from all directions. The worst is at least the 6th level of the high rank. What a scheming. Let's just say that this kid's purpose is impure. It turns out that the so-called watching the play is watching and entering the play. Sha Jun took the lead in attacking, crushing more than 30 super-level powerhouses with one person's strength. Naturally, it includes Wang Gang, Sun Wuquan, and the other 3 deans. The men and horses brought by Yi Tianhua were responsible for slaughtering the follow-up reinforcements of the 6 universities. There are more than 3,000 people, many of whom are high-level and powerful. But in front of the demonic legion, the elite powerhouse of the hundreds, they could not form an army and had no power to resist. Vast elemental abilities filled the entire battlefield. Almost every minute and every second, life is passing, and there are strong people falling. In the end, it was Lin Li's turn to take action personally. After the last round of baptism of Sha Jun, less than 60% of the teachers and students of the Holy Emperor remained. At this moment, all the super-level powerhouses were also transferred to the battlefield. The remaining thousands of people, Lin Li didn't pay attention to them at all. The dark rhythm of the kilometer range swept through the crowd. Clusters of black mist gushed out from the ground. The words fell. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen students were devoured. However, the real massacre has only just begun. As the range of dark rhythm gradually spread, the Holy Imperial teachers and students began to disperse. One is ugly-looking, but extremely ferocious, and the demon comes out of the ground. Since Lin Li stepped into the high-level realm, the demons he could summon had increased exponentially, both in strength and quantity. Xion can summon super-level, first-level demons. At most, it can summon thousands of terrorist armies. The real night of the massacre began. Yu can guard Xiaoya and wander on the edge of the battlefield. Zhang Shang regained some sanity, but the strength growth brought about by the demonization continued. After the Willow Light face was severely injured, it was like a wolf entering the flock. Every swing of the black iron heavy sword can take away a fresh life. Pity, concern, sympathy, this kind of human emotion has disappeared. Hardy battles and bloodthirsty and brutal killing are the desires they crave deep in their hearts. Lin Li, you are going too far. The old roar resounded in the sky. Sun Wukong was completely angry. The Holy Emperor was about to be slaughtered by Lin Li. He worked hard and destroyed the elite education system he had cultivated throughout his life. For him, this punishment is beyond his bearability. Sun Wuquan, who was out of the battlefield, gathered his abilities and rushed towards Lin Li's location like crazy. Don't look at this old man who was covered in blood and looks sluggish at the moment. But the thin camel is bigger than the horse, and it is still not something Lin Li can compete with. However, Lin Li had no intention of competing at all. If it can really get out of the battlefield where Sha Jun is located casually, then the title of the first person of the Holy Land can be chopped and fed to the dog. First, a black long sword pierced Sun Wukuei's chest with lightning speed, devouring the remaining holy light ability in his body. Subsequently, the black long sword exploded violently. A thick mist of blood drifted across the earth. The flowers and trees were dyed red, shocking everyone present. The first person in the Holy Light Department of the continent of China, Sun Wukuan, who served as the dean of Xingyu College for more than 30 years, fell. What? Moreover, it still ended up with no bones left, and it ended up dying. The other 4 deans saw this and felt reluctant. There is no longer any idea of continuing to fight with Sha Jun. Dean Sun fell. It turns out, is this the true strength of the Holy Order powerhouse? It's over. It's all over. I don't want to die. I just joined the academy. I don't want to die yet. Despair, fear, helplessness. Everyone's heart is full of negative emotions. Lu Qingyan is no exception. She once thought that Lin Li had not degenerated to the point of hopelessness, but now all this just proves her wrong. The strongest villain in the Shenzhou continent, an unprecedented killing demon, appeared. Ahem. Lin Li, whispering that she is still waiting for you, don't let herself. I regret it. After saying this, Lu Qingyan completely fainted. Whisper, scold, what can I do if I can't afford it? At this point, is there any room for recovery? What's more, Lin Li will never regret it. Zhang Wan, do you have anything else to say now? Lin Li's figure slowly floated
floated to the ground. Demons are still slaughtering, lives are still dying. The remaining students, teachers are still struggling to resist. You demon. Ha ha, ha ha ha. At the end of the conversation, Jiangwen laughed at himself. Scold? Does it still make sense? Everything has turned pale. Kill me. Nothing to say. Okay, then do as you wish. Linley sneered and pulled out the sword to defeat evil, and the blade of the sword rested on Jiangwen's neck. With a slight movement, it will cut through the other person's neck. It's just that. This action was deadlocked for a long time. The blade of the sword still did not fall. What can I get if I kill you? Jiangwen raised his head blankly, and a touch of inadvertent excitement crossed his eyes. It's fleeting. Maybe. Letting you live is the greatest punishment for you. After saying that, Linley took back the sword of victory and evil. It was said, more than 10,000 lives of the Holy Emperor have been lost because of you, and you have also been reduced to a complete waste. I want you to live. I want you to fall into deep self-blame and pain all your life. Taste the taste of rats crossing the street, and everyone shouting and beating. Ha, he. Jiangwen looked like he was crazy. A handful of snot and tears laughed wildly, and then cried bitterly. Linley turned around, and a wicked smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Step forward, facing wailing and screaming. Jiangwen raised his head, his expression still self-blaming and remorseful, but his eyes were full of excitement for the rest of his life. Heh, naive guy. A cold voice appeared behind him. Zhang Wenru was struck by lightning, stiffly looked back. Why? And Linley? This was his last thought during his lifetime. Shut up, because in the next instant, the black blade completely cut his neck. The round head fell to the ground. The eyes are always fixed on the fire stick. Naive guy. Feeling true despair is the most interesting thing, isn't it? A crisp snap of his fingers meant the end of the killing, and the figure walking with his back gradually disappeared. This is not a doppelganger. It's a step back in time. Go back a few seconds. Of course, this time ability released by Linley would only affect himself, not the surrounding environment. Therefore, Zhang Wen was surprised that there was an extra Linley behind him. A series of supernatural shocks illuminated the entire sky. Whoosh! Linley looked up. A scene of an eagle catching a chick is being staged. Killing June relied only on one person's strength to chase dozens of super-level powerhouses and bombard. However, this group of people had no belief in fighting at this moment. Sun Wukong was killed by the other party's blow, and who else present could withstand the blow of this big guy? Linley, stop this adult. I can give you whatever you want. Wang Gang struggled to resist the eroding dark ability. Seeing that Linley had completely destroyed the Holy Emperor, he spoke anxiously. Dean Wang, wasn't he quite spirited just now? Tempt my sister to persuade me. This will. Why is there no way to deal with it? Boom! As if in line with what Linley said, Shajun punched out and hit the target accurately. Fortunately, Wang Gang reacted in time, and a large number of abilities were attached to him, blocked this fatal blow for himself. However, the terrifying impact still smashed it to the ground. In a deep pit with a diameter of about 10 meters, Linley stood on the edge of the pit and looked down. TSK. How miserable. Ahem cough. Linley, how on earth are you willing to let go of the other 4 courts? The Holy Emperor has been slaughtered. By you. Do you still want the 6 colleges to completely disappear from the mainland of China, leaving mankind in dire straits? Wang Gang covered his chest and struggled to get up. Facing Linley, his expression was full of helplessness and indignation. First of all, the Holy Imperial self was not slaughtered. Most of them were just injured. Secondly, you sent it to the door to find trouble, and you can let me go, and meet my 3 conditions. Hearing that there was still room for recovery, Wang Gang was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, you say, as long as it is within the scope of our 4 colleges, we will satisfy you as much as possible. Brother Jun, it's time to make money. Linley shouted to the sky. Hearing this, Sha Jun stopped the release of his ability and waved his hand, signaled a temporary truce. Yuing, Zhao Quan, Zhou Feizhang, and the rest of the more than 20 strongmen finally breathed a sigh of relief. They landed around the pit one after another and watched Wang Gang lie. Seeing that he was visited like a monkey, Wang Gang's old face turned red. After so many years, I have never been so embarrassed. Dean Yu, Dean Zhou, Dean Zhao, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I even miss you. Linley greeted the people in front of him in turn. However, the connotation of this greeting is somewhat unpleasant. More than 3 months ago, several people had a grand meeting. What a spirit and breeze the deans were at that time. At that time, Linley was just a small party with no strength, no future, and was squeezed out by all forces and could not accept it. Look at this moment again. Just reverse the position and change the identity and status. Hee, Lin is polite. I haven't seen you in just 3 months, and Lin has grown to such a point. I admire you. Alas, why did you react like that? Perfunctory? But Linley didn't care. After all, I still admire this strong woman Dean in my heart. Dare to say and do, dare to be angry and dare to speak. The last time Linley awakened her ability and was disliked by the dean of the 4 grade academy, she was the only one who told the truth. Although in the end, I chose to give up. To be honest, the only colleges I targeted this time were Xingyu and Huali. As for your other 4 academies, I am not interested at all. It's a pity that
that Huali ran away, and there is only one goal left for my trip, but you still rushed to stop it so ignorantly, so, all the consequences caused are self-inflicted.
Lin Li's words made everyone present fall into deep reflection, especially Wang Gang.
The overall concept is very good, but the preparation is too hasty. I only knew how to use Xiaoya to awaken Lin Li's deep rationality, but I didn't think about how much risk Shenghui Academy would face once it failed.
Realistically speaking, this is a very irresponsible behavior. Okay, don't talk nonsense. What are your 3 conditions? Ewing didn't want to continue wasting time.
I was already holding my breath, and at this moment I was ridiculed and blamed by Lin Li.
As an elder, what a shame it is. Okay, since Dean you can't wait, let's talk about these 3 conditions.
First, your 4 courtyards, together with the Holy Emperor, need to compensate me for the opening of 1,000 billion blue coins, as well as the mental loss fee.
No problem. Wang Gang didn't even think about it and directly agreed. 1,000 billion blue coins, that sounds like a lot. As a matter of fact, there are indeed quite a few. But for the major super seminaries, each only needs to spend 200 billion blue coins.
For them, which have been established for nearly 50 years, the most is the education funds needed for a year.
It will not shake its foundation, let alone touch its bottom line. Wang Gang is like this, and the other 3 are the same.
Things that can be solved with money are not a thing.
Okay, a few deans are cheerful enough.
Second, after a while, I will ban Huali and re-establish a new organization and new forces, so as to cultivate more talents and provide a steady supply of strength for the border battlefield of the Shenzhou continent.
But,
the new academy I established will accept people with any genus superpowers without distinction, including the Dark Department. I need your recognition, your propaganda, and your support.
Wang Gang frowned and asked in surprise,
it is a good thing to establish a new college from the perspective of the root, but in terms of educational resources, training methods, and teacher construction,
where did you get it from?
Moreover, you blindly integrate the dark system into other genera. This approach is not only irresponsible to the students, but also irresponsible to yourself.
You can't even control your own demonic will, so how can you talk about coordinating the risks of the entire academy? After listening to Wang Gang's words, everyone present nodded in support.
If you set up an organization, it is not difficult to have a force.
But how easy is it to establish a university, especially a super large educational institution that symbolizes humanity and the future? Just rely on Lin Li's current state, qualifications, and heritage. Who can believe it?
I thought he was delusional. His brain was hot for a while, and he thought about it once.
Lin Li wasn't angry, or didn't care at all, just replied indifferently, Dean Wang, you don't have to worry about my affairs. As a dark department, I naturally understand the dark system, and I know very well what kind of environment they are suitable for cultivation and what kind of training method they are suitable for.
It's true that my state is very unstable, but I've already found a solution, but I haven't found time recently.
As for the so-called educational resources, teacher construction, isn't there still you? Snap. In a word, agree or not? Zhao Quan sighed slightly, is there still a choice now? I promise, I agree too.
Zhou Feizhong followed closely behind. He didn't have the courage of Wang Gang. No matter what the other party said, as long as it didn't exceed the bottom line he could bear, everything was easy to say. Anyway, Lin Li's blind toss has nothing to do with him.
Lin Li, are you really not child's play? I am confident. Okay, in that case, I support it.
I also supported. Ewing still had a straight face, but there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes.
She's gambling too.
Bet on whether Lin Li can solve the instability caused by the dark system. After receiving the support of the fourth chamber,
Lin Li nodded in satisfaction. As long as you have the affirmation and help of these 4, you will save a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. And the fundamental purpose of all this is,
Lin Li didn't want the power of the supernatural world to fall into the hands of the demonic legion.
No one is stupid. Why did Yi Tianhua follow Lin Li to participate in the so-called revenge operation this time? To put it bluntly, isn't it just to take the opportunity to minimize the existing strength of the 6 universities?
Believe it or not, if Lin Li completely destroys the Holy Emperor today, and then defeated the support forces of the remaining 4 colleges,
then his demonic legion will follow, after Lin Li and his party leave.
He completely captured the 6 colleges and controlled the entire supernatural world in one fell swoop.
Who doesn't have ambition? Of course Lin Li also has it. You can be the emperor yourself. Why do you have to give up? Ban Huali and build an exclusive cultivation force of your own.
Then unite with the Dark Kingdom and take the remaining 5 colleges under his command. Finally, kill the demonic legion and conquer the evil spirit temple.
Isn't the supernatural world of the Shenzhou continent completely unified?
First quell the civil strife as quickly as possible, and then coordinate the forces of the whole human race to resist foreign enemies together.
One day, all strange beasts will be completely destroyed.
You can stand at the pinnacle of this era and become the supreme master.
Ah, the more I talked, the more excited I became. The timeline seems a little far away. Let's get rid of the things in front of us first. The third condition, I want you to hand over the elemental law scrolls in your respective hands. What? How do you know that that we have an elemental law scroll hidden in our hands. How can we give you such an important thing? If you want it, take it. Among the four, Wang Gang reacted the most violently. The attitude of the warbler is the most flat. Spread out your palms, and a red light flashed. The exquisite space ring immediately attracted the attention of those around him. Even Linley himself did not expect that Yuing would hand over the elemental law scroll to herself so readily. Look, look, the old man is not as happy as a young woman. Yuing, you. Zhao Quan wanted to say something more, but Yuing interrupted indifferently. It's just an elemental law scroll. Instead of having it in your own hands, it's better to hand it over to someone capable to collect it completely. You all regard it as a treasure, but in the end, what else will this thing bring you besides trouble and danger? What Dinya said is not unreasonable. This thing has been silent in the hands of a few of us for too long. Since we can't achieve that legend, isn't it a relief to hand it over? Hey, perhaps this supreme and strongest legend will be completed for us. Linley, so you already have one of the elemental law scrolls in your hands? Wang Gang asked Linley expectantly. This elemental law scroll in his hand can be said to be the most precious and commemorative thing in his life. It is said that it will be given away, which is more or less not a good feeling in my heart. I'm sorry, counting the one that Dean you just sent, I have already gathered 4 elemental law scrolls in my hand. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the strong was shocked, especially Yi Tianhua and his party who had just arrived. Hearing that Linley controlled so many elemental law scrolls in his hands, his eyes were uncertain, as if he was planning something. Good boy, in this way, if the 3 of us also hand over the elemental method scrolls in our hands to you, then you have already gathered 7 elemental law scrolls. 12 articles are made up of 7. This luck is really amazing. Young Master Lin, to be honest, my demonic legion has also collected a few elemental law scrolls. Why don't we join forces and seek the country together? Conspiring with the country? Brother, he died early in the morning. Linley didn't want to deal with this second-grade young man for the time being. The elemental scroll in the hands of the demon legion will definitely be snatched away one day. The rest is the evil spirit temple. According to rumors, the old fox Sun Hongyun also has one in his hand. Then there is the one in Yi Cheng's hand. The last 1 or 2 left. It really depends on God's will. So, Deans, have you thought about it? Linley took a step forward and patted Sha Jun on the shoulder. What the other party thinks in his heart instantly understands. Since the people who shouldn't have come are here, let's solve it together. Linley, I promise you this third condition. I hope you can fulfill that unrealistic dream. After the conditions are met, the grievances between you and me will be over. The matter of the Holy Emperor will no longer hold anyone responsible. After saying that, the other 3 took out the space ring containing the elemental law scroll. Linley was not polite and accepted it directly. Yi Tianhua looked at it with a jealous eye. The crusade of the 6 universities came to an end. More than 10,000 teachers and students on the Emperor's side. In the end, less than 40% survived. This is already the greatest kindness Linley has made. It's still for Xiaoyao's face. When the smoke cleared, the war subsided. Xiaoyao woke up slowly from the coma. Seeing that Yu was taking care of herself very intimately, her cheeks were slightly red, and she thanked her. Hee, no thanks. After all, I knocked you unconscious. Xiaoyao was stunned. How did things get weird? Ah, where's my brother? Looking around, the Holy Emperor almost turned into ruins. Linley's figure stood on the edge of the pit below with the 4 deans, Sha Jun, Yi Tianhua, and others. I don't know what I'm talking about. Xiaoya is very disappointed at the moment. It is not that I am disappointed with what Linley has done. Instead, he felt sorry for his powerlessness and inability to persuade him to let go of the hatred in his heart. Can you take me to see my brother? Xiaoya asked Yu cautiously. However, in exchange for a brutal veto. No, because your brother's plan is only halfway through. Just finished saying this, a terrifying dark-type ability quickly filled the entire sky. The earth began to tremble, and space began to shatter. Yu could see the situation and slapped the demon's buttocks. Hurry up, stay away, the real war is about to begin. The demon instantly understood, carrying Yu and Xiaoya to quickly evacuate the area shrouded in darkness. What? A few loud noises in succession meant that the war had completely begun. Yi Tianhua hid tightly behind the 6 protectors. The face was very ugly. The agreed crusade against the 6 universities, how could he still calculate himself in the end? Linley, what do you want? The strongmen of more than 100 demonic legions have already engaged in fierce battles with the strongmen of the 6 universities, including Sha Jun, Wang Gang, Zhao Quan, Zhou Feizhang, and Yuing. That's right, the thoughts of these deans coincide with Linley's. I want to take this opportunity to take down Yi Tianhua in one fell swoop. Who told him to do so many evils, and he still controlled the production method of the ability catalytic potion in his hand? Of course, this is not the main reason why Linley took action against him. It's just that this Yi Tianhua is too scheming, blocking his way to seize the dominance of the supernatural world. Young Master Yi, my matter with the 6th university has come to an end for the time being, but the competition between you and me has just begun. Since ancient times, the country has only belonged to the emperor, and the situation of dividing the the world into 3 parts has long been unrealistic. Linley summoned more than 1,000 demons and launched a continuous attack on the 6 protectors. Really? Yi Tianhua squinted his eyes and fell silent for a while, suddenly laughed. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Young Master Lin, you are right. One mountain does not allow 2 tigers. Since what you and I desire is the same, then, sooner or later, there will be a situation like today. Yi Tianhua stood up with a wicked smile. Seeing the movements in his hands, Linley's expression was slightly stagnant. A bad premonition immediately came to my mind. That ring is. Linley, you can have a holy rank powerhouse in charge. Why can't I have one? Duh. These words attracted the attention of Sha Jun. With a wave of his hand, dark energy burst out, directly blasting out the 4 strong men in front of him. Then the figure disappeared in place. In the next second, he came to Linley. The aura of the holy rank powerhouse is implicated. Interesting. Ha ha. Killing the seniors is really extraordinary. Then, are you ready for battle? As soon as the words fell, Yi Tianhua turned the silver-gray ring he was wearing on his index finger. A terrifying aura that could not be described in words, so powerful that it was terrifying, began to emerge. Sha Jun rarely showed a smile. Anticipation, excitement, eagerness to try. Linley was watching from the sidelines, and he was anxious. Brother Jun, stop him. You don't really want to fight with the Saint Order powerhouse, do you? Speechless for an instant. The worldview of the strong is different from ours. Silently be a melon-eating mass. The sky, which was originally shrouded in darkness, suddenly shattered. Boom! Green light shines on everything. Above everyone's heads, at this moment, it turned into a green scene. It's really green. So green. The wood powerhouse of the holy rank is interesting. Killing Jun didn't care about the feeling of being green at all, because true love is just around the corner. A thick voice descended from the sky. A figure with outstanding style appeared in everyone's eyes. The green is eye-catching. Greens panic. Darkness is the strongest, and the holy order is invincible. Your Excellency, I've been looking up to you for a long time. The middle-aged man in the green robe floated down. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he dotted the ground barefoot and took a step of brilliance. The ground, which was originally like ruins, was revitalized at this moment, and it was full of greenery everywhere. Flowers and trees grow wildly, rhythming endless fresh life. This flower is a world, a leaf, and a Bodhi has a strong sense of déjà vu. Almost blinded. Holy rank second. Your Excellency is hiding deep enough. The man in the green robe walked to a position 100 meters away from the killing Jun and said in a gentle manner, compared to your Excellency, what is my strength? The 4th level of the holy rank. I'm afraid it's the first person in the world in the true sense, right? No, no, no. Xiao Yu has just been in the world for a short time, and I don't know anything. There are actually many of these holy rank powerhouses, but they are all tired of fighting in the world, so they retire to the rivers and lakes, just like the one of the Dark Kingdom. In front of him, my strength. What is it? Is there a holy rank powerhouse in the Dark Kingdom? This revelation is a bit big. Not only Linley was confused, Yi Tianhua, but the other 4 presidents were even more confused. Listening to what this cuckold man meant, the holy rank powerhouse hidden in the Dark Kingdom was much stronger than him. Is it Mao who does not appear in the world and competes for control of the supernatural world? Are you really tired of fighting, so you choose to retire to the world and not ask about the world? Gee, anyway, Linley doesn't believe it. What do you call me? Kill Jun. Kill Jun. Everywhere is filled with murderous intent, and there is no invincible in the whole world. Good name. The old man's surname is Qian. His name is Nanyu. Today's battle, I believe that you and I will be hearty and happy. Linley was thundered again. What the hell is an ex-boyfriend? It's really worthy of his green. That, money. Senior, I think this battle can be properly calmed down. After all, our 2 families belong to the same dark faction, so there is no need to hurt the harmony because of this. It's not Linley's cowardice. There is really no need to fight. Since the other party's boss has already come, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to catch it. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to seize the next step. These 2 are both saint-rank powerhouses, and when they fight, they may have some kind of terrifying scene that destroys the world. If it is affected again, it will really be blood mold. Qian Nanyu shifted his gaze to Linley. From top to bottom, from left to right, Zai looked at it carefully. The gaze became more and more complex and interesting. Is it the new legend of the dark world? It should be able to say that. Linley was uncertain. It made Qian Nanyu's face smile even better. Interesting. It's interesting. It can make even the holy rank powerhouses unable to perceive the realm. It seems that your ability is by no means ordinary. I'm afraid you have already touched the threshold of awakening, right? Awakening threshold? Does this old guy look down on himself so much? It doesn't seem to be an old guy, right?
Looking at it like this, he is roughly in his 30s. I'm not sure about the awakening described by my seniors, but for now, let's talk about something else.
Linley winked at Sha Jun,
but this time, the other party was unmoved. He was still staring at Qian Nanyu with burning eyes, with a monstrous fighting spirit.
This matter was made. Please open the door to the trouble. The trouble is home.
This battle has nothing to do with the grievances between you young people. I meet with the little friend who kills June as before. It's just a friendly exchange, and it won't involve any complex power relations.
This,
young Master Lin, the matter between the family master and the seniors, we juniors, it's better to get involved less.
Are you right?
This,
Yi Tianhua has the support of the big guy, and he no longer looks as embarrassed as just now. It's amazing at the moment.
Linley saw that things were completely off the course and he was powerless to stop it, so he could only let nature take its course.
Silently took 2 steps back, indicates no longer interfering.
Qian Nanyu then retracted his gaze and looked at Sha Jun again.
Little friend, please.
Okay, please. After 0.1 seconds, Sha Jun's figure suddenly disappeared in place.
Linley.
Oh no, everyone present was frightened by this scene.
Do it if you say do it? A lot of living people are still eating melons here. Why are you stunned? Run.
The next second after Linley shouted,
the terrifying crazy impact swept through the entire Holy Emperor.
The people present, regardless of their strength or status, they were all engulfed in the deepest darkness.
None of them are spared.
Hiss. I don't know how long it took.
Linley suddenly felt a headache that was about to break. Slowly opened his eyes and looked around in a daze. When did you come to the wild?
Could it be that the fight between these two immortals caused the space to move?
And I was so unlucky to be affected? Brother, how are you, brother?
Xiaoya's voice suddenly came from behind her. Linley struggled to get up and turned his head to look.
Brother, on top. Linley raised his head suddenly, and sure enough, he saw Xiaoya, and you Eka.
It's just that the two of them really stunned themselves by this miserable appearance. The two young and beautiful little beauties are bound by the tangled vines at the moment.
Or wrapped. A breeze hit, swaying, and it looked quite fun. You two are in. Swinging? Damn you, big head.
Let us go down. That wooden cuckold man turned the entire holy palace into a primeval forest, and your sister and I have been floating with the wind for more than half an hour. Yu was like a hedgehog with exploded hair at this time.
The temper is quite rushed.
Linley touched his head and eased up. Taking out the victory evil sword, 2 blades flashed by.
The 2 little beauties fell off with a bang. Linley was quick and caught Xiaoya. As for you Eka, Linley, are you still human? Patronizing your sister, you don't care about a complete beauty like me. You have a big butt, it doesn't hurt to fall. Stop talking nonsense. Brother Jun, where are the others?
Killing the senior should be in the sky. That would type holy rank powerhouse should have evacuated with Yi Tianhua and the others.
Xiaoya volunteered to explain. What was the result? Who won? The 2 fought for less than an hour, and they didn't decide the winner.
A violent cough came from the woods beside him.
Wang Gang staggered out of it.
The bare head is now occupied by weeds and wildflowers.
It's really a different kind of natural beauty. Dean Wang, are you okay?
Seeing this, Xiaoya hurriedly stepped forward to help.
Wang Gang waved his hand to signal that he was fine.
But the violent cough never stopped.
The war is over, it's time for us to go. Dean Wang, I won't pursue your bewitchment of Xiaoya this time, but
I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, I don't mind letting the holy radiance flourish like the Holy Emperor. Leaving a warning, Linley glanced at Xiaoya with a slight reluctance. Then he grabbed Yu Ku and floated into the air. Sha Jun stood quietly on the edge of the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. When Linley and the two approached, they came back to their senses.
Brother Jun, how is this battle?
It's very enjoyable, but also confused.
What are you confused about?
Sha Jun sighed, faced Xiayang, and said lightly, people only know how to blindly pursue the ultimate power, but they have never thought that power can have the ultimate. There are people outside the world, there is a sky outside the sky, there is no supreme, let alone the supreme.
Maybe this kind of life is not what I want, but I was very confused. What kind of life I wanted? Is the meaning of survival endless strife and endless complexity?
Linley frowned, his expression very strange.
This big brother can't be brainwashed, right? Or are you forced to understand the true meaning of life?
No, we have to wash him back.
Brother Jun, you must have some thoughts of living in life. Remember a truth. The train runs forward, it doesn't matter where you go. The key is the scenery outside the window.
You have to learn to savor and feel carefully. All the beauty is hidden inadvertently. Maybe you don't realize that life was mixed with a lot of fun in the past, but instinctive enjoyment has brought you to where you are today. Life is to be born, to live, and everything else is floating clouds. Your so-called ultimate pursuit may not be practical, but without such a pursuit, what is the motivation in life? Some people may say that being with a loved one, staying away from the noisy world, avoiding cluttered troubles, being in a remote hill, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, this kind of life is the most enjoyable.
Then let me tell you, this is also unrealistic. People are always selfish, but they are always selfless.
In this living environment, we can only accept it, but we can try to change the future. As long as the human race becomes more and more prosperous, as long as the human race seeks to develop together and erase the strange beasts from this planet, then a truly beautiful life will follow. Happiness may be at the starting point, along the way, or at the end, and the meaning of life is even more so. Don't be lost, don't be confused. A better tomorrow will rise a new sun with our joint efforts. The world is a fierce prison, and I want to have fun in the midst of suffering. Life seems to be impermanent. I drink and drink heartily. End of the speech. There should be warm applause here. Unfortunately, there are only 2 people in the audience. The lollipopping Yueka's mouth fell unconsciously. Small eyes, big doubts. This doubt is not questioning, but reflection. If you are reflecting on something, then there is no way to know. As for the main target of this brainwashing conference, Kill June, he had completely been impressed by Lin Li's words. Should I say it, people with little experience will be troublesome when they watch their brains? Pull back the fighting spirit. The 3 of them were about to leave the Holy Emperor, but they thought of something. Where is Jiang Shang? This kid has killed a lot of people today, and the degree of demonization will definitely deepen. But as long as Lin Li finds the meditation stone as soon as possible, it will not be a problem. The 3 of them searched for a long time. Or Kill June to find the general direction by perception. However, after landing on the ground, Lin Li was stunned. Sha Jun pointed to the ground and said even more confusedly, according to my perception, that Kid Jiang Shang is indeed below here, but why is this breath so far away? Far away? How far is it? At least a kilometer. Lin Li's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Jiang Shang ran to a place thousands of meters underground? This is not realistic? Could it be that he has changed into a pangolin? Underground. Underground. Lin Li muttered and stomped the ground. Then it seemed that he had guessed something. Why? Close your eyes, and the dark ability spreads from the soles of your feet to the ground, quietly waiting for a response. Roughly 5 minutes passed. Lin Li opened his eyes suddenly, and a touch of joy welled up on his cheeks. It's interesting, there is a grotto heaven down here. Jiang Shang should have broken in inadvertently. Let's go down and take a look. After that, it doesn't matter if the 2 of them disagree. The deep black mist instantly enveloped it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared in place. The crisp footsteps echoed throughout the space. Jiang Shang staggered and didn't know how long he had been gone. Forcibly suppressed the manic ability in his body, and finally saw a touch of light. Speed up your pace and cross the narrow stone path. Facing the golden light, step into that fascinating area. And when he completely saw the incredible scene in front of him, the brain was buzzing, feeling like you're in a dreamlike world. Why is it so unrealistic? This is, hey, people haven't expressed their opinions yet. Why are you making your own opinions? Why should I listen to you? If you regret it, you can go out. How can I get out? Then it has nothing to do with me. Obediently explore the way ahead, Miss Airport. In the narrow stone road, you could puff out his cheeks and pout his small mouth full of dissatisfaction and be at the forefront to open the way. This is a dark and eerie scene. A girl will seem resistant. However, Lin Li didn't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade at all, and unceremoniously let you act as a guinea pig. He praised his name, leading the vanguard. It has been more than half an hour since several people arrived. However, this broken place is a stone except a stone. There is no life to speak of. But because of this, Lin Li felt that this place was not simple. It is located directly below the Holy Imperial Academy. If it weren't for hiding something, who would have eaten enough to move such a big project? Dig a super large maze tunnel underground? Well, I can't hide it. Since Lin Li discovered the trickiness, he would not return empty-handed no matter what. Look, there's light ahead. Look in the direction Yuka pointed. The golden light shines from far to near. It seems to have thousands of treasures hidden. Of course, Lin Li released a dark barrier and wrapped it in front of several people. Generally speaking, where treasures are buried, there will be dangers. The method of temptation trap has long been rotten. For our Lin Li. Boom. Hey, Brother Jun, why are you going? Just intoxicated for a moment. Sha Jun's figure flashed, and he came to the front of the team. Lin Li was very confused. Could it be that there is some great danger in front of Xinzong? Are you ready to kill Jun yourself? There is no danger ahead. Only treasures. Lin Li was stunned, and then he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. There is no danger, only treasure. So what are you waiting for? Lin Li directly withdrew the dark barrier and pushed you to rush forward quickly. Lin Li, slow down. Can't slow down. Feel the speed of the wind. You go to death. Boom. Wealth, time, freedom, love, and health. If you choose one of the 5, which one would you choose? Some people may say, of course, it's time. The flowers will bloom again, and no one will be young again. An inch of time is an inch of gold, and an inch of gold is hard to buy an inch of time. Some people will choose love. Without the wings of a colorful phoenix, my heart is like a spiritual connection. If the love between the 2 lasts for a long time, how can it be there? In the end, more young people will choose freedom. The floating clouds are originally uncertain, and they are like the floating clouds, yet they are free. But for Lin Li, these are all within reach at the moment. Because, send it, wahahaha. Looking at the mountains of elemental crystallization and the natural materials and earth treasures that were laid out for 100 meters. Lin Li smiled from ear to ear. I really feel that my life has reached its climax. Feel like everything is in control. The most important point is that Lin Li also found an elemental law scroll from it. No need to guess, it must have been collected by Sun Wukong during his lifetime. Here is added to the inside and out. Lin Li already had 8 elemental law scrolls in his hands. Yi Cheng has an article in his hand. The evil spirit temple has one in its hand. Finally, there is 1 or 2 articles in the hands of the Demon Legion. In this way, it is not far from the day of summoning the dragon. In the eyes of others, it is only a legendary existence. When it came to Lin Li, it became an ordinary treasure that was easy to obtain. If this is known to the outside world, he won't be so angry that he vomits blood? Young master, before you came, I roughly counted all the treasures, materials, blue coins, and magic weapons here, and the total value of the magic weapons was summarized together, at least 5 trillion yuan. How much? Yu pricked up his ears, and his jaw was about to drop in shock. 5 trillion blue coins. A concept that allows you to squander at will. This is the massive wealth that Xingyu College has accumulated over the decades. Not to mention anything else, if Lin Li wants to establish a new Super God Academy institution, these funds are enough to serve as a foundation. I didn't expect that this old man's son would be able to give himself a big gift after his death. Really? The fallen red is originally a heartless thing, turning into spring mud to protect the flowers. Dean's son, we will always remember you in our hearts. Brother Jun, this ring is for you. Airport, for the sake of your taking care of Xiaoya and cooperating with me, this is your share. Jiang Shang, I was able to discover the treasure house of the Holy Imperial Academy thanks to your accidental intrusion, this is your share. Lin Li looted all his belongings and treasures and put them all into the space ring. Then, treasures worth about 200 billion yuan were separated from it. 3 people were assigned in turn. Don't say we're stingy. Aren't all evil capitalists like this? If you are the boss, it is estimated that the degree of exploitation will only be more than that. Besides, this money has its own specific uses. Start a business. You have to spend the money on the handle of the knife. No, it's on the back of the knife. Full of harvest, ready to retreat. Don't worry. What's wrong, Brother Jun? Is there anything else you found? Seeing the killing Jun surrounding the stone wall, he explored carefully. Lin Li hurriedly became interested. Could it be that there are some secret treasures that have not been discovered? I sensed a fluctuation of mysterious energy. The distance was not very far, but the location is not easy to lock. Hearing this, Yu Ko and Jiang Shang also joined the treasure hunt. Look closely against the stone wall. Boom! Not even a small stone crevice will be spared. However, more than half an hour passed. A few people still found nothing. Lin Li sat on the stone pier in the center of the treasure house and looked around. In addition to stones, this place is either a statue of a saint standing in the deepest part of the treasure house. Of course, not made of gold. Otherwise, Lin Li would have moved her away. It is estimated that Sun Wukong specially enshrined it for his own Genusal beliefs. It's quite perverted to think about it. I found it! Yu Eka exclaimed, interrupting Lin Li's unrealistic conjecture. Turn your head to look back. Is it really on the body of the statue of the saint? Seeing Yu at this time, his feet were on the hands of the statue of the saint spread flat on his abdomen. And his own hands are. It is. Miss Airport, what did you find? Found something bigger than you? Lin Li's head is full of black lines. What about people? This girl is crazy with envy, jealousy, and hatred, right? Grabbed the twin peaks with both hands, but fortunately, they were wearing clothes. Otherwise, the stone statue can be insulted by her. Idiot, I said I found the mechanism, look. Saying that, Yu pushed forward with both hands. Just listen to the click, and a magical scene happened. The statue of the saint has also become an airport lady. It's on par with Yu. Of course, it's not the most magical. The most amazing thing is that it is located on a bare wall directly behind the statue of the Holy Maiden. A golden gate suddenly appeared. I haven't seen it yet. This statue is really a mechanism. However, the location of this mechanism design is a bit. Damn, Sun Wukong is really an old pervert. Shameless. Take this stone statue away later. You, don't think too much. It's just to take it away and dispose of it. How can such a vulgar thing be put here? What if a pure child accidentally breaks into this place and is led astray by this vulgar statue design? Hey, Lin Li, what do you want? Open the door quickly. Seeing that Lin Li had been in a daze, Yu urged impatiently. The baby is close in front of you, and you are still in a daze? Ahem. Jiang Shang, Brother Jun, let's go in and take a look. Young master, I'll pave the way for you. Jiang Shang volunteered and came to the golden gate. Because I didn't see the door handle, Baking pushed it inward. As the golden gate was pushed open, a dark light splattered out. Here, is it another world? Yu covered her small mouth and was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her. Not only her. There were also Shajun and Lin Li, who exclaimed one after another. The sky is full of stars, and the waves are magnificent. Several people walked on a long jade road. At a glance, in addition to the colorful aurora and the twinkling stars, it is the deepest darkness.
Yes, it is very similar to the environment in the universe. So, what exactly is this place? What kind of power did Sun Wukong rely on to create such a mysterious space? Brother June, do you see what is coming? This space is filled with endless mysterious energy, not supernatural powers, not elements, more like a force, a supreme eternity. I can't describe it clearly, but it gives me the feeling that it is dangerous and wonderful here. Well, listening to your words is better than listening to a table. Saying it is the same as not saying it. This place can be seen by everyone, okay? I think this place is more like a place of divination. Zhang Shang frowned and looked at the void path below the jade. Divination? Do you know much about this thing? No, I don't understand at all. 3 white eyes are given to you for free. But my previous family also had a secret room similar to the scene here. My grandfather once told me that the art of divination is to use the power of the stars to spy on the future and look at the past. It's not much different from the fortune-telling gossip rumored among the people, but the risks brought by divination are quite huge, because the power of the stars is not within the scope of human beings. Once it is not well controlled, it will bring overload backlash to the caster, and people in the industry call it heavenly punishment. It's a good story, don't talk about it next time. The ink was drawn for a long time, and the answer was not right. What I want to ask is, what is contained in this place, and what is it used for? As a result, this kid popularized the knowledge of divination for half a day. It was all told to him by his grandfather. Speechless, simply turn around, and if you really don't find anything, then retreat. The rest of the people nodded one after another. Immediately, for this mysterious space, everyone launched an in-depth investigation activity. Linley slightly penetrated his own ability, trying to establish some kind of connection with the darkness above the void. The results are obvious. Linley, however, in the end, it is not the dark element that establishes a connection with its own ability, but the origin of time. There was a blur of vision. Linley rolled his eyes and fainted. I don't know how long it took. In a dark and murky place, consciousness is slowly returning. In a haze, Linley struggled to barely open his eyes. It's so warm, so comfortable. A ray of suitable sunlight fell on the body, and the breeze, which blows very comfortably. Looking up, the blue sky, white clouds, and it's so tall, it's so big. Grass. Grass? I'm I. How did I turn into a grass? Why can't I speak? What about the abilities in my body? Where am I? 3. Perfectly interpreting Lin Lee's current situation. I thought it was heaven just now, but now I realized that I had crossed over, and it is parasitic on a grass. Are you kidding? I, Lin Lee, have a lifetime of fame, and I hiccup inexplicably, and reincarnated as a grass? Despair. Great despair. Lin Lee frantically tried to move his body, but sadly found that his body was firmly rooted underground. No matter how hard you try, you can't move at all. Squeak. Ha, what was that? Lin Lee was frightened by this sudden cry. The gaze shifted slightly. I was really scared. What a big bug. Not to mention the ugliness, the mouth kept spitting out white mucus. Lin Lee, who watched it, was a disgusting. God, why are you doing this to me? Could it be that the murder and arson in the previous life will really reap the consequences in the next life? What is grass? Grass is the most ordinary and humble existence in the plant kingdom and even in nature. What can it do? It can't do anything. This is the true sense of lying flat. However, everything must be thought of for the good. Turn into a small grass. Maybe you will be able to enjoy your natural life without worries in the future. Feel the cool breeze, soak up the warm sunshine, and enjoy the beautiful views. Smell the birds and flowers, and face the day upwards. Gee, in this wave of self-comfort, Lin Lee successfully brainwashed himself. I am a little grass, and I am proud. I am a little grass, I am happy. I'm a little grass and I enjoy. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit. The tearing pain in his waist caused Lin Lee to cry miserably. Do you know what the concept of a 180-degree flip is? With your head, touch your feet upright. Yes, this feeling is extremely sour. And the most tragic thing is, Lin Lee couldn't scream at all. The wind was strong and lasted for more than an hour. Lin Lee felt that his waist was about to break. This horrific hour simply made all the suffering I had suffered in my previous life worse again. Maybe, being a grass isn't all good, right? Lin Lee complained wildly in his heart, full of confusion and fear of the future. How long will a grass live? A few months? Or a few years? Or rather, wildfires cannot be burned out, and the spring breeze blows again. You won't live forever with the body of a grass, right? As the saying goes, if people are unlucky, they will stuff their teeth when they drink cold water. No, the second wave of painful torture is coming. Why? Because the thunder is thundering. At this fart meeting, the sky was full of dark clouds and thunder rolled. A stronger wind swept in. Lin Lee was sad again. This is not the end. Ha! After the strong wind, it rained heavily, pouring down, overwhelming. It's just a big pot. The gourd is splashed. The ladle is not splashed. Splashing. Ah. Anyway, it was a lot of rain. But on second thought, it doesn't rain, it's not windy, and there is no sun. How can I still live? Isn't this the life that Xiao Xiao should experience? Don't. This is the so-called pain. And happy? Lin Lee absorbed the rain happily, and at the same time, he was still
suffering from the severe pain of raindrops hitting his body. But compared to survival, what is this pain? He said, what is this pain in the wind and rain? Don't be afraid to wipe away your tears, at least we still have dreams. Yes, what else can Linley do now besides dreams? It seems that there is one more thing. That is the rain that is about to flood itself. Linley fiddled with his body frantically, trying to reveal his upper body to the air. However, how could the waterfall like rain give him a chance to breathe? It didn't take much effort to completely drown it out. A strong feeling of suffocation surged through the body. The good news is that Linley will not die for a while, because he found that even though he was submerged in the rain and the pain was extremely strong, the signs of life and the degree of consciousness had not changed. But this is also bad news. The vitality is too tenacious, and in many cases, it is an extremely cruel torture. I can't breathe. I can't control my body. The feeling that life is worse than death is nothing more than this, right? Linley's mentality is already on the verge of collapse. He really wanted to die. I really want to escape this world as soon as possible. Even if there is no next life, no future, no life. But all this, it's still just a dream. Linley, what's wrong with you? Young master, wake up, young master. Inside the mysterious space, Zhang Shang, you called anxiously, but Linley didn't react at all. Just standing there in a daze, with his eyes closed, lifeless. Yu stretched out his hand and probed Linley's snort, but it's faint. Zhang Shang opened Linley's eyelids again and took a closer look. What concept? Oh no, the young master's pupils are gradually diminishing, that is to say, his vitality is declining. Why does this guy have such a situation every once in a while? Is it natural? No, the young master is in a very bad state this time. Not only is his consciousness scattered, but even his vitality is being lost. Kill the senior, this. The two of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, and finally they were helpless to ask for help to kill June. However, this big guy didn't pay attention to Linley at the moment. His eyes were focused on a certain point of stars in the void from beginning to end. Don't worry, he'll be fine. An indifferent sentence made the two breathe a sigh of relief. Since Sha Jun said it was okay, it would definitely be fine. You two are responsible for instilling supernatural abilities into Linley's body and maintaining his vitality. I want to break this space and release that wisp of natal spirit. Natal spirit? What is that? You showed her ignorant side again. Zhang Shang's eyes were slightly shocked and explained. Natal spirit, you can understand it as a person's soul, a person's spirit, and a person's central will. Once lost, within 12 hours at most, you will surely die. What? Linley is like this, and he still says it's okay? Yu was completely panicked. Don't look at her usual old and unorthodox appearance, fighting with Linley, and looking disgusted all day long. But when it comes to life and death, how is it possible to say that you don't care and don't care? That's her sponsor. Moreover, if Linley died, then she herself would never have the possibility of life, because Yi Chang will not allow it at all. Isn't this the rule of the Dark Kingdom? The crystallization of the wind element and the crystallization of strange beasts in the space ring were all taken out. One hand rested on Linley's shoulder, and the other hand was palm-shaped, frantically absorbing the elemental abilities emitted by the crystals piled up like a mountain. At this moment, I don't care whether my body can withstand it, and whether it will cause any damage due to overload. As long as she can save Linley, she is willing to pay any price. Even life is not spared. Seeing Yu's lifeless behavior, Zhang Shan was silent for a moment. In the tangled eyes, I made up my mind. Since you want to gamble, you have to gamble to the end. Following Yueka's appearance, he also took out the flame crystals piled up like a hill. At this moment, the two of them are betting their lives, just to hold Linley's last line of defense. Sha Jun looked at the two of them in astonishment. Obviously, such a move was unexpected. He knew exactly what the two of them were thinking. However, at this moment, he was a little confused. Interesting. In this case, how can I, as the eldest brother, drop the chain at a critical moment? Raising his hands, the vast dark-type abilities gathered wildly. The power of the supreme power of the Holy Order exploded at this moment. Since you want to gamble, let's gamble together. Extreme torture. It's finally over. When the accumulated water slowly seeped into the soil, Lin Licheng supported his soft body and stood up again. It feels so good to be alive. The dark clouds dissipated, and everything in the world came back to life. The sun shines on the earth, and the birds fly in the wind. A beautiful rainbow came from the sky. This scenery is pleasant in an instant. Lin Li was stunned. Perhaps, this is the true meaning of life. Bitterness and joy coexist. Sadness and joy coexist. Life and death depend on each other. Looking back, as a human being, I don't cherish life. Time may really be better than wealth. You don't know when tomorrow will come. But you know, yesterday is a thing of the past. Cherish the time, sassy years. There are no 2 mornings in a day, and time does not come again. Those with ambitions lament the short days, while those who worry know that the nights are long. Maybe you think now that I still have a lot of time to splurge and a lot of time to have fun. But when the years go by, do you still have youth? Life should be short, and there is nothing wrong with having fun in time. But if you squander without restraint, you will be shocked. Myself, time is running out. Hiss, why is it getting
hotter and hotter. Is it the reason for the off-topic?
No, it's because the sun shines in the sky and the flowers smile at me. The scorching sun, the scorching earth. Linley became more and more hot and dry. The water collected in the soil is evaporating rapidly. Not long after, the world turned into a steamer. The green leaves on his body gradually lost their brilliant color. The intense heat caused the air to begin to twist and deform. Fortunately, the sun is not far from setting. Linley gritted his teeth and suffered. What is unexpected is this. This situation has become even more terrifying. Due to lack of moisture and the sun's intense light, after a period of sun exposure, the delicate green leaves become wrinkled and withered yellow. The hot pain reminded Linley all the time, "You're not dead yet." However, this is worse than death. Hot. It hurts. Who can come to save me? Or just give me a good time? Linley's state at the moment was like a walker in the desert. No water, no food. There is only endless drying up, endless burning. There is no hope in sight. Time passes minute by minute. The torment of the years day by day. The ravages of the winds, the watering of heavy rains, and the scorching sun. The endless pain gradually made Linley numb. I don't know how long it took. Linley seemed to have awakened. It turns out that there is no ultimate enjoyment and eternal comfort in this world. Life is unpretentious and heavy. You really can't look at the surface. In fact, behind all the beautiful scenes, there is a dependence on the figure of the fierce prison. Thinking back to the time when I was still human, the pain, sorrow experienced. That's a fart. Compared with now, the past is paradise. Is there thunder? Seemingly. A new storm has appeared, but I am still stagnant. This sound seems a little wrong, right? Linley raised his head and found that the sky was still clear. There are no cumulus clouds, and there is no such thing as a storm coming. What's going on? It worked. Where did the roar just come from? Linley, wake up quickly. A familiar voice loomed, and Linley's whole body was stunned. Brother June? Brother June, save me, I can't wake up. It was only at this moment that the truth of the matter was completely revealed. After doing it for a long time, he didn't die. There is no so-called reincarnation and turning into a grass. Instead, the spiritual power is trapped in a special space. It was not much different from the situation at that time, but the problem is that he has lost control of his abilities, so he is passive and suffers a lot of torture and pain. Linley, concentrate, I'm going to unleash the strongest blow. Well, Sha Jun shouted very urgently. When Linley heard this, he hurriedly threw away all distracting thoughts and concentrated on protecting his mind. Bang! With the last roaring sound, it shook the earth. The space cracked rapidly, and the earth trembled uncontrollably. In the end, the space where Linley was really couldn't bear it, so it shattered. Endless white light envelopes the field of vision, and a strong sense of weightlessness hits the whole body. Linley knew that he, finally home. Young master, how are you, young master? Linley, if you don't wake up again, this lady will burp. Two familiar voices surrounded my ears. Linley's consciousness gradually returned, and the familiar strange energy in his body, as well as the continuous supply of wind and fire abilities from the outside, made him feel comfortable. Open your eyes. You use extremely pale little face really startled Linley. Look at the Jiang merchant on the right again. This is also a good thing. I'm fine. You two quickly take back your abilities. Clamp the wrists of the two and forcibly block the supply of abilities. If this continues, I haven't waited for myself yet. These two people couldn't hold on and fell down. Oh, I'm a mother. You big bastard is finally awake. You can stop the circulating supply of supernatural abilities in his body, instantly lose his strength, and sit on the ground. Zhang Shan's situation is not much better. He was already in a state of demonization, even if his physique and realm were much stronger than Yu Yueka's, but this behavior once again deepened the instability of his abilities. Linley didn't ink when he saw this, and took out a lot of elixirs directly from the space ring. Each person took a bottle and started to eat it like crazy. Soon, it's just a day and a night. A day and a night? How do I feel that hundreds of years have passed? Linley looked around a little confused. The original starry scene no longer exists at this moment. In the empty huge stone room, only a few traces of colorful supernatural energy hovered above his head, and at this moment, Sha Jun was floating there, still studying something with interest. This sentence should be said by the two of us, right? Dozens of strange beast crystals, dozens of elemental crystals, to keep absorbing, supplying, absorbing, supplying. How uncomfortable is that feel? I have morning sickness. Morning sickness? Zhang Shan, Linley looked at Yuyuku in surprise. When was this? Idiot, I'm just describing it. Young master, what is going on? Why did you lose your natal soul? Linley's brows furrowed, and when he thought of what he had just experienced, his hair couldn't stop standing up. I had a long dream, 10 years, century, or a millennium? I can't remember, because day after day, year after year, spring, summer, autumn and winter, the 4 seasons change. In that world, I became a small grass, a weak creature with no hope of life, no ability to act, and no right to choose independently. The wind tore my body, the rainstorm drowned my breath, the scorching sun burned my soul, and the cold winter obliterated my consciousness. During this period, I was reflecting accepting all the time, not sighing. Why in folklore there are only 18 layers of hell? It is because the most cruel hell is full of the world, and the deepest and most evil painful experience is in ourselves. I have been deeply desperate and have cried. Maybe this experience is a good thing for me. It taught me to cherish everything in front of me, whether it is relatives, friends, or whatever plane. Maybe it's good. Lin Li's words made Yu Ku and Jiang Shang in the clouds. I thought to myself, this child wouldn't be tortured and stupid, right? Then say so. Are you not going to fulfill your ideals and ambitions to unify China? Of course you have to finish it. 1 yard is 1 yard, and the unification of the Chinese continent is not my ideal and ambition, just for my family, for myself, and for the people around you to have a life full of hope and a bright future. What is the difference between a person without ideals and a salted fish? In life, you have to learn to have fun in hardship, chick, don't you think so? Hook Yueka's delicate little chin. Should I say it, this girl has never dropped the chain when it comes to the critical moment. After observing for a long time, Xiaojun said, finally, chose to give up. Yes, I didn't see a single fart. It's all to blame Lin Li. If it weren't for his virtue just now, how could Xiaojun have broken out with all his might to completely destroy the original star divination array? Everything worth exploring and studying turned into flying ash in an instant and drifted away with the wind. If it weren't for the sake of the large number of gifts just now, I would have to deceive you for anything. Yu sat cross-legged on the ground very rudely. It's like a widow in the village sitting on a con, and she keeps chattering. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the two of us forcibly supplying the ability regardless of the consequences, I would be able to burn paper money for you today next year. Do you know how good you will be to me in the future? Learn to respect me, love me, spoil me, don't be at the airport all day long. The airport is not only rude, but also very sorry for me. Lin Li absorbed a dark elemental crystal completely. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, got it, airport girl, you go to death. Lin Li, is there anything to gain from this accident? Before Yueka's small fist fell, Xiaojun took the lead in asking, harvest, strictly speaking, it's not nothing. Have you grown in strength? Or did you bring back some treasures? Look at your virtue, is it compatible with the words respect and love? I am mentally out of body, my physical body has not moved at all. I will use you as a treasure? Cut, then you can have a fart harvest. Not to mention, the strength level is really gained. But it has nothing to do with the realm, but at the level of spiritual power, there is a qualitative leap. In addition, it is the time ability in my body. After a long spiritual time, my sense of time has become more profound, and my mastery of it has become more and more refined. For example, this trick. Lin Li stretched out a finger and gently tapped it on Yueka's head. A ray of white light gradually enveloped his entire body from weak to strong. Lin Li smiled lightly. Yu is foolishly funny. That's right, it's just a nymphomaniac smile. Xiaojun seemed to have sensed something. Coming closer, he walked around the two of them and said, you controlled his spirit and made him in the same situation as you before, but the spiritual world he is in at the moment is controlled by you. Hey, brother Jun has good eyesight. I am not very mature in my control of this skill at present, and in addition, I dare not adjust the time speed too fast without contacting the enemy, otherwise, it will cause permanent damage to the human spirit. Speaking of which, the time is almost up. Retract the finger placed on the opponent's forehead. The white light gradually dissipated, and Yu woke up quickly. Wow. Why am I drooling? Dead Lin Li, what did you do to me? Me? What I did to you is not clear to yourself? Do you want? How about I describe the dream you just experienced in detail from beginning to end? Lin Li smirked. Obviously, I just designed a good-looking and fun plot in Yueka Dreamland. You shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will tell you to cut off your children and grandchildren. Cut such a sexual life, except in dreams. Do you think it can be realized? Yes. Yu's small eyes were dripping, and he didn't know what he was thinking about in his heart. Okay, I see that everyone is almost recovered, ready to return to the ground and go to the Dark Kingdom. Dark Kingdom? Didn't you say you want to go to Los Angeles first? I changed my mind. Luocheng is not in a hurry. Go back to the Dark Kingdom for a while, and then leave your piece of dogskin plaster. I can go to the far north beast realm without any worries. Bastard, you are the dogskin plaster. Lin Li patted Yueka's little head, turned around and walked towards the door. In fact, according to the original plan, it was indeed necessary to go to Luocheng first, visit Uncle Luo, and then solve some moths for him. However, a plan is a plan after all. How can it not be different from reality? Now, the Holy Emperor has been destroyed in his own hands. Sun Wukuan died. Most of the senior leaders and teachers of the college are also dead, not to mention that the strong heritage was all plundered by himself. In such a situation, how can I still have the face to see Uncle Luo? Lin Li did have a clear conscience, and he didn't feel the slightest regret. But if you do this yourself, I'm really sorry, Uncle Luo. And Willow whispered, these two people are absolutely sincere to their hearts. However, he slaughtered their home, even slaughter their relatives, colleagues, and best friends. When we see each other in the future, how can it be the same as before? No resentment, no anger, no hatred. Therefore, Lin Li changed his plan of action. The matter of visiting Uncle Luo was pushed back first. After all, there is no danger to life and the injury will get better sooner or later. At the moment, Linley is most curious about what is in the Dark Kingdom. Who is the Dark Holy Order Supreme Hidden One? In fact, Linley had already guessed in his heart. However, after all, it is just a guess and needs Yi Cheng's affirmation. There are many things to do, and the arrangements are full. 3 days later, a bathing center in Qingyun City. Call. Refreshing. Linley, Xiaojun, and Jiang Shang soaked comfortably in the bath. The high temperature of nearly 40 degrees relieves fatigue. Damn it, who invented the bath? It's really amazing. It seems life is still very fun. Young master, is it really good for us to do this? Jiang Shang lowered his head very shyly, looking east and west. As soon as he saw someone, he looked at him. The face was red, as if someone had insulted him. But it's also sad. After all, this is a southerner who pays special attention to privacy. Suddenly let him belch. Appeared in public without being rough. It's hard for anyone to accept. Relax, some small businessmen, they are all big masters, afraid of chicken feathers. But I always feel strange, and the atmosphere is also very good. Brother, teach you a way to cover your head with a towel, so you won't be shy anymore. Jiang Shang thought for a while, and then obediently complied. Not to mention, it really worked. Why? It's not because you can't see others. It's because others can't see who you are. As the saying goes, as long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Count the time. Brother Chang should come over too, right? After taking a bath for a while, we went to have a meal, and then pressed comfortably. Whatever I say, I have to make up for the spiritual wounds I have suffered. In broad daylight, the world is bright. Someone actually bombed the bathhouse? What is the picture? A group of naked men with bare buttocks? A large hole was blasted out of the white and flat wall, and people panicked, covered key parts with towels, and fled frantically. The staff did not hesitate to sound the alarm. However, the next second, the cold black bullet pierced his head directly. It stands to reason that seeing such a scene, Linley and the three should remain vigilant and always be ready to fight. However, in fact, the three of them were calm, except for a little curiosity and, in their eyes, Jiang Shan was a little shy, unmoved. The reason is actually very simple. The people who bombed the bathhouse were the forces of the Dark Kingdom. Dozens of men in black armed with firearms broke into the bathhouse in a steady and orderly manner. The person at the head is Wolei wearing a mask. A black combat uniform set off the perfect temperament, and the long sword in his hand showed that he was very cautious at the moment. Those who want to survive obediently squat on the ground, and the Dark Kingdom is doing things only for one person. Wolei's voice was very cold. It was creepy to the ears of the group of men who had not yet had time to put on their clothes. Bare but squat? This style of painting is a bit weird, as if it was caught on PC. But in this situation, how can there be room for them to think? The next day, is life important or is the so-called shame important? Only for one person? Linley heard the point. Who can make the Dark Kingdom send out such a big battle? Let's give a rough statistic to give you a rough stat. In the void outside the bathhouse, there were at least 1,000 powerful people standing at this moment. Among them, there are several familiar super-level bosses. It's a deterrent. Young Master Lin, why are you here? The words that Linley muttered just now were of course noticed by Wolei. He turned his head with an indifferent expression, ready to clean up these disobedient things. Unexpectedly, he happened to look at Linley. The feeling of love came so suddenly. Why can't I be here? Where is Brother Chang? He asked you to come? This operation was not arranged by the leader. It was the elders who received urgent information that an extremely dangerous mysterious powerhouse had descended on this bathing center, and in order to avoid it from posing an unnecessary threat to the Dark Kingdom, it was necessary to find the other party as soon as possible. Mysterious powerhouse? Lin Ligang wanted to say, how can there be a so-called mysterious powerhouse here? However, in the next second, he was suffocated back by the expression of Killing June. What is he doing? Fear? Fear? Still is. Brother June, what's wrong with you? Follow the other party's gaze. In that gray area mixed with a lot of smoke and dust of water vapor, a thin, but familiar figure leaned on the porcelain rim of the bathtub. Where did this goods come from? Why have I never noticed it before? All personnel are on alert. The target person has appeared, and the safety of the Holy Lord will be guaranteed at all costs, and the second is to capture the mysterious person. Wolei simply took out a few pieces of clothing from the space ring and tried to hand them to Linley. However, the other party did not respond. Boom! His eyes were locked on that figure. Boom! The state of Killing June is the exact opposite. Curiosity, excitement, and a hint of little anger. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. Commoner classmate, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience fell silent. Boom! Even Sha Jun was surprised. Linley actually knew this person? Sure enough, after hearing these two sentences, the figure began to move. Sha Jun subconsciously stretched out his hand and protected Linley in front of him. No, he didn't sense the danger, nor did he sense the killing intent coming. Just because of two words. Unknown. Lin, long time time no see, you are calmer and calmer than before. The commoner got up and walked towards the location of Linley and the others. Strangely, this guy is obviously soaked in water. It's okay to act unimpeded. Why didn't even a trace of water flow? Boom, click, click. Brother June, what is the other party's strength realm? If you can't perceive it, this person will either have no supernatural abilities or Linley's eyes widened and a coolness surged into his heart. Or, it is the legendary God King. But this is not realistic. It has been more than 50 years since the restart of the era of mankind. The holy steps are still barely within the bearing range, but this God King is too outrageous. What kind of talent does that have? Even if Linley was confident, he said that he could reach the realm of the God King within 50 years. But that's also from the perspective of dark legend. Any legend that is replaced with other genera is categorically not possible. Moreover, the commoner is about the same age as himself. How could it be so powerful? That's what I thought. The figure of the commoner has been completely revealed from the fog. Of course, it is not a naked look. Instead, he was dressed in plain white lining and plain white shorts. He looks like a monk. I haven't seen you for a few months, and my appearance has increased instead of decreasing. It is almost catching up with Linley 2/3. This damn crisis awareness. Young Master Lin, this. Wole wanted to make a move, but was unexpectedly stopped by Linley. If the other party is really the legendary God King boss, just by virtue of this little person in the Dark Kingdom, it is not enough for people to blow their breath. Of course, this is very unlikely. How long have I been in a coma? If the other party has no special abilities, he is just an ordinary person, then there is no need to catch it at all. With Linley and Shajun alone, he couldn't get through. This seems to be much smaller than the former. Wole, evacuate with all the unrelated personnel. If even me and Brother June can't handle it well, who else in the Dark Kingdom can handle it well? Waller was stunned when he heard this, shifted his gaze to look at Shajun. Then something came to mind instantly. Yes, young master, this is the consciousness of the wise. It's easy to communicate. Jiang Shang, go see that girl Yueka. Don't let her get into any trouble. Don't worry, young master. Jiang Shang took a set of clothes from a man in black, put them on 3 times 5 divided by 2, and quickly evacuated the place. In fact, looking for you or anything is an excuse. There are many people with mixed eyes. It is enough to leave Linley and Shajun. 2 minutes later, the bathing center is completely quiet. All personnel were evacuated. The commoner walked straight to the position opposite Linley and sat down. With a shallow smile on his face, his demeanor was still so easygoing. And Linley also saw clearly that when the other party was walking in the bath, the water flow did not fluctuate at all. It's as if it seems that the person in front of him does not exist. Commoner classmates, should we calculate the last account? Lin's memory is really good. If you don't say it, I'm almost forgetting about the Sunset Forest. So, that person, is it you? Then what do you think? I don't think so. That's not it. Do you know him? Can you tell me who he is? Yes, but there is a prerequisite. The commoner shifted his gaze to Shajun. Squinting his eyes slightly, he was silent for a long time and said, I originally wanted to go to you alone, but now that we are all together, I will save a lot of trouble. Looking for me? Do what? Shajun didn't expect that there would be his own affairs. There was a little vigilance and confusion in his eyes. The commoner didn't speak, just waved his hand. Lin Lighten felt a flower in front of him. The surrounding scenery quickly disappeared, and it was all replaced by a touch of white. This is which, after the environment is completely stabilized. Linley looked around in confusion. This place is so white. Among the 10 elements, it seems that there are no abilities of this type of genera, right? Could it be a special space category? How many people were forcibly separated from the real world and brought to the other world? It always feels like a plot from a movie. Linley was surprised to find that he was wearing a piece of clothing, and so is Shajun. The simple and neat linen clothes are exactly the same as those on the common clothes. This guy turned out to be a hidden mysterious boss? In the gesture, people could not detect the fluctuations of strange energy at all. Commoner classmate, you won't be the legendary God King level powerhouse, will you? God King? That is just the highest manifestation of human ignorance. In the upper realm, it is only called transcendent. Upper bound? In a flash, Linley was a little confused. What kind of realm is this upper realm? Let's not talk about this yet. I came to you on this trip to invite you to join the Death God Alliance and compete for the last glimmer of life for mankind. The original confused face became a second face. Knowledge blind spots are involved everywhere. What is the Death God Alliance? Where did the last ray of life come from? I have many questions, and I don't know where to start for a while. It doesn't matter. What we have is time. I can explain everything to you. The commoner turned around and waved his hand again. The space that was originally pure white gradually took on color. Flowers and trees, blue sky, and white clouds. Under the appropriate breeze, a rocking chair appeared behind several people. In front of him, another wooden table appeared, with 3 cups of tea and a variety of fruit pastries on the table. Linley's jaw was almost shocked. What kind of performance is this? Nothing? Fabricated out of thin air? Or is it
just imagination. It's outrageous to the extreme. Seeing the commoners sit down first, Xiaojun and Linli were not polite and took their seats in turn. The doubt-solving conference is officially starting now. My first question is, what kind of technique are you? Or what kind of genius ability? I am not a superpower, but a creation source, the same as the dark origin involved in your body, but what you hold is the power of casting, which is only a branch of the power of creation. Maybe it's difficult for you to understand my ability, but when you reach the realm of the world, which is the so-called God King, you will know. Linli nodded as if he understood. If it was the power of the origin, it was more or less dependent on the score. The second question, where is your so-called upper realm? There will really be so-called immortals, right? Strictly speaking, the upper realm is indeed a godlike existence in the eyes of our lower realm, because they are omnipotent and control a powerful force that transcends the world. Let's put it this way, the 10 elemental abilities are the playthings they created, but this plaything is getting out of their control more and more. In the eyes of the lower realm, they are the divine mansion, but in the eyes of the same lifeforms in the upper realm, they are just ordinary people. It's like you look at the world of ants, humble, weak, and only for human amusement. Hiss. These few sentences cannot be said to break Lin Li's existing worldview, but it was enough to make him doubt that life would take a certain amount of time to digest. After all, 50 years ago, the fact of having supernatural abilities was beyond the scope of human cognition, so Lin Li just asked if there were any immortals. Even if there is, it is reasonable. It's just that people will find it difficult to accept novel discoveries for a while. In this way, the power of the upper realm is far beyond the lower realm, and there is no limit to the ability, only a higher level of life form that has been sublimated? That's right, your level of cognition is very good. The commoner showed a little praise. Obviously, the explanation of killing Jun is quite in place. Lin Li was curious, with such a big new discovery, how could Xiaojun behave so plainly? Is it a good thing to have a higher level of life? The commoner seemed to see the worry in Lin Li's heart. He said comfortingly, but don't worry, although the upper realm life forms are strong, they are not yet able to break the space barrier, so they come to the lower realm to cause chaos. The safety of mankind can be guaranteed for the time being, and the biggest enemy in front of us is still the group of strange beasts. If the 10 elements are created by the life forms of the upper realm, then the invasion of strange beasts. No, the order of your understanding is a bit reversed. The 10 elemental abilities were originally tools used by life forms in the upper realm to eradicate humans, and the strange beasts were the first to awaken, easily eradicating most of the humans. If it weren't for the mutation of the final ability, humans also began to gradually awaken. At this moment, there would be no room for us to speak. Why eradicate humanity? Is there any hatred first? Bite shook his head and smiled bitterly. You want to trample an ant to death. Do you need a reason for this? Lin Li was instantly speechless. Indeed, trample an ant to death, slap a fly to death. Does this need a reason? Since the life forms of the upper realm cannot reach the lower realm, why should they set up the Fallen God organization to launch a counterattack on behalf of humanity in the upper realm? Lin Li stopped, and Xiaojun began to ask questions again. First of all, the life forms of the upper realm cannot break through the space barrier for the time being. This does not mean that they will never be able to break through. As long as they want and persevere, the lower realm will one day be occupied by them and thus destroyed. Secondly, although they cannot go down to the lower realm, their will is not limited by space. In the Shenzhou continent, there is the Fallen God Alliance, representing humanity, and naturally there is also the Salvation Alliance representing the life forms of the upper realm. Isn't Zhang Yulu one of them? The so-called Salvation Alliance, under the guise of saving the world and helping the people following in the footsteps of the Divine Mansion, will live forever and can obtain the name of powerful divine power, provoking civil strife among the human race everywhere, and at the same time, they are still seeking ways to break the spatial barriers. Those guys promised this group of idiots that as long as the Divine Mansion came to the world, they would be given eternity. Actually, when mankind is destroyed, no one can escape. Save the Alliance? The Fallen God Alliance? Why does this name sound so sophomore? However, at this moment, Lin Li completely understood what the so-called alliance meant before Zhang Yulu died. It seems that this lackey's brainwashing method is quite not simple. It can control a super-level powerhouse like this. Even in the face of the threat of death, he still did not say the slightest information about the alliance. Gee, it will be a big problem in the future. There are a few more questions. Who is that mysterious old man? You chose me to join the Fallen God Alliance just because I am a legend of the Dark System? What is the strength of the two major alliance organizations in China now? Who is more dominant? Lin Li raised the question in one go. Anyway, there is time to find out whether the so-called Fallen God Alliance is good or bad. What if you join and are restricted from some aspect of freedom? And, how do you know I exist? My master, is his former identity related to you? So what exactly is my talent? Why do you choose me too? Taking this opportunity, Xiaojun also channeled out the doubts in his heart. A lot of questions were left to the common people. This guy is very thieving. He has sorted out his thoughts, and he doesn't have an answer. The next questions are very critical. You can answer them if you want me to answer. You two
have to decide clearly whether to join the Fallen God Alliance. If you refuse, then it is useless to talk about these things. For the stable development of the Alliance, I don't mind erasing you. Linley looked at each other face to face. Is this a threat? However, it seems to have really worked. I'll join. Sha Jun was the first to answer. It seemed that those questions were very important to him, but Linley hesitated. Being caught in a big storm for no reason, the ghost knows whether it is good or bad. Even if his own purpose is not much different from the purpose of the Fallen God Alliance. It is all for the stability of the human race in China, in order to eradicate dissidents, and usher in a better life in the true sense. But what if the other party is blind? As the saying goes, there are two sides to everything. According to what was just said, it was indeed not a personal beating. But what if its purpose is also for the sake of the human race? And this Fallen God Alliance is good. Fight for humanity, slaughter the gods, and implement freedom. But the difference in strength between the two fucking sides is so big, just based on the current development of human power and the constant internal strife. What can they use to compete with the other party? After tossing for a long time, he was still stabbed to death by the other party's little thumb. Then it is better to be a salted fish and enjoy the only good life left. Don't say we have no ambition. In the case that the facts are a foregone conclusion, you will do the same. You also need to answer a key question before I can consider joining. You want to ask, how sure is the Fallen God Alliance to resist the creatures of the upper realm and save the lower human race? Linley nodded, feeling more and more nervous. If calculated according to probability, at most 0.01%. Linley, killing June? Oh, are these guys kidding? Linley opened his mouth wide in disbelief and buckled his ears. 0.01 Chang? That is, a probability of 0.1%? You just say it's not great. Is it necessary to be so perfunctory? Hurry up and lie flat, go home and marry a daughter-in-law. However, if you join, the probability can increase to 50%. Linley, who was just about to be a salted fish, was immediately stunned. If you join yourself, the probability will increase by 50%? Is it so evil? If your sister can also join the Fallen God Alliance, the probability is at least 70%. If the remaining 20 or so legendary superpowers can join the Meteor God Alliance, it only takes a certain amount of time to precipitate and slaughter the creatures of the upper realm. It will be easy. This probability is rising. It seems that something is wrong. 20 or so legendary supernatural people? Besides me and my sister, aren't there 8 left? This is another bit of human ignorance. Who said that each genus can only produce one legend? This is true for the dark and light systems. For 50 years, only you and your sister have appeared. Therefore, as long as the two of you join, the strength of the Fallen God Alliance will grow rapidly. More than 20 legends are the strongest, 8 of them are the top powerhouses that have been hidden for decades, and the rest, 2 have not yet been born, 3 have not yet awakened, and 3 have been invited by us to join the Alliance, so the outside world has never announced their relevant information. Wait, how do you know that those 3 are not awake, and those 2? The unborn being is a legendary superpower? More and more blind. Those who are not awakened are outrageous enough. There are also 2 who are not born. Why, this commoner can communicate with the psychic. Or was he and Prince Yama once half-brothers who had been separated for many years? Plan the reincarnation route of these 2 people in advance, and do it in 1 sentence in minutes. Then simply go to Huagua Mountain, carry 2 pounds of bananas and ask the monkeys for help, and destroy the group of second-class goods in the upper realm. Save yourself from the troublesome tossing and turning. Linley's disdainful and questioning expression was completely seen by the commoner. Not angry, not disgusted, just smiled, and asked with interest, do you remember the mysterious space that turned you into grass 3 days ago? Bang! The rocking chair Linley was sitting on was too inertia, and the soles of his feet had not yet been retracted. The result was very simply flipped. Rubbed his brain. Linley stood up again with a rubbing. A touch of anger obviously surged on his cheeks. Pointing at the clothes, he said menacingly, it turns out that you caused me to become a small grass, and after countless years of pain and torture, you compensate me for mental damages. Beat? It must not be able to beat the drops. What era is this? And the gentleman doesn't do anything. Things that can be solved with civilization and morality will never be tainted by violence. It is not good for children's mental development. Didn't you take all your mental damage expenses yourself? Moreover, it was you who broke into my astrological divination array without authorization, and finally destroyed it completely. Is it reasonable for you to give me an explanation? Or, what about compensation? Your star divination array? That's not the Holy Emperor's. Halfway through the words, Linley suddenly realized something. It's unlikely. Sun Wukuan already joined the Fallen God Alliance? Commoner nodded indifferently. Now Linley is even more confused. Then when I slaughtered the Holy Emperor, Brother Jun killed Sun Wukong, and when I looted all the treasures, did you not come forward to stop it? Because the only function of Sun Wukong and the entire sanctuary is to cultivate your will to kill and your decisive heart. In this way, you are qualified to become the 3rd son of the Fallen God Alliance. It's really more complicated than
more you talk about it. The more you explain, the more doubts you have. What is the Son of Heaven? Can you be Emperor in the future? The Meteor God Alliance's methods are so ruthless, using tens of thousands of lives as auxiliary materials just to help Linley cultivate a killer character. Wouldn't this be too cruel and too exterminating of humanity? Okay Lin, it's time to make a choice. Commoner picked up the teacup from the wooden table and took a sip lightly. Hey, do I still have a choice? Speechlessness is extremely high. This is coercion and inducement. If you don't agree, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of this space at all. But if you agree, it feels so uncomfortable to be led by the nose. Working for others is definitely not as happy as being your own boss. If I join the Fallen God Alliance, will you restrict my freedom and force me to do anything? If it were someone else, it would definitely be. But you are the existence of the third leader who is about to become the third leader. Only you limit others, and no one will interfere with you in the slightest. Joke. The third leader? So there are two leaders before me? No, except for the third leader and the ninth leader vacancy. The Fallen God Alliance already has 7 leaders, and it's the second leader. Dare to love the sun is deliberately left for himself? The ninth leader is desperately killing June. Okay, I'll join. One more power background is also an extra guarantee. But, Linley shrugged, since he could be the boss, so why hesitate? Besides, there are so many bigwigs in this alliance, and there is nothing to worry about. At most, it is just a matter of contributing during the war. Lin, I know you will make the wisest decision. This ring belongs to you, and at the same time, it also symbolizes your identity and status. The plain clothes were like juggling, and a black ring suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. View from the outside, particularly ordinary, or soil. There are no lines and no adulterated colors. It's just a neat oval ring that can't be black. The ring slowly floated into Lin Li's hand, touched carefully. It is indeed not simple. The moment he started, there were obvious signs of growth in his body's abilities. That is, it's not just a ring. It is still an amplified elemental magic weapon. The value must be high. How can you not accept a gift delivered to your door? Put the ring on your hand and discuss other issues. The commoner patiently answered one by one. For example, who is that mysterious ugly old man? Why harm yourself? The answer is simple. That old man was the first boss of the human race to awaken the dark powers. What it is called, how old it is, and where it is currently unclear. He has basically nothing to do with the Meteor Alliance. The reason why he wanted to frame Linley was the same as the original intention of the commoner. Cultivate the mind and see humanity clearly, so as to thoroughly face reality and accept reality. Of course, seek the path that truly suits you. Anyway, it's all a big truth, as long as Linley knows in his heart that the other party is for his own good. What conditions? However, this is clearly clear, and the taste of calculating is really uncomfortable. When we have the opportunity in the future, we must take revenge on this small grudge. The next question is the reason why the commoner invited himself entirely because of the legendary talent positioning of the dark system? The answer is yes. If Linley hadn't controlled the huge potential, he would have stood at the pinnacle of mankind in the future. How could the common people spend so much effort to design so many links to cultivate and win over? Just like the 3 legendary superpowers who have been taken under his command. That's not called co-optation. It is a complete threat. Either go with me or be killed by me. Let's choose one. It's that straightforward. However, the effect is also very obvious. The 3 people were all cleaned up one after another, and then after a period of brainwashing and training. Now he is very obedient, and his strength is even more terrifying, no less than that of the Holy Order powerhouse. Now it seems that the commoner really gave Linley enough face. After all, he is the third leader in the future, and he belongs to the leadership of the same level. Suddenly, the relationship is too stiff. It's not good for anyone. The question about Linley was roughly answered. Next, there are a series of questions about killing June. Who is the master? How did the commoner know about the existence of Sha Jun? What is his talent and why did he choose him? The general answer is, his master's name is Luer, one of the founders of the Meteor Alliance. Killing June is the genius he found and cultivated in his later years. It's a pity that this person doesn't live long. The Burkvard fell off early. As for the talent of killing June, the dark system naturally didn't run. It's this talent level. The common people call it under legend and above the world. No, it's not SSS rated. It is not SS class either. This positioning is very complex. For more than 10 years, he cultivated to the realm of the holy steps. This is much more terrifying than Yi Chang's SS level talent. You know, over the years, Sha Jun has hardly absorbed all kinds of crystals. It is all based on self-practice and absorbs all kinds of natural elements in the air. But Yi Chang is different. Birth is Rome. Massive resources, natural materials and treasures, cherish the supply of elixirs. Now it's just a half-saint stage. If the two exchange resources, killing June is currently at least the peak level of the holy rank. In addition, according to the common people, the heights that the two can finally reach are also different. If you work harder and break out of the world, that is, the realm of the God King, it is not a problem
problem at all. It could even be higher. Whoa, this is not much different from the legendary height of other elemental genera. But Yi Cheng is at the peak of the many holy ranks, and being unconventional will be the most difficult hurdle for him to overcome in this life. Then where is my altitude position? Just talking about others, I don't know what I am like. The commoner just shook his head when he heard this. Your question is difficult for me. The legend of the dark system, after our many joint deductions, does not seem to have a so-called height or limit. If I guess correctly, you have mastered a number of original powers, and even in the future, you will hold more unknown powers as your realm grows, right? Linley nodded and said, to be strict, I have mastered the power of the origin to forge and devour, and there is still time. If not, how could I fall into the trap of your design? It is not so much a trap as a means of training. After Xiao Cao's lifelong journey ended, Linley's control over the power of time was not a star and a half more than before. The power of time. I wonder if Lin can try it. Here? Yes, that's it. Linley rubbed his hands, since the other party was looking for abuse. Then don't blame yourself for being rude. Concentrate, feel the inexplicable power, and slowly release it. Xiaojun stretched out his hand and was about to touch the teacup, but he paused extremely strangely. In this mysterious space, the blue sky, white clouds, and breeze. At this moment, all stops working. Linley got up and tried to move the teacup in front of Xiaojun. Pull off a few more hairs from the commoner, as a small punishment. However, before the palm of his hand touched the teacup, a crisp sound came. The entire space is back in operation again. Killing June looked at Linley in a daze. Both of them touched the teacup at this moment, and their hearts were even more shocked. What shocked Linley was that the duration of the pause for Mao's own time was so short. It seems to be about a second. And what was shocking was that he was really affected. Even if it wasn't long, in the battle with a real strong man, just that second, the opponent was enough to cut off his head. Your time ability has indeed improved greatly, and the high-level realm can affect the holy rank, so if it is in the same realm, you will definitely look at it. It's a pity that your current strength is not enough. The commoner analyzed Lin Li's current strength very objectively. The time ability is indeed very perverted. It's a pity that the strength is not enough, and it has almost no effect on a strong person like Xiaojun in Cloth E. Okay, this meeting is a successful conclusion. I will contact you again after a while, and go to the headquarters of the Meteor Alliance to visit. Wait, have you forgotten something? Linley hurriedly stopped the commoner who was about to wave his hand and reminded aloud. Forgot something? The commoner scratched his head and reorganized his thoughts from head to toe. Make sure you haven't left anything behind. He asked suspiciously, everything is done. I have answered all your questions. What is there to forget? Where's Brother Jun's ring? As the Son of Heaven, doesn't he have the ring he is equipped with? Hearing this, Xiaojun was also very curious and set his sights on the common people. This question was also what he wanted to ask. Son of Heaven? When did I say that Xiaojun was the 9th emperor? The little head of the commoner was very confused, and Linley and Xiaojun were even more confused. What is he if he is not the Son of Heaven? Ordinary members? Brother Jun's talent is not worthy of the position of Son of Heaven? And isn't he the founder of the Meteor Alliance, a genius specially cultivated in his later years? He is indeed a genius, but Mr. Liu trained him not to serve as the Son of Heaven, but to serve your Son of Heaven. The two looked at each other. They all saw confusion from each other's eyes. What is this Son of Heaven servant? Kill June. Do you remember what Mr. Liu told you before he died? Diablo legend, only for assistance. I remember. I have always been very clear about my responsibilities and the meaning of life. That's good. From now on, your duty, the meaning of your life is to ensure Lin Li's safety at all costs, even if it means paying for your life. The voice that penetrated the soul echoed in my ears. Xiaojun's gaze became more and more blurred, and at the same time, there was no lack of faith-like perseverance. First he bowed slightly to the commoner, followed by Linley. You, what did you do to him? It's nothing, I just let him know more clearly what his responsibilities are from now on. Linley was not flattered at the moment, but it was somewhat awkward, although Xiaojun also did things for himself before. However, part-time work and belonging are completely two feelings. After the commoner's determination, from now on he will be the master of killing June. The Son of Heaven's attendant, as the name suggests, is the attendant next to the Son of Heaven. There is a supreme person who can transcend the God King realm in the future as a servant. Just think about it. Linley, Ming Yuan and his party should be more careful. The people who saved the alliance have already set their sights on you, even if the strength of our falling God alliance is much stronger than the other party. But the open gun is easy to block, and the hidden arrow is difficult to defend. If you encounter any difficulties, even if you open your mouth, the League will do its best to support you. After saying that, the commoner waved his hand. The blue sky, white clouds, sunlight, rocking chairs, along with the entire space, began to dissipate. There was a blur of vision. The two returned to the familiar bath. As for the common people, it is estimated that they have already left. Ha! Where did you two come from? Why didn't I see it just now? Yu Yueka's voice came from not far away. Linley got up, just about to step out of the bath and change back into his clothes. Unexpectedly, Yu's groundhog came and screamed, "Ah, stinky hooligan, what do you want to do?" Linley reacted and looked at his charming figure. "This commoner is too damaged. The clothes you put on can be taken back. It's just to the extreme. Hey, this is a boys' bathing center. You a girl broke in, embarrassed to say I'm a hooligan?" Anyway, they were all seen. Simply, Linley strode towards the locker room. "Ha!" Seeing this, Shajun followed closely behind, ignoring Yueka's ripe cheeks. You two big perverts, don't bother to pay attention to you." That's what the words say. But the little eyes that peeked at him, and the lewd smile, it says it all. The real color critic is here. Change clothes. Yi Cheng finally arrived. His face was light, but the tight pace had already betrayed him. "Linley, Your Excellency Kiljun, are you two okay? What can the two of us do?" Linley smiled and waved his hand. The Fallen God Alliance cannot be said for the time being. The more you know, the more trouble. So when Yi Cheng asked about the common people, Linley casually made an excuse and prevaricated. "Commoner used to be my classmate in the Holy Emperor, but now that I have ruined the Holy Emperor, he naturally has nowhere to return. Thinking of the friendship of his classmates, I will relieve him a little and then chat a few more words, and he will leave." Yi Chengjiang nodded suspiciously. This reason is not very good, but after all, it was a prevarication, even if something was detected. With Yi Cheng's emotional intelligence, he would not choose to continue asking. There are some things that everyone knows in their hearts. Remove more than 1,000 powerful people with special abilities. He also lost 30 million blue coins to the owner of the bathing center. This matter is completely over. What if you don't understand? The Dark Kingdom rules Qingyun City. To put it bluntly, everything here belongs to the Dark Kingdom. Killing people, smashing shops, this kind of thing is too common. But out of humanitarianism, he lost 30 million, which was enough for the boss to reopen a family. Follow Yi Cheng back to the Dark Kingdom. Familiar environment, familiar atmosphere, familiar style. And the familiar. Idol Lin, I'm going to challenge you. Chi Binbin, you idiot, let's pass my level first. You can take out a Jasper fan. Without saying a word, he rushed out directly. The strength of the two sides is 2 realms apart. If this can't be beaten, then she can go back to the village to be a widow. Girl, get out of the way, I'm going to challenge Lin Idol. Chi Binbin waved the crescent shovel in his hand. It released an amazing white impact airflow, scattering all the hurricanes blocking its way. After 3 days of separation, this guy has really improved. Now with the strength of the 3rd level of the middle class, it can be on par with Yu of the 5th level of the middle class, and the means and skills are equally divided. The collision between the two attracted a large number of students to watch. It coincides with the end of class. The sun sets, and the sky is covered with burning clouds. It is late autumn, and the maple leaves on both sides of the asphalt road are yellowing. Every time Yuku and Chi Binbin collide, a wisp of strong wind will form. The leaves rustled and flew all over the sky. It's like a picture scroll in a poem, which makes people linger. Ha! What do I think of the few people over there who are particularly familiar? Isn't that the leader? These two people fought in public, and they were caught by the leader, TSK. Chi Binbin really wants to pounce this time. No, look at the one next to the leader. Is it Lin Idol? I seem to have heard Chi Binbin shouting that he wants to challenge Lin Idol. Could it be that the Holy Lord is back? In the crowd of onlookers, many eyes noticed Lin Li's side. At first, it was just a suspicion, but then it gradually became clear, identified, and excited, boiling. A large number of little fans. The little fans are excited. At this moment, he could no longer care about the two people who were fighting, and his center of gravity shifted instantly. Rushed towards Lin Li and wrapped it in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Lin Idol, my god, it's really Lin Idol. Lin Idol, is it true that you destroyed the Holy Emperor and killed that stinky old man Sun Wukong? Lin Idol, and some time ago, did you really fight the super level peak beast Ice and Fire Kirin alone and capture and raise its young beasts? Also, Lin Idol, have you really fought with the Demonization Legion, the legendary Holy Order being? What is the result? A lot of questions surrounded Lin Li's ears. Who made up these rumors? When did you fight the Ice and Fire Unicorn alone? It was obviously an impulsive act to delay time. And when did you fight Qian Nanyu? Isn't that the merit of killing Jun? With this strength of his own, people can take a look, which is already quite a face-saving thing, okay? Everyone, please be sensible, don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. I just slaughtered the Holy Emperor, and got rid of 5 of the 6 colleges, as for the Demonic Legion, wolf ambitions, I will deal with them sooner or later, so that our Dark Kingdom can truly become the largest supernatural force of the human race. Then the wind blew down. To be honest, it's boring. Old drivers who don't like to pretend to be are not good deedy. Okay, just give me a moderate amount of money. Do what you should do. Yi Chengjian gathered more and more students. There is also the big guy who kills June. He couldn't make him feel that the Dark Kingdom was a place of disorder and chaos. Otherwise, what image will you use to retain people? The students saw Yi Qingfa speak. In less than 5 seconds, it was completely dispersed. Looking at the battle between Yu and Chi Binbin, it has already come to an end. The result was exactly the same as Lin Li's prediction. Chi Binbin was defeated.
heated again. It's not that he can't beat Yu Eka. First of all, he seems to be unable to do anything about girls. Secondly, he did not seize the timing at the beginning of the power burst, resulting in the rapid loss of physical energy. Like Yu Eka, a dexterous and agile type, as long as you delay time and spend it with the other party, it is okay. No, the little fan waved for a while. Dozens of green hurricanes enveloped each other, frantically draining their physical strength. Drink! Bang! Accompanied by a roar, along with a loud noise. The terrifying impact burst out like an explosion, scattering all the hurricanes. Yu smiled smirkly and stepped back for a while. Prepare for the next round of attack. When the smoke and dust cleared, Linley shook his head. The battle is over. Chi Binbin gasped heavily, sweating profusely. The appearance of not being able to straighten his waist was extremely embarrassing. They are tired of this virtue. How can they still have the strength to continue fighting? Simply, he waved his hand and sat on the ground. Don't fight. Yes, little brother, in just 5 minutes, I solved Chi Binbin, who was 2 levels worse than yours. Should I praise you? Or should I praise you? Or should it? What about praise? Linley tugged at Yu Eka's ponytail. It made the other party roll their eyes. Don't be their yin and yang. Why don't you try to carry this silly big punch? Yo who? What if I can carry it? Aha! If you can carry it, I'll warm the bed for you. Of course, if you are not allowed to use the ability. No ability allowed? Just resist the blow of this silly big man with his body. Unless Linley has a big brain. Not to mention that his strength is higher than that of the other party, almost an entire class. That refers to the strength of the ability. In terms of physique, a strong person like Chi Binbin is strong. Even if it can't surpass Linley, it's about the same. But what? But this girl actually used a warm bed as a bet. Can this Linley bear it? We must show him our ingenuity. Chi, how are you doing? Took a few steps forward and pulled Chi Binbin up from the ground. Pretended to be very concerned and asked. It's okay, I'm still strong, Lin Idol. I'm not what I was a month ago. This time, let me experience the true strength of the idol. Chi Binbin couldn't help but pick up the crescent shovel and said that he would fight Linley no matter what. Then hit it. Chick, look, if I can withstand the other party's blow, remember to warm up the bed for me at night. Linley smirked and threw a flattering glance at Yu Eka. He took 2 steps back and continued. Come on, you're welcome, use all your strength. Chi Binbin looked at Linley and then at the crescent shovel in his hand. Then there was a bang and the weapon was thrown down. The purpose is simple. Since Linley didn't use weapons, he wouldn't use them either. Lin Idol, please teach me. Chi Binbin took a deep breath, then held his breath and forcibly stimulated the remaining strength in his body. The muscles of one arm instantly swelled, and with a straight punch, it smashed into the opponent's chest with a bang. Linley was not in a hurry or busy, and everyone behind him was anxious and curious. Linley won't really have to fight with his body, right? Of course not, he has a lot of care. Those who know Linley are not killing June. He already knew what the result was. The sound of collisions, wailing, and the sound of landing, combined with the scene where the punch bombarded the chest, causing the blood to vomit and fly backwards, and finally smashed to the ground, completely stunned everyone. Even Sha Jun looked confused. Of course not? Yi Chunyu shifted his gaze resentfully and looked at Sha Jun. That expression seemed to be asking, what's going on, Lao Tai? Linley, are you crazy? Yu was the first to react, screamed, and ran out like a rabbit. Even the party Chi Binbin failed to react at the first time. He lowered his head in a daze and looked at the fist that was the size of a sandbag but had no strength. I seem to have lost my memory. Linley covered his chest, his blood surged, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. That state is comparable to that of Wu Dalong who knocked on the medicine. Meanwhile, Yu rushed forward and held Linley's head in his arms, looking particularly anxious. At first glance, it is a feeling from the heart. Linley, just for that unrealistic bet, don't you even want your life? Hey, but I won, right? You idiot. You could be angry with her little chest up and down, and Linley finally felt the warmth. It seems that this girl has improved not only in strength in recent times. Poof. Chi Binbin finally came to his senses, his legs went weak and he knelt directly on the ground. His eyes were full of confusion and shock. I killed Lin Idol? Linley frowned, thinking that there is something wrong with this stupid big man, right? First of all, if you are not dead yet, can't you expect someone else? Secondly, I don't know how many pounds and tails I have. With that weak punch, it was hard to smash a chicken to death. Who said we were hurt? Do you understand acting skills? Don't take advantage of the opportunity and have fun. Is that still Linley's character? In this case, I don't care too much. Just follow Chi Binbin's rhythm and act down. Ahem, cough, burst. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. To be honest, forcibly stimulating the chi and blood in the body is really uncomfortable. However, properly excreting some red blood cells is also good for the body. It is considered to be a blood donation to the father-in-law of the earth. Eka, I'm dying. Linley, don't scare me. Linley, I'll take you to the medical center now. You must hold on. At the same time, you could get started directly, trying to carry Linley's big lump. And the 3 people who were standing not far from him, Sha Jun, Yi Chang, and Zhang Shang, sensed something was
was wrong. This Linley is a high-level strength anyway, and the strongest thing about the dark system is that it can devour enemy abilities. Even the super system is no exception. How could he be beaten like this by a stupid big man who was almost collapsed? It's tricky. So the three of them silently decided not to act for the time being, and observe for a while before talking. Hey, why are you all stunned? Come and help. Yu is anxious. Logically speaking, it should not be a problem to carry Linley's physique of 140 pounds, but no matter how hard she worked or how she blessed her abilities, this Linley is like a big mountain. The threads have not moved. It seems that the scene of the Silver Horn King suppressing the Sun Monkey, Chi Binbin, was awakened by this sentence. Tried to get up to help but found that he didn't even have the strength to stand up now. Remorse and self-blame gradually collapsed in their hearts. You Aka, don't bother. At this point, there is only one way to save me. Then tell me, what is the way? You seem to have grasped a life-saving straw in an instant. This, put down Linley and asked hurriedly. This method he, seeing Linley hesitating, Yu was anxious. Speak quickly. No matter what the method is, what price it costs, I will do it. Yu Eka's words were deeply integrated into Linley's heart. Was she like this at that time? It's because of my special physique, on the verge of life dying, I urgently need a girl from the wind genus to follow me. Forehead. That's the... As an old driver, Yu certainly understood what Linley was referring to. The cheeks were slightly red, but somehow, there was no doubt about the authenticity of this sentence. Could it be that this is the impulsive mind of adolescent girls in love? Good. As long as I can save you, this lady is willing to give up. Yu could adjust all the abilities in his body, and began to gather a thick wind barrier around the two of them. Linley was stunned. Is this girl serious? And in broad daylight, with so many onlookers? It's over. It's a big game now. Distance. The corners of Sha Jun's mouth curled up slightly, and his palms began to gather his abilities, trying to create a safer and more secret happy hut for the two of them. However, at this moment, Linley grabbed Yu Eka's little hand that was releasing his abilities. The originally pale cheeks and weak breath were gone. If you keep playing, I'm really sorry for this girl. Okay, stop it. Sha Jun took back his ability very happily, and the wind barrier gradually collapsed due to the loss of support. Chi Binbin raised his broad cheeks full of tears, shocked and excited. Lin Idol, it turns out you're okay. Of course I'm fine. When you hit me, do you still have the energy? Don't you know in your heart? These days, there are really single-celled organisms. Obviously he knew very well that his strength was inexplicably lost at the critical moment, and the blow just now was not harmful at all. However, he also felt that he had injured Linley. Is this a sense of self-superiority that belongs to a combat maniac? Linley, it's okay? Yu raised her little head, and a tear hung in the corner of her eye. Linley didn't know what to say. This is really a bit too much. Little brother, you beat me up. I deserve it. I'm a pervert. I'm a turtle bastard. Simply, let the other party calm down. Girls, it's useless to explain more in this case. Wrong is wrong. Even Linley himself felt that he should be beaten. However, the imaginary picture did not happen. Yu smiled happily at first, and then seemed to have lost something again. Slowly got up, said unevenly, it's okay if you're okay. Then, he turned around and walked towards the inside of the Dark Academy. Angry? Still not angry? Forget it. Take the time to coax. Who told us to be a gentleman? Lin Idol, it's really good that you're okay. Chi Binbin. Before the silly big man could finish speaking, Yi Cheng scolded sharply. The rules of the Dark Academy, and even the Dark Kingdom, have been left behind by you many times. Talk about it yourself. How should I punish you this time? I'm going to get beaten by a gangster. Black Stick? I think it would be more appropriate to expel you from the Dark Kingdom, so that no one dares to despise the rules of the Dark Kingdom in the future. Chi Binbin was startled and shivered, and his legs that had just been barely supported knelt back with a pop. Lord Leader, I know it's wrong. Don't drive me away. Chi Binbin, promise that from now on, I will never fight in public, including others fighting under my nose. Please give me another chance, please. Seeing the silly big man's appearance, Yi Cheng obviously moved his compassion. Simply, he threw this decision away. Linley, how do you think this kid should be punished? Linley looked at Chi Binbin, and then at Yi Cheng. Well, the opportunity for bad people is left to us. Since you don't want to be expelled, why do you still have so much ink? I think Chi Binbin's spirit of pursuing strength and daring to challenge is very good, although the rules are broken. But, fortunately, I set a certain example and encouragement for other students, so 50 black sticks, that's almost enough. Yi Cheng pretended to hesitate and finally sighed and said, hey, since Lin has said this, then I will give you another chance to go to the discipline hall to receive 50 black sticks, and next time, I will punish you severely. Chi Binbin was like an amnesty, thanked him again and again, and hurriedly left the gate of the academy. Linley is very curious. What is the identity background of this Chi Binbin? The talent is average, and the personality is still very reckless, and after breaking the rules of the Dark Kingdom many times, Yi Cheng still turns a blind eye to it. If it were someone else, it was estimated that he would have to die 180 times. Linley, do you want to ask me, what is his identity and
pleasant background. Yi Chang looked at Qi Binbin's departing figure and asked slowly, "If I guess correctly, his parents, or elders and the like, have a certain friendship with Brother Chang, and either you owe each other, or the other party has entrusted you. You're really smart enough. Yes, this kid's father has a deep friendship with me, or he was my only brother and only savior." Time flies, and time goes back 10 years ago. At that time, Yi Chang was only 24 years old, and Qi Binbin's father was 31 years old. The age difference is very large, but the strength is very close. Qi Binbin's father's name is Qian. Although his talent is not as good as Yi Chang's, he has stepped into the realm of super level at the age of 31. At that time, Yi Chang was not yet full of wings. It's not even a strong man. On weekdays, the two have similar interests and often practice together, relax together, and together flirt with sister. In terms of tasks, the two partners also have a very tacit understanding and have been known as the gold medal combination many times. It is not too much to call them a pair of good friends. Gradually, the friendship between the two became deeper and deeper. Yi Chang even once treated Qi Binbin as his own child. Unfortunately, it was on the night of Chinese New Year's Eve 10 years ago. The two were out on duty as usual. The mission content is very simple: kill a person. A person with supernatural abilities who doesn't even have super level strength. At that time, Yi Qingxin was arrogant and felt that he was invincible under the super level. When he arrived at the designated mission location, he asked Qian to stay outside, and he broke into the villa alone to carry out the assassination mission. If nothing else, it's time for an accident. There were already more than 10 super level superpowers in the villa, and the moment Yi Chang stepped into it, the overwhelming powerful ability techniques drowned out his entire person. Fortunately, the dark system has a powerful devouring ability, and Yi Chang was equipped with a defensive elemental magic weapon at that time. This is enough to save a small life, but even so, he still suffered a serious injury. Qian noticed the abnormality, and even though he knew that the other party had set a trap, he still fought desperately to fish Yi Chang out. A chase battle began. Qian knew that Yi Chang could not die, because the future of the Dark Kingdom is in his hands. So, in the end he made a decision. Chose to sacrifice himself to cover Yi Chang's evacuation, overdrawing the essence of life in a short period of time, greatly improving the realm of strength. Not only did he intercept the other party, but he also severely damaged 6 people and killed 4 people. Of course, he himself had no possibility of life in the end. Yi Chang naturally understood the other party's intentions, so he had tears in his eyes and had no choice but to flee back to the Dark Kingdom. This incident has been with him for 10 years. To this day, I still have deep self-blame and guilt. After Qian's death, his wife also died of a serious illness. In order not to leave a trauma on the young Qi Binbin, Yi Chang had no choice but to empty his memory, choose to start over and live a carefree life in the Dark Kingdom. And the only one who really knew about this, except for Yi Chang himself, was Yi Kongsheng. This is the end of the story. Lin Li listened very carefully. I am also deeply helpless about such a result. And sympathy. He lost his parents at a young age. There is no longer the warmth of relatives and the care of family. This situation is even worse than Lin Li's own. At least, he still has an aunt and Xiaoya. The feeling of relatives is still very comfortable. Okay, don't talk about this, it's time to see my grandfather. Yi Chengping calmed down and led everyone into the campus. More than 10 minutes later, dong dong dong. Grandpa, people have arrived. Yi Chengbi knocked on the door respectfully. Wait for a response. Children, come in. The old voice gives people a sense of kindness and tranquility. At least that's what Lin Li thinks. Sha Jun frowned slightly, his eyes containing a touch of very complex emotions. Pushing open the black door, everyone walked in turn. It's still the familiar white-haired old man. Lin Li smiled and greeted very politely. Grandpa Yi, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing? Ha ha. Your health is good, but you little guy, the speed of strength growth, unprecedented. I believe it won't be long before you will step into that realm. That realm? Super level or holy rank? Lin Li didn't take it seriously. He was praising himself anyway. Senior, can you fight? Killing Jun's brainless words made the scene quiet for a moment. Lin Li seemed puzzled, as if shocked. It turned out that the one Chen Nan Yu was talking about was really Dini. How terrifying is its strength? Yi Kongsheng still had a kind smile, neither admitted nor denied. Are you about to enter that realm? Sha Jun asked very seriously and respectfully. Yi Kongsheng nodded slightly, and then shook his head slightly and said, maybe I will sprint in my lifetime, but at an advanced age, what is the use of reaching that state? The future belongs to you young people. Old man, I have long since retired from the rivers and lakes and will no longer participate in any disputes. Hearing the words, Sha Jun lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Young boy, I haven't seen you for many years. Do you remember me? Of course I remember. Grandpa Yi and my grandfather are close friends, and you often came to our Jiang family as guests when you were a child. Jiang Shang bowed slightly and responded very politely. Lin Li didn't expect that the Yi family and the Jiang family still had such a friendship. So why? Jiang boy, I'm sorry for the Jiang family's affairs. For some reason, the Dark Kingdom can't intervene in this matter. But old man,
man, I still want to advise you, do what you can, don't be strong. Your grandfather's cultivation level is not worse than mine, but, in the face of that force, it is also as humble as an ant. Follow Lin Xiaozi to temper it. Maybe one day, you will avenge your family, but, not now. Zhang Shang took a deep breath, his fists clenched at some point. Thank you, Grandpa Yi, for your advice. I will do what you can. Lin Li was in the clouds and fog listening. Which force? It can make Yi Kongsheng, a super boss, jealous like this. The Fallen God Alliance? Or Save the Alliance? Anyway, the 6 universities are not worthy. Where is you girl? Why didn't you see her? Lin Li scratched his head awkwardly. Why did he mention her? You can she has a stomach. Yes, she went to the toilet with a stomach upset and won't be able to come for a while. Lin Li was serious nonsense. Yi Kongsheng laughed kindly and said, haha, bastard, no matter what you say, she is a girl, give in to everything. Otherwise, how can she start a family in the future? Start a family? Whoever wants to marry her. I have a girl I like. Child, liking is important, but suitability is the foundation that determines two people to be together. Some people, some things, you must learn to think clearly. Don't let the person who really treats you be hurt. I understand. Lin Li bit his inner lip, deeply touched by Yi Kongsheng's words. In fact, Lin Li has been perfunctory about himself. He did have a good impression of Lu Qingyu, but it's more about guilt. What just happened? From the moment he betrayed the Holy Emperor, to be fair, did he really not be able to let go of Lu Qingyu? How long have the two been in contact? How many emotions have been cultivated? Perhaps, not even half of him and Yu Yueka, right? Moreover, at this moment, even if the two are not antagonistic, it is a very awkward situation. He destroyed the Holy Emperor, and Zhang Shang also severely injured Lu Qingyan. This girl is already very good if she doesn't hate herself. How dare you ask for any liking and feelings? It's getting late, Xiao Chang, take Zhang Xiaozi and this young man to rest, and Lin Xiaozi will just chat with me. Yes, Grandpa. Meanwhile, at this moment, Yi Chang is very well behaved and obedient. Killing Jun and Zhang Shang didn't say much. Next is the whisper of others. Of course I have to avoid suspicion. The three quickly left the dean's office. Yi Kongsheng waved in motion for Lin Li to sit down and chat. In fact, what exactly are you going to talk about? Lin Li had already roughly guessed. It's just not comprehensive enough. Child, how did you get from this trip? I have gained a lot, whether it is the realm of strength or the growth of the mind. There has been a qualitative leap. But I was also a little confused. Oh, is it because of the Holy Emperor's affairs? Lin Li nodded. There was no need to hide it at the moment. Because the kind old man in front of him will never harm himself. There is no reason, just feeling. I destroyed the Holy Emperor and killed many people. Even if I finally stopped, the consequences would still exceed the expected range. Indeed, it was they who provoked me first, but will such a price be too heavy? I dare not deny that there are wrong souls in my hands. They are just ordinary and innocent students. Such indiscriminate killing of innocents makes me very confused. I feel I have lost my humanity and my mind more and more. During this time, I have been persuading myself in my heart. Isn't this the case in the world of the weak and the strong? The strong slaughter the weak. There is no need for a reason at all, just like a human trampling an ant to death. But, after all, theory is different from reality. Isn't the difference between humans and animals the existence of reason and humanity? I do this, isn't it too much? Lin Li couldn't go on. In fact, there are many more words in the future, but they are all nonsense. Talking too much is useless. Child, you should have joined the Fallen God Alliance, right? Lin Li's heart clicked. No one should know about this matter except Lin Li, Sha Jun, and Bai, right? Could it be that this person can also read minds? How do you know? Don't worry, I can't read minds, I just analyzed it. The identity of the commoner. I have already investigated a general idea many years ago, and this Fallen God Alliance, the Salvation Alliance, is not a secret existence in the years of our generation. Your talent is a veritable human race supreme. If it is reasonable, the commoner will do his best to win you over, and the Rescue Alliance will do its best to destroy you. Today, when you two come into contact, I have already guessed the result. Isn't that your mission? My mission. So do you think the Fallen God Alliance has a good chance of winning? Yi Kongsheng shook his head, his eyes becoming deeper and darker. I don't know, and I won't know. From the standpoint of the human race, I definitely hope that you can succeed, but from a realistic point of view, how easy is it to fight between humans and heaven? My fate is up to me. How can I know if I don't try? Ha ha ha. Well said. If I can be 20 or 30 years younger, I will definitely show off my skills with your group of young people. It's a pity. Old. Lin Li was slightly disappointed. It seems that the old dean does not want to participate in this catastrophe. When will humanity be able to come together? Children, the heavens are vast, the humanity is elusive, and everyone shoulders their own mission. When I meet someone, I have said a word and I have done something, maybe it has been arranged in the dark, and the same is true for the group of holy emperors. How do you look at the theory of killing? Death may also be a kind of relief in this martyr's prison in the world, but a lot of processes are omitted. Lin Li smiled. Because this sentence is exactly the same as what I said at the beginning.
beginning. Is this the so-called gentleman who sees the same thing? Why? Things have already happened, and you can't change it, so try to forget him. Facing the future, facing the people of the future, facing the future, this is what you should do now. The truth is over. Linley listened more or less. Not to mention, this really feels much better. Since you can't change, try to meet the future. Consolidate your mentality and strive to live every day. For your own goals, for your family, for your friends, for a better life. Forget the past is the wisest choice. Cherish the people in front of you and strive not to do anything you regret again. Settle down for a while, strive to take the cultivation realm to a higher level, and then go to the meditation stone with Brother June to get the meditation stone, and completely eliminate the demonic signs of yourself and Jiang Shang. Jiang Boy's demonization is much more serious than you are now. Linley twitched the corners of his mouth. He said with a guilty conscience, "That's true, that's why I brought him to the Dark Kingdom to avoid causing some unnecessary trouble. Child, you need to be careful in everything. At this moment there are already many pairs of eyes on you. No matter what the purpose is, in the end it is for your own selfish interests. The chaos of the human race will eventually begin. You are alone. The risk is naturally the greatest. Don't easily trust anyone, family, friendship, feelings. In the face of real interests, there is no room for struggle. Don't worry, Grandpa Yi, I'll be careful." When Linley walked out of the office door, it's already late at night. Today's exchange with Yi Kongxing can be described as a fruitful experience. Not only is my mood much more open-minded, but even my life goals are more clear-eyed. The night wind is very cool, and the dim street lights guide the direction home. Occasionally, there will be small couples in twos and threes, holding hands and laughing. That happy look hangs on the face. Linley was envious in an instant. This is life. A pot of wine, a room, one person, a lifetime. Trivial life matters. Warmth accompanies you. In fact, after a long time, I really miss the ordinary. If it weren't for Xiaoya's illness and the hardships of the family conditions, perhaps Linley hopes that he is just an ordinary person. Is this idea very salty? No, the idea is bland. Will be at the top of the peak and only bring you loneliness. Looking back, why don't you miss the original happiness? Linley, what are you doing without sleeping in the middle of the night? A light voice came from not far ahead. Linley came back to his senses and looked up. You, isn't it either? Don't sleep in the middle of the night. What are you wandering around? I'm willing, can you control it? Yuyuko was wearing a long blue dress, and the high ponytail she was originally wearing was scattered on her shoulders at the moment. The breeze blew, and a few strands of hair were attached to the cheeks. Combined with the small appearance, it looks very playful and cute. I don't know why, after the two got a little closer, Linley raised his hand lightly and wrapped the strands of hair around the other party's ear again. The atmosphere seems to be much different. Yuyueka's cheeks were slightly red, still the little appearance of the bulging one, but there was no disgust. Okay, don't be angry, can't I apologize to you? Apologize? If an apology is useful, what do you want the police to do? What? That's really not good. You can call the police to torture me in. Cut, not sincere at all. Yuyuka turned his head to the side. His hands were crossed and wrapped around his chest, and he looked like he was properly encouraged. The students passing by thought it was a young couple making an awkward fuss, muttering and discussing something. Okay, how about treating you to a late-night snack? If this stalemate continues, there will be scandals tomorrow. The Dark Kingdom, a generation of legends. The Holy Lord Linley, his girlfriend, was angry. After coaxing for a long time, he still didn't want to. Straight man of steel, the image is broken. Don't question, netizens have divine power. For the muttering of passers-by around him, you can of course hear it. The little eyes were dripping, and I didn't know if I had figured it out or compromised. Turning his head back, he said a little aggrievely, a scumbag like you, a hooligan, an iron rooster, a stingy ghost, what can I ask for? Let's have a late-night snack, it means. After hearing this, Linley suddenly felt inexplicable. The scumbag understands. Rogue edge. Iron cock is pure fart. The stingy ghost is pure slander. Forget it, after all, we are at fault first, so let's slander it. Yes, what you said is right, please, I miss you. That's what it is. Seeing he was no longer angry. Linley's mood was slightly soothed. Finally made up for the guilt. This is not called being manipulated by a woman, but rational apology. Linley, another voice, this time from the rear. Sweet and beautiful. It is like a spring breeze floating, with thousands of rhythms. Yu frowned, and the woman's sixth sense told her that day. The visitor is not good. It's past 10 o'clock in the evening. Why haven't you gone back to rest yet? I heard that you are back, so I thought about coming to see you. At this moment, Linley was wearing a long white gauze dress, and Jabai's arms were half exposed, and she didn't know if she was frozen or put on makeup, and her cheeks were extremely rosy, and with that thin figure, she looked particularly pitiful in this cold wind. What a bitter plan. Yu was smiling, but his eyes were full of vigilance. I never expected it. The mantis catches cicadas, and the yellow sparrow follows. This girl is very scheming. Linley sighed slightly. He's not an idiot. How can such a child's play trick not be seen? People are floating in the rivers and lakes. How can they not be stabbed? There are some trivial things that you can't avoid if you want to.
to. Helplessly, Linley could only take off his black trench coat. Under Yu's gaze that seemed to kill, he took 2 steps forward, draped it on Linley and said, "It's cold at night. Let's talk about it tomorrow if there's anything. Go back early to rest." "But, I just heard that the 2 of you are going to have a late night snack. Why don't we go together? I just happen to be a little hungry too." Yo's sister Yi really has good ears, but unfortunately, we only booked 2 seats, or a special private room, it seems. "I can't hold you anymore." "Sister? Special? 2 seats? Can't fit it yet? Where did this all come from? You wouldn't let Jinju take it away, right? How does this smell come from Palace Chi?" "Linley, I don't mean anything else. Senior sister Yu is afraid she misunderstood something, right?" Linley took 2 steps back against her white and innocent cheeks. Those poor little eyes. The students passing by almost looked straight. "I think so, Miss Yu. Can you please restrain yourself?" Prior declaration. This is called public and not private, and criticism from the perspective of a bystander. In any case, I will only treat Linley as a friend or sister. Even if the other party has an idea, he doesn't have it. With Yueka's IQ, it is difficult to figure it out. No, I saw Linley's elbow turned out, she thought it was herself. The eldest lady was instantly unhappy. "Hey, the matter between the 2 of us has a fark relationship with you?" "Gossip." Linley pursed his lips and nodded while rolling his eyes. "Everything is about the overall situation. Don't be angry." "Not angry. It's getting late. You go back to rest first and take time to get together with us." "Oh, that's fine." Originally, Linley wanted to say something more, but when he saw Yueka's menacing appearance, he could only choose to retreat. There is no way. People occupy the right time and place. If you go head to head, you will definitely not get any benefits in the end. And this is a departure from her current image. "Lady, you won't quarrel." "Linley, remember to come to class tomorrow morning. I will help you prepare breakfast." After that, it doesn't matter whether Linley agrees or not. Linley smiled sweetly, turned her head and walked towards another fork in the road. "Green tea," Yu said indignantly, and then reacted to something. The thief glanced at the fool beside him as if he was guilty. "Yueka, what kind of wind are you smoking? Where did he offend you?" Linley was very dissatisfied with the 2 words just now. "What kind of thing is green tea? After all, I have a fark relationship with you?" "Humph, if you're in a bad mood, just look at her unpleasantly. Have you ever seen a wicked person who needs to find a reason to do bad things?" "Heh, just you?" "I think it's because papaya juice has been supplemented too much recently, and it has penetrated into your brainstem. If you don't fart, you can suffocate you." "My fart doesn't smell like your mouth. You go to death." "Presumptuous, do you dare to be disrespectful to the boss?" "Idiot. Well, I announce that you can clear the annual bonus." "Boss, the night road is dangerous. I will escort you to." Then I have to thank you?" "You're welcome. That's what I should do." Dong dong dong. "Young master, it's time for you to get up and go to school." The sweet voice, accompanied by a not very noisy knock on the door, woke Linley up from his sleep. "Oh, asterisk asterisk, slowly stretched out, feeling that life was so wonderful, and fulfilling, and wonderful. This is the only time in nearly half a month that Linley has relaxed and rested. From the moment you step into the high-level realm. In addition to doing things every day, it is also practice. Go to bed? That's a waste of time and a waste of time. I drank a little more last night, and then I returned to my comfort zone, so I always had to get used to it first. So, I slept comfortably. In a vague memory. It seems to have had a dream, although ordinary, but not ordinary, because there are scenes in which you can participate. The general content is, opened his own company. It is not clear what exactly they do, but they are very rich. The boss always needs to be accompanied by a secretary. Carefully selected, you can be the most beautiful, and the figure is great. So, Linley's fantasy of a good life is about to begin. First day at work, the 2 met by chance in the elevator. The other party is black from head to toe. I'm talking about clothes. Very beautiful. Just when Linley thought that the legendary domineering president's little wife, when office love is about to be staged. The other party's words completely shattered all illusions. "Boss Lin, are you blind? Step on my feet." "Ha, why do you feel weird?" After recalling, Linley felt that something was not right in a certain part. "Lift the quilt and move your buttocks away." I was shocked. What is the situation? It turns out that adolescents really will. No, you have to destroy the corpse quickly. If others see it, how can they have the face to continue mixing? Dong dong dong. "Young master, are you up? Sharo is coming in." No, wait a little longer. Before he could think about it, he tore off the sheets, and the dark abilities gathered in the palm of his hand. There is not even a single scum left to destroy it. Isn't it? It's so sad? After completely lifting the quilt, Linley realized that it was not just the sheets that needed to be cleaned. How much sin must this have created? Forget it. Isn't it all like this for fathers? Missed people, missed things. It's all God's will. Slightly strengthened the release of the ability, directly devouring the entire bed. Not even a single hair left. This is 100. Save worry. Okay, you can come in. The maid named Shara was looking forward to pushing open the bedroom door. First, he bowed respectfully. Then he looked up and
and was stunned. Young master, what about your bed? Bed? What bed? I don't know. Lin Li's nostrils were facing the sky, pretending to be innocent. That one. Young master, you. Xiaoro seemed to have discovered something again. The hesitant appearance made the atmosphere even more bizarre. Silently shifted his gaze and looked down. Wow. Happily changed clothes and enjoyed breakfast comfortably. Lin Li threatened Gary to Xiaoro. Finally, the matter was resolved. Don't worry, young master, Xiaoro doesn't know anything, and she doesn't see anything. Your underwear. Oh no, I'll get rid of your old clothes. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Li's mouth twitched. I always feel that the dead can keep the secret better. Young master, Ling Xing is here. Just as Lin Li was in a tangle, another attendant reminded loudly. Immediately, a familiar figure appeared in front of Lin Li's eyes. Young master, I'm really sorry that Ling Xing didn't come to greet you as soon as you arrived in the Dark Kingdom. Okay, don't talk about calves. What's the situation over there with the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau? As early as yesterday, Yi Chang had already informed him. The 4 executives under Lin Li and the 36 legendary guards have all been requisitioned. No way, it happened too suddenly. There is simply not much time for staffing. Simply, what Lin Li advocates, then use the power under his hands. Of course, with the strength of these 40 people alone, competing with the Demon Legion is still far from enough. What's next? What's your plan? Therefore, there are also 3 judges, 4 elders, and more than 1,000 shadow warriors involved. Look at Ling Xing's demeanor. 80% done. Young master, after our unremitting efforts, the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau has successfully fallen into the hands of the Demon Legion, and at present, it is taking over and organizing the next step. Well, very not. What did he say just now? You, say it again? Lin Li plucked out his ears, firmly believing that he had just had auditory hallucinations. Ling Xing couldn't hide his pride and reiterated again. The Supernatural Ability Management Bureau has successfully fallen into the hands of the Demon Legion. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Li opened his mouth wide and was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. Impossible. When pigs fly. Lin Li slammed the table and resolutely refused to believe it. Damn, look at him like this. When I entered the door, I was proud and happy. This is the news that the result brings? Mercury in the brain? Young master, you. What are you? What is the task assigned to you by Brother Chang? Insert our people into the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, and then design for the other party to take over, and when they completely let down their defenses, they should cooperate inside and outside, invade the demonic legion in one fell swoop, devour it, and then control the entire supernatural world. Wow. Only then did Lin Li realize that it was himself. No, it's this guy who speaks badly. Yes, it's his fault. So, the plan went smoothly? That's right. The other party is too eager to succeed, resulting in a great reduction in vigilance and precaution, and our action is quite smooth. Quite smooth? Lin Li muttered for no reason, his brows becoming more and more compact. It shouldn't be. According to his own understanding of Yi Tianhua's contact and control, this kid is very mean. It's not just means, it's IQ. Anxious, understandable. But brainless success is by no means this guy's character. Ling Xing, pass on my orders, and fight back as soon as the Demon Legion completely takes over the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau. First time? Young master, but the leader's plan is. He doesn't know Yi Tianhua. Your actions have been exposed. Don't think that this guy will let his guard down. Do you know what it means to be a plan? The means we will use, won't the other party use? I'm afraid it's not the best time to close the net, otherwise there will be times when you regret it. After hearing Lin Li's words, Ling Xing fell into deep self-doubt. It makes sense. For Mao himself, I didn't think of it before. If it is really the situation that Lin Li said, not to mention banning the demonic legion, it is unknown whether this stealth force can be saved. The lesson the young master is that I will convey your instructions. What else does the young master have to order? Send me to school first. The road is too far. I'm too lazy to go. 20 minutes later. As the class bell rang, Lin Li stepped into the classroom. Bai Ligua saw that some students dared to step on his class, and his face drooped instantly. Stop. A crow's silence. I said you stand, still unmoved. Presumptuous, what kind of student are you, so disrespectful? The white fruit is inflamed again. In fact, he couldn't recognize Lin Li, not that he was blind. Instead, the other party was wearing a hat. The kind that covers most of the appearance. The late autumn in the north is cold, and if you don't wear a hat, the cold wind will bite your face, which will affect your appearance. Of course, there is another reason. Lin Li doesn't want to be too high profile. Stabilizing the waves is the foundation of development. Every time I step into the campus, it's like a concert. The degree of fan surroundings is extremely close to the level of the king. In that scene, gongs and drums were noisy, and firecrackers were in the sky. Crowds of people, as far as the eye can see. If this is a response, a signature, you can't go to class? Teacher Bai, is there anything wrong with me? Helplessly, Lin Li could only stop. At the end of the day, we are just students. Respecting teachers and valuing the way is indeed an obligation. What's the matter? I'm already in class. What do you say? And what class are you in? Class A of the first grade has all arrived.
are you in the wrong place? All the staff are here? Linley looked at the back of the classroom suspiciously. In the seat that was originally exclusive to him, there was really a figure. Slightly deflected his gaze, and finally saw clearly. It's Linley. No wonder this girl said yesterday that I will see you in the classroom today. It turned out that he was transferred to Class A of the first grade. With his talent, it shouldn't be that much, right? Could it be for your own sake? In that case, please trouble teacher by to rearrange my seat. Just stay behind. What? I'll arrange a seat for you. You count. You're so polite, Lin. Half of the words. Linley directly took off his hat to reveal his identity. This power of origin awakening is really a weapon for loading B. It's just that no one can detect their own aura, let alone the realm of strength. Whenever we have a habit of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, slapping our faces and pretending to be B, that's definitely a good hand. As soon as Linley's identity was revealed, as expected, the audience was boiling. Little fan girl, little fan brother, cheer online. Only Linley, a calm batch. With a shallow smile on the corner of his mouth, he waved to Linley and said, Linley, your location is here. Deflect your gaze again. It turned out that it was right next to Linley. The same luxury seats stand out from the crowd. Linley was very curious. Why don't you sit there? Instead, to occupy our position? But curiosity is curiosity, and the complaint is silently complained in my heart. Yes, Lin, your place is there. Biligua suddenly appeared from his side, which really startled Linley. This guy is so fast. Okay, I know. Teacher Bai continues the class. Wait for Lin. I would like to ask you to help other students answer some questions. It won't take up too much time. Answer some questions? I'm sorry, my cultural knowledge is very poor, and I can't answer anything. No, Lin, you misunderstood. The problem I am referring to is, your recent deeds are questioned. Deeds? What deeds? Oh, I see. The same situation as yesterday at the gate of the academy. This group of people is very curious about whether they are as brave and invincible as rumored, and they are looking at everything. Okay, I admit, I did it all. Linley's brainless words ushered in warm cheers like a flash flood at the scene. Lin Idol, I admire you so much. Lin Idol, I want to worship you as a teacher. Lin Idol, I want to give you a monkey. Nonsense, Lin Idol obviously already has someone he likes. It seems to be called something. Sterilization? Linley was choked by someone below. Rejoice, child. This is in the classroom. Otherwise, if we don't beat you out, we will be sorry for our lifelong reputation. I'm sorry for our pure masters. Students, don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. I did the things of the Holy Emperor, and I also blocked the ice and fire Qilin, including tearing the face with the Demon Legion, and it is also true that the top holy rank powerhouses on both sides are fighting. Other than that, it's all rumors, especially what this classmate said, which is pure slander. I don't like anyone Linley, and I don't like men even more. The boy who had just gossiped was simply embarrassed at the moment. The whole class cast contemptuous glances at him. Look, this is the consequence of an unclean mouth. Classmate Lin said very well, don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors. This is our virtue as a human being, and it is also the bottom line that we should abide by as a member of the Dark Kingdom. Next, let me tell you what qualities and concepts you want to have as a member of the Dark Kingdom. Worthy of being a brainwashing expert. Find a seam and drill hard. For a while, he pulled back the original classroom atmosphere and focused everyone's attention on him. Linley saw that it had nothing to do with him, so he silently walked to the back row of the classroom. Sit in the empty seat to the right of Linley. On the surface of the desk, I didn't see the books, but there was a lot of rich breakfast. Linley is purely in the late stage of amnesia. I actually forgot what Linley said last night. People said they had prepared breakfast for themselves, but they still came to class with a big belly. It seems to give people a sense of deception, feelings of irresponsibility. Linley, have you already had breakfast? I'm sorry, I haven't had a good memory lately, and I'm very hungry this morning, so it's okay, as long as I can see you, I'm very happy. Linley showed a really bright smile that day, as before. Isn't it different? Linley has been discovering it since last night. Not only Linley, but also you Eka. Didn't these two girls have a good relationship before? At the dinner table, we were humble and greeted each other. As a result, it was gone for nearly a month, and the smell of gunpowder was strong. It is estimated that 1 point can be fried. Otherwise, how could Linley dream of such a strange scene last night? How did you get transferred to Class A of the first grade? It was arranged by the leader, he said. Ling Xing will be very busy in the near future, so in the academy, I will be responsible for all your needs. My needs? What needs can I have? You concentrate on class. What senior sister you can do for you, I can do it too. Linley blinked blankly. What is what you might do? What did she do? Did you hear some unrealistic rumors? When Linley heard this, a trace of nervousness flashed imperceptibly in her eyes. No, of course not, except for what you admit personally, I will not choose to believe it easily. This sentence sounds so fake. Who is Linley? Even if it can't be called an old fox, it is definitely a little fox. You can guess from the other party's expression
expression, attitude, and words. This girl must have a ghost in her heart. I'm afraid I didn't misunderstand something. Even if she misunderstood something, what does it have to do with her? Wouldn't it be a rekindling of old feelings? I think we are still. Halfway through the words, the familiar mobile phone rang suddenly. Sister is the queen, confident and shining. If you love, come, don't love him, oh arrogant. This song can be described as completely destroying the atmosphere. All the students' eyes fell on Linley. 3 or 2 got together, muttering, as if they were discussing something. Biligua didn't dare to get inflamed, so he could only stand on the podium awkwardly, waiting for Linley to finish handling the phone. Who is the master? Hello, Hongi, how are you doing lately? Linley got up, and out of politeness, he still walked towards the lounge in the classroom building. Hey, brotherly, I'm here to give you a surprise. The little fat man's voice seemed to have grown a lot, and it became more and more similar to his father Ma Gang. Surprise? You kid won't come to the Dark Kingdom, will you? The opposite side was silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he said in surprise in a serious incredulous tone, no, brotherly, how do you know that I came to the Dark Kingdom? Linley was also shocked. This is obviously a joke made by himself, just a random guess. Why did the blind cat encounter a dead mouse and be blinded? Hongi, why did you come to the Dark Kingdom? Could it be that the Titan Guild has shifted its cooperation goals? Brotherly, it's been a long time since we last met. When did you learn the art of divination? Leader Yi Cheng clearly said that you didn't know about this? Nonsense, anyone with a little brain can analyze it. Let's not talk about this yet. Where are you putting it now? I just arrived at the gate of the academy. I'm hungry, and I'm going to ask you to go to dinner with me. You haven't even eaten breakfast yet? I ate it, but I've been digesting very fast lately, and I should be growing my body, so, hey, I'm hungry again. Well, Linley seems to have seen the round little fat man. However, sincere joy is the most important. I'll be there soon, just to talk to you. After that, Linley hung up the phone and directly used his abilities. Don't get me wrong, it's not a rush to meet. It's too cold outside, so I walked over and blushed. Black mist envelopes the whole body. In the next second, Linley appeared not far from the gate of the courtyard. Look east, look west. Finally, 2 figures were discovered. Well, how could it be 2? It seemed that one of them was petite and thin, a girl. The other is Mahongi's real hammer. Because of his tonnage, it is recognizable at a glance. Hiss, this little fat man is really sincere. He doesn't go to the reception room on a cold day. He has to stand at the gate and wait. Linley took 2 steps and quickly arrived closer. I see. It's just that. That strange shape, strange conversation, strange gender. What's going on? It's not me who said, is there something wrong with you? The 2 of us are here to go to school, and the receipt letter has been given to you. Even if you need to verify the time, you have to let us go in to warm up, right? Seeing the petite figure next to Mahongi, she was not a girl at all. A man's appearance, but a daughter's appearance. He is 1.6 meters tall and screams. The demeanor is very elegant, and orchids are scattered everywhere. Temperament is a little arrogant, stomping 4 or 2 feet. I'm sorry, before you verify your identity, the 2 of you can't enter the Dark Academy. Please be patient. The young man sitting at the window of the doorman's reception room couldn't see any emotion on his face, and responded very indifferently and patiently. Obviously, this kind of small scene is not a thing at all for him. The ups and downs in society have already baptized it thoroughly. At this moment, it has become the kind of exquisite talent who has avoided detours for more than 30 years. Do you know who I am? Do you know who he is? The strange species pointed at the nose of the young guard, shouting and shouting. However, people didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Just a faint sentence. I'm sorry, this is the Dark Kingdom, although the Titan Guild is a guest, but it is not worthy of the word VIP. Although this is ugly, Linley feels that it makes sense. What portion does the Titan Guild have? What is the weight of the Dark Kingdom? I didn't know my position at all, so I ran to other people's territory to pretend to be an uncle. This is that the doorman has a good temper, or he has been smoothed out by society. Otherwise, teach him how to be a person in minutes. Mahongi stood aside, scratching his head very embarrassedly. This is not an interject, and it is not a matter of not interjecting. Indeed, on weekdays, he also belongs to the arrogant and domineering type of young master. But the prerequisite for him to be arrogant is that the other party's strength and background are not as good as his own, or he is sure to settle the mess he left behind. However, he would not be unclear about what kind of place the Dark Kingdom was. Not to mention him, even if Ma Gang came, he didn't dare to do anything wrong. Let the 2 of them in. I can testify about identity. Seeing that the little fat man was in an embarrassing situation, Linley did not hesitate to step forward to relieve the siege. The young doorman poked his head out curiously and looked inside the academy. After seeing that the person who came was Linley, he stood up in fright. Bang! I was too anxious and hit my head on the window frame. However, at this moment, he didn't care about the pain, quickly ran out of the door, bowed deeply to Linley and said, "Good morning, Holy Lord." Early? Oh, I see. It was early, indeed. You are also early. I am familiar with these 2 people, guests of the Titan Guild. Let them in. The Holy Lord is serious. Since he is your friend, there is no problem in coming and going naturally. This This fart is just right. Linley was happy in the photo. B-grid is rising. Immediately, the young man pressed the remote control switch in his hand. The automatic door was slowly pushed open, and Mahoney ran towards Linley excitedly, and the two hugged affectionately. Brotherly, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you've lost weight. Ha, I haven't seen you for a few months, you haven't lost weight at all. Hey, since returning to the Titan Guild, this mood has become much more comfortable, and the food has naturally followed. After the two separated, Mahoney scratched his head innocently. Then he thought of something again, and the strange species next to his finger introduced this. It is my cousin, named Mashali, who joined the Dark Academy with me this time to study. Mashali? Cousin? I always feel weird. Hello brotherly, I'm Mashali, please give me more advice in the future. This is so angry. After hearing this, Linley got goosebumps on the ground. When God created him, did the soul and body go apart? Helplessly, due to Mahoney's face, Linley could only reach out and shake him symbolically. Slow down. Damn, it's quite slippery. Join the Dark Academy? So, the Titan Guild has launched a full cooperation with the Dark Kingdom? That's right, the 6 colleges have completely lost their use value for us. The benefits are not enough. Of course we have to expand new goals. The Dark Kingdom is our biggest strategic partner at present. Oh yes, listen to my father. The evil spirit temple seems to have some movement. Linley was speechless for an instant. This little fat man's personality really hasn't changed at all. Say everything. His father is too, and he tells his children everything. Hong-yi, just tell me this, and you must not mention it to others in the future, otherwise it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Of course, Mahoney, are tight-lipped, brotherly, you know it. Hee, I can't be clearer than I know. Seeing the other party's wise eyes, Linley could only nod slightly and choose to believe him. But then again, this Ma gang has a lot of appetite. At the same time, it cooperates with the Dark Kingdom and the Evil Spirit Temple. Aren't you afraid of breaking it? Brotherly, everyone is hungry, or let's talk while eating. Ma Xiaoli's words deeply stung Linley's heart. What should I do if I want to punch him to death? It's quite a big guy. It's okay to talk a little angry. Also apply nail polish. Also apply foundation and apply eyeshadow. Still, forget it. Everyone has the right to control their individuality. Born as a human being, you can't blame her. You either call me brotherly or call me young Master Lin, and I'm rude to you. You're welcome? Then brotherly will come. I will make it. This little deflated calf still dares to act coquettishly? Mahoney clearly noticed that Linley's anger was rubbing up and hurriedly said to Ma Xiaoli, brotherly tells you to do whatever you want. Have you forgotten that your aunt explained before leaving? As soon as she heard the word old aunt, Ma Xiaoli stopped instantly. Let's go eat. Linley didn't want to lose his temper, so he didn't want to lose his temper. If this Ma Xiaoli dares to tease or harass herself, then don't blame us for destroying it. 20 minutes later, a group of 3 arrived at Fuyue Building. After the boss saw Linley, he was very enthusiastic. Bluntly said that this meal was invited by him, just to wash the dust for Linley. Then please, it's a bastard to take advantage of it, not to mention that this guy doesn't make less money from himself. It is still the most expensive private room and the most expensive dish. It's all for the little fat man. I just had breakfast, how could I still eat it? Brotherly, I heard you destroyed the Holy Emperor and killed old man's son. At the dining table, Mahoney pondered for a long time. In the end, he said this sentence timidly. Kill everything that should be killed, kill everything that shouldn't be killed. In this world, if you make a mistake, you must be punished, even if you are slightly tainted. It is not innocent. I think the Holy Imperial Academy deserves it. Not only them, but also the other 5 colleges, a group of hypocritical guys, should have withdrawn from the stage of history a long time ago. Linley looked at Ma Xiaoli in surprise. This guy can still have such an ideological awareness. It can really be said that people cannot be looked. Seawater, it's a pity for those handsome little brothers. Damn, it's too early. I don't understand. It would be nice if the Titan Guild sent a little fat man to join the Dark Kingdom alone. Why do you want to give Ma Xiaoli a gift? Could it be that there is something special about this goods? Unique gender, or is it far beyond the energy reserves of ordinary people? When did the Dark Kingdom become a place of dirt and dirt? Brotherly, why can't I perceive your current state of strength? Could it be? Have you broken through to the high ranks? Mahoney ate and drank enough and patted his belly. Only then did I notice something strange. My current strength is indeed high level, but it's not that you can't perceive it, but that everyone can't perceive it. You can understand it as a concealment technique, a more special kind. Advanced? Before Mahoney could react, Ma Xiaoli first widened her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, brotherly, you are blowing too much, right? Brother Honey told me, you have awakened for less than 4 months, and you can barely accept the middle level strength, but this high level. Put. Linley's expression was stagnant. What do you mean? I was actually questioned by A? And that mocking smile and contemptuous gaze, the more I looked at it, the more unhappy I became. Good. I really want to hammer this wild species to death with one punch, and I hope my Buddha will be merciful. Xiaoli, don't question what brotherly said. The level of horror of the dark system is far from comparable to other genera. Mahoney is worthy of being Linley
Lee's diehard fan and younger brother, and he was very upset about Ma Xiaoli's words, and then retorted, "Isn't it clear how powerful the dark system is? But I, an S-level dark type, have been awakening for a year now, but I am only at the 6th level of the intermediate level, and in more than 3 months, I can far surpass me. This. Who? What did you say? Are you also a dark person?" Lin Li's jaw was almost startled. Is this world swollen? Is the Diablo completely rotten? Just such a personality, such a shape, and such a demonic appearance. Is God blind? It's over. Suddenly I feel that the future is bleak. Is it too late to regret it now? Of course, otherwise how could the eldest uncle arrange for people to enter the Dark Kingdom? This is indeed the truth when you think about it. If this guy's talent hadn't met the standards of the Dark Kingdom, how could Yi Cheng agree to accept it? S-level dark talent. If this is cultivated, the future is absolutely limitless. The problem is, this guy has been awakening for more than a year. Why is it only the 6th level of the intermediate level? Practice with your feet? Dong dong dong. The door was knocked, and before Lin Li could react, just listen to the sound of bang. A certain lady had a small face, kicked open the door, and strode in. Lin Li, who are you dating? Ha? What is dating in whom? The white fat man said that you answered the phone, and then left the classroom in a hurry. What are you doing if you don't go on a date? You looked at the other two at the table vigilantly. Mahoney is nothing. Because of the matter about the little fat man, she had investigated it long before Lin Li joined the Dark Kingdom. What's more, on weekdays, Lin Li also muttered to himself as a good brother. Combined with the actual image and analysis and judgment, it is easy to identify the identity of the other party. Ma Xiao fat man, right? Hello, I'm Yu Eka. Lin Li is a very good friend of the opposite sex. Lin Li was a little confused. What does very mean? And friends are friends, why emphasize the word opposite sex? Why has this girl's behavior become more and more weird recently? Hey, hello. Mahoney stood up and shook hands politely with the other party. A simple baby like him was completely unaware of Yu Eka's strange words and deeds. Got one, and there is another. Let go of Mahoney's hand. Yu turned his head to look at Ma Xiaoli. Then he was stunned. From top to bottom, the son looked at it carefully. Yu turned his head to look at Lin Li. That gaze, that look. Lin Li understood instantly. Throw away the dirty thoughts in your head to me, otherwise I don't mind throwing you away. Cut. I haven't said anything yet. Do you feel guilty yourself? Yes. Is brotherly guilty? Shut up. The two scolded in unison. Made Ma Xiaoli's pink lips purse. He pinched his waist with both hands and said, if you don't say it. Why are you a murderer? Hey, it's so disgusting. Where did you come from? A dead she-male. Yu is worthy of the temper of the eldest lady, and she will not take into account the thoughts of others at all if she says anything. Such vulgar words. Lin Li really wanted to kiss him. In this situation, it is difficult to find a confidant. Sure enough, Yu is the one that suits his appetite the most. This brother, the word she-male is used on me, so it's better to use it on people who need it more. Good guy, this wave of shrimp and pig heart. Lin Li found that the damage to this goods was far greater than that of Yu Eka. A girl in a family has to call her a brother. What does it mean? Except for Mahoney, he knows it very well. Brother? Xiaoli, Miss Yu is obviously a girl, don't be rude. Oh, look at my eyes. Brother Honey didn't say anything. I didn't even see it. What a wave of divine assists. Lin Li was speechless. Yu was even more angry and rolled up his sleeves, picked up the red solidwood seat, and was about to hit Ma Xiaoli's head. Bastard, stop. A tall and thick voice came from the door. Yu could hear the sound. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still obediently put down his seat. Elder Yu Wu, why are you here? Although Lin Li did not get up, he nodded slightly. Grid should be pretendable, and politeness should be there. Grandpa, why are you stopping me? Yu Wu ignored Yu Eka, who was angry, and instead walked to Lin Li's side and sat down, saying, Lin Li, how did you know that Yi Tianhua had already seen through our Dark Kingdom's plan? Because I have been in contact with Yi Tianhua. This guy is definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. IQ, means, ambition, very good. No wonder. Yu Wu nodded thoughtfully. Looking at his appearance, Lin Li had already guessed a rough idea. Did our operation fail? The supernatural administration is completely controlled by the demonic legion? Yu Wu frowned slightly, nodded, and shook his head again. Our actions were indeed exposed, but fortunately, Ling Xing reacted in time, or your reminder was timely enough. The personnel who have infiltrated the interior and the external forces have accurately cooperated, greatly reducing the losses. But alas, in the end, we only grabbed the general control of the Northern Supernatural Ability Administration, and the South had already fallen into the hands of the demonic legion. Hearing this result, Lin Li said that it was already very good. Today's demonic legion's strength and ambition are growing simultaneously, and if the Dark Kingdom wants to gain an advantage on the bright side, it will have to pay a more painful price. It is better to put an end to such impulsive behavior in the future. Elder Yu, how many of us are cooperating with us in the 24 guilds now? Lin Li had wanted to ask this question for a long time, including the distribution of power in the Dark Kingdom, the amount of information on the strong, and the approximate degree of heritage. Of course,
course, this information must be top secret. If it weren't for the high-level personnel of the Dark Kingdom, or even the core-level personnel, they would not have the right to know. The reason why Linley wanted to come into contact with this top-secret information was not out of curiosity. Nowadays, the general trend of the world is becoming clearer. The 6 academies have completely lost their dominance over the supernatural world, and only the 2 mountains of the Dark Kingdom and the Demon Legion are fighting fiercely on the surface. But these, for the real overall situation, are all children playing house. It's not worth mentioning at all. How can the internal disputes of the human race be compared to the invasion of the outside world? The battle of the era between the Meteor Alliance and the Salvation Alliance is the most critical level. What Linley had to do at the moment was to use the knife of the Dark Kingdom, eradicate dissidents as much as possible and coordinate the overall situation of mankind. Finally, this knife was handed over to the Fallen God Alliance, cutting down the group of lackeys who saved the Alliance, and killing those so-called upper realm creatures. Return the great rivers and mountains of my human race. Return the prosperity of China. This idea is very grand and long-term just by listening to it, not to mention taking practical action. If you don't start with the details, it will be quite troublesome in the future. The book is back to the main story. Yu picked up the teacup and thought for a while, and replied in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Counting the Titan Guild, there should be 6 of them with the Wind Spirit Guild that is being negotiated. Only 6? So little? Linley realized that the situation was not ideal. The 24 major guilds, except for the Blacksmith Guild and the Shadow Guild, are neutral and never participate in disputes between any forces. There are 16 more. This ratio is also pitiful. Then what are the other 4 guilds? God Lord Guild, Walker Guild, Splendid Guild, and Super Energy Guild. Hearing the name of the Divine Lord Guild, Linley was slightly surprised. For nothing else, just because of the president of the Divine Lord Guild, Hong Liangji. Its elemental ability is the Holy Light System. Then someone here is curious. Rumor has it that the God Lord Guild has a dark existence, especially the young man named Li Yu, S-class dark talent. It can be said that it is not weaker than Hong Liangji at all. In addition, this can also show that he is very broad-minded and does not care about conflicts with other genera. So why not cooperate with the Dark Kingdom? The reason is simple. If he had cooperated with the Dark Kingdom before, then Linley could understand. But since Li Yu's incident came out, Hong Liangji was still able to cooperate with the Dark Kingdom. Doesn't this seem very strange? People say that once bitten by a snake, they are afraid of the well rope. A demonized Li Yu can slaughter nearly half of the members of the Divine Lord's Guild. If he contacts a few more, won't he Hong Liangji become the commander of the Light Pole? Moreover, he himself is still a holy light system. It is reasonable to cooperate with the 6 universities. Therefore, Linley felt strange, and even a little strangely uneasy. I hope he thinks too much. Now the situation in the supernatural world is becoming more and more tense, and the forces of the Demon Legion have been joined by Huali, which can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds, and we must also win over more allies as soon as possible. The idea is good, but how easy is it to act? It's really not easy, but as long as we win a force as an alliance, then the chances of winning against the Demonic Legion will be greatly increased. Oh, which force? Linley smiled evilly and said, Evil Spirit Temple. The unpretentious breakfast ended quickly. Linley and Yu also agreed on the next plan. Of course, it was useless for the 2 of them to discuss alone, and the elders in Yicheng had to say hello. However, this group of people has a very heavy concept of the overall situation, and if nothing else, they will definitely support it. The big thing is done. There are still small things that have not been solved. Yu Yuko and Ma Xiaoli can be described as having a deep hatred at present. Of course, Linley was also very upset when he saw him, but due to Ma Hongyi's face, as well as his disgust and resistance to certain behaviors, Linley was not ready to make a move. Of course, Yu will not be allowed to make a move because she can't beat it. Don't look at the difference between the realms of the 2, but this attribute suppresses the existence of pure Bug. At the beginning, Linley was able to deal with Yu Yueka's middle-level strength with his beginner-level strength, which could explain everything. What's more, this girl's strength is not as good as others. Therefore, Linley decided, let Ling Xing fix him. That's right, as soon as a few people walked out of the restaurant, Ling Xing's back foot arrived. The affairs of the Supernatural Ability Administration will be handled by several other executives for the time being. Counting the time, less than 3 hours have passed. But in just 3 hours, the Demonic Legion and the Dark Kingdom had already launched a large-scale battle. The casualties are still within the bearable range. Ling Xing's first words when he saw Linley were, Young master, I am guilty. Please reduce the penalty. He believes that a large part of the responsibility for this operation failed to completely win the Supernatural Administration, who called him a vanguard officer. The elders give advice, and the judges preside over the overall situation. Because Ling Xing was Lin Li's personal guard, his status was further enhanced. There is a good saying, the higher the status, the greater the responsibility. Even if he is not the only one who lacks the ability to deeply analyze, then Ling Xing will take most of the blame on himself. For this matter, Linley chose to punish. However, this punishment is somewhat special. That is to find a way to get close to Ma Xiaoli and let him understand a profound truth. People can float, but they have to hold on to their knives. Came to Lao Tzu's territory, ridiculed Lao Tzu, despised Lao Tzu, and questioned Lao Tzu. The most important point is that he is angry with Lao Tzu's little brother like that. If you don't turn you into a true mother, Linley can be regarded as a living Buddha in the world. Ling Xing agreed without the slightest hesitation. As for the follow-up techniques, Linley couldn't control it. Anyway, all you need is the result. Morning classes are abandoned. Because Bai Ligua can only brainwash Dafa, he can't teach anything practical. In addition, you knew that Lin Yi had occupied Lin Li's former exclusive seat, and his angry nose turned red. Belch. It may also be a cold or a cold. Anyway, without saying a word, I went directly to find someone to settle the score. Lin Li repeatedly told him not to speak yin and yang. People are also quite pitiful. It is best to ease the relationship. Yu could agree with his mouth, but his expression was not honest. In order to prevent this girl from bullying people, Lin Li sent a message to Lin Yi on her mobile phone. The content is like this. The tiger in the mountains has come down the mountain, and the weak woman is running away. Brotherly, like this. Is it really good? Believe me, take it off. Can't you keep one? You can't keep a single thing, otherwise it will affect the effect. Okay. Mahoney awkwardly took off his clothes and sat cross-legged on the soft carpet. Lin Li took out a purple elixir, and more than 10 high-end quality elemental crystals were piled up in the center of the two. Is this scene familiar? That's right, it's to help the little fat man rise to the realm. The first level is 9, only one step away from the first level of 10. For this reason, Lin Li tossed for 3 days. It's jumping the queue again, and it's throwing money again. In the end, there was no way, but I still entrusted Yi Kangxing's relationship to reluctantly let the alchemy boss open a small stove. Otherwise, capable people are powerful everywhere. No matter what your identity or background is, it is useless to others. Soft ones can come, but it depends on people's moods. Hard? Hee, just one sentence. Love to practice or not, if you have the ability, you can kill me, and take the elixir that none of us will have in the future. See who is the most uncomfortable one. Moreover, this is still a contemporary who is good friends with Yi Kangxing, and the Dark Kingdom will never allow him to have any accidents. Therefore, even Linley, the little holy lord, didn't take a second look. Fortunately, the result was good. The 2 Thunder Elemental Essence pills are both the best of the best. For the sake of Yi Kangxing's face, he finally made a 60% discount. 18 billion. Money. It's all small money. Are you ready? Linley simply took off his coat and put on a white pajamas. Because the elemental genera of the two is very different, they cannot directly catalyze the ability to infuse like Shajun. Therefore, Linley does not need to take off his clothes. Just refine the elemental essence contained in the crystal and transition it to the little fat man. Quasi, you ready? The timid voice was mixed with a little excitement. Something like the essence pill can really be described as a ladder for cultivators to take great strides. However, not everyone has that opportunity or the ability to obtain it. Expensive. It's just one of the aspects. The rarity of materials and the difficulty of collecting are the most desperate. Don't look at the Titan Guild's big business, but if you want to get these 2 essence pills for the little fat man, it is not an easy task. Moreover, the current realm of the little fat man is too low. Whether he can withstand the massive elemental abilities contained in this essence pill, it is estimated that Ma Gang may not be able to do so. Others may be sure, but Linley is sure in his heart. According to the strength and physique of the little fat man at this moment, a essence pill will be unbearable, and it is estimated that there is a risk of dying from exploding. He is not as good as Linley at the beginning. The dark system embraces all rivers, and tolerance is great. I will never give up until I suck you dry. The endurance effect of the thunder system is also average. Of course, Linley didn't want to kill Mahoney. Isn't this guarded by the sidelines? When the ability in the little fat man's body is overloaded, he will absorb part of it. If the essence pill was not enough to support the breakthrough, then Linley poured the refined crystallized essence into his body. In short, the little fat man must break through today. Otherwise, it will be in vain. The project officially begins. The little fat man took a deep breath and swallowed the little purple pill. Immediately afterwards, the crazy absorption began. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 2 minutes. The little fat man's body began to heat up, and his round cheeks became more and more rosy. 5 minutes later. Hiss. It's so hot. I'm so hot. Sweat droplets the size of beans quickly gathered and slipped off. It feels like a sauna. After Linley finished refining an elemental crystal, he observed for a moment and decided to make a move. A slap was slapped on the little fat man's shoulder, and the dark ability was running wildly. A minute later, Linley actually began to feel hot all over, and fine sweat droplets gathered on his forehead. Things seem a little off. The quality of this essence pill was beyond Linley's foresight. So pure. The purity of the elemental essence contained in this essence pill was too high. It is quite difficult to devour his dark system. The consumption speed does not seem to keep up with the volatilization speed of the elixir. If this continues, the little fat man will
really be a bit dangerous. Drink! Just as Linley was immersed in absorbing the ability, the little fat man shouted angrily, and the aura on his body suddenly rose. The first level is 10 levels. Very good, but that's not enough. Honey, work harder. Absorb the elemental essence in your body with all your might. Brotherly, I'm about to run out of strength. This elemental essence makes me feel so uncomfortable. Mahoney's expression was very painful. His whole body was soaked with sweat. Linley also noticed that the absorption rate of elemental essence in his body had decreased. Honey, you must persevere, otherwise you will explode and die. Ha, no way? The little fat man was thrilled when he heard this. He was only in his teens and didn't want to die yet. At the very least, you have to talk about a girlfriend first. What is it like? Thinking of this, a force seems to support it. Linley obviously felt that the pressure had dropped a lot. Slowly open your eyes. Looked at the little fat man with relief. Just as he was about to praise him, he seemed to see something he shouldn't see. What is this kid doing? Wouldn't it be some dirty thought? Dong dong dong. Young master, Miss You is here. What are you doing here? Call her. Half of the words. Linley suddenly realized something was wrong. If she sees this scene, it would be great. The reputation of the buddy for the rest of his life is about to be ruined. Tell her to wait in the living room and not let her in no matter what. Understood, young master. As Linley's attendant, he must obey the order unconditionally. Don't look at this group of girls who are soft and weak all day long. The strength is at least intermediate or above. If you want to stop a Eka, it's easy. Another 3 minutes passed. Let me in. Is your young master hiding someone inside? Linley was frightened. The last thing I wanted to see happened. In fact, he had already guessed this situation. I just didn't expect to move so fast. What kind of personality is you? The more you don't let her in, the more curious she becomes. Especially during this time, the competition with Linley is fierce. Both of them were afraid that the other party would seize the gap and attack Linley. Miss You can't go in now, the young master specially explained. Please wait in the living room for a while. Wait? I'll be done in a while. Get out of the way. Miss You, please respect yourself. The violent collision of abilities caused the entire villa to tremble and tremble. Linley knew that even you could not withstand many attendants, but it still won't hurt. What is his relationship with him? The entire Dark Kingdom is very clear. Belch, not that kind of relationship. It is the relationship between the younger brother and the eldest brother. At present, Mahoney has entered the most critical moment. Once he broke through to the middle level, then the essence pill in his body would no longer have any effect on him. And if he can't hold on, and dies of an explosion due to an excess of elemental essence in the middle, then it is really. Linley is estimated to regret it for the rest of his life. This is not called doing bad things with good intentions. This is called joking with your brother's life. As for whether you will break in the end, it doesn't matter anymore. Human life is at stake, so you can think whatever you want. How do you say a sentence? The clear is self-clearing. Is what you think is what you think? What I thought was still what I thought. Brotherly, I can't hold on anymore. The little fat man suddenly spoke, and his face gradually changed from flushing to pale. This is a sign of collapse. It is estimated that it will not take long to completely lose its absorption capacity. Damn, fight. Linley gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, directly overloading and releasing the dark ability. The terrifying and gray energy fluctuations spread rapidly. First of all, the entire bedroom. Then there is the whole villa. Finally, it spread directly towards the land boundary within a radius of 10 miles. Today's Linley is also a high-level powerhouse anyway, plus the perverted qualifications of the Dark Legend, and the reserves of supernatural abilities in his body are about 3 or 4 times that of those of the same order. And yet even so, at present, it can only be said that it is just a battle with the elemental essence in the little fat man's body. Damn, how could the elixir refined by that stinky old man be so terrifying? If I had known that the original dark essence pill would have come back to him to refine it. It is estimated that they can sprint to the 4th or 5th level of the high level in one fell swoop. Dong dong dong. Young master, are you okay? Linley, what are you doing inside? How to release so many abilities? At some point, Eka's battle with the attendants was over. At this moment, he was standing outside the door, asking in a loud voice with both worry and curiosity. Go find a few strong people over, executives, judges, and elders. I can't absorb the abilities in Hani's body. Why not call it Yi Chang? Because at this moment, Yi Chang was busy with the takeover of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau and negotiations with the Demon Legion. Just yesterday, Yi Tianhua of the Demon Legion proposed a truce, bluntly saying that the two sides could achieve win-win cooperation. If you continue to compete like this, no one will be able to reap the benefits. To this end, Linley and others also held a small meeting. After discussion and decision, negotiation is negotiation. Maybe the two sides will find common interests and choose to cooperate? Not to mention that the Demonic Legion is not a good thing. In the eyes of the outside world, the Dark Kingdom is not a good thing. There are no absolute enemies and no eternal friends. Interests are the most fundamental starting point. As long as the money is in place,
place, everything is easy to say. Therefore, Yi Chang, accompanied by several elders in Shajun, went to the central part of China, the state mausoleum. Lin Li, you let me in, I have energy storage crystals. Yu Yueka's shout ushered in hope for Lin Li. This energy storage spirit crystal can be described as a treasure among treasures. The magic of magic. The effect is exactly what it sounds like. A special crystal that stores the essence of abilities. Let's say the rarity. Looking at the entire Shenzhou continent in the past 50 years, there have only been 6 in total. This Yu actually has a piece in his hand. It's unbelievable. That one. Xiao Xiao, throw the spirit crystal in from the door. No one is allowed to peek, especially Yu. What? Yu, who was standing outside the door, was full of question marks. Why don't you peek at it? What shameful things are these two big men doing inside? Lin Li, what shameful thing are you doing? Fart, you are embarrassed. Honey is not wearing clothes now. Don't you understand the indecent behavior? Not wearing clothes? So what? Are you still less when you are not wearing clothes? In a word, everyone at the scene was instantly silenced. More than 10 young and beautiful attendants all stared wide-eyed at the moment, looking at Yuyuku in shock. The unwillingness, sadness, loneliness, disappointment, pity and indignation in his expression were so obvious that they could not be more obvious. At this moment, they couldn't believe their ears. Is there still less time when Lin Li is not wearing clothes? These two people have already. Yueka, if you can't speak, shut your mouth for me. When will I stop wearing clothes? Last time in Pingchun. Shut up. Hurry up and throw the spirit crystal into me. Lin Li didn't know if he was angry at the moment, or because of excessive consumption of his abilities, he was dizzy and confused. Who is this girl? Is it an enemy in the previous life? So many people? It's more unreliable than Mahani's mouth. How will he behave after the news of not wearing clothes spreads? Yu, who was standing outside the door, finally reacted. Playfully stuck out his tongue, spread his palms, and a transparent exquisite crystal appeared out of thin air. After handing it over to the waiter lady named Xiao Xiao, he stood in a suitable position and looked in with his neck twisted. Squeak! The door was pushed open through a gap. Xiao Xiao stretched out his hand very cautiously and threw it gently in the direction of Lin Li. Then he immediately closed the door. Yu seemed to have vaguely caught a glimpse of something, a white flower. I didn't see it clearly, but she saw Lin Li's movements clearly. Hey, Lin Li, so you are good. Just caught the spirit crystal and prepared to get up. Lin Li was struck by this sudden sentence. Thus, he fell a big somersault. I still saw it. Yu, but I warn you, if you spread rumors again, I will let you understand what it means to really don't wear clothes. This roar can be described as shocking the entire villa. Yu couldn't help but shiver. This sentence doesn't seem to be a joke, but why did this heart start to prick? Born rebellious, half an hour later, the dark aura inside and outside the villa finally dissipated. What followed was a thunderous force. With the help of the spirit crystal, Mahoney finally got a respite. After recovering some physical strength, he finally lived up to Lin Li's expectations. Successfully break through the mid-level realm. Brotherly, I broke through Black. What about people? Inside the villa. The little fat man opened his eyes excitedly and jumped around looking for Lin Li's figure. However, looking around, I didn't find anything. It wasn't until he sensed a faint twitch sound coming from under his feet that he realized something. Brotherly, are you okay? Brotherly? Brotherly, why are you still foaming? Could it be that you are poisoned by gas? You outside the door really couldn't listen anymore, kicked the door open and rushed in. Brotherly calls you. Hurry up and send to the treatment center. The content of this sentence made the little fat man confused. Looking at Lin Li's foaming mouth, with a dead face and not alive, it seemed that he should indeed be sent to the treatment center. Okay, let's go. Let's go? You just go out on the street with your bare ass like this? Yu twisted his nose in disgust and muttered silently in his heart, this is far worse than Lin Li. People still have abdominal muscles, and a violent cough reminded Yu that he had no time to think wildly. 10 minutes later, in the luxurious white medical ward, Lin Li, who was lying on the bed, woke up. The dried-up ability in the body seemed to have been replenished to a certain extent. Chick, where is Hongi? Yo, this big beauty is not interested in this station. Do you have to have a good mouth? Ahem. Are you sick? Lin Li was coughed angrily, which was a big stain on Lin Li's life. But there is one thing to say. This time, thanks to Yu, he could come over and make trouble. Otherwise, without the energy storage spirit crystal, the ghost knew how serious the consequences would be. If the little fat man really burps out because of this, his father can't rush into the Dark Kingdom and slash himself to death with a knife. It's purely nothing to do for yourself. Your good brother went to buy you lunch. Look at your virtue, how capable you are. The backlash effect of the energy storage spirit crystal. Even if the super level powerhouse comes, you have to be careful. What can you do? You sat on a small chair next to the hospital bed and counted it for a while. Lin Li listened to the sound of his left ear and his right ear and didn't take it seriously at all. After a while, the girl finally stopped. Does Lin Li seem to be a person who will suffer? If you don't counterattack, how can you boost your strength? Hey, you broke into my bedroom and fought with my people. I haven't settled the score with you yet. What your people? I found that your your skin has become thicker and thicker lately, and your behavior has become more and more indiscreet? Indiscreet? Shouldn't this word be used for women? If you want to take care of it, I find that you are getting weirder and weirder lately. Where is E? Are you bullying her again? What you have in your mind is accept E. Linley was scolded. This girl pushes the back wave of the Yangtze River and pushes the front wave, and her ability to escape with her mouth surpasses her more and more. Eka, you are calling this a crime. Don't think that I can't cure you. Yes, how powerful is your Lin, great sage lord? I am just a soft, weak, beautiful, and moving little woman. How dare I offend you? If you don't disgust people, will you die? If you don't blow it, will you become a eunuch? I became a eunuch. Can you still save this airport? Will my mother lack you a spare tire? Aha! Lao Tzu's fish pond will lack your sheep's head sediment? Yu was stunned for a moment. Obviously, this has touched on her knowledge blind spot. What does sheep's head say? It's scary to be uneducated. Go back and check it out on the internet. At this point, the mutual action between the two was announced. Linley Fong, +1 point for the time being. Brotherly, miss you, you too. Finished chatting? Mahoney's timid voice came from the door. As early as in the corridor, I heard these two people fighting each other. The intensity is that both sides of the corridor are eavesdropping. Honey, congratulations on the breakthrough. There is also an essence pill. Let's eat it after you stabilize. Hey, S-level ability talents can take up to 3 in a lifetime. If he eats all of them, what should he do if he encounters a bottleneck in the future? Take 3 in a lifetime? How come I don't know? Idiot, I told you to learn some mathematics, physics and chemistry, but you want to learn how to play house. Yu Kafon, +1 point. Brotherly, miss you is right. My father has also told me about this. So, the second one, let's wait until I break through the advanced level before eating it. Linley nodded awkwardly. I really haven't come into contact with this knowledge. However, not being ashamed to ask is a virtue and a spirit. S-class can take 3 in a lifetime. What about SS and SSS? Yu replied while nibbling on an apple on the side. SS class can take up to 7 in a lifetime. SSS level doesn't know, because no one has dared to test the legendary supernatural as a guinea pig so far. Linley twitched the corners of his mouth. Breakthrough. It turns out that these theories have been verified by practice. Thank you to the great man and remember the deceased. After lunch, I lay down for more than an hour. Linley finally recovered as before. In order to express his gratitude to Yu Eka, a group of 4 people went to Prosperity Street in Qingyun City. Where did the 4 people come from? Linley, Yu Eka, Mahoney, and Lin Yi. This situation is purely accidental. It was definitely not arranged by Linley. Instead, the 3 people walked to the gate of the Dark Kingdom and bumped into Lin Yi head-on. This coincidence is really a bit bloody. However, at the beginning, Linley did not plan to take Lin Yi out to have fun. It's not that I dislike others, it's that I dislike Yu Eka's lady style. The result, thousands of calculations. I missed Mahoney's mouth. Came up with a sentence. Missy, brotherly took us out to play. Do you have time? More people and more lively? Boy. 0.01 seconds later, a touch of extreme killing intent burst out. It is no exaggeration to say that the other 3 shivered neatly. Mahoney also muttered simply, the temperature seems to have dropped. Linley sincerely sweated for his silly brother. He must not be left alone in the future. Otherwise, the next day, there will definitely be such a blockbuster news. A mysterious male corpse was found in a grove in the Dark Kingdom. The death state and its misery behind this. Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? We will see you at the same time tomorrow. Very professional with wood? In fact, Linley has a chance to stop all this, because Linley's initial choice was to refuse. Obviously, she could compete with Yu, and she knew that she would not get any benefits. The result is the next second. Linley noticed the abnormality and just wanted to reach out and cover Mahoney's mouth, but it was still a step too late. Missy, brotherly was still thinking about you just now. Come with us, like this. No. Bang, boom, boom, thing. That's what it looks like. A tragedy belonging to a man is about to be staged. Linley, buy me a car. Buy a car? If you work harder, you can rely on your abilities to achieve flight. Why do you want a car? The feeling of flying has the feeling of flying, the passion of the car has the car, and the speed and achievement brought by manual operation. Do you know? Qingyun City. On the bustling street where people come and go. The 4 of them walk side by side. On the left side is naturally Yu Eka. I don't know when it started. This girl always unconsciously put her hand on Linley's arm. At first, the 2 reacted occasionally, withdrew their hands awkwardly, and then they held each other together without a long time. Until now, this practice seems to have become a habit. Without Yu's weak and boneless little hand holding his arm, Linley always felt that something was missing. Of course, on a certain level, the 2 didn't seem to think much about it. It's just a simple development of dependence. On the right, it is Linley. A plain white trench coat paired with a black marten gives people the feeling of first love. Such as, in the youth romance idol drama, the heroine of Late Autumn is the same as Quirky, wearing a dark casual outfit with an autumn skirt and black silk. You can be diametrically opposed. These 2 two people can really be described as angels and demons, wild and splendid, seduction and freshness. Anyway, the return rate is high. As for the little fat man Mahoney, there is nothing to say. A proper light bulb, a stirrer, looking around all the way, buying delicious food and going on when you see something fun. After hearing Yueka's idea, he was also interested. Brotherly, driving is fun, I want to buy one too. What's so fun? Do you have a formal driver's license and driving experience? Of course you do, You don't even have a driver's license, right? Ha, no, you haven't even touched a car, have you? Yueka suddenly had a small green book in his hand, swayed towards Linley, and teased with a joking smile. I'm willing, can you control it? I can fly, I have my little devil, 100 times stronger than your cold machinery. Turtle, now is the era of intelligence. Do you want the temperature? Medium rare or medium rare? Linley, I don't know how to drive either. How about, let Honey and the two of them go, let's find a place to have a cup of coffee and rest. Linley's soft and glutinous voice sounded particularly pleasant. Linley didn't even think about it and subconsciously replied, okay. However, as soon as these two words were spoken, the lady next to him was instantly unhappy. With a whoosh, he pulled his little hand back, twisted his nose and said, yo, does the great sage Lord Lin still drink coffee? This high-end taste is really not something that our country girl can taint. You are less yin and yang, I just don't know how to drive. You and Hongi go buy it. I will reimburse you for how much you spend. No, you have to come with me. Why? Hey, if you don't go with me, what kind of sincerity is this? Can't you even be perfunctory? Linley was stunned. It seems to make sense. The purpose of this trip is really to make you happy. Ah, okay, you are the boss, you have the final saying. Let's go buy a car first, and then go for coffee after buying a car. No, I'm going to go to the movies after buying a car. Drink while watching, okay? I was really speechless. As long as Linley is here, this girl will have a convulsion. It's all the fault of the little fat man, otherwise a good entertainment activity will become this ghost. See how I go back to clean you up. 20 minutes later, the four arrived at a car dealership called Baoju. This brand can be described as the most high-end, the most luxurious, and the most B-style existence in mainland China. To put it simply, there are no civilian models of cars of this brand at all. Not even the high-end models. Only the so-called luxury, white gold, and supreme. And the one you saw on TV, the entire Blue Star, is limited to 10 cars. Luxury and luxury, supremacy and supreme. As long as you own one, you can stand on the most high-end SB250 model in the human B-grid world. Of course, this price is really ridiculously expensive. The price is tens of billions, and the cost of maintenance alone costs hundreds of thousands a day. Pure scientific and technological creations not only can run, but also fly. But Linley was not interested in this thing at all. How can a pile of broken copper and rotten iron resist the power of the devil? Four people walked into the store. More than 10 young, beautiful, handsome little brothers and sisters shouted in unison, welcome. This sense of déjà vu, how can it be compared to the insurance seller? Hello gentlemen and ladies, I am the manager of our store. Do you have a need to buy a car? A man in his 30s, very tall, and with a proper stick on appa, stepped forward. Wei bowed and saluted. Should I say it, the service attitude of this place is really amazing. If you really respond to that sentence, the rich guests are all God, and the customers without money are rogues. Why is it called a hooligan? You always think about prostituting people for free, taking advantage of others. Isn't this called a hooligan? Pack me your best and most expensive car. 4. Packing? Linley slapped his head suddenly, and he couldn't see it. Which wild girl ran out of which ravine is this? Could it be that she has already realized the truth that the ultimate soil is the tide? It was because of Yueka's words that the eyes of the four people immediately became strange. It's not that the four people in front of them can't afford to buy a car, but that these four upstarts, their temperament has kept up, but unfortunately their brains haven't kept up yet. This lady is joking, the most expensive and best car in our store must be SB249, and the price of one alone is as high as 1 billion blue coins. These four. Oh, isn't it just 4 billion? The 10,000 cars next to you can afford it. What kind of thing? Linley looked at Yueka in surprise, and thought to himself, why did you brag about be with me? 10,000 units. 10 trillion. Yueka, please bring some brains next time you blow hard. It's okay to say 100 cars, even if 1,000 cars still rely on the score, 10,000 cars. I sold you and couldn't even make up for 100 millionth. Tutu on the side was very surprised when he heard this. The young man in front of him actually has such a rich wealth. It seems that he is not a so-called nouveau riche, but the son of a super large force. This gentleman, may I ask your surname? Exempt your surname Lin, Dark Kingdom, Linley. What? When he heard this, his eyes almost didn't come out. Obviously, he knew or had heard about Linley's identity and background. Young Master Lin, please save me and my family. Linley was stunned by this sudden change. The few people next to him were full of question marks. How is this plot development a bit wrong? I thought that 2D would look at the face of the Dark Kingdom, but he flattered himself and then directly sent out 4 cars for free. It turned out well. It inexplicably became a bitter drama.
and the interests of both sides changed. You stand up and speak first. I'm just a student. I'm here to buy a car, not the master of Qingtian to appeal for others. Young Master Lin, I beg you, my wife was occupied by that bastard Qiao Long. My son was only 2 years old, and he was controlled by them, and his life and death are still uncertain, except that the Dark Kingdom can avenge me. I am really cornered. Please. Boom, boom, boom. Xiang 2D knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately in prayer. The smooth ground was gradually stained with blood. Lin Li and the four of them knew that this guy was definitely not lying, and his desperate pleas and extremely sad tears came from the bottom of his heart and infected everyone. Oh, it's quite a big old man crying. Stand up and talk. This young lady will make the decision for you. You can be the most annoying. And if this guy knocks down again, he can call the hearse directly. You, who are you? You rolled his eyes. This guy even doubted whether he was weighty enough. Listen, this young lady is the granddaughter of the 5th elder of the Dark Kingdom, Yu Eka. You, miss you? That's right. I can't stop it. No, I've never heard of it. Lin Li hurriedly grabbed Yu Eka. People are like this, and it's really not appropriate to beat them up again. You stand up and speak first. Who is Qiao Long? Why does he want to occupy your wife and control your son? Mahani buckled his nose, and he didn't know what he was thinking, so he blurted out seriously. Pick up ready-made. Lin Yi on the side couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Fortunately, the next second he covered his mouth with his hand and turned around. Seeing Lin Li speak, he didn't sell miserably anymore. He hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, Young Master Lin, miss you, and these two, let's sit down and talk. Please come with me. To be honest, Lin Li didn't plan to care about this at first. It's all because of Yu's big mouth. What road to play is unfair. Draw a knife to help. Don't you understand the truth that one more thing is better than one less? Helpless, since the words have been spoken, let's take a look. If the story is novel, invest in it. 3 minutes later, VIP reception room. Fruits, pastries, and tea are all available. After everyone sat down, 2D followed the course of the matter. The time was 2 weeks ago. The process is also simple. Thereupon, it was Qiao Long, the young son of the Qiao family, who took a fancy to Feng Lily, who was working as a car model, when he bought a car, that is, his wife. Otherwise, this kid's taste is really heavy. I am not even 20 years old, and my wife is about to run 3. No matter how good your appearance is and how great your figure is, you are still a married woman, and you have children. This kid was not only not disgusted after hearing this, but also very excited. Directly in front of the Xiang 2D, he teased his wife vigorously. Should I say it, this husband is still a bit of a backbone. At first, it was useless to persuade each other. In the end, he pushed Qiao Long in a hurry, as if he had scolded him twice. Of course, this is also caused by excitement. After relieving the gods, he immediately regretted it. Who is Qiao Long? What kind of force is the Qiao family? Go hand in hand with the Zhu family that Lin Li initially solved, and can be called one of the 4 major families in Qingyun City. Especially after the fall of the Zhu family, the strength has increased unprecedentedly. It can be said that there are only 3 families left. Every year, just the gifts sent to the Dark Kingdom and the tribute are as high as hundreds of billions. That's why the Dark Kingdom will turn a blind eye and let it develop. As long as there is no bottom line involved, the Qiao family is in Qingyun City, so it can be described as an existence under one person and above 10,000 people. It does not take into account the interests of the civilian population in the slightest. Therefore, Qiao Long came directly to Bo Chang to rob the people's women. Oh no, it's robbing women. He kidnapped Feng Lily in public, and then sent someone to her house to capture her son, and threatened that if he dared to find trouble, then his whole family could get together in the grave. At this point, the story ends. The mud wept bitterly. A handful of snot and tears were about to kneel down and kowtow to Lin Li. It's okay, how big should I be? It's okay to ask that Qiao Chong to return your wife and children. Lin Li was really speechless. If there is such a thing, don't go to the Dark Kingdom to report it earlier. 2 weeks, then Feng Lily doesn't know what it's like. Not to mention that the world is as black as a crow. The so-called bottom line just now includes such a thing happening. If the Qiao family acts recklessly like this, they will dare to take action against the people on the surface and do treasonous things, along with the loss of the reputation of the Dark Kingdom. The foundation of the art of emperors is to take it from the people and use it for the people. If even the people don't want to fuck you, then you are still a fart emperor? The uprising will kill you in minutes. Of course, this theory is limited to ancient times, because they lack absolute force. Yu Eka, what you promised yourself, find someone to deal with it yourself. Cut, I'll find it. Yu took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone casually. Crooked, contact the group of fools in the Qiao family for me, and ask that Qiao Long to hurry up and return Feng Lily and his son back, otherwise the ant will be destroyed in minutes. Sitting opposite was almost dumbfounded. Lin Li twitched the corners of his mouth. This is not an ant, this whole gangster leader, the female college master. It is truly a model of women in the Northeast, fast, accurate, and ruthless. 3 minutes later. What? You repeat? A small Qiao family, how dare they refuse the Dark Kingdom? Gather 3,000 soldiers and horses for me, and I want to defeat them. Ha, my grandfather won't let me intervene in this matter? Why? Okay,
Okay, I can't control it. Naturally someone can take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Yu blinked his small eyes, both innocent and angry, mixed with a little embarrassment. Yo, there are still things in this world that our Miss Yu is unfair about? What about the 3,000 soldiers and horses? Bombarded him. If you don't say sarcastic words, will you die? I'm your little brother, eh? Shouldn't you solve what I can't solve? Come on, you can be older than me, and solve the things you promised yourself, unless what? I warn you, don't use your brain. You knew Linley quite well, and knew that he probably didn't hold back any good fart in his heart. Cut, I really think I'm rare. I think the two of us are the most compatible, don't you think so? We've known each other for more than 3 years, and we used to have that kind of relationship. What is the relationship? Are you two evil or not? So what if you have known each other for more than 3 years, and don't you part ways in the end? Yu puffed out his cheeks and secretly reached into Linley's shirt pocket with his little hand. Then he twisted it hard. Good guy, this is really enough. Linley, what's wrong with you? Okay, isn't that the condition Miss Ben promises you? Yo who? Are you sure? A liar is a puppy. You can do what I say. When have I been foolish? Okay, respect you as a man. Next time, don't give me trouble when you're full. Linley took out his mobile phone and dialed Quan Jia's phone. Why don't you look for Ling Xing? Because this guy has been busy training Ma Xiaoli recently. Linley felt that his matter was more important than the current matter. If you don't clean up that dead girl cannon, where will His Majesty be in the future? Young master, what do you order? Mature and charming, the voice of the royal sister came from the other end of the phone. Eka, Lin Yi's eyes changed at the same time. They all seemed to feel some kind of threat. Quan Jia, pass on my order and let Chao Long of the Chao family put a woman named Feng Lily and his son home within 30 minutes. Yes, young master. A total of 3 sentences before and after. Done. Look, this is called strength, this is called B. Seeing this, Tutu hurriedly got up and thanked him. Whatever you say, you have to give a 90% discount on the 4 cars that Linley purchased. No way, this is already his highest authority at the moment. After all, he is just a store manager, not a shareholder boss or anything. Even if he wants to send it, he must have that family background. But Linley didn't care about this. The only thing he is curious about at the moment is, why did Yu Wu let you give up intervening in this matter? The Chao family seems to have nothing to do with the Dark Kingdom except for the value of interests. Things are a little off. Another 3 minutes passed. The phone rang. However, this was not from Quan Jia, but from Yi Chang. Linley finally got serious. It seems that I am involved in a big matter. Hey, what's wrong, Brother Chang? Linley, do you want to move the Chao family? I just want Chao Long to let 2 people. Even if we want to move him, do we still need any concerns? The Chao family can't move for the time being, because they are involved in saving the alliance. Linley was shocked, and at the same time shocked several people beside him. He never expected it. Before that, it was expected that the demonic legion, the evil spirit temple, and even Huali would be implicated. But in the end, he threw out the rescue alliance. This is a bit outrageous, right? The Feng Lily and her son you mentioned no longer need to be taken care of, dead, have no value. Linley took a deep breath and frowned. Chao Long actually killed Feng Lily and her son. Beast. Brother Chang, I need to get involved in this matter. I know, so I'm waiting for you to come back at the villa. Okay, I'll go back now. Hanging up the phone, Linley looked at Hua 2D with some pity and said, if you come to me as soon as your wife and children are robbed, there may still be some hope, but unfortunately, go take care of the funeral. After that, Linley got up, walked out of the reception room without looking back, and walked out of the store. Eka, Lin Yi, and Ma Hongyi followed. They were all superpowers, and they could naturally hear the contents of Lin Li's phone just now. Even if he didn't know what it was to save the alliance, he still realized the seriousness of the matter. It seems that it is not just about robbing women. As for the 2D, he couldn't react at first, stunned and pondered for a long time. It wasn't until Linley and his party left completely that they woke up. Then he collapsed to the ground and cried bitterly. The world is filled with suffering, and life and death are like the common people. The car was not bought. Yu doesn't have a temper. Again, although this girl is unreliable, she can distinguish current affairs. The 4 of them returned to the Dark Kingdom, and everyone except Linley went back to class. That's right, they all skipped class to play. However, with their respective identities, no teacher will care, especially Linley. Since the beginning of school, the number of hours in the classroom can be checked with both hands. If you were an ordinary student, you would have said goodbye to this beautiful world long ago. Back to the villa. Yi Chang really sat on the sofa in the living room drinking tea. In addition, there are Quan Jia, Ling Xing, Long Chang, Chowie, and Ma Xiaoli. Let's take care of his affairs first, and then talk about ours. Seeing Linley coming home, Yi Chang spoke lightly. The other 4 executives greeted each other in unison. I've seen the young master. Ling Xing, is the matter handled? Yes, young master. Classmate Ma, what do you think? Hearing the sound, Ma Xiaoli shivered. He took 2 steps forward, bowed directly to Linley and said, young master Lin, people, I was wrong. I didn't understand the rules of the Dark Kingdom when I first arrived, and I hope you will forgive me for my rude behavior
behavior towards you. Linley nodded indifferently. Wouldn't it be better to have this attitude earlier? Go find you, I'm nothing. If she is willing to choose to forgive you, then it's really okay. Don't worry, young Master Lin, I will definitely work hard to get Miss Yu's forgiveness. After that, this guy bowed again. Then he looked back at Ling Xing. Seeing the other party nodding, he walked out of the villa lightly. After the small episode, the main topic began to be introduced. Brother Chang, the Chow family is a subsidiary force under our noses. How can it be easily infiltrated by the Salvation Alliance? You know too little about the Salvation Alliance and the Fallen God Alliance you are in, and only if you really come into contact with it will you understand how terrifying the abilities of this group of people are. The infiltration of the Chow family is an accident. At the beginning, the other party's goal is not here, but on the Zhu family, but no one would have thought that because of your accidental intervention, the Zhu family collapsed overnight, and the efforts made by that group of people were instantly destroyed. After that, they began to shift their targets and bewitch the head of the Chow family, Chow Zhanma, and their ultimate goal was to use this to infiltrate the Dark Kingdom and control this place step by step. In addition, they must get rid of you as much as possible. Linley smiled bitterly and shook his head. The weight of this dark legend is really infinite. It was finally difficult to make Hua Lixiao stop, and this bullshit Salvation Alliance began to be a demon again. Poor thing. It's really pitiful, being used as a pawn without knowing it, and those tempting conditions will still turn into phantoms in the end. Did this guy misunderstand? Lin Liming was saying that he was pitiful. How could he still think of the Chow family? As the saying goes, poor people must have something to hate, and what the final outcome will be is not what they asked for. How's it going over there? Roughly at the moment of going undercover, Chow Zhanma has reached a consensus on the transaction with the other party, and the next step should be to work hard here. The inside should be combined with the outside, trying to win the Dark Kingdom in one fell swoop. This ambition and handwriting are not small, but our odds, but very low. How many strong people are on the other side? I don't know. There should be a God King, that is, the so-called transcendent powerhouse. This sentence can be regarded as completely bringing a sense of crisis to everyone. Snap. How can a strong person in the secular world be strong? Killing is Saint rank 2. You cannot be afraid of any number of super rank powerhouses. Does that mean that a person who was out of the world cannot be afraid of any number of holy order powerhouses? Linley could naturally guess why the other party was taking it step by step, and did not dare to use violent means to directly attack the Dark Kingdom. Because of the instability caused by the Meteor Alliance, it is very likely that they already know that the commoner has touched them. Thus, it is determined that Linley, or the entire Dark Kingdom, may have joined the Fallen God Alliance. If the war starts suddenly, it is very likely that they will suffer in the end. Therefore, it is not too troublesome to start slowly from the subordinate forces, while invading. It seems that I need to go to the Meteor Alliance as soon as possible. You're thinking too much. Can't we detect what we can detect? Can't the Meteor God Alliance detect? Maybe. They are waiting for the right opportunity, as we think, to teach this group of traitors a memorable lesson. Traitors of mankind. Brother Chang, what do you think? Is the truth that man will conquer heaven practical? Yi Chang pondered for a while. This question seemed to trap him. His expression hesitated, and his eyes were deep. About 2 minutes passed. This is the answer. Hey, what if it is not realistic? There is only one road in front of mankind, resisting. Maybe there will be a chance. If you don't resist, then there must be no chance. So, it's not that we are making choices, but that choices are destined for us. Yes, since there is only one road in front of you, what is there to hesitate about? Brother Chang, I want to ask you, or ask for a trouble in the Dark Kingdom. Ha ha. You can say troublesome things. It must not be simple. Say, what do you want to do? Linley leaned forward slightly, and said with an extremely serious expression, I want to refine a Black Dan. As soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly stopped breathing. Even Yi Chang is like this. What is black elixir? The purest, the most original, the most immeasurable, the most terrifying dark power in the world. It's called Black Dan. This pill is only a concept. Why is it a concept? Because since the transformation of the Shenzhou continent, no one has ever refined the black pill. Only Newton, the present world of Yen Dan and Thunder Dan. Thus, legendary existences such as Black Pill, Golden Pill, Light Pill, and Earth Pill were derived. Indeed, these elixirs named after elemental genera all sounded uncomfortable, or it is too dirty. However, only by naming it with the original element can it match the terrifying pure power. In the past 50 years, of the 3 legendary level elixirs that have appeared, only one is considered semi-successful. It is not that the elixir is semi-successful, but that the person who has taken the pill is semi-successful. At the beginning, Yen Dan and Thunder Dan failed one after another. The majestic elemental essence instantly burst the body. The process took less than 3 minutes, and its users were all the top super-level powerhouses in the Shenzhou continent at the beginning. As for the taker of Newton, Linley guessed that it was most likely Qian Nanyu, because his appearance matched the character who took Newton at the beginning. 10 years ago, a wood-type super-level powerhouse worked hard for half his life and finally cast Muten. After it was swallowed, it took only half an hour. The realm advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the rumored realm of the holy steppes in one fell swoop. Just when everyone thought that he would be the first saint-rank powerhouse in the Shenzhou continent, the one who would lead the new era to change again, the ability in his body suddenly went berserk. The unprecedented ability explosion swept dozens of miles away. At that time, there were more than 10,000 people with superpowers watching, dead and injured, and none of them were awake anyway. After the explosion subsided, people rushed to the center of the incident, but no trace of that wood-type powerhouse was found. Everyone thought he blew himself up, and there was no scum left in the bombing. Therefore, it was judged to be semi-successful. Absorbed in advanced, but in the end he still couldn't escape the fate of exploding and dying. Therefore, from now on, no one dares to come up with the idea of refining pure elixirs. Fear of not being able to bear it. So exploding the body is one thing. Expensive, on the other hand, that's not an ordinary expensive. Let's put it this way, at its peak, the Holy Imperial Academy, inside and out, up and down, selling all the valuable things, it was difficult to collect the cost of refining a black pill. The material is not difficult to find. It is roughly 100 times the demand for the dark essence pill. Then find a top alchemist and gather all the elemental essences contained in 100 dark essence pills into one black pill. Finally, add some special materials to assist and it is roughly refined. Grasp? That's definitely not the case. As the saying goes, wealth and danger are sought. Since there is an almost successful one, then there is a high probability of success. Such a magical elixir, one by one, at least breaks through to the super level. And if Linley can break through to the super level on his own during the collection of materials, then he may be able to reach the holy step in one fell swoop. This is not out of touch with reality. Well, Linley, your target. A bit big, right? Yi Chang was really shocked by Linley's thoughts. An elixir that even the top powerhouses of the super level could not bear. Can this little guy who has just broken through to the advanced level do it? Brother Chang, don't worry about the danger. I swallowed 4 elemental essence pills in a row, and now in the high-level realm, if you work hard and improve some levels, the probability of success will be very large. Young master, you are a legend of the dark world, the future of the entire human race in the Shenzhou continent. The matter of the black pill is too risky. I think it is inappropriate. Yes, young master, you rely on your own cultivation and the support of the essence pill, and the speed of improvement is already unprecedented. I believe that as long as you spend some more time, you will be able to break through to a higher level, and there is no need to risk your life. Quan Jia seconded the proposal. The executives present all said a word to me, all of which were words to persuade Linley. Yi Chang leaned on the sofa and pondered for a long time. After all the executives finished advising, he said with a solemn face, Linley, let's not talk about whether we can refine this elixir. Even if it is refined, the black pill must be different from those thunder pills, flame pills, and wood elixirs. We can't imagine what level of elemental essence it contains. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Shajun is here, we don't dare to take it easily. Brother Chang, where is life not a hurdle? I admit that the black pill may up, but I also think that there is a high probability that I can bear it. Take a gamble, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Once I step into the realm of the Holy Order, the so-called Salvation Alliance is not worth mentioning at all. Time left for us, not much. Today's supernatural world has already entered a period of change. Who can stand at the forefront of the times, then who is qualified to lead human beings to choose the direction of survival? Once infiltrated by those human traitors, our chances of success will become slimmer. There is still a long way to go. The black pill is a small challenge for me, and in the future, there will be a challenge waiting for me that is 1,000 times more difficult than this. The speech ended. Everyone present seemed to be moved. Since he has shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the human race, how can there be no wind or waves, no danger or danger? Okay, since it's your decision, then the Dark Kingdom will definitely support it. Give me 3 months, and all the materials will be gathered. Linley pointed at a space ring in his hand, put it on the coffee table, and said, the value of everything here is probably more than 1 trillion yuan, and there are a few useful materials, which can be regarded as a small contribution from myself. Yi Chang did not refuse, but took the ring curiously, and perceived it a little with his spiritual power. If I'm not mistaken, these are all greetings from the Fallen God Alliance to you, right? Linley smiled slightly and said, it can be said that they are all looted from the Holy Imperial Treasure House. How can you not take advantage of it? Ha ha, okay, with your large funding, in 2 months, all the materials will be ready. Then let's wait and see. Time flies. 7 days later, the annual grade trial of the Dark Academy has officially begun. The location is located on Devil's Mountain, the northernmost part of the Dark Kingdom. Why is it called Devil's Mountain? It's not like it. Instead, it is indeed full of devilish beings. Even some things are much more terrible than the devil. A killing machine that has completely lost its mind, demonizing superpowers. A bloodthirsty beast that is naturally ferocious and extremely strong. There are also those very hidden deadly traps. Anyone can cause you to die. The mission of the trial is simple. Survive. In this land of 100 miles, no matter what method you use, stick
to it for 3 days. After 3 days, if you can reach the target point safely, it can be considered passed. As for those who can't hold on, the Dark Kingdom will not punish them in any way, because there is no chance to punish anymore. Brotherly, you are really my living brother. If it weren't for you, I would most likely be eaten by that group of strange beasts in this trial. Yuan Guanyuan, who had not seen him for a long time, rose a few points. But this character is still as timid and cowardly as ever. This guy has been in retreat lately. Coincidentally, I just broke through to the 7th level of the initial level last night. Then go out of customs. Then I received a notification. Then he rushed to participate in the trial sadly. If he hadn't heard that Linley had returned to the Dark Kingdom, he would have even had the mind to run away. This place is not like the 6 great universities, and there will be security anyway. On Devil's Mountain, either you pass and then survive. Either you can't do it, and then go see Yama. There is no other option. Why does the Dark Kingdom have a graduation rate of less than 50% every year? No repetition, no demotion, only burps. Okay, don't talk about calves. Let me introduce. This is my brother, Mahani. Brother E. From now on, you will be my second eldest brother. If you need anything, even if you mention it, my younger brother will definitely go through fire and water, and he will not hesitate. This wave of bullshit gave Mahani the joy of clucking. After the bold words, Yuan Guanyuan will be covered by him. Linley looked around and checked the number of people. Yourself, Linyi, Yuan Guanyuan, Mahongi, Ma Xiaoli. There were exactly 5 people. In addition to herself, the strongest in the team should be Ma Xiaoli. Although I really don't want to praise him, but this guy really didn't embarrass the dark department. Just 5 days ago, this S-rank dark genius successfully broke through to the middle level 7. Then, Yi Cheng began to pay attention to this little genius. Choose to invest a lot of resources to cultivate it. No, just this morning, the guy claimed to have lit the 8th elemental star. It is not far from the 8th level of the intermediate level. Secondly, it is the little fat man Mahongi. This product is currently at the 3rd level of the intermediate level. Why is it so fast? Because Linley found Sha Jun and asked him to help the little fat man catalyze the undigested elemental essence in his body. The amount of that thunder-type essence pill was really too much. At the beginning, the breakthrough was roughly consumed, and the remaining half made it rush directly to the intermediate level 3. This also made Linley Meng refine a wind essence pill to give to Yu Yueka, and then refine an ice essence pill to Linyi. As for Yuan Guanyuan, this guy is not resting and motivated enough. When will he step into the middle level, and when will he study it? After all, an elemental essence pill is worth tens of billions. No matter how rich Linley is, he can't squander it blindly. 3rd place, Linyi. To be honest, Linley appreciated her more and more. At the same time, the guilt and pity in my heart have not been diminished. This girl is considered to have no relatives at the moment, except for Linley, her ex-boyfriend. There is no one in the world to rely on. Strong enough, hard enough. In just 1 month, he broke through his own talent ceiling, and there were also Ling Xing's special resources to take care of. That's why it reached the height of the 9th level of the initial level. What? In recent days, he and Yu have actually seen the strange behavior in their eyes. Why else? In order to find a support for yourself, in order to find a home for yourself, everyone is quiet. A shout on the high platform shocked more than 1,000 students at the scene. The originally extremely active atmosphere instantly precipitated. Linley turned his head and looked at Qingtuo with interest. I haven't seen you for a long time. This old thing is very imposing. Rules, I only talk about them once, and your life is only once. The trial of Devil Mountain, no matter what method you use, persist in surviving for 3 days, and those who reach the top of Devil Mountain at 12 noon 3 days later will pass the trial. During the trial, don't fantasize about escaping from Devil's Mountain, because you don't have that strength at all. Whether it's unity and cooperation, or selfishness, the Dark Academy only looks at the results, not the process. Also, speaking of this, Qingtuo locked his eyes on someone in the audience, and said with a cold gaze, since the strength of some students has seriously exceeded the average range, the difficulty of this trial will be increased by 2 levels. That is to say, what you will have to face next is the same as the difficulty of the trial of 3rd-year students. As soon as these words came out, the audience was boiling. Almost all students expressed dissatisfaction. Why should a strong person add difficulty to the trial? Could it be that there is something wrong with the strength of the adult family? Presumptuous. Quiet me down. Seeing that the scene was slightly out of control, Qingtuo shouted angrily mixed with an unbearable momentum. The hearts of everyone at the scene trembled. Super level 8. This old thing really broke through. Linley knew that Qingtuo was venting his anger on himself, but that's all. He would not take action against Linley, let alone try to get rid of Linley. Some people have dedicated their lives to a big family. Even if some of them infringe on their own interests, they will not lose the big because of the small and act arbitrarily. At most, it affects some irrelevant people. You can choose not to participate in this trial. As long as you quit the Dark Kingdom and never set foot in this place again, you can leave now. Qingtuo's words made the scene silent. Obviously, no one can bear the consequences of this road. Participating in the trial, you may die, but there is still a certain probability probability of survival. If they don't participate in the trial and leave the Dark Kingdom, then the only thing left for them is a dead end. In this era, there will be no pity on anyone who is eliminated. Linley is relatively special, but how many special beings like this can there be in the world? The scene was silent for more than 3 minutes. No one opted out. Qingtuo nodded without any expression and then waved his hand and said, "In that case, then I announce that the Devil Mountain trial has officially begun." As soon as the words fell, the 6 barrier guardians released their abilities at the same time. A barrier area at the foot of Devil's Mountain was opened, and all students began to enter the venue in an orderly manner. In fact, Linley could not have participated, because this kind of trial was a complete waste of time for him, including Qingtuo. He didn't expect at first that Linley would be full and support himself to participate in this kind of activity. Not to mention compulsory, it is only for ordinary students. Even Yu Yueka has no one to manage the 3 generations of officials, let alone Linley's status and character. But it can't be helped. If he does not participate, Linyi, Yuan Guan Yuan, including Ma Hongyi, will face huge risks. The difficulty of the trial in the 3rd grade. In other words, at this moment, Devil Mountain is very likely to be wandering inside high-level strange beasts. Even Ma Xiaoli didn't dare to boast that she could survive 100%. Not to mention the other students who have not seen much of the world and are in the early stage or beginner level. This is not a trial for them. It's called a game of life and death. Just 5 minutes. Thousands of students have all stepped into the foot of Devil's Mountain. Linley's team was the last to enter. Before closing the barrier, a protector also came forward to ask Linley if he had anything else to do. What does it mean? It means that if Linley says that he has other things to do, he can leave at any time. Do whatever you like. Even if Qingtuo saw it, he wouldn't say anything, because he can't control it. Just kidding, some people go up and down tens of millions in minutes. However, Linley refused. The kind that is both pretentious and low-key. In the academy, I am just an ordinary student. The trial is once a year. Other students can participate on time, even if there are many things. No matter how busy the schedule is, I have to push it back. I must meet the challenge of a student like everyone else. Papa. There was a warm applause around. Nearly 100 students shouted around Linley, shouting. It made the protector very embarrassed. As expected of the Holy Lord, then I wish you smooth sailing. If you have any particularly urgent matters to deal with, you can come to us at any time. After that, the blue barrier began to retract and contract until it was completely closed. This hellish difficulty of Devil's Mountain trial has officially begun. Idle Lin, can I join your team? I can cook food. Lin Idle, my intermediate level 4 strength can clear the obstacles on the way for you. Lin Idle, I sing very well. Lin Idle, I brought a steel pipe. Lin Idle, I brought a moisture-proof cloth, whether it was in the woods or anywhere. Lin Idle, I just want to stay with you for a while. I don't know who started it, and the style of painting gradually deflected. Linley frowned when he heard this, and Linny blushed even more on the side. These people really dare to say anything in order to survive. Hey, 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 why are you taking off your pants, that boy? Hey, 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 that dinosaur sister, put down the unknown white object in your hand. Oh no, I'll make it. Miss, don't lift your skirt, we're serious people. Linley couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly made a silent gesture. The scene finally fell silent. Listen to me, the difficulty of this trial has increased because of me, so I will be responsible for ensuring everyone's safety. Now, please listen to my command. For 3 days, as long as we unite as one, the so-called trials are not worth mentioning at all. Not worth mentioning. Who is the leader of this? But it seems to be quite useful. At least the atmosphere has pulled a lot. The high-pitched shout echoed half the sky. Qing Sun, who was still standing on the high platform, saw this scene, and his face was angry and turned pig liver color. Waving to the audience, 3 men in black appeared instantly. I hope that. No, I have to see a scene where the casualty rate of first-year students is as high as 40%. Linley, I can't move, so I'll get rid of all the people around him. Yes, the number of people in this trial is roughly 1,100 people. Among them, choose to follow Linley. That is to say, there are 130 people who unite as one and go to difficulties together. Not a few. If these more than 100 people act in groups, I don't know how much trouble they will cause. So Linley decided to find a defensive stronghold that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and those with high combat power were naturally responsible for resisting strange beasts, and those with low combat power would be responsible for performing shows, singing, dancing, and cooking. More than 100 people, a 3-day carnival party. It's pretty good to think about. As long as there is no invasion of super-level beasts, Linley is 100% sure to ensure everyone's safety. To explain in advance, protecting the safety of this group of people is by no means a kind heart. It is not because of his own joining, which leads to an increase in the difficulty of the trial, resulting in a sense of guilt. Because even if Linley did not join this trial, the old man Qingtuo would lock the casualty rate at a level. This is the eternal method of the Dark Kingdom, just to get rid of those with low value, so as to give a wake-up call to those with high value, to make them practice harder, and their personalities will become more ruthless and indifferent. In
this way, high-quality predators will be continuously cultivated. So why did Linley come forward and claim to protect the safety of this group of people? What does it mean to be full? Obviously I haven't eaten it yet. Because from this moment on, Linley needs to establish his own prestige, or the degree of influence. The first step is the Dark Academy. The second part is the Dark Kingdom. The third step is the entire ability world. The fourth step is the whole human race. This grand plan is important. If you want to lead the human race to survival, then you must first gain the trust of the entire human race. Otherwise, in the face of the overall situation, there will always be some people who will cause you trouble with the help of your black materials, doubtful places, thereby disrupting the beliefs established by others, commonly known as a stirrer. No way, this is the ugliest side of human nature. You can't stop it. Even if you kill chickens and monkeys, it's not a long-term solution. Then the only way to cure both the symptoms and the root cause is to take all such stirrers under your command and use their superpowers to do things for yourself, so as to stabilize the overall situation. No one will get along with money. If there is, it only means that you are not giving enough. Ma Shelley, you are responsible for managing the second half of the team, and always beware of the invasion of strange beasts. Don't worry, brotherly, leave it to someone. Ahem, leave it to me. Xiao Jie, Hongi, the two of you are responsible for managing the left and right sides of the team respectively, and if you find traces of the enemy, report to me immediately, and besides, look at me closely. Is there the kind of person whose whereabouts are not normal and always leave the team? Okay, brotherly. Xiao Jie, this kid, hasn't seen him for more than a month, and his strength has actually risen to the 4th level of the middle level, worthy of being a genius of the dark system, the same as Ma Xiaoli. As long as there is high resource training, the improvement speed is definitely comparable to sitting on a rocket. Counting Linley, the front, back, left, and right directions of the team have certain strong people responsible for management. The team of people with number 130 is not very big, but it is really not small. Fortunately, there are no idiots here. It won't whine, it's like walking on the street. They all tried their best to suppress the aura of supernatural abilities, and if they could not speak, they would not speak, and followed Linley closely. Such and such. 5 minutes later. Howl, howl, howl. It's really head-on, and there are a lot of strange beasts in this broken place. Just walk less than a kilometer up the mountain. The wolf pack gathered by more than 30 majestic big bad wolves just surrounded by a team of 100 people. It's quite embarrassing to say. More than 30 beasts surrounded the team of 100 people, and they still had the upper hand in terms of momentum. It's a shame. Linley said that he had to correct this wind no matter what he said today. You, and you, give me. Look at the most cowardly people in the team, and directly give orders for them to go. With this little courage, if you leave the group, you can't survive for a quarter of an hour, even if you relied on Linley to get through this trial. So what about the next trial? Kneel down and beg the boss? Linley didn't dare to guarantee that he would still be studying at the Dark Academy at this time next year. It is estimated that they are all busy fighting with the Salvation Alliance, and even the creatures of the upper realm. Lin idle. Those hungry wolves are all intermediate or above strength. A few of us are only the 6th or 7th level of the initial level. Isn't it the same as rushing to death? A young man with clear eyebrows and a little feminine leaned next to Linley and said cautiously. Several students standing behind him nodded in agreement with this view. Oh, I'll do it. You little red guy? Disturbing the morale of the army. Should I give you 2 big fights? If you let me go, you can go. I'm afraid of chicken feathers? Forget it, little girl. So many big men are afraid of a few gray-haired beasts, hundreds or so people. Surrounded by his mother's 30 little wolf cubs, how do you manage not to blush and not breathe? So what if the strength is not as good as the other party? Is there still less leapfrog challenge? Now is the trial, and in the future it will be the battlefield. Do you still expect to be left with room for fear on the battlefield? Just now, you said that you want to unite as one and go to difficulties together, but you will be as timid as a mouse, and you won't dare to fart? I'll check the 3 counts, and you will give me a few Salems, otherwise I don't mind kicking you out of the team and fending for yourself. Linley raised 3 fingers, and the momentum of the high-level superpowers exploded. Not to mention the students next to him, even the wolves 100 meters away were so shocked that they retreated again and again. Just kidding, I'm serious about pretending to be B. Lin idle, they don't go up, I'm up. And me. Isn't it just a pack of wolf cubs? Killing them is a jackpot for our killing career. Now that you are submissive, you are laying the foundation for our graves in the future. Middle-level strange beast, my big knife is already hungry and thirsty. Several students took the lead in asking for help and showed their abilities, saying that they would be the vanguard, which was a good morale. What Linley wants is this effect. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as someone starts, then things are much easier. More than 10 people stood up before and after. The rest choose to wait and see on the spot, which belongs to the cautious kind. At the same time, the wolves in the distance finally couldn't stand it and were ready to attack. Linley turned around and waved his hand at the wolves and said, "Okay, then let this group of beasts see the terrifying strength of human beings." More than 10 10 figures rushed out of the team first, followed by Ma Hongyi, Ma Xiuli, Lin Yi, and Yuan Guanyuan. The strength of the two people behind them must not be able to match the wild wolves, but the weaker the combat power, the greater the role of the example. No, when the students in the team saw Lin Yi, people with Yuan Guanyuan's strength chose to rush out desperately. If you have the cheeky to stay and watch, then you are really sorry for the cultivation of the Dark Kingdom. So, 1 passes 2, 2 passes 4, 4 passes 8. In just half a minute, there were less than 10 people left on the spot, and the battle between the wolves and the 100-man army also began. As the commander-in-chief of the team, Lin Li didn't make a move for the time being, because he needs to take care of the safety of his classmates. Since it has been promised, it must achieve 0 casualties. Therefore, fierce and vicious and bizarre powerful demons are hidden underground. As long as the students are in danger, they can be rescued instantly. Colorful abilities and all kinds of bells and whistles fell like raindrops. Freeze, storm, flame, earthquake, thunder, etc. Although the destructive power is limited, it is enough to prove that they are fighting with all their might. The personnel allocation on site is roughly 3:1. It was 3 human superpowers besieging a wild wolf. Those with strong strength will naturally unite against the middle and late stage beasts, and those with weaker strength will fight guerrilla with the middle and junior beasts. Wait for the other team to win and then help yourself. Lin Ligang thought that if he continued to develop according to this form, he might not be able to make his turn. As a result, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the rear. The terrifying impact broke the trees within a radius of 100 meters. The trembling of the ground made many students stand unsteadily. Then a shocked gaze fell into the distance. High level 6. Lin Li turned around and secretly said that this Qingtuo was really not a thing. High level 6th level strange beasts. If it were in his absence, these hundreds of people would definitely be destroyed. There is no slightest chance of survival. Look at the head wolf, who is more than 3 meters tall and full of blood. It is estimated that one paw can break a tree as thick as a bucket. Aren't these students just small sausages to it? Ma Xiuli, take care of your classmates, leave this beast to me. With a flash of black light in his hand, the victorious evil sword snatched out of its sheath. Lin Li bowed slightly and quickly gathered his abilities under his feet. After aiming in the direction of attack, just listen to the bang. It was as if a shell had been fired. At the original location, the ground cracked like a net, stunned the surrounding students. It was only at this moment that they truly felt the horror of the dark legend. Annihilation. The ultimate edge swept by, causing ripples in the surrounding space. The head wolf immediately sensed the danger. The expected head-to-head did not happen. The opponent's reaction speed and movement speed are ridiculously fast. Just when the sword was about to fall, the blurred figure rushed out with a whoosh. Immediately afterwards, there was a muffled sound, and strong smoke and dust billowed in, quickly covering the figure of one person and one beast. Lin Li, who was in the smoke and dust, frowned. It's a bit of trouble. With a difference of 5 levels, even the dark system would be difficult to make up for such a gap. You can only try your luck to see if the other party can show your flaws. A gust of wind passed not far from the side. The smoke and dust driven by it are even more intense. This beast has a very high IQ. Knowing how to cover the figure with smoke and dust and then relying on that natural sense of smell, agile speed. As a result, the enemy is bright and dark, and they are always ready to sneak attack. Not to mention that among mammals, wolves have the highest IQ and the most ruthless methods. It is simply the little Sima of the animal kingdom. However, such a method is really not a thing for Lin Li. Dark Rhythm. The ability released with high-level power is enough to cover a distance of 500 meters. Clusters of corrosive black energy gushed out from the ground. Since there is no energy to create soot, it didn't take much effort for the figure of the head wolf to be completely revealed. Lin Li saw the opportunity and rushed out again. The dark power burst out, raised the sword of victory evil, and suddenly waved it into the sky, saying, "Dark Rain." Dense arrows converge out of thin air, and their range is enough to envelop the entire battlefield. Since the single skill can't hit you, then use group attack skills. With an order, an overwhelming number of arrows fell to the ground. Under Lin Li's precise control, many wild wolves who were fighting were also affected. Seeing this, the morale of the 100-man army was high, and they shouted, "Lin Idol is amazing." The war situation can be said to be more and more favorable. Howl. The head wolf, who was jumping back and forth within the range of the arrow, glanced around at the battle situation, and his 2 big eyes were dripping around, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Then he came to a boulder and suddenly stopped. Twist your neck and shout hard. The pursuing arrows fell on his body, beginning to erode the skin and flesh, and many places were even about to be penetrated. However, even so, the head wolf endured the pain and continued to howl. Seeing this, the rest of the wild wolves on the battlefield also joined the howling team, and some refused to stop even if they were put on their necks with knives. Lin Li is by no means a person with ink, and he knows with his feet that this group of beasts must be doing something. What are you doing, stunned? Cut. Seeing that there were many students standing there in a daze and at a loss, Lin Li hated iron and shouted angrily, "Damn, why don't you say that Qingtuo is so cruel?
If the vice president is himself, the means are definitely more ruthless than him. It's useless to keep idiots like this. It's better to consume it as a stepping stone for other elites. Blame yourself for not being the dean. There are too many things to consider. Ignoring others, Linley chased after the wolf in the blink of an eye. Another annihilation. The head wolf was still unmoved, but a tear flowed from the corner of his eye that seemed unwilling and relieved. Then, blood splattered, and a wolf's head flew straight away from its body. Linley was a little confused. What's going on with this beast? Just like this, he was hacked to death by himself? Look back at other battlefields. Under the leadership of Ma Xiaoli, Xiaojie, and others, the students killed all the remaining wild wolves in minutes. Warm cheers shook the mountains and forests. Everyone was shouting Linley's name. Just to celebrate this battle, it is not difficult to say, and it is really inexplicably simple to say that it is simple. Something is wrong. It's very wrong. Linley looked around vigilantly. The howl just now was definitely not convulsions. It stands to reason that they should have the upper hand in this battle. With this high-level 6th level head wolf alone, it is absolutely impossible to kill it easily without making himself pay any price. Besides, the power of time is useless. The battle ended so suddenly. A feeling of extreme danger came to mind. Could it be? Oh no, everyone, run up the mountain. Linley's surprise made everyone present a little confused. Didn't you win? Why run? However, in the next second, Ma Xiaoli noticed something unusual. A sense of crisis began to emerge in my heart, immediately followed by Xiaojie, Mahani, a group of people with a higher level of strength. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound came from far to near. The birds and insects in the woods began to frantically flap their wings to escape from the place. Seeing that this group of fools still didn't move, Linley was completely angry. Are you stupid? If you want to die, just wait here. Damn, it's all at this juncture. What is there to guarantee? Plan to talk about it next time. This group of people will give up completely. Linley rushed into the crowd and grabbed Linley's arm. Mahongi, Ma Xiaoli and Yuan Guanyuan also ran to the front one after another. A large cloud of black mist quickly enveloped several people. In the next second, it completely disappeared in place. At the same time, the 110 people finally reacted. Feeling the terrifying aura getting closer and closer, everyone began to run towards the mountain. However, opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. For those idiots who have no sense of consciousness, God will always use various methods to reshape them. Until a certain life, you can grow some brains. After casting black fog many times in a row, Linley and his party finally arrived at the mountainside area. The area of this Devil's Mountain is not ordinary. From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, at least 40 or 50 miles away. At a glance, they are. Tree. Isn't it all like this on the mountain? What else can you have besides trees? Brotherly, I can't perceive the strength of the big guy at the foot of the mountain at all. Super level 6, there are faint signs of breakthrough. What? The four of them stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. Isn't this a trial? Isn't the average strength of the students from the late beginner to the early intermediate level? Why did you even come out of the super level 6th level strange beasts? Yuan Guanyuan's 3 consecutive questions were not answered, because Linley couldn't figure out the situation. I thought that the appearance of strange beasts at the high-level peak level was already the limit of this trial. I didn't expect that this Qingtua did so much. Was it intended to reduce the survival rate of this class of students to 1%? Isn't he afraid that Yi Kongsheng will kill him? Brotherly, do we really care about that group of students? Mahongi stood on a stone and looked down with great concern. After all, I have a simple heart, and I have a premonition that so many lives are about to die, and I can't bear it. Ma Xiaoli on the side heard this and sneered. Brother Hongi, this is the Dark Kingdom, not the Titan Guild, let alone the bullshit Holy Imperial Academy. You just need to remember to put your own interests first. Who told that group of idiots to refuse to listen to Brother Li's words? Stupid and stunned in place. Since we are willing to die, why are we making a fuss? As long as a few of us are safe, the life and death of others doesn't matter at all. Yuan Guanyuan spoke on the side, and even Linley nodded slightly, expressing his approval of this view. Linley didn't squeak, because what he was going to say, Ma Xiaoli had already finished speaking. But as a normal man, you must not show the demeanor of praising someone. So let's quietly observe the movement under the mountain. Mahongi was inexplicably educated, and then thought about it very seriously. I always feel awkward. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. That group of idiots will definitely go all the way up in a straight line. Super level beasts, we can't have a chance of resisting. Let's go to the other side of Devil's Mountain. The looming roar mixed with the roar made Linley have a bad premonition. I thought that these 3 days of trial would be easy to pass. Now there are more super level beasts. If you are alone, then the safety problem can definitely be guaranteed. But now after all, he is carrying 4 oil bottles. You have to find a safe place to settle down, and then have a meal. 2 hours later, on the south side of Devil's Mountain, in a stone cave near the top of the mountain, the little fat man is responsible for starting the fire. Yuan Guanyuan and Linyi are responsible for peeling, and Ma Xiaoli is responsible for preparing the formula. As for Linley, he sat on the
stone on the side, quietly waiting for the meal to start. No problem. Not far away, 2 large and 1 small, a total of 3 brown bears were lying on the ground. Yes, they were raided. Not only that, but also inexplicably eaten. Although Mahongi especially wanted to keep the little brown bear, it kept barking. Maybe it's because of the pain of losing parents and the resentment of facing these human beings. Linley decided to send it to meet its parents to fulfill his young wish. Family. It should be neat and tidy, and reunited with Mimi, isn't it? Unleash the ability to wrap the whole. Prevent the aroma of the barbecue from attracting unnecessary trouble. The cave is spacious, and a large number of daily necessities are taken out from the space ring. What pots and pans, bedding, TV, refrigerator, washing machine. What? No power? Isn't the little fat man a ready-made generator? Arrange all the items, the originally gray stone cave, like the characteristic theme hotel suite. It gives a small warm feeling. Tables and chairs are placed in the center, and Linny uses local materials. What bear claws, bear meat, bear ears, bear brains, bear guns, paired with pre-prepared vegetables, stir-fried on an induction cooktop. That little taste came up with a rubbing. Others are here to try, but Linley and the others are here for vacation. 3 days. If there is no accident, it is considered a retreat. Brotherly, the meal is ready, let's cook. Mahoney held 2 bottles of flour brew, and he guessed correctly that they should be specialties of his hometown. Linley got up and came to the dining table. Just in time for Linny's last dish, the spicy stir-fried bear gun is out of the pot. 5 people, 8 dishes. With a little wine, life is happy. It's a pity that Yu is not there, otherwise this meal will definitely be happier. Bell. Ha, what was that? It seems to be the sound of someone knocking on the door. Where did the door of the stone cave come from? It seems to have come from inside. 5 people, you look at me, I look at you. The depths of the cave have just been explored, but there is nothing? Could it be that this place is haunted? Bell. It was a sound coming from the deepest part of the cave. The atmosphere became tense for a while. In this barren mountain and wilderness, except for the strange beasts or traps, there are no good things hidden in it. Linley took out the evil sword. Ma Xiaoli took out a short black blade. Mahoney wore a pair of purple gloves, 80% of which were customized. Linny and Yuan Guan Yuan have no magic weapons, simply a kitchen knife and a spatula. The 5 people looked like thieves and carefully searched deep into the cave. If we don't find out the source of this sound today, no one will be able to stop. Bell. There was another knocking sound. Linley stopped suddenly, causing the little fat man behind him to crash into it. Brotherly, why did you stop? On top. Linley's words brought the atmosphere of the scene to gloomy. Topmost? Mahoney looked up. It was dark, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Linny and Yuan Guan Yuan are also in this situation. Just when a few people were about to release their abilities to light up the entire cave, Ma Xiaoli spoke. Looking for dragons and dividing gold to see the entangled mountains. 1 entanglement is a double pass. If there is an 8-fold danger in closing the door, there is no yin and yang gossip shape. Demon, quickly appear. The eerie atmosphere was completely destroyed by Ma Xiaoli's words. A big question mark appeared above the heads of all 3. Why does this sentence become more and more familiar the more you hear it? Rush to Taiwan? Brotherly, what should I do if it doesn't work? You've read too many novels, right? Who said that the coffin must be rice dumplings? But the knocking sound came from inside. Bell. I seem to see a hand banging on the coffin lid. Don't panic, something is wrong. Let's quit first. The exchange between the 2 completely confused the other 3. What coffin? What rice dumplings? Ha, why did that cold feeling come back? Boom. Brotherly, what are you 2 talking about? The little fat man really can't stand such a weird atmosphere. Either make it clear or just do it. This half-ignorant situation is the most uncomfortable. Get out of here first, and I'll naturally explain it to you later. Hearing this, everyone turned around collectively and retreated to the central area of the cave. Wait for the warm feeling to re-implement the soul. Linley and Ma Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It's a bit mysterious. To be on the safe side, Linley released a barrier to close the road to the deepest part of the cave, so as not to scare everyone out of nowhere. Everyone sat back in their seats. Linley picked up the vegetables while explaining what he had just seen. Very simple. A crystal coffin is firmly attached to the top of the cave by 4 chains. Through the crystal on the outside, it seems that a red figure can be seen inside, and that strange knocking sound came from the coffin. Otherwise, why did Ma Xiaoli go crazy just now and read out the 2 lines in that sentence? Don't you just think there are rice dumplings in the coffin? However, Linley has always maintained a neutral attitude towards supernatural events. There may or may not be. Who called this place a deep mountain and an old forest, hiding a cave? However, in an era where technology is so developed, it is indeed a bit unacceptable to feel that there is such a thing as rice dumplings. The style of painting is deflected too fast, and the worldview is a bit out of the ordinary. Brotherly, anyway, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in the so-called rice dumplings, demons, monsters, etc. These things are completely imagined by people. It can be said that it is a kind of faith. Ma Hongyi was the first to affirm his position. There is also Yuan Guan Yuan with such views. I support Brother Hongi. I don't believe that there are so-called supernatural beings in this world. They are all fed and frightened. Don't believe it? That only proves that you two are too ignorant and have come into contact with too little. Ma Xiaoli refuted the two with disdain. There are mountains outside the mountains. There are people outside the people. The end of science is metaphysics. 50 years ago, supernatural abilities were also unrealistic for human beings, but look at it now. Don't you still choose to accept it? Some things have not yet been discovered. Don't make conclusions so easily. This will only show that the IQ of the two of you is limited. After hearing these words, Ma Hongi and the two had no room for refutation. Linli couldn't help but give Ma Xiaoli a thumbs up. Xiaoli is right. It is better to believe that supernatural things exist than to believe that they do not exist. We must always maintain a heart of awe and not cause trouble for ourselves due to ignorance. Hongi, your so-called atheism is indeed wrong, or it is not close to reality at some level. Whoosh! I can tell you clearly that there are gods in this world. Of course, they will not be like the ones on TV. They are fairy-like, heaven and earth, and omnipotent. They are also a kind of living being, but they are much higher than our life level, and the power or ability they can control is indeed a godlike existence for us. And this world is also experiencing an unprecedented war of life change. It won't be long before you understand these things. Linli said a lot of words, completely confused several people present, especially Ma Hongi. Hearing the existence of a god from Linli's mouth was tantamount to a bolt from the blue. Directly smashed the original worldview. Brotherly, how did you know all this? The little fat man is most curious about not whether there is a god or not, but how Linli knows these things. It seems that the current technology has not developed to that extent, right? Could this Linli in front of him be a traverser? Travel from the future to the present, save the world, and save humanity. Judging from the current situation, such talent, such strength, such means, and IQ, it's not impossible, okay? And will he be the one who was chosen to become a superhero and save the world from crisis? At some point, the corner of the little fat man's mouth flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The few people present were disgusted. What are you blind? Why there? Linli scolded Ma Hongi's arm, and then shattered the daydream action. How do I know? I can't tell you for the time being, but you must be clear. I will not deceive my brothers and friends. Everything is left to time to crack gradually. What you have to do now is to practice hard, try to keep up with my pace, reach a certain height as soon as possible, and follow me to defend your homeland and resist foreign enemies. Okay. The three voices echoed at the same time, and the atmosphere gradually became hot. Linli sensed something was wrong, and he had just come back until now. Why didn't this girl say a word? After 2 calls, there was still no response. It wasn't until Ma Xiaoli on the side stretched out her hand and shook it in front of her eyes that she pulled the other party's soul back. What's wrong? Linli raised her head and looked at everyone around her blankly. What's wrong? What happened to you? Me? I didn't do much. I was just thinking about something. You weren't scared, were you? Right. What did you just say about the coffin or something? I was a little scared, so I was stunned. Oh sister don't be afraid. Brother Xiaoli will protect you. Ma Xiaoli patted her chest awe-inspiringly, trying to awaken the masculinity that has been sealed in his body for a long time. However, this performance did not usher in any appreciation. Only white eyes. And white eyes. Linli picked up some dishes by herself, and then ate them hastily and then got off the table. Linli didn't care too much when he saw this. After all, she is a girl, and we can't guess her mind, so there is no need to guess. As long as you protect it, there is no problem. After 3 rounds of wine, I felt drowsy. Linli volunteered to keep vigil today. The other 4 big men were responsible for a good night's rest. After all, after drinking, you can't concentrate. If you force yourself to practice, it will only backfire. The bed has been taken care of. Before going to bed, several people also specially checked the situation in the cave. Linli's 2 barriers are very solid. The other 3 also used their own methods. It adds a lot of security to the safety of the cave. At this point, everyone can be regarded as relieved. Drill the quilt of the quilt, read the novel if you should read the novel. As time passes little by little, unconsciously, Linli's eyes became more and more hazy. I fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. A strong urge to urinate hit. Linli opened his eyes and found that there was no light in the cave. Call out softly. There was no response. Linli sensed something was wrong. With his thoughts, he directly summoned 3 humanoid demons and quickly searched the cave. The barrier was not broken, and he did not notice any strange energy fluctuations. Therefore, people should be in the cave. But this broken place is just so big in the end. Looking around, almost all the scenery is in full view. I just didn't find any trace of Linli. It's really strange. After getting out of bed, Linli first walked to the entrance of the cave and splashed urine. The night is hazy, and the cold wind is blowing. The withered yellow leaves made a rustling sound. Occasionally, it is accompanied by the roar of strange beasts and the faint sound of explosions. No need to guess, there must be a fight. But they are far apart and have nothing to do with Linli. Lift your pants and walk back into the cave. I just wondered why the
few demons hadn't moved after a few minutes. An inexplicable coolness surged into my heart. Linley's face changed drastically. The opportunity to connect with the 3 demons was actually broken. That also means that these 3 powerful demons were eliminated at the same time in an instant. I didn't even have time to make a move. It seems that the other party's strength is not generally strong. Hongyi, Xiali, Yuan Guan Yuan, wake me up. Linley was a little panicked. He hurriedly shouted to the 3 people on the bed. However, something even weirder happened. The 3 people on the bed didn't move as if they hadn't heard. Since they were all covering their heads with quilts, Linley couldn't see what was going on at all. He could only get closer, raised his voice and shouted, Hongyi, Xiali, Yuan Guan Yuan, wake up. Still no movement. Now Linley doesn't have to shout anymore. Even if you are a fool, you should see that there is a problem with the designation of these 3 people. He took 2 steps forward and directly lifted the quilt on Mahoney's body. Sure enough, without even a hair, this little fat man has long disappeared. That's right. Immediately followed by Ma Xiaoli and Yuan Guan Yuan. It's all the same situation. It's already quite obvious. These 3 people, no, should be 4 people who are in danger. The location must be deep in that strange cave. It is related to the mysterious coffin. No time to analyze. Linley took out the evil sword. More than 20 demons were summoned around, heading towards the depths of the cave. It is impossible to keep a low profile, and I will never be low-key in this life. Since the danger has been determined, it is simply killed. If you can beat it, just hit it. If you can't beat it, you will find a way to rescue a few people. If you really can't save it, you can only stay in Qingshan and go to burn firewood. Step, trample, step, Hongyi, Xiali. As he went deeper and deeper into the cave, Linley's back began to feel cold. Until you reached the last location. Stop. Look up. The coffin was still there, but the red figure inside was gone. So, I didn't expect that there were really so-called rice dumplings in this world. I wonder if we can have an in-depth exchange. Snap. A crisp sound came from another corner deep in the cave. The eyes of more than 20 demons glowed red, instantly lighting up that location. Linley saw a familiar figure. It was Linny. At this moment, she was hammering her hair, facing Linley and facing the wall. Vaguely, it seemed that he heard the other party muttering something. Are you okay? Linley approached tentatively. The demons firmly guarded it in the center, and whenever there was danger, they would rush forward to cover the master's retreat. No, no, no. As the distance got closer and closer, Linny's voice became clearer. It seems to be crying. It seemed that he was trying to speak, but he was gagged by something. Are you trying to tell me something? No, no, no. The voice was louder, and the body seemed to tremble slightly. Sure enough, this girl was controlled by something. Linley was really angry. The momentum of the high-level superpowers exploded. Wisps of black energy fluctuations emanated from the ring, and the impact on the stone wall caused the entire cave to begin to shake. Gulauzi, I told you to pretend to be a ghost. After saying that, Linley suddenly turned around and swung an ultimate sword light towards the crystal coffin at the top of the cave. The violent explosion caused the top of the cave to crack inch by inch, and rocks of different sizes rolled down. The effect of this sword is very obvious. It didn't bombard the crystal coffin. Because of this sword, he was stopped by Linny. Oh, what? Can't you sit still? At this moment, Linley no longer had the panic before. He raised his head very calmly and teased. Giggle. It's a bit interesting. You little guy doesn't play cards according to common sense. Could it be that this girl is insignificant to you at all? Linny stroked her hair, revealing her familiar and unfamiliar face. The appearance has not changed, but the temperament has changed, including the voice, manners, and demeanor of the speaker. It seems to be a different person. A very elegant and fresh and refined extraterrestrial stunner. Miss, you took my friend's body when we first met, and you still want to design a prank on me. Are you naughty? Linley did not answer the other party's words, because he knew that Linley's consciousness. It's still there. Linley, you really surprised me. Really? Then fairy sister, do you need me to comfort you? Cluck. It's so interesting. I originally thought that you were just a little kid who hadn't awakened the force, but now it seems that you are very mature. As he spoke, Linny gradually fell to the ground. A pair of beautiful eyes locked on Linley, and her smile was very tempting. So, can you give me back my people? Are you referring to those 3 little fools? Gurgling, of course, you are the only one I am interested in. And this body, she doesn't belong to you. No, she belongs to me. Linley put away his smile. What does this mean? Toast without eating and punishing wine, kicking your nose on your face? Fairy sister, you and I are not enemies, more likely to be people all the way, so, I hope to leave some affection. I can help you find what kind of body you need, but this one, you must return it to me. Linley's attitude was extremely resolute, and the demons gathered around him were even more eager to move. However, Linley didn't care at all. He tugged at the hair on his cheeks with his hand and said, Linley, you are very smart and stupid. We are all the way, but with just you now, where did you get the face? This body is originally mine. I am Linny, and Linny is me. So, forget about her. If you need anything, sister can consider it as appropriate. In that case,
then I will be offended. Linley said that he would not give up on Linny at all. This girl was already miserable enough, and now she was forcibly occupied by a creature from the upper realm. If you don't save her, you won't be able to overcome this hurdle in your heart at all. The words fell. Linley raised his sword, and the rest of the demons followed, unstoppable like a tide. Linny covered her mouth and laughed lightly, and then her figure became more and more ethereal. When the opponent rushed forward, he waved his jade hand gently. The whole person disappeared. Linley scolded secretly, "Damn it, the strength of the two sides is not on the same level at all. How to grab this?" "Linley, sister, I have other important things to do, so I won't play with you. Help me take good care of this crystal coffin. Don't try to damage it, that will only harm your little girlfriend. See you in 2 days." After saying that, a white afterimage instantly swept over his head and flew straight out. Linley wanted to chase after him, but he knew in his heart that it would be useless even if he caught up. "It seems that Linny will not be in danger for the time being. I could only find a way to hold her back first, and then seek help from the Meteor Alliance." "Brotherly! Brotherly!" The little fat man's voice suddenly came from behind. Linley waved his hand lightly, and all the demons disappeared in an instant. "Hongi, where are you?" "Brotherly, we are behind the stone wall, and classmate E has rebelled." Linley supported his forehead. Strictly speaking, it was not called a rebellion. Instead, it was dirty. "Oh no, I was possessed by something clean." Withdrawing the sword of victory and evil, according to the direction from which the little fat man's voice came, he swung a punch neither lightly nor heavily. Dark energy burst out and hit a stone wall. With a boom, there was an explosion. The stone wall was easily shattered, and 3 figures gradually emerged from the smoke and dust. "Brotherly, Xiaoli is injured. What should we do?" Mahani and Yuan Guanyuan supported Ma Xiaoli, who was pale-faced, had blue lips, and looked half-dead, and slowly walked out from behind the stone wall. Linley stepped forward to check. "It's not a big deal. It means that the body is hollowed out and needs to be replenished." "Bah, what are you thinking? I'm talking about superpowers." After absorbing a high-level elemental crystal, Ma Xiaoli finally recovered. According to several people, they were all woken up by urine, and then got up to find that Linny was not there, so they searched around. Finally, something strange was noticed deep in the cave. "Mahani and Yuan Guanyuan are fine. I was just frightened and fainted, and then inexplicably locked up behind the stone wall. Ma Xiaoli is miserable. At first, I thought that Linny was flirting with her. Half of the pants are taken off." As a result, the other party came to Hidego empowerment. A hand was clasped on his head, and the scene was like a star-sucking technique. He sucked up all the abilities in Ma Xiaoli's body, and then rolled his eyes and passed out. Then, he was rescued by Linley. "Xiaoli, how can you have that kind of idea about E?" Mahani asked very seriously. "What's going on? I'm a gentleman. Why can't I have some ideas about girls? But E's classmate is Brotherly." Don't talk nonsense. E and I have broken up peacefully a long time ago, and now we are friends with a good relationship. Look, Brotherly himself said that Sister E is not his dish. Miss you is. When did I say that?" Linley really wanted to give these two goods a big mouth. Spread rumors everywhere. "By the way, Brotherly, what happened to E? Why harm us?" Yes, it was fine before. Why did you suddenly feel like a different person?" Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but sigh. How can this be explained? "Tell them about the creatures of the upper realm, and you have to lead to the existence of the Falling God Alliance and the Salvation Alliance. As the saying goes, the more you know, the faster you die. It's better to prevaricate first." The things in the coffin ran out. E was unfortunately possessed. I fought with her for 300 rounds, and it was difficult to tell the winner. "No way. For E's safety, I can only choose to compromise temporarily. In 2 days, she will be back, and we will take her to the professionals when the time comes, and I believe there will be a solution." The confused trio listened to Linley's explanation and were confused again. "Is there really a ghost? Lee, Brotherly, what the hell is going on? Can you believe it?" Mahoney asked cautiously. "Don't worry, that guy has a handle in my hand, and he doesn't dare not come back." "The handle of the female ghost? Brotherly, you are so awesome." Yuan Guanyuan gave a thumbs up on the side, and his eyes changed when he looked at Linley. "Obscene, excited, gossipy, perverted. If you dare to think blindly again, when the female ghost comes back, I will give you to him, so that you can experience what is called yin and yang intercourse, and the love between humans and ghosts is not over." "What movement? What are you doing?" "Ha, I don't know. It's not my movement." Yuan Guanyuan spread his hands innocently, and then everyone noticed the abnormality. Outside the cave, someone wants to break the barrier and break in. Linley got up first and walked straight towards the entrance of the cave. The other 3 followed, all wanting to see what kind of swelling it was. "Damn, what the hell is going on with this barrier? Why is it so strong? If you can't open it again, that beast will catch up." Outside the cave entrance at this time, the 3 young people took turns to use their abilities to bombard the black barrier in front of them with all their might. However, several minutes passed. There was no sign of damage to the barrier, but the faint roar was getting closer and closer. A non-mainstream young man with red hair on his head and pendants in both ears shouted anxiously, "Is there anyone inside? For the sake of our classmates, can we let us in?" At this moment, Linley and his Linley's party just walked to the entrance of the cave, seeing 3 classmates asking for help. Mahongi simply released his ability and withdrew his faint purple barrier. Then seeing that the others were not moving, he asked curiously, Brotherly, why don't you remove the barrier? Brother Honey, you are too kind-hearted, right? We don't know who the other party is, why put it in? Yuan Guan Yuan buckled his nose and wiped a black, sticky unknown object on the stone wall beside him. Linley really wanted to kick him to death. It's really disgusting. Don't worry, let's take a look at the situation first. If the only monsters chasing them are middle and high-level strange beasts, I will naturally take action. If it's that big guy, let alone save them. Our own safety can't be guaranteed. Mahongi nodded. He would not have any doubts about the decision made by Linley. 2 more abilities bombarded it. One of the green-haired young men began to drip sweat from his forehead. Not tired, but nervous. Damn, is there anyone in this hellish place? Where did no one get the ability barrier? Forget it, it's too late. Let's find another way out. Target. It's really too late. The last yellow-haired young man leaned against the outer wall of the stone cave, his face trembling with horror. The other 2 suddenly felt bad when they saw this, and suddenly looked back. A pair of lantern-sized eyes burst out with a bloody red light. It was revealed in the woods 500 meters away. The heavy gasping sound became clearer and clearer. The nearly 5-meter-tall black figure could not be hidden by the dense woods. Just as the dark clouds swept away, the moonlight fell on the ground again. Now everyone inside and outside the cave saw the appearance of the strange beast clearly. Yuan Guan Yuan exclaimed, "That's called the silver-toothed giant elephant. It seems that it has reached adulthood, and it is only one step away from stepping into the realm of super level." Ma Xiaoli retorted with solemn eyes and explained, "Brotherly, then do we want to save it? High-end peaks are also high-end. It may be a bit risky, but it's not a big problem. Besides, these guys are all blocked at the door, and they will inevitably be discovered." The meaning of Lin Li's words is already quite obvious. Save. 3 seconds. I'm responsible for removing the barrier and delaying the beast's footsteps, and you're responsible for dragging those idiots in. No problem, little fat man, Ma Xiaoli and Yuan Guan Yuan answered neatly, always ready to shoot. Look at the outside world at this time. The non-mainstream trio has been cornered. They have 1 intermediate level 3 and 2 intermediate level 4. How to fight against such an existence? Great. Big brother, I don't want to die. I haven't been with a partner yet. I haven't experienced the blessings of life. Big brother, think of a way. Huang Mao was frightened and sat on the ground, urging the red hair to the side urgently. However, he ignored a problem. I know I'm afraid. Aren't the other 2 afraid? Green hair looked desperately at the sky. The abilities gathered in his hands fluctuated between strength and weakness, light and darkness. Obviously, this is due to excessive tension, resulting in endocrine. No, it was the chaos of the ability in the body. Only the red hair is still determined. Even if you break out in a cold sweat and your legs and feet are weak, your mouth is at least hard. You both cheer me up. It's just a beast. As long as our 3 brothers work together, we will be able to get through this life and death difficulty. Big brother, when is it time for you to brag? Hurry up and retreat. Huang Mao was forced to even speak his hometown dialect. Seeing that the huge body was getting closer and closer, half of his body was exposed from the woods. A thought flashed through the 3 of them at the same time. This is the end of the calf. However, in the next second, a strong fluctuation of abilities came from behind him. The red hair was shrouded in a dark ability. Green hair was shrouded in a thunder-type ability. Huang Mao's body was shrouded in an earth-type ability. The 3 exert force backwards at the same time, accompanied by the rapid retreat of the surrounding scenery in the field of view. In just 1 second, several people were inside the cave. You 3 are okay, right? Yuan Guan Yuan patted the red-haired shoulder and asked. No, it's okay, thank you for saving my life. Hi, if you want to thank Brotherly, you would have burped long without him. Brotherly? The 3 of them reacted and looked towards the figure in front of the barrier. So handsome, so magnificent, so good Cowbee. Lin Idol? Is it really you, Lin Idol? Green Mao stood up and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Linley rolled his eyes. How does this sound like you shouldn't be here? Isn't it a well-known thing to participate in trials yourself? Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came. The whole cave began to tremble violently. Linley hurriedly urged the ability, releasing a larger barrier to wrap around the stone wall. In order not to collapse, several people were smashed to death. What are you doing, stunned? Get started quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ma Xiaoli took the lead in helping Linley share the pressure. After seeing the rest of the people standing there in a daze, they couldn't help but shout loudly. Then, everyone reacted. One after another, they took action to bless the solidity of the barrier. What is that beast doing outside? It's a bit interesting. What can you do? Looking for you. Looking for us? Is it blind? Just saw the 3 of us entering the stone cave. What are you still messing around with? No. Who said that beast saw the 3 of you enter the cave? The corners of Ma Xiaoli's mouth rose slightly, revealing admiring eyes to look at Linley. Brotherly, if I guessed correctly, you should have paused its time at that moment, right? Linley raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, how do you know? Hey, I can see it. Don't fart, my time is hard to detect
respect, just your little pound, is it possible? Hey. Ma Xiaoli saw that pretend failed and scratched her head in embarrassment. It was Coco who told me. Who is Coco? Yu is good. Linli was even more shocked. Where did this title come from? This is called. Is it Yu who asked you to call it? Linli's eyes narrowed slightly, and a tense atmosphere spread instantly. Ma Xiaoli is so smart. After smelling the smell of vinegar in the air, he hurriedly explained, of course, the names between sisters are more special. Damn. One sentence made everyone present goosebumps fall down. Could this kid have psychological gender identification disorder, commonly known as late mother's canon? That's not right. People talk about fire prevention, anti-theft, and anti-girlfriends, especially if she is still a male best friend. What is the situation with Yu? Linli secretly made up his mind that he had to kick the goods in front of him far away. No, in case it poses any threat, the reaction cannot be reacted. Brotherly, that beast seems to be coming. After Ma Hongyi's reminder, Linli withdrew his thoughts. He was right. The silver-toothed giant elephant outside began to go crazy because of the sudden loss of its target, and a roar resounded through Devil's Mountain. At first, this guy was just trampling and ramming around in the woods to vent his anger. However, now, it seems that the strange energy fluctuations at the position of the cave entrance are detected. With big eyes, he was approaching step by step. Look at the sharp tusks, the huge body. It is definitely false to say that you are not nervous. This cave has been tossed into disappearance, and if this beast is allowed to destroy it again, it will inevitably collapse. Therefore, Linli decided to take the lead first. If I can't beat you, can't I still disgust you? The dark rhythm exploded, instantly cover a radius of kilometers. Among them, nature includes the feet of the silver-toothed giant elephant. An angry roar means that the other party has sensed the danger is coming, but he did not choose to evacuate. Instead, the two front feet suddenly exerted force, directly making the front half of the height jump high. The terrifying earth-type abilities gathered wildly, wrapping the legs that were thicker than the trunk of a tree. Slammed down. The extremely dazzling light covered everything, and everyone couldn't stop closing their eyes. A sound that seemed to be the sky collapsing shook. The originally strong barrier began to crack, and the amplitude of the shock became larger and larger. There are faint signs of shattering. A figure rushed out of the cave and swung a sword at the location of the silver-horned giant elephant. The black sword light rushed straight away through the golden flash. The huge figure once again sensed the crisis. Only then did he have to let go of his feet and shift his target. When the shock subsided, the light gradually weakened. Ma Xiaoli in the cave took the lead in getting up and released all her abilities to repair the barrier. Others followed suit. There is no way, I can only stick here for now. Not because he couldn't escape, but because the crystal coffin was linked to Linli's safety issues. Without Linli speaking, everyone could never back down. The beast who kicked his nose on his face, is it really impossible for anyone to cure you? The angry shouts attracted everyone's attention. The man standing in the void with a sword is so handsome. The non-mainstream trio that has just joined the ranks is full of little stars. Huang Mao shouted excitedly, Lin Idol is awesome. Lin Idol, I support you. Silly X, the barrier isolates the sound. No matter how much you call brotherly, you can't hear it. Aha! Who are you scolding for being stupid X? It's you who scolded you. No, it should be you, who are full in support to provoke this big guy. If brotherly hadn't chosen to save you with a good heart, would he have fallen into such a passive situation now? You, Huang Mao was scolded by Yuan Guanyuan's words. After thinking about it, there's nothing wrong with it. People save themselves, but they get into trouble. In any case, it's my own side that is at fault. Xiao Huan, don't do anything. Stay honest with me. Apparently, among the non-mainstream trio, the red-haired one is the most rational and the most knowledgeable. Although he listened to Yuan Guanyuan's words, he was very unhappy, but after all, he sent people to the fence and must not engage in infighting at this critical moment. Xiao Yuan, you are also polite. Everyone is classmates. Since things have happened, we must unite and tide over the difficulties together. That's right. When is it? Hurry up and repair the barrier. Ma Hongyi and Ma Xiaoli spoke out one after another, which made Yuan Guanyuan stop. Look outside the cave at this time. One person and one beast were still deadlocked in place. It's not about creating an atmosphere, but that both sides are waiting for each other to make the first move. The wisdom of this silver-toothed giant elephant is definitely not inferior to that of humans. In addition, the difference in strength between the two sides is not small. The next battle must be careful, careful, and careful. Hey, big guy, can you understand me? Linli saw that the other party had been staring at him and refused to move, so he decided to have a wave of tentative psychological warfare first. Problems that can be resolved peacefully are certainly much stronger than violent conflicts. Then a few seconds passed, and the big guy below was still motionless. If you don't give some reaction, who knows if you can understand it? Hey, big guy, if you can understand what I say, just nod. We can coexist peacefully. Fighting is a bad boy's behavior. I think you should be a good boy. What are you excited about? The sudden roar frightened Linli. What's wrong with this strange beast? Damn, it won't talk well? Do you have to roar out to feel comfortable? Hey, do you fucking communicate in a low voice? Do you
have to fight today? Linley gave up and was angry. This beast can definitely understand what he says, but he just can't communicate with you well. If you pretend to be like this, then don't blame us for being rude. The dark rhythm attached to the earth again, and this time Linley did not give the other party a chance to jump. The sword was swung at great speed. Several sword rays swept over, causing ripples in the space. The silver-toothed giant elephant still did not dodge. Maybe I feel that I am too big and it is quite difficult to dodge. Simply, he directly lifted the nose that was more than 2 meters long. First it surrounded it into a lump and then suddenly threw it out towards Linley's location. Bang! The deafening sonic boom really startled several people in the cave. Seeing that the sword light that was about to smash down was instantly shattered, and then Linley's rapid fall. Don't get me wrong, it's not a hit, it's dodging. The attack range of this giant elephant is too large. Half of the sky was swept away by the terrifying air current. There is really no way to deal with it except to descend to the ground. A gust of wind hurts on his cheeks. In the next second, the moonlight that was originally gathering was scattered in large pieces. Everyone looked up at the sky one after another. Wow, it turns out that this is the so-called cloudy and sunny. Look at the cloudless night sky. Lin Lighten felt a burst of headache. If this is firmly attached to the body, it must not be broken into pieces. But fortunately, the opponent's skill release CD is relatively long. You can avoid it without accident. But this is not a solution. Dark cut, dark rhythm, dark impact, annihilation, dark water. Linley released more than 10 skills in one go. Rao is a high-level ability reserve, and it is gradually starting to become difficult. But fortunately, the effect is good. The silver-toothed giant elephant waved its big nose with all its might, stopping several terrifying sword rays. But I don't have time to take care of my feet. As a result, several clouds of black mist stained his body. Although this elephant has a thick skin and outrageously high defense, but in front of the devouring power of the dark system, it still doesn't seem to be enough. There were wounds of different sizes on its abdomen, legs, back, and the wrinkled elephant's face. With the pull of dark water, the traction effect. As a result, one of them was unstable and fell into a heavy heels. Seeing this, everyone in the cave cheered in unison. Look at this posture. This battle will be won. However, their blind self-confidence has nothing to do with Linley. At this moment, his face was full of solemnity. So what if it falls? At most, it's a small advantage. How could a strange beast of such strength have this ability? Besides, if you just rely on falling, how many times do you have to fall to win? 10 of them add up, and the stored value of the ability is not enough to toss. Hey, big guy, can we have a good talk now? We don't necessarily have to be enemies, and if we continue to fight like this, no one will be able to please us. If you are willing to calm down and we live in peace, these beast crystals will be yours. Saying that, Linley took out a small cloth bag and shook it. The crisp sound of whoosh instantly attracted the attention of the silver-toothed giant elephant. This is the reaction of seeing the other party. Linley secretly said that there was a play. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. What? Is it too little? What about these? Another cloth bag of the same size. It is preliminarily estimated that these two bags add up to at least 20 or 30 pieces. And the quality is not bad. The momentum emanating from the silver-toothed giant elephant gradually converged, and a pair of big eyes stared greedily at the cloth bag, and saliva was about to flow out. Roar. A relatively low beast roar means the end of the battle. The silver-toothed giant elephant finally couldn't resist the greed in his heart. In the end, he nodded very humanely. Linley smiled when he saw this. If this is the end, it will be over. Waste so much time on yourself. Okay, a gentleman is hard to chase, and if we accept things, we will be friends in the future. Roar. The giant elephant nodded again, its eyes very clear. Immediately, Linley shot the bag in his hand accurately. It fell into the other party's wide mouth. The giant elephant slowly closed its eyes, looking extremely enjoyable. Then he moved his heavy body and walked straight towards the entrance of the cave. The 6 people who had just breathed a sigh of relief were furry again at the moment. Isn't it a handshake in peace? This beast doesn't talk about martial arts. And after a muffled sound, everyone woke up. This big guy didn't talk about credit, he just sat in front of the hole, firmly covering the black ability barrier. It's quite buddy. Linley was amused and laughed. The silver-toothed giant elephant also grinned, as if laughing along. Big guy, for the next 2 days, the safety of the cave will be left to you. Roar. Don't worry, every 6 hours, I will give you a reward to ensure that you are very comfortable. Roar. It's a deal. Thing. Perfectly solved. After Linley returned to the cave, a group of young fans kept touting, especially the non-mainstream trio. I was so excited that I knelt down. After some understanding between the two sides, Linley probably knew these 3 people. The eldest, red-haired, is named Bye-Bye. The second child, with green hair, is named White Pine. The third child, yellow-haired, is named Bai Chi. It is the famous 3 brothers of the Bai family who are the first year of the Dark Academy, or triplets, because in addition to the different colors of the hair on the head, the appearance is simply carved out of a mold. The 3 of them originally planned to join the large army led by Linley. However, when he stepped into Devil's Mountain, a student who claimed to be an ugly class sent an invitation to the three of them to cooperate. What is the cooperation? According to the classmate, he had already heard the exact news from within the college that there was a natural mine halfway up the mountain on the south side of Devil's Mountain. The cave is buried with extremely rich elemental crystals. Plus, there's a baby. It is said that once obtained, the combat power can be doubled. Of course, this does not refer to the improvement of the realm, but the amplification effect obtained by simply relying on the blessing of external forces, similar to the auxiliary bonus of magic weapons. However, magic weapons that can multiply the number of magic weapons only exist in legends in this world. Even this evil defeating sword in Lin Li's hand, that's also less than 15% at most. However, this already belongs to the ranks of high-level magic weapons. In terms of material costs alone, it is worth nearly 100 billion, not to mention the cumbersome production process and time-consuming and labor-intensive supply of abilities, and the blessing of a certain super rank boss, or even a holy rank boss. It's ridiculously expensive. The three of them initially refused. As a result, the other party directly took out 3 super great elemental crystals as collateral. It's still the kind that doesn't have to be returned. With such a practical temptation in front of you, what reason is there to refuse? Simply, the three of them gambled a lot. Roar! Even if you get nothing in the end, it is a profitable deal. So, a group of 4 people hit the road. Until 6 hours ago, several people successfully found the mysterious mine. I have to say that the location of this mine is really hidden. If it weren't for the classmates' advocacy of working together to break the stone wall, a few people wouldn't be able to guess even if they guessed their heads, and the mine would be hidden behind. However, just as a few people were ready to investigate deeply and welcome the arrival of the baby, the silver-toothed giant elephant appeared. Without the slightest warning, he got out of the woods on the side. That terrifying strength, huge size, a few people did not hesitate at all, and ran away. Later, he was chased all the way here, but fortunately Lin Li and a few others saved him. As for the mysterious classmate, they also dispersed halfway. The story is over. Ma Xiaoli took the lead in speaking. Why do I think you guys are cheated? Lin Li and Yuan Guanyuan nodded one after another. This story is full of doubts. First of all, where did the so-called inside information come from? Before participating in the trial, Lin Liming inquired that there was nothing in it except for mechanisms, traps, strange beasts, and demonic abilities. How could this mysterious mine be missed? And how could that classmate be so generous? As soon as they made a move, they were 3 super great element crystals. Are these non-mainstream worthy of such great value? One last point. How could the location of this mysterious mine be discovered so easily? And even if it was discovered, a silver-toothed giant elephant suddenly appeared unbiasedly. 4 people, specially chasing these 3 goods. The classmates slipped away without a trace. The whole thing is full of problems from head to toe, but anyone with a little brain should also figure it out. This is a complete pit. Where are the hard work of those 3 super great element crystals? It is completely buying life money. Maybe after these 3 people hang up, they will have to take it back. Boy, after listening to the analysis of Lin Li and others, the non-mainstream trio finally reacted. Menacing is about to take revenge. The red-haired man stretched out his hand to stop it and analyzed more rationally. Do you have a fart now? People have already finished looting the baby and hidden. The eldest brother is right. If you want to take revenge, you can't do it now. When the trial is over, we will go to the subclass to find him. The monk can't run away from the temple. If we don't spit out things, we won't give up. After Ma Xiaoli heard the words of green hair, she snorted very disdainfully. Classmate, it's forgivable to be deceived once, but being deceived twice is really hopeless. No way. If he said that he was a subclass, he was really a subclass? If you don't believe it, we can make a bet that after the trial is over, you won't be able to find this person even if you break your leg. Hearing this, Lu Mao was stunned. It seems to make sense, eh? What should I do? If this revenge is not avenged, our 3 brothers can't swallow this breath. Hey, I can't close my eyes. Mahani suddenly said this, and the atmosphere was instantly awkward. Okay, if you have the kung fu to analyze here, it is better to practice. 2 days later, in the early morning, let's go to the so-called mysterious mine to take a look, and we should find something. Everyone agreed with Lin Li's words. In the final analysis, they are the bosses of this. By the way, the 3 of you have been active on Devil's Mountain. Did you see the big guy yesterday? Of course I saw you. The 3 of them spoke in unison and reacted particularly strongly. This also really made Lin Li curious about how many people would die at the hands of that thing. Yesterday, more than 2 hours after we went up the mountain, the terrifying super-level beast began to appear, and it could be affected by that terrifying deterrent power from a distance of nearly 10,000 meters. The big guy's voice gradually disappeared. During this period, we also returned to the north side of Devil's Mountain to explore. Miserable. It's terrible. The foot of the mountain was almost moved to the ground, and several teams were encountered during this period, and according to them, the strange beast killed at least more than 100 classmates, and none of the corpses were considered intact. Fortunately, that big guy didn't climb up the mountain, otherwise there would be nothing to play. Roar! Lin Li stretched stretched out his hand and touched his chin, which was not too bad. I thought that the big guy would kill all the way to the top of the mountain, and at least half of the 1,000 trial students suffered. Now it seems that this college is more or less a bit of a bottom line. But these things have nothing to do with Linley. The next second, those idiot students get angry just thinking about it. What you can't do, there's nothing left to eat. Boom! Even if the entire army was wiped out in the end, it was done by himself. If I had known this, it would have been better to establish my prestige in a different way. But then again, this old boy Qingtua is indeed very good. Damn! Super level strange beasts can be controlled. Could it be that Yi Kongsheng, Yi Chang, and the others didn't react at all? No, when the trial is over, you have to ask what is going on. The next 2 days, the 7 people hid in the cave, and in addition to eating, drinking, and practicing. Good news, there are 3 in total. That is, Linley, Ma Xiaoli, and the red-haired one, who broke through one after another. In fact, the latter 2 are not important, because only Linley had the most movement when he broke through. The remaining 6 people jointly released the ability barrier, but they could not block the terrifying impact. The cave almost collapsed. Fortunately, the silver-toothed giant elephant outside the cave sensed the anomaly and used powerful earth-based abilities to frantically repair it. This prevented the tragedy of everyone being buried alive. For this reason, Linley generously rewarded 100 crystals as a token of gratitude. Prodigal? It's okay, after all, this consumption is not even a drizzle for the current richly. In the early morning of the 3rd day, the 7-member team was ready to go. Everyone is in full shape and looking forward to the next action. But before that, the 7-man squad was still 1 person away from returning. Although she is no longer her, feelings will never change. Brotherly, it's almost 8 o'clock now. Will he really come back? Mahoney leaned against the stone wall at the entrance of the cave and asked with a worried face. However, Linley was fearless in this regard. Don't forget, the coffin is still inside. At that time, it could be seen based on the other party's reaction. This thing is very important to her. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately explained that Linley would be here for 2 days, let alone threaten Linley's safety. Brotherly, that thing attached to Sistery. How do we solve it? Ma Xiaoli stepped forward, and her appearance seemed to care about Linley more than anyone else. Linley frowned and thought for a while. To be honest, there is only one way to deal with this at the moment. That is to go to the commoner and let this professional deal with the so-called creatures of the upper realm. I have to explain it here. Why did Linley know that he was a creature from the upper world the moment he came into contact with the other party? The reason is simple. I still remember that the young lady once said, "I originally thought you were just a little kid who hadn't awakened the force." The word force is equivalent to the power of the awakening of the origin. It was because Linley awakened and advanced the power of devouring, casting, and time. Therefore, the moment he came into contact with the other party, that strange feeling, from the depths of his soul, was already telling him, the other party is not a person of this world, and he controls it, let alone the power of this world. Very familiar. It was also very kind. It feels like we're a family. But Linley didn't believe in this feeling, or didn't follow this feeling, because it is an affinity from power, and it has nothing to do with oneself as a person. As for why the other party had to entangle Linley and claim that this body was hers, there is no way to know. So Linley needs to wait for the other party to come back. Linley must be rescued. She is not a burden, just a concern. Perhaps after this matter is over, this concern will gradually dissipate. In my opinion, that female ghost must be an ugly monster, and she thinks that Yi's classmate is better than her, so she is envious and jealous, and occupies her body. Yuan Guanyuan was very sure of his conjecture. The result is in the next second. The cold wind that penetrated deep into the bone marrow hit, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. An ethereal and very elegant voice echoed in his ears. Really? Originally, am I an ugly monster? To say the most embarrassing thing in this life. That must be a bad thing to be caught. Yuan Guanyuan's heart is cool at this moment. A strong sense of death crisis surged in my heart. The guy ran behind Linley with a whoosh. Shivering, I didn't even dare to look at it again. Miss, is the matter done? Linley stroked her forehead and sighed. That action was simply elegant to the hearts of the people present. Poor sister, I tossed for 2 days, but finally found that my things were stolen by some little ghost. You group of creatures in the lower realm, it's really dirty. Linley said in his heart that it was none of our business. Why is the scope of this speech so wide? Could it be that the creatures in the upper realm didn't steal anything? So, what are you going to do? What else can I do? Of course, I will follow you for a while. When will I find something that belongs to me, and when will I go about business? Hey, how can you talk nonsense? Hurry up and return Linley to me. I can satisfy you with any conditions. Really? Linley's eyes lit up. She walked closer in 2 steps, stretched out her hand and hooked Linley's chin and said, "Then I want you." The other 6 melon-eating people widened their eyes, especially Huang Mao, and kept pulling the green hair beside them and said, hurry up, where are the melon seeds? Linley had a bad premonition, but he still had a little expectation. The smile on Linley's face became more and more charming, but she didn't saw, and she didn't see Jian. It is the kind of mature and elegant feeling. It's very attractive. Linley, do you know that that I spent so much effort, spent 100 years, collapsed my body, and lost everything just to find you? Linley was almost dumbfounded. What are you doing to pay such a big price just to find yourself? Do I owe you money? That's it, it's useless to tell you this now, it's still early. Linley's eyes flashed with a touch of loss and sadness. The feeling of wasting time made Linley very heartbroken. Why? It seems that they have met each other somewhere? No, not this face. It's this feeling, this taste. Let me reiterate once again that this body originally belongs to me, and that girl is just a borrower. But don't worry, when I recover to the same state, this body will naturally be useless to me, and I will definitely return it to you. Soon. How long? It's hard to say, a month or two, a year or two, or 1 or 200 years. It depends on when you help me get my things back. Linley took a deep breath. This woman was simply a man's natural enemy. Everywhere must be pinched. When I find the cloth, I will give you some color to see. You are so strong, why don't you find it yourself? Hee, my current strength is not even 1/10,000th of what I was at my peak. To put it bluntly, it is just a wisp of remnant soul drifting. If it weren't for that crystal coffin, I wouldn't be able to support the present at all. Linley finally understood. No wonder the other party pays so much attention to that coffin. Feelings depend on him to absorb energy and vitality. Then if you destroy the coffin yourself, isn't it? Want to destroy my crystal coffin? It's okay, in that case, I can only absorb the vitality of this girl in the future. You are awesome, I am convinced. This is another big guy who can read minds. Can't afford to mess with. Okay, you are the boss, you have the final say, let's go. Linley put away the dark barrier. Everyone is here, then let's go. It's only what time is it? Are you going out to die? Die? What do you mean? There is a gadget hidden in the clouds on the top of the mountain. If you go now, there is a 90% chance that it will be eaten as someone else's breakfast. In a word, everyone was completely stunned. In the clouds on the top of the mountain? And Linley knew that the gadget in this sister's mouth was just for her. For myself, that should be. Is that old thing crazy? The mortality rate in the first grade is less than 80%, and he really refuses to give up. Ahem. Who said we were going to the top of the mountain? We were going to a mysterious mine and investigate something. Mysterious mine? Linley frowned slightly, as if she thought of something. Is it the mine hidden in the wall 30 miles to the west? How does Linley know? Looking away, he glanced at the non-mainstream trio who were eating melons. The red-haired one reacted, and the head was like an engine. Again and again. However, before Linley could ask further, Linley was excited first. A flash came to the red hair. Like carrying a chick, he grabbed the collar and lifted it directly high. This scene frightened everyone and didn't dare to take a breath. What a swollen situation again. How did you know there? Did you guys steal my things? No, it's not us. It's a boy with a flat head, wearing a black mask, a birthmark on his left temple, and 2 pimples on his chin. After hearing this, the people around them cast strange eyes. This level of observation is too exquisite, isn't it? Even a few pimples on his chin are clear. Gee, there must be something tricky. Tell me the specific situation. Okay, can you let me go first? I'm afraid of heights. Subsequently, the non-mainstream trio cooperated to tell what happened 2 days ago, from head to toe, so detailed that it could not be repeated in detail. Linley also testified on the sidelines. Linley calmed down. In response to that sentence, it is as quiet as a virgin and as moving as a mad rabbit. It's scary. From this point of view, that boy is most likely not a student of our academy, let alone a member of the forces of the Dark Kingdom. Analyze it in combination with the actual situation. Linley seemed to be a little eyebrowed. However, this lock range is a bit large. The other party is most likely to be the one who saved the Alliance, or it may be the person from the Fallen God Alliance. Otherwise, how could I know this? Hey, I don't know what this sister's name is. Miss, we've known each other for a few days. You have to tell me what your name is, or what to call you, right? Linley turned her head to look outside the cave. The feeling of vicissitudes came again. After more than 10 seconds of silence, only then did he respond. You can call me Wanner. Wanner? Han Xin. Okay, then I'll call you Sister Wanner. Anyway, you must be older than me. To be honest, Linley felt that it was not too much to call the other party Grandma Wanner, but if it's really called that, let's not talk about the question of not being awkward. I am likely to die here. The goal is set. There is no need to go to the mysterious mine again. After all, we are not professionals. You can't collect fingerprints and footprints, and then come to a criminal investigation, right? Time flies. It was 12 o'clock at noon. According to Sister Wanner, there is an ambush in the clouds on the top of the mountain. Then 80% of the students gathered in advance were choking. Linley wanted to take care of it at all, but he couldn't manage it. He knew very well what the weight of the super-level beasts was. Counting on Sister Wanner? People have already been in the coffin. How can a soft and weak little woman have the ideological consciousness of saving the world and helping the people? Before entering the coffin, they also deliberately erased the relevant memories of the other 6 people. Haven't you heard a word? The more you know, the more trouble you have. Erasing the memory is considered to give Linley face, according to others. if it were in the past I would not waste my strength like this, only the dead are the safest and most trouble-free. But on second thought, it is also good to erase the memories of a few people. After all, about the creatures of the upper realm, before achieving a certain strength, knowing too much will affect the mind. Looking for the mysterious thief, a few of them couldn't help. In case Lin Yi's affairs are leaked, it will be really a big trouble. More than an hour passed. Lin Li and the 8 people officially set off. Sister Yi, why do I feel that you are not in a good mood? Ma Xiaoli, after recovering her nature, the ability to pull his wife's tongue began to play again. Has been following Lin Yi. No, it was Sister Wanner next to her, chattering non-stop. Lin Li Du was afraid of causing trouble to others, so he slapped this scourge to death. Fortunately, the distance is not very far. After about 2 hours, the crowd successfully reached the top of the mountain. Everyone except Lin Li and Sister Wanner was full of excitement and anticipation. As a result, when they saw the prison-like scene, they were completely dumbfounded. At a glance, the smoke of gunpowder fills the air. The land full of sores has been destroyed into ruined woods, and the remains of corpses everywhere. It is impossible to estimate the number, because it is too tragic. Rao is already mentally prepared, and Lin Li is also frowning frequently at this moment. What the hell is going on? It's so miserable. What kind of trial is this? It's completely a Shura field. What should we do? Will it be dangerous to move on? The non-mainstream trio was already frightened and pale, and they had the intention of retreating. But the final destination is in front of you. Where can you retreat? Brotherly, what should we do? What can I do? The teleportation magic circle is right in front of me. There is no strange beast aura nearby. That big guy should have already left. Seeing Lin Li say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then he was ready to move forward and leave the land of right and wrong. Before he could take 2 steps, Lin Yi's voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Li walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, Sister Wanner? There is an ambush ahead, and there is a high probability that it will be a surprise for you." Lin Li was shocked and asked incredulously, "Someone wants to kill me?" "No, no one wants to kill you. Their target should be the group of people around you." This group of people around me. Lin Li suddenly thought of something. At the same time, he also guessed a rough idea. Don't forget, in addition to strange beasts, this Devil's Mountain is at most a demonic superpower. However, since the beginning of the trial, Lin Li has never bumped into it. This luck is too outrageous, right? Qingtua, since you are looking for death, then don't blame me for being rude. Da! A crisp snap of fingers came into everyone's ears. Immediately, a large area of demons came out of the ground. Roar! The roar of the beast that shook the mountains and forests stunned everyone. Even Lin Li didn't expect it. He broke through to the second level of the higher level, and the demons actually had a voice. Although it is not very good, it can be at least a notch up in terms of momentum. After seeing this scene, Sister Wanner actually smiled. Not a mockery, but a nostalgic laugh. It seems that this scene has evoked memories of a long time ago. It seems that a certain guy is coming back soon. Lin Li didn't hear this. At this moment, he was concentrating on controlling hundreds of demons, pushing forward in a carpet style. The non-mainstream trio was completely numb after a series of shocks. They had long heard of Lin Li's Caobi. Today's meeting, it really lives up to its name. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a violent impact came from the front of the team. Colorful supernatural energy was like fireworks, bombarding the demons' bodies one after another. Lin Li held the crystal in one hand and a steady supply of abilities in the other. The demons who were bombarded with gaps quickly repaired their bodies. The enemy has appeared. Although the number is not as good as Lin Li's, but the quality is good. There are 3 demonic abilities at the peak of the high level alone. Lin Li was very curious about what kind of means Qingtua used to control them. It can be found through the direction of attack and the perception of killing intent. None of them came at themselves. All of them are locked on Ma Hongyi, Ma Xiaoli, Yuan Guanyuan, and Sister Wanner. As for the non-mainstream trio, people may not care at all. But the initiative in the current situation is in your own hands. If you want to escape Devil's Mountain, it's not a big problem. I randomly found a few demons with flying abilities and plan to carry everyone and fly directly over. 8 people, 2 heads. It's not Lin Li's picking, but if you can save it, if you have one more demon to fight, won't the pressure on a few people be less? Therefore, Lin Li flew to the front of the team with Sister Wanner in his arms. It doesn't mean anything else, to prevent others from taking advantage. Lin Li, no one has dared to take advantage of me for thousands of years. Are you not timid? Sister Wanner had a shallow smile on her lips, and she didn't know if she was joking or serious. Sister Wanner, you will have no friends like this. I was kind enough to fly with you, and you scared me. Oh, right? Can I fly myself? Aren't you afraid that you will be tired? I think you are. Halfway through, Sister Wanner suddenly fell silent, and her willow eyebrows furrowed. At the same time, he put his right hand on the demon's soft head. A magical scene happened. The demon that was originally black quickly turned white, extremely pure white. It's like a husky instantly turns into Satsuma. Then, a fast and furious game was officially staged. The strength of the demon and the speed have increased
increased exponentially. Quickly change direction, and then like a cannonball, shoot straight out. A familiar sense of crisis came to my mind again, a figure that covered the sky in sun soared. Only then did Linley realize that the real ambush had just begun. It turned out that the super-level strange beast did not leave, but controlled the distance and hid in the clouds 1,000 meters away. That is, about 2 seconds for Sister Warner to control the demon to change the flight course. A pillar of flame fell from the sky. The scorching heat was 100 meters away, and Linley felt his skin burn, not to mention the nearest non-mainstream trio. The demons controlled by Ma Xiaoli and Ma Hani were quite lucky, and because they fell at the back, they had enough time to react when they encountered the flame pillars. And Yuan Guan Yuan and the green hair are tragic. The terrifying flame almost passed by, and the clothes on his body were instantly ignited. Then there was a strong burning sensation, and large areas of skin were burned. Almost instantly, the thick hair completed a Asan perm. Fortunately, the demon defense power they controlled was online, not only resisting the high-temperature invasion, but also reversing direction in time. Otherwise, their lives would definitely be in danger. So lucky, unfortunate, and even more unlucky. The location of the red hair and yellow hair is impartial, in the center of the flame pillar outbreak. Linley didn't even have the intention of saving him. Because the cremation has been completed, let the ashes drift with the wind and introduce it into nature. Big brother, third brother. When the green hair saw this, it could really be said that his eyes were about to burst. Tears rained down and shouted in anger. However, at this point, everything seems so pale. In this situation at the moment, he didn't even know if he could leave alive, so how could he take care of others? Sister Warner, why don't you take action to destroy that beast? Because the flight speed was too fast, Linley had to hug the small waist in front of him. Although this made both parties a little uncomfortable, life was the most important. At this time, you must hold your thighs tightly. What is the difference between men and women? Then you can only say that you are ugly. I can't take action, at most I will take you away. Why? Aren't you a creature from the upper realm? What does this gadget mean to you? This is not a provocation. This is called resource utilization. This super-level strange beast must have made Qingtua's old thing spend a lot of effort if it can be used to get rid of it. Then this account is considered to be recovering some interest. It's just that this Sister Warner seems to be a bit unreliable. Ha! I told you a long time ago, now I am just a wisp of remnant soul. My strength is less than 1/10,000 of my peak, although it doesn't take much effort to deal with this beast. But if I make a rash move, it will definitely attract the attention of many people. In addition, my strength is not in harmony with this world, and it will be backlashed. Are you serious? I'll make it. Is it so mysterious? Linley suddenly felt that he had traveled through time. This proper sense of immortal cultivation is a sense of sight. Sit tight, that little guy is going to catch up. Ha! Didn't you say that no one targeted me? Ha! Nonsense, it's aimed at me. Good BA. As soon as the conversation between the two ended, the top of their heads fell into darkness again. Against the airflow, Linley looked up. Now it can be regarded as seeing the true appearance of the super-level beast. One word, big. There is also a word, ugly. That body size, at least 20 or 30 meters long. Hovering in the sky, even if it can't be said to cover the sky, it can give people a strong sense of oppression. The whole body is red, a bit like a dragon. Because it has 4 legs, all of them are claw-shaped. But there are no scales on the body, only wrinkled skin. The head is large, clearly asymmetrical to the body, without horns, but with a long white beard. It has 2 wings on its back, and its back resembles a ponytail, a pair of eagle eyes and sharp teeth. Anyway, Linley couldn't tell what kind of variety this was. It was the terrifying flame ability. It's really a bit perverted. Another roar hit, and Sister Warner controlled the demon to continue to accelerate. Linley was also polite. Since the other party's goal is not to himself, let him see it. It belongs to the power of the melon-eating masses. The second sword of Ling Tian victory over evil. Feng Xin. The dark power from the origin surged wildly. Due to the overload, the sword body began to tremble uncontrollably. Linley exerted force on his hips and rushed out directly. In midair, he aimed at the head of the super-level strange beast and slashed a sword with all his might. This blow can be said to instantly empty all the strange energy in the body. Cracks began to appear in the space within a radius of 100 meters. The light was fading, and the darkness spread rapidly and took over. In order for this sword to hit the target accurately, Linley overdraws his body and releases the power of time. The super-level strange beast turned its head to look at the human below, but before it could react in any way, an inexplicable and irresistible force instantly enveloped his whole body. The thinking is briefly disconnected, and the body is even more stiff in place, unable to move. At the same time, the darkness that spread across the sky began to frantically pour into the beast's body. It's like a siphon vortex. In just 3 seconds, everything was restored as before. Darkness poured into him, and the sun shone on the earth again. There are no violent collisions and no terrifying bursts of energy. Only the weak figure slowly fell down. Warner controlled the strange beast and hovered to catch Linley unsteadily. That look, that gaze. Sister Warner, why are you looking at me like this? Linley
Li's shy cheeks were slightly red. This sense of déjà vu of a domineering female president, coupled with the performance of being unable to resist. The style of painting is becoming more and more ambiguous, more and more perverted. What is the situation of this little restlessness in the depths of my heart? Before the plot could develop to the next step, a mournful roar suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the huge body fell straight to the ground. After a loud noise, smoke and dust filled the air. Glancing at his masterpiece, Linley nodded, quite satisfied. This trick of God is indeed very awesome, although there is no substantial lethality, but it can rely on the suppression and devouring nature of the dark power to briefly consume the opponent's physical energy and abilities. If it weren't for the strength of this beast being too strong, Linley would not have lost his strength to this virtue. But the result is good, at least within 5 minutes. The other party is unable to pursue. Linley really wanted to kill the other party with this, but the defense of the super-level strange beast was still there. If Sister Warner doesn't make a move, who can she count on? As the saying goes, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, and when he brings Shajun next time, he will have to blast this super-level beast into slag. Brotherly, are you okay? Brotherly. Without the threat of strange beasts, Mahoney and Ma Xiaoli quickly caught up. As for the green hair and Yuan Guanyuan, they passed out due to their injuries at this moment. We must hurry back to the Dark Kingdom for treatment. There is no time to talk nonsense. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Hurry up and retreat. There is no obstruction from the super-level beasts. Soon, everyone successfully arrived at a teleportation circle located in the center of the top of the mountain. 8-person squad, 2 sacrificed and 2 were seriously injured. Although they are all things that don't matter to me, that also affected a lot of emotions. Mahoney supported Yuan Guanyuan, and Ma Xiaoli supported the green hair, that is, the white pine. The 6 people stepped into the teleportation magic circle, accompanied by a strong fluctuation of space ability. The scene in front of me changed rapidly. In the next second, several people appeared on the trial square of the Dark Academy. As soon as he regained his vision, he didn't wait for Linley to slow down. All kinds of abilities exploded violently not far away. There were many people participating in the war, and all of them were of good strength. Linley's first reaction was that someone in the Dark Kingdom was invading. However, when it is ready to summon demons and fight with its half-state body, suddenly noticed something. Why are the sides of the battle all their own people? The 4 executives, the 36 legendary guards, as well as Yu Yueka and Jiang Shang are among them. In addition, there are 2 figures acting as melon-eating masses on the side. That is Yu Wu, and there is also Killing Jun. It seems to be quite energetic. At the same time, Sha Jun seemed to have noticed something and turned his head to look at Linley. Then he teleported over directly. How? Not injured, right? No, there are other people injured. What's going on? Your people are naturally because of you. Linley was very puzzled, and then carefully observed the other party's personnel. After determining its approximate identity, this is what I understand. It turned out that he was in contact with the old bastard Qingtuo. So what are you waiting for? You must strike while the iron is hot and clean up the other party. Killing Jun saw Linley's inner thoughts, and had no intention of helping, nor did he intend to stop him. He reminded very indifferently, if you join the war, then the entire Dark Kingdom will be in chaos, and Yi Chang, as well as that old senior Yi, will all be in a dilemma. As soon as these words came out, they hit the nail on the head. Linley instantly gave up the idea of making a move. Sha Jun is right. If you go to war yourself, then the situation will intensify. Those who support themselves will work with those who support Qingtuo. Such a large-scale civil war would leave the Dark Kingdom aside. At that time, no matter which side wins, it will be a common loss for everyone. Therefore, this must not happen. There are many ways to take revenge, and Linley will definitely have other better ways to play Qingtuo, an old deflated calf. Everyone stopped me. Linley's angry rebuke echoed throughout the trial square. When their own personnel heard the familiar voice, they all stopped attacking. After seeing Linley, Qingtuo, who was angry, had to order to quell the chaos. Ling Xing and the other 3 executives rushed to the front. Without speaking, he fell to his knees. It's like a child who has made a mistake, waiting to be punished. Ling Xing, without my order, who allowed you to lead the team? Linley's voice was very cold. That serious look was the first time that Sha Jun had seen it. Young master, Ling Xing knows his mistake. Please. Of course you're wrong. Am I too loose in my usual demands of you? This sudden angry rebuke really startled the 4 people in front of him, including the 36 legendary guards who arrived later. They also knelt on the ground in horror, not daring to take a breath. This was the first time Linley had lost his temper with his men since joining the Dark Kingdom, including Yu Yueka, who arrived last. Jiang Shang and Jiang Shang did not dare to interject. I don't dare to approach. Do you know what the consequences of starting a civil war will be? How? It's cool to fight, isn't it? Do you want me to exile you to the underground gladiatorial arena so that you can have a good time? The atmosphere became more and more silent. Wait. The people present, including Qingtuo in the distance, also frowned and warned their men not to approach, because he didn't
didn't know what kind of fame Lin was up to. Why is this personality, this technique, the more you look at it, the more problematic it becomes.
I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you, everyone except Ling Xing, the black stick of the discipline hall. 300.
The position is down one level. Ling Xing, the subordinates are in.
Lin walked slowly to the front, lowered his eyes, and looked down. As my direct subordinate, you are my most trusted guard manager, and now you are taking the lead in doing such a thing. Tell me yourself, what punishment should I do? The subordinate knows that he has committed a big taboo, ashamed of the young master, ashamed of the Dark Kingdom, at this moment, but ask for death.
Okay, then do as you say.
As soon as these words came out, many people couldn't sit still. Yu tried to step forward to stop him, but he was grabbed by Elder Yu Wu and shook his head very seriously. The other three executives kneeling on the ground all wanted to defend Ling Xing, but when he saw Lin Li's unquestionable expression, he understood.
At this moment, why aren't you a sinner?
Young Master Xia fulfilled it. Ling Xing slowly closed his eyes, bowed his head and bowed in thanks. Roar! Immediately, the familiar ice blue long sword appeared in his hand.
Without hesitation, he stabbed towards his chest. Slow down.
A second before the end of his life, Lin Li spoke. The ice blue long sword stopped less than a centimeter from his chest.
If you push a little harder, you will definitely die.
Lin Li turned his head, looked at the stunned Qingtuo in the distance and said, Vice President Qing, please come here. Seeing this scene, the corners of Sha Jun's mouth, who was watching the play, couldn't help but show a smile. It was his smile that was noticed by Ling Xing, who had just opened his eyes. In an instant, he seemed to understand what Lin Li was going to do. When Qingtuo saw Lin Li calling him, his furrowed brows instantly relaxed. In such an occasion, you have to pretend. So, Qingtuo walked straight to Lin Li and asked with a kind smile, what is Lin looking for me?
It's nothing, I just want to ask Vice President Qing, am I satisfied with the punishment of this group of rebels?
What Lin did was naturally just right, but anyone who adversely affected the Dark Kingdom had to pay the price. Vice President Qing is so right, those who adversely affect the Dark Kingdom must pay the corresponding price.
Lin Li showed a wicked smile. Apparently, the plan worked. So, Vice Dean Qing, next, it's your turn to perform. Qingtuo was stunned, obviously didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. What to perform?
Vice Dean Qing, just now my subordinates had a conflict with some people. As the saying goes, a slap doesn't make a sound. I have already made a corresponding punishment here. What about you?
You. Qingtuo's eyes widened, and then he realized.
I was tricked. Next, if he insists on claiming that his personnel are innocent, then Lin Li will definitely stab the basket to Yi Chang or even Yi Kongsheng.
Don't think that the old man is empathetic and easy to talk to.
That was only relative to Lin Li. If this matter is really decided by Yi Kongsheng, then I, the vice president, don't think about it. Furthermore, the rule of the Dark Kingdom is that no matter which side provokes the dispute first, as long as all the personnel on both sides participate in the war, then they will be held accountable for the same crime.
Don't even think about running away.
As the vice president of the Dark Academy, he represents the highest face of the academy and the guardian of the highest order.
How can it be possible to violate the rules that have been made? What about testing the law with your own body?
Moreover, on the current occasion, as long as you say the word no, then the prestige accumulated over the years will be completely destroyed.
Succeed in the masses, lose by the masses. Such a simple truth. How could Qingtuo not understand? Lin is right. Next, it's time for me to perform. Qingtuo rekindled his emotions.
This imitated what Lin Li had just done. Hold the so-called school workers accountable. Should I say it or not, this old man can indeed be ruthless. A total of 46 people participated in this melee. The most important one is named Zhang Qi, and he is also the manager who led the team to take the lead in attacking.
Also sentenced to death.
Lin Li can feel the reluctance and strong resentment from the depths of Qingtuo's heart.
No need to guess, it must be a confidant.
As a result, he was played to death by himself. I want to cry, but I have no place to cry. As for the others, the punishment will only be heavier than Lin Li's, and it will never be lighter.
The end of the performance,
Zhang Qi's eyes were filled with tears, after a farewell,
took out the bronze dagger and directly ended his life. Qingtuo is called a hate.
But after thinking about it, the other party's Ling Xing would also die, as if it had been balanced a lot in an instant.
Lin, I've dealt with it here, it's your turn, right?
Lin Li nodded when he heard this. The most important drama is indeed time to be staged.
Organize your demeanor and expression.
He turned around very seriously and looked at the guards kneeling on the ground.
You can see it clearly, right?
Vice President Qing is actually the most just person, and he does not tolerate any guilt, even if he is the most trusted subordinate. If he makes a mistake, he must pay the most painful price.
This is the example you should set the most. I will definitely take Vice President Qing as an example. The 40 people shouted in unison.
Rao is a Qingtuo who has been in turmoil for many years, and at this moment an old face is starting to can't be hung.
A pat on the back? Come on, there is sarcasm everywhere.
Secretly scolding some people for being unkind. Even the most trusted subordinates ended up scapegoating. With such a ruthless character, who would dare to approach in the future? Ahem, class classmate Lin, if it has nothing to do with it, it's better to avoid it. It's getting late. If it drags on, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among the masses. Vice President Ching is right. Let's get down to business. Lin Li took 2 steps back and positioned himself directly in front of the team. This is more solemn. Next, I will punish you in the most severe way. Ling Xing, Quan Jia, Long Chang, Xiaoyi, the subordinate is in. The 4 of them responded in unison. As executives, you 4 know the law and break the law, participate in mass brawls, and should sacrifice your lives to warn future generations. However, since you won control of the ability administration of half of the forces for the Dark Kingdom some time ago, this merit has not yet been rewarded, so I decided merit and demerit are offset. For the sake of warning, I punished the 4 of you to copy the Tao Te Ching twice. Is there a problem? I am willing to accept punishment. Qing Tuo on the side grew his mouth and was completely stunned. Others, however, are the opposite. A proud smile appeared on his face, not to mention how happy he was. Lin Li, what do you mean? Qing Tuo reacted in anger, pointing at Lin Li's nose and asking angrily. However, Lin Li didn't cowardly him, and Du rolled his eyes, pretending to be stupid and asking, what's wrong? Where is something wrong? Qing Tuo trembled all over with anger, and the momentum belonging to the peak level of the super level surged outward wildly. Still want to do it? Lin Li smiled disdainfully, and then took a big step back. Just hid behind Sha Jun. That look seemed to be saying, old thing, aren't you a bull? Come on, compare with this master. And Sha Jun was even more unceremonious, and the momentum of the Holy Order powerhouse rose from the ground. Darkness quickly envelopes everything. The suffocating oppression was all concentrated on Qing Tuo alone. Just listen to the sound of poof. Without incident, someone knelt down. His hands struggled to support the ground, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Lin Li shook his head. This rotten good man still had to bear it himself after all. Okay, Brother Jun, Vice Dean Qing is just impulsive. You will make him unable to get off the stage. Isn't it, Vice Dean Qing? Yes. It's time to do this. If you don't bow your head, you're a fool. Is life important or be character important? Seeing this, Sha Jun was very cooperative to take back his momentum. The pressure on Qing Tuo's body suddenly dissipated, and then he stood up tremblingly and majestically again. Why are you all stunned? Send Vice President Qing to the treatment center. No, I can walk by myself. Roar. Wow. Have a safe trip. Full of impact. The surrounding melon-eating masses almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Qing Tuo stopped speaking, just left a resentful gaze, and turned to leave. Lin Li, you are amazing. But this girl suddenly jumped out of nowhere and threw herself into Lin Li's arms excitedly. However, all this seems to have no sense of disobedience. Especially Yu. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the roots of his ears. However, what everyone didn't notice was that in a corner, the face of that Qianli figure was very ugly. It's kind of like the feeling of being jealous. If the mountains and rivers meet, it depends on Qing Tuo's virtue, and he will not give up in the future. But hungry, Lin Li was not afraid at all. For the sake of the overall situation, play with him, just pass the time. Back to the villa. Everyone gathered together. Yuan Guanyuan and Bai Song were in a coma due to their serious injuries, but it was not life-threatening, and it woke up after a while. Through the investigation, the casualties of this trial were counted. More than 1,100 people. The number of casualties was as high as 700. It really involves a 60% probability. To some extent, Qing Tuo's plan was really successful. Come on, have a drink. Lin Li picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. I always feel strange. At the dining table, Ma Hongyi, Ling Xing, Jiang Shang, Sha Jun, and Yu could follow closely behind. Ma Xiaoli claimed that she did not drink because she made a mistake by drinking. It is easy to take advantage. And Linny, that is, Sister Warner, picked up the wine glass and smelled it and then took a sip. The word disgust is almost written on the face. Roar. I was very dissatisfied and pushed it away and tasted tea instead. This move can attract the attention of Sha Jun. Boom. After all, Linny has changed too much from the past at this moment, especially the temperament on her body. It's completely the transformation between the ugly duckling and Snow White. The fireworks that do not eat the world are like the elegant posture of the Holy Spirit descending to earth above the 9 heavens. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Lin Li saw this, one head and too big. What's going on with this sister? I don't want people to know your identity, and I deliberately deleted the memory that the rest of the people know your identity. As a result, I don't even pretend now, and I casually show my posture. Isn't this pure old cattle and horses? Ahem. That, Ling Xing, I haven't asked you yet, how did the battle just now cause? No way, don't digress the topic. This Sister Warner is exposed in minutes. It's okay to kill June if he knows. If everyone else knows, won't things get into trouble? Back to the young master. We have been paying attention to the movements in Devil Mountain during the trial, and the appearance of the red flame dragon at the beginning has already exceeded our expectations. At the beginning, he claimed that the red flame Jialong would only entrench itself at the foot of the mountain and would not go up the mountain to slaughter, let alone target you, so we will believe it for the time being and continue to observe until the dragon suddenly suddenly got out of control and climbed to the top of the mountain to slaughter the students. I noticed the anomaly, directly led the escort team to confront Qingtuo and demanded that the trial be ended immediately to ensure your safety. As a result, this old thing not only disagreed but also claimed that this was for the sake of the Dark Academy but also for your own good. Only by witnessing the real tragedy and cutting off all the burdens of moving forward, you are worthy of becoming the leader of the Dark Age. I decided to break into Devil's Mountain and rescue you, but the group of dog legs suddenly appeared, refusing to back down, and then the two sides clashed, and the battle intensified until you were teleported back. Linley understood the whole story. How to say it? Although this Qingtuo is not a thing, the overall view is correct. Belch. It doesn't mean that he is like a mad dog, increasing the difficulty of the trial for no reason, resulting in the tragic death of a large number of students. It refers to him targeting Linley and wanting to get rid of the group of people around him. In fact, it can be seen through this trial. Mahongi, Ma Xiuli, Linyi, Yuan Guan Yuan, and the non-mainstream trio are a burden for Linley. Except for serving tea and handing water, chatting is useless. If there are no scruples of this group of people, let alone pass the trial, it's no problem to walk sideways on Devil's Mountain. Especially the team of 100 people at the beginning, it really made Linley regret it. People of different classes, different positioning of strength, thinking and judgment of different concepts. It can't be integrated at all. If you force it in, that's how it ends. The weak forces are holding back, and the strong forces cannot be moved. If Linley hadn't chosen to give up immediately, then the loss of this trial would have been greater. Therefore, Qingtuo's action this time also reminded Linley, try to act alone in the future. Even if it is united, it is necessary to find people with the same class of strength positioning or high-class strength positioning to cooperate. For example, Yuan Guan Yuan and Linyi are such elementary strength. If you can settle down in advance, settle down. Don't trouble yourself if you have nothing to do. Dong dong dong. A crisp knock on the door interrupted Linley's thoughts. Turning his head to look, it was Yi Changlai. The appearance of dust is likely to have just finished work. A black leader's uniform hasn't come yet and has been replaced. Except for Xiajun, Sister Warner, and Linley, everyone stood up. He said hello very respectfully. No need to bow, everyone continue. Yi Cheng directly found a seat and sat down. Linley noticed that the other party's mood was not very high. Just as I was about to ask, they spoke first. Linley, take the time to go to the old man's place. This guy Qingtuo is very fierce. What the old man was referring to was naturally Yi Kongsheng. Linley thought in his heart that this Qingtuo moved fast enough, and in order to take the lead, he went to complain as soon as he finished suffering a loss. No wonder Yi Cheng is not in a high mood. It must be because he couldn't deal with this matter, so he lost face. But I love it, no matter who complains, who is in charge. We just don't cowardice. Young and not frivolous. Is that still a second-grade youth? Don't worry, Brother Chang, I'll take care of this. I don't care if you handle it well or not. What I care about is that the Dark Kingdom has been infiltrated by a mysterious force, and, speaking of this, Yi Cheng put down his teacup and swept his eyes over everyone present. And intentionally or unintentionally, he paused for a moment on Sister Warner, and continued, a certain guest's uninvited coming. Linley raised his eyebrows. I was a little surprised. How did Yi Cheng know that Sister Warner existed? It seems that even Xiajun can't be sure of her identity, right? Mysterious forces? Brother Cheng pointed out that in this Devil's Mountain trial, a boy pretending to be a classmate in the subclass, right? Oh, have you been in contact with him? That's not true, but the three brothers of the Bai family have been in contact with it, and they almost lost their lives because of this, but fortunately I met them, and at the same time, they were also very unfortunate, and they were cremated by the strange beast arranged by the old thing Qingtuo, and at present, only a white pine is left half dead, and when he wakes up, you can go find clues. In fact, Linley had already told Ling Xing to investigate this person just now. What Sister Warner said was still in the hands of the mysterious man, but after all, the two sides had different purposes, so it was better to act separately. Yi Cheng nodded after hearing this, and then picked up the vegetables by himself and ate them. The topic did not continue downward. As a result, the atmosphere gradually became cold. It may also be because of the addition of the big leader, who does not dare to speak freely. Simply, after a few simple drinks. Then the show ended. Ma Xiaoli, Ma Hongyi, Ling Xing, and Sister Warner left one after another. You had to stay and listen to Lin Li's story. Not bedtime stories. Instead, he told me everything that happened in the past few days. But before that, there is another event to participate in. Yi Cheng and Xiajun, the two big guys, haven't left yet, and if they don't figure out some things, how can they leave easily? Tell me, what's the situation? Hi, it's nothing. It's, inexplicably, there is an older sister, it seems. Almost. Should. It may be from the world above. The world above. As soon as these words came out, Yi Cheng and Xiajun's faces changed drastically. How is this possible? The barriers between the two realms have not yet been broken. How did she come down? Linley scratched his head. He didn't know the specific process. I don't know how she came down, but I know that she paid a great price for this. Her strength was far less than 1/10,000 of her peak, and her spirit was so weak that she had to rely on the crystal coffin to draw energy in order to have the ability to move. So, the mysterious person who infiltrated Devil's Mountain is also related to her? There should be none. Many things have not yet been investigated. I need some time. Yi Cheng's face is getting more and more ugly now. It was already a crotch, but now it involves the creatures of the upper realm. This is a time bomb for the Dark Kingdom. No, it's a timed nuclear bomb. Once it breaks out, the consequences are unimaginable. Brother Chang, I have a question for you. Ask. In this trial, the casualty rate of first-year students is as high as 60%. Why is he not punished for his behavior? Is it really you, or Grandpa Yi, who instructed it? Yi Cheng shook his head when he heard this, but nodded again, and then smiled bitterly. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was all arranged by the old man. Xingtuo's behavior this time was indeed a bit excessive, not because he arbitrarily advocated to increase the difficulty of the trial, which led to a surge in casualties, but because he was mixed with personal emotions and had obvious intentions against you. However, even if he targets you, it will not involve your safety. You have to be clear. He is just a vice president. If there is no old man nodding, he will not dare to be so foolish if he is not given 10 guts. Moreover, this Qingtuo has worked conscientiously for the Dark Kingdom. The Dark Academy has been working for more than 30 years, and it can be said that he is the old man's most important and trusted subordinate, as long as he does not have a rebellious heart, does not go against the will of the subject, and does something wrong and turns a blind eye to it. What punishment is there? After listening to Yi Cheng's speech, Linli understood. I am too naive. It turns out that Yi Kongxing is the most ruthless and unscrupulous existence. But think about it. If it weren't for this, how could the Dark Kingdom be developed to this point with one hand? As the saying goes, those who achieve great things are not bound by small details. The value of the existence of the weak depends only on the judgment made by the strong on them. It's like at this moment, in the eyes of the creatures of the upper realm, aren't they also in the same situation? It seems that I have to take the time to have a good chat with Grandpa Yi. Don't worry, the old man should be resting. You can go tomorrow morning. I still have something to do. You two can talk slowly. Yi Cheng drank all the tea on the table in one breath, then got up and left the villa. The person who should leave is gone. You can play with his mobile phone in the room. He won't eavesdrop, and he won't care about this kind of thing. Then Lin Li and Sha Jun can speak freely. Brother Jun, the plan has changed. We will set off in 3 days. Go find that mysterious man, reclaim what belongs to Sister Warner, and try to see if you can contact the Meteor Alliance. It's best to find the commoner, tell him what happened here, and ask him to help collect the black pill materials. There is not much time left for us. Sister Warner. It seems that this creature from the upper realm can't get rid of the Taki. Lin Li rolled his eyes. Is this the point? Is there any big movement in the ability world in the 3 days when I am not here? Yes, I heard that the 4 colleges are preparing to merge, and there are several forces in the capital that will also choose to join. Once the merger is successful, its strength will be no less than that of the Dark Kingdom and the Demon Legion. This may be an opportunity for us. Lin Li naturally knew the opportunity that Sha Jun was referring to. After solving the troubles in front of him and settling down a little, you can try to swallow it in one bite, and picking up ready-made ones is much easier than starting from scratch. What Lin Li needs most now is time. Since a creature from the upper realm has already appeared, it will definitely not be too long before the second and third appear. We must seize the time and prepare for the response in advance. In response to this matter, the two talked for an afternoon. It wasn't until it got dark that Sha Jun left the villa, just ready to take a bath and simply relax. You immediately got entangled, dragged Lin Li to the bedroom and asked very seriously, say, have you been with Lin Yi these days? How have you been doing it? Is it cool? Why does this word sound so inappropriate? Your question is also a bit dirty. A group of people are crowded in a cave. How cool is it? Yi sneered, and then took out his mobile phone and handed it to Lin Li and said, you dare to be hard-mouthed. Facts speak louder than words. See for yourself. Is it comfortable to hold it? This little vixen, in the end, let her find a chance to get on top. Why are you so lustful? Lascivious? Lin Li was confused and took the phone to take a look. I wiped it off. It was secretly photographed. But don't say, I'm quite photogenic. That handsome face, handsome posture, and salty pig hands that are taking advantage of others. Ahem, isn't it right? Where did this photo come from? Where did you get the photos of me fighting at the top of Devil's Mountain? Fight? Hee, you are really busy fighting. No matter where I got the photo, you're a scumbag anyway, a complete womanizer. You fart. How dangerous was the situation? If I don't hold her tightly, what if I fall? Will she fall if she sits in front? What I said was that I would fall. The dead duck has a hard mouth. So how do you explain this photo? You can swipe the phone screen and flip the photo to the next one. Good guy, this situation is even more exciting. The self in the picture is like the Snow White, held tightly in the arms of Sister Warner, the Prince Charming. That look, not to mention how affectionate it is. I lost my strength after fighting the Red Flame Jelong, and people kindly caught me. Don't spread rumors. I spread rumors? Did I say anything? Obviously you have a ghost in your heart. Ah, yes, I have a ghost. I'm lustful. I'm willing to be a scumbag. Do you bite me? Do I
I really dare not bite? What are you doing? Oh, it hurts, are you a dog? Quickly let go. Yu was really rude and directly bit Lin Li's ear. The more she pushed, the harder she became. If this scene was seen by outsiders, that absolute force is not fighting, but ambiguity. How can anyone bite someone else's ear at every turn? Young master, Miss Lin is here and said she has something to talk to you about. Miss Lin? Yu stood up after hearing this, and his appearance was very funny. What are you doing? What am I doing? What is she going to do? How do I know what she's going to do? You stay here honestly, don't mess around. Lin Li rubbed his ears, got up and walked out the door. You didn't say a word, just thinking about something with vigilant eyes. Approximately a minute or so. In the end, I still couldn't hold back and secretly followed out. In the huge and luxurious living room, Sister Warner sat elegantly on the sofa, still looking like she didn't eat the fireworks of the world. On the other hand, Lin Li held an apple like a turtle, but opened his mouth wide but refused to bite it for a long time. Sister Warner, are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? There is no other way? If anything, I'll come to you, but you don't have to take off all the clothes, I'm still a virgin. I don't care what you care about. Don't worry, I will give you a gift after it is done. As soon as he heard the word gift, Lin Li's eyes lit up. The gift that this fairy sister can take out is definitely not that mundane thing. Maybe send an artifact directly, or a divine pill to yourself, then wouldn't we be completely developed? No. Just as Lin Li was about to agree, Yu suddenly appeared, rushed forward in 2 steps, and stretched out his hand to stop the two of them. Lin Li, are you really helpful? Dare to take on any job? Bah, do you dare to lose a little more of this? When did I pick up? Still quibbling? What do you think you are going to do next? Lin Li choked. The next thing is indeed very rare, but it is definitely not to drive a small yellow car. Instead, through the power of the source, he helped Sister Wanna repair her soul. In this way, in a short period of time, she can break free from the limitations of the crystal coffin. 3 days later, with Lin Li, Sha Jun went to find traces of the mysterious man, and he would not sleep in the coffin every day. It's just that this repair process is very similar to the process of killing Jun helping Lin Li catalyze his ability, or the process of Lin Li helping the little fat man catalyze his ability. In short, it has to be completely naked, otherwise the powerful volatilization of strange energy is easily blocked by clothing. Failure is nothing, for fear of backlash. Both of them burped and fart. What? Can't explain it? Yu sat next to Lin Li angrily, looking at Sister Warner's eyes were very dangerous. However, a certain fairy sister didn't care, because she knew what the girl in front of her had to do with Lin Li. As the saying goes, if you don't look at the monk's face and the Buddha's face, you will endure it. Little ancestor, I am also thinking about the overall situation, helping Sister Wanna recover her strength as soon as possible, and we will also have a certain degree of certainty in dealing with the invasion of the creatures of the upper realm. What kind of creature in the upper realm? Why haven't I heard of it? At this point, Lin Li had to roughly explain to Yu the existence of the creatures in the upper realm and the great catastrophe that the human race was about to face. Finally, Sister Wanner's current situation and identity will be revealed. It can be regarded as a thorough explanation. As expected, after hearing these things, Yu opened her mouth and looked confused. No wonder she reacted like this. When the commoner spoke, Lin Li also had this virtue. After all, the original worldview completely collapsed, and inexplicably there was a high-level life form, and it also advocated the elimination of humans. No one can accept it. Why do I feel like I've traveled to the world of immortal cultivation? Could there be a higher level of existence than the creatures of the upper realm? This question can involve Lin Li's knowledge blind spot. I can only set my sights on Sister Warner and wait for the expert to answer. I don't recommend answering this question. With the current mentality, cognition and endurance of the two of you, you can't accept such a huge worldview at all. Can you reveal a little? Good guy, it's really a little bit. Hiss, I knew it. Yu's brainless words made Lin Li very curious. What do you know? I saw such a statement from the internet a few days ago. The evolution of life forms is endless. For us, cells are very small. They are also a kind of living form, but the way of existence is different from ours. Perhaps for them, humans are the so-called gods, because we are omnipotent, and even have mastered the scientific and technological means to dominate cells. So from another perspective, we may also be a kind of cell, and for us, humans also exist in the world that cannot be perceived, and this relationship progresses layer by layer, and there is no end. Yo, the great Miss Aristotle, I really didn't expect you to have such cognitive judgment ability. I'll publish you a book tomorrow. The title of the book is Yu's Philosophy Takes You to Comprehend the Ultimate Mystery of Life. Hey, I'm serious, okay? Yes, I'm also very serious, okay? Idiot, don't bother to pay attention to you. Yu rolled his eyes, feeling that he was just playing the piano to the cow and talking a lot of nonsense. However, he didn't notice the complicated color flashing in Lin Li's eyes. How could she not understand what this girl just said? It's just that she still doesn't understand a truth. The hierarchical definition of life can never be explored. The more you know, the greater the mental stress. Indeed, the field of philosophy can be used as an interest
interest or hobby for research and exploration. But once you are forced to indulge in it, then this short life will completely lose its meaning. Some people may say that eating, drinking, and having fun are all wasted time. Only by constantly learning and constantly improving oneself is to appreciate the true meaning of life. This statement may be correct on a certain level, but that is only for a very small number of people. If it is a desire from the heart, it is fine. If it is just blindly forcing oneself to pursue paths that are not suitable for oneself, the final results in exchange for are useless. That's what it's called, a real waste of time. Life is only a few decades, leaving behind education, work, life trivialities, sleeping in a daze, and old age with nothing. The time that can really be enjoyed is simply pitiful. There is a saying that if you don't make progress, you will be surpassed by others, and only by putting in more effort and dedicating more time to rest and have fun can you stand out from the ordinary and surpass everyone. Surpassing everyone, and then what? Some people will be happy, but some people will find that this result, it doesn't seem to matter. Philosophical time is over. The topic goes back to the beginning. After a fierce ideological struggle, although she was still a little unhappy, you could distinguish current affairs and take into account the overall situation. If with the help of this matter, Sister Warner can become a great help to Linley in the future, then the role that the human race can play in resisting the invasion of the creatures of the upper realm in the future will be extremely huge. Only by knowing yourself and knowing your opponent can you win every battle. I'm here to protect you so that nothing happens. Bah, I think you just want a voyeur. No. Blatant voyeurism should be called playing hooligan. More than 20 maids in the villa. Which one is not more reliable than you? You could see that his careful thoughts were punctured, and his cheeks were slightly red. But he still insisted. I don't care. You two can't make small moves behind my back anyway. Hey, what does it have to do with you whether I make small moves or not? I found you weird lately, eh? I'm happy. You can't stay with us. Linley was helplessly about to agree, but unexpectedly, Sister Warner suddenly spoke. One sentence directly knocked you into the cold palace. Although the tone was very indifferent, the unquestionable expression already said it all. Why? With your lack of strength, you can't resist the impact of the force at all. What is the force? It's the power of the origin of the ability. It's very powerful and very dangerous. Then stay away. You Eka. You have to peek at me when I'm not wearing clothes, right? If you are willing to watch me at night, let you see enough. As soon as Lin Lee's words were spoken, the audience fell silent. After hearing this, including several waiters and ladies standing outside the door, they all looked at each other and covered their mouths for fun. You also said that I was playing a hooligan. I think you are the real pervert. At this time, Eka's small face was red, and he didn't know if he was open-minded or what, so he took his mobile phone and walked out of the villa without looking back. The meaning is quite obvious, that is, to acquiesce to the next actions of the two. Sister Warner, do you need to prepare anything? No, just control yourself. After that, Sister Warner got up and walked to the bedroom. Linley was stunned. Control yourself? Just kidding, is Buddy that kind of person? Hey. 20 minutes later. Everything is ready. The two sat opposite each other on the carpet, and Linley endured the embarrassment and took off his shirt. The further down it is, the more difficult it is to do it. After all, it's not that kind of relationship, and it's really a bit indelible to meet so frankly. In contrast, Sister Warner's movements are much neater. After dividing 2 by 3, that's it, Linley kept silently chanting in his heart, Amitba, good, good, Amitba, good, good. Then he closed his eyes and did it for himself. One hand on my forehead and one on my chest. Linley was shocked. I can understand it when I put my forehead, but what do you do with your chest? Sister Warner, does it have to be like this? The forehead is the center of the spirit, and the chest is the foundation of the soul, and it must be repaired at the same time to be effective. I wiped it off. Do you want to have such an exciting time? The conscience of heaven and earth, we are virgins who are like fakes. If it continues like this, its reputation will be damaged. But then Linley thought of something again. Although the body in front of her is controlled by Sister Warner, after all, the original owner is Linley. At this moment, she is very likely to pay attention to herself in another form. If you do too much, the innocence of other girls and the happiness of the rest of their lives will be ruined in their own hands. So, you have to hold on. After some self-comfort, Linley's state quickly calmed down. According to Sister Warner's request, one hand was placed on her forehead and the other was on her chest. Don't think about it, don't take advantage. Then, he began to call on the power of the origin and gradually penetrated into the other party's body. At first, Linley did not dare to be too radical for fear of hurting the other party, until he discovered that the abilities that poured into Sister Warner's body were gradually purified, just like controlling demons during the day, giving birth to an energy that had never been seen before and was quickly absorbed by him. If you guess correctly, this should be the purest force. I don't know how long it took. Linley couldn't keep up with the rhythm. He could only be forced to open his eyes and manipulate his mental power to take out a large number of crystals from the space ring, and then absorb and supply at the same time. Just as he was about to close his eyes again, a touch of red glow suddenly broke into his field of vision. With pure eyes, Linley was looking over at the beauty in front
front of him, completely stunned. How can Linny be seen at this moment? Sitting directly opposite, the fairy in red who was taken advantage of by herself was simply extremely beautiful. This kind of beauty is no longer enough to describe in words. Anyway, Linley has ever seen the most beautiful, temperamental, fresh, and untainted peerless beauty in her life. There is a poem that says, this scene should only be in the sky, like a fairyland. Isn't this scenery in front of you a fairyland? I don't know how long I was stunned, but the fairy in red in front of me lightly opened her red lips and reminded lukewarmly, if you continue to look at it, you will be squeezed dry by me. Hearing this, Linley instantly came back to his senses. Only then did he find that the abilities in his body were almost exhausted, and if he didn't absorb them and recover, he would really die suddenly on the spot. Time flies. The whole process lasted more than 3 hours. It wasn't until midnight that it was completed. Linley sat on the ground panting, and Sister Warner also returned to Linley's appearance. The two of them stared at each other for more than 2 minutes. It wasn't until Yueka's urging voice came from outside the door that he got up and tidied up his clothes. What to do? Before leaving, the two agreed. 3 days later, at 8 o'clock in the morning, we set off on time. The mysterious man must be found as soon as possible and the thing is retrieved. Don't look at Lin Lifei's great efforts to help Sister Warner repair her soul, but that only allowed it to stabilize, and in a short period of time, it was no longer bound by the crystal coffin. But at the level of strength, there is basically no improvement. If you really want to return to your peak, the difficulty coefficient value is explosive. It is estimated that the day when the barrier between the two realms will be broken is not far away. After Sister Warner left, Yu came forward with a drooping face. Yin Yang asked strangely, what's the matter? Is it uncomfortable? It's really comfortable, but it's too tiring. This transaction has to be charged next time, otherwise I'm sorry for my brother's prosperous appearance. I'm Ba, scumbag. Aha! Linley didn't like to hear this sentence. Who are you scumbag for? Where to go? Chick, I found that you have become more and more disobedient recently. My brother is very tired today. Do you still need me to remind you what to do? Are you tired of me? It's none of your business. Why are you staying with me in the middle of the night? Hey, didn't you promise to tell me a story in the evening? Do I have it? You remember wrong, right? Linley took off his shirt and walked towards the bedroom room. Just tossed for half a day, my whole body was sweating. You have to take a shower quickly. You could see a vertical jump directly on Linley's back, wrapped his arms around his neck, and launched an attack aimed at the target. Ah, Yueka, let go of me. So Dawn, just grunt, ku give to O river stock. You've evolved into an alien. I'm going to take a shower. Then Brother Gio is hungry. Linley grinned at the bitten teeth, quite speechless, took a deep breath and then made up his mind. If this girl is not trained well today, how can there be a peaceful day in the future? Okay, this is what you asked for. Today we will calculate our old and new accounts together. Don't rely on me if you cry. Ha, what are you doing? You'll know later. Hee hee. After saying that, Linley held Yueka tightly with both hands, ensuring that he would not fall. Then it blew into the bathroom like a gust of wind, and then locked the door firmly. Now someone panicked. Struggling to jump off his back, he came down. But he was caught by a pair of big hands and then hugged horizontally. Linley, you, what are you? Ah yes, you guessed it. I'm just going to be ready to play hooligan. Throw the little wild cat in his arms into the bathtub, and then remove the rest of the external parts on his body. Anyway, it's not the first time I've seen it. Since we choose a showdown, we will not suffer anyway. Linley, I was wrong, don't. You could cover the flushed little face with both hands, and his tone was obviously cowardly. But the more Mao Linley listens, the more angry he becomes. Just now, Sister Warner almost let herself go crazy, which will easily explode and die if she forces herself to stand still. Chick, answer me a question. Yu was stunned, then moved his hand away from the gap, and asked in a timid voice, then you can ask. Linley bowed slightly and held the edge of the bathtub with one hand. The other hand lifted the other party's delicate chin and said, to be honest, what is the purpose of liking me? The originally ambiguous atmosphere instantly cooled down. Yueka's eyes began to dodge, and his hands were all put down unconsciously. Where am I for what purpose? Wrong. When did I admit to liking you? It's all said that this is the job. Do you have to torture me to extract a confession? Linley moved his gaze down for 3 points and continued, the effect of the papaya treatment is obvious. Do you want to help me take the next step? You're a bastard. Linley did not refute, but snorted softly, and then took action. But what is unexpected is that with the increasing degree of unlocking, the little wildcat slowly closed his eyes, silently, and did not resist. That expression of seeing death as if it were home really made someone unable to do anything. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. It wasn't until there were bursts of footsteps in his ears that Yueka noticed something unusual. When I opened my eyes, it was very outrageous. Things have developed to this point, and Linley is ready to leave without looking back. Is he still not a man? Immediately, Yu seemed to have thought of something, mustered up his strength, made up his mind, and got up from the bathtub, towards the departing figure, pacing up. Hey, what are you doing? Do you still need to explain to you the tough life? A ray of golden sunlight sunlight shines through the glass window into the house. Linley woke up and stretched happily. It seems like I had a dream last night. Gee, oh, I'll do it. Linley, who was just about to get up and lift the quilt, was instantly stunned. An exclamation implies a certain fact. The clear picture is like a reflection tape, reliving the good times again. Young, impulsive, 18 years of loneliness have been completely broken. Thinking of this, Linley recovered the quilt and corrected someone who had fallen asleep by the way. Resting on your own shoulder. At this moment, he did not regret it, just a slight sigh. The world is impermanent, and the large intestine wraps around the small intestine. Knowing that this girl had another purpose in approaching her, but that sincere emotion had banned everything. Hi, why do you care so much? Now that you have made a choice, take care of her. No matter what the purpose is, what needs you need, you will help her solve it. Men, you have to bring it up. More than half an hour passed. You finally woke up, sat up, looked around in confusion, looked at himself, and then looked at someone who was pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed. And then, lie back again. Okay, you're obviously awake and still pretending to be asleep, scumbag. Yu was not polite, leaned back on the broad shoulder, put his arms around the other party's neck and said in a pretty voice, when did I pretend to be asleep? Obviously, you slept so late like a lazy pig, and if you dare to slander me, be careful to beat you. Who beats whom is not necessarily the same. Aha, then try to be optimistic. 2 hours later, Yu was carried out of the room by Linley and came to the restaurant for lunch. Statement in advance, this is not a show of affection. It's just that someone has inconvenient legs and feet and can't walk. Young master, Ling Xing has been waiting for you in the living room for a long time. After eating, Xiao stepped forward and reported to Linley, who was wiping Yueka's small mouth. Ha, then why did you notify me now? Ling Xing said he was not in a hurry, just wait for you to wake up and report after eating. Should I say it or not, this Ling Xing is too sensible. It's simply the battle secret of the male secret. Send this girl back to the room to rest. From now on, she will be the mistress of this villa. Yes, young master. Linley's words are completely official. Yu was so happy after hearing this, she directly threw out a flying kiss and said playfully, go back quickly, I'm waiting for you in the room. Silly girl, you'll feel good later. Coming to the living room, Ling Xing was sitting on the sofa and sipping tea. There is no trace of negativity on the face. I've been waiting for a long time, next time I'll say it on my phone, I don't need to wait so long. Seeing Linley appear, Ling Xing hurriedly got up and saluted. The young master is serious, and his subordinates dare not disturb your rest unless there are special circumstances. Ah, okay, let's get down to business. Is that mysterious person news?